Sasuke, Uchiha Sasuke, please come in quickly. Sasuke-kun, it's your turn to go up. Sasuke-kun, Irika-sensei is calling you. Sasuke-kun, what's wrong? Are you not feeling well? Sasuke-kun, say something. Don't ignore me, please. My ears were bombarded with shrill, cloying voices, and someone was persistently shaking my arm. My patience was wearing dangerously thin. That's enough. Can you please stop using that voice? I'm getting goosebumps all over. It's too early in the morning for this. Can I get a little sleep? I finally snapped, unable to hold back any longer, and flung my eyes open. But the scene before me froze me in place, and 3 questions sprang up in my mind all at once. Who am I? Where am I? What am I supposed to do? Just moments ago, I was sleeping soundly in my own bed. How did I end up here all of a sudden? All around me were unfamiliar sights, strange buildings, and a group of children crowding around me. Where exactly am I? Before I could puzzle it out, an excited voice rang out from beside me. Sasuke-kun, you finally answered me. I knew you cared about me, didn't I? Haruno Sakura paid no mind to my earlier protest about her voice. As long as I spoke to her, she convinced herself that I liked her. She looked so happy. I could imagine she was already daydreaming about what we'd name our kids. She tugged my arm insistently toward her small chest. Feeling the pull, I quickly yanked my arm back and turned to look. It was a little girl, maybe 6 or 7, with a broad forehead and pink hair. Her face was oddly familiar. Where had I seen her before? Then I remembered she'd just called me Sasuke. Wait a minute, could it be? A wildly absurd thought flashed through my mind. I had transmigrated, and not just anywhere, but into the world of the famous anime, Naruto. As if that weren't enough, I'd become Uchiha Sasuke. Of all people, his life was nothing short of a tragedy. Early on, he was little more than a puppet, utterly controlled by Uchiha Itachi. After Itachi let him win, he was manipulated by Uchiha Bito. When the 4th Great Ninja War came, he finally had a chance to prove himself, only to end up needing the Sage of 6 Paths' help and still having his fate dictated by others. Sasuke's entire life was that of a pawn, moved at the whim of greater powers. To make matters worse, the timing of my arrival couldn't be more awkward. According to the original Sasuke's memories, in just a few days the Uchiha clan would be wiped out. Sigh. Just as I was wallowing in despair over becoming such a tragic character, a mechanical, synthesized voice suddenly echoed in my mind. Ding! Binding successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the strongest lottery system in all worlds. Transmigration complete. Host is awarded 10 lottery draws. Would you like to begin a lottery, host? Hearing the system's voice, I felt a wave of relief wash over me. As expected, when fate closes one door, it always leaves a window open somewhere. Though I had become the ill-fated Sasuke, with the system's support, every obstacle suddenly seemed trivial. Without hesitation, I shouted in my mind, System, enough with the chatter. Give me a 10 draw right now. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received 1 bottle of your godmother. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received 100 shuriken. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received 1 exquisite proportional doll of Teacher Song. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received 1 Old Eight's special mini burger. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received 10 pairs of floral boxers. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received 1 yellow chick plush toy. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received 1 system backpack with a capacity of 100,000 cubic meters. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received 1 vial of super soldier serum. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received 1 vial of super soldier serum. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received the peak Uchiha Sasuke template. Looking at the bizarre prizes I'd drawn, I was at a bit of a loss. Most of these things were practically useless to me, like that bottle of your godmother, Old Eight's special mini burger, and the proportional doll. What possible use could I have for any of them? Fortunately, the system didn't let me down entirely. That system backpack with 100,000 cubic meters of space was the ultimate tool for any adventurer, letting me store whatever I wanted whenever I needed. And the 2 vials of super soldier serum, these were no ordinary items. With a single dose, anyone could instantly gain superhuman physical prowess, transforming into a mighty warrior just like Captain America. But what excited me most was the peak Sasuke template. With it, I gained all of Sasuke's powers at his absolute strongest. Now, even the infamous night of the Uchiha Massacre would be nothing but a minor challenge for me. Whether it was Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Bito, or those schemers lurking in the shadows, Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo Shimura, they were no longer a threat. Just then, the system's mechanical voice echoed in my mind once more. Ding. Congratulations, host. The peak Sasuke template has fully merged. As soon as the words fell, I felt a surge of heat rushing through my entire body, especially my eyes, which were suddenly infused with overwhelming energy, transforming in an instant. My left, I became the Rinnegan with 6 Tomo, while my right, I turned into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Of course, I didn't let any of these changes show on my face. I kept up the appearance of an ordinary person. After all, if I revealed my true strength now, how could I give Hiruzen and Danzo the surprise of their lives? I could clearly feel that my body had undergone an earth-shattering transformation. So powerful. This is the strength Sasuke possessed at his peak. I couldn't help but marvel inwardly. The corners of my mouth curled up on their own. I raised my hand, touching my forehead, and burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Perhaps it was the influence of this body's previous owner, but faced with such an exhilarating moment, all I wanted was to laugh out loud. Sasuke, Uchiha Sasuke, what are you laughing at? I told you to get up here for a spar. Didn't you hear me? Irika's face had already darkened with displeasure. I had ignored several of his calls, completely disregarding the teacher's instructions. This was nothing short of a direct challenge to Irika's authority. His discontent was written all over his face. To him, every member of the Uchiha clan was arrogant and self-important. I'm sorry, Irika-sensei. I just suddenly remembered something really funny. That's all. No disrespect intended, truly. I hurriedly stowed away my smile and offered an explanation. It had all happened so suddenly. I had just crossed over into this world, and then the system lottery kicked in. I almost forgot that, right? Now was my very first ninja sparring match. At this moment, I was set to go up against a member of the Huga clan named Huga Monza. You little brat, so you look down on me? I'll show you just how powerful the Byakugan is. Byakugan, activate! As soon as he spoke, thick veins bulged along both sides of Monza's face. He had activated the Byakugan. Although awakening the Byakugan was less difficult than the Sharingan, to master it so completely at such a young age was still proof of a prodigy. That was exactly why Huga Monza brimmed with such confidence. He simply didn't believe Sasuke could unlock the Sharingan at their age. One had awakened a Kekkai Jinkai, while the other had not. Monza was convinced he would easily defeat Uchiha Sasuke. But just as he was thinking this, Sasuke's figure suddenly vanished from his sight. Huh, where did he go? The question had barely formed in his mind when a sharp pain exploded across his left cheek, as if someone had torn a piece of flesh straight from his face. A crisp smack echoed throughout the entire training field. Monza's face contorted instantly, and he went flying, crashing into a tree more than 10 meters away. Bloody teeth scattered along the ground in his wake. Since Monza had just declared he would make Sasuke pick his teeth up off the ground, Sasuke saw no problem in helping him fulfill that promise. Sasuke shook out his hand, secretly astonished. He hadn't expected his strength to have grown this much. He hadn't even used his full power. Just a fraction of it was enough to send his opponent flying. If he went all out, he doubted anyone on the other side could withstand it. Hinata Monzo slumped against the trunk of a tree, his head tilted to the side, mouth stained with blood. It was clear he'd lost consciousness. Of course, no one paid any attention to his condition. At this moment, Irika's eyes were wide open, his mouth agape, utterly speechless. It was too fast. The speed Sasuke had just displayed was so great that even Irika, a Chunin, couldn't catch a glimpse of his movements. He was completely stunned by Sasuke's swiftness. If he himself had been in Hinata Monzuo's place, he might have been struck and sent flying just the same. Irika was startled by this sudden thought. Could it be that Uchiha Sasuke's strength had already surpassed the level of a Chunin? Irika looked at Sasuke, his hands tucked in his pockets, and felt for the first time that he couldn't see through this boy at all. Cheap trick. You must have ambushed Hinata Monzo. You're a despicable coward. So this is what the Uchiha are like. I can't believe you didn't even dare fight head-on, and had to rely on a sneak attack to win. How disappointing, Uchiha Sasuke. You brought shame on the Uchiha clan. A few of the children who were unhappy with Sasuke began shouting loudly once again. They didn't have Irika's discerning eye. To them, all they'd seen was a blur before Hinata Monzo crashed inexplicably into a tree. Such an outcome was simply beyond their comprehension. As for whether Sasuke had defeated his opponent in a single strike, that possibility never even crossed their minds. In their understanding, a ninja fight should be a back-and-forth exchange. How could anyone possibly win with just one move? So, they all insisted that Sasuke had won by ambush, and their noisy accusations continued without end. Cheating. Irika-sensei. Uchiha Sasuke only won because he cheated. You can't let him have the victory. We're not going to accept such disgraceful behavior. The commotion around them rose and fell in waves. With his hands in his pockets, Sasuke watched the shouting children coldly. What an ignorant, noisy bunch. Their racket is giving me a headache. Swish, 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 swish. Suddenly, Sasuke pulled more than a dozen shuriken from his system pack. His face grew sharp and cold, his gaze locking onto the rowdy kids as he spoke in a chilling tone. Now, I'll teach you all a lesson. When the weak act rashly in front of the strong, there's always a price to pay. A faint, dangerous smile curved Sasuke's lips. The price I want from you is a visit to the afterlife, so you can confess your sins to the king of hell. Seeing Sasuke suddenly holding a handful of shuriken and hearing those icy words, Iruka's heart clenched. He quickly called out in alarm. Sasuke, calm down. Don't be reckless. They're your classmates. Put those weapons down now. Given the speed Sasuke had just displayed, Iruka knew very well that if Sasuke really decided to act, there was nothing he could do to stop him. All he could do was shout at the top of his lungs. Sasuke Uchiha, stop right now. Stop it. Do you really want to carry the burden of killing your classmates at such a young age and become a rogue ninja? Seeing that Sasuke had no intention of stopping, Iruka grew anxious. He kept yelling as he rushed towards Sasuke. The Uchiha clan was always known for their extreme personalities. Every member, to some extent, had a streak of intensity. For this reason, Iruka did not for a moment think Sasuke was just joking. When those kids were making trouble just now, you didn't intervene, but now you want to stop me? How ridiculous. Sasuke let out a cold laugh. With a flick of his hand, more than a dozen shuriken, glinting with a chilling light, spun through the air toward the group of children. No! Iruka cried out in terror. But the shuriken whirled with perfect precision, slicing neatly beneath the children. All the kids felt a sudden chill around their lower bodies. Their pants had been cut wide open in an instant, leaving them in what amounted to split-crotch trousers. For a moment, everyone present was stunned into silence. Sasuke, you. Iruka stood frozen, utterly shocked by the outcome. Yet he breathed a sigh of relief. At least Sasuke hadn't truly meant to kill. If something bloody had happened under his watch, he would never be able to explain himself to the third Hokage. Iruka-sensei, you look really nervous. Sasuke gave a faint smile. But in Iruka's eyes, that smile looked more like mockery. Taking a deep breath, Iruka said in a grave tone, Sasuke Uchiha, what you did just now was completely out of line. Out of line? I don't think so. If this had been a battlefield, these weaklings would already be dead. Sasuke's expression was calm. If anything, Iruka-sensei, you're the one who failed in your duty as a teacher. You never taught them the respect and caution they should have. If they can't judge a situation correctly when they graduate and go on missions, they'll only die even faster. So, Iruka-sensei, you should thank me. Thank me for teaching them the importance of respecting strength. Iruka was left speechless. He never imagined one of his own students would lecture him this way. What happened? Why are my pants torn? Damn it. It must have been Sasuke Uchiha. I can't believe he'd humiliate us like this. At this point, the group of kids finally realized what had happened. They all clutched at their pants, glaring at Sasuke with faces flushed with embarrassment and anger. Oh, looks like you still haven't learned your lesson. Sasuke narrowed his eyes, and a dangerous aura seemed to emanate from him. Seeing this, Iruka's expression changed instantly. He quickly shouted at the group of children. What are you all doing? Hurry up and apologize to Sasuke. If that shuriken had been aimed at your heads just now, do you think you'd still be standing here? But Iruka-sensei, one boy, face full of defiance, tried to protest, but Iruka cut him off. No buts. When I tell you to apologize, you apologize. One day, you'll understand why I'm doing this. Iruka's expression grew stern, radiating the authority of a teacher. The effect was immediate. The group of children, clutching at their torn trousers, hung their heads and muttered apologies to Sasuke. We're sorry, Sasuke. We shouldn't have doubted you. Of course, their hearts were filled with resentment. Having to apologize to the very person who ruined their pants. Anyone could imagine how aggrieved they felt. Sasuke ignored them, turning away and leaving behind only his cool, confident silhouette. A chorus of shrill cries erupted from the girls behind him. He's so handsome. Sasuke is just too cool. So assertive. I like him even more now. Don't any of you dare. Sasuke's mine. What did you say? Sasuke belongs to me. Iruka paid no mind to the noisy girls. He simply watched Sasuke's form gradually disappear into the distance, his heart still unsettled. So this is the Uchiha clan? Truly a family blessed with remarkable talent. To possess such strength at such a young age. Sasuke's gifts may have already outstripped even his older brother, Itachi. Iruka admitted to himself. Whether it was the speed Sasuke had shown when he defeated Huga in an instant, or his flawless shuriken throwing technique, he himself, despite being a chunin, could not compare. This meant that Uchiha Sasuke's abilities had already surpassed the level of a Chunin. A 7-year-old with Chunin-level skills. How incredible was that? Still, they were all children of the Leaf Village. As Sasuke grew stronger, the village itself would only become more formidable. At this thought, Iruka felt a sense of comfort. After all, Sasuke was a student. He decided he ought to deliver this good news to the third Hokage as soon as possible, so the old man could take pride in it too. Just as Iruka was preparing to head to the Hokage's office, a blonde-haired boy appeared before him. Iruka-sensei! Iruka-sensei! Where did Sasuke go? Naruto wants to challenge him. Naruto darted his gaze around, searching for any sign of Sasuke. Seeing the reckless Naruto, Iruka put on a stern face and demanded, Uzumaki Naruto, where did you run off to just now? Why are you only showing up now? Naruto scratched his head, looking a little embarrassed. I ate too much instant ramen last night and got a stomach ache, so I was stuck in a bathroom for a while. And why didn't you tell me beforehand? I forgot, Naruto replied, full of conviction. You little troublemaker. Seeing Naruto act this way, Iruka could only let out a helpless sigh. Naruto, however, paid it no mind. Brimming with excitement, he exclaimed, Iruka-sensei, hurry and bring Sasuke out. I, the great Naruto, am going to challenge him. Sasuke had something to do, so he already went home. He must be scared of my strength. That's why he ran away. Tomorrow at school, I'm definitely going to tease him about it. With his hands on his hips and his face beaming with confidence, Naruto looked for all the world as if he truly believed he had scared Sasuke off. Yes, of course, Iruka replied absent-mindedly. With the strength Sasuke had shown, dealing with Naruto would be as easy as brushing off a pesky bug. Iruka saw no need to explain further. Perhaps it was best for Naruto to discover reality on his own. What? You're saying Uchiha Sasuke's skills are already on par with a Chunin? Maybe even beyond? Iruka, you can't be serious. Inside the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi stared at Iruka in utter disbelief, his face frozen in shock. Yes, Lord Third, I would never joke about something like this. In my judgment, Uchiha Sasuke has fully reached the level of a Chunin. Iruka answered in a firm, steady voice. He then proceeded to give the third Hokage a detailed account of Sasuke's performance that day. Excellent. Upon hearing this, the third Hokage's face broke into a satisfied smile, repeating his praise 3 times. As expected, the Uchiha clan truly is the strongest in the Leaf. Once, Itachi Uchiha passed the Chunin exam at 10 years old. Now, his younger brother Sasuke already possesses the strength of a Chunin at just 7. His face was alight with joy. In that case, Lord Third, should we consider letting Sasuke graduate early? Iruka asked cautiously, then added, after all, Kakashi graduated from the academy at 5 and became a Chunin at 6. I believe there's nothing wrong with letting Sasuke graduate early as well. No problem at all. Of course there's no problem. Sasuke is a genius on par with Kakashi, so early graduation should be no issue. The third Hokage agreed without hesitation. However, you don't need to handle this personally. Just continue focusing on your teaching duties. When I have the time, I'll personally evaluate Sasuke. And it will also be a chance for Sasuke to learn just how powerful the will of fire truly is. A gentle smile spread across Hiruzen Sarutobi's face. That's wonderful. With you personally conducting the test, I'm certain Sasuke will become an outstanding Leaf Ninja. Iruka's face was filled with admiration. The third Hokage nodded slightly, signaling that Iruka could leave. Iruka bowed respectfully to Hiruzen Sarutobi, then swiftly exited the Hokage's office. Not until Iruka's figure had completely vanished did the gentle smile on the third Hokage's face fade away, replaced by a look of sullen gravity. The Uchiha clan again. Why is it that the Uchiha always produce such exceptional talents? First there was Uchiha Shursui, renowned as a prodigy among ninja. Then, Uchiha Itachi became a Chunin at only 10 years old. And now, it's Uchiha Sasuke's turn. Hiruzen Sarutobi rose from his seat and walked to the window, gazing anxiously toward the direction of the Uchiha compound. His eyes were filled with worry and caution. A clan this unstable must be eradicated entirely. Only then can Konoha know true peace and stability. For the sake of the village's future, he steeled himself in secret. The Uchiha clan must be eliminated. Shinizuke, he called out quietly. In the next instant, a masked ninja appeared behind him, dropping to one knee. Father, what are your orders? The newcomer was none other than Hiruzen Sarutobi's eldest son, Sarutobi Shinizuke. Without turning around, Hiruzen kept his gaze fixed on the scene outside the window and spoke in a calm, measured tone. Go and tell Danzo that he may accept Uchiha Itachi's condition and spare Uchiha Sasuke's life. But we must accelerate the plan. There can be no more delays. What? Father, are you really going to move against the Uchiha so soon? We're not fully prepared. Acting rashly could be dangerous. Shinosuke's face betrayed his concern. The Uchiha are legendary throughout the ninja world. To strike before we are ready could have dire consequences. Hiruzen let out a heavy sigh, his voice low and troubled. I don't wish to be so hasty either, but the Uchiha clan is simply too unpredictable. If we don't act swiftly, I will never have peace of mind. What's more, there's yet another prodigy in their ranks. If we allow him to grow, it will only become more difficult to eliminate the Uchiha in the future. But this is far too urgent. Shinosuke hesitated, worry still clouding his voice. There's no need for you to worry about that. Just deliver my orders to Danzo. I trust that Danzo has been prepared for this day. Destroying the Uchiha clan has always been his wish. Understood. This time, Sarutobi Shinosuke said no more. With a single word of assent, he vanished with a flicker, heading toward the foundation to inform Danzo. Hiruzen stood by the window for a moment longer before returning to his seat. He picked up his pipe and began to smoke. Uchiha Sasuke, 7 years old. I hope you come to understand the so-called will of fire. If not, I fear the Uchiha clan truly will be doomed. The swirling smoke concealed his face entirely, making it impossible to read his expression. Guided by memory, Sasuke wound his way along the twisting paths and at last arrived at the Uchiha settlement, tucked away in the most remote corner of the Hidden Leaf Village. Back then, the upper echelons of the Hidden Leaf Village joined forces with other ninja clans to collectively ostracize the Uchiha. The Uchiha estate, originally located in the heart of the village, was forcibly relocated to a remote and desolate corner. No wonder the Uchiha chose to rebel. Despite being one of Konoha's founding clans, not only were they denied the power they deserved, but they were also pushed aside at every turn. Such treatment would be unbearable for anyone. Yet the ending was utterly tragic. Itachi Uchiha was manipulated by the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and others, leading to the total annihilation of the Uchiha clan without any chance to resist. Looking back now, Sasuke found it almost laughable. If only someone in the Uchiha clan had sensed the danger and prepared in advance, how could they have left the fate of the entire clan in the hands of a 13-year-old Itachi? As for Itachi himself, his actions were even harder to comprehend. That he would so easily trust the words of the third Hokage was simply unbelievable. Could the so-called Will of Fire truly wield such power, enough to brainwash even a Kage-level ninja? No matter how absurd the massacre seemed in the original story, now that Sasuke possessed his peak strength, he would never allow such a tragedy to happen again. With these thoughts in mind, Sasuke slowly made his way into the Uchiha district. At the same time, in a narrow alley within the Uchiha compound. Speak. Tell me now, where's that guy Itachi Uchiha? I've got a score to settle with him. That's right. The three of us are ready for him this time. There's no way we'll let Itachi catch us off guard again. After what Itachi did to us in public, humiliating us like that, he has to pay the price today. Taika Uchiha, Hakadai Uchiha, and Inoka Uchiha stood blocking Izumi Uchiha at the end of the alley, their faces twisted with anger, their stance unmistakably hostile. Calm down, all of you. Itachi-kun is always gentle. He would never hurt his own clan without reason. I'm sure this is all a misunderstanding. Izumi's voice trembled as she spoke, betraying her fear. After all, she was only 13, a young girl, terrified in the face of such confrontation. Even so, she still tried her best to defend Itachi. She truly couldn't believe he would ever harm his own people. A misunderstanding? You call this a misunderstanding? Are you saying these wounds on me aren't real? Fuming, Inoka Uchiha tore off his shirt with a sharp motion. His upper body was wrapped in bandages, most of them stained deep red with blood, a clear sign of the serious injuries he had suffered. See this? Every one of these wounds was caused by Itachi Uchiha. Inoka jabbed a finger at his bandages, his voice booming with rage. What on earth happened? Izumi clapped her hands over her mouth, her face pale with shock. No, that can't be. Itachi-kun has always been so gentle. I truly believe he would never hurt anyone in the clan without a reason. So, she paused for a moment at this point, but still summoned her courage and continued. It must have been you who provoked him first. That's why Itachi fought back. Though her words sounded like a blind defense of the one she admired, she had, in fact, unintentionally spoken the truth. These three were the very Uchiha clansmen from the original story who began to suspect Itachi after Shursue's death. They had stormed in, full of hostility, trying to intimidate Itachi by sheer numbers. But the outcome was clear. Itachi, only 13 years old, defeated all three of them single-handedly. Damn it, you're still defending that Itachi? He's nothing but a traitor to the Uchiha. He's the one who killed Shursue. With the truth exposed, Uchiha Yadai, the most hot-tempered of the three, was consumed with rage. His eyes flared a blood red as he instantly activated his 3-Tomo Sharingan. Enough nonsense. Tell me where that traitor Uchiha Itachi is hiding. If you don't blame me for what happens next. I really don't know where Itachi is. Intimidated by their aggression, Izumi Uchiha involuntarily took a few steps back. Are you truly in the dark, or just playing dumb? The three closed in, radiating an overwhelming sense of menace. I swear, I don't know. Izumi was on the verge of tears. The three of them were truly terrifying. Of course, even if she did know, she would never betray him. It was clear they had come prepared this time, and Izumi would not let herself become the reason Itachi was put in danger. If you really don't know, then we'll drop it. Izumi finally breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. But Uchiha Tekka continued. I've heard you and that traitor Itachi are very close. You two grew up together, didn't you? I imagine he cares a great deal about you. So, if we just take you hostage, Itachi will show himself. Uchiha Toka's eyes lit up at the suggestion. A clever plan, Tekka. Miss Izumi, please cooperate and don't make things difficult for yourself. That's right, Izumi. If you play along, once Itachi comes, we'll let you go unharmed. You have my word. Uchiha Yadai chimed in as well, his eyes studying Izumi's figure intently. Though only 13, Izumi already possessed a striking presence among her peers as Itachi's friend. After all, Itachi had humiliated them so thoroughly. Wasn't it only right for them to get some payback through his girlfriend? At the same time, this would let Itachi taste the bitterness of betrayal. Revenge and disgrace, all in one stroke. It was a tempting prospect. At this thought, the three felt a surge of wicked satisfaction. Without a word, they exchanged knowing glances, each flashing a sinister grin as they closed in on Izumi Uchiha together. You can't do this. Uchiha Izumi was utterly panicked. She had never imagined things would take such a sudden turn. She saw the unmasked malice in the eyes of the three people before her. Izumi knew all too well that falling into their hands would lead to disastrous consequences. She had to find a way to save herself. We're all members of the Uchiha clan. How can you treat your own kin like this? We're just following the example of that traitor, Itachi. He didn't care about family ties when he turned on us. If you want to blame someone, blame your little boyfriend. He's the one who was asking for trouble. Uchiha Inaho sneered, and, as if suddenly remembering something, added, Oh, and don't bother calling for help. There's a clan meeting today, and all the top shinobi are there. No matter how loud you scream, nobody's going to come to your rescue. So you picked this day on purpose? Disgusting. Despair flickered in Izumi's eyes. She stopped retreating as if giving up the struggle, and spoke in a low voice. Fine, I'll go with you. But I hope, for the sake of our clan, you'll keep your word and won't make things difficult for me. Don't worry. We're true gentlemen. We'll be sure to treat you well. With that, Uchiha Hakadai reached out, his hand moving toward Izumi's slender neck. Just as he was about to succeed, a sharp crack echoed in the air. In the next instant, a dense cloud of smoke silently billowed out, enveloping all four of them. It turned out that Izumi, taking advantage of their lowered guard, had retrieved a smoke bomb from her ninja tool pouch, feigning surrender to lull them into complacency. As the three drew near, she triggered the smoke bomb without hesitation. Shrouded by the swirling smoke, Izumi darted swiftly toward the end of the alley. As long as she could reach a crowded area, the three wouldn't dare act rashly, and she could escape this danger. Damn it, you dare trick us? Just wait until we catch you, and see what happens then. The three of them burst out of the smoke, fury written on their faces as they gave chase. Izumi fled in panic, when suddenly, a shadow appeared at the mouth of the alley. It was too dim to make out who it was. Clinging to hope like a drowning person reaching for a lifeline, she cried out desperately. Help! Help! Uchiha Hakadai and the others have gone crazy. HM? What's going on? Who's calling for help? Sasuke, who happened to be passing by the alley, heard the commotion and turned in confusion toward the source of the voice. He immediately spotted 3 Uchiha clansmen, their Sharingan eyes ablaze with madness as they chased after a beautiful young girl. The distance between them closed quickly. It was only then that Izumi saw clearly who had arrived. It was Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke? How could it be him? Shouldn't he be in class at the Ninja Academy right now? Why was he here instead? These thoughts flashed through her mind, and Izumi's expression instantly grew tense. She called out anxiously to Sasuke. Run! Sasuke, get out of here! They're here to cause trouble for your brother. They've lost all reason. If they find you here, you'll be in danger too. Hurry, Sasuke. I'll hold them off. Sasuke, go. Uchiha Izumi turned sharply, shielding Sasuke behind her as she faced the 3 pursuers. A wave of regret swept over her. She never expected to run into Sasuke here. Had she known, she would never have called for help so recklessly. If Sasuke were to get hurt because of her, Itachi would never forgive her. So she had to stand her ground, to buy Sasuke a chance to escape. Well, look who I found. Isn't this Uchiha Sasuke, the little brother of that traitor, Itachi? The three men quickly caught up. Naturally, they spotted Sasuke standing behind Izumi. Their eyes lit up, their excitement growing. What luck! We've got two of them at once. If we capture his brother, Itachi is sure to show up. That way, we can cover all our bases. Uchiha Yashiro licked his lips with anticipation, as if already savoring the image of having Itachi at his mercy. No, don't take Sasuke, he's just a child. He has nothing to do with any of this. I'll go with you. Izumi's face turned pale as she stepped toward the three. She hoped that her willingness and sincerity would persuade them to spare Sasuke. But as soon as she took 2 steps, she felt a small, cold hand clutch her arm tightly. In the next instant, a force stronger than she could resist pulled her back, making her stumble behind. People who only pick on the weak are the lowest kind. I can't stand them. Don't worry, Izumi. As long as I'm here, these 3 won't lay a finger on you. Sasuke stepped forward, placing himself between Izumi and the 3 Uchiha clansmen, his expression calm and unwavering. One arrogant brat. You're even more insolent than your traitor brother. I'll teach you a lesson you won't forget. With a sneer of disdain, Uchiha Yashiro lunged at Sasuke, his fingers curled like claws, aiming straight for the boy's throat. Against a child who hadn't even graduated from the academy, he didn't bother to hold back. Sasuke, watch out. Get out of the way. Izumi cried out, her heart pounding with dread. She could already imagine the terrible consequences if such an attack landed on a 7-year-old child. Regret overwhelmed her. She had never meant to drag Sasuke into this. But what happened next was almost beyond belief. Sasuke stretched out his slender hand and caught Uchiha Yatsushiro's attack with perfect steadiness. How is this possible? Uchiha Yatsushiro was stunned. To him, it felt as if an immovable mountain stood before him. No matter how much strength he used, he couldn't force Sasuke back even an inch. Sasuke sneered, his eyes cold and detached, as though the person before him was nothing more than insignificant trash. Pathetic. If you lost to Itachi Uchiha, then go take it out on him. What skill is there in venting your anger on Izumi? You're a disgrace to the Uchiha name. No, people like you don't even deserve to bear the Uchiha surname. Sasuke's voice rang out with unwavering strength, echoing through the alley like a thunderclap. His gaze was sharp as lightning, his aura suddenly surging, sending chills down the spines of those around him. It was as if they were facing some ancient, primordial beast. Today, I'll rid us of scum like you. Suddenly, blinding lightning flared in Sasuke's hand. Lightning-style, Chidori stream. Sparks of electricity burst forth, illuminating the dim alley in an instant. Sasuke spun, seizing Yatsushiro's wrist in a flash. In the blink of an eye, countless bolts of lightning raced down his arm, coursing through Yatsushiro's entire body. The sudden assault was so fierce that Yatsushiro didn't even have time to scream. His body convulsed violently in the surge of current, smoke rising from his scorched flesh as he teetered on the edge of unconsciousness. With a look of disdain, Sasuke glanced at the charred Yatsushiro and, with a flick of his hand, tossed him into a nearby trash bin. Dusting off his hands, Sasuke calmly turned to face the 2 remaining opponents. By now, Uchiha Tekkai and Uchiha Inaho were so terrified they could hardly move, feeling as though everything unfolding before their eyes was nothing but a bizarre dream. Their comrade had been defeated in a single strike, utterly overwhelmed, with no chance to resist. Yatsushiro was the strongest among them. How could he have been taken down by a boy who hadn't even graduated from the ninja academy? They simply couldn't believe what they were seeing. This! Uchiha Izumi pressed her hands to her mouth, her face filled with shock and disbelief. When had Sasuke become so powerful? He had just defeated a Jonin in an instant. Who are you really? Why are you pretending to be Sasuke Uchiha to trick us? Inaho and Tekkai quickly recovered from their shock, leaping back to put distance between themselves and Sasuke, their voices ringing out with alarm and suspicion. A 7-year-old with the strength of a Jonin. Such a thing was beyond imagination. They were certain the Sasuke before them had to be an imposter. Speak. Why are you impersonating the clan leader's son to sneak in among us? If you don't explain yourself, you'll be in big trouble when the clan's elites arrive. Sasuke had no patience for their nonsense. His figure flickered, and in the next instant he was gone. He had never been one to waste time on small fry like them. No, he's vanished. Where did he go? 2 pairs of Sharingan eyes darted anxiously around, searching every corner, yet they simply couldn't catch a glimpse of Sasuke. Then, All at once, a fist appeared before Inoka Uchiha's eyes. What? Before he could even react, his body moved on instinct, crossing his arms to block the attack. The next moment, crack! The sharp sound of breaking bones rang out. How could there be such overwhelming strength? With that question flashing through his mind, Inoka's arms snapped instantly, and he was sent flying, crashing heavily into the stone wall, unconscious before he even hit the ground. Seeing another comrade taken out in an instant, Tekka Uchiha couldn't help but swallow hard. A powerhouse. The opponent was undoubtedly a true powerhouse. His strength had at least reached the level of an elite jonin. When Sasuke's calm, emotionless gaze fixed on him, Tekka shuddered from head to toe. He wasted no time making the wisest decision possible. Thud! He dropped to his knees, the impact echoing dully through the hall. He chose to beg for mercy. I'm sorry. I was wrong. I shouldn't have come looking for trouble. Please, I beg you, spare me. Tekka Uchiha's face was etched with regret, pleading over and over with Sasuke for forgiveness. Moments ago, he had been cocky and overbearing. Now, he was utterly pitiful. Please let me go. I swear I'll never do this again. He was truly terrified. Even Uchiha Yatsushiro, with jonin-level strength, had been defeated in a heartbeat. What chance did a mere chunin like him stand? At this point, he'd given up all thought of resistance. Personal dignity, the honor of the Uchiha clan, none of that mattered when his life was at stake. Sasuke's face remained impassive, as if he hadn't heard Tekka's pleas, step by relentless step, closing the distance between them. Seeing this, Tekka's expression changed dramatically. He realized that the person before him was merciless, the type who would never spare an enemy simply because they begged. Suddenly, as if struck by a desperate idea, Tekka spun around and kowtowed furiously before Izumi Uchiha. Izumi, we're family. Please forgive me. It was all Yatsushiro's idea. I never meant to target you. Please, Izumi. I'm begging you. Tears streamed down Tekka's face. He looked utterly wretched. Izumi Uchiha cast a look of disgust at him, as if he were nothing more than worthless trash. Yet for all that, she was still just a 13-year-old girl, and some kindness lingered in her heart. She turned to Sasuke, hesitating as she spoke. Sasuke, that's enough. After all, we're on clan grounds. If other clansmen see you attacking your own, it could bring a lot of trouble. All right, since Izumi's asked, I'll let you go this once. I hope you learn your lesson. Don't do anything this foolish again, or you'll run out of lives before I run out of patience. Sasuke nodded in agreement without hesitation. For him, small fry like this were beneath his concern. They wouldn't stir up any real waves. All the more so since this is Uchiha territory. Acting rashly would only cause unnecessary trouble. Remember, don't ever try to mess with Itachi again, Izumi added, her voice carrying a warning. Yes, I promise. Uchiha Tekka nodded repeatedly, as if desperately assuring her. Yet, as he watched the two walk away, his eyes suddenly turned blood-red. The three tomo of the Sharingan spun with fury, as if a raging fire was burning inside them. His expression twisted into a hideous snarl, and a dangerous aura began to radiate from his entire body. Damn it. Just two brats, and they actually forced him to kneel. It was unbearable, absolutely unforgivable. He swore to himself that one day he would take revenge. But as he was lost in thoughts of vengeance, darkness suddenly swallowed his vision, and a searing pain shot through his entire body. My eyes. Sasuke, his face cold as ice, withdrew his hand and spoke in a frigid tone. Watch your gaze, you worthless fool. It turned out that after walking some distance away, Sasuke had sensed a surge of malice behind him and immediately doubled back, destroying Tekka's eyes without hesitation. I was willing to let you go, but you still dared to harbor malice towards me. You really don't know when to quit, Sasuke said, his tone still indifferent. No, you got it wrong. I wasn't thinking about you like that. Tekka, gritting his teeth against the agony of sudden blindness, tried to defend himself, his voice trembling. I was just furious at how stupid Hakadai is, and... With a dull thud, Sasuke, not bothering to waste any more words, sent Tekka flying a dozen meters with a single kick, then turned away, completely unconcerned with the man's fate. Are you really Uchiha, Sasuke? On the road, Izumi looked up at the boy walking beside her, who was a full head shorter than she was, and hesitated before asking. Of course, I am Uchiha Sasuke, without a doubt. Sasuke turned toward her, a bright smile appearing on his face. But how can you be this powerful? Hakadai is a renowned jonin in our clan, and you defeated him as if it were nothing. Izumi's face was full of curiosity. She simply couldn't imagine how such overwhelming strength could reside in such a small body. Even your genius brother, Uchiha Itachi, couldn't have done that at your age, she exclaimed. Sasuke's expression grew serious, and his tone lowered. Izumi, let me ask you something. Do you believe in fate? Fate. Izumi tapped her lips thoughtfully with a finger, then shook her head. I don't believe in fate. Nothing is set in stone from birth. If you work hard enough, you can change anything that's supposed to be destined. Is that so? So you're not someone who believes in fate, Izumi, Sasuke said, a faint smile returning to his lips. Her thoughts were optimistic, but unfortunately, in the world of the ninja, it seemed that everything was dictated by fate. Just like Might Guy in the original story, he struggled and fought with everything he had for his whole life, and even when he was on the verge of victory, he still fell just short. In the end, it took the intervention of the Sage of Six Paths to turn the tide. If Sasuke hadn't had the aid of the system, he too would have been unable to escape the destiny that had been laid out for him. Sasuke, why are you suddenly asking me this? Is it because your strength has soared recently? Izumi turned her head, curiosity gleaming in her eyes as she looked at him. That's right. Sasuke's expression grew serious as he began to compose his explanation in earnest. The truth is, I didn't used to believe in fate either. But one day, I had a dream, a very strange dream. A dream? What kind of dream? Izumi pressed him for details right away. In my dream, I saw an old man dressed in white robes with a long beard. I was completely aware I was dreaming, but no matter what I did, I just couldn't wake up. At first I was terrified, thinking that someone had trapped me in a jinjutsu. But then, the old man with the long beard told me he was the founder of ninjutsu, the Sage of Six Paths. He told me there was nothing to fear, and he also told me, what? The Sage of Six Paths? Isn't he just a legend? Izumi's face was filled with shock and disbelief. Clearly, this was hard for her to accept. Sasuke cleared his throat. Her sudden exclamation had nearly interrupted the explanation he'd just pieced together in his mind. At first, I didn't really believe him either, until that old man told me I was actually the reincarnation of his son, Indra. He even told me how to awaken the power of my previous life. I tried it, half convinced, half skeptical, and, incredibly, I was able to gain immense strength in an instant. So, I chose to believe him, to believe that he truly was the legendary Sage of Six Paths. After all, besides the Sage of Six Paths, who else could accomplish something like that? He wanted me to awaken the power of my past life, so that I could prevent the disaster that's about to befall the Uchiha clan. What? A disaster for the whole clan? You're saying the Uchiha are going to be wiped out? That's impossible. Izumi stared at him in utter disbelief. It's true, I've noticed the atmosphere in the clan has felt a bit off lately, but it couldn't possibly escalate to the point of total annihilation. As an ordinary member of the Uchiha clan, Izumi knew little of what went on among the higher-ups, but she still thought that something as catastrophic as the extinction of their clan was simply out of the question. After all, the Uchiha were one of the largest families in the Hidden Leaf Village, an irreplaceable force within the village itself. How could they possibly be destroyed? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Sasuke sneered inwardly. The third Hokage, no matter who you are, whether you're from the Uchiha clan or a hero like Tsukumo Hatake, if he senses that you threaten his position, he'll find a way to get rid of you. What made it even crueler was that the person assigned to carry out the massacre of the clan was none other than Uchiha Itachi, the very person you liked. He would even stand by and watch as you were killed. Of course, Sasuke didn't reveal these brutal truths. After all, the girl in front of him truly liked Itachi. She knew that Itachi liked dumplings, so she worked hard to learn how to cook, making them by hand just for him. Yet, in the end, all she got in return was Itachi's cold indifference as he watched her die. Thinking about it like that, what Itachi did in the original story was nearly impossible to accept. To stand by and watch someone who liked you be killed. How could he possibly do such a thing? But this time, Sasuke would never let that tragedy happen again. With that thought, he quickly pulled himself back to the present and explained to Izumi. That's right, the Uchiha clan will be wiped out, and the mastermind behind it all is none other than the seemingly upright third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. What? Lord Third would do something like that? Why would he? Izumi gasped, her hand flying to her mouth, her eyes wide with disbelief. In that instant, the gentle and kind image she had of the third Hokage completely shattered. The reasons are complicated. All I can say is, some things you'll understand if you understand, and if you don't, there's no point in me explaining too much. You'll have to figure it out on your own. It's better not to ask any further. There are too many interests tangled up in this, and knowing more won't do either of us any good. Just pretend you never heard any of this. What I can tell you is that things here are far more complicated than they seem, with countless secrets buried beneath the surface. It'd be nearly impossible for you to uncover all the details. Most of the evidence within the clan was destroyed long ago. There are things only those in the know can understand. Uchiha Izumi, if I were no match for you, I'd really want to give you a slap right now. What on earth are you talking about? Ahem. Sasuke cleared his throat, dropping the subject and growing serious. The point is, everything is far more complicated than you think. What you need to remember is that the third Hokage is not someone you can trust. Alright, I understand. Even if I know the truth, there's nothing I can do. I'm just too weak right now. Izumi lowered her head, resignation written all over her face. Don't lose heart, Izumi. You're still young. Only 13. You have so much room to grow. One day, you'll be as strong as I am. Sasuke reached out and patted her shoulder in reassurance. Izumi. She looked at Sasuke, who was a full head shorter than her, and couldn't help but feel there was something a little off about this. But soon enough, she brushed aside her doubts and turned her earnest gaze back to Sasuke's face. What is it, Izumi? Don't tell me you've fallen for me. No, I have principles. I'd never steal Itachi's girlfriend. You brat, what nonsense are you spouting now? Izumi, slightly embarrassed, gave Sasuke a playful slap, her cheeks flushing red without her realizing. It was probably the phrase Itachi's girlfriend that made her feel a bit awkward. Ah, what an innocent girl she is. Sasuke let out a soft sigh in his heart. Based on what you just said, you're the reincarnation of Indra. So, are you really Uchiha Sasuke now, or are you Indra? Izumi looked into Sasuke's eyes, asking him earnestly. It's Indra, not whatever you just called it. Sasuke corrected her first, then answered just as seriously. I'm still me, the real Uchiha Sasuke. I've only awakened Indra's power, but I haven't inherited his memories. So I'm still myself. Is that so? Izumi asked with some doubt. But you've changed a lot. You're not like you used to be at all. HM? How am I different? Sasuke frowned slightly, beginning to wonder if his behavior had really changed so much from before. You weren't like this before. It seemed like you didn't really like me. Every time we met, you'd always put on a cold face. But now, you call me Izumi-ne and act much closer than before. So that's what she finds strange. Only now did Sasuke recall that the original Sasuke truly hadn't liked Izumi much. Whenever this woman appeared, Itachi would leave with her. The former Sasuke always felt that this woman had taken away his brother. His obsession with his brother was really hard to understand. Although his story had a few cracks, Sasuke didn't panic. There were still ways to smooth things over. Oh, now that I've gained strength, my mindset has completely changed. I'm not as childish as I used to be. But weren't you a bit too harsh when dealing with the Uchiha elders? That's not something a 7-year-old could do. Izumi pressed on. Oh, that's just because my power's grown so quickly that I couldn't control it for a moment. Honestly, I just wanted to teach them a little lesson. Izumi was at a loss for words. A broken arm, blinded eyes, and electrocuted until they're charred from head to toe. That's what you call a little lesson. All right, Izumi-ne, anything else you want to ask? I can give you a perfectly reasonable explanation, Sasuke said, putting on a serious face. All right, I believe you're Sasuke now. A smile finally appeared on Izumi's face. If you were that Indra, there would have been no reason for you to save me when Uchiha Yatsushiro bullied me, right? Ah, this girl finally believes me. Sasuke felt a bit helpless. As expected, once you start lying, you always need more lies to cover it up. But then again, this wasn't really a lie. After all, the original Sasuke truly was Indra's reincarnation. So, Sasuke made up his mind. Not to remain just another ordinary child of the Uchiha clan, but to become the very ancestor of the Uchiha himself. After all, it was common knowledge that Indra was the founder of the Uchiha clan. And Sasuke Uchiha was, in fact, Indra's reincarnation. That means, in a way, he was the ancestor of the Uchiha. No problem at all. Utterly reasonable. As for those who didn't believe him or dare to question, he would simply let them witness the power of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and the 6th Tomo Rinnegan. Let's see if they still dare doubt him then. If you deal with those who question you, then there are no problems in this world that can't be solved. The two of them walked and talked, soon arriving at a fork in the road. Sasuke, would you like to come to my house? To thank you for saving me, I'll make my specialty, 3-color dango, for you. Izumi invited him with a bright smile. No, I have something urgent at home. Maybe next time, I'll try your 3-color dango. Sasuke shook his head, politely turning down her invitation. All right, but you have to come next time, okay? Izumi seemed a little disappointed. Every time this girl appeared, Itachi would leave with her, so the original Sasuke always thought she had taken his brother away. Brother-obsessed types were truly difficult to understand. Although his story was starting to have a few holes, Sasuke didn't feel flustered. He believed he could still keep the act going. Now that I have power, my mindset is completely different. I won't make those childish mistakes anymore. But the methods you used against the 8th generation Uchihas were far too ruthless, weren't they? That's not something a 7-year-old could do. Izumi pressed further. Oh, that was simply because my strength increased too quickly. I lost control for a moment. Honestly, I only meant to teach them a little lesson. Izumi fell silent. A broken arm, blindness in both eyes, their bodies charred black by lightning. And you call that a little lesson? All right, Izumi, do you have any other questions? I can give you a reasonable explanation for everything, Sasuke said with a perfectly serious face. Okay, I believe you're really Sasuke now. Suddenly, Izumi's face blossomed with a smile. If you were really that Luo, you wouldn't have stepped in to save me when an 8th-generation Uchihas bullied me. At last, the girl believed him. Sasuke felt a touch of exhaustion. Truly, a single lie needs 1,000 more to patch it up. But he didn't think this was really a lie. After all, the original Sasuke really was Indra's reincarnation. So, Sasuke made up his mind once again. He wouldn't be just another child of the Uchiha clan. He would become the ancestor of the Uchiha. After all, everyone knew Indra was the founder of the Uchiha clan. And Sasuke Uchiha was Indra's reincarnation. That made him the ancestor of the Uchiha. Absolutely no problem. Completely reasonable. If anyone refuses to believe, if they dare to doubt, then let them witness the power of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and the 6th-tomo Rinnegan. Let's see if they still have the nerve to deny it. As long as those who question are silenced, there's no problem in this world that can't be solved. The two of them chatted as they walked, soon arriving at a fork in the road. Sasuke, would you like to come over to my place for a while? To thank you for saving me, I'd love to treat you to my specialty, tricolor dango. Izumi invited him with a smile. No, I have something urgent to take care of at home. Maybe next time I'll get to try your dango. Sasuke shook his head, politely declining. All right, but you have to promise to come over sometime. Izumi waved goodbye, a hint of disappointment in her eyes. Before long, each of them headed home in different directions. As Sasuke reached his front door, he saw Uchiha Makoto standing outside in an apron. Seeing her son return unexpectedly, she looked at him in surprise and asked, Huh? Shouldn't you be at the Ninja Academy at this hour? Why are you home? Sasuke didn't answer her directly, instead asking, Where's Itachi? Is he home? Makoto smiled and shook her head. Oh, so you're missing your big brother. But you might be disappointed. He took on a mission 2 weeks ago and hasn't come back yet. She sighed, a trace of helplessness in her voice. Your brother always makes me worry. He's been gone so long on this mission and still isn't home. After a moment of concern for Itachi, Makoto shifted her focus back to scolding her youngest son. Sasuke, I know you miss your brother, but this isn't the right way. Good children shouldn't leave school early without permission. And another thing. Her words came rapid fire, one after another. That familiar nagging returned, and to Sasuke, it felt strangely comforting. Truly, all mothers are born to nag. Mom, that's enough. I didn't sneak out. I asked my teacher for leave, and I only came home after getting permission. Sasuke interrupted, offering a brief explanation before slipping quickly into his room, relying on his memory of the house. All right, I can't talk now. I've got things to take care of, he called out as he closed the door behind him. Makoto could only sigh in resignation as she stared at the closed door. He really is a handful, but Sasuke seems a little different today. Inside his room, Sasuke let out a long, weary sigh. A mother's nagging truly is one of life's greatest headaches. His original plan had been to find Itachi at home, to persuade him to turn against Danzo at the crucial moment, sabotaging his schemes from within. But Itachi had been away on a mission for 2 weeks and still hadn't returned. Sasuke could almost be certain, right now, Itachi was probably preparing himself mentally for the night the clan would be annihilated. After sitting down carelessly, Sasuke mulled over his situation. Even if he met Itachi now, persuading him would be difficult. After all, he didn't have Naruto's gift of gab, that uncanny eloquence that could turn black into white and bring the dead back to life with words alone. Given that, perhaps it was more practical to wait for the night of the clan's downfall and give Itachi a solid thrashing then. Kids who don't listen usually just need a good beating. That's the cure for disobedience. He secretly anticipated the moment he could finally see a look of genuine surprise on Itachi's perpetually cold and indifferent face. With this thought, Sasuke walked over to the mirror and activated the power in his eyes. In an instant, his right eye transformed, the pupil spinning into a complex 6-pointed star, the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Meanwhile, his left eye turned a striking shade of purple, 6-tomo neatly arrayed inside, the 6-tomo Rinnegan. This was his first time seeing himself with both eyes fully awakened. At that moment, his entire demeanor radiated with wild arrogance and commanding presence. If he were to utter, "Do you wish to dance as well?" it would be as if Madara Uchiha himself had returned to the world. Satisfied with his own formidable appearance, Sasuke decided it was time to test the true power of these eyes. He pulled a book from his drawer, one about the Will of Fire. The cover clearly stated it was written by the third Hokage, Uruzan Tsurutobi, whose kindly smiling face was also printed on the front. How annoying, Sasuke muttered. Without hesitation, he unleashed Amaterasu upon the book. In an instant, black flames devoured it whole, and before long, nothing remained but a pile of ashes. Perfect. Killing, looting, erasing all traces. Such a power was essential in any situation. After incinerating the third Hokage's brainwashing manual, Sasuke found himself feeling strangely relieved. Next, it was time to test the power of the Rinnegan. He set his sights on the pillow resting on the bed across the room. The next moment, the six-tomo Rinnegan's power surged forth. Heavenly Hand power. In the blink of an eye, Sasuke vanished from where he stood and reappeared at the head of the bed, while the pillow that had been there now occupied the spot he'd just left. Within a certain range, he could freely swap the positions of any two objects. This was the special ability granted by his six-tomo Rinnegan. The entire process was utterly silent, completed in an instant, with no warning whatsoever, almost impossible to guard against. With this ability, even facing Obito with his Kamui, Sasuke would have nothing to fear. Without delay, Sasuke summoned all the items he'd won in his recent 10 consecutive draws, taking them out of the system's inventory. A flash of white light, and a pile of objects appeared before him. The most eye-catching among them was a life-size doll. Driven by scientific curiosity, Sasuke examined it closely, not because he was interested in the thing itself, of course. The doll was impressively large, its skin smooth to the touch, and aside from being unable to move, it was almost indistinguishable from a real person. Of course, Sasuke emphasized once again that he was acting purely out of curiosity, with absolutely no ulterior motives. Even if he did have any thoughts, in his current 7-year-old body, all he could do was look, nothing more. After studying for half an hour, Sasuke lost interest. He then picked up 2 vials filled with green liquid from the pile of items. These were none other than the Super Soldier Serum from the Marvel Universe, precious concoctions that could instantly turn someone into a super warrior. Gazing at the 2 vials in his hand, Sasuke pondered for a moment and asked the system, "System, if I take both vials at once, will the effects stack?" The effects will indeed stack, and there are no side effects. You can even freely control your physique. Fantastic! A spark of excitement flashed in Sasuke's eyes. As expected, the system's products never disappoint. Without hesitation, he downed both vials in one gulp. The serum transformed into pure energy, rapidly spreading throughout Sasuke's body. In the next instant, his muscles swelled at an astonishing rate, ripping his clothes apart, while his height shot up from just over a meter to a towering 2 meters. Dark, sticky substances oozed from his skin, and at the same time, his hair grew longer and thicker, cascading all the way down to his thighs. Yet, remarkably, his shorts remained perfectly intact. He couldn't help but mock himself. Perhaps in this universe, the resilience of shorts had surpassed that of diamonds. My God, I look just like a Super Saiyan 3 now. Sasuke exclaimed in amazement as he looked at his reflection in the mirror. Except for his hair, which was still black, his appearance was almost identical to a Super Saiyan from Dragon Ball. At this moment, he could feel every part of his body surging with boundless power. If the third Hokage were here right now, Sasuke felt he could defeat him with a single punch. However, the black substance clinging to his body was making him uncomfortable, so he quickly grabbed some tissues and wiped himself clean, instantly feeling much better. Next, he decided to test his defense in this new form. Taking a kunai, he stabbed it hard against his own skin, only to have the blade snap in 2 while he remained completely unscathed. This level of physical defense is simply unbelievable. Ordinary ninja attacks are now completely useless against me. Sasuke stared at his sturdy muscles in the mirror, utterly astonished. Just then, Uchiha Makoto's voice suddenly rang out from outside the door. "Sasuke, I've cut up a fruit platter for you. I'm coming in to bring it to you." Click. It was the sound of the door latch being drawn back. Oh no, he'd forgotten to lock the door. Sasuke's heart skipped a beat. He absolutely couldn't let his mother see him like this. He'd been so absorbed in the changes of his new form that he hadn't noticed anything happening outside the door. He never expected Makoto Uchiha to be at the door already, and he hadn't sensed a thing. It was already too late to speak up and stop her. He quickly withdrew his power, and in the instant Makoto Uchiha pushed open the door, he swiftly reverted to the appearance of a 7-year-old boy. Creak! The door swung open. "Mom, why didn't you knock before coming in?" Sasuke frowned, trying to take the initiative. Makoto didn't reply right away. Instead, she seemed not to have heard him at all. Her eyes widened in shock, her face frozen in disbelief, and her trembling finger pointed at a corner of the room. "Sasuke, can you tell me, what on earth is that?" Following her gaze, Sasuke turned his head, and his eyes widened in an instant. Oh no, he'd completely forgotten to put away that doll. There it was, lying quietly on the bed, its back arched in a posture that could easily be misunderstood. Heavens, how did I not realize that this pose would make people think of something weird? He imagined posting for advice. What do you do when your parents find out you bought a doll at home? Urgent. Need answers fast. Yet Sasuke remained perfectly calm, his mind unusually steady. If this had happened in his original world, he'd have already been planning to move to another planet. But where was he now? This was the world of Naruto, a land brimming with all sorts of extraordinary powers. In the next instant, in a corner hidden from Mikoto's view, his left eye suddenly transformed into the 6th Tomo Rinnegan. Amino Tajikura. With a flash, the doll on the bed vanished, leaving behind only a single emerald green leaf. Sasuke had used his ability to swap the positions of the doll and a leaf from the tree outside. The exchange was completed in less than a tenth of a second, his Rinnegan shutting off the moment it finished. Who would have thought that the Rinnegan's first real use would be to get him out of such a trivial predicament? Of course, there were even easier ways, like using the Mangekyo Sharingan to erase Mikoto's memory. But to use the Mangekyo on his mother? He could never bring himself to do that. Mom, what are you talking about? Sasuke looked at Mikoto with an innocent expression, as if he couldn't understand why she was so surprised. The doll. Where's the doll that was just on your bed? Mikoto pointed to the spot where the doll had been. A doll? What doll? Mom, what are you talking about? I don't really get it. Sasuke scratched his head, putting on a look of pure bewilderment. Could it be that I was seeing things? Mikoto blinked hard and looked back at Sasuke's bed. There was nothing there. I suppose I really must have imagined it. That's right, Mom. You must have been seeing things. Why would I buy a doll? Those are toys for girls. I'd never buy one. Sigh. I can't believe I'm already having vision problems at my age. Sigh. Mikoto pressed her hand to her forehead and let out a weary sigh. At this point, Sasuke finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had managed to muddle through, and wouldn't have to consider moving to another planet after all. Just as Sasuke was silently celebrating, Mikoto suddenly asked another question, her tone laced with fresh suspicion. Sasuke, can you tell Mom why you're only wearing a pair of shorts? And why are there so many tissues scattered on the floor? Oh no, not again. One trouble hadn't even passed before another began. Was there really no way out for him? Sasuke lamented inwardly. Sasuke, Mom wants to hear your explanation. You're still young. You shouldn't be playing with these things. Mikoto began to lecture him seriously. Mom, you misunderstood. I used those tissues to wipe away sweat. It's really not what you're thinking. Sasuke decided to be honest this time, rather than using his Rinnegan to secretly move the tissues away. If he used his ability again, Mikoto would definitely notice something strange. If that led to her discovering the business with Teacher Tsang, it would all fall apart. He couldn't risk losing everything over something so trivial. Sasuke, don't try to fool Mom. You need to have the courage to admit what you've done. Lying is wrong. I'm not here to blame you, but you're still too young. Doing this sort of thing isn't good for your health. Mikoto continued to advise her son, clearly not believing a word of Sasuke's explanation. I really was just using them to wipe away sweat. I was training in my room just now, and I got really sweaty. Oh, you child. Mikoto shook her head in exasperation and set the fruit platter down on the table. I won't say more. When Itachi gets home, I'll have him talk to you. After all, you always listen to your brother. I already said I was wiping sweat. Why does no one believe me when I tell the truth? Sasuke was feeling helpless too. Mikoto let out a sigh and walked out of Sasuke's room. Sasuke changed into a clean set of clothes in silence. He felt he couldn't stay at home for the time being. His mother Uchiha Mikoto's gaze put him under too much pressure. Besides, he needed to quickly retrieve the doll. He couldn't risk someone else finding it. For the record, it wasn't that he couldn't bear to part with it, nor did he have any intention of using it again. It's just that if another child found it, the consequences would be far too embarrassing. For the sake of the children of the ninja world, he had to remove such things himself. Luckily, as he stepped outside, he saw the doll still lying quietly beneath the tree, unnoticed by anyone. Sasuke let out a breath of relief and quickly stowed the doll away in his system backpack. Now, he began to plan his next steps. He had no intention of sitting around waiting for the night of the massacre. He had to start preparing in advance. As it happened, today was the day of the clan meeting. Perhaps he could try to warn his clansmen ahead of time and give Danzo an unexpected surprise. At that moment, just as he was approaching the entrance to the Uchiha clan's main hall, Sasuke was stopped by a clansman with a scar across his face. Whose kid is wandering around here? Hurry home. This is not a place for children like you, the man barked. Hey, Ryosuke, watch it. That's the clan leader Fugaku's youngest son. His name is Sasuke Uchiha. Another clansman, Uchiha Shubei, quickly reminded his companion, urging him to be more mindful of Sasuke's identity. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Ryosuke glanced down at Sasuke, his brow arching slightly as he spoke in a cool, detached tone. Oh, so you're the clan leader's son. My mistake. I didn't recognize you. But honestly, your talent is a far cry from your older brothers. I've never cared for those who rely on status without strength to back it up. So if I didn't recognize you, it's only natural. If your brother Itachi were here, I'd recognize him in an instant. For some reason, this man seemed to harbor a particular hostility toward Sasuke, and perhaps even toward his entire family. While belittling Sasuke, he went out his way to praise Itachi, clearly trying to sow discord between the two brothers. Yet Sasuke couldn't care less about his motives. Since the man was so arrogant, Sasuke saw no reason to back down. Oh, now that you know who I am, why don't you step aside and let me through? Don't block the way, Sasuke replied, his tone icy. What did you just say, brat? Ryosuke's anger flared instantly, veins bulging on his face, and his scar twitching like a restless centipede. Don't think your father's position means I won't lay a finger on you. Or do you imagine you're the great Itachi Uchiha himself? Crack, crack. Ryosuke's knuckles popped sharply, the sound as crisp as firecrackers going off, an intimidating display meant to rattle the boy standing before him. So what if he's the clan leader's son? In the end, he's just a child. Yet Sasuke simply remained cold and unflinching. Move aside. I have no interest in wasting time with someone like you. Out of respect for our clan, I'll give you 10 seconds to disappear. Otherwise, you'll never get another chance to leave, Sasuke declared, his voice low and firm. 10-9. A laugh burst from Ryosuke's lips, more incredulous than amused. Well, I've never met such an insolent brat. Today's truly an education. You think status alone gives you free reign? Let me teach you a lesson, kid. This is the Uchiha clan. Here, only strength matters. Your supposed status means nothing to me. Let me do Fugaku a favor and teach you some humility, you arrogant little brat. The next instant, Ryosuke swung his fist at Sasuke's head. But before the blow could land, someone intervened. It wasn't Sasuke, but his companion, Uchiha Shubei. Ryosuke, calm down. Don't be reckless. The clan leader is still inside, in the middle of a meeting. If you lay a hand on his son right outside the hall, there'll be no way to explain yourself. Shubing held tightly onto Ryusuke, refusing to let him approach Sasuke. What rotten luck. Why did something like this have to happen to me? Shubing silently bemoaned his fate. If only he'd known, he never would have agreed to stand guard here with Ryusuke. If the clan leader's son really got hurt, he'd never escape responsibility. Young Master Sasuke, please, you should go back now. There's a meeting happening inside, and they're discussing matters of great importance. For our clan's future, no one is allowed in without permission. Even though I'm a special jounin, I don't have the right to enter. While gripping Ryusuke firmly, Uchiha Shubing patiently tried to reason with Sasuke. If I let you inside without authorization, I'll be severely punished. So, please, young Master Sasuke, don't make things difficult for me. If you need to see the clan leader, it's best to wait at home. He should return soon after the meeting ends. Shubing's words were earnest and reasonable, leaving Sasuke little room to force his way in. After all, he was always one to listen to reason. After a moment's thought, Sasuke replied to Shubing. I have something extremely important that I must tell everyone, so I need to go in. Of course, this is my own decision and has nothing to do with you. I promise you won't get dragged into it. Uchiha Shubing managed a helpless, bitter smile, about to try persuading him again, when suddenly he felt a powerful surge from his grip. Ryusuke had broken free. Ryusuke shoved Shubing aside and shouted angrily. Why bother talking to this brat? When a kid doesn't listen, you just give him a good beating. Stop, Ryusuke. Calm down. Seeing what was about to happen, Shubing quickly pulled away from Ryusuke and shouted to stop him. Calm down? I am calm. Even if Fugaku were here, I'd still teach this brat a lesson today. Ryusuke's face twisted with fury as he yelled, his emotions boiling over. With a soundproof barrier around the room, he wasn't worried about Fugaku overhearing. In Ryusuke's eyes, Fugaku always caved into pressure from the Konoha leadership, sacrificing the clan's interests, and that left him deeply dissatisfied. If he could take Fugaku on in a fight, he would have taught the clan leader a lesson long ago. He couldn't hit the clan leader, but now, with the chance to discipline his son, Ryusuke wasn't about to let slip by. With that, Ryusuke raised his palm, gathering force, and brought it crashing down toward the top of Sasuke's head. Ryusuke swung his palm toward Sasuke's head. You little brat, get on your knees and apologize to me right now. With a sharp smack, Sasuke calmly reached out his hand, effortlessly blocking the blow. Then, with a swift motion, he seized Ryusuke's wrist and twisted it backward. There was a sickening crack. Ryusuke Uchiha's entire hand was forcefully bent in the wrong direction. Arg, you bastard. I'll kill you. The intense pain drove Ryusuke completely mad, and in a flash, his Sharingan spun into the two-tomo form. Seeing this, Sasuke let out a dismissive snort. TCH, just a worthless two-tomo. Was that supposed to impress me? Crack, crack. With lightning speed, Sasuke delivered 2 brutal kicks, shattering Ryusuke's knees. Kneel before me? You're not even worthy. Sasuke's eyes were icy cold, his gaze like that of a king looking down on ants, exuding an aura of absolute dominance. Ryusuke could only scream in agony. Enough noise. Sasuke frowned in annoyance, then reached out and gripped Ryusuke's jaw with a sudden squeeze. Another snap rang out. Ryusuke's jaw was crushed in an instant. Now, he could no longer scream. Only guttural, muffled whimpers escaped his throat. Much quieter. Nodding in satisfaction, Sasuke tossed him aside with the indifference of someone discarding trash. There was a soft thud as Ryusuke hit the ground. Shuhei Uchiha, terrified, collapsed onto the floor. And murder. You actually attacked and nearly killed a fellow Uchiha on clan grounds. His voice trembled, his fingers shaking uncontrollably as he pointed at Sasuke. It was too horrifying. Ryusuke, who possessed the strength of an elite jonin, had been treated like a helpless chick, utterly powerless in Sasuke's grasp. Until now, Shuhei would never have imagined that Ryusuke's fate could be so utterly one-sided. Murder. Sasuke's brow furrowed with faint irritation. Don't throw around baseless accusations. I didn't kill him. I just taught him a small lesson. Shuhei glanced uneasily at Ryusuke, who now hovered on the brink of death. In truth, this was a fate far worse than death. He then looked at Sasuke, whose face remained completely indifferent. At last, Shuhei nodded vigorously. Why yes, you're absolutely right. Well then, may I go in now? Sasuke asked with a calm, almost pleasant smile. Please, go ahead. Shuhei stumbled hastily out of the way, desperate not to share Ryusuke's fate. Inside, the Uchiha clan meeting was underway. A circle of clan members knelt together, and to the untrained eye, it might almost look like a group of children playing a game of Duck Duck Goose. Although the way the Uchiha hold their meetings is rather odd and even a bit comical, only the most important figures in the clan are allowed to be present here. Most of the attendees are influential elders of the family, along with elite jonin known for their formidable strength. Ordinary jonin are also permitted to attend, but they mostly sit on the outer edges, allowed to listen but not to speak. After all, today's clan meeting is of utmost importance. It concerns the very interests of the family, and there can be no room for carelessness. Bang! The radical representative, Uchiha Sajin, suddenly slammed his hand down on the floor. He glared across at Fugaku, showing no mercy as he unleashed his anger. Fugaku, you're far too soft. The third Hokage is trampling all over the Uchiha, treating us with utter contempt, and yet you still choose to compromise. I supported you for clan leader back then, and that has turned out to be the biggest mistake of my life. How blind I was. I thought you would lead our clan to rise and prosper, but instead, under your leadership, we've only grown more and more diminished. If things continue this way, I'm convinced the Uchiha will eventually face total destruction under your rule. You're not fit to be our clan leader at all. At this, Uchiha Sajin paused deliberately. As the eyes of the clan members all turned his way, he revealed his true intentions, his voice suddenly rising with fervor. That's why I propose we replace the clan leader. Let someone truly capable take charge. Only then will the Uchiha flourish. Only then can we become the greatest clan in the shinobi world. Only then. Enough. Silence. Before he could finish, an angry shout cut him off. Even a clay figure has its temper, let alone Fugaku, the head of the Uchiha clan. Immediately, he fired back. What do you know? All you do is shout and complain here day after day. Do you have any idea how much effort I've poured into the clan's growth? During the Third Great Ninja War, if not for my bloody battles, would the Uchiha have the status we hold today? If not for my steady leadership, would we now enjoy such a stable environment for development? Huh, don't make me laugh. You call your weakness steady leadership? That's a joke. Uchiha Sajin couldn't help but burst out laughing. The constant oppression by Konoha's higher-ups, our clan's achievements in the war erased, our lands forcibly relocated, and then being blamed for the Nine-Tails incident. Is this what you call steady leadership? In a flash, Uchiha Sajin's Sharingan spun into the three-tomo form, his crimson eyes locking fiercely onto Fugaku. A menacing aura radiated from him, pressing down on his opponent. Tell me, Fugaku, what exactly have your policies brought us? Aside from our interests being devoured again and again, what else have we gained? Tell me, Fugaku. In a flash, Fugaku refused to back down. He too activated his three-tomo Sharingan, and an even more powerful aura surged forth from him. Watch your attitude, Sonin. I am the clan leader. You have no right to question my decisions. A cold laugh escaped Uchiha Sonin, the corners of his lips curling into a mocking sneer. Fugaku, is that all you have? That weak, feeble argument. It seems you truly aren't fit to remain in the position of clan leader any longer. I propose that I, Uchiha Sonen, take Fugaku's place and become the new head of the Uchiha clan. Here and now, I promise you, Sonen Uchiha will never compromise with the Konoha leadership, not even by half a step. Furthermore, I will reclaim all the interests that have been taken from us. At the very least, that old dog, the third Hokage, will have to give us a seat on the Konoha Council of Elders. Well then, let's settle this. Who's in favor and who's against? As his voice faded, more than half of the Uchiha clansmen raised their hands, their voices echoing one after another. Seconded. Seconded. I support this. I also believe Sonen is better suited to be our leader. Seeing that Sonen had gathered the support of half the clan, Fugaku's expression darkened. So Sonen came prepared. I didn't expect so many to stand behind him. Though the situation was unexpected, Fugaku was not blinded by anger. He maintained his composure, his voice steady as he asked, "Oh, since you're so eager to replace me as clan head, tell me, when faced with pressure from the third Hokage, what will you do? Isn't it obvious?" Sonen snapped. "We fight back. Let that old dog taste the might of the Uchiha. Endlessly backing down will only embolden our enemies. The only way to reclaim what's ours is to strike first." Yes, at this moment, the Uchiha truly believed that the Konoha leadership was simply playing a game of political maneuvering, never suspecting that the third Hokage would go so far as to plot their destruction. That is why, in the original story, when Itachi wiped out the clan, the Uchiha were caught completely off guard. "Oh, so you're actually planning to lead our entire clan in revolt?" Fugaku pressed on, his tone unruffled. "Oomph. And what of it? This isn't rebellion. We're simply taking back what rightfully belongs to us. Don't forget, the Uchiha were founders of Konoha. We are its true masters." "Fool. That path will only lead the clan to ruin. Konoha's might is far beyond anything we can stand against. To confront them head-on is like throwing an egg against a boulder." Fugaku did not hold back his scorn. "Fugaku, you're just boosting the enemy's morale while crushing our own. The Uchiha are the strongest clan in the shinobi world. We have nothing to fear from that old Sarutobi." A surge of absolute confidence radiated from Sonen, as if the third Hokage were nothing more than a paper tiger, someone he could swat aside at will. "Yes, we, the Uchiha, fear nothing. That's right, we Uchiha are unbeatable." The Uchiha clansmen who supported Sajin echoed his words. "Konoha has Jiraiya, one of the legendary 3 Sannin," Fugaku asked in a deep, serious voice. "We have the Sharingan." In the next moment, the Uchihas, siding with Sajin, all activated their Sharingan at once. Pairs of eyes glowed with an eerie red light. "Konoha has Tsunade, the strongest medical ninja in the entire shinobi world. We have the Sharingan." Konoha Zumbu is filled with elite shinobi. "We have the Sharingan." Konoha has the root, led by Danzo. "We have the Sharingan." Fugaku fell silent. He drew a deep breath. In the end, the arrogance of his clansmen was something written into their very blood, especially those who had awakened the 3-Tomo Sharingan. Every single one of them thought they were invincible, that defeating the third Hokage would be as easy as beating a child. After a long silence, Fugaku finally spoke. "Fine. So, Sajin, you want to be clan head, do you? Then defeat me, and you'll be the next Uchiha leader." "Ha! Just what I wanted." Uchiha Sajin sprang to his feet, excitement flickering in his eyes as he licked his lips. "To be honest, Fugaku, I've been itching to give you a good beating for a while now." Without a word, Fugaku stood up as well, ready to let his fist show his clansmen a dose of reality. But just at that moment, a thunderous crash resounded as the doors exploded inward. At the same time, a slightly exaggerated voice rang out. "What do we have here? A pack of mutts holding a grand assembly. Now that's a rare sight. Who's there?" The gathered Uchiha were startled, all turning their heads toward the entrance. Their curiosity was piqued as well. Just who could be so audacious, so reckless, as to barge into the Uchiha clan's meeting like this? As the dust settled, a small figure came into view before everyone. When they caught sight of who it was, Fugaku's face immediately darkened. Never in his wildest imagination did he expect the intruder to be Sasuke, who had just managed to insult every clansman present. Mutt, even if he didn't know exactly what it meant, it sure didn't sound like a compliment. Damn it, what were those 2 guards at the door doing, letting the kid stroll right in? And since when had Sasuke become so brazen and reckless? He immediately thundered. "Sasuke, what are you doing here? This isn't a place for a kid like you. Hurry up and get back home." Wearing his sternest expression, Fugaku unleashed the full weight of paternal authority. TCH. Fugaku, is this the son you raised? No manners at all, barging right into a clan assembly like it's nothing. On the other side, Sajin seized the chance to mock him. Fugaku ignored him, continuing to scold Sasuke with a sharp glare. Hurry up, get yourself home, and wait for me. Honestly, go wild the moment I turn my back. Just wait till I get back. You'll see how I'll teach you a lesson. You'll know what's coming to you. Shut up. Who do you think you are? You think you're worthy of lecturing me? But before the words were even finished, they were cut off abruptly. It was Sasuke who interrupted, meeting Fugaku's gaze with a cold, indifferent look, as if he didn't even acknowledge this man as his father. You're a coward. When the third Hokage puts on the pressure, all you do is hide like a turtle. And you think you're in any position to lecture me. WH, what did you just say? Fugaku's face grew dark, stunned that his own 7-year-old son would dare insult him, and right in front of so many members of the clan. Was this really the same son who used to bow his head respectfully and call him father whenever they met? Get out of here. Clan matters aren't for a brat like you to mouth off about. Fugaku's expression hardened. This is no place for your nonsense, and you're too young to have any business at a clan meeting. Now get out of here right now. Sasuke gave a derisive snort. The one who should get lost is you. Whenever something happens, you hesitate and waver. When it comes to that old third Hokage, all you do is back down again and again. Calling you a coward is actually giving you too much credit. He's right when he says you're not fit to be clan leader. Not a word of it is wrong. As he spoke, Sasuke pointed toward Uchiha Munenori, standing on the other side. A collective gasp swept through the Uchiha. No one had imagined a son would dare speak to his own father that way. Utterly outrageous. They turned their eyes to Fugaku, their expressions tinged with mockery, as if to say, so this is our clan leader? Can't even control his own child. Noticing the looks his clan members were giving him, Fugaku couldn't keep his composure any longer. His face was now dark as winter ice. You ungrateful brat. Let's see if I don't break your legs. It was one thing for others to say he wasn't fit to be clan leader, but now even his 7-year-old son was saying it? Unforgivable. And today, he'd lost all dignity in front of everyone. He was determined to beat some sense into the boy. At once, Fugaku strode toward Sasuke, and with every step, the fire in his eyes blazed hotter. Oh boy, this was about to get interesting. The classic father-son showdown was about to unfold. Everyone could hardly wait to see what would happen next. The whole Uchiha crowd had become eager spectators, ready to enjoy the spectacle. But just as Fugaku made it halfway, a figure stepped in to block his path. Fugaku, don't get so worked up. He's just a kid, speaking his mind. There's no need to lose your temper over this. Uchiha Munenori stood squarely in front of Fugaku, smiling genially. And besides, I see real promise in your son. At least he's got a backbone. More that could be said for you. I bet he'll grow up to be a genius on par with Uchiha Itachi. Then he turned to face Sasuke, grinning as he asked, Kid, I like your style. Your name's Sasuke, right? Excellent. The Uchiha needs spirited young men like you. With that, he stretched out his hand towards Sasuke from afar, his expression bold and hearty. Come on, kid. How about becoming my grandson? I promise I can unlock your potential better than Fugaku ever could. I can help you become the youngest powerhouse in our clan. Fugaku. Good grief. He'd never met anyone so shameless. Trying to snatch his own son right in front of him. Was this man really so eager to take advantage of him? If Sasuke accepted Sajin as his grandfather, wouldn't that make Fugaku Sajin's son? Sajin, don't you think you're going a bit too far? I'm only joking, Fugaku. No need to take it so seriously. Sajin shrugged indifferently, making it clear he was only doing this to get under Fugaku's skin. Then he turned back to Sasuke with a smile. So what do you say, kid? Want to call me grandpa? Sasuke looked at him coolly and replied, Get lost. Who do you think you are? You're nothing but a mad dog barking nonsense. I wouldn't even let you polish my shoes. What did you say, you brat? Sajin's smile froze, clearly not expecting such blatant disrespect from his kid. Trash. Who are you calling trash? Sajin's face was now completely dark. Oh, don't get me wrong. I'm not just talking about you. Sasuke's gaze swept over everyone in the room. Leaning forward, he spoke in a calm, steady voice. I mean, all of you here are trash. A thunderous uproar erupted, as if a massive boulder had been thrown into a tranquil lake. The Uchiha present burst out in outrage. Arrogant. Utterly arrogant. Everyone here was at least a jonin, and yet, when had they ever been subjected to such humiliation, especially from a 7-year-old child? Kid, do you have any idea what you're saying? You little brat. Watch your mouth. No one here's going to let you off easy. Fugaku, look at the son you've raised. He has no respect for his elders at all. One after another, the Uchihas got to their feet. Several even activated their 3-Tomo Sharingan, glaring furiously at Sasuke. Don't try to deny it. You're all trash, Sasuke scoffed, meeting the fierce aura of those spinning Sharingan eyes with unwavering defiance. If you ask me, there's no real difference between your so-called moderates and hardliners. You're all trash. The moderates only know how to compromise when faced with oppression, constantly selling out the clan's interests until you're nothing but fish on the chopping block. And the so-called hardliners? All bark, no bite. You're just mad dogs who do nothing but shout rebellion, rebellion all day long, without ever taking any real action. If you talk about rebellion, have you even made any preparations? Have you gathered any intelligence? Do you have any family defense measures in place? What about emergency plans for unexpected situations? Nothing. All you ever do is shout slogans every day. What? Do you think yelling slogans will shout the third Hokage and Danzo to death? I bet you useless bunch don't even know whether the clan's secrets have already been leaked. Utterly useless, all of you. Sasuke lashed out in anger, his voice rising above every other Uchiha present. Having read the original story, Sasuke truly felt that the so-called Uchiha radicals were nothing but a bunch of fools who only knew how to chant empty slogans. They talked about rebellion all the time, but it was just talk. There wasn't a shred of real preparation. The most convincing evidence? On the night the clan was wiped out, every Uchiha except Sasuke and Itachi perished. And on the Konoha side, not a single casualty. If the Uchiha had made any preparations at all, it wouldn't have been so one-sided. Konoha wouldn't have emerged without a scratch. The clan is on the brink of disaster, but you're still bickering over a mere clan leader. You must have lost your minds. I was planning to discuss the coming events with you, but now I see that even saying one more word to you is a waste of time. With these words, Sasuke turned and walked away, treating the entire room of Uchiha as if they were nothing but thin air. With the collective intelligence of a pack of dim-witted dogs, lacking even the faintest sense for politics, how could a coup ever succeed? This pack of mutts was hopeless. He'd be better off acting alone, rather than letting these pig-headed teammates drag him down. Stop right there. Brat, who said you could leave? You come here, insult us, and think you can just walk away that easily? Having just been berated, Uchiha Susanoo was the first to object. He immediately stepped forward and barked out his rebuke. Let me teach you something, kid. There's a price to pay for speaking out of turn. Hands in his pockets, Sasuke didn't even spare Susanoo a glance, and continued strolling toward the exit, unhurried and at ease, as if he were just out for a leisurely walk after a meal. He'd already said it. He had no interest in wasting words on these people. Oomph. Seeing this, Susanoo snorted coldly. Fugaku, let me teach your arrogant son a lesson. You don't mind, do you? Fugaku's face was dark and wordless. His silence was clearly a tacit approval. Letting Sasuke eat a little humble pie might not be a bad thing. After all, he just insulted even his own father without a second thought. What a disgrace for a son. Besides, with Fugaku present, there was no need to worry that Sasuke would be beaten too badly. Seeing Fugaku remain silent, Uchiha Sajin's lips curled into a menacing grin. Well done, Fugaku. It's rare for us to actually agree on something. But even after saying this, he didn't act. He continued to block Fugaku's path, then turned his head to instruct another Uchiha behind him. Funhwa, go teach that brat a lesson. Just don't kill him. Hif. Leave it to me, boss. Uchiha Funhwa cracked his knuckles, striding forward with excitement all over his face. I've been itching to put this brat in his place. If it weren't for clan leader Fugaku being here, I'd have smashed that mouth of his long ago. Hif. Thanks, boss, for giving me this chance. With a loud thud, the wooden floor beneath his feet caved in slightly. Funhwa, wearing a bloodthirsty smile and exuding the ferocity of a beast unleashed, charged straight at Sasuke, intent on destroying everything in his path. Seeing Funhwa's aggressive approach, Fugaku started to panic. No matter how rebellious Sasuke was, he was still his own son, and Fugaku couldn't bear for something truly bad to happen to him. But Sajin remained firmly in front of him, making it impossible for Fugaku to step in right away. Damn it, Sajin is doing this on purpose. Cursing inwardly, Fugaku raised his voice in warning. Funhwa, don't go overboard. If you do, I won't forgive you. Relax. Funhwa knows his limits. He's just going to give Sasuke a little lesson. That's all. Uchiha Sajin replied with a smile, though inwardly he thought. At most, Sasuke might lose a few parts, say his arms and legs. I trust Funhwa knows what to do. In a flash, Uchiha Funhwa circled around and appeared right in front of Sasuke. His lips curled with excitement and malice, and he swung his fist straight at Sasuke's mouth. You little runt, let's see how you run your mouth after I break your jaw. And your limbs, too. Even before the punch landed, the air whistled violently, showing he was absolutely serious about smashing Sasuke's face. Faced with this ferocious blow, Sasuke simply raised his hand nonchalantly and blocked it with ease. Huh? What's going on? How does a brat like you have such strength? Fenghua stared in disbelief as his heavy punch was so easily stopped by such a small hand. Sasuke, for his part, had no intention of answering. He simply closed his fingers and squeezed hard. A sickening series of cracks sounded, like crushing popcorn, as the bones in Fenghua's hand shattered into fragments. Several shards pierced through his skin, and blood poured from his ruined palm. F. My hand. Damn it. Overwhelmed by pain, Uchiha Fenghua snapped, and before anyone could react, a kunai appeared in his other hand. Go to hell. A sharp kunai shot straight towards Sasuke's forehead. Sasuke simply reached out his hand, utterly calm. With a hiss, the kunai struck the center of his palm. Other than breaking the skin a little, it did absolutely nothing. Having taken 2 vials of super soldier serum, Sasuke's physical defenses were terrifying, even without transforming. Ordinary weapons like kunai or shuriken couldn't possibly hurt him. If he transformed into his muscle-bound form, not even a kunai could scratch his skin. That's how monstrous he was. Ow, how is this possible? Are you even human? Witnessing this, Fenghua was completely stunned. The kunai only managed to scratch the surface. How could anyone fight against skin thicker than a fortress wall? Crack, crack. Sasuke paid no mind to Fenghua's shock. With practiced ease, he crushed the kunai and Fenghua's bones together into dust. Ah! The intense pain tore a scream from Fenghua's throat. Just now, didn't you say you were going to smash my mouth and break my limbs? Sasuke lifted his head, a gentle smile on his face as he looked at his opponent. But in Fenghua's eyes, that was the smile of a demon. As if he already knew Sasuke's next move, Fenghua's face, pale from pain, turned even whiter. He hurriedly cut off his screams and began to beg for mercy at the top of his lungs. No, please no. I was only joking. I never meant to actually do it. Please, let me go. He started struggling desperately, trying to break free from Sasuke's grasp. But Sasuke's hands were like iron clamps. No matter how hard Fenghua fought, he couldn't escape. Help! Somebody help me. He's a monster. That's not Uchiha Sasuke, it's... Crack! With a ruthless upward kick, Sasuke shattered Fenghua's jaw, teeth and all, silencing the rest of his cries for help. Next, your arms, Sasuke announced calmly. Then, with a savage twist, he wrenched Fenghua's wrists a full 360 degrees and snapped them backward. Crack! Crack! Both of Fenghua's arms bent into grotesque, unnatural angles. Finally, your legs. Swish, swish. Crack! Crack! Like lightning, Sasuke lashed out with 2 swift kicks, shattering Fenghua's knees in an instant. Thud! Sasuke casually tossed the unconscious, pain-racked Uchiha Fenghua aside. Dusting off his hands, he murmured softly, There, just as you asked. Your mouth is broken, and your limbs are useless. Looks like I really have inherited the great empire's fine tradition of returning favors. Fenghua lay at Sasuke's feet, limp as mud. A hush fell over the crowd. No one dared breathe. At this moment, the entire Uchiha clan was frozen in shock. It happened so fast. Far too fast. He was even faster than the time they spent exercising at home in the evenings. From a moment Uchiha Fenghua made his move to when he was beaten into a cripple, the whole ordeal took less than a minute. Many of the Uchiha present had been watching with a bystander's attitude, fully expecting that this arrogant brat was about to get taught a harsh lesson. But no one could have imagined that things would end like this. Of all those present, Fugaku was undoubtedly the most shocked. He had planned to intervene only when Sasuke was on the verge of getting seriously injured, ready to reveal his Mangekyo Sharingan to save his son. Never in his wildest dreams did he expect this outcome. Fugaku, are you sure this guy is really your son? Uchiha Sonin looked over at Sasuke, who stood calmly in the distance, and questioned in a low, grave voice. Taking a deep breath, Fugaku answered with absolute certainty. No, this guy is definitely not my son. There's no way Sasuke could have the power to instantly defeat a Jonin. If he's not, then that's perfect. I don't need to hold back. A wicked grin spread across Sonin's face as he began to approach Sasuke, step by step. Not only is he impersonating an Uchiha, but he also dares to stir up trouble at our clan meeting. Clearly, he's grown tired of living. Nobody interfere. Let me deal with this fool who doesn't know his place. Sonin rolled his neck, his 3-tomo Sharingan burning a vivid crimson, and a fierce fighting spirit surged from him. If you manage to sneak into the Uchiha without being detected, you must have some skill. It's been far too long since I've enjoyed a good fight. Don't let me down. Seeing Sonin preparing to take him on alone, Fugaku hurriedly called out a warning. Careful, this one's no ordinary opponent. Relax. I'm not going to be fooled by appearances like Fenghua was. Sonin stopped 5 meters from Sasuke, a perfect distance, close enough to launch an attack or defend, and just right for weaving hand signs for jutsu. Kid, I'll give you a chance. Tell me honestly who you are and why you've infiltrated the Uchiha. If you do, I'll spare your life. Otherwise, enough talk. If you want to die, come at me. With a swift whoosh, the air split. In a flash, Sasuke's figure appeared right in front of Sonin, moving so quickly it seemed as if he'd teleported. Before Sonin could react, a heavy punch landed squarely on his chest. And yet, with a sudden burst, Sonin's form dissolved into a cloud of smoke. A shadow clone. As an elite Jonin, Sonin had some real skills. He had secretly used a shadow clone technique without anyone noticing. Oomph. Did you really think you could fool my eyes? Sasuke's figure vanished from his original spot. Up on the rafters, Sonin was hiding, hands forming seals as he prepared a sneak attack. But when Sasuke suddenly appeared right beside him, Sonin froze in astonishment. How could you have found my real body so quickly? You dodged pretty well, I'll give you that. But it's useless. Sasuke mocked him. A deafening crash erupted. The beam overhead exploded into splinters, sending shards of wood flying everywhere. Then, before everyone's eyes, Sasuke floated down gracefully, holding Sajin by the throat, carrying himself with effortless poise. I really don't know what you're trying to prove here. Sajin, his throat squeezed tight, couldn't utter a sound. What? Captain Sajin was subdued that easily. Damn it, let him go now. The Uchiha onlookers could hardly believe what they were seeing. Sajin, an elite Jonin of the Uchiha, hadn't even lasted 10 seconds before being overpowered, now dangling helplessly in Sasuke's grip like a chick in a hawk's talons. Sasuke paid no mind to the Uchiha shouts all around him. With a cold, expressionless face, he looked at the struggling Sajin and said in a flat voice, "A moment ago, you accused me of not knowing my own limits. Now, I'll show you what true recklessness looks like." Sajin's eyes went wide with terror. Sasuke's words, combined with the memory of Fenghua's wretched state, sent a chill through his soul. He began to thrash wildly, but it was all in vain. Stop! At that critical moment, it was Fugaku who stepped forward. He bellowed, the force of his anger filling the room. In an instant, his Mangekyo Sharingan flared to life. Though he and Sajin had their differences, Sajin was still an elite Jonin, a cornerstone of the clan's strength. Fugaku couldn't just let him die, especially not in front of so many clansmen. He absolutely could not let Sajin die here, before the eyes of the entire family. In the next instant, Fugaku unleashed his Mangekyo's ocular power. A mighty, invisible force surged straight at Sasuke. Oomph. Sasuke's own eternal Mangekyo Sharingan snapped open, unleashing an even more overwhelming and domineering force in response. Fugaku's power, compared to this, was but a drop in the ocean. The moment their gazes clashed, his attack was mercilessly crushed. The backlash struck Fugaku like a tidal wave. He clutched at his eyes, dropping to one knee, sweat pouring down his face in agony. With such feeble eyes, you'd best not embarrass yourself in front of me. Sasuke sneered contemptuously. So much power. My own eyes are nothing next to his. Could it be? Is that I the legendary Eternal Mangekyo? Fugaku's face was etched with horror, his own suspicion sending a chill down his spine. Oh, so you didn't know a thing or two. Sasuke lifted an eyebrow, a hint of amusement on his face. No, it can't be. In the clan's entire history, only Madara Uchiha awakened the Eternal Mangekyo. No one else ever has. Fugaku muttered under his breath, then looked at Sasuke with newfound gravity. Although I don't know why you possess the Eternal Mangekyo, since you have such eyes, even if you're not a member of the Uchiha clan, you must have some connection to us in one way or another. So, I beg you to let Zoran off this time. Everything before was just a misunderstanding. Sasuke thought for a moment, then nodded. For your sake, I'll spare his life. Still, a little punishment is unavoidable. He was acting far too arrogant just now. A sigh of relief escaped from Fugaku. So long as his life was spared, a bit of punishment was a small price to pay. But in the very next moment, Fugaku found his own thoughts laughable. Suddenly, a blinding surge of lightning burst from Sasuke's hand, crackling with terrifying energy as it engulfed Uchiha Zonran. In an instant, the lightning dissipated. Now, Zonran's entire body was wreathed in black smoke, his skin scorched and charred, and the top of his head completely bald and bare. The crowd could even catch a faint whiff of roasted meat in the air. Fugaku was stunned on the spot. Was this what Sasuke called a little punishment? Sasuke, unconcerned with what Fugaku thought, casually tossed aside the charred Zonran and turned to leave without a backward glance. This time, no one dared to utter a word in protest. If even an elite Jonin like Uchiha Zonran was defeated in a single move, anyone else who stepped forward would just be throwing their lives away. The Uchiha were known for their madness, but they weren't fools. They weren't about to rush forward to their own deaths. It wasn't until Sasuke's figure had completely vanished from sight that someone finally came to Fugaku's side, angrily demanding, "Clan leader, are we really just gonna let that guy off so easily? Oh, then why didn't you try to stop him just now?" Fugaku looked calmly at the clansman, as if he were looking at a fool. Because so?" The clansman stammered for a long time, unable to form a coherent sentence. At that moment, another member of the clan approached. "Clan leader, just now, was that eye of his the legendary Mangekyo Sharingan?" Earlier, everyone's attention had been fixed on Sasuke, so no one noticed that Fugaku had ever awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan himself. "This concerns the secrets of our clan. I'll investigate it myself in due time. There's no need for you all to worry." Fugaku's gaze was thoughtful. Then he looked down at the two barely conscious men on the ground. "For now, the most important thing is to get Zonrin and Funghua treated." Outside the Uchiha Council Hall, Sasuke felt a bit frustrated. He had clearly come to discuss important matters with the clan. So how had it all turned into a fight out of nowhere? How strange. Sasuke replayed the entire incident carefully in his mind. He hadn't started the fight. It was all just self-defense. Glancing at the sky, Sasuke saw that it was still early. He wasn't in a hurry to go back. Instead, he decided to find a place to train his abilities. Although he had gained tremendous power, it still required extensive practice to fully master this strength. Leaving the Uchiha compound behind, Sasuke made his way to the forested hills behind the Leaf Village. The woods here were thick and rarely visited by others, making it an ideal place for training. Without delay, he began his exercises. 2 hours later, after testing the abilities of his eyes, Sasuke prepared to transform into his brawniest form, eager to see just how powerful his physical strength had become. At that moment, a somewhat familiar voice called out, "Sasuke Uchiha, I finally found you." Huga Manzo emerged from between the trees, and by his side stood another Huga boy, sporting a Leaf Village forehead protector. "Cousin, that's him. During the ninja sparring match this morning, he attacked me out of nowhere, totally ignoring the rules. He even knocked out my teeth. My face and mouth hurt so much I can barely stand it." Manzo clutched his cheek with one hand and pointed accusingly at Sasuke with the other. Got it." Huga Daiki nodded, stepped in front of Sasuke, crossed his arms, and looked down at him with an air of superiority. "So you're Sasuke Uchiha? The guy who ambushed my little brother and left him injured?" "Get lost," Sasuke replied coolly, not bothering to explain himself to these kids. Interesting. Haven't met a spunky brat like you in a long time. That's the Uchiha spirit, all right." Daiki, far from getting angry, seemed all the more intrigued. "Listen up, kid. Take a good look. Your Grandmaster Huga Daiki is a genin, a real ninja. That's a level you academy dropouts can't even comprehend." He jabbed a finger at the forehead protector on his brow, wearing a smug, arrogant grin. Taking on a kid who hadn't even graduated from the academy? That was hardly a challenge for a genin like him. A one-sided affair, if ever there was one. So, when his cousin came asking for help, Daiki agreed without hesitation. Looking at this puffed-up brat in front of him, Sasuke could only shake his head in disbelief. Since when did even the genin get so cocky, acting like they were Kaga level or something? Still, Sasuke wasn't in any rush to teach them a lesson. After all, he was tired from training. Some entertainment might be just what he needed. "Oh, so, what exactly do you want? Are you here to make me apologize to your friend?" Sasuke asked calmly, meeting Daiki's gaze. Glad you know what's good for you, kid." Daiki seemed quite satisfied with Sasuke's attitude. "But knocking my brother's teeth out isn't something you can just apologize for and walk away from. So what do you want, then? Pay his medical bills?" "I don't have any money," Sasuke replied, shrugging helplessly. "You don't need to pay anything. Just let my little brother hit you back. Of course, it won't be over until he knocks out your teeth, too." "That doesn't sound very good." Sasuke started to back away, his brows furrowing. "Not willing to agree? No problem. Then I'll do it myself and knock your teeth out." Hinata Daiki cracked his knuckles, brimming with menace as he closed in on Sasuke. "Fine, I agree. Let Hinata Mansa hit me back, but don't you dare lay a hand on me." Sasuke stopped in his tracks, putting on a look as if he was genuinely afraid of Daiki stepping in. That's more like it." Daiki flashed a satisfied grin, then turned to Manza behind him and said, "Go ahead, don't hold back. With me here, you wouldn't dare fight back." "Amazing. You really are the best, cousin." Manza sang his cousin's praises, then strutted over to stand before Sasuke, pride all over his face. "Sasuke Uchiha, how does it feel? When you ambushed me this morning, did you ever imagine it would come to this? I bet you really regret it now." "Ha." Manza's face was glowing with triumph. He was eager to see the arrogant Sasuke finally show some remorse. Yet, the reality was nothing like what he expected. Sasuke simply stared back at him, expressionless. The regret Manza had hoped for was nowhere to be seen. "If you're gonna hit me, Hurry up. Stop dragging it out like some whiny kid. Damn it. That smug attitude of yours is really getting on my nerves. Monza's anger flared up. He channeled chakra into his hand and gave Sasuke a fierce slap across the cheek. Let's see if I can't knock those teeth out of your smug little mouth. Sasuke just stood there, making no move to dodge, letting the blow land squarely on his face. A sharp crack echoed through the woods. But for Sasuke, it felt like nothing more than a gentle breeze. There was no damage at all. For Monza, however, it was a very different story. Ow, my hand. Why is your face so hard? He clutched his now red and swollen hand, shock written all over his face. It felt like he just struck a slab of steel. His whole arm was left numb from the impact. Didn't you eat this morning? Put some strength into it. Sasuke took 2 steps forward, offering his face, as if begging for another hit. Why you damn it? But Monza staggered back 2 steps, not daring to try again. Cousin, this guy's face is too tough. Help me teach him a lesson. Pathetic. Daiki shot his brother a look of pure disdain. The other guy didn't even fight back, and you still couldn't land a good hit? Useless. No way a little brat's face could really be that tough. With that, Daiki stepped forward and swung his hand for a slap, only to have Sasuke intercept him, catching his arm in midair. I never agreed to let you make a move. Sasuke spoke calmly. You dare fight back? Did I give you permission to fight back? Hinata Taiki was enraged by Sasuke's action. His face twisted in fury as he tried to yank his hand free, but no matter how hard he tugged, it wouldn't budge. Astonishment crept into his heart. How could this kid be so strong? Let go, or else. I never agreed to let you get involved. Sasuke spoke calmly. You dare fight back? Did I give you permission to fight back? Hinata Daiki was infuriated by Sasuke's actions. Rage contorted his face as he tried to yank his hand free, but no matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't break Sasuke's grip. A surge of surprise flickered in his heart. How could this kid be so freakishly strong? Let go, or else if I get serious, you'll regret it. He barked a warning, a hint of unease already creeping into his voice. By the way, earlier, I think you said your name was Hinata Daiki, right? Sasuke didn't loosen his hold. Instead, he asked a question that seemed to have nothing to do with the situation. That's right, my name's Hinata Daiki. What about it? For no clear reason, an ominous feeling swept over him, as though something dreadful was about to happen. Oh, nothing. I just think it's a pretty good name. Sasuke suddenly gave Hinata Monzo a sly smile. The next moment, Sharingan. Sasuke had already given him enough face. Now, against a mere genin, he unleashed the power of his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. In an instant, a crimson Sharingan appeared in Hinata Daiki's eyes. What is this? A jolt of shock shot through his mind, but before he could react, his vision blurred, and the world around him transformed completely. Now, in his eyes, the tree beside him had become a stunning, peerless beauty. Under the sway of the illusion, Hinata Daiki's desires ballooned uncontrollably. He began to struggle with all his might. Seeing this, Sasuke released his grip at just the right moment. Hinata Daiki lunged straight for the nearby tree. He threw his arms around the trunk, wearing a look of utter satisfaction. Clearly, Hinata Daiki was in a state of pure bliss. It was Sasuke's Mangekyo Sharingan Jinjutsu that had pushed him to such an absurd display, acting out the very meaning of his own name. Watching all this, Sasuke nodded in satisfaction. The arrival of this challenger had been the perfect opportunity to test his Jinjutsu skills. Judging by the results, his illusions were as powerful as ever. What Sasuke didn't realize, however, was that this seemingly trivial act would become the very spark that ignited the night of the clan's destruction. But that is a story for another time. Meanwhile, Hinata Monzo stood frozen in shock. Cousin, what are you doing? Stop it right now. He rushed forward to intervene, only to be shoved aside by Hinata Daiki. Get lost. Don't you dare mess up my business. No matter how many times he tried to intervene, he was shoved away again and again. At last, Hinata Monzo realized something was truly wrong. He jabbed a finger at Sasuke, face contorted with fury. You bastard. This is your doing, isn't it? Make my cousin stop right now. Sasuke ignored him completely, turning on his heel and walking away without a second glance. He had more or less finished testing his own abilities, and it was about time for him to leave. As for that brat behind him, he had no interest in dealing with him. You bastard. Uchiha Sasuke, if you dare to leave, you're dead. You've humiliated the Huga clan, and the experts of my family will never let you get away with this. Hearing these words, Sasuke suddenly stopped in his tracks, turned around, and started walking back. Seeing the indifferent expression on Sasuke's face, Huga Monzo felt an inexplicable pang of anxiety in his heart. At this moment, he began to regret calling Sasuke back. Why do you have to provoke this guy? He had a bad feeling that something terrible was about to happen. Was he going to end up climbing trees like his cousin, completely out of control? Do not come any closer. What are you trying to do? Sasuke walked forward at a steady, unhurried pace, his tone calm and measured. I almost forgot. You slapped me just now, didn't you? And I happen to be someone who believes very much in repaying favors. Since you slapped me, it's only fair that I return the gesture. With that, Sasuke's body suddenly grew larger, his hair lengthened, and his muscles bulged impressively. In an instant, he shot up to 2 meters tall. He had transformed directly into his macho form. As he advanced, Sasuke casually swung his hand out. With a resounding crack, a tree thick enough to require 2 people to encircle, it was snapped clean in half beside him. If that had landed on someone's head, there'd be nothing left but a splatter. Ah, don't come any closer. Witnessing such terrifying power, Huga fainted on the spot from fright, his lower half soaked. He had actually wet himself from sheer terror. TCH, how boring. Seeing this, Sasuke curled his lip in disappointment and dismissed his macho form, returning to his original size. He had originally intended to test his strength in this form on a human target, but that was clearly not possible now. Though the transformation brought a powerful sense of intimidation, it came with a drawback. His clothes would burst apart when he transformed. Now, Sasuke looked down at himself, left only in a pair of shorts, and shook his head in resignation. It seemed he'd have to keep a few extra sets of clothes in his system backpack from now on. Otherwise, if he ended up half-naked after every fight, it would really ruin his imposing image. Sasuke glanced at the unconscious Huga on the ground, his face full of disdain. The kid's clothes reeked. No way was he putting those on. Finally, not wanting to walk home shirtless, Sasuke turned his gaze to Huga. The fit might not be perfect, but I'll have to make do. After changing into the clothes, Sasuke left, leaving behind the unconscious Huga and the now nearly naked Huga. Over 10 minutes later, Huga finally stopped. 5 minutes after that, he found another tree. As the sun set and dusk fell, beside a roadside tree on Konoha's main street. At this moment, the villagers of Konoha were gathered in circles, one after another, around the scene. Huh? Who is this guy? How could he do something so disgraceful in broad daylight? Unbelievable. How shameless can you get? To do something like this out in the open. The world's truly going downhill these days, truly going downhill. Hey, look at his eyes. They're pure white. He must be from the Huga clan, right? No way. I can't believe it. Even someone from the Huga clan would be into this sort of thing? Who would have thought? Old Wong, come out quick, you've got to see this. It's quite the spectacle. A crowd of Konoha villagers watched Huga display, thoroughly amused. It was the first time a ninja had done something like this in public, and on top of that, it was a member of one of the great clans, the Huga. Missing this would mean never seeing anything like it again in a lifetime. So everyone was eager to witness as much as possible. Of course, not everyone took pleasure in someone else's embarrassment. A kindly aunt squeezed her way through the crowd. She reached out and tugged on Huga arm, offering a gentle word of advice. Child, please don't do this. Stop now. Even if you have this special interest, you can indulge at home as you like, but you shouldn't do it in front of everyone. Get lost. Don't you dare ruin my fun. Huga flung the woman aside and continued to lose himself in his own world. Oh, this child. The aunt sighed, shook her head in exasperation, and turned away, leaving the scene. Soon after she left, a member of the Huga clan finally appeared. Move along. There's nothing to see here, go on. The Huga clansman wore a dark, stormy expression as he aggressively shoved the surrounding villagers aside. The villagers, though angry, didn't dare speak up. They hurriedly made way, opening a wide path for him. You idiot! What are you doing? You're disgracing the entire Huga clan. Stop this at once. Huga stormed up to Huga shouting furiously. But Huga seemed not to hear a word, continuing his bizarre behavior without pause. Seeing this, Huga sensed that something was very wrong. He quickly activated his Byakugan to investigate. In an instant, he discovered the problem and cursed out loud. Damn it! Someone's cast a Jinjutsu. Some bastard did this. The Huga clan will never let you get away with it. Crack! With a sharp blow, he broke the tree. Stop humiliating yourself here. Come back with me now. Huga was still under the control of the illusion. He paused for a moment, dazed, and then, seeing Huga beside him, reflexively reached out to grab him. You bastard! Huga was furious. But Jinjutsu was not his strong suit, especially since this wasn't just any illusion, but the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan's Jinjutsu. The usual methods for dispelling illusions were completely ineffective. So, Makino Huga simply chopped at Huga's neck with a swift karate hand. Damn it, what a disgrace. Makino Hyuga's face darkened like the bottom of a pot. A villager couldn't hold it in and burst out laughing on the spot. Then, like a chain reaction, one villager after another started to laugh uproariously. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Hearing the laughter echo all around him, Makino Hyuga's expression grew even darker. To be mocked by a crowd of commoners like this filled him with rage and a touch of regret. If he'd known it would end up this way, he'd never have come. Let the clan lose face. After all, he wasn't the one being punished. But now that he was here, there was no turning back. He couldn't just abandon this fool on his back, could he? Helpless, he hoisted Daiki Hyuga onto his back and, under the amused gazes of the Konoha villagers, quickly left the scene. The Hyuga clan. Hayashi Hyuga sat at the head of the room, his face as dark as a thundercloud, eyes blazing with fury. The air around him seemed to chill by several degrees. Kneeling in a circle around him, the members of the Hyuga clan all wore equally grim expressions. The atmosphere was suffocating. Bang! All at once, Hayashi Hyuga slammed his hand down hard on the armrest, roaring with anger. Speak! What on earth happened? Why did you do something like that in front of everyone? Don't you realize you've dragged the Hyuga clan's name through the mud with your idiocy? If you can't give me a satisfactory answer, then you'll wash away our shame with your blood. The Hyuga clan has no need for fools like you. Clearly, Hayashi Hyuga had lost control. Since he'd become clan head, nothing this ridiculous had ever happened. The Hyuga clan had always prided itself on dignity and composure, presenting the world with the bearing of a great family. But today, that image was shattered. Now, whenever people mention the Hyuga clan, their first thought would be that the Hyuga were perverts who liked to climb trees in public. Even if it was only a branch family member, the villagers of Konoha didn't care about the distinction between branch and main family. To them, a Hyuga was a Hyuga. Below, Daiki Hyuga, now freed from the illusion, sat there looking dazed and foolish. He seemed not to hear Hayashi's questioning at all. Thinking back on what he'd done just moments ago, he wished he could crawl into a crack in the earth. Utterly humiliating. How could he ever face life in Konoha again? You idiot! Didn't you hear me asking you a question? Hayashi Hyuga was so angry his teeth were clenched. He formed a hand seal with both hands. Caged bird. Daiki Hyuga clutched his head and let out a miserable scream. The searing pain snapped him out of his stupor, and he hurriedly began to speak. Spare me, clan leader. It's all Hyugamonza's fault. It happened because of him. Otherwise, I would never have done such a thing. As soon as Hyuga Taiki spoke his name, Hyugamonza, hiding at the very back of the crowd, trembled. Hyugamonza, speak up, what really happened? Hayashi's gaze locked onto the cowering child at the rear, his face cold and menacing. Shaking, Hyugamonza shuffled out from the crowd, dropped to his knees, and immediately began to spin a tale. It was all Uchiha Sasuke's doing. This afternoon, my cousin and I were sparring at the Konoha training grounds when Sasuke showed up too. He strutted around, acting all high and mighty because he's the Uchiha clan leader's son, and demanded we hand over the field to him. For the honor of the Hyuga clan, my cousin and I refused. Who could have guessed that sneaky Sasuke would suddenly attack, catching us off guard and ambushing us both? My cousin fell victim to Sasuke's Genjutsu, and as for me, he knocked out all my teeth. As he finished, Hyugamonza even opened his mouth wide to show everyone his empty gums. With a look of outrage, he pressed on. Clan leader, it was all Uchiha Sasuke. Please, you must stand up for me and my cousin. And that scoundrel Sasuke even said that the Uchiha are the true greatest clan of the Leaf, and that the Hyuga aren't even worthy of carrying their shoes. Hyugamonza's face was the very picture of grief and indignation, and his story was vivid, almost convincing. Hayashi only watched him coolly, then formed a hand seal. Caged bird, I want the truth, not some story you've made up. After so many years as head of the clan, Hayashi was not about to be fooled by a child's lies. No, please, clan leader, have mercy. I won't lie again, I promise. Clutching his head, Hyugamonza writhed on the ground, wailing as tears and snot streamed down his face. When the caged bird technique released him, he finally stopped, gasping for breath. People who are used to lying always reach for falsehood first, trying to dodge responsibility for their actions. But after punishment, Hyugamonza finally told the truth. It all started because of this morning's match. After several minutes, he managed to recount the entire sequence of events. Clan leader, I just wanted my cousin to teach the other guy a lesson, that's all. But Uchiha Sasuke, what he did was really too much he shouldn't have. Before he could finish defending himself, Hayashi cut him off, utterly merciless. That's enough. Useless fool. Because of your stupidity, you've brought disgrace upon the entire Hyuga clan. At this, Hinata Monzo dared not say another word. Clan leader. Although this was just a scuffle between the youngsters, Uchiha Sasuke's behavior really went too far. His actions show a complete lack of respect for our Huga clan. We can't just let this go. Hinata Makino spoke in a deep, grave tone. His resentment ran high. After all, it was Sasuke's Jinjutsu that had left him humiliated as well. Right now, he was itching to get his hands on that brat, Uchiha Sasuke, and teach him a lesson he wouldn't forget. Hayashi Hyuga let out a cold, dismissive laugh, his face set in a frosty scowl. Of course we can't let this matter drop. The Hyuga will not tolerate being insulted for no reason. Even if the other party is from the Uchiha, it makes no difference. Other ninja clans might fear the Uchiha, but we, the Hyuga, are not afraid. Confidence shone on Hayashi's face. He had always believed that the Hyuga and Uchiha, both being the most powerful clans in the Leaf, stood as equals. Gome, follow me to the Uchiha compound. Today, Fugaku must give me an explanation. With a sweeping gesture, Hayashi rallied his clansmen, leading them in grand procession toward the Uchiha district. Uchiha compound. Sasuke's home. When Sasuke returned, Fugaku's expression was still dark as thunder. But he wasn't sure if the boy in front of him was truly Sasuke, or the imposter who'd embarrassed him at the last clan meeting. So, in a low voice, he asked, "Are you really Sasuke?" Sasuke cast him a sidelong glance and replied offhandedly, "Obviously, I'm Sasuke, the real deal, no fakes here." Fugaku froze for a moment. That attitude confirmed it. Without a doubt, this was the imposter. "What exactly are you after?" Fugaku's eyes locked onto Sasuke, chakra gathering and swirling within him, ready to fight at a moment's notice. "Oh, nothing in particular." Sasuke shrugged, looking completely uninterested. Fugaku's jaw clenched in anger. "You may be strong, and perhaps I'm not your match, but I'm no pushover. Don't think you can manipulate me as you please. Don't force me to risk everything to stop you. TCH, you're not even worth my time." Sasuke flicked imaginary dust from his fingertips, his face full of disdain. "You little brat, do you think I made a clay?" In an instant, Fugaku's Mangekyo Sharingan flared to life. The air crackled with tension between them, as if a fight could erupt at any second. But just then, a gentle, soothing voice cut through the heavy atmosphere, dispelling the hostility that hung in the air. "What are you two doing out here? Now that you're both home, come inside. Can't whatever you have to say be discussed as a family?" Mikoto appeared, eyeing the two of them with suspicion. She wore an apron, a spatula still in hand. She must have just been cooking in the kitchen. "What on earth are the two of you up to?" "It's nothing, mother. I just think some people really know how to put themselves on a pedestal." Sasuke shrugged, brushing past Fugaku as if nothing had happened, and slipped his shoes off with practiced ease before heading inside. "Honey, don't you feel Sasuke is acting a little strange today?" Mikoto asked Fugaku, who had his back to her. "Of course he's strange. He's not even the same person." Fugaku thought to himself, switching off his Mangekyo Sharingan. Instead of answering Mikoto directly, he simply replied in a low voice, "There's something odd about this. Don't worry about it. I'll handle things." Dinner time arrived. At the table, Fugaku sat stony-faced, his gaze locked onto Sasuke, who was gobbling down his food with great gusto. What is this guy really here for? A strong presence, likely possessing the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, was pretending to be his son, boldly sitting at the same table, eating as if nothing was amiss. Fugaku's thoughts were a tangled mess. He simply couldn't make sense of this person's intentions. If he didn't already know he was outmatched, he would have long since seized this imposter and interrogated him ruthlessly to force out the truth. "Honey, why aren't you eating? Is the food not to your liking today? Or is the pressure lately just killing your appetite?" Noticing something was off, Mikoto asked with concern written all over her face. Fugaku only nodded and said nothing, but he did pick up his bowl and chopsticks to eat. Sasuke, on the other hand, couldn't care less about Fugaku's inner turmoil. Right now, his world revolved around the food before him. Clearing every last dish on the table was his sole mission. He had to admit, Mikoto's cooking was truly delicious. Her skills were every bit as good as those of a five-star chef from his previous life. With a mother this talented and gentle, how could Itachi have done what he did in the original story? Unforgivable. For the sake of this amazing food, Sasuke swore he would never let that tragedy happen again. Such was the simple thought of a true foodie from the Empire of Gurmans. After only a few bites, Fugaku set down his chopsticks. Sharing a table with someone so dangerous had completely killed his appetite. "What's really going on, dear? You're not yourself tonight, either." Mikoto's voice was gentle but full of worry. Fugaku shook his head. "It's nothing." Brushing her off, he turned to Sasuke and said, "Come to my study after dinner. There's something very important we need to discuss." With that, he put down his bowl and chopsticks, rose from the table, and walked toward the study. Sasuke, hearing this, quickly finished off the rest of his food, set his bowl down, and replied coolly, "Actually, come to my room. I have something very important to discuss with you as well." With that, he stood and made his way to his own room. Fugaku's body froze for a moment. He nearly forgot. This fellow wasn't his youngest son, Uchiha Sasuke, but an imposter who had no intention of giving him any respect. Instead, it was Mikoto Uchiha who spoke up. "Sasuke, is that any way to talk to your father?" At her words, Sasuke glanced back at Fugaku, a hint of disdain curling his lips. "He's not worthy." With that, the door slammed shut behind him. "Oh, what's gotten into you today?" Mikoto sighed in exasperation. She set down her bowl and chopsticks, ready to head to Sasuke's room for a proper talk with this unruly child, but Fugaku reached out and stopped her. "There's no need. I'll handle this. I'll make things clear to him myself." With a stern expression, Fugaku strode into Sasuke's room. Inside, he found that Sasuke had already cleared a wide space in the center of the room, with a small tea table placed strategically in the middle. Yes, that tea table had been brought in on purpose. It added a certain air of refinement to their conversation. Now, Sasuke sat on one side of the table. When he saw Fugaku enter, he gestured casually to the empty seat across from him. His tone was light and easy. "Come on, have a seat. Make yourself at home, just like you would in your own house." Fugaku drew a long, steadying breath, forcing down the anger that flared inside him. All the while, he kept reminding himself, "Don't lose your temper, don't lose your temper. You can't win against him." It took nearly a full minute before Fugaku finally calmed his emotions, at least enough to quell any urge to lash out. Seeing this, Sasuke raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself, impressive patience. No wonder Fugaku was nicknamed Ninja Turtle in his previous life. Fugaku sat down across from Sasuke and launched straight into a barrage of questions. "Who are you, really? Why are you pretending to be my son? Where's my real son, Uchiha Sasuke, right now? And what exactly are you after with all this? Earlier, what was going on with your eye? Is my son alive or dead? Are you—" Whoa, hold on. Sasuke interrupted quickly. "You're asking too many questions. Let's take them one at a time." Fugaku frowned, but remained silent, waiting for an explanation. "First, your initial question. Who am I? That's not really important." "No, it is important." Fugaku cut in sharply. "It's not important," Sasuke insisted. "It is important. It's not important. It is important. It's not important." In the end, it was Fugaku who finally broke the strange deadlock in their conversation. After all, he was the one desperate for answers, whereas Sasuke remained completely unhurried. "Fine. If you don't want to reveal your identity, then tell me. Why are you pretending to be my son? Did you really think I wanted to do this?" Sasuke griped inwardly. Outwardly, though, his demeanor remained calm and nonchalant as he answered, "Actually, that question isn't all that important either." "Fugaku, here we go again. If he weren't painfully aware that he was no match, he would have slapped him a long time ago. This is infuriating. Does being powerful really give you the right to be this arrogant?" "Yes. In fact, being powerful does let you act this arrogantly." At this moment, Sasuke looked as though he was simply playing around, showing no regard for Fugaku, a formidable Kage-level fighter. "So, where's my son, Uchiha Sasuke, right now? This is extremely important. It's a matter of life and death for my son. I hope you'll stop dodging my questions." Fugaku forced down his rage as he asked. He was already at the brink of exploding. He was just a hair's breadth away from awakening his Mangekyo and summoning Susanoo. "All right, I'll stop teasing you. As for the questions you asked, I honestly can't answer them right now. When the time is right, you'll naturally learn the truth." Unbelievable. So he finally admits it. This guy's been toying with me this whole time. A stampede of 100,000 wild rams thundered through Fugaku's mind. Still, the same thought. If only he stood a chance, he would have acted ages ago. But Sasuke paid no mind to what was going on in Fugaku's head and continued speaking. "Right now, you need to face a matter concerning the very survival of the Uchiha. Did you know the Uchiha clan is about to be annihilated? I don't know the exact date, but I suspect it's within the next few days." "What? The Uchiha will be wiped out? Are you kidding me?" Fugaku's attention instantly shifted. The shock of this news hit him so hard he shot up from the tatami mat. "Impossible. You're just making this up. Even if the Konoha leadership has been relentlessly suppressing our clan lately, deepening the rift between us and the village, I still believe the third Hokage would never go so far as to massacre the entire Uchiha clan." Fugaku's face was full of disbelief. If you refuse to believe it, you're seriously overestimating the third's character and underestimating just how dark-hearted that old man truly is." Sasuke let out a cold laugh, his face filled with mockery and disdain. No way. The third Hokage may be opposed to us, but he'd never do something that insane. Fugaku shook his head, still unconvinced. Besides, I've placed an undercover agent within Konoha's AMBU. If anything major happens there, I'll be the first to know. And yet, there's been no urgent information from my informant, which means things can't possibly be as bad as you claim. It's all just wild speculation on your part. Fugaku lifted his chin, shooting a sidelong glance at Sasuke, feeling pleased that his own careful planning had the upper hand. Yet Sasuke remained as calm as ever, as if everything was already in the palm of his hand. In a flat, unhurried tone, he said, "Oh, but have you ever considered that your undercover agent might have already defected to Sarutobi's side?" Upon hearing this, Fugaku responded with a confident smile, his brows radiating pride. "Betrayal? Impossible. The undercover agent I placed would never turn against us." Sasuke looked at Fugaku with a hint of exasperation, as if he were watching a fool. Itachi had long been brainwashed by Sarutobi, yet as his father, Fugaku seemed utterly oblivious. "Why are you looking at me like that? Are you mocking me? Do you think there's something wrong with my plan?" Fugaku's brows knitted together, a trace of annoyance on his face. Sasuke's look, as if he'd lost all hope, was truly getting under his skin. "Don't doubt it. I'm mocking you. I'm laughing at how clueless you are." "Your old man isn't clueless." Fugaku growled, clenching his fists. This kid really knew how to push his buttons. "Huh, not clueless, huh?" Sasuke sneered, his eyes brimming with scorn. "The undercover you're so proud of, Uchiha Itachi, isn't it? You think your arrangement is flawless, yet you have no idea. Itachi has already betrayed you. Most likely, he's leaked countless clan secrets to the third Hokage." Bang! Fugaku slammed the tea table in agitation. "Impossible. Itachi is my son. He has no reason to betray me. Stop making things up. Believe it or not, that's the truth. What you do with it is up to you." Sasuke shrugged indifferently. Fugaku's face darkened. No matter how he tried, he simply couldn't believe his own son would ever turn against him. But the unshakable certainty in Sasuke's demeanor made him waver, just a little. Someone this powerful had no reason to lie to him, right? Unless, of course, he was just toying with him for amusement, indulging in some twisted sense of humor. Well, that wasn't entirely out of the question. Remembering Sasuke's knack for pushing people's buttons and his troublesome personality, it seemed entirely possible he was just having a bit of fun at Fugaku's expense. Damn it, should he believe a word this guy says? With just a few short exchanges, Fugaku's mind was as tangled and chaotic as a ball of headphone cords stuffed in a pocket. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed, as if he'd found the perfect rebuttal. In a low, steady voice, he said, "Let's set aside whether Itachi has betrayed us. Let's get back to your earlier claim, that the third Hokage would annihilate the Uchiha. I think that's complete nonsense. As the leader of the village, if he ever did such a thing, all the ninja clans in Konoha would be thrown into panic. At that point, Sarutobi's days as Hokage would be numbered. After all, no clan would tolerate a butcher who wiped out his own people sitting in the Hokage's chair. So, I'm convinced Sarutobi would never do something so irrational." Fugaku was deadly serious, silently giving himself a perfect score for his analysis. It was Sasuke now, who seemed the real con artist in Fugaku's eyes. Yet Sasuke only let out a soft chuckle and replied unhurriedly. "Indeed, as a capable politician, Hiruzen Sarutobi would never personally wipe out an entire clan with his own hands. But he could always have someone else play the role of executioner, and Uchiha Itachi fits that role perfectly. Afterwards, all Hiruzen has to do is tell the world that Itachi Uchiha went mad and slaughtered his own clan. In this way, that wily old Sarutobi could eliminate the entire Uchiha clan without losing a single soldier, pin the blame on Itachi, and keep his own hands clean. A flawless scheme. And you, if Itachi really did such a thing, in order to avoid a father and son fighting to the death, you'd ultimately surrender without resistance, giving it the noble name of respecting Itachi's choice." Fugaku was startled by these words, feeling more baffled than ever by the man before him. Could this person truly see straight through people's hearts? He had just been mulling over the same scenario himself. If Itachi truly sided with the Leaf and raised his blade against the clan, then rather than battle his own son, he likely wouldn't be able to raise his hand against Itachi. Frightening, utterly frightening. His innermost thoughts had been laid bare by the other party. In this moment, Fugaku felt that the man before him was unfathomably deep and mysterious. Even so, he wasn't about to admit it so easily. Instead, he forced a stubborn response. I'm not the sort to disregard the bigger picture. If Itachi really dared do such a thing, I'd break that traitor's legs myself. TCH. Sasuke let out a mocking laugh, stretched lazily, and said indifferently, "Whatever. Believe me or not, it doesn't matter. I'll take action myself. When the time comes, all you need to do is focus on evacuating the clan. He paused, sensing something was missing, then added, After all, you're just a background character here. Doesn't matter whether you're involved or not. Fugaku's mouth twitched. So, in his eyes, even a Kage-level powerhouse was nothing more than a background extra. The arrogance was boundless. If he had that kind of strength, he'd be just as arrogant. Truly, he was envious. Shaking off these chaotic thoughts, Fugaku composed himself and spoke seriously. Fine, I'll find a way to verify the information you've provided. But right now, what I most want to know is my son, Uchiha Sasuke, is he alive or dead? As he spoke, Fugaku fixed his gaze unblinkingly on the imposter across from him, desperate for a clear answer. Though he always kept a cold demeanor with Sasuke, in the end, Sasuke was still his own flesh and blood. Now that something had happened to his son, it was only natural for him, as a father, to worry. Sasuke raised an eyebrow at this, thinking Fugaku still had some conscience after all. Don't worry. Like I said, that question isn't important. Damn it, he's still playing coy. Now, just hearing the word important made Fugaku's stomach ache. His eyes snapped open. In the next instant, Fugaku's eyes turned blood red, and the three tomo began spinning rapidly, quickly merging into a complex pattern. He had activated the Mangekyo Sharingan without hesitation. Clearly, Fugaku had reached the end of his patience. They had brushed him off again and again. Did they really think he was made of clay, so easy to mold? Seeing this, Sasuke stopped with the jokes and answered seriously. I'm sorry, I can't tell you just yet. But once the Uchiha's current troubles are over, you'll have your answer. Damn it, you. Today you must give me a clear answer, or we'll settle this, no matter the cost. A surge of killing intent erupted from Fugaku, his face twisted with anger. The pressure he unleashed sent cracks spidering across the tea table beneath him. Over a dozen appeared in an instant. Oh, you want to fight? Then come on. Even stronger, Sasuke met Fugaku's aura head-on, unleashing his own overwhelming presence. The tea table beneath him shattered instantly, splintering into pieces. A battle was on the verge of breaking out. But just then, an urgent voice called from outside the courtyard. Clan leader, there's trouble. The tea table, if it could speak, might have groaned. Why is it always me who gets hurt in this house? Something's wrong, clan leader. The sudden shout broke the tense, hostile atmosphere between the two. I hope, as you said, I'll get my answer when the time comes. Otherwise, you'll pay the price. With a cold snort, Fugaku stood and strode toward the door, making sure to leave a harsh warning behind. He exhaled deeply as he stepped outside, only then realizing his back was slick with cold sweat. That was close. A wave of lingering fear washed over him. The pressure Sasuke had just unleashed was so powerful that even he, a top-tier shinobi, had felt a jolt of terror. He'd acted far too rashly just now. Fugaku silently reflected on his behavior, feeling a touch of relief that they hadn't actually come to blows. If they had, things could have turned out badly. To be clear, this absolutely wasn't because he was afraid of Sasuke. After all, this was his own home. If a fight broke out here, Mikoto would inevitably be caught up in it. So, it definitely wasn't cowardice that held him back. Dear, why are you sweating so much? Did something happen? Just then, Mikoto, who was cleaning up the table, noticed Fugaku and asked in puzzlement. No, nothing. There's just some trouble in the clan. I have to go take care of it. Let's talk later. He wiped the sweat from his brow and hurried outside. In the courtyard, an unremarkable-looking Uchiha clan member was kneeling on one knee. Speak. What's happened that made you rush here in such a panic? Fugaku asked, face stern and unreadable. Clan leader, it's the Huga clan. Members of the Huga have come to our territory looking for trouble, and there's quite a crowd of them. Most of them are Huga Jonin, and even their clan leader, Huga Hayashi, is here. It's clear they're not here with good intentions. Huh? The Huga clan is causing trouble here at this time? Fugaku's brows knitted in confusion, unable to make sense of the situation. The Uchiha and the Huga clans had always looked down on each other, and while their people sometimes clashed in secret, they never made their disputes so public. Especially with Hayashi, the Huga clan leader, coming in person, this was highly unusual. Could it be that the third Hokage is behind this? No matter how much Fugaku pondered, he couldn't unravel the reason. So he asked, did they say what business they have with the Uchiha? They just demanded that you, clan leader, give them justice. They also mentioned young Master Sasuke, and said he must pay for what he's done. Fugaku's mouth twitched. He didn't need to guess. 9 times out of 10, this was the trouble stirred up by that fake Sasuke. Recalling the brutal side of the imposter Sasuke and the fact that the Huga clan leader had come himself, Fugaku couldn't help but imagine the worst. Perhaps that fake Sasuke had left several Hyuga clan members seriously injured. Right now, Fugaku felt a headache coming on. As if it wasn't bad enough to have someone impersonate his son, now he had to clean up the mess that imposter made. What a bitter irony. Just thinking about it made him sigh in exasperation. At that moment, the wooden sliding door behind him was pushed open, and Sasuke stepped out. They're looking for me? What does the Hyuga clan want with me? I haven't bothered them. Sasuke's face was full of innocence. Fugaku turned to him, giving him a look that clearly said, "Do you think I'll believe that?" Sasuke raised an eyebrow and tried to recall. Then it hit him. During training that afternoon, he'd given a couple of Hyuga brats a lesson. Oh, I remember now. Wasn't it just this afternoon when I taught 2 Hyuga kids a small lesson? And for that, the entire Hyuga clan comes storming over to make a fuss? Isn't that a bit petty? Are you sure it was just a small lesson and not something a lot more serious? Fugaku was skeptical. He remembered all too well what Sasuke meant by a small lesson during the clan meeting, that usually involved electrocuting someone half to death. At this very moment, Uchiha Sonin was still lying in a hospital bed recovering. It was just a little lesson, nothing more. I don't need to go overboard with a couple of brats. Sasuke was exasperated. Did he really seem like the type to argue with little kids? By now, he'd completely forgotten about casting Jinjutsu on Hyuga Daiki. To him, those 2 little troublemakers were hardly worth remembering. All right, you can handle such trivial matters yourself. Otherwise, what's the point of having you as the clan leader? Sasuke waved his hand dismissively and turned ahead and sighed. Fugaku's face stiffened. Even in front of his little brother, did he really have to be treated with such disrespect? Down below, the Uchiha messenger had a peculiar look on his face. Why did it feel like Sasuke was the one acting like the father here? Of course, he only dared to think this and certainly wouldn't voice it aloud. He kept a respectful expression and reminded, "Clan leader, you'd better head over quickly. If not, our clansmen might end up fighting with the others." Ahem, ahem. Fugaku cleared his throat twice to ease the awkwardness, then spoke sternly. "Fine, take me there at once." After a moment's thought, wanting to maintain his image as a dignified clan head in front of his younger brother, he added, "Sasuke's become a bit rebellious after just a few days at the Ninja Academy. I'll have to set him straight when I get back." The messenger quickly chimed in. "Exactly. My brat at home is just the same. Ever since he started at the academy, he's been getting way ahead of himself. He even dares to talk back to me now." Fugaku nodded in earnest agreement. Kids at this age are all a bit rebellious. As parents, we have to teach them properly. Next time I see my son, I'll make sure he gets a taste of my iron fist. Absolutely, clan leader. You couldn't be more right. Seeing this, Fugaku felt quite pleased. His little brothers still knew how to play along. His mood improved considerably. But before the 2 of them had walked far, the wooden sliding door behind them slid open once more. Sasuke appeared, hands in his pockets, glanced at Fugaku, and casually explained, "Never mind, I'll come along after all, mainly because I'm worried you'll have trouble handling it on your own." He took a few steps, noticing that Fugaku hadn't budged, and raised an eyebrow to prompt him. "Come on, why are you just standing there? Don't tell me your legs have cramped up. Let's go. With me there, you can rest easy. If those guys from the Hyuga clan try anything, I'll make sure they regret it." Sasuke swept his arm with a bold flourish, suddenly exuding the air of a big brother. "Oh, what?" The messenger ninja beside them was dumbfounded. Was this still just teenage rebellion? This was on a whole other level. He was practically running the show. Unable to stand it, he decided to help the clan leader out. "Hey, young Master Sasuke, how can you talk to your father like that? Watch out, or your father will give you a taste of that iron fist. You should apologize to the clan leader, or else." "Enough. Let's go." But before he could finish, he was abruptly cut off by Fugaku himself. Marching ahead with a dark scowl, Fugaku's mood, which had just improved, instantly plummeted to rock bottom. He had just been boasting in front of his little brother, only to be immediately humiliated, a blow to his dignity as clan leader, at least in the eyes of this younger sibling. As for the Uchiha messenger, he now looked completely baffled, his mind swirling with confusion. "Clan leader, I was just helping you teach your son a lesson. Why are you scolding me now? Besides, it was you yourself who said you'd discipline your own son with your fists, so why aren't you acting?" But after glancing at Fugaku's face, so dark it looked like it could drip ink, the messenger didn't dare voice his doubts aloud. As for why Sasuke had tagged along, the answer lay in a system task. That's right, the system, which had been playing dead for so long, had finally stirred. Ding! Give Hyuga Hayashi a big slap. Reward, 2 lottery draws. Even though the reward was small, just 2 chances at the lottery, the task itself was almost too easy. Indeed, slapping the Hyuga clan leader sounded like child's play to Sasuke at this moment. All he had to do was provoke Hayashi into attacking, then deliver a slap in return. Job done. Absolutely perfect. At the entrance to the Uchiha compound, a large crowd of Uchiha clan members blocked the gate, every pair of eyes brimming with hostility. For the Huga clan to come looking for trouble here of all places. What nerve! Were they courting disaster? On the opposite side, Hayashi's group from the Huga clan looked equally agitated, glaring at the Uchiha as if facing a homewrecker. The tension between the two clans was palpable. It felt as though a single harsh word could spark an all-out brawl. They're here. Clan leader Fugaku is finally here. Clan leader, just give the word. We'll show those white-eyed fools exactly why the flowers here bloom so red. That's right. We have to teach them a lesson. If they dare cause trouble in Uchiha territory, they'll pay the price. The Uchiha crowd, noticing Fugaku's arrival, grew visibly excited. They parted to form a path, allowing Fugaku to step to the very front. Hayashi, our two clans have always kept to our own affairs here in the Leaf Village. What's the meaning of barging into our territory like this? Today, you owe us a proper explanation for your actions, or the Uchiha clan will not let this go lightly. Fugaku wasted no time, his stern voice demanding answers, as if he could vent all his pent-up frustration in this confrontation. I see you've grown even thicker-skinned, Fugaku, in just a few days. Hayashi's voice was even sharper. Your son, Uchiha Sasuke, humiliated the Huga clan in public, yet you dare demand explanations from me? What a joke! How is that an insult? It was nothing more than a scuffle between children. A perfectly normal thing. Hisashi, you're being way too petty. Where's your clan's magnanimity? Fugaku frowned, feeling that Hisashi was simply making trouble out of nothing. Of course, that's assuming what this so-called Sasuke said was true. Normal? Huh. Blue veins suddenly bulged on Hisashi's face as he snarled. The honor and reputation of the Huga clan have been completely disgraced, and you call that normal? TCH, all I did was teach those two brats of your clan a minor lesson. Do you really have to blow it out of proportion? I'll never understand how you white-eyed folks think. At that moment, Sasuke came swaggering out with his hands in his pockets, a look of utter indifference on his face. In an instant, every member of the Huga clan shot him murderous glares, their eyes practically burning with hatred. So you're Fugaku's son, Uchiha Sasuke, huh? Fine, I'll remember you. Soon enough, you're going to learn that the Huga clan is not a name some snot-nosed kid like you can trample on. Hisashi glared at Sasuke, his gaze sharp as a blade. If looks could kill, Sasuke would have been cut to pieces 1,000 times over right then and there. This harmless-looking boy was the very reason for the Huga clan's humiliation. Those two brats were the ones who picked a fight with me first. I only defended myself and taught them a tiny lesson. Seems perfectly reasonable, doesn't it? Surely I can't be expected to just stand there and take it while others walk all over me. That would be completely unfair. Sasuke spread his hands, feigning innocence. That's right, Hisashi. According to Sasuke, it was just a children's quarrel. No need to blow this out of proportion. In the ninja world, if you lose a fight, it simply means your skills aren't up to par. It's never the victor's fault for being too strong. Fugaku joined in, eager to resolve the matter before it escalated any further. After all, souring relations between the two clans over such a trivial issue would be utterly senseless. By now, Fugaku had regained his composure, no longer speaking with the anger he first arrived with. Clear-headed once more, he had no desire to antagonize the Huga clan, especially at a time like this. With the higher-ups of Konoha applying relentless pressure, provoking the Huga clan any further would be sheer folly. Now is certainly not the time to let the Hugas stand as enemies. So Fugaku softened his tone. Let's just leave it at that, Hisashi. Even if Sasuke was at fault and offended your clan, I'll offer you a formal apology on his behalf. Will that do? With those words, Fugaku bent at the waist and bowed deeply to the Huga clan across from him. Clan leader, why are you apologizing to them? We Uchiha aren't afraid of anyone. Exactly. Why should we be the ones to apologize? Seeing this, the Uchiha crowd wore expressions of indignation. After all, the Uchiha were the foremost clan in the shinobi world. How could they possibly stoop to apologize to the likes of the Huga? Enough. I have my reasons. There's no need for you to question me, Fugaku said sternly, his face hardening as he quelled the grumbling of his clansmen. He then lifted his head, turning to look at Hayashi Huga with an expression of earnest sincerity. Hayashi, is this enough? I've already bowed and apologized to you all. I think that's more than enough face given. So let's put this matter behind us, shall we? But Hayashi was unmoved. The anger in his eyes hadn't faded in the slightest. He let out a mirthless chuckle and said coldly, Oh, Fugaku, you really have no idea what your brat of son has done, do you? You think a half-hearted apology is enough to settle this? How laughable. At these words, Fugaku frowned. Wasn't this just a fight between children? At worst, maybe Sasuke went a bit too far. Hayashi's laughter grew colder. Let me enlighten you about what your son actually did. He raised his voice, letting it ring out for all to hear. Your wretched son used Jinjutsu to control one of my clansmen, and made him do. The next words were so shameful that Hayashi couldn't even bring himself to say them aloud. Instead, he turned to Huga Daiki, who had come along, and pointed toward a nearby tree, issuing a cold command. You, go demonstrate what happened to you right now. At that, Huga Daiki's face instantly turned deathly pale. C-clan leader, to be forced to reenact that humiliating incident in front of everyone, while fully conscious. How could he ever look his clanmates in the eye again? He'd rather die than suffer such disgrace. Regret flooded his heart. He wished he'd never listened to his foolish brother and gone to provoke Uchiha Sasuke. If only he could turn back time and avoid this humiliation. Go. Don't make me repeat myself a third time. Hayashi's voice was icy, his gaze even colder. Under the oppressive authority of his clan leader and the pain of the cursed seal, Huga Daiki slowly walked over to the tree. Then, in front of nearly 100 shinobi, he hugged the trunk and began to reenact the scene as if it were second nature. In that moment, the light vanished from his eyes. Only one thought remained in his mind. He wished the entire shinobi world would explode and end his misery. Some people, though alive, are already dead inside. That precisely was the state of Huga Daiki. Seeing the utterly desolate look on the Huga youth's face, every Uchiha present was left completely stunned. No wonder the Huga clan is so furious, to the point where even their clan leader has come out in person. So this is the reason. Putting himself in their shoes, if someone dared to make an Uchiha clansman do such a thing, the Uchiha would surely mobilize the entire clan just to let that person taste the full wrath of the Uchiha. At this moment, many members of the Uchiha clan looked at the Huga with eyes full of pity. From now on, the Huga's reputation would probably be ruined throughout all of Konoha. After all, good news rarely travels far, but bad news spreads like wildfire. How pitiful. Fugaku stared blankly at Sasuke, who stood beside him. Good grief. So this is what you meant by a small lesson. This is practically grinding the Huga clan's dignity into the dirt. In that instant, he suddenly felt that Hayashi Huga had a remarkably good temper. Were it him, he'd have already summoned Susanoo and stormed over in person. He definitely wouldn't waste time arguing like this. Sasuke noticed Fugaku's gaze and gave a helpless shrug. To be honest, it was only now that he remembered he had tested Jinjutsu on that Huga brat earlier, but he'd forgotten to set a time limit. Seeing how angry the other side was, did that kid actually run out onto the street and do it? Sasuke wondered. But really, they couldn't blame him. That brat had come looking for trouble, flaunting his status as a genin. The fact he survived was already Sasuke's mercy. Fugaku, tell me, our Huga clan has endured such humiliation. Do you really think a mere apology from you will settle this? Hayashi's face twisted with rage as he demanded an answer. Fugaku felt a pounding headache. He honestly had no idea how to handle a situation like this. In the end, he could only force a wry smile. Well, Hayashi, I really am sorry. Even I think Sasuke went a bit too far this time. How about this? Why don't you name your terms? As long as it's within my power, I'll agree to your request. Very well. At least you know how to be reasonable, Fugaku. Hayashi let out a cold laugh and signaled subtly to Huga Makino, standing beside him. Catching his meaning, Makino stepped forward and announced in a clear voice, the Huga clan's terms are simple. Hand over the culprit. Of course, we won't take his life. We just want to teach him a lesson. For example, strip the boy and hang him at the village gate for a full day and night. If you do that, the feud between our clans will be settled. What do you say? Hayashi had already discussed this with his clansmen before coming. Since the family's honor was already lost, seeking compensation from the Uchiha wouldn't restore it anyway. Besides, the Huga and the Uchiha are both top noble clans in Konoha. Whatever the Uchiha have, the Huga have too. So there's little point in demanding compensation. It would be better to fight fire with fire. If their clan has lost face, then the Uchiha clan should taste the same humiliation. If both of Konoha's most powerful households are embarrassed together, the balance in his heart would be instantly restored. Fugaku, I won't beat around the bush with you. The terms that Makino just proposed are precisely my own. Worried that Fugaku might still try to argue, Hayashi pretended to analyze the situation further. I don't think my conditions are unreasonable. In fact, it might help you teach your son a lesson. I believe, after this incident, your boy should finally learn the importance of showing a little restraint. Fine, I accept. At these words, Hayashi snorted. So you refuse, is that it? In that case, let's... Wait, what? Did you just say you accept? Hayashi was caught off guard mid-sentence, suspecting he'd misheard. How could Fugaku agree so easily? So he hurriedly pressed again. Fugaku, say that one more time. Fugaku steadied himself, then replied with utmost seriousness. I said, I accept your terms. However, if you want to take Sasuke away, you'll have to do it yourself. Of course, not a single Uchiha will interfere. With that, Fugaku waved his hand. The clan members understood immediately and quickly put a wide distance between themselves and Sasuke. They had witnessed Sasuke's prowess at the clan meeting earlier today, and so they understood Fugaku's intentions. Even those not qualified to attend the meeting caught on quickly after hearing the whispers of those around them. Yet skepticism flickered in many eyes. Could a 7-year-old really defeat a seasoned elite jonin so easily? Left standing alone, Sasuke shot Fugaku a speechless glance. Fugaku only returned a look that made it clear. You caused this mess. Now you fix it yourself. Seeing the Uchiha clan's response, Makino Hyuga sneered in disdain. What's that supposed to mean? Do they think we can't handle one little brat? Clan leader, I'll go and bring the kid back right now. Very well. Hayashi nodded slightly. Makino Hyuga was a jonin, a renowned expert within the clan. Capturing a mere academy student was as easy as eating or drinking, almost laughably simple. In fact, it seemed almost like overkill. With a rush of wind, Makino vanished. In just a heartbeat, he reappeared in front of Sasuke. Listen up, kid. Everything you do in this world has a price. Makino's voice was cold and commanding as he looked down from above. It was this boy who had dragged his own reputation through the mud. Makino was determined to seize the chance for a little payback. That was why he'd been the first to step forward. Oh, but as far as I'm concerned, there's no one in this world who can make me pay any price. Sasuke replied calmly, hands in his pockets, his tone cool and unyielding. Hey, you really are fearless like a newborn calf. Let's see how cocky you are when you're stripped and hung up at the village gate for everyone to see. With that, Huga Makino lunged at Sasuke with a single, swift grab. At the sight, Huga Tekk, who stood off in the distance looking defeated, finally had a glimmer of hope flash in his eyes. Good. Damn, that Uchiha Sasuke. Serves you right for humiliating me. Now it's your turn, isn't it? Huh. You'll end up even worse than I did. Stripped bare and strung up at the village gate, on display for everyone's amusement. Just thinking about it is satisfying. As Huga Tekk's eyes brimmed with anticipation. Boom! An enormous crash suddenly thundered from the arena, sending a plume of dust skyward, completely shrouding both figures from view. For a moment, no one could see what was happening inside the arena. As the dust settled, Huga Tekk nearly popped his eyes out in disbelief. How is this possible? This must be an illusion. Yes, it has to be. Before everyone's eyes, a shallow crater had formed on the ground, and Huga Makino was sprawled inside it, motionless. Sasuke stood with one foot planted firmly on Makino's head, arms folded across his chest, his gaze cold and scornful. Oomph. With your pathetic skills, you think you could string me up at the Konoha village gate? What a joke. Sasuke's mocking words rang out across the entire arena. Not a single Hyuga clansman wasn't staring wide-eyed in shock, unable to believe what they saw. A renowned jonin of the clan, defeated in one move by a 7-year-old kid. When did this world become so bizarre? Huga Hayashi instinctively glanced back at Fugaku, suspecting that the sly man must have used some secret genjutsu. Otherwise, how could something so outrageous happen? Fugaku simply spread his hands, innocent as could be, silently indicating he hadn't interfered at all. Byakugan activate. The veins at the sides of Huga Hayashi's face bulged as he activated his Byakugan, turning his gaze on Sasuke. The next instant, he was struck by an even greater shock. Such an immense and wild surge of chakra. How could a 7-year-old child possibly possess this? Even a tailed beast might not compare. No wonder Fugaku agreed to the terms so easily. It turns out the boy before him wasn't a child at all, but a monster disguised in human skin. He exhaled deeply, trying to calm the raging storm in his heart. Then, with a reluctant tone, he spoke. Fine. Uchiha Sasuke, for you to have such power at your age, the Hyuga clan admits defeat. Release Makino, and our grudge is settled. Given Sasuke's display of power and the terrifying reserves of chakra within him, Hayashi knew there was no one in the Hyuga clan who could suppress this child. Unless the entire clan acted together, which would be far too costly, there was no other option but to yield. Huh, you think you can just declare things settled, and that's the end of it? Who do you think you are? At these words, Hayashi Hyuga's face changed dramatically, an uneasy feeling welling up inside him. Then what exactly do you want? Sasuke pointed down at Makino Hyuga, whom he was pinning beneath his foot, and replied in a calm voice. Just now, this guy said he'd strip me naked and hang me at the village gate. As for me, I don't have many virtues, but I do believe in repaying people in kind. So, I've decided to strip him naked and hang him at the village gate, and double the time, at least 2 days and 2 nights. Bastard! Uchiha Sasuke, don't go too far. Hayashi was trembling head to toe, furious beyond words. Humiliating them once wasn't enough. Now he wanted to do it again? This was simply outrageous. Too far? I'm merely returning the favor, using your own methods against you. With a gentle press of his foot, Sasuke instantly put a stop to Makino's frantic struggling beneath him. Fugaku, is this your decision as well? Are you trying to force our 2 clans into a fight to the death? Unable to reason with Sasuke, Hayashi turned his gaze to Fugaku. Fugaku fell silent at the accusation. Considering the current situation of the Uchiha, he addressed Sasuke. Sasuke, let it go. Show some mercy when you can. It's enough already. There's no need to escalate this any further, especially since you were in the wrong to begin with, so. But before he could finish, Sasuke cut him off without a hint of mercy. Shut up. This isn't your place to speak. Fugaku's face darkened instantly, as black as the bottom of a pot. Damn brat. Scolding him in front of so many people, not leaving a shred of dignity. Anyone who didn't know better would think he was the son and Sasuke was the father. This infuriating brat. Oomph. This guy is getting hung at the village gate. My decision. Not even the Sage of 6 Paths could stop me. Sasuke gave Makino a kick, his tone utterly composed as he spoke. As clan head, I absolutely will not allow you to do this. Hayashi strode towards Sasuke, his Byakugan blazing, never once deactivating. I'll say it one more time. Let Makino go. Come on then. If you can snatch him back, he's yours. Sasuke lifted his chin in open provocation. At the same time, a flick of his toe sent Makino rolling behind him. I admit, for someone so young to possess such power, you've earned the right to be arrogant. However, as he spoke, Hayashi closed the gap, now less than 2 meters from Sasuke. You're still too green, boy. Haven't you heard the saying in our shinobi world? Don't let a prepared Hyuga get close. With a thunderous surge, a formidable aura erupted from Hayashi, built up and waiting to strike. You're already in my sights, boy. Now it's too late to run. Hayashi assumed an unusual stance. For a moment, it seemed as if a great Taiji Bagua diagram had appeared on the ground beneath him. At this moment, Sasuke stood at the very center of the Taiji diagram. Gentle fist, 8 trigrams, 256 palms. With a sudden, thunderous shout, Hizashi unleashed a flurry of palm strikes, coming at Sasuke like a violent storm. 2 strikes, 4 strikes, 8, 16, 128, and finally, 256 palms. Exhaling deeply, Hizashi finished his technique, a victorious smile spreading across his face. To deal with you, I pushed myself to the limit and struck with all 256 palms. You should feel honor, brat. Now, every chakra point in your body has been sealed by me. Without the massive reserves of chakra to back you up, you're nothing more than a helpless child in front of me. Hizashi confirmed his victory with his Byakugan, carefully inspecting Sasuke's chakra flow until he saw it had come to a complete halt. A self-satisfied grin crept onto his lips. Blame yourself for being too careless. With that, he reached out to grab Sasuke, but his hand grasped nothing but air. The boy before him had vanished in an instant. Before Hizashi could even process what had happened, a pale hand seemed to fill his vision, growing larger and larger. A sharp slap rang out, echoing across the field. You really think I need chakra to deal with you? Sasuke's face was expressionless as he landed a heavy slap across Hizashi's cheek. At the same time, a system notification chimed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. Mission accomplished. You have gained 1 additional lottery chance. In that moment, Hizashi's mind buzzed, and half his face swelled red from the blow. He had actually been slapped in public by a mere child. Realization struck, and fury overtook him in an instant. You insolent brat! How dare you humiliate me like this? Do you really think I can't teach you a lesson? Rotation. With a furious roar, Hizashi's body began to spin at high speed. In a flash, a semi-spherical blue chakra shield enveloped him. He intended to use this technique to force Sasuke back. You think this shabby trick can stop me? Pathetic. Sasuke let out a light laugh, then drove his fist straight into the blue barrier before him. In the next instant, under Hizashi's disbelieving gaze, his so-called ultimate defense, rotation, shattered with a single punch. He could only watch as that small fist slammed into his chest. There was a heavy thud, a sickening crack. Hizashi was sent flying, ribs shattering as he crashed to the ground. Clan leader! A chorus of Hyuga clan members cried out in alarm, rushing to catch their fallen leader. Bastard! How dare you humiliate our clan leader? I'll fight you to the end. Everyone attack. I refuse to believe we can't take down this brat together. Every member of the Hyuga clan glared at Sasuke with burning fury, as if they wished nothing more than to tear him to pieces right there on the spot. Of course, how much of it was genuine emotion and how much was just putting on a show, no one could really say for sure. After all, most of the people here were branch family members. Quite a few of them had long-held grudges against Hayashi, and seeing him get smacked down and sent flying was a thrill they could barely contain. Though, of course, none of it showed on their faces. Stop! Everyone, stand back. None of you are his match. Going up there will just get you hurt for nothing. Hayashi hurriedly called out to stop his clansmen, preventing them from rushing forward and getting themselves beaten. You're weak as ever, but at least you know your limits. Sasuke offered what sounded like a genuine compliment. Hayashi could only stare, unable to tell whether he was being praised or mocked. Evening fell. After dinner, with nothing much to do, the villagers wandered outside, seeking out neighbors for a bit of idle chatter. Usually, the talk was just about daily life, but tonight everyone was buzzing about a particularly juicy bit of gossip. What? The Huga clan actually got into that kind of mess, and out in public, no less. A bald uncle's eyes went wide in disbelief. Hey, keep your voice down. You don't want to bring trouble on yourself. Ordinary folks like us can't afford to offend those big clans. Someone beside him quickly warned in a hushed tone. Sigh, what a pity, what a shame. I can't believe something so wild happened, and I wasn't there to see it. The bald uncle shook his head with a deep sigh. But I heard it was all because someone from Huga got caught in a jinjutsu. And the culprit, they say, was someone from the Uchiha clan. Now the Huga clan head has gone to the Uchiha compound himself. Another person chimed in, lowering their voice. What? Are you serious? The bald uncle's eyes lit up, excitement written all over his face. If even the head of the Huga clan is getting involved, the Uchiha are definitely in trouble this time. I hope clan head Hayashi really gives those arrogant Uchiha a lesson. The bald uncle's eyes flashed with resentment. It was clear he'd had his own run-ins with the Uchiha. Exactly. Someone needs to teach those insufferable Uchihas a hard lesson. The Uchiha police force is the worst. Last time, they flipped over my stall, and if that wasn't enough, they made off with all my fruit. I was furious. I'd love to see those Uchiha bastards finally get what they deserve. Everyone was in rare agreement. They all hoped the Uchiha would get taken down a peg. Hey, what's going on over there? Why is there such a crowd? Suddenly, the bald uncle raised his hand, pointing in a certain direction. The group turned to look, and sure enough, a large crowd was making its way down the street toward them. As the crowd drew near, they could finally make out what was happening, and all of them simultaneously drew in a sharp breath. At the front of the crowd, Sasuke was dragging Huga Makino along with one hand, moving slowly forward as if he were hauling a dead dog. Behind him trailed the Huga clan, their faces dark with anger, followed by the Uchiha, their expressions alight with excitement, except for Uchiha Fugaku, who looked as if he was nursing a headache. At the very end came the crowd of curious Konoha villagers and civilian ninjas, drawn along for the spectacle. As they drew closer and closer to Konoha's main gate, Hayashi Huga clenched down on his fury and barked out. That's enough. Uchiha Sasuke, you've already dragged Makino all the way from our clan grounds to here. You've trampled all over the Hyuga's dignity. Surely you've vented your anger by now. So, show some restraint and stop this at once. No sooner had he spoken than Hayashi leapt forward, intent on snatching Makino from Sasuke's grasp. Out of my way. Sasuke caught Hayashi's wrist in a flash. With a casual flick, he sent Hayashi flying, powerless to resist, until he crashed hard into a utility pole by the roadside. Damn it, Lord Patriarch. Everyone together. We have to get Makino back. The Hyuga ninjas surged at Sasuke in unison, launching their assault. Oof. No matter how many ants gather, they're still just ants. Supreme King's Haki. A thunderous force erupted around Sasuke, a crushing pressure descending without warning. The Hyuga who dared approach him doubled over, as if a giant, invisible hand had seized their hearts, their faces twisted in agony, stricken with the terror that they might collapse and die at any moment. With Makino Hyuga still dangling in his grip, Sasuke swung him like a club, sweeping aside a swath of Hyuga ninjas, sending them flying in all directions. A few effortless swings with his living weapon, and the area around Sasuke was cleared. The Hyuga lay sprawled on the ground, coughing blood and defeated. Sasuke let out a low, cold chuckle. Gripping the half-conscious Makino, he strode on toward the village gates. Just moments ago, Sasuke had unleashed the Supreme King's Haki, a power from the world of pirates, awakened by only a rare few. Supreme King's Haki, the reward Sasuke had drawn not long ago. Seeing its effect now, Sasuke found himself quite satisfied. Both of his lottery chances had been used up. As for what he'd gotten with the other draw, Sasuke could only shake his head in disbelief. A sock that hadn't been washed in 20 years. No words. The system always found ways to surprise him with the weirdest things. If it weren't for the current situation, Sasuke would have tossed that wretched thing from his system backpack long ago, just to keep the stench from tainting everything else. Still carrying Makino, Sasuke continued forward. He hadn't gone far before several figures appeared ahead, blocking his path. They wore cloaks and masks. It was the ANBU, Konoha's covert operatives. Stop right there. How dare you attack your own comrade inside the village? Are you openly rebelling? Release him at once. Then come with us to the ANBU headquarters and accept your punishment. The leader wore a dog-faced mask, his features hidden. Yet the shock of white hair atop his head betrayed his identity at a glance. This man was none other than Hatake Kakashi, famously known as the one who could hold his own against anyone. A man also nicknamed the Sickly Wolf. Today happened to be Kakashi's turn on duty. He had expected another uneventful day, already pondering whether he'd swing by the bookstore after work to see if the latest volume of Make Out Paradise had been released. But then he noticed something unusual happening on Konoha's main street. Without hesitation, he gathered his subordinates and went to investigate. What he saw next stunned him. A boy, not even 10 years old, single-handedly defeating dozens of Hyuga clan ninja in an instant. At this moment, a tidal wave of shock surged through Kakashi's mind. Since when did such a monstrous child appear in Konoha? Though surprised, Kakashi did not forget his responsibilities. No matter who this child was or what his story might be, he had to bring him back to the Umbu for questioning. I advise you to let that person go. This is Konoha. No one is allowed to abuse their strength and act with impunity here. Kakashi called out in warning, his voice calm but unyielding, as he drew a kunai from his belt, readying himself for battle. The Umbu members behind him also unsheathed their weapons, one after another. The opponent was young, but his strength was terrifying. They would have to give it their all. Sasuke cast a cold glance at them, not even pausing his stride. He made it clear that he didn't see them as a threat at all. Didn't you hear me tell you to stop? Kakashi's voice rang out, sharp and commanding. But in the next instant, a shockwave of overwhelming pressure surged forward, slamming into them. In Kakashi's eyes, the figure approaching was no longer a mere 7- or 8-year-old child, but a god gazing down from on high, making him feel an urge to kneel in submission. Damn it, this isn't Jinjutsu. This pressure is real. Sweat streamed down Kakashi's cheeks, his knees trembling uncontrollably, as though they might buckle at any moment. Yet, relying on his iron will, Kakashi managed to resist the crushing force, barely managing to stay on his feet. His teammates, however, didn't have his level of resolve. By now, every one of them had dropped to their knees. What was this pressure? How could it be so intense that even elite Umbu couldn't stand under its weight? Behind their masks, all of them wore expressions of shock and terror. And so, Sasuke dragged the limp Hyuga Makino along behind him, striding right past them as if they were nothing more than air. Damn it! Move! Move! I said move! Kakashi howled in his mind, his frustration boiling over. Finally, just as Sasuke was about to walk past, Kakashi summoned the last of his strength and broke free of the crushing pressure. Stop right there. He spun around and thrust his kunai out with all his might. There was a sharp sound as the blade struck. Sasuke turned his head, noticing the kunai lodged in his shoulder. He raised an eyebrow in surprise, casting a curious glance at the silver-haired ninja before him. Interesting. To think you could break free from my conqueror's haki. I suppose they don't call you the legendary 50-50 for nothing. You really can hold your own with anyone. Compared to Sasuke's calm, almost teasing demeanor, Kakashi was completely shaken. What kind of monster is this? My kunai barely managed to scratch him. You. Kakashi was about to say something, but suddenly a tremendous blow landed on his face. With a sharp crack, his dog-faced mask shattered instantly. Even the black mask covering his mouth was ripped to shreds. Kakashi was sent flying backward. He coughed violently, instinctively pulling his collar up to hide his face, but blood poured from his mouth, soaking his clothes crimson. TCH, so that's what you really look like. Nothing special. Honestly, I half expected a mouth full of buck teeth. Sasuke curled his lip in disappointment, hoisting up Hyuga Makino and continuing forward. Just now, when he struck, he deliberately raked his fingernail across Kakashi's mask, tearing it open to satisfy that age-old curiosity from his previous life. What did Kakashi actually look like under the mask? Well, now he knew. Kakashi had a beauty mark on his left chin and looked somewhat handsome, but compared to Sasuke, it was no contest. As Sasuke walked off, Kakashi's teammates finally regained their mobility and rushed over to help him up. Captain, are you all right? Let me check your injuries. Kakashi coughed again, tugging his blood-stained collar. I'm fine. Stop pulling at my collar. Sorry, Captain. I just wanted to check your face for injuries. The teammate awkwardly withdrew his hand. Kakashi shot him a helpless look, but now wasn't the time to worry about such things. This incident involves both the Uchiha and Huga clans. The situation is far more complicated than we can handle. We have to report this to Lord Hokage immediately. Kakashi's tone was grave. Yes, sir. The team members responded at once. Meanwhile, the onlookers who had witnessed everything were left utterly stunned. What had they just seen? A kid of only 7 or 8 years old had taken out dozens of Hyuga ninja in an instant, forced the Umbu to their knees in terror, and sent the only one who dared to act flying with a single slap. What kind of supernatural child was this? If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they never would have believed it. And so, trailed by a crowd of shocked bystanders, they made their way to the gates of Konoha. Konoha's 2 legendary gatekeepers, Izumo Kamizuki and Kotetsu Hagane, were lounging at their posts, debating what to have for dinner after their shift. That's when they spotted a huge crowd surging toward them. Whoa, what in the world is going on? The 2 of them were startled and quickly stood up, only to see a child dragging along a member of the Hyuga clan. Stop! What are you doing? How can you treat one of your fellow villagers like this? Let him go now. Kamizuki Izumo shouted sternly, with Hagane Kotetsu standing beside him, ready to back up his good friend. Get lost. Mind your own business. Sasuke cast a cold glance at the 2 of them. In their past lives, these 2 had been jokingly called the legendary Jonin who could take on pain single-handedly, but now they were so intimidated they stumbled backward in retreat. The 2 of them, now standing to the side, patted their chests in lingering fear. That indifferent gaze had chilled them to the bone. They had no doubt that if they kept trying to interfere, they'd be killed on the spot. They were just gatekeepers for the village, earning barely enough to get by. There was no need for them to risk their lives. With such a commotion, the village would surely send someone else to deal with it. All they had to do was wait. So, the 2 of them settled in comfortably as bystanders, ready to watch the drama unfold. Sasuke looked up at the towering Konoha gates, thinking that the center beam would be just the right spot. Just as he was about to get started, Uchiha Sasuke, if you truly go this far, the Hyuga clan will never forgive you. We will be mortal enemies. At some point, Hayashi Hyuga had stumbled over, his voice trembling with rage. Sasuke merely lifted his hand slightly, and Hayashi instinctively shrank back. With someone as useless as you, do you really think you're worthy of threatening me with vengeance? When a Cloud Village put pressure on you, you didn't dare to resist. All you did was sacrifice your own brother, Hisashi, to take the fall. Pathetic. The entire Hyuga clan isn't even worth my attention. You think the distinction between main and branch families matters? You put a caged bird seal on your own kin. Ridiculous. Even if you offered me your useless Byakugan, I wouldn't want them. Sasuke's mockery was relentless, his eyes full of disdain. Damn it, bastard. Hayashi raged silently, his anger at its peak. There's an old saying, never hit someone where it hurts and never slap them in the face. But Sasuke did both. He tore open old wounds and then rubbed salt in, utterly arrogant and unrestrained. Hayashi wanted nothing more than to cut this brat down right now, but the difference in their strength made that nothing more than a fantasy. Ignoring Hayashi's impotent fury, Sasuke turned and gave an order to the Uchiha behind him. Go. Someone, bring me a rope. He hadn't expected anyone to actually comply, but as soon as he'd spoken, a young Uchiha came forward, eyes shining with excitement. I've got one. I've been ready for this. The boy looked about 16 or 17 years old, completely ignoring Fugaku's sharp glare as he cheerfully trotted over with a thick hemp rope in his hands. Here you go, sir. My family runs a butcher shop. This is the rope we use to tie up pigs. It's tough and sturdy, guaranteed to hold. Sasuke took the rope, giving the young man a surprised look. Noticing Sasuke's look, the young Uchiha explained. My older brother was on a mission with a Hyuga clansman when they were ambushed. That Hyuga coward abandoned my brother and ran for his life, leaving my brother to die. So, whenever someone humiliates the Hyuga clan, it makes me very happy. Sasuke nodded in understanding. So that's the grudge with the Hyuga clan. No wonder he was so eager. While working with the rope in his hands, Sasuke asked casually, Kid, I see a lot of potential in you. Tell me your name, and from now on, I'll have your back. The young Uchiha's eyes lit up with delight. This was exactly what he'd been hoping for. He didn't mind being called kid by a 7-year-old. In the ninja world, strength is everything. After all, he hurried to introduce himself. Sir, my name is Uchiha Erju. What kind of name is that? Sasuke couldn't help but grumble inwardly. No wonder he's so cooperative. It must be fate written in his name. That's a fine name. Sasuke gave a slight nod, then sent him on his way. Ryup. With a single motion, Sasuke tore Hyuga Makino's clothes to shreds. Instantly, a pair of pink shorts patterned with little pigs appeared before everyone's eyes. Well, Who would have thought a grown man would go in for something like that? The onlookers watched with relish. Sasuke showed no mercy. He wrapped the rope around and around, and in no time at all, Huga Makino was trussed up like a roast. Perhaps the ropes were tied too tightly, for the unconscious Huga Makino suddenly regained consciousness. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw a crowd of people all around, each one clicking their tongues in amusement, their eyes filled with mockery. Where am I? Why are they all looking at me like that? Groggy from waking, Huga Makino was still in a daze, his mind foggy and slow. But the tension binding his body quickly brought him to his senses, and that's when he noticed his current situation. Naked and tightly bound, with nothing on but a pair of eye-catching pink piglet underwear. In an instant, he understood why everyone was staring at him that way. A piercing scream tore from his throat, shame and rage twisting his face into a mask of fury and humiliation. At that moment, he finally understood how Hyuga Daiki must have felt back then. You bastard! What are you doing? Don't take things so far. Let me go right now. Set me free. Huga Makino screamed at the top of his lungs. The humiliation he felt now was worse than death itself. Don't bark like a dog. Wasn't this punishment your own idea? I'm just carrying out your plan. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself. With the end of the rope in hand, Sasuke leapt up to the top of the main gate. Threading the rope through a wooden beam above the doorframe, he gripped the loose end and jumped down. One above, one below. Just like that, Makino Hyuga was suddenly hoisted into the air. No, please. I beg you, have mercy. I was only joking back then. I never actually meant to do something so outrageous. Please, I'm begging you, let me go. Suspended above the ground, Makino's view soared, and he saw more and more onlookers gathering, eager to watch the spectacle. He felt he might die from sheer embarrassment and humiliation, so he started pleading with Sasuke for forgiveness. Sasuke, however, acted as if he hadn't heard a word. After tying the rope securely to the doorframe, he spoke in a calm, measured tone. This guy's going to hang here for 2 days and 2 nights. No one is allowed to let him down before time is up. As he finished, Sasuke paused, and an overwhelming aura, a kingly pressure, seemed to radiate from him. If anyone dares to take him down early, I won't hesitate to string someone else up in his place. While saying this, Sasuke's gaze never left Hiashi Hyuga. Hayashi's expression darkened considerably. A threat. This was a blatant, undisguised threat. Hayashi was certain that if he dared to take Makino down, this brazen brat standing before him would have no qualms about stripping him and hanging him up for all to see. With such intimidating words, even if he ordered the clan's ninja to rescue Makino by force, none of them would dare. To be publicly stripped and hung at the village gate for everyone to gawk at. Just the thought of it was terrifying. No one wanted to experience that humiliation themselves. Looks like it worked rather well. Seeing the fear in the eyes of those around him, Sasuke nodded in satisfaction. He turned away, a smile blooming on his face. His mood was bright, pleased with yet another successful act of giving as good as he got. He had barely taken a few steps toward the Uchiha compound when, whoosh, a sharp sound sliced through the air. A shuriken, spinning at high speed, suddenly came flying from somewhere unseen. The shuriken cut through the hemp rope cleanly. Sasuke's smile vanished, his face growing grim, all trace of his earlier good mood gone. Who could be so bold as to challenge him so openly, right in front of everyone? What now? Are you planning to hang this old man up there too? The figure hadn't appeared yet, but a gruff, aged voice echoed through the crowd. It's the third Hokage. Lord Third is here. Yes, Lord Third is here. Let's see if Uchiha Sasuke still dares to be so arrogant now. Lord Third, you must stand up for the Hyuga clan. The wounded members of the Hyuga clan erupted in excited shouts. The crowd of onlookers grew restless as well. No one had expected even the Hokage to be drawn to the scene. Clearly, things were about to get interesting. Amidst countless gazes, some filled with awe, others with reverence or respect, Hiruzen Sarutobi appeared, walking slowly with the Hokage's hat upon his head, several ANBU shinobi following closely behind. Well, how interesting. Who would have thought the Hokage himself would come in person over something like this? Sasuke looked at Hiruzen Sarutobi, who had made an impressive entrance, and spoke with clear irritation. But just then, the mechanical electronic voice echoed in his mind once again. Ding! Temporary mission triggered. Mission objective. By any means, make Hiruzen Sarutobi, who always appears unflappable, lose his temper. Reward for success. 2 additional draws in the lottery. Oh, another mission. Although the reward was still just 2 lottery chances, the mission itself seemed fairly simple. Provoking Hiruzen Sarutobi into anger shouldn't be too difficult. Sasuke stroked his chin, already plotting his approach. Meanwhile, Makino Hyuga, who had landed hard on the ground, seemed completely unconcerned about his bruised backside. His face twisted with grief and anger. He burst into a tearful complaint before Hiruzen Sarutobi. Lord Third, I've suffered so much. Not only was I beaten senseless, but I was also humiliated in front of everyone. If you hadn't stepped in, Lord Third, I doubt I'd have the courage to go on living. Then, he pointed furiously at Sasuke, shouting at the top of his lungs. He's the culprit. Lord Third, you must not let him go unpunished. Rest assured, Hiruzen Sarutobi declared. As Hokage, I will never tolerate anyone taking violent action against their fellow villagers. I will see that justice is done for you. Reassured by Hiruzen's words, Makino Hyuga was moved to tears of gratitude. He made up his mind then and there. He would join the ANBU and pledge his undying loyalty to the Hokage. After settling the crowd's nerves, Hiruzen Sarutobi turned to Sasuke, his tone becoming stern. Though I don't know why your power has suddenly increased so dramatically, that doesn't give you the right to use it against your own comrades. As a member of the Leaf's great family, the strength you wield should be used to protect your friends, not to bring them harm. But look at what you've done, Sasuke Uchiha. Not only have you seriously injured a fellow villager, you've humiliated him as well. This behavior is simply unacceptable. Such actions are tantamount to open rebellion. You be branded a traitor and hunted by all of Konoha. A look of deep disappointment crossed Hiruzen's face, and his eyes shone with regret. To think someone so young should have to bear the stigma of betraying the village. What a waste. Truly, what a waste. Sasuke stood with arms crossed, his face impassive, silently watching the performance unfold. Noticing Sasuke's indifference, Hiruzen quickly changed his approach. Still, considering your age, and the fact that your sudden surge in power may have caused you to lose your way, I can understand your actions. But you did make a mistake, and no matter how young you are, you must answer for it. With that, Hiruzen paused, pretending to consider carefully, before finally continuing. Join the Umbu. There, I will personally guide you and ensure you become a worthy Konoha shinobi. Working for the Umbu is serving the entire village. This way, not only will you grow, but you'll also have the chance to atone for your past mistakes. Sasuke was speechless. After all that talk, it turned out he just wanted to recruit him. But then again, it made perfect sense. The third Hokage, sly old fox that he was, would never let a talented and powerful child slip through his fingers. He'd make sure to bring him in for a good round of indoctrination. Uchiha Itachi was the textbook example of someone thoroughly brainwashed by the third. Lord Third, isn't this a bit much? Huga Makino said awkwardly. Weren't they supposed to be helping him seek justice? How did it suddenly turn into recruiting the kid on the other side into the Umbu? And from the sound of it, the third even seemed keen on taking him in as a disciple. What on earth was going on? Makino was utterly bewildered. I have my own reasons, Hiruzen Sarutobi replied offhandedly, brushing him off. How could the opinion of an ordinary jonin possibly compare to the value of a prodigy? Then, turning to Sasuke, he stretched out his hand, his wrinkled face blooming into a broad, almost theatrical smile. Come, little Sasuke, return with me and truly learn the will of fire. With your strength, you should be shining brightly for Konoha. In his mind, being personally invited by the Hokage, treated with such respect, Sasuke would surely accept without hesitation. With the right guidance, he'd become a valuable and loyal subordinate. Hiruzen was already savoring the thought. Get lost. Don't look at me with that disgusting expression. You almost made me throw up my breakfast from yesterday. Sasuke's face was full of contempt, giving the third not a shred of respect. And quit calling me by those nauseating nicknames. Every time you open your rotten mouth, I just want to smash it in. The warmth in Sarutobi's smile froze. Since he had become Hokage, no one had ever dared speak to him like this. Don't get angry, he told himself. It's just the thoughtless words of a child. If anyone was to blame for such behavior, it was the parents. Immediately, Hiruzen turned to Fugaku, who had been quietly watching from the sidelines, and barked, Fugaku, is this the fine son you've raised? What sort of education is this? No respect for his elders. He dares speak to the Hokage like that. Fugaku continued to mind his own business, not even raising an eyebrow, as if he hadn't heard a thing. Truth be told, watching the third get chewed out was oddly satisfying. Who would have thought the old fox would ever be on the receiving end? But the captain of the Hokage's guards, standing nearby, could take no more. To insult the Hokage was to insult his loyal retainers. As the head of the guard, it was his duty to defend the Hokage's honor. He immediately stepped forward, his voice ringing out in anger. You little brat, watch your attitude. The Hokage personally favors you. This is an immense honor. Not only do you fail to show even a shred of gratitude, You dare to insult the Hokage? I think you're. A sharp smack rang out. With a sickening crunch, Sasuke suddenly appeared before the head guard and sent him flying with a single slap. More than 10 meters away, the guard captain crashed to the ground. His mask shattered completely. His nose was broken and knocked askew. Most of his teeth were scattered across the ground, and blood streamed down his face as he fell unconscious. Sasuke, Uchiha, how dare you attack a fellow Leaf shinobi right in front of me? Are you truly bent on becoming a rogue ninja, a traitor to the village? Hiruzen Sarutobi thundered, his eyes ablaze with fury. To strike his own guard right before his eyes, Sasuke was showing utter contempt for him as Hokage. This was insolence beyond belief. And this wasn't a mischievous child. This was a little demon in the flesh. As expected, with rare exceptions, the Uchiha were born troublemakers. Now he's angry? Sasuke arched an eyebrow. At the same time, a notification chimed in Sasuke's mind. Ding! Mission complete. You have earned 2 lottery draws. Now, reveal the secret behind your sudden surge in power at once, and I may overlook your earlier offense. Otherwise, I'll throw you into the Umbu prison myself. Sarutobi shifted his approach. This was clearly someone who respected no one. Winning his allegiance was impossible. Instead, he could use Sasuke's reckless outburst to force the truth out of him. Sarutobi's heart pounded with anticipation. How could a 7-year-old boy suddenly possess the strength to overwhelm a Jonin? You want to know? Fine, but you'll have to trade me something in return, Sasuke replied with a bright, easy smile. Oh, and what is that? As long as I have it, I'll give it to you without hesitation. Sarutobi's eyes lit up, excitement surging within him. Kids are so easily manipulated, he thought. Just a few words, and the secret would be his. How naive. All around, both the gossipy villagers and the shinobi onlookers held their breath and strained to hear every word. Hey, Sasuke suddenly grinned, his eyes fixed on Sarutobi's aged face as he spoke softly. The price is your head. Give me your head, and I'll tell you the secret right away. A hush fell over the crowd. This was beyond reckless. To say such a thing to the Hokage, did he have a death wish? At that moment, every eye in the crowd stared at Sasuke, as if he were utterly insane. Sarutobi's face turned pitch black with rage. Despite his years of cultivation and self-control, even he now trembled with anger from head to toe. What infuriated him most was that, just moments ago, he had distinctly sensed several murderous intents directed at him from the crowd. Though it lasted only an instant, as a Kage-level powerhouse, he caught it without fail. Damn it, this meant that a few malicious bastards were actually tempted. Some of them really considered taking his head in exchange for something. Sasuke, however, couldn't care less about how Hiruzen Sarutobi felt right now. Whatever happened, when the night of the clan's annihilation arrived in a few days, they'd inevitably become enemies. Since that was the case, why not get under his skin a little early and enjoy himself in the process? So, determined to annoy Hiruzen as much as possible, Sasuke spoke up and urged him on. Well, old man, are you going to make the trade or not? Give me a straight answer. Silence. How dare a snot-nosed brat like you insult our great 3rd Hokage so brazenly? Get down on your knees right now and apologize to Lord 3rd. Then march yourself to Konoha's prison and serve a few decades. That might just atone for your crimes. A gruff voice suddenly rang out. It came from outside the main crowd. Clearly, a bystander who couldn't stand seeing the revered 3rd Hokage insulted had stepped forward to uphold justice. Everyone turned to look in the direction of the voice, curiosity and respect in their eyes. After witnessing what happened to the captain of the guard, who would dare to speak out now? Who was this reckless fool? Following the crowd's gaze, they saw a bald man standing boldly, staring Sasuke down with fearless determination. Around him, a wide space had cleared. No one wanted to get too close to someone so eager to court disaster. Safety first. Stay far away from idiots. Yet the bald man glanced around contemptuously, showing not the slightest hint of fear. What are you all looking at? Kid, you insulted our great 3rd Hokage. Can I step up and speak my mind? What? Judging by the look in your eyes, are you thinking of coming after me? I'm warning you, I'm a civilian. In Konoha, ninjas aren't allowed to lay a hand on us civilians. The bald man lifted his chin, adopting a defiant posture, as if daring Sasuke to make a move. In Konoha, there really was a rule. Ninjas were forbidden from harming civilians. If a ninja ever broke this rule, not only would they be punished, but they'd also face scorn and contempt from other ninjas. Their reputation would be utterly ruined. That's why, in Konoha, especially on certain occasions, being a civilian was like having a protective talisman. Like now, this bald man simply didn't believe anyone would dare touch him in front of so many people, and especially in front of the third Hokage himself. If he could seize this chance to perform in front of Lord Third, maybe he could even land a cushy job as a housekeeper in the Hokage's home. The future looked bright indeed. Just as the bald uncle was lost in pleasant dreams of a bright future, his vision suddenly blurred. The next instant, a searing, tearing pain shot through his cheek. It was Sasuke. He slapped the man so hard that his entire face twisted out of shape. Sasuke Uchiha, have you no shame as a ninja? How dare you use such force on a defenseless civilian? The third Hokage's furious voice rang out, his finger shaking as he pointed at Sasuke. He had it coming with that filthy mouth. Besides, I'm not a ninja. I haven't even graduated from the academy yet, Sasuke replied coolly, withdrawing his hand. Everyone was stunned. This kid, so powerful already, hadn't even finished ninja school. He wasn't bound by the ninja code at all, which meant the rules for shinobi simply didn't apply to him. You shameless brat. May you die a wretched death. The bald uncle, sprawled on the ground, pointed a trembling finger at Sasuke. Some people aren't just foul-mouthed. They're downright stupid, Sasuke sneered. Let me help cure you of that nasty habit of yours. He bent down, grabbed the man's jaw, and squeezed. Stop! Sasuke Uchiha, stop this at once. The third Hokage barked, rushing toward him. Sasuke ignored him. With a faint tightening of his grip, there was a sickening crack. The man's jaw shattered instantly. Witnessing this, the gathered onlookers quickly put a wide distance between themselves and Sasuke. Brutal. Absolutely brutal. No one dared provoke this demon in a child's skin. Sasuke Uchiha, again and again, you're a blight upon Konoha. Hiruzen Sarutobi stopped 4 meters from Sasuke, his fury barely contained. Sasuke laughed, utterly unfazed. You should count yourself lucky, old man. Lucky that guy wasn't a ninja, otherwise I'd have crushed his skull, not just his jaw. He straightened up, indifference in his eyes. What now, old man? Want to get rid of this so-called blight on Konoha right here and now. Hiruzen Sarutobi drew a deep breath, glancing at the crowd of Konoha villagers all around. In the end, reason overcame his anger. If we fight here, innocent people will get hurt. As Hokage, I cannot allow that to happen. But don't get cocky, Sasuke Uchiha. It won't be long before you pay for what you've done. Oh, I'll be waiting, Sasuke replied, flicking his hair with indifference. In his eyes, there was even a trace of anticipation. But I suggest you hang that guy up for everyone to see, or else I'll make you do it myself. Sasuke pointed at Huga Makino not far away, a reminder that he hadn't forgotten about that matter either. At this moment, Huga Makino was already dressed, his gaze towards Sasuke burning with boundless hatred. Don't even think about it. I will never raise a hand against the ninja of Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen gave a cold snort. As far as he was concerned, the Uchiha clan, now on the brink of annihilation, had already been cast out from the ranks of Konoha shinobi. Sasuke offered no explanation. With his hands in his pockets, he strolled leisurely in the direction of his home, the crowd instinctively parting to make way for him. In the eyes of each onlooker, there was more or less a trace of fear. So ruthless at such a young age. No wonder the name Uchiha was synonymous with evil. This was the thought that ran through the minds of most people present. Watching Sasuke walk away with such nonchalance, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face darkened ominously. It seemed the plan to eliminate the Uchiha needed to be brought forward without delay. When the time came, there would be not a single Uchiha left. Even Itachi, the one chosen to lead the massacre, would be disposed of once his usefulness was at an end. Sasuke's attitude had completely overturned the third Hokage's previous idea of leaving 2 alive. Now he was determined to erase the Uchiha from the shinobi world, root and branch. Lord Third, could we find somewhere quiet? There's something important I wish to discuss with you. At that moment, Huga Hayashi approached, his expression equally grim. Noticing the seething hatred in Hayashi's eyes, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded knowingly. Come, follow me. Although the third seems to have it out for our Uchiha clan at every turn, he is still the Hokage, the leader of the village. By disrespecting him so publicly, I fear our clan situation in Konoha will only grow more precarious. On the way back to the compound, Fugaku finally voiced the worry that had been weighing on him for some time. He was more tactful this time, his tone gentle rather than scolding Sasuke harshly for implicating the entire Uchiha clan. He kept his voice low, speaking in a way that only the 2 of them could hear. You really think that if it weren't for what I did today, that old bastard would simply let the Uchiha off? Sasuke shot Fugaku a sidelong glance, disdain clear in his eyes. Don't be so naive. Even without today's events, the third would still wipe out the Uchiha. It's only a matter of time. Fugaku's expression was unreadable. Clearly, he didn't believe it. He was convinced that the third's plan to destroy the Uchiha was entirely because of this imposter Sasuke. Ah, what a time of endless troubles, endless troubles. Fugaku looked up at the sky and sighed deeply. Enough with the sighing. If you have the energy for that, you'd be better off preparing for the crisis that's coming our way. Sasuke stroked his chin, thinking for a moment before continuing. After the way I humiliated that old fool earlier, he must be furious. He might even strike against the Uchiha tonight. It seems you're well aware of just how despicable your actions are, Fugaku thought to himself. After pondering for a moment, Sasuke nodded, his tone firm and resolute. Yes, the likelihood is very high. Tonight will be the night of the Uchiha Massacre. These words caused an immediate uproar among the Uchiha who had followed behind him. What? The third Hokage is coming to wipe out the Uchiha tonight? No way. I mean, sure, the third's not exactly likable, but something as extreme as slaughtering an entire clan? I just can't believe it. Says who? I think there's every chance the third will attack us. I've seen through that old man's intentions. He's wanted us Uchiha gone for a long time. Sasuke ignored the noisy clamor of the crowd and instead turned to Fugaku beside him, instructing. There's still time before it gets too late. Hurry and make preparations. Don't let yourselves become helpless prey when the third comes for you. Isn't this a bit too much? Fugaku still couldn't bring himself to believe it. Even though the third had lost a lot of face today, he couldn't imagine he'd go so far as to wipe out an entire clan over it. How many times have I told you? The plan to eradicate the Uchiha has long been in the works. What happened today merely sped things up. Fine, believe what you will. You're the clan head, not me. Either way, someone will act when the time comes. But when the fighting breaks out, I worry that ordinary members of our clan will suffer heavy casualties. With an indifferent shrug, Sasuke walked a few paces, then looked back over his shoulder at Fugaku. If you trust me, get everyone to safety right away. If you don't, well, suit yourself. As Sasuke's figure receded into the distance, Fugaku's old habit of indecision surfaced once again. Should he believe Sasuke or not? Could it really be possible that the third would launch an attack on the Uchiha tonight? Was it worth the trouble to organize an evacuation just in case? But the process would be chaotic, and if the third didn't attack, how would he explain himself to the clan? In this moment, Fugaku was torn by doubt. He took a deep breath, exhaling slowly after a long pause, and finally made up his mind. Yakumi. Fugaku spoke the name in a grave voice, and soon, a stern-faced Uchiha stepped forward. Clan leader, what are your orders? Uchiha Yakumi replied with rigid formality. Go. Summon every ninja in the clan immediately. There's a matter of life and death for us all that I must discuss. Fugaku gave his command in a deep, unwavering tone. Yes, sir. Without another word, Uchiha Yakumi accepted the order and vanished on the spot using the body flicker technique. Clan head, are we really going to trust what young Master Sasuke said? Another Uchiha hesitated, voicing his uncertainty. I'll decide what to believe. Whether the third comes tonight or not, it's always better to be prepared than to be caught off guard. Fugaku spoke in a deep, steady voice. Although he had no intention of organizing the clan to evacuate, he was preparing to gather all the ninja of the family together. If something truly happened, the ninja could still arrange for the clan civilians to escape to safety. Sigh. I still hope nothing like that ever comes to pass. Fugaku looked up at the sky, now growing darker, and murmured softly to himself. Somewhere, in a dimly lit room, a low table stood in the center, and a single candle burned at its heart. The only light in the room came from the faint, flickering candle flame. At this moment, Hiruzen Sarutobi and Hayashi Hyuga sat across from each other, separated by the table. So, Hayashi, what important matter do you wish to discuss with me? The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, spoke in a low and raspy voice. This place is absolutely secure. No third party will ever learn of our conversation. Please, speak freely. Hayashi Hyuga took a deep breath, then spoke in a grave tone. The matter you mentioned to me last time, I accept. His eyes now burned with an intense and unmistakable hatred. From this moment on, the Hyuga clan will formally join the Uchiha extermination plan. Upon hearing this, the third Hokage's wrinkled face once again bloomed into a smile as old as autumn chrysanthemums. Though his authority as Hokage had been seriously challenged today, he had just gained a powerful new ally. Over a month ago, he had personally visited the Hyuga clan, subtly hinting at the Uchiha extermination plan. Back then, Hayashi's attitude was very clear. They would remain neutral and support neither side. But now, Hayashi had chosen to oppose the Uchiha clan. And this outcome was, in no small part, orchestrated by the Uchiha themselves. In fact, Hiruzen thought with satisfaction he ought to thank that arrogant little Uchiha brat. Hayashi, I warmly welcome the Huga clan's support in this matter. But for such a weighty decision, shouldn't you consult with your clan elders before making it final? Hiruzen Sarutobi asked seriously. For an event as grave as the annihilation of a clan, everyone on their side needed to be fully united. It would be disastrous if, when the plan was already in motion, dissent suddenly arose within their own ranks. That was why he had to confirm the stance of the other Huga leaders. Lord Third, you can rest assured on that score. After the humiliation our clan has suffered, I do not believe anyone would dare object. And if there is, I'll deal with him myself, Hayashi added silently. Good. Seeing Hayashi Hyuga's unwavering resolve, Hiruzen Sarutobi finally nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. You've made the right choice. It seems you, too, have finally realized the true evil of the Uchiha. That's right. The Uchiha clan is thoroughly evil. Such a wicked family deserves to be wiped out, so that Konoha can once again bask under clear, open skies. Hayashi Hyuga's expression brimmed with righteous indignation. If that's how you feel, then why did you refuse when I visited to invite you before? Wasn't it all for your family's interests that you chose retaliation in the end? Sarutobi Hiruzen silently grumbled to himself. As a seasoned old politician, he saw through the nature of the situation in an instant. Of course, he would never voice such thoughts aloud. He couldn't risk driving away an ally who had just joined their cause. So, Third Hokage, may I ask, when exactly are we going to move against the Uchiha? I hope we can act as soon as possible. Hayashi's eyes gleamed with anticipation, his demeanor eager and impatient. Hith. According to the original plan, I intended to make our move 5 days from now. But now, circumstances have changed. For some reason, the Uchiha have produced a monster of a child. Therefore, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face grew solemn as he enunciated each word. We act tonight. What? Tonight? Hayashi was taken aback. Though I do want to move as soon as possible, isn't tonight a little too rushed? The Huga clan hasn't made any preparations at all. There's nothing to be done. I'd also prefer to wait a little longer. But time isn't on our side. If we let tonight pass, I fear something even more unpredictable may happen. So we have no choice but to strike tonight. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head helplessly. Unpredictable? Besides that Uchiha Sasuke, is there something else we should be wary of? Hayashi frowned, unable to restrain his curiosity. Itachi Uchiha. Sarutobi slowly uttered the name. Uchiha Itachi. I've heard his name quite a lot. A genius ninja who made Chunin at only 10 years old. Compared to average ninja, he's certainly remarkable. But next to his monstrous little brother, I wouldn't really call him a threat. Hayashi looked genuinely puzzled and unconvinced. After witnessing Sasuke Uchiha's outrageous abilities, he suddenly found Itachi to be rather ordinary. No, you don't understand Itachi nearly well enough, Hayashi. That child, he's only 13, but he's already awakened the legendary Mangekyo Sharingan. The Uchiha truly are a cradle for geniuses. Sarutobi Hiruzen exclaimed from the heart. But Hayashi was visibly startled, his voice tinged with shock. What? The Mangekyo Sharingan? The eye said to have only ever been awakened by Uchiha Madara himself. This is troublesome. Wiping out the Uchiha will be far more difficult than we thought. I fear we'll suffer heavy losses ourselves. Hayashi's eyes filled with worry, and then he offered a suggestion. How about we wait until we bring back Tsunade and Jiraiya before we make a move? That's the only way to ensure nothing goes wrong. Hiruzen Sarutobi shook his head and chuckled softly. No need to be so tense, Hayashi. Although Itachi is from the Uchiha clan, he is also an outstanding inheritor of the Will of Fire. For now, he stands with us. He'll help us deal with the Uchiha. Hearing this, Hayashi Hyuga finally breathed a sigh of relief, though his gaze toward Hiruzen was filled with wariness. What a terrifying ability to brainwash. Imagine turning an Uchiha, and the clan leader's own son no less, against his own family. From now on, I must keep the younger generation of my clan far away from this old fox. You truly are incredible, Lord Third. Hayashi couldn't help but offer his praise. But Hiruzen only shook his head. Even so, Itachi remains an unpredictable factor. He still doesn't know that his younger brother's power has soared overnight. I can't be sure if his faith in the Will of Fire will waver once he learns of this. He paused, then spoke with grave seriousness. That's why we must strike at the Uchiha before Itachi hears any news. If we wait too long, we risk losing this invaluable asset. Hayashi nodded in understanding, finally realizing why the third Hokage was in such a hurry to act. Still, concern lingered in his voice as he said, Lord Third, I understand your worries, but I'm still a bit anxious about. Before he could finish, Hiruzen cut him off. No need to worry. The Huga clan only needs to provide support on the battlefield. As for everything else, Danzo and his Root will handle it. When the time comes, Root will launch the main assault. All we need to do is seal off the perimeter. Make sure not a single Uchiha escapes in the chaos. Hayashi's eyes lit up. Very well, then I have no further concerns. Good. Hiruzen nodded in approval. Now, let me walk you through the details of our battle plan. Half an hour later, Hayashi Hyuga stepped out of an unremarkable wooden hut, the smile at the corner of his lips betraying his satisfaction. But as he glanced in a certain direction, his smile vanished, replaced by a burning hatred in his eyes. He was staring toward the Uchiha compound. Just you wait, Uchiha. Your end is at hand. I want to see the regret and anguish on your face, especially you, Sasuke Uchiha. Root headquarters. Well, this is rare, Hiruzen. Why aren't you up in the Hokage's office? What brings you down to Root? Danzo Shimura, his right eye concealed by a white bandage and a cross-shaped scar marring his chin, looked at Hiruzen Sarutobi, who had suddenly appeared in Root's underground base, his voice as cold and sinister as the shadows surrounding them. I'm the Hokage. There isn't a single place in the Leaf Village that's off-limits to me. Hiruzen Sarutobi stared impassively at his old friend of many years. Danzo Shimura had always coveted the position of Hokage. Hiruzen was well aware of this fact. As a result, whenever the two met, the atmosphere was inevitably tense and far from amicable. Impressive, Hiruzen. Did you come all the way down here to my Root headquarters just to remind me that you're the Hokage? Or is it that you lost face today to a brat from the Uchiha clan, and you've come here to vent your frustration on me? Danzo continued, his tone biting and sarcastic. Given Root's well-honed intelligence network, the incident at the village gates had reached Danzo's ears almost instantly. To be honest, hearing that Hiruzen had been humiliated by a mere child had filled Danzo with a particular satisfaction. It was just a pity he hadn't witnessed Hiruzen's furious expression firsthand. At the same time, he found himself intrigued by that Uchiha boy named Sasuke. For someone so young to possess such power was simply unnatural. There had to be a secret behind it. A glint of greed flashed in Danzo's eye. He needed to find an opportunity to bring that kid into Root for a thorough investigation. That's enough, Danzo. I'm not here to trade barbs with you. I have something important to discuss. Hiruzen's expression was solemn. Is this about the Uchiha? Well, considering how much you embarrassed yourself earlier, I suppose I can understand your anger. A cunning light flickered in Danzo's lone eye. Hiruzen drew a deep breath, ignoring the other man's jabs, and replied in a low, steady voice. That's right. Tonight, the Uchiha will vanish from the shinobi world for good. TCH, you mean to make your move tonight? Danzo glanced at the third Hokage in surprise. Hiruzen, when did you grow so bold? I'm starting to wonder if you're an imposter. Enough with the nonsense, Danzo. I'll ask you plainly. Can your people act tonight or not? Hiruzen's brow furrowed in irritation. Danzo's constant mockery was beginning to wear on him. My side has been ready for ages. If you hadn't kept dragging your feet, the Uchiha would have been dealt with long ago. No need for all this delay. Danzo tapped his cane against the ground, snorting in disdain. Hiruzen paid no heed to Danzo's complaints, replying calmly. The timing of the operation has changed, but our plan remains the same. Go, Danzo. Send word to the Umbu and have Itachi summoned. He'll lead the vanguard. For once you're showing some resolve, Hiruzen. I'll let your orders slide this time. Though Danzo's tone was still disgruntled, he nonetheless called toward the shadows. Jia, go to the Umbu and bring Uchiha, Itachi here. Yes, sir. A voice answered from the darkness. Umbu. Itachi, whose emotions were in turmoil over the impending annihilation of the Uchiha clan, suddenly received a summons from the Konoha leadership. Both the third Hokage and Lord Danzo are calling for me, and the meeting isn't in the ANBU headquarters, but in the Root division. Is there something urgent they want to discuss? Itachi turned to ask the ANBU operative beside him, codename. For some reason, he had a vague sense of foreboding. No idea, came A's terse reply. Has there been any unusual activity in the village today? Ever since Itachi had been told that in a few days he would have to carry out the Uchiha massacre, he had shut himself away in his small ANBU quarters, torn over whether to sacrifice his clan for the sake of the village. He had cut himself off from all outside news these past days. Now that he was out, he wanted to know if anything significant had happened in the village recently. No idea. They answered, just as curtly as before, offering no information at all. There was nothing for it but to take things one step at a time. Resigned, Itachi followed A as they hurried toward the Root base. Lord Danzo, may I ask what urgent matter you have summoned me here for? After bowing respectfully to the third Hokage and Danzo, Itachi spoke with deference. Danzo turned his gaze aside, refusing to look Itachi in the eye. The fact that his own name was mentioned after the third's irked him. Hiruzen Sarutobi, however, wore a kindly smile as he spoke in a gentle tone. Itachi, I'm glad you've come. We called you here today to discuss a matter concerning the Uchiha clan. I've received intelligence from our spies. Tomorrow, the Uchiha will launch their coup. Sarutobi's voice was grave, tinged with helplessness. So, in order to prevent the Uchiha from being branded traitors and to maintain the peace and stability of the village, Elder Danzo and I have agreed that we must act tonight. Itachi's face was stricken with shock. Lord Third, I thought we agreed to wait 5 more days before making a decision. Alas, Sarutobi sighed deeply, his expression filled with anguish and sorrow. Your clansmen have reached the brink of madness. I never wanted things to come to this, but there's simply no other way. We must move tonight. If we wait until tomorrow and the coup begins, all of Konoha will become a battlefield, and countless lives will be lost. At that point, innocent people will die because of the Uchiha's mistakes. Not only that, other ninja villages will seize the opportunity to invade. If Konoha falls, the Uchiha will be forever damned as the villains of history. As he spoke, Sarutobi's face was a mask of grief, genuine emotion glimmering in his eyes, as if he truly saw the village reduced to ruins. Standing off to the side, Danzo watched with disdain. In his heart, he scoffed. Hiruzen was such a hypocrite. Unlike him, he was single-mindedly devoted to Konoha. The third Hokage paid no mind to what Danzo might be thinking and continued his performance with deep sorrow in his voice. Itachi, as the inheritor of the will of fire, I know you would never wish for something like this to happen, would you? Itachi hung his head, his expression hidden in shadow. After a long silence, his voice finally emerged, hoarse and strained. I understand, Lord Third, but about the promise you made to me before. Rest assured. Before he could finish, Hiruzen Sarutobi cut him off. With utmost sincerity, the third Hokage declared, once this mission is complete, you will be celebrated as a hero of the leaf. I promise you, your brother Uchiha Sasuke will be absolutely safe here in the village. Not only that, if he proves gifted enough, I will personally take him as my student, teach him ninjutsu myself, and do everything in my power to help him become an outstanding leaf shinobi. And in the future, if Sasuke's abilities truly shine, there's even a chance he could become Hokage. In order to spur Itachi to take action tonight, Hiruzen painted him a grand, alluring vision of the future. Whether or not it would work, he felt he had to show absolute sincerity. Only then would his subordinates be willing to risk everything for him. Unlike Danzo, who never knew how to inspire loyalty or win hearts, resorting only to his tongue of binding jutsu to forcibly control those beneath him. Itachi fell silent once more. After a long pause, he finally spoke. I hope you will not go back on your word, Lord Third. The next moment, with a sudden intensity, Itachi lifted his head and his eyes burned crimson. He had awakened his Mangekyo Sharingan. The third Hokage's decision to launch the Uchiha extermination plan ahead of schedule had disrupted all of Itachi's backup preparations. When he first received the mission, a mysterious man claiming to be Uchiha Madara had sought him out. Itachi struck a deal with this stranger. According to the agreement, after Itachi wiped out the Uchiha clan, he would join an organization called Akatsuki and serve their cause. In return, the mysterious man would secretly protect Sasuke, keeping an eye out in case Hiruzen or Danzo tried anything in the shadows, making sure no harm came to Sasuke. But now, with the third suddenly announcing the plan's early execution, all of Itachi's contingencies had been rendered useless. Their arrangement had always been a one-way channel. Only the mysterious man could contact Itachi, never the other way around. So now, with the safety net gone, Itachi had only one way to assert himself, by unleashing the formidable power of his Mangekyo Sharingan as a warning. Yet Hiruzen seemed unfazed by the Mangekyo burning in Itachi's eyes. He thumped his chest and vowed with unwavering confidence. On the honor of the Sarutobi clan, I promise you, Uchiha Sasuke's life will be protected at all costs. And you, Lord Danzo, I'd like a promise from you as well. Itachi turned his gaze toward Danzo, awaiting his answer. Danzo stared unblinkingly into Itachi's eyes, the greed in his single eye nearly tangible, as if it could materialize out of thin air. Another pair of Mangekyo. Another Mangekyo Sharingan. This time I must have it. Danzo roared inwardly with ferocious determination. He had already transplanted Shursue's Mangekyo, so he understood all too well the overwhelming power of these eyes. Shursue's Mangekyo wielded the most formidable Jinjutsu, Kotoame Tsukumi. But what about yours, Uchiha Itachi? What secret lies within your Mangekyo? A faint anticipation flickered in Danzo's heart. Ahem. The third Hokage cleared his throat gently, pulling Danzo back from his greedy reverie. Oomph. Danzo snorted, then scoffed dismissively. He's just a brat who hasn't even graduated from the academy. An old man like me has no interest in dealing with such a child. Very well. I trust you both to keep your word. Hearing their assurances, Itachi deactivated his Mangekyo Sharingan. There's no time to waste, Itachi. If you're ready, go carry out your mission at once. Everything is for the sake of Konoha. Hiruzen Sarutobi's expression was grave and resolute. Yes, everything for Konoha. Itachi's gaze was equally resolute, his belief unwavering. Such hypocrisy. Danzo cursed inwardly, but seeing both of them looking his way, he muttered perfunctorily, everything for Konoha. Once Itachi left, Hiruzen's face turned cold, his voice low and commanding. Danzo, find the right moment and eliminate both Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke. The wicked Uchiha bloodline must be wiped clean from the shinobi world. Hiruzen, you're as hypocritical as ever. Even if you hadn't said it, I would have acted regardless. For the Mangekyo in Uchiha Itachi's eyes, and the secret hidden within Uchiha Sasuke, both must end up in my hands, dead or alive. Danzo added silently to himself. Hiruzen glanced at Danzo from the corner of his eye. This old friend, he knew him to his very core. One little move, and he could already tell exactly what Danzo was planning. At that moment, the third Hokage had a clear grasp of Danzo's intentions, but he said nothing. A little motivation would ensure Danzo put in his full effort for this mission. When the dust settled, he could claim the fruits of victory for himself. After all, Hiruzen Sarutobi was the Hokage. Hiruzen, I know you all too well. I can see right through you. If you think you can snatch away my prize, think again. As he watched Hiruzen's retreating figure, Danzo sneered inwardly. Soon after, he approached a pitch-black wall, pressing his fingers on a hidden spot. Instantly, the wall slid open to reveal a dark, narrow passage. Danzo didn't bother with a lantern. He simply relied on his instincts as he walked forward. Before long, he reached the end of the passage and pushed open a door. The sound of creaking would echo softly as the door swung open. This was a hidden room, shrouded in dim, yellow light that illuminated an array of experimental instruments scattered throughout the space. At this moment, a shadowy figure sat perched on a tall back chair, intently studying the devices on the workbench. Hearing the door open, the figure rose to his feet. Danzo, I've told you before, unless it's time for the Uchiha clan's extermination, don't disturb me. A deep, raspy voice with a magnetic undertone rang out, coming from the figure. Danzo ignored the warning and strode in with heavy steps. Now the figure took 2 steps forward, and under the light, his appearance was finally revealed. He had long, sleek black hair, with streaks of purple eyeshadow tracing the sides of his nose. Golden, serpentine earrings dangled from his earlobes, and his waist was cinched with a thick hemp rope tied into a bow. Orochimaru, the time has come. The Uchiha clan will fall tonight. Danzo tapped his cane against the floor for emphasis, his voice low and grave. Oh! Orochimaru looked at him in surprise, his slitted pupils glimmering with intrigue. The timing has moved up. How interesting. Since when did Lord Hiruzen become so decisive? That's hardly like him. It's because of an unexpected variable. Uchiha Sasuke. That brat. Danzo proceeded to recount Sasuke's actions from earlier that day in detail. After hearing the story, Orochimaru's tongue flicked out with a wet, slithering sound, excitement gleaming in his eyes. How fascinating, truly fascinating. 7 years old, and he can effortlessly defeat a Jonin. He doesn't even show the Hokage any respect. Orochimaru, I came here not just to inform you, but to discuss what to do about Itachi and Sasuke. Danzo fixed his gaze on Orochimaru, his tone calm and measured. Oh, so you're interested in those 2 brats as well, Danzo? Orochimaru narrowed his eyes at him. Obviously, the secret to the Mangekyo and this sudden surge in strength. Hiruzen isn't the only one intrigued. I'm very interested too. Danzo snorted coldly. I see. You're worried that Lord Hiruzen will forcefully take those 2 from you, so you want me to spirit them away in secret. Is that it? Orochimaru was quick to see through his intentions. Exactly. I'm here to deepen our cooperation. I'll handle subduing the 2 brats, and you'll make sure they disappear without a trace. We mustn't let Hiruzen reap the rewards. No problem, I'll do it. And when the time comes, we'll share the research results. Orochimaru agreed without hesitation. To ease any doubts Danzo might have, he added, Danzo, you don't have to worry that I'll just take these 2 brats and disappear. There will be plenty of chances for us to work together in the future. We shouldn't let a bit of short-term gain ruin our long-term cooperation. Orochimaru, you're a smart man. Damaging our partnership would benefit neither of us. Danzo nodded in tacit agreement. Yeah, exactly. So, here's to our fruitful collaboration, Orochimaru said with a sly grin, extending his hand. To a successful partnership, Danzo replied, reaching out to shake hands. A chilling smile crept across his face. Hiruzen, oh, Hiruzen, you think I'm playing on the first level, but I'm already 3 steps ahead. You'd never guess I have an ally working for me in secret. Danzo was brimming with satisfaction at the thought. With his goal achieved, he turned to leave, but suddenly remembered something. He paused and looked back at Orochimaru. By the way, Orochimaru, how is the arm I asked you to prepare for me coming along? There's been progress. No need to worry. Just a couple of days ago, my men found someone with a truly unique body. He shows no rejection to any transplanted cells. Danzo's solitary eye lit up at the news. Excellent. If that's the case, I'll use this man's arm to replace my own right arm. He absent-mindedly touched his right arm, excitement clear in his voice. His right arm had been afflicted with a lingering injury for years, making it difficult to use. He'd thought of replacing it long ago, but suitable candidates had always eluded him. So, he put it off until now. But today, at last, the perfect arm had appeared. And not just any arm, a flawless one, with no risk of rejection. What's more, tonight happened to be the night of the Uchiha clan's massacre. At that moment, a brilliant idea sparked in Danzo's mind. If there's no risk of rejection, maybe I can implant multiple Sharingan into this arm. Once the thought took root, there was no stopping it. I'll go make the arrangements now, he announced, hurrying out of the hidden chamber. He needed to instruct his men to gather as many Sharingan as possible. Anything he wished for seemed within his grasp. Today truly was Danzo's lucky day. At least, that's what he told himself. Oof. That fool Fugaku, he actually didn't trust my warning. He didn't even send the regular clansmen into hiding. Standing on the rooftop, Sasuke looked out over the Uchiha compound, where lights still glowed in every home, and scowled in frustration. Well, he'd done his part to warn them. If a battle did break out and the clan's ordinary members suffered heavy casualties, no one could blame him. Unable to hold back any longer, Sasuke decided it was time to use the 2 lottery draws he'd earned from his missions for the 3rd Hokage. Originally, he had intended to save up until he had 10 chances and then do a 10-in-a-row draw, but in the end, he couldn't resist the pull of his own gambler's soul. System draw. I'll use both chances together. Ding. Draw successful. You have obtained Supreme Sunglasses, 1 pair. Ding. Draw successful. You have obtained a 24K thick gold chain. Sunglasses and a gold chain. System, are you trying to turn me into a mob boss? Sasuke grumbled inwardly, then questioned the system. System, is this just a regular pair of sunglasses? Can you give me some sort of explanation? Supreme Sunglasses blocks all prying eyes. Once worn, not even the Byakugan can see your eyes. The system provided its explanation. Sasuke raised an eyebrow as he read this. These sunglasses actually seemed pretty useful. Perfect. Now he could use them to hide his 6 Tomo Rinnegan. Honestly, even if his Rinnegan were exposed, it wouldn't really matter, but since he now had a way to conceal them, he might as well. Anything to avoid unnecessary trouble. Of course, the main reason was that wearing sunglasses just looked way cooler. Next, Sasuke asked the system about the gold chain's purpose. 24K pure gold chain. The essential accessory for any boss. Where to boost your swagger. Just focus on looking awesome. Alright, so that was basically useless. Sasuke made his judgment. Of the 2 draws, only the sunglasses had any value. Not bad luck, all things considered. With nothing else to do after the draw, Sasuke simply lay flat on the rooftop, gazing at the already risen full moon, lost in thought. In a flash, with a thought, a pair of sunglasses appeared on Sasuke's face. His vision remained unchanged, crystal clear, just like when he wasn't wearing them. A definite plus. This moon really was bright, big, and perfectly round. Sealed inside was the naive and innocent Kaguya Otsutsuki, along with what seemed like a whole clan of Hyuga. Could he get up there and snatch that giant Tensigan for himself? If he blew up the moon, would that free Kaguya? Was it possible to break the seal with sheer brute force? He wondered if the age-old rule of might makes right would apply in this world. Sasuke stared at the moon, letting his imagination run wild. As he watched, he began to feel hungry. At that moment, gazing at the perfectly round moon, he couldn't help but think it looked just like a fluffy, delicious dango. Dango? Wait, a dango? Suddenly, Sasuke sat up straight. Thinking of dango, he remembered Uchiha Izumi inviting him for dango. Then, fragments of memories from his previous life surfaced. The scene of Uchiha Obito killing Izumi on the night of the massacre. Though, thanks to him, the original plot had already veered wildly off course. And tonight, could it be the night of the massacre? Would Uchiha Obito appear? But just to be safe, it's better to pick up Izumi as well. No need to let carelessness put this sweet girl in danger. With a swift movement, Sasuke's figure vanished from the rooftop. Relying on the memories of his former self, he raced in the direction of the Uchiha, Izumi's home. The Uchiha clan district. The Uchiha Izumi residence. Mom, I'm heading out for a bit. Izumi called from the entryway, having just changed her shoes. It's so late. Where are you going? A middle-aged woman stepped out, looking at her daughter with concern. I made a bunch of dango and wanted to thank little Sasuke properly. He really helped me out today. Izumi lifted the box of treats, her face bright with a cheerful smile. Oh, all right then. Go quickly and come right back. Things have been getting more tense between the clan and the village lately. Be careful, okay? Her mother reminded her, but didn't stop her. It's fine, Mom. I'm still within the clan, and Sasuke's house isn't far. Besides, I am a ninja too. There's nothing to worry about. With that, Izumi picked up the box and slipped out the door. Oh, you're old enough and still making me worry. Her mother could only sigh helplessly. It's been so long since I last saw Itachi-kun. I wonder what mission he's on. It's been ages and he still hasn't come home. I really hope I'll get to see him at Sasuke's house later. On her way, the lovesick girl's heart brimmed with anticipation. Turning a corner, she suddenly spotted a familiar silhouette standing beneath a street lamp not too far ahead. Is that? Her heart began to race, and her steps quickened on their own. As she drew closer, she realized it was the very person she'd been thinking about. Itachi-kun, it's you. You're finally back from your mission. Izumi called out to him in delight, her joy impossible to hide. Itachi-kun, you must be exhausted after such a long mission. Here, these are your favorite tricolor dango. I just made them for you. Please try some. She offered the box of treats to Itachi. As for the dango, she'd originally meant for Sasuke. Well, in this moment, she'd completely forgotten about that. Looking at the smiling girl before him, pain surged in Itachi's heart. Because this girl was about to die, by his own hand. But for the sake of Konoha's peace, this pain was something he had to bear. Itachi forced his heart to grow cold and numb. His face remained utterly expressionless. Huh, what's wrong, Itachi-kun? You seem a bit off today. Was your mission too exhausting? Izumi noticed something was amiss, and worry crept onto her face. She widened her eyes and leaned in closer, carefully observing the expression on Itachi's face. Then, under the glow of the street lamp, she noticed a fleeting look of pain etched between his brows. Itachi-kun, what's wrong? Did something happen? Worry deepened on her face as she reached out a slender hand, wanting to touch Itachi's cheek and offer him some comfort. But before her hand could make contact, a pair of crimson eyes suddenly appeared in her vision. In the next instant, her consciousness was swallowed by darkness. I'm sorry, Izumi. Uchiha Itachi caught her hand, which hung frozen in midair, then gently gathered the unconscious Izumi into his arms. His face was filled with bitter sorrow. He didn't want to kill her, but for the peace of the village, he had no choice. He decided to use a genjutsu to weave a blissful dream for her, letting her leave the world peacefully in this way. This was all he could do for her. Just as he was about to proceed, a voice dripping with mockery suddenly sounded behind him. How heartless. You must realize just how much this girl cares about you, and yet you're really going to kill her? Who? Someone managed to appear behind me without a sound, and I didn't sense a thing. Itachi's heart lurched in shock, and his reflexes kicked in. He instantly used the body flicker technique to escape from his spot. Whoosh! Holding the unconscious Izumi, he reappeared 10 meters away. Only after ensuring a safe distance did he turn to face the speaker. You're Sasuke. What are you doing here? Seeing who stood before him, Itachi was taken aback. Oh, so you recognized me that easily? Looks like these sunglasses are useless as a disguise after all. Sasuke pushed his sunglasses up his nose, unable to hide a faint disappointment. He'd hoped the shades might help hide his identity, but clearly that wasn't going to work. But if Itachi's here in the clan compound, then my suspicions were right. That old man, the third Hokage, must have finally lost his temper. Tonight he's coming to attack the Uchiha. Sasuke narrowed his eyes at Itachi in the distance, thinking to himself and giving himself a silent nod for being spot on with his prediction. And just then, a series of system prompts suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! Clan Massacre Night event has begun. Generating mission list. Ding! Mission 1. Give Uchiha Itachi a good slap. Extra 2 lottery chances. Ding! Mission 2. Give Danzo Shimura a good slap. Extra 3 lottery chances. Ding! Mission 3. Give Hiruzen Sarutobi a good slap. Extra 4 lottery chances. Staring at the 3 tasks that had just popped up, Sasuke couldn't help but complain inwardly. Why call yourself the strongest system in all worlds? You might as well be the big slap system. Every mission is just about slapping people. Previously, when Hayashi Hyuga was involved, the task released was also about slapping someone hard across the face. And this time, after completing the task, can't they just give one more chance at the reward lottery? This is really torture for someone with obsessive tendencies. Sasuke counted. If all the tasks were completed this time, there would be a total of 9 lottery chances as a reward. Couldn't they just make an even 10? Would a 10 draw be too much to ask? He suspected the system was messing with him on purpose, but he had no proof. Itachi, what on earth is going through your mind? How could you willingly become the 3rd Hokage's killing tool and turn against your own clan? Sasuke folded his arms across his chest, asking with curiosity. Itachi's brows furrowed as he looked at Sasuke, who was wearing sunglasses, a look that made his younger brother seem like a completely different person. I don't know where you're getting your information from, but for the sake of the village's peace, I had no other choice. In the next instant, the 3 tomo in Itachi's eyes spun rapidly, transforming into the pinwheel shape of the Mangekyo Sharingan. The Mangekyo was activated. He had no intention of wasting time arguing with his brother here. Instead, he'd simply cast his Mangekyo Jinjutsu to knock Sasuke out, then proceed with his mission. Eliminate every member of his clan. Forgive me, Sasuke. This really will be the last time. With that thought, the power of the Mangekyo erupted. Jinjutsu, Tsukuyomi. A surge of powerful spiritual energy descended upon Sasuke in an instant. Seriously? He's going all out from the start. Seeing Itachi unleash the Mangekyo right away, Sasuke was taken aback. He'd want to trade a few barbed words, maybe even try to talk his brother out of it. But Itachi clearly wasn't playing by the rules, using Mangekyo Jinjutsu for a sneak attack. Looks like the only way to get through to him is with good old-fashioned fists. So, Sasuke dropped his mental defenses, letting Itachi's Tsukuyomi wash over him. He was curious. Just what did this dutiful son want to show him now? In the next instant, the world before Sasuke blurred. The familiar Uchiha street vanished, as did the sunglasses perched on his nose. After a brief moment of disorientation, he realized he was standing at the entrance to his own home. He looked around at his surroundings. The sunlight was bright. White clouds drifted lazily across the sky. Butterflies danced among the flowers in the yard, and cheerful birds fluffed their feathers on the branches. It was a scene of perfect peace and beauty. The door creaked open. Mikoto Uchiha, wearing an apron, stepped out. "Welcome home, little Sasuke. Come on in, don't just stand out there. I made your favorite bonito rice balls." Mikoto beamed at Sasuke, her expression full of warmth. Sasuke did as she said and stepped inside, glancing around the familiar home. They really went all out. Every detail was recreated so vividly. "I heard you came first in the exams again this time. Well done, just like your brother. Truly, you are my son." Sitting on the sofa with a newspaper in hand, Fugaku couldn't help but offer Sasuke a faint smile as he walked in, his eyes brimming with pride, clearly satisfied with Sasuke's performance at the Ninja Academy. "Come on, Sasuke, it's time for dinner. Remember to wash your hands before you eat." After carefully arranging the dishes on the table, Mikoto called out to Sasuke with a gentle voice. Sasuke glanced toward the dining table and took in the sight of a lavish meal, every plate brimming with delicious foods. "Here, Sasuke, come sit here." With a warm smile, Mikoto pulled out a chair and gestured for Sasuke to take a seat. Then, without warning, a glint of steel flashed through the air. With a wet, sickening sound, Mikoto's chest was pierced by a blade. The tenderness on her face vanished, replaced instantly by an expression twisted in agony. Why would you do this?" Mikoto looked back at her beloved son, unable to comprehend what was happening. Itachi gave no reply. He twisted the dagger in his hand, driving it toward her heart. A burst of crimson erupted, blood pouring forth and staining the entire table of delicious food scarlet. Sasuke watched as the feast was ruined before his eyes, and the corner of his mouth twitched involuntarily. What a waste. Even if it's all fake, it still feels like such a shame, a simple thought from someone who truly loves to eat. With a cold, scraping sound, Itachi expressionlessly pulled the dagger from Mikoto's back, and the fresh spray of blood splattered across half his face. In that moment, he looked utterly cold and merciless, a far cry from his usual, gentle self, as if he'd become a completely different person. The heavy stench of blood filled the room. "Itachi, what are you doing? Have you lost your mind?" With a furious roar, Fugaku shot up from the sofa, tearing his newspaper to shreds, his face contorted in rage. Itachi gave Sasuke a dispassionate glance before his form flickered, disappearing and reappearing behind Fugaku in a heartbeat, his dagger slicing through the air in a deadly arc. In a flash, Fugaku's head was sent flying, a fountain of blood bursting forth. The lifeless, headless body crashed heavily to the floor with a dull thud. Throughout it all, Sasuke stood with arms crossed, watching the scene unfold with detached interest, as if he were viewing a VR movie. In the next instant, the world before his eyes shifted. It followed the same pattern as before. First, a vision of warmth and familial happiness, only for Itachi to appear and shatter it all, piece by piece. The entire world began to glow a deep, oppressive red, growing ever darker, the atmosphere thick with suffocating dread. Again and again, Itachi forced Sasuke to witness the brutal murder of their parents, replaying the nightmare endlessly before his eyes. All around, the anguished screams of his clansmen rang out, filled with terror and despair. My foolish little brother. If you want to kill me, then hate me, curse me, and survive, cling to life in disgrace. Constantly running away, it's just to survive. Then, one day, when you've gained eyes like mine, come and face me. That way, you'll be a worthy vessel, and then... At this point, Itachi glanced at the person lounging on the recliner across from him, casually munching on sunflower seeds, Sasuke, or so it appeared, and abruptly stopped speaking. Huh? And then? What happens next? Go on, why'd you stop? Did you freeze up or something? Sasuke spat out a sunflower seed shell, watching as the movie screen before him suddenly paused. He couldn't help but prompt, his tone tinged with impatience. You're not Sasuke. Who are you, and why are you pretending to be my brother? Itachi's face darkened, his expression thunderous. With how innocent his little brother Sasuke was, there was no way he'd be so calm, snacking and watching the show, after witnessing their parents' murder. So, whoever this was, he had to be a fake. He'd already felt something off when he saw Sasuke show up wearing sunglasses earlier. A test with Tsukuyomi had confirmed it. This was no real Sasuke. Me? I'm your ancestor. Sasuke straightened up, leaning forward, his face suddenly serious. Unfilial descendant. Hurry up and show proper respect to your ancestor, me. Itachi's features darkened even more. His little brother Sasuke was his one untouchable weakness. Yet now, someone dared to impersonate his brother just to toy with him. Unforgivable. Not talking? No matter. This is my Tsukuyomi world. Here, I'm the absolute master. Everything that exists here bends to my will. I'll make you experience countless forms of pain until you tell me the truth. A glacial light flashed in Itachi's eyes, his voice cold enough to freeze bone. As his words fell, the world around them began to shift. The scene of their parents' murder evaporated, the surrounding buildings faded to nothing, and countless crosses sprang up from the ground. The sky turned a deep, blood red. In fact, the entire world was awash with crimson, so oppressive that just a glimpse would leave anyone breathless. Here, both time and space are mine to command. For the next 72 hours, I'll make you. But as he spoke, Itachi suddenly choked, as if something had caught in his throat, leaving him unable to utter another word in his usual, dramatic style. Then his eyes flew wide open, disbelief written all over his face. He cried out in shock. How is this possible? I already changed the world, but the chair you're sitting on, and those sunflower seeds in your hand, they're still here? Itachi was completely stunned. In his Tsukuyomi world, he realized he couldn't control this fake Sasuke at all. Oh. And when exactly did you think I'd fallen for your Tsukuyomi illusion? Sasuke popped another sunflower seed into his mouth, glanced up at Itachi, and offered a faint, knowing smile. What? Itachi was startled by these words. Then, he saw Sasuke's right eye undergo a sudden transformation. The once black pupil now burned crimson, etched with a complex six-pointed star pattern. That's the Mangekyo. Itachi's eyes narrowed in shock. His opponent possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan as well. What's more, he could clearly sense the other's ocular power surpassing even his own. A tremendous pressure weighed down on him. Could this be the legendary Eternal Mangekyo? Itachi's pupils shrank to pinpoints, his own suspicion sending a chill through him. Suddenly, every nerve in his body screamed a warning. No, I mustn't look into his eyes. He jerked his head aside, trying to avoid the incoming Jinjutsu, but it was already too late. In the next instant, the world before his eyes shifted abruptly. The crimson haze vanished, replaced by a brilliant, vibrant world under a clear blue sky. Now he found himself standing at the entrance of a house, one that felt both achingly familiar and strangely foreign. Itachi, why does this scene feel so familiar? No way. The door creaked open with a gentle sound of wood, and a tender voice called out from within. Honey, welcome home. You must be tired. A stunning woman with waist-length hair stepped out to greet him. Itachi stared in disbelief as he recognized her features. Izumi. He spoke her name with hesitation. The woman before him resembled Izumi so much. It was as if she had simply grown older. Hey, it's me, Izumi, your wife. What's wrong, Itachi? Has being Hokage been wearing you out lately? What? Hokage? Itachi's eyes widened in shock. Only then did he notice that his own body felt different, taller than before, and his clothes were unlike anything he usually wore. He was dressed in the ceremonial robes of the Hokage. Panicking, he quickly slipped off the robe and turned it over, only to see 5 bold characters emblazoned on the back. 5th Hokage. Itachi stared blankly at those words, lost in thought. He was the Hokage? The 5th Hokage, no less. No, impossible. This was all an illusion crafted by that imposter's eye technique. With a fierce shake of his head, Itachi activated his Mangekyo Sharingan and rapidly wove hand signs. Genjutsu release. A soft breeze swept by, making the Hokage robe flutter on his shoulders. Yet nothing in his surroundings changed. The sunlight remained golden and warm. Butterflies still flitted among blooming flowers, and the ginger cat lounging on the windowsill stretched and yawned lazily. Everything seemed to reassure him that this world was utterly real. Fake. You can't fool me. Itachi shook his head wildly, his face twisted in desperation, Mangekyo power pouring from his eyes. He possessed the Mangekyo. There was no way he couldn't break this illusion. Honey, what's wrong with you? Izumi gripped Itachi's hands tightly, her voice filled with worry. Feeling the undeniable warmth from her hands, Itachi was momentarily stunned, jolted back to himself from his wild thoughts. He looked into Izumi's anxious eyes and murmured, "So is this all just an illusion? Or is it real?" Inside the house, Itachi sat on the couch, watching his wife, Uchiha Izumi, bustling about. A look of confusion flickered in his eyes. Was this reality, or just a false dream? At that moment, the front door flew open with a bang. A loud voice rang out. "Damn it, Boruto is such a jerk. He ambushed me. Next time we spar, I'm definitely going to make him pay." Huh, maybe if you were stronger, he wouldn't have been able to ambush you in the first place. Another voice chimed in. Always taking someone else's side. You're just as annoying as Throughe. The first voice now sounded clearly annoyed. TCH, I'm just telling it like it is. Itachi stared, dazed, as 2 children burst through the door. Just then, the kids noticed Itachi sitting on the sofa. They immediately stopped bickering. The boy, with short hair, ran over, excitement shining in his eyes. "Dad, you're home so early today. Perfect. Teach me some awesome ninjutsu, okay? Next time, I'll make Boruto eat dirt." He grabbed Itachi's hand, eager to pull him outside to the garden. The girl approached as well, but she was more reserved. She gave Itachi a polite nod. "Welcome home, father." Looking at the 2 children before him, Itachi was utterly bewildered. "Taki, stop pestering your dad. He's had a long day. Let him rest for a bit." Izumi came out of the kitchen, having heard the commotion. Not again. He hardly ever gets to come home this early." The boy let go of Itachi's hand, his face falling in disappointment. "Don't mind him, father. Even if he taught Taki ninjutsu, he wouldn't practice properly anyway." The girl remarked coolly from the side. Don't look down on me. I'll definitely train hard. And how many times have I told you? Don't call me by my name. Address me as Big Brother. Got it?" The boy shot back, clearly annoyed. "Childish. Someone weaker than me doesn't deserve to be called my brother. Besides, you were only born 1 second before me. What gives you the right to act like my big brother?" The girl lifted her chin with a look of utter disdain. Even if it's just by 0.01 seconds, I'm still older. I'm your brother, and you're my little sister." The boy retorted loudly. TCH. The girl looked away, clearly uninterested in arguing any further. You're convinced now, aren't you? Remember, next time you have to call me Big Brother." The boy stood with his hands on his hips, bursting out in triumphant laughter. "Get lost. I'm not calling you that. Not a chance. No way. You have to call me that." Watching the 2 children bicker once again, memories in Itachi's mind began to sharpen. That's right. These 2 little ones were his and Izumi's children. A pair of twins, the boy named Uchiha Taki, the girl named Uchiha Yu. At this moment, both of them were still attending the Ninja Academy. As for Boruto and Throughe, whom the twins mentioned earlier, they were the children of Naruto, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, and his own younger brother, Sasuke. The more he recalled, the more his memories started to piece together like a jigsaw puzzle, growing ever clearer and more complete. He remembered now. Over a decade ago, he had used the power of his Mangekyo Sharingan to successfully resolve the conflict between the Uchiha and the village, averting a war and becoming a hero to the village. A few years later, the 3rd Hokage grew old, his strength and energy waning, and thus he stepped down from his position. With Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin, defecting, and with neither Tsunade nor Jiraiya willing to return to take up the mantle, the Hokage had to be chosen from the new generation. Because Itachi had resolved the Uchiha's conflict with the village, making Konoha more prosperous and thriving, and because he was a hero with formidable strength, he was qualified to become Hokage. And so, with the third strong recommendation, he became the fifth Hokage. At that time, aside from Shimura Danzo's opposition, the rest of the village's clans were all in support, so he rightfully became the fifth Hokage. The very first thing he did as Hokage was to investigate Shimura Danzo, gathering evidence of the crimes he had committed over the years. No one can keep their misdeeds hidden forever. Danzo's crimes were too numerous to count. Once the investigation began in earnest, a mountain of black deeds was uncovered. In the end, Danzo's crimes were made public. Amidst the condemnation of the masses, he was sent straight to hell. At last, he had avenged his dear friend, Uchiha Shursui. Afterward, he married Uchiha Izumi, who had always loved him, and a year later, they welcomed a pair of twins, making his life complete. Meanwhile, the next generation of the village was growing up. His younger brother Sasuke and Naruto, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, became the best of friends. Both were immensely powerful, the strongest shinobi of their generation. Konoha flourished more than ever. In short, everything was wonderful. Come on, darling, have a taste of these three-colored dango. My skills have improved again. I'm sure they're even better than last time. At the dining table, Izumi picked up a dango and placed it in Itachi's bowl, her gentle voice tinged with anticipation. Itachi tasted the dango, and his eyes lit up in delight. The flavor really is better. Izumi beamed with happiness. The couple's loving display drew envious looks from the two little ones sitting across from him. I almost forgot about you too. Sorry about that. Realizing the children's gaze, Izumi quickly placed a meatball into each of their bowls. Watching this heartwarming scene, a smile naturally appeared on Itachi's face as well. This is what the real world truly feels like. Time slipped by quietly, and before anyone realized it, 6 whole years had passed. How wonderful life is. Seated in the Hokage's office chair, Itachi gazed out at the blue sky and drifting clouds, and couldn't help but sigh in genuine contentment. Knock, knock, knock. A gentle rapping sounded on the door. Itachi immediately straightened up, reached for his files and pen, and assumed a look of earnest concentration. Clearing his throat softly, he spoke in a calm, warm voice. Come in. The hinges creaked as the door opened, and a young ninja with a spiky pineapple hairstyle stepped inside. What brings you here, Shikamaru? Itachi asked with a smile. He looked at the young man before him with a hint of admiration in his eyes. Shikamaru Nara had inherited all the best qualities from his father, Shikaka Nara. Exceptionally intelligent, he had served as the Hokage's secretary for 6 years, handling every matter with order and precision. His abilities were truly outstanding. His only flaw was a tendency toward laziness. But in the face of such talent, that small fault was hardly worth mentioning. All in all, he was an excellent Konoha ninja, and Itachi held him in high regard. Lord Hokage, the Chunin exams are tomorrow. Will the tests be the same as in previous years? Shikamaru looked at Itachi with deep respect in his eyes. Oh, how time flies. Another Chunin exam already? Itachi looked up from his desk, unable to hide his sense of nostalgia. The exam content will be the same as before. There's no need for any changes. By the way, isn't your son taking part in this year's Chunin exams as well? Itachi smiled at Shikamaru. My boy's just average, really. He's only taking the exams for the experience. I doubt he'll even make it through the second round. Shikamaru replied with a weary sigh, rubbing his brow, then glanced at Itachi with envy. Your children, Lord Hokage, are the real prodigies. I'm sure they'll shine in this year's exams. You give them too much credit, Itachi said modestly, shaking his head. This time, the 4 great ninja villages and plenty of smaller ones are all sending their best young ninjas. If Taki and the others can advance smoothly, I'll already be satisfied. With that, he pushed a large stack of documents toward Shikamaru. Here, help me out, Shikamaru. Take some of these off my hands. I want to head home early and give my kids some encouragement. I'll owe you a big dinner for this. Itachi spoke with heartfelt sincerity. All right. I'll do it. Shikamaru agreed with a resigned sigh. Shikamaru scratched his head helplessly. To help the 2 children perform better tomorrow, Itachi made a special trip to the shopping district on his way home and bought a pile of groceries. Tonight, he planned to cook for the kids himself, preparing them a delicious meal. At this moment, Itachi was walking down the street, his arms laden with bags. The villagers along the way greeted him warmly, and he responded to each one with a gentle smile. Soon, he entered the Uchiha compound and arrived at his own doorstep. I'm home, he called out as he pushed open the door. But inside, the house was dim and unlit, empty and silent, not a soul in sight. Usually, whenever he came home early, that brat Uchiha Power would come running over, eyes shining, eager for a ninjutsu lesson. But today, nothing of the sort happened. "Izumi, I'm back. Are you all home?" Itachi called as he stepped into the living room, flicking on the lights and raising his voice. His words echoed through the house, but no one answered. "Is anyone here? Takiyu, are you there?" he called again. Still, there was only silence. A sinking feeling gripped Itachi's heart. It was nearly dinner time. Izumi and the kids would never go out at this hour. A sudden, foreboding sense of dread welled up inside him. Bang! The master bedroom door flew open, his and Izumi's room, but it was empty, not a soul inside. Bang! Bang! He flung open the doors to Taki's and Yu's rooms, one after another. Both were empty. Now, the only room left unopened was the storage room. Itachi paused in front of it, drew a deep breath, and with a sudden, forceful shove, flung the wooden door open. Crash! Outside, the sky abruptly darkened. In the next instant, a jagged bolt of lightning tore through the gloom, flooding the world with a brief, blinding light. For a split second, it illuminated the scene inside the storage room. A low, vibrating hum filled the air. The sight before him turned Itachi's mind utterly blank. His whole body went cold, as if plunged into an icy abyss. Izumi lay sprawled across the long table, eyes wide in terror, pinned lifelessly in place by a long blade. Blood pooled beneath her, staining the floor. Uchiha Power was sliced in two, his vacant eyes fixed on nothing as he lay in a spreading sea of crimson. The stench of blood was thick, cloying, suffocating. "Well, now you're home, Itachi. So, how do you like the gift I prepared for you?" came a mocking voice. Sasuke stood there, dressed all in white, a ninjato over a meter long slung across his shoulder. Skewered on the blade, limp and lifeless, was none other than Itachi's daughter, Uchiha Yu. A raw, guttural scream tore from Itachi's throat, his face twisted in a mask of pure rage. "I'll kill you!" The Mangekyo Sharingan flared to life in an instant. Like a beast driven mad, Itachi hurled himself at Sasuke, all reason abandoned. In a flash, 5 black rods shot out from behind Sasuke with deadly precision. Each and every rod struck Itachi full on, pinning his limbs to the wall, rendering him utterly helpless. A final rod drove straight into his chest. Itachi thrashed desperately, roaring with rage, but it was useless. The special energy in the black rod had sealed his chakra. Why are you doing this, Sasuke?" Unable to break free, he could only demand an answer from Sasuke in a hoarse, furious voice. Once I finish off this little girl, I'll tell you everything." With a flick, Sasuke tossed the girl, still skewered on his blade, off to the side. The girl opened her eyes weakly and caught sight of Itachi. Summoning the last of her strength, she reached out a small, blood-soaked hand toward him. Her little face twisted in pain, and a rasping voice squeezed out of her throat. "Daddy, help me." Behind her, Sasuke lifted his foot and aimed it straight at the girl's head. "Stop! Stop! I said stop." Seeing this, bloodshot veins stood out in Itachi's eyes, his entire face contorted in agony, and he screamed in desperation. But Sasuke ignored him, his face cold and utterly indifferent as he stomped down. A sickening, wet burst. Her head exploded like a watermelon, splattering red and white across the floor. I'll kill you. I swear I'll kill you." Itachi's mind snapped. He thrashed and twisted, his wounds tearing open and spilling more blood. Yet, in that moment, he felt no pain in his body, because the pain in his heart was 10,000 times worse. Then, Sasuke's eyes began to change. His pupils morphed into a complex, 6-pointed star, the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. He gazed at Itachi and spoke slowly, his voice devoid of all feeling, cold as ice. "My foolish brother, if you want to kill me, then hate me. Curse me. Keep living on, ugly and wretched as you are. Keep running away, just so you can survive. And one day, when you have eyes like mine, come find me. Then, you'll finally become the perfect vessel in my hands." But by now, Itachi could hear nothing. Only one thought filled his mind, to kill his brother Sasuke. Just as his agony reached its peak, the scene before his eyes shattered like glass. Gasping for breath, Itachi found himself standing at his own front door, arms loaded with shopping bags. What was that just now? Was it all an illusion? Sweat poured down his face, and he was still reeling from the nightmare he'd just experienced. Please let it all be just a hallucination. He whispered a desperate prayer and pushed open the door. The bags slipped from his hands and hit the floor with a dull thud. In the living room, the nightmare returned, Another scene of blood and horror. His wife and daughter were nailed to the wall, their blood painting the once white walls a gruesome red. Yo, you're back. Look at the gift I prepared for you. Well, do you like it? Sasuke, dressed all in white, sat on the sofa with his arms crossed, hands resting on the hilt of his ninja sword. The tip of the blade pointed toward the floor. His chin propped atop his hands. His left foot pressed down on the barely breathing Uchiha Power, and he watched Itachi enter with a faint smile on his face. Itachi lost control once again, just like last time, charging forward recklessly without a second thought. As if it were inevitable, he was pinned to the wall by black rods once more. This time, Sasuke killed Itachi's son right in front of him, and followed it up with a string of classic, cutting remarks. When pain reached its absolute limit, the scene shattered, only for another to begin, an endless cycle of torment. Again and again, images of his wife, son, daughter, and countless loved ones being slaughtered flashed through Itachi's mind, each wave of agony more intense than the last, flooding his brain with suffering. Stop! Stop! Please, just make it stop. Clutching his head in his hands, Itachi let out a desperate, broken scream. No one could say how many times the cycle repeated, each scene of pain stitching itself into the next, until they formed a single, overwhelming vision in his mind. Crash! With a sound like shattering glass, the illusion suddenly exploded, and Itachi was finally torn from the abyss of endless pain. Blood burst from his mouth in a violent gush. His face turned ghostly pale in an instant, crimson veins spiderwebbing across his eyes, which began to bleed. He dropped to one knee, racked by violent coughing. In that moment, his mind was still hazy and confused. The overwhelming torment of the illusion left him unsure if what he now experienced was real or just another trick. His spirit had been deeply wounded. But then, glancing at Izumi lying quietly beside him, he felt a surge of relief. She was still alive. How does it feel? The pain you wanted to inflict on Sasuke. You've now experienced it for yourself. Satisfied? Sasuke's mocking voice rang out. Tsukuyumi's backlash, is it? Terrifying. For a moment, I thought that nightmare was reality. Itachi murmured, clutching his throbbing eyes as he answered Sasuke's question. I see now. My earlier thinking was far too selfish. This kind of pain should never have been Sasuke's burden. Itachi's face twisted with self-mockery as he began to reflect. Looking back, I was an utter fool, letting myself be manipulated into becoming an executioner. Someone who can't even protect his own family. How could I ever talk about protecting the village, about defending Konoha? He turned to Sasuke, gratitude shining in his eyes, and spoke with newfound resolve. I don't know why you pretend to be my brother, but thank you. Thank you for waking me up. If he had once experienced happiness, he was determined not to let it slip away. Having endured such a painfully vivid illusion, Itachi was finally, truly awakened. Until now, he had always put the interests of the village before those of his family. At this moment, with complete clarity, he finally understood. The so-called interests of the village were nothing more than the interests of Konoha's upper echelons. He decided it was better to protect the goodness in his own heart. As for the so-called village interests, the will of fire? To hell with all that. Watching Itachi's reaction before him, Sasuke couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. After all, he'd hit Itachi with an advanced version of Tsukuyumi, and now the guy had suddenly seen the light. Sasuke hadn't expected that at all. Granted, it was a good thing. Itachi had finally shaken off the brainwashing control of Hiruzen Sarutobi. But now, what about his mission? He still needed to give Itachi a good slap. With Itachi now having switched sides, it didn't seem right to hit him anymore. Sasuke prided himself on being reasonable, after all. Just as Sasuke was pondering how to find a justifiable reason to slap Itachi, the other's voice rang out. Even though you woke me up from my delusions, and I'm truly grateful, you killed Izumi over and over in that illusion, and even killed my son and daughter. That I cannot forgive. Hatred twisted Itachi's face, his eyes blazing with fury as he shouted. I absolutely have to beat you up. Well, maybe he gone a little too far. Itachi had returned to reality, but the resentment he harbored from the illusion remained. Sasuke was a bit speechless, but this played right into his hands. He'd been racking his brain for an excuse to rough Itachi up. Now that Itachi was offering himself up, Sasuke certainly couldn't be blamed for being unreasonable. A sly, devilish smile curled Sasuke's lips. So, do you want to experience what that illusion felt like in real life? What are you talking about? Itachi frowned. This. No sooner had Sasuke spoken than Izumi, who'd been unconscious beside Itachi, vanished without a trace. Amino Tajikara. Behind his sunglasses, Sasuke activated his Rinnegan, its sixth tomo swirling. The next instant, Izumi appeared by Sasuke's feet, and in her previous spot, there was now an ordinary, inconspicuous pebble. Sasuke raised his foot, aiming it playfully at Uchiha Izumi's head, his tone mocking. Hey, weren't you just about to kill her before? How about I help you finish the job now? A sudden, electric jolt shot through Itachi's mind at the all-too-familiar scene, painful memories flooding back. Bastard! Stop right there! He sprang forward like an arrow loosed from a bow, not even waiting for his words to finish. This was reality. If something happened here, it would be for real. And with the opponent's identity so mysterious, he couldn't risk assuming it was just a joke. What if Sasuke really did it? If that foot actually came down? No, he could not, would not, let this happen in the real world. Too slow. Sasuke's face was impassive as he tilted his head, narrowly avoiding the oncoming punch, then reached out and caught the kick that followed. Too weak. It seems the stimulus I've given you isn't enough, Itachi. Boom. Sasuke grabbed Itachi by the calf and hurled him through the air. Itachi's body crashed into an abandoned apartment building, and the already crumbling structure collapsed with a tremendous roar, sending a thick cloud of dust billowing in every direction. Swish! Itachi darted out of the swirling dust. His gaze landed on Sasuke, standing across from him, then dropped to the pool of blood by Sasuke's feet. An ominous thought surged in his mind, and his voice trembled as he asked, Where's Izumi? What have you done to her? Right here. Can't you see? Sasuke replied with icy calm, pointing at the bloodstain and the pile of mangled flesh at his feet. You know, I have quite the talent for turning people into mincemeat. Did Sasuke really reduce Izumi to a heap of flesh? Of course not. He'd come precisely to save the girl. How could he possibly do such a thing? Taking advantage of the moment when he'd sent Itachi flying, Sasuke had already split off a shadow clone to spirit Izumi away from the scene. As for the blood on the ground, that was his own doing. With his resilient body, shedding a bit of blood was hardly a concern. And the apparent flesh on the floor? That was just a sacrificial doll from his system's inventory, just another tool in his arsenal. To enrage Itachi and force him to fight with everything he had, Sasuke truly spared no effort. But why provoke Itachi like this? Partly, it was to warm up before the real battle. More importantly, he wanted to test whether his own body could now stand against Susanoo. Thunder roared in Itachi's mind. I'll kill you, you bastard. A piercing scream tore through the night, as a terrifying aura surged from Itachi's body. His chakra swelled, thick and tangible, as if the air itself had turned to blood. No, it wasn't just an illusion. His chakra had truly taken form. A crimson skeleton enveloped Itachi, and then more bones materialized, interlocking to form an enormous red skeletal frame. A savage look twisted Itachi's face, blood streaming madly from his eyes. He didn't care. He kept drawing out chakra, his eyes burning with a hysterical power. In a heartbeat, the red skeleton began to sprout sinew and flesh, and in the blink of an eye, it was sheathed in a cloak of blazing red chakra. Itachi had unleashed Susanoo's third form. The red Susanoo gripped a colossal chakra blade and brought it crashing down on Sasuke. Bring it on. Sasuke's eyes gleamed with excitement. He neither dodged nor flinched. Rip! His shirt tore apart as he transformed, muscles bulging with raw, explosive power. With a single, earth-shaking punch, he struck at the descending Susanoo sword. Boom! Stone and rubble flew in all directions. The ground itself trembled from the impact. When the dust finally cleared, a trench, meters deep and dozens of meters long, had been carved into the earth. Sasuke now stood atop the roof of an abandoned building, shaking blood from his wounded arm. A vicious wound ran the length of his entire right arm, nearly slicing it clean in half. If he hadn't sensed something was wrong and used heavenly hand power to teleport himself away in time, he would most likely have become a corpse, split neatly into two. Clearly, pride goes before a fall. His body was still no match for Susanoo in a head-on clash. He needed several more bottles of super soldier serum before he could even dream of taking on Susanoo with just his flesh and blood. Itachi, having locked on his Sasuke's position, controlled his Susanoo and swept its massive sword in a vicious arc. Yet, the crimson blade was abruptly stopped mid-swing, frozen in the air, unable to advance even an inch. Itachi's eyes widened in disbelief. In the next instant, he saw a dense, violet chakra surge around Sasuke, taking on a tangible form, first a skeleton, then a torso. Susanoo isn't yours alone. I have it too, and mine's even bigger. As he spoke, a towering purple giant rapidly took shape. Sasuke had activated his own Susanoo, twice as tall as Itachi's, and both were in their third forms, neither having reached their complete manifestation. Such was the might of the eternal Mangekyo. Even at the same stage, its Susanoo dwarfed the ordinary version. Damn it, so your Mangekyo really is the legendary Eternal Eye. But even so, I won't back down. Gritting his teeth, Itachi once again drove his Susanoo to slash at Sasuke. The purple giant reached out and, almost lazily, caught the crimson sword in its hand. With a casual squeeze, the chakra blade shattered, dispersing in a wave of chakra energy. The violet giant gripped the red Susanoo's head and slammed it into the ground with overwhelming force. A thunderous impact shook the earth, collapsing the nearby houses and gouging a massive crater in the ground. Pinned ruthlessly to the earth, the red Susanoo simply could not match the purple one's power and was unable to break free. Desperate, Itachi forced his Susanoo to materialize another greatsword, aiming to drive into the purple giant and force it back, hoping to scramble to his feet. But as soon as the new crimson blade formed, a purple hand seized and crushed it instantly. Too weak. Your Susanoo isn't even worthy of being my warm-up. Sasuke looked down at the struggling red giant beneath him and spoke in a cold, even tone. Damn it. Itachi's face was ashen. His Genjutsu had been crushed, his Taijutsu overwhelmed. And now, even his Susanoo was being utterly dominated. It was a complete and utter defeat in every aspect. Who was this monster he was facing? The purple giant raised its right arm high. A torrent of chakra gathered around its fist. Then, with a force that seemed to shake the world, it brought its fist crashing down on the red Susanoo's head. A deafening explosion rocked the battlefield. Like a tailed beast bomb detonating on the spot, a terrifying roar thundered outward, sending a circular shockwave sweeping through the area. Every building nearby was caught in its wake, collapsing into ruins without exception. Fortunately, when Sasuke used a Manhwarecap to relocate himself earlier, he had chosen the abandoned Uchiha district, where almost no one lived anymore. Otherwise, if these two Susanoo titans had fought so recklessly amid the usual residences, countless Uchiha civilians would have perished or been gravely injured. Boom! One punch followed another, and the head of the Crimson Susanoo was smashed apart in a single, devastating blow. A spray of blood burst from Itachi's mouth within the Susanoo. Although Susanoo was a construct of chakra, and its injuries wouldn't harm the wielder directly, maintaining Susanoo consumed a vast amount of chakra. Every time its body was damaged, it drained another enormous portion from its user. The purple Susanoo raised its fist again, poised to shatter the Crimson Susanoo's torso. But just then, pitch-black flames ignited across its surface. What's this? Sasuke paused in surprise as he noticed the black fire burning over the Susanoo. Amaterasu. Enduring the agony that racked his eyes, Itachi unleashed another Mangekyo Sharingan technique, aiming it at Sasuke's Susanoo. The flames of legend that never extinguish, Amaterasu, they were also known as the Merciful Flames. Despite their fearsome reputation and frequent appearances in the original story, they had never actually killed anyone, earning them the nickname Merciful Flames. Seizing Sasuke's momentary distraction, Itachi quickly manipulated his Crimson Susanoo, slipping it free from beneath the purple Susanoo. TCH, that trick's useless against me. Sasuke scoffed, his lips curling with disdain. Activating his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, he snuffed out every trace of black fire on his Susanoo in an instant. Well, are you still trying to struggle in vain? Watching as Itachi reformed the Crimson Susanoo's head, Sasuke spoke with cool indifference. I will not fall. Not until I've killed you. Itachi's eyes burned with determination. No matter what, he would have his revenge for Izumi. Just then, Fugaku arrived, leading a large group of Uchiha shinobi. What on earth are those monsters? Why are these two monstrosities rampaging in our clan's territory? Did that old dog, Sarutobi, send them? I've seen this in the ancient texts. It's said to be the most powerful ocular technique of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Susanoo. The Uchiha who had never witnessed such sights before were shouting in alarm and confusion. Fugaku's expression was grave as he gazed at the two figures inside the Susanoo armors. He recognized Uchiha Itachi, his own son. But who was this towering, muscle-bound man standing over 2 meters tall? He certainly didn't recall anyone like that in the clan. And he, too, possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan. Stop. This is Uchiha territory. I must ask you not to run wild here. Fugaku shouted sternly at Sasuke. One was his own son, the other a stranger he didn't recognize. Of course, he would take his son's side. Get out of here, you idiot. The old fart Sarutobi already has the Uchiha compound surrounded, and yet you're still wandering around with your useless cronies. Sasuke shot back without a hint of politeness. The only person who would dare talk to him like this. He thought he had a good idea who it was. So this was the real face of that fake Sasuke. Who would have thought the imposter was actually a muscle-bound brute, yet liked to pretend to be his 7-year-old son? What a ridiculous act. Fugaku grumbled silently to himself. At that moment, Itachi spoke up as well. Father, what he says is true. Danzo and the Third have already surrounded the Uchiha district on all sides. What? That bastard, the Third, is actually making a move against the Uchiha. Fugaku's expression changed instantly, and he no longer cared why the two were fighting here. With a quick call, he led the Uchiha clan away to prepare for battle. Danzo, that old dog, hasn't attacked yet. Looks like he's hoping to reap the spoils. If he won't come to me, then I'll go find him myself. A cold smile flickered in Sasuke's heart. Then, glancing at Itachi inside the crimson Susanoo, he spoke calmly. That's enough. Warm-up's over. I'm done playing. Time to go pay that old dog Danzo a visit. Playing? Itachi's face twisted in anger, his expression growing ferocious. Are you kidding me? I'm here to kill you and avenge Izumi, and you say you're just playing with me? Don't look down on me. Ah! Itachi roared, recklessly drawing out every last drop of chakra, forging two colossal chakra blades. He was about to bring them down on the purple Susanoo, but in the blink of an eye, Sasuke's Susanoo vanished, leaving him with nothing to strike. What's this supposed to mean? Are you trying to fight me barehanded? Then you'll pay for your arrogance. Itachi stared at Sasuke, who had suddenly dismissed his Susanoo. First he was baffled, then a surge of wild delight. Taking on his Susanoo blades with nothing but flesh and blood. Was Sasuke looking for death? He immediately controlled Susanoo, raising the giant swords to smash the fool before him into a pulp. But just then, his vision blurred. Sasuke, who'd been standing over 10 meters away, suddenly appeared right before him. What? I'm inside Susanoo. How did he get in here? Itachi was shocked by the uncanny turn of events. Was it Susanoo's defense, just for show? But soon, he realized, the truth wasn't that Sasuke had entered his Susanoo, but that some unknown technique had pulled him out of it. In the next instant, a rush of wind, the sound fierce, then a palm, broad as a fan, landed squarely on his cheek. Smack! The slap rang out sharply, its force immense. Itachi spun through the air, crashing into a pile of rubble. His head lolled to the side, and he lost consciousness instantly. Ding! Mission 1 complete. Congratulations, host, gained 2 additional lottery draws. One had to admit, in the face of Kami, the spatial ocular jutsu, even the vaunted defense of Susanoo was utterly meaningless. Watching Itachi, gravely wounded and lying motionless amidst the ruins, Sasuke felt a rush of satisfaction. To have beaten you so badly. Consider it a small punishment for the devoted son who planned to slaughter his own parents. At the outskirts of the Uchiha compound, a few minutes earlier, a large group of shinobi had gathered here, staring at the terrifying clash of 2 giant figures in the distance. The sheer spectacle left them deeply shaken. See, could that be the legendary ultimate ocular jutsu, Susanoo? The one only those with the Mangekyo Sharingan can use. At this moment, Hayashi Hyuga had activated his Byakugan. Gazing at the 2 battling Susanoo in the distance, he turned to the 3rd Hokage, his face etched with shock. Hiruzen Sarutobi's expression was grave as he spoke in a low voice. That's right. This is the Uchiha's most powerful ocular technique, Susanoo. But why are there 2 of them? Isn't Itachi Uchiha the only one who awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan? Hayashi's stunned face was tinged with confusion. If my guess is correct, then Fugaku must have awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan as well. The other Susanoo must have been summoned by him. Fugaku, huh? A complicated look crossed Hayashi's face. He had always considered himself, as clan head of the Hyuga, to be on equal footing with Fugaku, the head of the Uchiha, the 2 greatest clans of Konoha. But now, watching the 2 Susanoo giants locked in battle, he couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow. Against such terrifying giants, the Hyuga had absolutely no means of resistance. It seemed the idea that Hyuga and Uchiha stood as Konoha's twin pillars was nothing but a joke. Then, a cold smile flickered across his mind. Even if they wielded such monstrous power, what difference would it make? Tonight, the entire clan would still be wiped out. After tonight, the Hyuga would truly stand as Konoha's most powerful clan. Noticing the shifting emotions on Hayashi's face, Hiruzen Sarutobi understood his concerns and offered an explanation. We should actually feel fortunate. If we hadn't acted ahead of schedule tonight, it would have been us facing Susanoo. Now we have Itachi Uchiha fighting at the vanguard for us. Let them bleed each other dry, and we can reap the rewards. Besides, Danzo and his root division are holding the front line. My old friend has made meticulous preparations for the Uchiha. We can trust him. All we need to do is sit back and watch the storm unfold, ready to intercept any Uchiha who tries to escape in the chaos. There's no need to worry. The 3rd Hokage gave a light chuckle, his demeanor calm and unruffled. There was an almost casual air about him, as if the annihilation of the Uchiha clan were nothing more than a topic of idle conversation. To be honest, at this moment, the third Hokage felt an immense sense of relief. He never expected Fugaku, with his honest and upright appearance, to have hidden such depths, awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan in complete secrecy. Fortunately, he had managed to sway Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shursui to his side in advance. Otherwise, if he had to face the Uchiha with 3 pairs of Mangekyo Sharingan, the very thought of 3 Susanoo rampaging through the Hokage Tower sent chills down his spine. Of course, he only thought this way because he didn't know that Itachi's awakening of the Mangekyo Sharingan required Shursui's death as a prerequisite. All in all, the third was thoroughly convinced of his own cunning at this point. To annihilate the Uchiha, who had 3 Kage-level powerhouses holding the fort, he could boast about this feat for a lifetime. Shifting focus toward the Uchiha compound, another group of ninja was gathering there. Each one wore a mask, the unmistakable mark of Root, led by Danzo. They stared at the 2 colossal figures, red and purple giants that looked like demons from myth, their battles so fierce that the buildings around them crumbled like wet paper, shattering at the slightest touch, collapsing with the faintest blow. Even from afar, the shockwaves from their clash could be felt pulsing through the air. Is this really the enemy we're supposed to face next? There's no way ordinary ninjutsu can match that. One of the Root operatives couldn't help but swallow hard, his steps edging backward, lips trembling as he spoke. "Oh, are you afraid?" Thinking about backing down. Unexpectedly, a cold, menacing voice sounded from behind him. Though he kept his voice down, it had still been heard. The Root ninja stiffened in terror, quickly spinning around to kneel on one knee, his words stammering out. "And no, Lord Danzo, I just—" Before he could finish, a sharp voice cut him off. "Enough. The Root has no use for cowards. If it were any other day, I would have executed you on the spot for this display. But today's situation is urgent. I'll give you a chance to redeem yourself. Go, take the lead at the very front. If you survive, I'll let your earlier cowardice slide." A chilling gleam flashed in Danzo's single eye, showing no concern for the feelings of his subordinates. To him, Root operatives were nothing more than tools that did not require emotions. Kneeling on the ground, the Root ninja felt a wave of cold dread. Danzo's orders were clear. He was to be cannon fodder, sent to die. Gazing at the terrifying power of those 2 demon-like giants in the distance, he couldn't imagine surviving at the vanguard. Though his heart screamed 1,000 protests, he had no choice. With a bitter yes, he quickly moved to the head of the group. Branded with the cursed tongue eradication seal, his life and death hung entirely on Danzo's whim. He didn't even have the right to resist. From beginning to end, the Root ninja surrounding them remained utterly silent, as if they were wooden stakes planted in the ground, motionless, giving no sign that they saw anything at all. Danzo was thoroughly pleased with this. This was exactly how Root ninja should behave: cold, unfeeling instruments, nothing more. Still, the cowardice shown by that one Root member a moment ago left him dissatisfied. It seemed their training methods needed further refinement, made even more brutal, so these tools could rid themselves of all useless emotions. Danzo silently calculated, planning to devise even crueler training regimens as soon as the Uchiha were exterminated. Then his gaze shifted to the 2 towering Susanoo figures locked in fierce battle in the distance. Rather than fear, a wild delight sparkled in his eyes. 2 Susanoo, what did that mean? It meant there were 2 pairs of Mangekyo Sharingan. One surely belonged to that brat, Itachi Uchiha. As for the other, if his guess was right, it must be Fugaku, that sly schemer. Oof. Danzo scoffed to himself. Fugaku always put on an act of honesty and simplicity, yet he'd secretly concealed the awakening of the Mangekyo. He must have long harbored ambitions of a coup. Well, it suited Danzo just fine. Soon he would possess 2 pairs of Mangekyo, an unexpected windfall. Excitement coursed through him as he licked his lips, his single eye gleaming with greed. Already, his mind was racing with schemes on how to successfully transplant all 4 Mangekyo Sharingan into his own body. And once he mastered 2 pairs of Mangekyo, no god or demon could stand in his way. The Hokage's seat would be his for the taking. "Lord Danzo, the 2 giants have finished their fight. Should we attack now?" His trusted subordinate, Ninja B, spoke up, pulling Danzo from his daydreams of becoming Hokage. He looked ahead. Sure enough, the red and purple giants had vanished, a clear sign that the battle was over. Good. A thrill ran through Danzo as he crushed the small white snake hidden in his sleeve. It was a messenger serpent from Orochimaru. Crushing it sent the signal. The time to act had come. He swept his gaze over the ranks of Root ninja and shouted, "Follow the battle plan. Invade the Uchiha." Kill everyone, man, woman, and child. Leave no one alive. Collect as many Sharingan as you can, focusing on those with 3 Tomo. Whoever gathers the most will be richly rewarded. He paused, then added, and one more thing, find Uchiha Sasuke. Capture him alive if possible. I don't care if you have to break his limbs. Just keep him breathing. Remember, if anyone spots that boy, report to me immediately. Yes, sir. The Root ninjas responded in unison, their voices ringing out with brutal determination. In each of their eyes, a savage gleam flashed. Raised through ruthless methods, they had developed a hunger for bloodshed and killing. The prospect of slaughtering defenseless civilians only heightened their thirst for violence. Just as they were about to perform the body flicker technique and leave the scene, a shadow streaked down from the sky, plummeting rapidly toward them. What is that? One of the Root ninjas looked up in confusion, watching as the shadow grew larger in his vision, a puzzled expression on his face. In the next instant, boom! It was as if a meteor had crashed down. The ground trembled, rocks exploded in every direction, dust billowed up, and a web of massive cracks raced outward. Suddenly, a huge crater yawned open in the earth. The unfortunate Root ninja was crushed where he stood, reduced to a bloody smear. Those nearby, caught off guard, were blasted backwards by the shockwave, coughing up blood as they were hurled through the air. A deep, commanding voice rumbled out. I hear you're looking for me. Well, you can stop looking. I'm right here. Sasuke rolled his neck, stepping slowly out from the center of the crater. Who are you? How dare you cause trouble in the Hidden Leaf? Danzo barked out the words, his tone icy as he glared at the stranger who had appeared out of nowhere. The newcomer's hair was wild and outrageously long, trailing nearly from his head to his feet. He stood over 2 meters tall, wore a pair of dark sunglasses, and his thick, knotted muscles strained against a tight, purple bodysuit. There was no need to guess. This was clearly a warrior of immense strength. More importantly, Danzo was certain there was no such person among the Leaf's elite. And, judging by the direction he'd come from, right from the Uchiha compound, could he be someone summoned by the Uchiha? Danzo's eyes narrowed in suspicion. You don't need to know who I am. Once I've crushed your arms and legs, you'll find out soon enough. Sasuke loosened up his arms, looking every bit like a fighter warming up before a match. Oomph. I don't care who you are. To waltz alone into my trap, you're signing your own death warrant. As he spoke, the Root ninjas, now recovered, closed in, completely encircling Sasuke. Thud! Danzo smirked coldly, slamming his cane against the ground, a signal to attack. At once. Swish, swish, swish. 3 sharp sounds split the air. One Root ninja, sword in hand, lunged straight at Sasuke, blade raised high. 2 more appear behind him, both clutching ninja blades, ready to strike from the rear. But Sasuke didn't even glance back at his attackers. With a casual sweep of his arm. Crack! Splat! The ninja in front of him was instantly torn in half, his upper body exploding into a spray of gore. His sword shattered into 1,000 metal shards, and as blood splattered everywhere, his legs collapsed uselessly to the ground. The flying blood spattered Sasuke's clothes, staining them crimson. Yet his face remained utterly impassive, as if he had merely swatted a fly. The miserable fate of their teammates startled the 2 ambushers behind, and their grip tightened, clearly intending to chop the muscle-bound man before them into 3 pieces. Clang! Clang! The blade struck his back, and the sound that rang out was the unmistakable clash of metal, a noise only steel meeting steel could make, as if they were hacking at a slab of solid iron. What? Beneath their masks, both faces were etched with utter shock. Just as they instinctively tried to retreat, the next instant, 2 powerful hands seized their heads in an unyielding grip. You think you can ambush me and then just walk away? Dream on. With one hand gripping each skull, Sasuke hoisted the pair off the ground as easily as lifting a pair of chicks by their necks. A wicked grin flashed across his face as he bent his arms and, with a sudden motion, smashed the 2 heads together. Thud! It was like watching 2 watermelons collide with bone-crushing force. Red and white splattered everywhere. Sasuke flicked the blood from his hands, sneering with disdain. Don't bother coming at me one by one, you small fry. Save us all some trouble. Come at me together. Otherwise I'll have to hunt you down one at a time, and that's just tedious. Arms crossed over his chest, Sasuke swept his gaze over the crowd, his eyes cold and imperious, as if regarding a flock of lambs waiting for the slaughter. But in the very next instant, boom! The ground between Sasuke's feet suddenly erupted, and a Root ninja wielding a kunai shot up from below. Unbeknownst to anyone, this ninja had used an earth-style technique to sneak underground. Swish! In the moonlight, the black kunai gleamed with a chilling, ghostly light as it stabbed upward, the target clear as day. Looking for death, are you? Sasuke's expression darkened. Though his defenses were formidable and the attack would not harm him, he had no intention of letting such a vulnerable spot be targeted. He lifted his foot and brought it down with brutal force. The scene was almost absurd, a head beneath a massive boot. Crunch! With overwhelming power, Sasuke stomped the root ninja's head straight into his own backside. A gruesome, undignified end. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. No sooner had he dispatched the shameless root ninja than a hail of kunai and shuriken came flying at him from every direction, filling the air. These little ninja toys are pointless. Don't bother. They're useless against me. Sasuke didn't even bother to blink as the attacks closed in from all sides. Arms still folded, he stood his ground, utterly unmoved. Clang, 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 clang. Countless shuriken and kunai struck Sasuke's body, but it was as if they were pelting a steel wall, each one ringing out with a crisp metallic chime. Your ordinary metal attacks may be useless, but let's see how you handle an explosion. A root ninja shouted the warning for all to hear. With that, Sasuke's attention sharpened. He noticed that many of the kunai had thin wires trailing behind, each connected to an explosive tag. Ha ha ha. Only just noticed, have you? Too bad, it's far too late. Arrogant fools like you belong in hell. Ha ha ha. Amid triumphant laughter, all the explosive tags were ignited, followed by a series of detonations. A thunderous roar erupted. An unending barrage of explosions shook the earth. Countless explosive tags went off in an instant, creating a deafening cacophony. Flames shot into the sky as Sasuke was swallowed whole by the blast. A massive mushroom cloud billowed upward, and the shockwave flattened every building in its path, forcing the surrounding root ninjas to retreat to a safer distance. Fortunately, in preparation for the Uchiha's extermination that night, the nearby residents had already been evacuated in advance. Otherwise, with an explosion of this magnitude, countless ordinary citizens of Konoha would have perished. Is it over? One of the root ninjas, peering into the thick haze, asked hesitantly. Are you kidding? There's no way anyone survived that. He must have been blasted to ashes. With an explosion like that, no human body could possibly endure. Wind-style, gale breakthrough. Impatient to confirm the result, a root ninja unleashed a wind-style jutsu. A fierce gust swept through, dispersing the swirling smoke in an instant. As the haze lifted, the first thing that met their eyes was a colossal crater. Looking down into the pit, they saw a lone figure quietly standing at the bottom. In that moment, every root ninja's eyes widened in disbelief, as if they'd just seen a ghost. How is this possible? To survive an explosion like that? Is he even human? Even a tailed beast wouldn't have such monstrous defenses. Beneath their masks, the root ninjas were left utterly speechless, their jaws hanging open in shock. That blast, was that supposed to tickle me? Sasuke casually flicked his long hair, shaking off the dust, then calmly brushed the charred remains of his clothes. Aside from reducing his clothes to tatters, the explosion had done nothing. Not even his hairstyle was disturbed. Looks like I'll need to have a custom battlesuit made, Sasuke mused. If this keeps up, every fight will leave me standing in nothing but my shorts. Not exactly the image of power I want to project. His extraordinary defense wasn't simply the result of taking 2 doses of the super soldier serum. He'd added 2 more, making it 4 in total, which gave him such terrifying resilience. As for the extra 2 serums, naturally, he'd won them in a lottery. Unable to resist temptation, he'd used all 3 of his prize draws from Itachi before coming here. And luck was on his side this time. Out of 3 draws, he'd landed 2 more serums. The final prize, however, was completely worthless, a bottle of expired poison. Which makes you wonder, does poison become even deadlier after it expires, or does it lose its potency altogether? Ninjutsu. Attack with ninjutsu. Keep your distance. Attack together. I refuse to believe we can't break through that monster's thick hide. A ninja who seemed to hold the rank of root captain bellowed out orders, his voice brimming with agitation, as if he were rallying his comrades to action. Standing atop a rooftop, he brought his hands together in a blur of afterimages, preparing to weave the signs for a jutsu. Fire style, Great Dragon Fire. He puffed out his cheeks, just about to unleash a powerful blast from his mouth. Whiz. Thud. A small pebble, moving too quickly to see, struck him squarely on the forehead and shot out the back of his skull. In the next instant, his head exploded with a thunderous burst, blood spraying in every direction as his headless body tumbled from the rooftop. So you're the loudmouth, huh? Sasuke tossed a few more pebbles in his hand, his expression utterly indifferent as he spoke. The scene. The entire group of root ninjas was startled into utter silence by what they had just witnessed. Simply flicked from his fingers, those tiny stones carried a terrifying force, so much more powerful than any kunai they had ever thrown. It was as if they were facing a monster in human skin. Right then, a cold dread shot up from their feet to the crown of their heads. If it weren't for the curse of the tongue root controlling them, they would have bolted on the spot. Survival, after all, is an instinct engraved deep in human nature, beyond all else. Noticing his subordinate's fear, Danzo snorted in displeasure. As expected, these tools were still far from perfect. They still harbored the instinct to survive. Clearly, the training program would have to be made even more ruthless once they returned. Thump! His cane struck the ground with a heavy blow. Danzo's voice was icy, his single eye burning with rage as he barked out his command. Anyone who dares take even half a step back dies. All of you charge. I refuse to believe this man has no weaknesses. Even if it costs your lives, find his weakness for me. Whoosh! His words had barely left his mouth before a pebble, faster than a bullet, shot straight for his head. He had no time to react. The stone pierced right through his skull. Bang! But instead of blood, a cloud of white smoke burst forth. Sasuke raised an eyebrow. As expected, that old fox Danzo had managed to use a shadow clone without anyone noticing. If not for that, Sasuke's strike just now would have ended him for good. Fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu. Lightning style, Earth Walk. Wind style, Vacuum Sphere. Earth style, Earth Dragon Bullet. Water style, Water Dragon Bullet. While Sasuke was busy destroying Danzo's shadow clone, the surrounding root ninjas had already finished weaving their hand signs and unleashed their jutsu in unison. In the next moment, fire, lightning, mud, blades of wind, and torrents of water, all kinds of elemental attacks, came crashing down upon Sasuke in the pit, a deluge of destruction blotting out the sky. TCH. Sasuke let out a scornful snort, crossing his arms as he stood his ground, making no move to dodge or retreat. He wanted to test just how formidable his body had become to find out the limits of his own defenses. If he sensed real danger, he could always use a Minotejikara to shift away, so he felt no fear at all. A barrage of explosions erupted in quick succession. In an instant, countless jutsu attacks engulfed Sasuke, their blazing impact igniting the entire area in a dazzling glow. The shockwaves swept across the ground, hurling debris and rubble in every direction. That should do the trick. An assault like that would injure even a tailed beast, wouldn't it? Every root ninja stared wide-eyed, craning their necks, eyes full of anticipation as they peered into the heart of the smoking crater. What they longed to see was that arrogant figure reduced to nothing but scraps. But alas, their hopes were destined to be dashed. As the thick smoke cleared, a solitary figure stood tall and straight at the bottom of the pit. With a sharp exhale, Sasuke blew out the small flame flickering on his shoulder. Apart from a few singed patches in his thick hair, the rest of his body was completely unscathed. Excellent. Sasuke clenched his fists, deeply satisfied with the strength of his body. Aside from a handful of overwhelmingly powerful S-rank jutsu, ordinary attacks could no longer harm him at all. He wondered if his body, at this moment, could even withstand Susanoo itself, something to test out when the chance arose. This monster. He's a monster in human skin. Behind their masks, every face was twisted in terror. Now at last, fear gripped them all. Hith. Give in to despair, you worthless insects. Now it's my turn. With a savage grin and bloodthirsty gleam in his eyes, Sasuke sprang into action. A heavy thud resounded as a massive crater formed at the bottom of the pit. Sasuke's figure had vanished. A blood-curdling scream tore through the chaos as Sasuke's kick split a root ninja in two. Screams echoed one after another. In the next instant, Sasuke charged into the crowd, unleashing a merciless onslaught. Despair and agony filled the air, each cry more hopeless than the last. Like a tiger let loose among sheep, the root ninjas were as fragile as bubbles, shattering with a single touch, falling lifeless at the slightest blow. Not one could withstand even a single strike. This was nothing but a one-sided massacre. The root shinobi stood no chance. With every punch, every kick, 2 more lives were snuffed out. Laughter, wild and unrestrained, rang out as Sasuke reveled in the blood-soaked carnage. He was intoxicated by the thrill of slaughter, as if a beast deep inside him yearned for the sensation of fresh blood spraying across his skin. He could have summoned Susanoo and crushed these ants with a single swipe. But he didn't do that. As for the reason, he suspected it was most likely due to excessive use of the serum. The serum had affected him, making him more inclined to end his enemies with his fists. And as for this outcome, Sasuke didn't mind at all. After all, a battle where every punch lands with full force. That's a man's romance. I'll fight you to the end. A root ninja, gripping two ninja blades, his eyes bloodshot and face twisted in rage, roared as he charged at Sasuke. Clang! Clang! The blade struck down on Sasuke's shoulders, ringing out with two crisp, metallic notes. Your courage is admirable, but what a pity. Sasuke placed both hands on the man's shoulders, a bloodthirsty smile on his lips. With a sudden surge of strength, he wrenched his arms outward. A sickening squelch, ripping flesh. The man was torn in half on the spot, a torrent of blood raining down and drenching Sasuke from head to toe. Spinning around, Sasuke's massive hand crashed down with a thunderous force. A series of sharp, cracking sounds followed. The would-be attacker's spine shattered, vertebra by vertebra. His head, torn from his body, rolled grotesquely out from beneath him. Savage. Utterly savage. Everyone else who witnessed this scene felt a cold terror seize their hearts. A wave of despair swept through the minds of the root ninja. Despair. Absolute despair. How could they possibly fight a monster that couldn't be harmed by any means they had? Damn it. This kind of monster, we don't stand a chance. Run. Finally, after Sasuke claimed another dozen lives, a root ninja cursed aloud and turned to flee. And where one led, others followed. The remaining root ninja scattered in all directions, running for their lives. They would rather suffer the agony of the cursed tongue-binding seal than face this unkillable monster. Driven by this fear, they all chose to run. Of course, the most important reason was that they'd seen their leader, Danzo, had already slipped away first. Damn it, he sneaks off quietly, leaving them behind to die. They'd have none of it. Heh, you think you can get away? Watching Danzo flee into the distance, Sasuke's lips curled into a cold, mocking smile. Boom! With a single step, Sasuke's foot left a deep crater in the ground. Whoosh! His figure shot forward like a cannonball, ignoring the fleeing root ninjas and heading straight for Danzo. Bang! Crash! Smash! Rocks and buildings that dared block his path were obliterated, debris flying as the distance between the two closed rapidly. In just a few blinks of an eye, Sasuke had caught up with Danzo. He swung out a powerful, muscular leg, a vicious roundhouse kick. The air howled, the wind itself seeming to shatter under the force. This leg, carrying unbelievable power, swept directly at both of Danzo's legs. Sasuke's intention was simple. Cripple his legs first. Then the real fun would begin. Thud! However, as the attack struck Danzo, his body burst into a cloud of smoke. Another shadow clone. This jutsu is really getting on my nerves. Sasuke flicked his hair back in annoyance. Just then, a sudden whoosh cut through the air behind him. Danzo, kunai in hand and wreathed in wind-style chakra, lunged straight for Sasuke's back. The kunai made contact, slicing the skin just enough to draw blood. Not bad. For an old man, your wind-style skills are impressive. You actually managed to cut me. No wonder you could break through Susanoo's defense with wind jutsu. Sasuke turned his head and offered genuine praise. What kind of monster are you? Danzo stared in shock at his kunai, now snapped clean in two. This wasn't just any kunai. It was reinforced with high-density wind chakra, capable of cutting even the toughest-tailed beasts. But hitting Sasuke, it had barely broken the skin. Sasuke didn't care what Danzo was thinking. He simply swung his hand and slapped him. Once again, Danzo exploded into a puff of white smoke. Another shadow clone? This jutsu is really getting old. Sasuke frowned in frustration. Every time he thought he had the real one, it turned out to be another clone. He was thoroughly annoyed. But soon after, he let out a cold laugh. Oof. I like to see just how many clones you can make, old man. You're not Naruto. You can't possibly have unlimited clones. Besides, Shadow Clone Jutsu isn't exclusive to you. In the next instant, Sasuke's hands formed the cross sign. Ninja Art, Shadow, Clone Jutsu. With a series of loud pops, more than a dozen clouds of white smoke appeared out of thin air. As the smoke cleared, over a dozen burly figures materialized. Without needing any orders, Sasuke's shadow clones immediately dashed off in all directions to hunt down Danzo. One after another, they smashed through more than a dozen of Danzo's clones. Finally, Sasuke's eyes locked onto the last remaining Danzo. Hey, I found your real body now. Let's see where you run this time. A smirk curled at Sasuke's lips as he vanished on the spot in a blur. Meanwhile, Danzo, sprinting at top speed, received word that all his clones had been destroyed. Glancing back at the rapidly approaching Sasuke, Danzo's face darkened like the bottom of a pot. Damn it, how's this guy so fast? He cursed inwardly, his expression growing even grimmer. He'd hoped to meet up with Hiruzen Sarutobi first, so they could face this monster together. There were plenty of skilled fighters on that side. Dealing with someone who only relied on brute strength shouldn't be much trouble. But now, with the difference in their speed, it wouldn't be long before Sasuke caught up. He needed to come up with a way to buy himself some time. While Danzo was busy pondering his next move, he suddenly noticed a fellow root ninja not far away, also fleeing for his life. Without hesitation, Danzo changed direction and dashed straight toward the root ninja. The root ninja saw Danzo running in his direction and immediately sensed trouble. Just as he was about to put some distance between them, a cold and commanding voice cut through the chaos. "You useless fool. Why are you running? Stop right there and help me hold off that guy. Buy me some time. Damn it. I'm running for my life too. And he has the nerve to call me useless?" The root ninja cursed furiously in his heart, wanting to keep running and ignore Danzo's orders. But a sharp, stinging pain on his tongue forced him to stop and carry out Danzo's command, staying behind to cover the retreat. Faced with Sasuke charging straight at him, the root ninja quickly formed hand seals and slammed his palms onto the ground. Earth-style, earth wall, a stone wall, unadorned and unremarkable, erupted from the ground. He hoped to block Sasuke's path with a makeshift barricade. Unfortunately, for Sasuke, this earth wall was no more than a block of tofu, utterly insignificant. So, without even slowing down, Sasuke barreled straight into it. The very next moment, crash, bang, the wall shattered into countless fragments, and the root ninja behind it was instantly obliterated in a mist of blood. Useless trash. Seeing this, Danzo couldn't help but spit out a curse. Then, grabbing another unlucky root ninja he'd just caught, he hurled him backward and slapped an explosive tag onto his body. "Go. Hold him off for me." Boom. The makeshift human bomb exploded violently, but Sasuke burst through the smoke, undeterred. Such pitiful attacks couldn't slow him down in the slightest. "Old man, being your underling must be a real nightmare." Sasuke taunted, and without warning, drove a powerful punch toward Danzo's back. Danzo's hair stood on end as danger washed over him. He twisted his body just in time, crossing his arms in front of his chest to shield himself. Boom! Danzo was sent flying more than 10 meters, crashing through a nearby residential building and bringing it down in a heap of rubble. As I thought, you have to experience it yourself to understand just how terrifying that monster's strength really is. If I hadn't dispersed the force in time, both my arms would have been snapped for sure. Danzo shook his numb arms, his face pale with lingering fear. Coughing violently, he struggled to his feet, ready to flee again, when suddenly a massive hand filled his field of vision. "Run? Why don't you keep running? Damn you, old man. You're good at running, aren't you?" Sasuke gripped Danzo by the throat with one hand, hoisting him into the air as he cursed him mercilessly. "You bastard. You can't kill me. I am a Konoha elder, a high-ranking member of the village. If you kill me, you'll be making an enemy of Konoha itself. You'll have the strongest shinobi village in the world hunting you down. And when that happens, no matter how powerful you are, there will be only one end for you, death." Even after being captured, Danzo didn't beg for mercy. Instead, he started threatening Sasuke. "Hiv. Kill you? Oh, I have no intention of killing you." Sasuke replied with a careless laugh. Hearing this, Danzo's eyes lit up. It seemed his enemy was still afraid of becoming a mortal foe to Konoha. Realizing this, Danzo's face immediately showed a triumphant expression as he snapped. "Oomph. In that case, you'd better release me at once. If you let me go now, I'll forget about the massacre of my subordinates. I'll act as if it never happened. At the same time, I'll guarantee your safe departure from Konoha." "No, I think you misunderstood." Sasuke slowly shook his head, a cold sneer spreading across his face. "What I mean is, simply killing an old dog like you would be letting you off too easy. I'm going to cut off your limbs, make you wish you were dead, and let you spend the rest of your days drowning in endless agony." "Oh, is that so?" Danzo didn't seem the least bit afraid. Instead, he let out a cold, mocking laugh. "Worse than death, huh? That does sound rather terrifying. If you can pull it off." "You think I can't?" Sasuke raised an eyebrow, reaching out to tear off Danzo's right arm. But just then, a sinister smile crept across Danzo's face, as if his scheme had finally succeeded. "Got you, you brainless fool. Kodo Amatsuki." From beneath the bandages covering his right eye, a shuriken-shaped Mangekyo Sharingan suddenly gleamed with an eerie crimson light. A surge of powerful and sinister ocular jutsu flooded straight into Sasuke's mind. The technique, known as Kodo Amatsuki, the most powerful genjutsu of all, had been activated. Kodo Amatsuki's ability was utterly twisted. It could rewrite a person's memories, forcing them to act against their will, even compelling them to end their own life. But fate is always fair. For such an overpowered ability, there had to be a heavy price. It said that after a single use, Kodo Ametsukami required a cooldown of over 10 years before it could be used again. That makes sense. If there were no such limit, Shursui would have been invincible in the shinobi world. And now, the venomous Danzo had implanted a new memory into Sasuke's mind, one that would turn him into a loyal, obedient dog. There was a bit of personal vendetta mixed in, too. Oomph. Well, what are you waiting for? Put me down, you pathetic mongrel. Seeing that his ocular jutsu had hit its mark, Danzo snorted with satisfaction and issued his command with a note of smugness. Sasuke obediently lowered his arms slowly, not letting go immediately and allowing Danzo to fall, as if he wanted to ensure the other man wouldn't be hurt in the slightest. Excellent. Danzo landed steadily on the ground, clearly satisfied. He straightened his somewhat disheveled clothes and looked at the obedient giant before him. Unable to contain the joy swelling in his heart, his grotesque face twisted into a chilling grin as he burst into triumphant laughter. Ha 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 ha. I went on and on with all that nonsense just to get you to lower your guard. Just as I thought, you muscle brain fool fell right into my trap. Now that you're caught in my Kodo Ametsukami, you'll be a good dog and serve me well. In truth, when Danzo first witnessed Sasuke's ferocious strength, the idea had already crossed his mind, to use Kodo Ametsukami to take control of him, to turn Sasuke into a weapon that would kill at his command. Kodo Ametsukami was famed as the most powerful Jinjutsu, so Danzo hadn't worried for a moment that it wouldn't be enough to subdue a brute who relied on nothing but muscle. His only concern was that he might be killed before he could actually cast the Jinjutsu. So, just to be safe, Danzo had initially decided to regroup with Hiruzen Sarutobi and the others to take on this muscle-bound giant together. With Sarutobi and the other elites as distractions, his Kodo Ametsukami would surely find its mark. But things hadn't gone as planned. His underlings had turned out to be utterly useless, scattering in defeat after only a few minutes. He never even got the chance to reach Sarutobi and the others. Chased down, Danzo had no choice but to change his tactics, resorting to threats and stalling with empty words, all to buy himself enough time to unleash Kodo Ametsukami. And it had worked perfectly, flawlessly. He had just acquired a brutally strong, absolutely loyal enforcer who would never betray him. With a mad dog like you on my side, wiping out the Uchiha will be child's play. Why, even the Hokage's seat is as good as mine. If Sarutobi dares to defy me, I'll show him the true meaning of power. At this moment, Danzo was positively exhilarated, unable to stop himself from fantasizing about what the future held. He could already picture the day he would use Sasuke to secure the Hokage's throne. Then, turning to Sasuke, he barked out a cold command. What are you waiting for? Kneel and greet your master, you rabid dog. Yet Sasuke stood there, expressionless, as if he hadn't heard a word. He didn't move at all. Danzo's brow furrowed. Could it be that Sasuke was still resisting, his will fighting back against the control of Kodo Ametsukami? At once, Danzo raised his voice, snapping harshly. Are you deaf? I told you to kneel. Didn't you hear me? It seemed that the loud shout had worked. Before him, the burly man's knees began to buckle, as if he were slowly sinking to the ground in a kneel. Seeing this, Danzo nodded in satisfaction, a smile spreading across his face. Now that's more like it. Just as he was about to savor Sasuke's ceremonial bow, a large hand came swinging straight at his old face. Then, with a resounding smack, Danzo, who still wore a self-satisfied grin, was sent spinning through the air. Just messing with you, fool. You really fell for it. Sasuke clapped his hands together, his expression full of scorn. Not far away, Danzo lay sprawled on the ground, dazed from the blow. What had struck this old man? Clearly, his mind hadn't caught up with reality yet. But soon, the sharp pain spreading across his cheek snapped him back to his senses. He turned his head, staring at Sasuke, who was striding toward him, wearing an expression as if he'd seen a ghost. How is this possible? How can it be? My Kodo Ametsukami clearly hit you. Why can you still attack me? Why do you still have your own will? Why hasn't your memory been altered? This was supposed to be Kodo Ametsukami, the most powerful illusion technique. How could it fail to control even a muscle-bound brute who fights purely on instinct? It was simply beyond belief. Shock, confusion, terror, disbelief. All these intense emotions clashed within Danzo, making him look like a gambler who just lost everything, screaming and ranting in utter madness. No, absolutely impossible. Danzo continued his frenzied cries. He'd been certain his plan was flawless, only for it to be turned upside down in an instant. A complete reversal he simply couldn't accept. Smack! It wasn't until Sasuke yanked him up again and slapped him across the face that Danzo finally fell silent. Why? Why can't Kodo Ametsukami control you? Face twisted and eyes bloodshot, Danzo demanded an answer from the man before him. You're just a thief. Even if the original owner of that eye, Shursui Uchiha himself, cast Kotoeme Tsukumi on me, he still wouldn't be able to control me. Sasuke's face brimmed with pride, his voice thick with absolute confidence. He wasn't boasting. He was simply stating the truth. When it came down to it, Kotoeme Tsukumi was just an ordinary Mangekyo technique. It might work on others, but to control someone who possessed the eternal Mangekyo was utterly impossible. Not to mention, one of his eyes was the Rinnegan. The eternal Mangekyo was a step above the ordinary Mangekyo, and the Rinnegan was 2 steps higher still. With both these eyes at his command, if he could still be controlled by a mere Mangekyo illusion, then the Sage of 6 Paths himself might as well claw his way out of the underworld. Crack, crack, crack. Sasuke landed a rapid series of slaps across Danzo's face. More than a dozen, his cold laugh echoing in the air. You still dare to call me a mad dog? Feeling proud of yourself, aren't you? With that, he slapped him across the face another dozen times. Arg, you bastard. Danzo let out a shrill, furious roar. His face, swollen like a pig's head from the beating, was twisted with rage. His lone eye burned with murderous fury, as if he wanted to tear Sasuke apart and devour him on the spot. I'm the dignified leader of Root, second only to the Hokage in all of Konoha. How dare you, a rabid dog, insult me like this? All of you die. Danzo's voice cracked with madness. At that moment, Sasuke heard a sharp, hissing sound, like something rapidly igniting. It was the explosive tags. Danzo had ignited every single one strapped to his body. Of course, he knew such an explosion would be useless against Sasuke, so that clearly wasn't his real intent. In the next instant, a deafening series of explosions rocked the air. The Danzo in Sasuke's grasp was blown to pieces, his body reduced to scattered scraps of flesh. Brushing away the smoke before him, Sasuke narrowed his eyes. Did Danzo choose to end his own life rather than endure the humiliation Sasuke dealt him? Dead? Could the shadowy leader of Root really die so easily? A few slaps, a little humiliation, and he'd resort to suicide with explosive tags? Suddenly, Sasuke broke into a cold, knowing smile. He didn't believe it, not for a second. There was no way that old Fox Danzo would throw his life away so easily. The next moment, Susanoo, first form, Sasuke summoned 2 enormous, purple skeletal arms that spiraled out from around his body. With a thunderous roar, the giant hands spun like the blades of a colossal fan, tearing through the surrounding buildings and reducing them to rubble. In the blink of an eye, a vast, empty space had been cleared. Then, Sasuke released Susanoo's first form, crossed his arms, and waited in silence, face impassive. Time ticked by. Then, at a certain moment, a shadowy figure appeared out of thin air at Sasuke's 3 o'clock. Seeing the sudden arrival, a smirk tugged at Sasuke's lips. So, you finally showed yourself, old man. Danzo's eyes widened in shock as he stared at the flattened ruins surrounding him. How did you know I'd use Izanagi? At that moment, the right-eyed Danzo kept hidden beneath his bandages had turned a lifeless gray. Wasn't it obvious? A cowardly old dog like you would never choose death so easily. Besides, that Sharingan of yours can cast Izanagi. You really thought I wouldn't know? Trying to escape with a trick like that? You seriously underestimate me. Sasuke's face was full of disdain and contempt. He knew all too well the kind of man Danzo was. Unless he had no other choice, there was no way he'd go down with his enemy. Danzo's face was clouded with fury. The moment Kotoeme Tsukumi failed, his mind instantly leapt to Izanagi as his last escape. Izanagi, one of the ultimate jutsu of the Sharingan, could transform any misfortune that befell the user within a set period into nothing more than a fleeting dream. To put it simply, it was like turning back time. In the original story, during his fight with Sasuke, Danzo wielded a handful of Sharingan specifically to cast Izanagi. That's why, even after being killed by Sasuke multiple times, he would revive again and again, as if cheating death itself. Though Izanagi was outrageously overpowered, its price was steep. Every time it was used, the Sharingan involved would be permanently blinded. But to Danzo, that was a small price to pay compared to his own life. This Sharingan, capable of wielding Kotoeme Tsukumi, was incredibly valuable, but its cooldown was painfully long. Who knew how long it would be before he could use it again, if ever? So, Danzo resolved to sacrifice this Mangekyo and use Izanagi. With a feigned death, he could deceive his opponent, revive, and then slip away with the help of the surrounding buildings as cover. What he hadn't expected was that his opponent would anticipate his use of Izanagi and demolish all the surrounding structures. With nowhere left to hide, Danzo's revived self was left fully exposed in his enemy's line of sight. With his plan in ruins, Danzo turned and fled, biting his finger to summon his contract beast, the Baku. With a sharp report, a swirl of white smoke faded, and out appeared a bizarre creature. Yellow-skinned, elephant-nosed, and with a bandage on its head matching Danzo's own. Wind release. Great gale. The Baku inhaled deeply, then unleashed a furious blast, its breath raging forth like a hurricane, whipping up a storm equivalent to a Category 12 typhoon, barreling straight at Sasuke in pursuit. But Sasuke didn't slow down in the slightest. This kind of storm barely registered as an obstacle. The Baku let out a furious, guttural cry. Clearly irritated by being ignored by a mere human, it lunged at Sasuke, jaws gaping. You're a loyal beast, I'll give you that. Pity your master only summoned you to die. Sasuke sneered, fingers tightening into a fist before he drove it forward. The impact was devastating. In an instant, the mighty summoning beast was blown apart into a mist of blood. Catching the commotion behind him, Danzo glanced back out of the corner of his eye, just in time to witness the Baku's abrupt and bloody end at Sasuke's fist. A monster! That's a monster! For the first time, true horror crept into Danzo's heart. His Baku might not have been a top-tier summon, but it was no pushover either. Even against tailed beasts, the Baku could hold its own for a few exchanges. Yet in the face of that man, it had been obliterated in a single instant. How terrifying must his power truly be? In his terror, Danzo suddenly felt a tight grip around his neck. The next moment, his field of vision soared upward. He had been hoisted off the ground like a helpless chick. A flurry of sharp smacks rang out. Sasuke, who had seized Danzo, didn't hesitate. He unleashed a barrage of slaps, more than a dozen in rapid succession. Danzo's face, which had just reverted to its original form after using Izanagi, instantly swelled up, turning into a grotesque, pig-like mask. Sasuke nodded with satisfaction at his handiwork, a faint smile on his lips. Old man, if you have any more tricks up your sleeve, now's the time to show them. Ugh, you bastard. Don't push me too far. Don't force my hand, or I'll drag you down with me. Danzo's swollen face twisted with rage and pain. His voice was raw with fury as he issued a desperate warning. Oh, and what if I do push you? Without waiting for an answer, Sasuke delivered another round of stinging slaps. All of you. No one gets out alive. Danzo finally snapped. For the leader of Root to be humiliated again and again, this was more than any man could bear. The next instant, he gathered chakra in his chest with reckless abandon, channeling it toward a special seal inscribed there, a pattern resembling the ancient 8 trigrams. Did you really think that just because your hide is tough, I'd be powerless against you? Let me enlighten you, you foolish brat. There are countless ways in the shinobi world to deal with someone like you. Konoha is no playground for a reckless fool. I am the head of Root, the shadow of Konoha. I will not suffer insults from a mad dog like you. Feeling the chakra coalesce, Danzo's features contorted into a wild grin. He burst into manic laughter. Ha ha, Kome, join me in hell. Forbidden Jutsu, reverse 4 symbols sealing. This forbidden technique was designed to drag one's enemy into the seal with them, a final act of mutual destruction. In the original tale, Danzo tried to use this move to seal both Obito and Sasuke, but he only managed to trap half a bridge. That's why this forbidden jutsu earned the nickname, the bridge sealing technique. As the chakra reached its peak, the pattern on Danzo's chest began to heat up and glow, as if something terrible were about to erupt from within. In a flash, Sasuke struck. His fingers clamped down on Danzo's shoulder, nails piercing the skin, and with a vicious tug, a gruesome tear echoed out. Blood spattered as Sasuke ripped the entire patch of skin from Danzo's chest, exposing raw flesh beneath. Wasting no time, Sasuke hurled the piece of skin, marked with that ominous seal, far away. Even while airborne, the skin burst forth with a torrent of inky black substance. The dark liquid spread rapidly, forming an enormous sphere, which then contracted, shrinking swiftly down to a single point, before vanishing completely. In the end, Danzo unleashed the reverse 4 symbols sealing technique, sealing away nothing but a piece of human skin and a large pocket of air. The outcome was even more pathetic than in the original story. Danzo stood there, utterly stunned, as if the searing pain from having the skin flayed off his upper body no longer registered in his mind. His ultimate move, the reverse 4 symbols sealing technique, a last resort meant to take his enemy down with him, had been foiled so effortlessly. Truth be told, even Sasuke was caught off guard. He hadn't expected the sealing technique could be countered in such a way. Of course, even if this method hadn't worked, he could have used a Minotaur Jikara to teleport himself away in the nick of time. The technique was useless against him. All it did was give Danzo a cheap, easy way out. Sasuke hefted Danzo in his grasp, a cold smirk curling his lips. Want to die? Heh, I don't think so. You don't get to die just because you want to. Kill me, just end it. If you have any pride as a true warrior, give me a swift death. With his final means of escape gone, Danzo gave up all pretense and actually begged for death. But Sasuke only shook his head, flashing a devilish grin that, in Danzo's eyes, seemed truly demonic. Kill you? Not a chance. I told you already. I'll make you wish you were dead. You bastard. Danzo cursed him weakly. He simply couldn't comprehend how tonight, which was supposed to be the night of the Uchiha's annihilation, had turned out like this. Just as despair threatened to engulf him, a voice, one achingly familiar, rang in his ears, rekindling his desperate hope for survival. Stop! Put down Elder Danzo at once. It was Hiruzen Sarutobi. He had finally arrived at the battlefield, reinforcements in tow. Sarutobi, you old fool, you finally made it. For the first time ever, Danzo found himself genuinely relieved to hear Hiruzen Sarutobi's voice. Stop! Let go of Elder Danzo now. Clad in black armor and ready for battle, Hiruzen Sarutobi was the first to appear. Close behind him came masked Umbu, along with clan shinobi and civilian ninja who had rushed over at the sound of fighting. There were so many of them, crowding in from all sides. Nearly 80% of Konoha's ninja had gathered, forming a huge circle with Sasuke now surrounded right at its center. At the same time, Fugaku Uchiha arrived, leading a group of Uchiha with him. The moment they arrived, they saw Danzo, his face swollen like a pig's head, his chest a bloody mess with flesh clearly visible, gushing blood, as he dangled from the single hand of a burly man. All of them were in shock. The Konoha shinobi surrounding them were equally stunned. No one had expected that the leader of the root, the shadow behind the Hokage, could be beaten so badly. After the shock wore off, all that was left was a sense of satisfaction and even joy. After all, Danzo, that old viper, was one of the main conspirators against the Uchiha clan. At this moment, the more miserable Danzo became, the more delighted everyone felt. They almost wished they could be that burly man themselves. It was so satisfying, so exhilarating. Because of this, their gazes toward Sasuke were filled with admiration and respect. Even Fugaku found Sasuke much more agreeable at this moment, though beneath his satisfaction, a hint of worry lingered in his heart. To have left the leader of Root in such a state, and now surrounded by so many Konoha shinobi, with even the third Hokage present, this situation would be hard to resolve. So, how will you handle this? Fugaku fixed his gaze on Sasuke, watching him intently. On the other side, in stark contrast to the jubilant mood of the Uchiha clan, most of the Konoha shinobi wore grim expressions, their eyes brimming with hostility as they looked at Sasuke. Although Danzo was hardly beloved among the Konoha shinobi, he was still one of the village's top leaders. Now, seeing one of their own beaten so badly by an outsider, it was only natural for anger to well up within them. Arrogant, far too arrogant. If Danzo hadn't still been in Sasuke's grasp, or if the third Hokage had given the order, they would have attacked long ago. Ha ha! Reinforcements have arrived for me, boy. Release me at once. As Hiruzen Sarutobi arrived with his men, hope sparked anew in Danzo's chest, giving him renewed confidence. His eyes turned mocking as he looked at Sasuke. With nearly every shinobi in Konoha gathered here except the genin, he simply couldn't believe that this upstart would dare kill him now. Still trying to act calm? It's pointless. Seeing Sasuke's composed face, showing not a hint of panic, irritated Danzo to no end. He snapped harshly. Release me at once. I'm gravely injured and need immediate treatment. If I die, you'll pay with your life too. If you know what's good for you. Smack. Shut up. You're getting on my nerves. Sasuke slapped him across the face and barked with a frown. You dare? You dare lay your hands on me? Are you tired of living? Danzo trembled with rage, his eyes blazing with fury. How could this brat dare slap him while surrounded on all sides? Was he truly courting death? And to be publicly humiliated in front of so many Konoha shinobi, Danzo felt utterly disgraced. Fine, fine. You still dare strike me? You're finished. Completely finished. Even if you let me go now, there's no way you'll leave Konoha unscathed. You'll have to leave your hands behind at the very least. There's no way you're leaving Konoha without losing a few body parts. Danzo roared, his eyes bloodshot with excitement and rage. Damn it, didn't you hear me tell you to shut up? Sasuke's face turned cold, and he struck out with his palm again and again. Whap, whap, whap. Another dozen crisp slaps landed, making Danzo's already swollen, pig-like head puff up even more. This time, Danzo didn't dare utter another word. He simply glared at Sasuke with his one eye, his bloodied chest heaving with rage. Seeing this, everyone present was utterly stunned. No one could have imagined that, Even surrounded by nearly 20,000 shinobi, Sasuke would still dare to act so brazenly. And not just any attack. He slapped Danzo across the face, a humiliating act that left him so battered his own mother wouldn't recognize him. It was utter madness. It was sheer arrogance. He was blatantly disregarding everyone present, without a hint of fear. "Stop it, you fool. Enough, that's enough." Sarutobi Hiruzen was the first to react, his voice cold and his face grim. Though he and Danzo had often been at odds, with Danzo always coveting the Hokage's seat, they had been friends for many years. Now, witnessing his friend's humiliation, being slapped in front of everyone, Hiruzen's anger blazed inside him. At the same time, he couldn't fathom how things had come to this. Tonight was supposed to be about dealing with the Uchiha. How had it turned into such chaos? Could it be that this burly man was backup brought in by the Uchiha clan? His thoughts mirrored Danzo's. Both believed Sasuke was an outside ally summoned by the Uchiha. Sasuke swept his gaze over the dense crowd of Konoha shinobi, his eyes calm and unflinching, without a trace of fear. At his level, numbers meant nothing. Aside from the top fighters, the rest were little more than particularly troublesome ants. Sasuke ceased his actions, turning to face the glowering third Hokage, and spoke coolly. "What did you just say? Could you repeat that? I didn't quite catch it." "I told you to stop." The third's eyes were icy, his voice filled with murderous intent. "Oh, and then what?" Sasuke replied nonchalantly, as if he were merely asking what was for dinner. "You fool. Of course you need to let him go. Or do you really intend to take on over 20,000 shinobi here by yourself? This place is sealed tight, a net from which there's no escape. All of Konoha's elite are gathered here. If Elder Danzo dies by your hand tonight, Konoha will become your grave." Yet, as he spoke, Sarutobi's tone suddenly shifted, softening with a complete change in approach. "But if you let him go, there's still room for negotiation between us. There's no need for things to end in mutual destruction." He cast a glance at Fugaku on the other side. "Perhaps you're merely being used by certain people. There must be some misunderstanding. I don't know you, and there's no bad blood between us. There's truly no reason for you to get involved in this matter." At this point, Hiruzen Sarutobi's brow furrowed tightly. Then, as if making a difficult decision, he spoke. "All right, I give you my word. I promise you can leave here safely. No one will trouble you after this. After all, Konoha has no desire to make an unnecessary enemy as powerful as you." He paused, then continued, his tone tinged with helplessness. "Our village has just endured the third great ninja war, followed by the chaos of the Nine-Tails attack. We lost our powerful fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, along with a great number of our finest shinobi. The strength of our village has taken a serious hit overall. That's why we truly have no wish to antagonize someone of your caliber. My words earlier were spoken in haste. If I was disrespectful, I hope you'll forgive me." What's more, Hiruzen even bowed his head slightly in a gesture of apology. His attitude was nothing short of sincere. All in all, after that reasoned and persuasive speech, it truly seemed as if, so long as Sasuke released Danzo, both sides could simply shake hands and make peace. Fugaku narrowed his eyes at the third Hokage, inwardly calling him an old fox. That kind of speech was obviously a lie. It might fool a simpleton, but no one else. And he certainly didn't take this counterfeit Sasuke for a fool. So Fugaku just sat back and watched Hiruzen's performance with a cold, mocking smile, ready to see how the farce would play out. And in truth, Hiruzen's real goal was only to save Danzo safely. After all, Danzo wasn't just the perfect henchman for all the village's dirty work. He could also serve as the ideal scapegoat, should the need arise. Such a talent was far too valuable to lose. Besides, the two of them had been friends for many years, ever since childhood. There was still some genuine affection there. He truly didn't want anything to happen to Danzo. As for what would happen if Sasuke really let Danzo go, well, he could just die. To dare cause chaos in Konoha, wipe out most of the root ninja, and even disrupt tonight's Uchiha extermination plan. There was no way Hiruzen would ever let a troublemaker like that off the hook. Whether the scheme would work or not, he'd just have to try and see. Looking at Sasuke's muscular frame and the image of a brute who fought with nothing but raw strength, the third Hokage felt pretty confident the ruse would succeed. Really? All I have to do is let go, and you'll let me walk away safe and sound? No one will come after me. Sasuke's face lit up with delight, his tone filled with surprise and excitement. I was only here on someone else's behalf. I never intended to become Konoha's sworn enemy. If releasing him will settle the score between us, then I'll let him go right now. Sasuke gazed at the third Hokage with eager anticipation. That response caught Hiruzen a little off guard, but then he was overjoyed. The plan actually worked. He could barely contain his excitement. He hadn't expected the other side to fall for such an obvious ploy, To actually believe that releasing Danzo would guarantee safe passage out of Konoha. How utterly naive. Such a simple excuse, and yet he actually believes it. As expected, muscle-bound types really are simple-minded. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at Sasuke as if he were staring at a fool, a cold sneer flickering in his heart. Yet, with calm words, he replied, "Of course, as long as you let go, I give you my word as Hokage, you'll leave Konoha unharmed. No one will lay a hand on you. All right, I accept your terms. I'll let go right now." Sasuke nodded emphatically. Then, with his free hand, he grabbed Danzo's left arm, twisted hard, and yanked. With a sickening tear, accompanied by a piercing scream, Danzo's left arm was wrenched clean off, blood gushing from the ragged wound. The severed, blood-soaked arm hit the ground right in front of the third Hokage with a wet thud. That was letting go, quite literally. "There you go. I've let go. Now, will you let me leave Konoha safely?" Sasuke smiled sweetly at Hiruzen, then turned to Danzo, and added, "And don't blame me for being cruel. After all, it was the third Hokage who asked me to let go." "You, damn you." Danzo glared at Sasuke with his single eye, blazing with fury. Meanwhile, on the other side, staring at the severed arm on the ground, Hiruzen Sarutobi stood frozen for half a minute. Then his face twisted in rage, veins bulging on his forehead. "You bastard! Are you mocking me?" The third Hokage was beside himself. Was this what he meant by let go? What's wrong? Was letting go of one arm not enough? Would you like me to let go of the other one too? Sasuke raised an eyebrow in feigned confusion, then smiled as he asked. He reached out for Danzo's remaining right arm, as if preparing to twist that one off as well. "Stop! Hiruzen, what are you doing? Are you trying to kill me on purpose?" Danzo shrieked in agony and fear. "Stop right there." Hiruzen Sarutobi was shaking with rage, teeth gritted, his finger trembling as he pointed at Sasuke. He thought the boy was an easy fool to manipulate, but it turned out the joke was on him. The real clown was me. What a spectacle. What a dazzling performance. Watching from afar, Fugaku's face was a picture of satisfaction. He'd known this imposter Sasuke wasn't someone to be trifled with. The third actually thought he could fool him. What a ridiculous fantasy. Now look at the mess. A single move, and Danzo, that old viper, had lost an arm. Fugaku's heart swelled with delight. "You bastard! How dare you mock me like this? No matter who you are, no matter how strong you are, no matter what power stands behind you, Konoha will never rest until you are destroyed." Hiruzen's face darkened into a mask of fury as he shouted, "Konoha's true strength is far beyond the imagination of a lone brute like you. You will pay dearly for your arrogance. Today, this place will become your grave." His eyes blazed with murderous intent as he roared, "This is your last chance. Release Elder Danzo now, and I may let you die with your body whole. Otherwise, you'll be smashed to pieces, not even your bones left." At this moment, Hiruzen Sarutobi was still trying to ensure Danzo's safety. It seemed these two might truly be soulmates. "Hurry, release Elder Danzo. Reckless behavior will only drag you into hell. Let him go now. Don't be ungrateful." All around, the Konoha shinobi echoed these calls, their voices rising together. The crowd swelled like a tidal wave, the pressure overwhelming. They clearly hoped that such a show of force would compel Sasuke to release his captive. "You have 10 seconds. Let him go now, or I swear you'll regret ever being born." Hiruzen's warning rang out once more, his voice brimming with lethal intent. 10, 9, 8. The third Hokage began to count down. With every number, his presence grew more formidable, the air thick with his resolve. It was clear, if Sasuke didn't let go by the end of the countdown, Hiruzen would strike, caring nothing for Danzo's fate. Suddenly, a sharp sound sliced through the night. In an instant, Sasuke vanished from his spot, taking Danzo with him. And then, a resounding slap cracked through the darkness. Hiruzen's words died in his throat as he was sent skidding backward for over 10 meters, only coming to a halt when he crashed into an upright wooden beam among the ruins. Sasuke reappeared exactly where Hiruzen had stood, his expression bored and impatient. "Enough with the nagging. If you want to fight, stop wasting time and just come at me already." For a heartbeat, the entire scene froze. An eerie silence fell, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Everyone stared in disbelief at Hiruzen Sarutobi, the vivid imprint of a palm standing out starkly on his cheek. In their hearts, a storm raged impossible to calm. He'd been slapped. Right there, in front of everyone, someone had slapped the Hokage across the face. Not just anyone, the Hokage, the leader of the village, the third, whom they all respected above all. If they hadn't witnessed it themselves, none would have believed it possible. The Hokage, humiliated in public. How could that guy dare? Was he tired of living? This was Konoha. Striking their leader's face was an insult to all of them. An open challenge to every shinobi in the village. Even Fugaku was floored. Damn, he actually did it? Slapping Danzo was one thing. Most people despised Danzo anyway, and few would have cared. But now, to slap Hiruzen Sarutobi in front of everyone, the third whom so many admired and revered. To be honest, this was something Fugaku had always dreamed of doing himself. He was utterly convinced. If he possessed even a fraction of this imposter Sasuke's strength, he still wouldn't have dared. After all, that was the Hokage, one man ruling the entire village. Still, thrilling as it was, Fugaku knew what came next. The wrath of every shinobi in Konoha would soon descend. Even if this fake Sasuke is powerful, there's no way he could take on the ninja from a major shinobi village all by himself. Should I bring my clan members to help? Fugaku looked at his clansmen, their eyes practically shining with excitement, then glanced at Sasuke, who was radiating sheer dominance. He was torn, caught in indecision. Do you even realize what you've done? Hiruzen Sarutobi was furious beyond words. His aged face twisted with rage, making him look all the more menacing. This was Konoha, after all, the greatest shinobi village in the world. And he was the Hokage of Konoha, the #1 figure in the village. This was supposed to be his territory, his home ground. Sasuke was supposed to be the underdog here. He was the one who held the advantage. If anyone was going to humiliate the other, it should have been him doing the humiliating. But now, when the world was happening. At this moment, Hiruzen could even feel the strange looks the Konoha shinobi around him were giving. Even his own shadow guard were casting him puzzled glances. It was as if they were saying, has our Hokage really become this weak? He lost face so easily. Could it be that the legend of the strongest Hokage was just empty boasting all along? Humiliated so thoroughly in front of so many of his subordinates, Hiruzen's composure was on the verge of collapse. His eyes were bloodshot as he glared at Sasuke, his voice warped with anger. You brat, attacking a 69-year-old man without honor. You're finished. You won't even get the chance to beg for mercy. Attack. Take him down, leave nothing behind. Reduce him to ashes. Ignore whatever Elder Danzo says. The third Hokage spat out his orders with venom. Hiruzen, you bastard. Danzo exploded in rage at those words. For Konoha's sake, Danzo, your sacrifice will be worth it. I trust you'll understand. After your death, you'll be a hero of Konoha, and I'll see to it you get the finest burial ground possible. Hiruzen's voice was ice-cold, devoid of emotion, like a heartless machine. No matter what, this man who dared to shame him had to die here. Even if it meant Danzo's demise, so be it. After all, Danzo's life was nothing compared to the dignity of the Hokage. You bastard. Hiruzen, you truly are a hypocrite. All Danzo could do was curse him, powerless. Just as despair began to swallow him, there was a sudden crash as the ground beneath his feet split open and a masked root ninja, sword in hand, sprang up from below. Lord Danzo, do not fear. I'll get you out right away. Gripping his sword in both hands, the root ninja swung upward, aiming straight at the arm Sasuke was using to hold Danzo. For a moment, Danzo actually thought he saw a glimmer of hope. But he hadn't expected a greenhorn like this. The ninja was probably one of the root operatives stationed on the outskirts. He had no idea just how tough Sasuke's body really was. He thought that by launching a sneak attack, he could sever the arm, rescue Danzo, and claim a great victory. Danzo's eyes remained indifferent. He didn't even need to look to know how it would end. Just as expected, when a ninja blade struck the arm, it rang out with a deafening metallic clang. Beneath the mask, the attacker's smile froze in shock. What kind of body defense is this? Without wasting a single word, Sasuke sent out a powerful kick. His foot smashed a bloody hole through the man's chest, sending the body hurtling more than 10 meters before it crashed to the ground, well beyond any hope of survival. Although this root ninja's ambush had failed, it was enough to signal the start of Konoha's offensive. In that instant, just as Sasuke finished kicking the ninja away, a burst of thunder tore through the air behind him. Lightning release. Chidori. Kakashi, wearing a dog-faced mask, charged forward at breakneck speed, lightning crackling furiously in his hand. Beneath his mask, his Sharingan spun wildly, searching for the slightest hint of Sasuke's next move. Yet Sasuke didn't budge an inch, as if he had no intention of dodging at all. TCH, not planning to dodge. You must really trust that body of yours. But this is Chidori, the blade that pierces all. It's nothing like an ordinary weapon. If you refuse to dodge, you'll regret your arrogance. I'll put a hole straight through you. Kakashi thrust his lightning blade forward with explosive force. Lightning flashed, and in that instant, he could already picture Sasuke's heart being pierced through. But then, there was a heavy impact. Kakashi stared in disbelief at the scene before him. his face behind the mask twisted in utter shock. His Chidori had struck Sasuke's back, yet all it did was scorch the skin, drawing a thin trickle of blood. There was no other effect. It didn't feel like he'd hit a human at all. It was more like slamming into a mountain. What kind of monster are you? Kakashi looked up, stunned, and asked. Hey, not bad. Chidori really does live up to its reputation as the blade that pierces all. Ever since I took 4 serums, you're the first who's managed to make me bleed. Sasuke glanced at the blood trickling down his back, raised an eyebrow, and couldn't help but give a compliment. Is that supposed to be praise? Kakashi's face darkened. Hearing Sasuke mention the blade that pierces all made it sound like open mockery. Take it however you want, but for now, you'd better get out of my way. Sasuke struck out with a palm, faster than lightning. Before Kakashi could react, his head exploded. But instead of flesh and blood, it burst into a shower of lightning. To be precise, Kakashi's entire body dissolved into a surge of crackling electricity. Lightning release, lightning clone. Thunder exploded, instantly crawling up Sasuke's body. Both Sasuke and Danzo were bathed in the flickering storm of lightning. Yet for Sasuke, this level of electricity felt more like a soothing electrotherapy massage, tingling and numbing but oddly pleasant. But for Danzo, it was a different story entirely. His hair stood on end, his whole body charred black by the surge. A faint scent of roasted meat curled in the air. His eyes rolled back, his head lolled to one side, and just like that, he passed out cold. Everyone, be careful. This guy's physical defense is insane. Regular attacks won't even scratch him. If you want to hurt him, you'll need something with much more firepower. From the ruins of a collapsed building, a battered wooden plank was shoved aside, and Kakashi crawled out from the debris. No sooner had he emerged than he shared the intel his shadow clone had gathered. Sasuke raised his hand, aiming straight at Kakashi, his voice cool and calm. Chidori isn't meant to be used like that. This is how it should really be done. Kakashi frowned, parsing the meaning behind those words. Could it be that the enemy could use Chidori too? But he'd never taught it to him. Even as the question formed, a blinding bolt of lightning flickered to life in Sasuke's outstretched hand. That's Chidori. How do you know it? I don't recall ever teaching anyone else this technique. Or did you really master it just by watching me once? Kakashi's face turned grim. His signature jutsu, snatched up so effortlessly by his opponent, no wonder he felt so unsettled. This is the real Chidori. Yours is just a cheap imitation. Farewell, White Fang. Sasuke's voice was flat, almost dismissive. He poured chakra into the lightning, swirling in his palm, and in the next instant, a sharp crack split the air. A streak of blue-white light shot forth like a lance. Lightning style, Chidori sharp spear. A sickening squelch. Blood trickled from the corner of Kakashi's mouth as he stared in disbelief at the blue-white spear that had pierced clean through his chest. Chidori could be used like this? The distance between them was nearly 20 meters, yet the attack struck him in a heartbeat. The Chidori sharp spear faded away. Sasuke looked down at the kneeling Kakashi, expression cold. Looks like I missed. I was aiming for your head. But don't worry, I won't miss this time. He lifted his hand again, palm crackling with electricity, aiming straight for Kakashi's head. Stop! Just as the Chidori sharp spear was about to be unleashed again, a ninja appeared. A green jumpsuit clinging to his body, his hair cut in a perfect bowl, his whole form wreathed in a fierce green aura. With a thunderous kick, he smashed into Sasuke's muscular arm. The blow didn't do much damage, but it was enough to knock his aim off course. The Chidori sharp spear, now unleashed, only punched through a half-collapsed house nearby. A green jumpsuit, a bowl-cut head of hair. The identity of the newcomer was obvious. It was none other than Might Guy, the man who nearly kicked his way to the very end of the original story. At last, a worthy opponent has arrived. A grin spread across Sasuke's face, excitement flickering in his eyes. Compared to the clashing of jutsu between ninjas, he truly preferred the raw thrill of hand-to-hand combat. From here on, I'll be the one facing you. Might Guy took his fighting stance, his expression grave and focused. This opponent was strong. That kick just now, not only had it failed to break Sasuke's arm, it hadn't even managed to bend it. All it did was slightly alter the direction of his arm. In fact, it was Guy himself who had been sent flying. Might Guy kept his eyes locked on Sasuke, his muscles taut, not daring to relax for even an instant. With a sharp smack, Sasuke didn't rush to attack. He casually flicked Danzo aside like a piece of trash, tossing him away. This piece of garbage can wait here for now. It's time to enjoy a proper fight. Bowl cut, don't let me down. In a flash, his figure vanished from sight. What? He's so fast. Might Guy's eyes widened in shock. Even without blinking, he couldn't track Sasuke's movement as he disappeared. If that's how it is, then morning peacock. With a fierce shout, Might Guy's fists blurred into afterimages. With each punch, a fireball burst into existence. His fists flew faster and faster, hundreds, thousands of strikes in the blink of an eye. In the next instant, an eruption of fireballs exploded from him in every direction, like a peacock unfurling its tail, the flames of youth blazing bright. No matter which way you attack from, you'll have to face my blows. Burn, youth. Take this. Might Guy roared, his entire being blazing like a brilliant sun. Then, to his shock, he saw that Sasuke wasn't dodging at all. Sasuke charged straight through the barrage, letting the fireballs hammer his body as if they were nothing. You've only opened 6 gates? Who are you underestimating? Sasuke closed in a flash, unleashing a powerful punch. Might Guy hurriedly raised his arms to block. With a thunderous impact, blood spurted from Guy's mouth as he was sent flying backward. It was as though he'd been struck by a sledgehammer. His pupils quivered wildly. For a moment, he doubted his very existence. Was such monstrous strength even human? No, this was a beast wearing a human mask. While still airborne, Might Guy quickly adjusted, landing on his feet and skidding back more than 10 meters before finally coming to a stop. Good. You truly are a formidable foe. If I don't give this everything I've got, it would be an insult to you and a betrayal of my youth. Might Guy's eyes gleamed, his fighting spirit blazing ever higher. The 7th gate, Gate of Shock, opened. With a mighty roar, he unleashed the next level, unlocking a vital point in his body. Chakra surged within him, boiling like a raging torrent. The green steam swirling around him shifted, taking on a blue hue. Veins bulged across his forehead, his face was flushed red, and waves of energy surged all around him, making Kai look, in this moment, like a true god of war. The aura he now radiated was in no way inferior to any shadow-level fighter. I never expected the village to have such a formidable force hidden away. Truly, he's neither showy nor boastful. Uchiha Fugaku muttered, his expression darkening with surprise. He had always dismissed this man, a minor figure rumored only to specialize in taijutsu, supposedly incapable of using ninjutsu, someone hardly worth a glance. Who could have imagined that such power would erupt from him? Now, Fugaku felt nothing but relief. Thankfully, this mysterious powerhouse was on the Uchiha side. Otherwise, facing so many elite opponents tonight, their entire clan might have vanished from the ninja world. With this new top-tier fighter on Konoha's side, it will be difficult for anyone, perhaps even impossible, to escape unscathed. Fugaku glanced at Sasuke, the worry on his face deepening. In stark contrast to Fugaku's anxiety, Hiruzen Sarutobi was overjoyed. He had never imagined that an unremarkable taijutsu ninja could possess such overwhelming strength. This was a windfall he had never expected. To think someone so young could already open 7 of the 8 gates. When this is over, he must bring Kai into the Umbu, making him a direct subordinate. Suddenly, a dozen blue afterimages flashed through the air. Kai was moving so fast that the naked eye could only catch fleeting illusions. Konoha Whirlwind. With a thunderous kick backed by immense power, Kai struck Sasuke's shoulder. The impact echoed like a drumbeat, sending out a shockwave that rippled through the air. Impressive strength. I actually felt a twinge of pain, Sasuke admitted, his body involuntarily shifting to the side. A hint of admiration flickered in his eyes. We're not done yet. With a roar, Might Guy's figure blurred, launching attacks at Sasuke from every direction. In his 7-gate state, his speed and power had soared to new heights. Every punch and kick tore through the air, cracking like sonic booms. Blow after blow landed on Sasuke, each one exploding with a relentless barrage of impacts. Whenever Sasuke tried to strike back, his efforts were effortlessly dodged by Kai's lightning-fast movements. He simply couldn't land a hit. At this moment, their battle looked like a one-sided pummeling, with Sasuke taking hit after hit. Witnessing this, the surrounding Konoha ninja erupted with excited shouts. Gai, we're counting on you. Take down that arrogant guy. Anyone who dares show disrespect to the 3rd Hokage must pay the price. Go Kai. Konoha isn't a playground for the likes of him. Show him what we're made of, Kai. But despite the hopes and cheers of those around him, Kai's expression only grew more and more grave. He could clearly sense that his attacks were having no effect at all. It was like giving his opponent a harmless massage. The more he fought, the more alarmed he became. What kind of monstrous body defense was this? Not even a tailed beast could compare to it. To fight me and still let your mind wander? Sasuke twisted his body and launched a flying kick, landing squarely on Guy's chest. Bang! Guy was sent hurtling like a blue comet, crashing with tremendous force into the group of leaf ninjas who had been shouting the loudest just moments before. Several unfortunate leaf ninjas were struck so hard that they coughed up blood on the spot. Ninjas really are a class with strong offense but poor defense. Even guy with all 7 gates opened is no exception. I can afford to make countless mistakes, but you can only make one. That's reality. A moment of clarity flashed through Sasuke's mind, and he felt a wave of relief. Fortunately, he had the super soldier serum to enhance his body in every aspect. Attacks of this level are nowhere near enough to defeat me. The one who burns with the flames of youth. Might Guy roared as he burst forth from the pile of people. Daytime Tiger. With a furious shout, the air around him surged and twisted, his aura growing even more intense. Focusing all his strength into his arm, he unleashed a devastating punch. In the next instant, a terrifying force took shape, forming a spectral white tiger that let out a thunderous roar as it lunged at Sasuke. The very appearance of the white tiger's phantom filled everyone with a suffocating sense of pressure. Even the Leaf Ninjas who were merely spectators on the sidelines, though not the tiger's target, felt their hearts pounding with dread. This technique is every bit as powerful as any S-rank ninjutsu. Go Daytime Tiger. Crush that arrogant guy to dust. With a move this terrifying, there's no way he can withstand it. A wave of excitement swept through the Leaf Ninjas. They could hardly wait to see Sasuke flattened by the Daytime Tiger. What's he doing now? Is he forming hand signs, planning to use ninjutsu? What an idiot, thinking he can counter the Daytime Tiger with ninjutsu. He's asking for death. In the battlefield's center, before the attack even landed, a fierce wind whipped against Sasuke, making his long hair dance wildly. Facing the roaring white tiger, Sasuke chose to stand his ground, his hands flashing through a rapid sequence of signs. Fire style. Great fireball jutsu. In the next moment, a colossal fireball erupted from Sasuke's mouth, blazing like a miniature sun and turning the pitch-black night as bright as day. What kind of monstrous chakra reserves are these? Seeing such a gigantic fireball unleashed right before his eyes, Hiruzen Sarutobi lost his composure. In his memory, only one legendary man had ever wielded fire style on this scale, Madara Uchiha. Damn it! Could it be that another monster on par with Madara Uchiha had emerged in the ninja world? Hiruzen Sarutobi's face darkened. Could it be that tonight's massacre might also become the night Konoha itself is destroyed? The surrounding Konoha shinobi stared wide-eyed in shock. How could this be possible? A mere B-rank fire-release jutsu was displaying the destructive power of an S-rank technique. This wasn't what a shinobi should be. It completely shattered everything they thought they knew about being a ninja. Boom! The fireball collided with the spectral white tiger, erupting in a violent explosion. The deafening roar split the night sky, and a towering mushroom-shaped cloud of smoke formed overhead. That was just a casual ninjutsu attack, yet it completely neutralized my Daytime Tiger. Might Guy stood frozen, his eyes dull and drained of color. He could hardly believe what he was witnessing. His own ultimate move, his strongest attack, had been canceled out by a simple B-rank fireball. Right now, his spirit was dealt a blow unlike anything he'd ever experienced before. Even his burning youth seemed to flicker and fade. His whole body slumped, defeat written across his face. So that's the extent of your strongest attack. Seems that without opening all 8 gates, you're nothing but an insect before me. Sasuke appeared before Guy, his voice calm, though his eyes betrayed a hint of disappointment. Looks like our fight ends here. You truly wasted my anticipation. Whoosh. Suddenly, Sasuke whipped out a powerful roundhouse kick. But Guy didn't get sent flying, because he hadn't actually been struck. Sasuke's muscular, power-packed leg froze mid-air, unable to move forward. Without him noticing, a jet-black shadow had wound itself tightly around his thigh. Shadow imitation jutsu. Success. Not far away, Shikakannara knelt on one knee, hands locked in a sealing gesture. His shadow had stretched out, now seamlessly linked with Sasuke's own shadow. Gah! In the next instant, Shikaku coughed up a mouthful of blood, gritting his teeth. Damn it! How can this guy have so much strength? He's hardly even human. He quickly shouted out an urgent warning. Hurry! Get my guy out of here. He's in no condition to keep fighting. Hurry! I can't hold on much longer. Gah! Even as he spoke, he spat out another mouthful of blood. No need to panic, Shikaku. I'll help you right away. Inoichi Yamanaka rushed to his side to provide support. One from inside, one from outside. Let's see if this guy can withstand us both. He pressed the tips of his index fingers and thumbs together, forming the kanji for mouth with his hands. Aiming this symbolic gesture at Sasuke as if focusing a camera lens, Inoichi unleashed his clan's secret technique. Ninja art. Mind transfer jutsu. In the blink of an eye, Inoichi's consciousness dove deep into the recesses of Sasuke's mind. What is this? In the realm of consciousness, Inoichi Yamanaka's face was stricken with terror. For what stood before his eyes at that moment was a towering, majestic giant. So vast it seemed to reach from earth to sky, its true height impossible to fathom, like a god looking down from the heavens. And he, Inoichi Yamanaka, suddenly felt like an arrogant fool, a reckless ant who had dared to trespass upon the domain of a deity. So, this is that guy's consciousness? How could it be so immense? His spiritual power must be unimaginable. I've entered the minds of countless people before, but never have I encountered someone with such a vast reservoir of mental strength. It's simply beyond belief. He muttered in shock, utterly shaken by the overwhelming force of Sasuke's spirit. Among ninja, the greater one's spiritual power, the more imposing their manifested consciousness becomes. And Sasuke, who possessed not only the Rinnegan but the eternal Mangekyo as well, had a mind of truly terrifying strength. This is bad. I need to get out. A consciousness like this is far beyond my ability to control. Inoichi snapped out of his daze, panic surging through him. Hey, trying to run? My mind isn't someplace you can just waltz in and out of as you please. The giant Sasuke let out a wicked grin, his voice booming like thunder. The sheer force of his words alone nearly shattered Inoichi's presence within the mindscape. Damn it, mind-body switch technique, release. Yet, Inoichi found that he hadn't returned to his own body. He stared in horror at the giant Sasuke before him. Who exactly are you? How can you exert such absolute control over your own mindscape, trapping me here with no escape? Listen up. Next time, don't think you can just barge into someone's body for fun just because of your clan's so-called secret technique. Sasuke's sinister laughter echoed as he reached out and pinched his fingers together, as if crushing a mere ant, obliterating Inoichi's consciousness. Outside, because he was performing the clan's secret jutsu, Inoichi had temporarily entrusted his body to his fellow clan members for safekeeping. The very next instant, his consciousness snapped back into his body. Gah! Inoichi, eyes still closed, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His face turned ghostly pale, his body convulsing violently. Yet he did not regain consciousness. Then, the Yamanaka clan members around him noticed that even the lower half of their clan head's robes had become wet. Panic swept through the gathered ninja. Teach the clan head has lost control of his bladder. Clan head, sir, what's happened? Please, wake up. You have to wake up. What on earth did that guy do? How could the clan head suffer such a severe backlash? He's even showing these rare symptoms of incontinence. Amid the frantic cries, Inoichi slowly returned to consciousness at last. Now, as he looked at his clan members, his eyes were filled with exhaustion and dread. His trembling finger pointed at Sasuke, terror etched on his face. That's a monster. Never try using our clan's secret technique on him. After finishing his words, he passed out decisively, ignoring the cries of his clan members. No matter how they called, he never woke up. The truth was, he had lost control of his bladder at that very moment. How utterly humiliating. So he could only pretend to faint to ease the embarrassment. Meanwhile, although it took Sasuke less than a single breath to crush Yamanaka High's consciousness within his mind, in that brief moment, Might Guy had already been taken away by others. At the same time, Sasuke noticed the restraints on his body had grown even stronger. More shadows had wrapped themselves around him. If he didn't exert some effort, there was no way he could break free anytime soon. How about now, you muscle-bound monster? Don't underestimate the Nara clan. Nara Shikaku gritted his teeth and growled. His eyes were locked onto Sasuke, as if demanding he acknowledge the formidable strength of the Nara family. Surrounding Shikaku, dozens of Nara clansmen were performing the secret techniques of their bloodline. At that moment, they unleashed their shadow imitation technique, in unison, binding Sasuke in place, for the time being. With a series of sharp snaps, Sasuke twisted his body with force, shattering the shadows binding him. The immense power sent a backlash through the Nara clan members, causing them all to spit blood violently. Damn it, what kind of monster is this? Even with our entire clan strength, we still can't hold him. Shikaku's voice was a hoarse, desperate growl, blood streaming from the corner of his mouth. Then, he shouted with all his might. Choza, are you ready yet? If you don't act now, this monster is going to break free. He coughed up another mouthful of blood. You've done well, Shikaku. I'm ready. As the words fell, a colossal giant, over 100 meters tall, suddenly burst from the ground. Ninja art. Super expansion jutsu. Akimichi Choza, his long red hair blazing, had used the time Shikaku bought him to swallow his clan's secret medicine. His chakra surged, transforming him instantly into a towering giant. It's the Akimichi clan's ultimate secret technique. Everyone get clear. Because Choza's body had grown so suddenly and so immense, The people around scattered in all directions to make room for him. Take this. I'll flatten you into paste. Superhuman boulder. With a thunderous roar, Chose's enormous body curled into a ball and rolled forward, turning into a gigantic wheel that surged towards Sasuke. The earth shook violently, trembling as cracks split the ground. Clouds of dust billowed in his wake. Houses collapsed, rocks shattered. Nothing could stand in his way. It was as if everything before him would be ground into dust. Yes, crush that brat, turn him into a pulp. Let's see if he dares to act so arrogant again. Go, Choza, flatten him for me. Bastard, see for yourself the true strength of Konoha. The Konoha ninja, watching the scene, roared excitedly. This was the power of Konoha. Strong warriors emerged one after another. Even if someone fell, another would immediately take their place. Such was Konoha, the greatest shinobi village in the ninja world, its position unshakable. Faced with the oncoming massive rolling form, Sasuke's expression didn't change. He calmly extended one hand. Akimichi Choza, carrying the hopes of all the Konoha ninja and the force to crush everything in his path, crashed hard into Sasuke. And then, his colossal body, still curled in its charging form, came to a dead halt, so abruptly that it caught everyone off guard. When the dust finally settled, they saw Sasuke standing there, blocking Choza's attack with just one hand. A collective gasp swept through the Konoha ninja at the sight. How was this possible? That was a giant, towering over 100 meters. In this form, Akimichi Choza had wrestled with tailed beasts during the Third Great Ninja War and never come up short. Compared to him, Sasuke now looked as insignificant as an ant beneath a giant's foot. And yet, at this very moment, it was as if the ant had lifted the giant with a single hand. It was almost beyond belief. What kind of monster is this? Shikaka Nara's face darkened. Damn it, all that effort we spent stalling him, just so we could bind him in place and let Choza land a hit. And for it to end up like this, what was the point of all our hard work? With a thundering crash, Shikaku slammed his fist into the ground, frustration clear on his face. TCH, after all that trouble to restrain me, I thought you had some devastating move prepared. Turns out this is it? What a letdown. Sasuke curled his lip in disappointment. Bastard, don't you dare look down on us. Choza, clearly enraged by Sasuke's attitude, swung a massive fist down at him. The ground shook as the giant fist struck, blasting out a crater and sending cracks spiderwebbing in all directions. Too slow. Sasuke's voice came from above, now standing atop Choza's head. Damn you, get down from there. At the sound, Choza tried to swat Sasuke off, but before he could act, he realized his feet were already off the ground. The world flipped. Sasuke had grabbed him by the hair and, through nothing but brute strength, lifted the giant clean into the air. The spectacle was stunning. What the hell is this monster? Some of the Konoha ninja were completely dumbfounded. Smash! Every muscle in Sasuke's body tensed as he roared. With the force of a mighty throw, he hurled the 100-meter-tall Choza in one direction, as if performing a devastating over-the-shoulder slam. Hurry, get out of the way, it's coming right at us. Someone noticed the massive shadow looming overhead and shouted a warning without hesitation. A thunderous crash erupted. Choji Akimichi came crashing down with tremendous force, like a magnitude 10 earthquake shaking the ground. Countless houses were instantly reduced to dust beneath him. In no time, the strain proved too much for him. He shrank back to his original size, eyes rolling back as he fainted dead away. Sasuke stood atop the highest roof, arms folded, surveying the crowd below with a look of arrogant disdain. He was just about to raise his voice and declare, "Is there anyone else?" to boost his own prestige. But at that very moment, a bold, spirited woman's voice rang out. "Don't get too cocky. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you're stronger. Let me show you what it feels like to be torn apart. Kromaru, let's go." Woof. Fong over Fong. In the next instant, Inuzuka and Kromaru began to spin at incredible speed, transforming themselves into two whirling saw blades, a pair of ferocious cyclones that tore through the air straight toward Sasuke. The one launching the attack was none other than the head of the Inuzuka clan, a wild, fierce woman, and the mother of Kiba Inuzuka. TCH, the Inuzuka clan, huh? Konoha sure is full of secret technique clans. One after another, and I'll take them all down. Sasuke was clearly annoyed. How dare they interrupt his moment of glory? Without waiting, he sprang into action himself. His figure vanished from the rooftop, and in the blink of an eye, he stood between the twin cyclones. With a casual punch and a kick, two sharp thuds, a woman and her dog were sent flying, coughing up blood in midair. They hadn't even managed to put up a fight. A sudden, rustling hiss filled the air behind Sasuke as soon as he landed. He turned to see a dark swarm of insects filling the sky, so many that they blotted out the sun, sweeping toward him like an ominous black cloud. Behind this living tide stood more than a dozen Aburame clan shinobi, their bodies wrapped tightly in cloaks. No matter how strong you are or how tough your defense is, none of that matters against us, came a calm, chilling voice. Against our insects, your strength means nothing, because these insects will devour you until not even a trace remains. Prepare yourself, invader. Secret technique, parasitic destruction insects. With a wave of his hand, Shibi Aburame unleashed a flood of insects, all swarming toward Sasuke with relentless fury. Sasuke formed hand seals, preparing to use a jutsu. It wasn't that he feared the insects could pierce his defenses. He simply had no desire to see himself swarmed, his body crawling with uncountable bugs. Fire style, Great Dragon Fire. He opened his mouth and unleashed a torrent of flame, a colossal dragon of fire roaring into existence. The fiery dragon let out a silent howl as it surged forward, plowing straight into the sea of insects. It flew and coiled through the air as if alive, striking wherever the parasitic insects gathered, burning through their ranks with relentless ferocity. Blazing flames roared, reducing countless parasitic destruction bugs to ashes in the searing heat. Nothing of them remained, not even a trace. In just a few breaths, every last insect had been burned away. How could this happen? All the bugs have actually been wiped out. Shibi Aburame's face turned grim. With a thunderous roar, the flaming dragon that had incinerated the insects now fixed its gaze upon them. Riding an overwhelming surge of wind, it charged furiously toward the gathered Aburame clan members. What? Faced with the oncoming fire dragon, every member of the Aburame clan was struck with utter shock. Without their parasitic destruction bugs, they had no means to defend against an attack of such intensity. Damn it! If only I hadn't brought my clan to the front lines. A wave of regret washed over Shibi's heart, just as despair threatened to take hold. A crashing sound erupted. A towering wall of water suddenly surged up, standing firm between them and the threat. Water style, water formation wall. With an explosive impact, the fire dragon slammed into the water barrier. Under the intense heat, vast amounts of water evaporated instantly, billowing into thick clouds of steam. As the white mist cleared, Shibi Aburame finally saw the one who had come to their rescue. Instantly, a rush of gratitude and shame overwhelmed him. "Oh, Lord Third, it was my incompetence that forced you to intervene personally. I am truly ashamed." "It's nothing," Hiruzen Tsurutobi replied, waving his hand, his face resolute and full of righteous spirit. "As Hokage, I would never stand by and watch my fellow villagers fall into danger." After a brief pause, he continued, "You have already done your best. There's no need to blame yourselves." I'm sorry, Lord Third." The Aburame clan members hung their heads, even lower, their shame deepening. With subordinates like them, it was unthinkable that their leader, the third Hokage himself, had to step in. Their hearts brimmed with gratitude, and they were deeply moved by the Third's magnanimity. This was the Third. This was the leader they trusted, the Hokage they adored. "Enough, you should withdraw for now. The enemy is far too powerful for you to handle." Hiruzen Tsurutobi gestured for the Aburame to retreat. As the Aburame clan exited the field, the surrounding Leaf Ninja burst with excitement, seeing the Hokage himself step forward. Shouts and cheers erupted, their spirits soaring higher than ever. "It's Lord Third. He's taking the field himself. Lord Third, you have to teach that arrogant bastard a lesson. Don't hold back. I do believe in Lord Third, but I can't help but worry. That guy is terrifyingly strong. Not an easy opponent, even for the Hokage." "Shut it. How dare you doubt Lord Third? He's the greatest Hokage in history. He could wipe the floor with that punk with one hand, so watch your mouth." Hearing the thunderous roar of the crowd, Hiruzen Tsurutobi's face betrayed a hint of discomfort. After all, he had not stepped forward to challenge Sasuke to a fight. "That's enough, sir." He looked at Sasuke, his voice grave and steady. "You have already injured so many of our comrades. No matter what grievances you have with Elder Danzo, surely the score is settled by now. There's no point in continuing this battle. I ask that you leave now. Leave the Hidden Leaf Village behind. As for what you've done until now, I will act as if none of it ever happened." Hiruzen spoke these words with remarkable calm. In short, he simply did not want to fight. Or, more accurately, after witnessing Sasuke's overwhelming strength, he chose to swallow his pride. Watching the earlier battle, he had come to a sad realization. Even as the third Hokage himself, if he were to step in, he would only be defeated. If he fought, he would lose again and bring further shame upon himself. If he refrained, at least he would not be defeated, and his dignity would remain intact. Given that, why not simply choose not to fight? Besides, before the battle began, Sasuke had already tossed Danzo aside. Naturally, the Leaf Ninja were able to rescue Danzo without much trouble. His scapegoat had been saved, and so the mission was essentially accomplished. There was no need to risk further casualties just to challenge a monster. So, the battle ought to end here. That was Hiruzen Sarutobi's thinking in this moment. Though being humiliated in front of everyone left him feeling stifled, even harboring the urge to tear the instigator apart. Now that things had calmed down, he realized it wasn't worth dwelling on. After all, might makes right. In a shinobi world, strength is the ultimate law. Hiruzen Sarutobi, known as the Ninja King, did not earn that title for nothing, but the key to it all was the ninja part. Just like when the Hidden Cloud tried to kidnap Hinata, and upon failing, turned things around and threatened the Leaf to hand over the culprit from the Huga clan. Sometimes you just have to endure and move on. However, before Sasuke could respond to his offer of truce, the surrounding Leaf Ninja erupted in protest. What? Is Lord Third really going to let that bastard go? Why? After all the people he's hurt, why let him off so easily? Lord Third, that guy just slapped you in the face. Are you really going to stand for that? Yeah. Are you afraid of him? Lord Third? Or is it that not even the strongest Hokage in history can defeat him? The air buzzed with angry voices. Taking in the furious commotion around him, Hiruzen Sarutobi drew in a deep breath, then suddenly shouted, "Enough! I have my reasons for doing this." His expression darkened, his tone heavy and unyielding. In my observation, this man is extremely powerful. His strength is only a shade less than my own. To defeat an opponent like this won't be easy for me, either. If it comes to a fight between us, the battle will surely shake the very heavens and the earth. In the aftermath, more of Konoha's buildings would be destroyed, and even more villagers would be caught in the crossfire. Suddenly, Hiruzen Sarutobi's voice grew impassioned and resolute. For Konoha, for all its countless people, for everyone's sake, the humiliation I suffered being struck in the face means nothing at all. His heartfelt words moved many of the Konoha shinobi to tears. So that's how it is. It seems we misunderstood you, Lord Third. It's not that Lord Third couldn't defeat him. He compromised for Konoha's sake. Truly worthy of our great Third Hokage, always putting Konoha first. We're sorry for all you've endured, Lord Third. Seeing this, Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded to himself in silent satisfaction. This way, not only was Danzo safely rescued, but his own dignity remained intact, and he even reaped a wave of public admiration. Truly, 3 birds with 1 stone. How perfect! He then turned his gaze to Sasuke, his expression becoming stern. "Sir, I trust you've seen my sincerity. I ask that you leave Konoha at once and refrain from meddling in our affairs." "What do you say?" Sasuke let out a dry laugh. "Sincerity? I haven't seen any. All I see is an old turtle snapping at me. So this is the so-called strongest Hokage. You get slapped in the face and just swallow it? That's hilarious. Absolutely laughable." Sasuke's taunts were merciless, showing not the slightest respect. "Sir, don't go too far. I've already shown you every courtesy." Hiruzen's face darkened rapidly. He hadn't expected the other party to be so unyielding, even after the mighty Hokage himself had chosen to back down. Such arrogance. If he weren't painfully aware he couldn't win, he would have struck long ago, instead of enduring this humiliation. "If you want a truce, fine, but you'd better hand back what belongs to me." Sasuke stood with his arms crossed, his demeanor full of pride. "What do you mean, what belongs to you?" Hiruzen frowned slightly at this. "Oh, I'm talking about that dog Danzo. He's my spoils of war." Sasuke explained calmly. A truce was possible, but he had no intention of letting Danzo go. "What? Now you're pushing your luck." Hiruzen's face immediately clouded over. He had chosen to accept a truce only because Danzo had been rescued safely. But now, for the other side to demand he hand Danzo back. This was a blatant slap in the face. Not that he hadn't already been slapped once before. "Oomph. I won't hand it over. I'll take it back myself." Sasuke let out a cold laugh. With a forceful step, he landed atop the roof of a tall building in the blink of an eye. His eyes swept around, searching for Danzo's whereabouts. "There you are." A smirk curled at the corner of Sasuke's mouth as he dove straight toward a particular spot. There, 2 medical ninja were urgently tending to Danzo's wounds. "You bastard. I showed you respect, but that's no reason for you to get cocky. Do you really think I'm easy to push around?" Witnessing this, the third Hokage's rage erupted. Sasuke's blatant disregard and ever-increasing audacity pushed him past his limit. He struck out in fury. With a resounding impact, he bit his finger, rapidly formed hand seals, and summoned his personal summoning beast. As the white smoke cleared, a white-haired monkey appeared at his side. Hiruzen, long time no see. Summoning me. Have you run into a troublesome opponent? Enma greeted him as he appeared. Enma, there's no time for pleasantries now. Hurry and transform into the adamantine staff. I need your strength. Hiruzen Sarutobi wasted no words, urging his companion on. Understood, Enma replied, and with a sharp burst, transformed into a jet-black staff, its ends gleaming with gold. Extend, Enma. Wielding the adamantine staff, Hiruzen shouted, swinging it in a powerful arc. With a thunderous crash, the staff grew longer and thicker, smashing Sasuke in midair and sending him hurtling into a nearby building. The brutal blow split the building in two, sending shattered wood flying in every direction. The ground shook violently, toppling all the surrounding houses in a chain reaction. With just a single strike, the very landscape was transformed. The Konoha shinobi who witnessed this were first stunned, then thrilled, and soon broke into loud cheers. That swing was incredible. The third Hokage truly lives up to his reputation as the strongest fire shadow. Even from this distance, I could feel the fear. Yes, that's how it should be. The third finally took action. Let's see if that brat dares to act so arrogant now. Oomph. Doesn't know what's good for him. Now he'll see what our third Hokage is capable of. That kid's probably nothing but a smear on the floor now. Well, this is getting interesting, old man. I actually felt a faint itch from your attack. Amid the crowd's astonishment, Sasuke rolled his neck and slowly stepped out through the gaping hole in the ruined house. His defense really is monstrous. Not even the adamantine staff could break through. Seeing Sasuke emerge completely unscathed, Hiruzen Sarutobi's face grew grave. You might have blocked one strike, but I don't believe you can withstand hundreds or even thousands of them with that thick hide of yours. With a furious roar, Hiruzen Sarutobi chose to take the initiative and launch an attack. In a split second, the air whistled as he performed the body flicker technique, appearing right in front of Sasuke. Gripping the Rui Jingu Bang with both hands, he swung it down hard, aiming straight for Sasuke's head. Too slow. Sasuke calmly extended his right hand, effortlessly gripping one end of the staff. Then with his left hand, he balled his fingers into a fist and punched forward with explosive force. There was a resounding crack as the Rui Jingu Bang was bent and warped by the sheer impact. A pained scream rang out, and in an instant, the staff reverted to its true form, Enma, the Monkey King. Blood trickled from Enma's lips, and one of his arms hung limp and lifeless at his side. His whole body trembled uncontrollably. What terrifying strength! Enma stammered, lips quivering, staring at Sasuke in shock and disbelief. Ow, how was this possible? Even in the staff form, Enma was actually bent out of shape. This scene struck Hiruzen Sarutobi with an unparalleled sense of shock. That was Enma in his staff form, renowned as the hardest weapon in the entire shinobi world. It was the very staff that, during the Nine Tails rampage, had sent the raging beast flying hundreds of meters. And now, it had been bent with a single punch? Hiruzen, you must be careful. This guy is unbelievably strong. Don't go head-to-head with him. My injuries are too severe. I have to withdraw and recover. Enma coughed up more blood and, with a puff of smoke, vanished from sight. You old fool. Looks like the slap I gave you last time didn't teach you a lesson, and you still dare to come at me. Sasuke flexed his wrist and shot Hiruzen a friendly smile. Hiruzen's heart clenched in fear. Even Enma had been forced back to his original form with ease. At this moment, he finally grasped the vast gulf between their strengths. The man before him, even if not quite on par with the legendary Madara Uchiha, was not far off. He himself was merely an ordinary Kage-level ninja, while his opponent had already surpassed that realm entirely. There was simply no way an old man like him could stand against such overwhelming power. Damn it! Where did the Uchiha find such a formidable ally? Though Hiruzen raged inwardly, he forced a smile and lowered his voice. Sir, I believe there's been a grave misunderstanding between us. If you want Danzo, I suppose I could consider handing him over. It wasn't about saving himself. It was for the peace of the Leaf Village. He couldn't afford to make an enemy of this powerhouse. Since his opponent wanted Danzo, so be it. Surely, Danzo would understand. Oh, a misunderstanding. Sasuke merely let out a cold laugh, and with a swift motion, sent a slap flying toward Hiruzen's aging face. The strike was too quick. Hiruzen didn't even have a chance to dodge. In the next instant, smack! That familiar, sharp crack rang out once again. But this time, the sound was even louder. Hiruzen Sarutobi spun through the air, crashing with a thunderous boom into a half-ruined house. This scene stunned everyone present. The third Hokage himself, their esteemed leader, had actually been sent flying by a single slap once more. And this time, it happened right out in the open, no hint of the sneak attack that had colored the previous incident. Their leader humiliated again, the others could no longer hold back. In a flurry of hand signs, they unleashed a barrage of jutsu attacks against Sasuke. Boom, boom, boom. 5 different elemental jutsu, every kind imaginable, filled the air, dense and overwhelming, surging towards Sasuke in a tidal wave. Sasuke leapt into the air, a cold, disdainful laugh escaping his lips. You call those jutsu? Let me show you what true ninjutsu really is. He formed hand signs, then exhaled. A massive fireball suddenly burst forth. Fire style, Grand Fireball Jutsu. Yet, the fireball didn't target the Konoha ninja below. Instead, it shot straight up into the night sky. Huh, what's he doing? Why attack the sky? One of the leaf ninja muttered in confusion. But in the next instant, the pitch-black night was suddenly cloaked in swirling storm clouds, with lightning snaking through their depths. Sasuke raised his right hand high, lightning crackling in his palm. Crack, rumble. The lightning in the clouds seemed to respond to his call, bursting out from within the storm. In a heartbeat, countless bolts of lightning merged, forming the head of a colossal Chilin. Daylight blazed where there had only been night. What is this? Some sort of divine technique? He can command the lightning itself. What kind of monster are we even fighting? The Konoha ninja stared upward, frozen in awe and terror at the terrifying lightning beast above. Even before the attack descended, the pressure was enough to choke the breath from their lungs. Swish! Sasuke swung his right arm down. In that instant, the Chilin in the sky seemed to receive his command, roaring as it plunged from the storm clouds. Lightning style, Kirin. Hurry! Defend together. Don't let that jutsu hit the village. Hiruzen, his cheeks swollen and red, pushed his pain aside and bellowed the order. The leaf ninja snapped out of their stupor, quickly forming hand signs and slamming their palms to the ground. Earth style, Earth flow wall. Together, they raised a massive wall of earth from the ground. Boom! The Chilin crashed down upon the wall with a cataclysmic blast. They'd managed to block it, but the effort had drained almost all their chakra. As Sasuke slowly descended from the sky, the Konoha ninja finally felt a deep, gnawing fear. He was just one man, yet the pressure he exuded was even more overwhelming than the Nine Tails of old. What exactly are you trying to do? Showing up in Konoha out of nowhere? Are you declaring all-out war against us? Don't think that just because you have the upper hand now, you can take on the entire village by yourself. Let me tell you, what you've seen is just the tip of the iceberg when it comes to Konoha's power. Don't push me, or I'll drag you down with me. Hiruzen Sarutobi roared, his voice fierce, yet his heart filled with restraint. At this moment, he was already weighing whether he should use the Reaper Death Seal and perish together with the man before him. Of course, that was a last resort. Right now, he was still hoping to end the conflict with Sasuke peacefully. What is your real goal? Attacking Konoha for no reason. Did we offend you somehow? Or is there something here you want? Or perhaps another village has hired you to sabotage Konoha. What is it? Give me an answer. Sarutobi demanded loudly, his heart burning with frustration. When had Konoha ever been forced to compromise with an invader like this? If Jiraiya and Tsunade were still in the village, if Minato hadn't fallen, would someone so brazen dare run riot in Konoha? You can't possibly be acting lawlessly in Konoha just because you're strong. This is a time of peace. If you keep this up, you'll have all 5 great shinobi villages hunting you down. If that happens, there will be nowhere left for you in the shinobi world. Sarutobi's warning rang out, sharp and stern. I only want justice for the Uchiha. Tonight, Danzo led a squad of root shinobi to the outskirts of the Uchiha compound. The reason is all too obvious. He came to massacre the Uchiha. Back when the Uchiha and Senju founded Konoha together, you could even say the Uchiha were its true masters. And yet now, the Uchiha face annihilation. There's no way I believe Danzo would do this without your approval. Sasuke's voice was cold and flat as he exposed Sarutobi's scheme for all to hear. So he really is here for the Uchiha. Seems they've called in outside help, Sarutobi thought, his heart sinking, though his expression remained unchanged. So, you were hired by the Uchiha, but I have no idea what you're talking about. Danzo was at the Uchiha compound as part of a training exercise, nothing more. This so-called Uchiha massacre is pure fiction. With nearly every shinobi in the village present, there was no way Sarutobi would admit to any Uchiha extermination plan. After all, he had to maintain his image as the kind and benevolent Hokage. He couldn't be seen as someone who would order such a cruel act. He would never dirty his own hands. Itachi was the one to play executioner, while he himself could simply stay in the shadows and reap the rewards. After pondering for a moment, Hiruzen Sarutobi continued. Besides, Though Elder Danzo's methods may seem a bit extreme at times, his intentions have always been for the good of the Leaf Village. I truly believe he would never turn against his fellow ninja. It's simply impossible for him to have carried out something as heinous as a massacre. You may be powerful, but you're far too naive, too easily swayed by others. You've been deceived. As Sarutobi spoke, his eyes were fixed intently on Fugaku. You have strength and a sense of justice, which is admirable, and I support that. But you must also be able to distinguish right from wrong. If you want to stand up for others, you can't just listen to one side of the story. The third Hokage shook his head gently, his tone full of earnest concern. A massacre? Are you kidding? There's no way I can believe Elder Danzo would ever do such a thing. As I thought, he's all brawn and no brains. A reckless brute who believes whatever he's told. Utterly foolish. Elder Danzo has dedicated his life to the Leaf, quietly making sacrifices from the shadows. How could a man who has given so much ever harm his own people? Sarutobi's words found approval among many of the Leaf's ninja. Almost everyone thought Sasuke was foolish, so easily tricked by others. Fugaku's face grew dark. He wanted to expose the filth shared by the third and Danzo, but he couldn't find the words. When it came to debate, even 10 of him combined couldn't outtalk Sarutobi, that wily old fox. He could only stew in silence, frustrated. Oomph, old man, when it comes to spouting nonsense, you really take the prize. Sasuke let out a cold laugh. Do not slander my noble character. Every word I've spoken is the absolute truth. There isn't a single lie in what I've said. Sarutobi's reply was firm and unyielding. You have no proof, so don't you dare slander others. He didn't believe for a moment that a muscle-bound brawler like Sasuke could present any evidence. So, at this moment, he was completely confident. You want proof? Fine, I'll give you proof. With those words, Sasuke vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he was holding someone, none other than Danzo, his entire body wrapped in bandages. Danzo had already regained consciousness. Having learned his lesson from before, he dared not utter a word of defiance in Sasuke's presence. He simply glared at Sasuke with eyes full of hate. Ryup. Sasuke, without hesitation, tore the bandages from Danzo's head. With one hand gripping Danzo's head and forcing him to face the crowd, Sasuke glared at the third Hokage and demanded in a fierce voice. Old man, take a good look at this. What do you see? Now that the bandages were gone, Danzo's right eye, the Sharingan, was revealed for all to see. Although the pupil appeared grayish-white, at a single glance, it was unmistakably the Uchiha clan's Sharingan. That's a Sharingan. Damn it, Danzo. Why does he have our Uchiha clan's eye? Damn it, that bastard must have secretly attacked our clansmen. How else could he possess a Sharingan? And that's even a Mangekyo Sharingan. They say Shursui awakened the Mangekyo and then disappeared. Now, there's no doubt, Danzo is the one who killed Shursui. The Uchiha clansmen were seething with rage, their scarlet Sharingan eyes gleaming with a sinister light. At this moment, they wanted nothing more than to tear Danzo to pieces. You old fool, you just swore up and down that Danzo would never harm a fellow villager. Then tell me, where did that Sharingan in his eye socket come from? And that's not just any Sharingan, it's the Mangekyo Sharingan. It belonged to Uchiha Shursui. Uchiha Shursui was a hero of the Leaf, renowned for his feats in the Third Great Ninja War. And yet, that hero was cruelly betrayed by the village's own leaders, his eyes stolen, unable to rest in peace even in death. So this is the so-called leadership of the Leaf? They let their heroes bleed, and then make them weep tears of grief. Sasuke fixed his gaze on Hiruzen Sarutobi, his voice cold as ice. Now, Danzo only has one of Shursui's eyes. As for the other one, I have every reason to believe it's in your hands, old man. Shursui's murder. Who's to say you weren't one of the killers as well? Sasuke's accusation rang out, his voice echoing far and wide, so everyone present could hear every word. His words, along with the undeniable Sharingan in Danzo's eye socket, were a direct slap in the face to Hiruzen Sarutobi. Just moments ago, Hiruzen had confidently vowed that Danzo would never attack a fellow Leaf ninja. Yet in the next instant, the bloody evidence was laid bare before everyone's eyes. In that moment, the entire gathering was stunned. That really is a Sharingan. Why would an Uchiha's eye be in Elder Danzo's face? Danzo, as a village elder, actually attacked a fellow Leaf ninja. What a monstrous crime. Lord Third, what is going on here? Could what he said be true? Was Uchiha Shursui really poisoned in a plot by Lord Third and Elder Danzo? Could it be that the third Hokage, whom we've always respected and loved, is actually the kind of villain who would betray the village's heroes? At that moment, all eyes were fixed on Hiruzen Sarutobi. Some were filled with doubt, some with disbelief, some refused to accept it outright. and others wavered between faith and suspicion. In short, everyone was desperate to get a clear answer from the third Hokage. As for Danzo, their feelings toward him had turned to utter disgust. No one had expected that someone so high up in Konoha's leadership would actually lay hands on the village's hero. The way they looked at Danzo was as if they were staring at a filthy rat crawling through the sewers, utterly revolting. In the blink of an eye, Danzo had become a figure despised by all. And that was exactly what Sasuke wanted. Simply killing Danzo would be far too merciful. Sasuke wanted to turn him into a pariah, hounded and condemned by everyone, forced to spend the rest of his days steeped in endless misery. At the same time, the ugly side of Konoha's senior leadership was now shamelessly exposed for all to see. Inevitably, the people's faith in the Hokage began to falter. Bastard! Damn it! Hiruzen Sarutobi gritted his teeth in anger. He had never imagined that the darkness within Konoha's leadership would be revealed so brazenly before everyone. You mustn't slander me without proof. How could I ever harm the hero of Konoha? I knew nothing about Uchiha Shursue's death. I was kept completely in the dark. Hiruzen immediately retorted, turning to Danzo with a look of utter shock, as if he truly couldn't believe what he was hearing. Danzo, you've gone too far. I never thought you were that kind of person. Uchiha Shursue was a hero who made great contributions to Konoha. How could you lay a hand on him? I truly misjudged you. What a shame. Hiruzen gazed at Danzo, his face a picture of grief and helplessness, as though he had genuinely made a terrible mistake in trusting the wrong person. Haha, it was I alone who took down Uchiha Shursue. Danzo burst out laughing, openly admitting his guilt. What? That answer made Sasuke frown slightly. This Danzo, he was turning the tables on the third Hokage? Sasuke had actually hoped to use Danzo to shatter Hiruzen Sarutobi's righteous image as well. But now, the situation was clearly not unfolding as Sasuke had planned. Hith hith. Danzo let out a sardonic chuckle, as if he had seen right through Sasuke's plan. His expression was full of mockery as he continued. As for why I killed Konoha's hero, it was because of the ability of Uchiha Shursue's Mangekyo Sharingan. The very existence of such a power is, in itself, a crime. What kind of ability could possibly drive you to such a reckless act? Hiruzen pressed further, his brows furrowed tightly, as if he truly had no idea what Shursue's Mangekyo Sharingan could do. He's quite the actor, Sasuke sneered inwardly. You'd never guess what his Mangekyo Sharingan could do. It can rewrite a person's memories. Danzo's voice suddenly rose, slicing through the silence. In other words, as long as Uchiha Shursue wished, he could control anyone in Konoha. Such power is simply too sinister. No one can guarantee that Shursue wouldn't use this ability on his fellow villagers. Power like this should never exist in the shinobi world. That's why, for the sake of Konoha, to prevent Shursue from abusing this ability, I made the decisive choice to eliminate him and rid us of a major threat. As Danzo spoke, his voice grew impassioned and righteous. In order to keep the memories of Konoha's shinobi safe from arbitrary tampering, even if I must bear the burden of killing a hero of Konoha, I will not hesitate. Everything I have done is for Konoha. Danzo's declaration left the assembled Konoha shinobi deeply shaken. They were stunned to learn that Uchiha Shursue possessed such a terrifying ability. To alter someone's memories at will and thereby control them in a twisted way. This was truly frightening. Even if Shursue might never use such power on them, who could say for sure? Shursue's power was like a blade constantly hanging above their heads. No one wanted their memories rewritten by another. In that moment, they suddenly felt that perhaps Danzo's actions were justified. Such a dreadful ability truly had no place in the shinobi world. With just a few words, Danzo had instantly changed the way the Konoha shinobi saw him. After all, this is the nature of people's hearts. People are inherently selfish. When Danzo's actions seemed to protect their own interests, they chose to agree with him, regardless of whether his methods were right or wrong. Oh, since you claim it was all for Konoha and that Shursue's Sharingan should not exist, then why did you transplant his eye into yourself? Sasuke calmly retorted. Of course, it was still for the sake of protecting Konoha, to strengthen Konoha's fighting power. As you can see, I only transplanted one of Shursue's Sharingan, so its power is greatly diminished. At best, I can only alter memories for a short time, Danzo explained unhurriedly, as if he had anticipated this question. After all, Shursue was already gone, and no one could verify the truth of his words. It was all too easy to make up a plausible excuse. Besides, this is an internal matter of Konoha. What does it have to do with an outsider like you? Don't meddle in our affairs just because you're strong. Danzo looked at Sasuke with a smug expression. At this point, the third Hokage spoke with a helpless sigh. Danzo, Though your intentions may have been good, your methods were far too extreme. To kill Uchiha Shursui without permission was truly wrong. You must pay for your crime with your life. However, considering your years of tireless service to Konoha, you will instead be stripped of your position as head of the Foundation, removed from your post as Konoha Elder, and imprisoned in the village jail for 15 years. At the same time, Uchiha Shursui will be posthumously honored as a hero of Konoha. His name shall be inscribed in the special section of the memorial stone, alongside the Hokage of every generation. In this way, the Uchiha have finally received some measure of justice. I wonder, are you satisfied with this outcome? Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at Sasuke, his face full of sincerity. I have no objections. Danzo answered immediately, then glanced at Sasuke with a cold sneer. You, with all your self-righteousness, are you pleased now? Of course, if you're still not satisfied, you can kill me right here. I'm not someone who clings to life out of fear. Sasuke paid no heed to Hiruzen Sarutobi's empty words. He simply looked at Danzo with indifference. Huh? Trying to provoke me, huh? Feeling smug about it. If I kill you now, you'll die as so-called hero of the leaf, your name honored by the people. What a disgusting outcome. But unfortunately for you, you're dreaming. As long as your filth hasn't been exposed to everyone, I won't kill you. I'll make sure you live like a rat in the gutter, despised by all. Then, Sasuke swept his gaze over the surrounding Konoha shinobi and spoke out loud and clear. Do any of you really believe that Danzo's crimes end with the murder of Shursui Uchiha? You're wrong. Very wrong. Danzo's shamelessness and cunning go far beyond what you can imagine. Whether you're a simple villager, a civilian ninja, or even from a ninja clan, anyone could be taken by Danzo for his human experiments. Nonsense. I would never conduct human experiments, much less use my own comrades as test subjects. Don't slander me with baseless accusations. Danzo loudly protested, his voice ringing with outrage as if he had suffered an enormous injustice. Don't joke about things like this. It's not funny at all. I refuse to believe Danzo would ever stoop so low as to experiment on his fellow shinobi. Besides, I have always made it clear, human experimentation is strictly forbidden in Konoha. Hiruzen Sarutobi declared in a grave tone. If I recall correctly, you just finished insisting that Danzo would never harm a fellow shinobi. Apparently, your memory is rather short-lived. Sasuke reminded him coolly. This is different. Human experimentation is absolutely forbidden in Konoha. Danzo wouldn't dare, and I believe he never would. Hiruzen spoke with unwavering certainty. The shinobi gathered around all seemed skeptical. After all, human experimentation was simply inhumane. If it ever happened, it was only during wartime and only with captured enemy ninja as subjects. Now, in times of peace, such practices had long been banned. Using comrades for experiments was the ultimate taboo. It would warrant immediate execution. The only one who ever dared defy orders and break such taboos was Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin. And for that, Orochimaru had become a rogue ninja. Orochimaru dared to cross forbidden lines mainly because there was something inherently off about him. But Danzo, as an experienced and prudent elder of Konoha and a high-ranking official for decades, would never do something so outrageous. It seems none of you believe me. Fine, why don't we go see for ourselves? Sasuke let out a cold laugh, grabbed Danzo with one hand, and swaggered toward the area where the wounded were gathered. There, many injured people and medical ninjas had assembled. The one Sasuke was looking for were the root members among the wounded. As they moved forward, no one dared to stop him. Even Hiruzen Sarutobi followed behind, his expression unpleasant as he asked, "This is all just groundless rumor. How exactly do you intend to prove it? You'll see for yourself. If I'm wrong, I'll let him go without hesitation," Sasuke replied coolly. Before long, they arrived at their destination. Sasuke rummaged through his memories and carefully examined the injured lying on the ground. "It's you, Danzo's lackey." In less than a minute, Sasuke had singled out a Root ninja wearing a black cat mask and missing an arm. During the earlier battle with Root, this man had always stayed close to Danzo, likely as his bodyguard. Given his position, he almost certainly knew about Danzo's human experimentation bases. As soon as he realized Sasuke was targeting him, the Root ninja, codenamed B, the one with the black cat mask, immediately tried to bite down on the poison capsule in his mouth to commit suicide. But at that instant, Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, Jinjutsu Control. Sasuke cast his illusion, instantly taking control of B's mind. "Trying to kill yourself, huh? Looks like I picked the right guy," Sasuke said with satisfaction, then shot a warning glance at Danzo. "And as for you, you filthy dog, I suggest you keep your hands to yourself if you know what's good for you." Damn it, why is B still alive? He can't even manage to kill himself? Useless fool. Danzo cursed inwardly, his face growing even more sour. No one knew better than Danzo whether he'd conducted human experiments. And unfortunately for him, he happened to know the exact locations of his experimental bases. I can't just sit here and wait for my doom. If word gets out about the experiments, it's all over. I'll be a complete pariah, a rat scurrying across the street, with everyone out to get me. No, I can't let that happen. I must save myself. I need to get word out and have those bases destroyed at once. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Danzo quickly formed a plan. He subtly twitched the middle finger of his only remaining right hand. But no matter how subtle, Sasuke's eyes missed nothing. In the next instant, Sasuke struck like lightning, tearing off Danzo's right arm in one brutal motion. As Danzo screamed in agony, Sasuke said coldly, "I told you not to move. Didn't you hear me?" The third Hokage watched, his face growing increasingly grim. "What do you mean by this? The outcome hasn't even been decided, but you've already crippled Danzo's arm. Isn't this a bit too overbearing?" "Shut up. If I've wronged him, I'll apologize to him myself," Sasuke replied bluntly, still as domineering as ever. "That's your word on it." Hiruzen Tsurutobi ground out the words through clenched teeth. An entire arm, and all he gets in return is a mere apology. How humiliating. "Did you manage to send your message out?" "Too bad, it was pointless." Sasuke glanced at Danzo in his grasp, letting out a scornful laugh before weaving hand signs and splitting off several shadow clones. Without a single command, the clones darted off in different directions, swift as lightning. Cries of pain echoed out from the darkness. Moments later, the shadow clones returned to Sasuke's side. Each one dragged back a root ninja, limp and lifeless like ragdolls. After tossing these root members to the ground, the clones vanished in puffs of smoke. Sasuke looked down at Danzo, lips curled in a cold sneer. "Still thinking you can relay secret messages and destroy evidence ahead of time? Don't even dream about it." Danzo's face went ashen in an instant, his fury barely contained. Yet he forced out a stubborn retort. "What are you talking about? Why did you kill my subordinates for no reason? As for sending messages or whatever nonsense you're spouting, I know nothing about it. There's no need to send any messages over something so absurd." At this, Hiruzen Tsurutobi's expression darkened as he demanded, "Don't go too far. Attacking the Leaf's own shinobi without reason. Even arrogance should have its limits." Sasuke shot a cool glance at the third Hokage. "What's got you so riled up? It's not like I killed them, just left them half dead. If I really did wrongly accuse Danzo, I'll apologize to them too. That's all. Very well. I'll place my trust in you, and in the honor of someone as powerful as yourself." Hiruzen replied through gritted teeth. "Oomph. Astounded by my word," Sasuke said. Then, turning to the root ninja codenamed B, still under Genjutsu, he ordered, "You, take us to Danzo's human experimentation base. Now." "Yes, sir." B nodded without hesitation and immediately dashed off toward the outskirts of the Hidden Leaf village, moving at breakneck speed. Sasuke, still gripping Danzo, whose eyes were bloodshot with anger, followed closely behind. Hiruzen Tsurutobi, the Uchiha, and the assembled Leaf shinobi all hurried after them. Before long, B had led the group outside the village to a secluded hillside. "This is the place, the Root's most secret base. You can enter over there." He pointed to a pile of disorderly stones, indicating the hidden entrance. "Danzo, do you have anything left to say for yourself now?" Sasuke looked at the man dangling in his grasp, a mocking smile on his lips. "You're just using your strength to slander me at will. This is nothing more than an ordinary root base." Danzo spoke with bitter resentment. "I hope you can keep talking tough in a moment." With a flick, a massive, purple skeletal arm materialized instantly. "That's Susanoo. You're from the Uchiha clan." Seeing the spectral arm behind Sasuke, Hiruzen Tsurutobi was startled out of his wits. At that moment, he finally understood why such a formidable figure would choose to help the Uchiha. So, the truth was, this man himself belonged to the Uchiha. But when had the Uchiha produced someone this powerful? The third Hokage was completely baffled. Ignoring whatever Hiruzen was thinking, Sasuke swung the Susanoo arm in a wide arc. With a deafening crash, rocks went flying, and the hilltop was leveled in an instant. As the dust gradually settled, the scene within the base came into view. However, the sight inside the base made Sasuke frown deeply, and not without reason. What lay before them now was nothing like what he had anticipated. If this place was truly a base for human experimentation, what should have greeted them were a host of sinister instruments and countless human test subjects. Instead, the base did contain test subjects, quite a few in fact. But these subjects were not human. They were animals. Mice, snakes, dogs. An array of creatures were suspended in green-tinted tanks. Clearly, This was a facility for animal experiments, completely at odds with what Sasuke had imagined. Moreover, there wasn't a single living person in the base, nor a single root ninja's corpse to be found. It was as if everyone who had worked here had received a warning and evacuated in advance. Sasuke's hope of finding a root member to interrogate on the spot was dashed. Ha ha! Well, what did I tell you? This is just an ordinary root experiment base. Danzo laughed triumphantly, shooting Sasuke a mocking look. The only test subjects I've ever used are mere animals. All your talk of human experimentation is nothing but baseless slander. Now, what's next? Are you going to police me for conducting animal experiments too? How utterly pointless. Then, turning to the crowd, he declared with righteous force. As you've all seen, there's no such thing as human experimentation here. This man is simply spouting nonsense. And as for my animal experiments, I assure you, my only purpose is for the sake of Konoha. We use animals to test new drugs, striving to develop better medicines. Whether it's treatments for pain or for diseases, I have conducted extensive research in both areas. All of this is for the benefit of the people of the Leaf Village, so that our ninja can have improved medical care. As Danzo looked at the crowd, genuine emotion flickered in his eyes. Not only that, but I have also relied on these creatures to experiment with even more powerful jutsu, all with the purpose of strengthening the overall power of the leaf. For this, my root members are constantly exposed to the dangers of jutsu backlash. I myself have often gone to the front lines to conduct experiments personally. In fact, I lost one of my eyes during a critical experiment. It was an accident. That's why, as a last resort, I had to transplant Shursue's Sharingan. For decades, I have worked tirelessly and selflessly in the shadows, shedding blood and sweat, all for the sake of the Leaf Village, all so that it could become even more prosperous. I have never harbored the slightest selfish intent. As he spoke, his body began to tremble, and his voice grew increasingly impassioned. And yet, now I find myself slandered by an outsider, my sacrifices trampled underfoot. He let out a long, weary sigh, his eyes filled with the weight of years and helplessness. But what can I do? The other party is simply too powerful. The ninja world has always been a place where the strong prey on the weak. Whatever the strong say becomes the truth. No matter how much a weakling like me speaks, my words are destined to fall on deaf ears. In the end, should I be slain in this person's wrath, I only hope you will remember my achievements. Remember everything I have done for the Leaf. With that, he suddenly shouted at the top of his lungs. I, Danzo Shimura, have lived my whole life without a single regret for the Leaf. As he finished, he wore the look of someone ready to die with honor, his eyes full of determination and resolve, without a trace of fear or reluctance to meet his end. In that moment, he truly seemed the hero of the Leaf, fearless in the face of overwhelming might. Yet deep in his eyes flashed a glimmer of cunning, and inside he was brimming with pride. Even if he were to die now, it would be as a hero of the Leaf, a martyr in the struggle against the village's attackers. After his death, his name and deeds would be sung for generations, his legacy enduring through the ages. And as his words faded, not a single villager looked at him without profound admiration. I knew it. There's no way Elder Danzo would ever conduct human experiments. The truth is clear now. He's merely been slandered. How ashamed I am. I can't believe I ever doubted Elder Danzo's character. Who would have thought he has been making such sacrifices for the village in secret? This is what it means to truly give selflessly for the sake of the Leaf. Elder Danzo, rest assured, if you're killed in anger by someone, I will make sure your every contribution to Konoha is made known to everyone in the village. That's right, Elder Danzo. We'll ensure that your achievements and sacrifices are remembered for generations to come. No traitor will ever stain your reputation. At this moment, in the eyes of everyone present, Danzo's image had risen to unimaginable heights. Even though both of Danzo's arms were broken, his white bandages soaked through with blood, his face swollen beyond recognition, looking utterly miserable. This wretched figure of Danzo, in their eyes, radiated an almost blinding brilliance. Their reverence for Danzo was almost on par with their admiration for Hiruzen Sarutobi. After all, this was an elder who had devoted his entire life to Konoha. A great hero of the village, a man of unparalleled merit. How could such a venerable elder not be worthy of their respect? How could he not deserve their veneration? Now, sir, you have found this so-called human experimentation base. But as you can see, the facts are not as you claimed. Everything was merely your baseless suspicion. Hiruzen Sarutobi fixed his gaze on Sasuke, his voice grave and resolute. The truth is clear. Danzo has been wronged by your accusations. I expect you to keep your word, release Danzo, and apologize to him. Then, all grievances between you and Konoha will be settled, once and for all. Sasuke stared at the corpses soaking in the green liquid inside the base, his brow furrowing ever deeper. Something's off, terribly off. No one knew Danzo's true nature better than Sasuke. Danzo was a conniving, sinister man, whose hands were stained with countless dirty deeds committed in the shadows. During the Nine-Tails rampage, he hid and watched from afar. He ambushed Shursui. He conspired with Hanzo of the Hidden Rain to destroy the Akatsuki. Pushing Nagato into darkness, he collected Sharingan eyes, even crafted an arm out of them. And when pain invaded, he just sat back and watched. Every single one of his actions proved beyond doubt that Danzo was the very embodiment of evil. For someone like him, Sasuke simply couldn't believe there were no human experiments here. Yet, at this moment, he had no way to expose Danzo's hideous true face. He could strangle Danzo without hesitation, but that would only fulfill Danzo's wish, transforming the greatest villain of the ninja world into a saint. That was the very last thing Sasuke wanted to see. Are you sure you brought me to the right place? Sasuke suddenly turned, fixing Root Ninja B with a cold, sharp gaze. Yes, sir. I followed your instructions exactly. This is the place. I didn't make a mistake. B's reply was wooden, like a puppet with its strings pulled. Hearing this, Sasuke's frown deepened. Under the control of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, B couldn't possibly lie or deceive him. This was, without a doubt, the secret base where Danzo conducted his human experiments. But now, there were no human test subjects in the base. Could they have been swapped out before Sasuke and the others arrived? Impossible. Sasuke dismissed that notion immediately. His exposure of Danzo's human experimentation had come as a complete surprise. There was no way the other party could have anticipated this, much less arranged to secretly exchange the experimental subjects beforehand. Besides, Danzo's earlier attempt to send a secret message had already been intercepted by Sasuke. Not only had Sasuke ripped off one of Danzo's arms, but he had also killed the Root Ninja who tried to sabotage the base from the shadows. His response had been so swift and decisive, there simply hadn't been any room for mistakes. Yet, what on earth was going on now? Sir, it's time for you to keep your promise. Someone as powerful as you wouldn't go back on your word, would you? Seeing Sasuke remain silent, Hiruzen Sarutobi could only urge him again. Oof. Hiruzen, there's no point talking sense to someone like him. A man with no sense of honor is nothing but a thief. Can you really expect a thief to keep his word? Danzo let out a cold snort, his voice dripping with scorn and derision. When Sasuke turned his gaze on him, Danzo stared right back, showing not a trace of fear. He even lifted his chin, sneering, "What's wrong? Now that I've seen through your true nature, are you going to lose your temper and kill me? Go ahead. I'm not afraid. Do your worst. After all, I've done enough for Konoha. I have no regrets left in this life." To this, Sasuke replied icily, "Enough. Be quiet." Danzo, however, burst into laughter. "Ha ha. Look at that. You're losing your cool. When you fail to frame me, you just resort to brute force. Is that it? Ha ha ha. I get it. After all, you're just a brute who only knows how to throw his weight around. Power is the only thing you understand." Sasuke didn't bother with any more words. Without warning, he slapped Danzo hard across the face and said coldly, "Don't push your luck." But Danzo, if anything, grew even more brazen. See that? This so-called strong man is nothing but a savage. Without any evidence, he flies into a rage and starts hitting people. What a joke. Sasuke's face remained expressionless as he delivered over a dozen more slaps to Danzo's face. "Come on, you bastard. If you got what it takes, kill me. Is blind fury the only thing you know, you savage?" Danzo's eyes were bloodshot as he roared in defiance. "Sir, this is going too far. Don't you have any sense of shame as a true warrior?" Hiruzen Sarutobi's face darkened as he rebuked Sasuke sternly. All around them, the Konoha shinobi looked on in silent anger, not daring to speak out. But the contempt and disdain in their eyes as they watched Sasuke were unmistakable. It was as if they were staring at a brute who cared nothing for reason. A brute who knew only how to rely on sheer force, attempting to force Elder Danzo into submission. Yet at this moment, as they watched Danzo continuously take blow after blow without uttering a single plea for mercy, their respect for him rose to yet another level. This unyielding spirit, choosing death over surrender, never compromising with a formidable enemy, was truly worthy of the leader of Konoha's root, worthy of being one of Konoha's elders. Sasuke paused, not sparing Sarutobi Hiruzen a glance. Instead, he turned to E and asked, "Are there other facilities where Root conducts human experiments? Or is this the only one?" "Yes. There are several bases where Root carries out human experiments. This isn't the only site." E answered woodenly. Sasuke arched an eyebrow and immediately gave the order. Good. Then hurry up and take me there. If something had happened at this base, he refused to believe the others would be untouched. As long as Danzo had performed human experiments, sooner or later he would slip up and reveal his true colors. Useless. I've never done such things. No matter how many bases you search, you'll just be wasting your time. Even with his face swollen beyond recognition, Danzo hadn't forgotten how to mock. It was as if he was certain that Sasuke would never be able to expose his misdeeds, no matter what. Sir, that's enough. Your obsession with these baseless accusations only makes you appear incompetent. It would be better to honor your promise, release Danzo, and offer a sincere apology. In doing so, you'd better demonstrate the poise befitting someone of your strength. Sarutobi Hiruzen tried to reason with him. It's far too soon to draw conclusions. Until I've uncovered every last one of Danzo's bases, nothing is set in stone. With those words, Sasuke immediately followed after E. How arrogant. He's running wild without a care in the world. Sarutobi Hiruzen clenched his teeth, but quickly hurried after them. Behind them, the ninja of Konoha and the Uchiha clan all followed in pursuit. Clan leader, do you think that man is just making wild accusations, slandering Danzo without proof? On the way, an Uchiha ninja asked Fugaku. Fugaku gave a cold snort, his gaze toward Danzo chilling to the bone. Slander? How could it possibly be slander? Danzo, that wretch, even dared to transplant our Uchiha Sharingan. Do you really think he wouldn't secretly conduct human experiments? True. Danzo really is despicable. But wasn't there no evidence of human experiments in the base just now? The only test subjects were animal carcasses. Another Uchiha ninja voiced his doubts. That's just someone covering up the evidence behind the scenes. I'm certain Danzo, that wretch, is definitely conducting human experiments in secret. Fugaku declared with conviction. Looking ahead at Sasuke, he added, this guy never does anything pointless. Just wait and see. I trust he won't let us down. Patriarch, do you know him? Is he really an outsider you invited? But if he can use Susanoo, he must be one of us Uchiha. Still, I can't remember anyone this powerful appearing in our clan before. This Uchiha ninja voiced all the questions swirling in his mind. Ahem. Fugaku cleared his throat and spoke with a serious tone. He's actually my secret ace in the hole. I arranged for him to remain hidden, only to reveal himself if the clan faced a crisis. In fact, I had long suspected Danzo and the third Hokage were plotting against us. That's why I decided to play this trump card. With his stern expression and grave demeanor, Fugaku was utterly convincing. Wow, as expected of the Patriarch, so resourceful and far-sighted, to have recruited such a powerful ally beforehand. Many among the Uchiha looked at him with admiration and respect. If I told them this guy is actually my son, they'd be scared out of their wits. Fugaku grumbled to himself, though he knew the man was just an imposter. But you should all know, he has a wild and unyielding temperament. Even as the head of the clan, I can barely keep him in check. So whatever you do, don't provoke him. After some thought, Fugaku decided to give them this warning. Just in case the fake Sasuke didn't show him any respect, he would have a ready excuse. Don't worry, Patriarch, with power like that, none of us would dare cross him. The Uchiha clansmen nodded in understanding. In this family, strength is everything. So, in their eyes, with Sasuke's immense power, his difficult nature was only natural. Now that they knew Sasuke was the clan's hidden trump card, every single one of them was elated. With a clansman this formidable, how could the Uchiha fear their downfall? Soon, the entire village of Konoha would have to listen to the Uchiha. At this moment, every Uchiha was brimming with excitement. Before long, the group followed B to another base. This was still outside the village, at the rear of Konoha. The entrance is right here. B pointed to the roots of a massive tree, thick enough that it would take 5 people to encircle it. It seemed this root base was cleverly concealed by the giant tree. The real facility lay beneath its roots. Without hesitation, Sasuke summoned a colossal skeletal arm in an instant. With a thunderous rumble, the skeleton hand gripped the trunk and wrenched the entire tree up by its roots. The underground base was suddenly laid bare before their eyes. With a sharp crash, Sasuke casually tossed the giant tree aside and dispelled the skeletal arm, his gaze fixed on the exposed base. But then, his expression darkened. For the reason was simple. Once again, there were no human test subjects to be found in this base. There were only some animal test subjects. See? I told you, old as I am. If there isn't any, then there just isn't. No matter how many bases you search, it'll all be the same. I have never conducted human experimentation. Never, not once. Seeing Sasuke's darkening expression, Danzo only grew more arrogant. Haha, what? Are you getting angry now? Are you about to fly into a rage because you're powerless? Or are you going to hit this old man's face again, just to shut me up? Go ahead, do as you please. Hit me if you want. The more you resort to such brutish methods, the more you show everyone just how incapable you are. Ha ha ha. Danzo let out a triumphant laugh. The Konoha ninja, standing all around, shifted their gaze. The admiration they once held for Danzo now transformed into deep respect. To force his opponent to admit their own incompetence, he was even willing to risk provoking his enemy. Such disregard for his own safety. Wasn't that exactly why Elder Danzo was so worthy of their respect? Sir, yet another base has been destroyed by your hand. Once again, Konoha suffers a tremendous loss. Yet, still, there is no sign of this so-called evidence of human experimentation. Now, what do you have to say for yourself? Sarutobi Hiruzen demanded through gritted teeth. After a moment of silence, Sasuke tossed Danzo carelessly to the ground. Seeing this, the third Hokage couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief, forcing a smile onto his face. Now that's more like it. A promise kept, actions matching words. This is how true strength should be shown. Now, all that remains is for you to properly apologize to Danzo, and all grievances between us will be settled once and for all. Sarutobi Hiruzen addressed Sasuke with a solemn tone. Lying on the ground, Danzo sneered at Sasuke, eagerly awaiting an apology. An apology might be meaningless in the grand scheme, but for Danzo, to have someone this powerful bow their head to him was a moment of true satisfaction. No matter how strong you are, as long as you care about your reputation, you owe him an apology. After all, Sasuke had made that promise in front of nearly 20,000 people. If you can't keep your word, no matter how powerful you are, you'll never earn respect, only contempt. We're not done here yet. If you think I'm going to apologize to you, you're dreaming. Sasuke let out a cold laugh, leapt into the air, and dropped back down into the root base. Still wasting his time? I really can't figure out what's going through this brute's mind. Is something wrong with his head? Or is he just looking for any excuse to cause more destruction? Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned as he watched Sasuke searching through the root base, utterly perplexed by his actions. Hurry, medical ninja, treat Elder Danzo at once. Noticing Danzo's injuries, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately gave the order. He didn't know what Sasuke was planning, but now that Danzo had been released, it was the perfect chance to treat his wounds. Inside the root base, Sasuke examined the animal corpses floating in the containers. All right then, just by looking at it, he, who knew nothing about conducting experiments, couldn't make heads or tails of what he was seeing. So, he reached out, smashed open one of the containers, and pulled out the animal carcass inside. It turned out to be a fully grown wild boar, enormous in size, dangling from Sasuke's single hand. He studied it for a moment. He still couldn't figure anything out. No matter how he examined it, Sasuke, an outsider to all this, couldn't discern any secrets. So he simply, bang! Sasuke crushed the boar's skull in his hand. In an instant, blood and brain matter splattered everywhere. Sasuke's hands were now dripping with fresh blood. He focused, feeling the warmth of the blood lingering on his skin. His nostrils flared slightly as he inhaled the scent in the air. The result was clear. The smell of blood was overwhelming. There was definitely something fishy going on, because this didn't feel like the body of an animal that had been used for experiments. It seemed more like a fresh kill, stuffed into the container not long ago. Of course, it was possible. The boar might have been captured recently and had only just died, which would explain the warmth of the blood and the strong scent. To be sure, Sasuke broke open every container and inspected the corpses of all the animals inside. His conclusion, all these animals had died only very recently. But was that even possible? Obviously not. So how did this happen? The answer was glaringly obvious. Someone had deliberately placed these fresh animal corpses in the containers before Sasuke arrived at the base. They were trying to create the illusion that this was just an ordinary animal testing facility, hoping to clear Danzo of any wrongdoing. Swish! Having found his answer, Sasuke didn't hesitate. He flashed back up to the surface. Have you seen enough for yourself now? Are you satisfied? Hiruzen Sarutobi was the first to speak as Sasuke returned. It's fake. The blood in those animal corpses is far too fresh. I mean, someone just put those bodies in there. The original contents of those containers were never these animal corpses. Sasuke spoke calmly, striding toward Danzo, who had already been laid out on a stretcher. Haha, just put in, you say? Don't make me laugh. You muscle brain fool, spouting nonsense about things you don't understand. That's a special solution. It perfectly preserves cellular activity. Even after soaking for over a decade, the blood would still be fresh. Danzo looked at Sasuke with utter contempt, as if watching a dunce try to solve a world-class riddle. Such a superficial understanding from an amateur. Truly laughable, huh? But before he could finish his mocking laugh, his voice caught in his throat. Sasuke had seized Danzo by the neck and hoisted him up like a helpless chick. Turning to B, he gave a calm order. Quickly, take me to the next base. He nodded and, in an instant, dashed off in a certain direction. Boom! The rocks disguising the base were violently smashed open, just as they had been the previous 2 times. Inside this base, the scene was once again exactly the same as before. The containers still held the corpses of various animals. Looks like I'm still a step too late. Seeing the situation within the base, Sasuke's expression clouded with frustration. Damn you, you bastard. How can you accuse me without any evidence, slandering me so shamelessly? It took me so much effort to build these 3 bases, and now you've destroyed them all. I know you're just looking for an excuse to wreck everything I've made. Sensing that Sasuke had another purpose and wouldn't truly kill him, Danzo grew even more arrogant and began to shout with reckless abandon. Huh, you bastard, if you've got the guts, kill me. Stop throwing baseless accusations. Come on, kill me if you dare. Shut up. Sasuke's voice was icy as he issued his warning. Ha ha ha, is that all you know how to say, you idiot? You really are all brawn and no brains. Your head must be full of nothing but crap. With a mind like yours, if it weren't for your strength, you'd be sold off and still help count the money for your buyer. Huh, crack. With a sharp snap, Danzo's jaw and all his remaining teeth were crushed to powder. You're unbearable. Sasuke withdrew his hand from Danzo's shattered jaw, then reached into his mouth and seized his tongue. Under Danzo's wild, terrified gaze, Sasuke squeezed hard. With a wet, sickening squelch, Danzo's tongue was reduced to a pulp. Much quieter now. Sasuke drew his hand back, his face twisted with disgust. He shook it off, then wiped it back and forth on the bandages wrapped around Danzo. What the hell are you doing? Seeing this, Hiruzen Sarutobi's eyes nearly burst from their sockets with fury. Once again, yet again, cruelty was inflicted on Danzo right before his eyes. After having his arms broken, now Danzo's jaw, teeth, and tongue had been utterly destroyed. It was savage beyond belief. It was unthinkable arrogance. Damn it, you owe me an explanation. In a flash, Hiruzen blocked Sasuke's path, his eyes blazing red, his whole body trembling with rage. Sasuke lifted his eyes just slightly and uttered a single, cold word. Out of my way. Smack. Hand swung, and Hiruzen went flying. Don't waste my damn time. This time, Sasuke used even more force, the blow carrying extra momentum. Hiruzen's old face twisted grotesquely as he spun like a high-speed drill, crashing with a thunderous boom into the foundation of the base. Crash, crash, crash. Along the path, a swath of glass containers shattered to pieces, animal corpses and fragments mingling with the green liquid that flooded the floor, a scene of utter carnage and devastation. After dealing with the troublesome Hiruzen Sarutobi, Sasuke smoothly grabbed Otoya by the collar and gave an order. Just tell me where the next base is. You're too slow. It's under the public restroom, behind the village. Otoya immediately revealed the location. Sasuke nodded, and in the next instant, the power of the Rinnegan in his left eye activated. A Minnow to Jikara. With one hand gripping each of them, Sasuke teleported himself and the 2 captives in an instant. Let's see who's really cleaning up Danzo's mess behind the scenes. Lord Third, are you alright? Lord Third, what should we do next? That guy seems to be heading for another root base. Should we keep following him? The Konoha shinobi hurriedly helped up Hiruzen Sarutobi, whose aged face was lopsided and bruised, their voices overlapping in worry. Hiruzen took several deep, ragged breaths, forcing himself to calm down. Let's go. Follow him. If this next base still doesn't have the so-called evidence he claims to possess. He paused, exhaling heavily, his expression dark as a storm. Then I'll stop caring about civilian casualties in Konoha. Even if it means exhausting our last reserves, I'll drag that barbarian down with me. I will not let him run wild in Konoha any longer. In that moment, every Konoha ninja could feel the overwhelming killing intent radiating from the old man before them. After being humiliated again and again, Hiruzen Sarutobi was now fully enraged. And when a veteran Kage-level shinobi truly loses his temper, it's a terrifying thing. Move! With a thunderous roar, Hiruzen charged ahead, leading nearly 20,000 Konoha shinobi, their bloodlust palpable in the air. In that instant, everyone steeled themselves for a life-and-death struggle. The 4th base. By the time the 3rd Hokage and his group arrived, Sasuke had already smashed the restroom that concealed the entrance, reducing it to rubble and exposing the root base beneath it. Seeing the scene below, identical to the last 3 bases, Hiruzen glared at Sasuke, furious and demanding answers. The same result again. I expect a proper explanation this time. If not, with a sharp snap, 2 Fuma Shuriken appeared in a puff of smoke, one in each of Hiruzen's hands. The message was clear. If Sasuke didn't give him an answer, Hiruzen would risk it all. All around, Konoha shinobi drew their weapons, killing intent clear in their eyes. But Sasuke paid them no mind, keeping his gaze fixed on the root base beneath the crater. Suddenly, a fierce grin spread across his face. Finally, I've caught you. You rat, hiding in the shadows all this time. With a grinding sound, a massive skeletal arm materialized, its fingers clenching into a fist before slamming down with tremendous force at the bottom of the pit. A thunderous crash shook the area. A choked gasp rang out below. Amidst the earth-shattering explosion, the sound of someone coughing up blood echoed through the air. When Sasuke raised his Susanoo's fist, a massive crater suddenly appeared beneath the base. I'll give you 3 seconds. Get out. Don't make me punch again. Sasuke stared coldly at the gaping pit as he spoke. A fit of harsh coughing rang out, and slowly, a figure crawled out from within the crater. The newcomer had long, silky black hair, purple eyeshadow painted along the bridge of the nose, and 2 golden snake-shaped earrings dangling from each ear. Upon seeing this person, Hiruzen Sarutobi couldn't help but cry out in shock. Orochimaru, it's you. Why are you in Danzo's root base? A sly chuckle escaped Orochimaru's lips. It's been a while, sensei, but what happened to your face? Why is one side swollen up like a pig's head? He clicked his tongue mockingly. And look at yourself. You seem to be in quite a sorry state too. Orochimaru showed no restraint in ridiculing his former teacher. Hearing such scorn from his treacherous disciple, Sarutobi felt deeply humiliated. Trying to salvage some dignity, he pressed on with his questioning. Orochimaru, you traitor, why are you in Konoha? This is not a place you belong. Isn't it obvious? Sasuke cut in, his tone sharp. Danzo the snake must be colluding with your beloved student, up to no good together. I bet those animal corpses in the base were planted by this guy right here. Orochimaru waved off the accusation. Animal corpses? I have no idea what you're talking about. Don't slander me. I'm only here to discuss a little cooperation with Danzo. That's all. Even as he defended himself, his eyes, pupil-like slits glowing like a snake's, remained fixed on Sasuke. With a soft hiss, Orochimaru flicked out his tongue and licked his face, his voice thick with greed. But as for your body, I have to say, I find it truly fascinating. Would you be interested in paying a visit to my laboratory? I promise you'll be well entertained. On the other side, the 3rd Hokage glared at Sasuke, angered. So this is your excuse? What a joke. Orochimaru's presence only proves Danzo is in league with him. It doesn't prove Danzo's been conducting human experiments. Is that so? Sasuke shot Sarutobi a sidelong glance, then turned his cool gaze back to Orochimaru and commanded. Orochimaru, hand over the human test subjects you took away. Orochimaru feigned ignorance, shrugging. I have no idea what you're talking about. But inwardly he sneered. What a fool. You think I'll do as you say? I can't imagine what goes on in that muscle-bound head of yours. But just as he was mocking Sasuke in his mind, a powerful surge of mental force suddenly invaded his brain, leaving him utterly unable to resist. This is the kaleidoscope Sharingan's illusion technique. But how can it be so terrifying? That was the last thought left in his mind before his consciousness was swallowed entirely by chaos. In the next moment, everyone outside saw Orochimaru bite his finger, smear fresh blood across his palm, and then slap the ground forcefully. Summoning jutsu, giant serpents. Bang, bang. 2 enormous clouds of white smoke erupted out of thin air. As the smoke cleared, the crowd laid eyes on 2 gigantic brown serpents. What is Orochimaru up to? Is he trying to fight? Hiruzen Sarutobi frowned at the sight, unable to fathom why Orochimaru would suddenly summon 2 of his contract beasts. Then, he witnessed an utterly shocking scene. The 2 giant snakes opened their jaws wide and spat out countless dark shapes. As these black figures landed, the crowd finally saw them for what they were. They were human test subjects, skin a ghastly grayish-white, utterly lifeless. The sheer number of these gray-white human experiments nearly filled the entire root base, densely packed as far as the eye could see. The sight was horrifying. Just one glance was enough to send shivers down anyone's spine. For a long moment, everyone stood frozen in utter shock. Huff, huff. Orochimaru gasped for breath, having just broken free from the illusion. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead, running in rivulets, his face deathly pale. When he looked at Sasuke, his eyes were filled with terror. Never before had anyone subdued him so easily. not even his teacher at the peak of his power. How is this illusion so strong? It almost overwhelmed me in an instant. If I hadn't sacrificed some of my lifespan to break free, I'd have been left helpless at his mercy. Orochimaru was utterly shaken. Oh, interesting. To think you could break out of an illusion I cast so casually. I suppose that's to be expected from one of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru. Noticing Orochimaru had escaped the Jinjutsu, Sasuke raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. It seemed that, at this point in time, Orochimaru hadn't yet developed the living corpse reincarnation forbidden technique. Otherwise, that illusion just now would have been enough to turn him into a puppet, ripe for the taking. But so what if you broke free? You dare to trip me up, almost made me lose face in front of everyone. At this, Sasuke's expression suddenly turned icy cold. If Orochimaru hadn't tried to meddle from the shadows, he would have already exposed Danzo's crimes for all to see. For you, there's only one outcome, death. With that, Susanoo's giant arm came crashing down from above. Faced with a fist that seemed powerful enough to pulverize everything, Orochimaru's face changed dramatically. He hurriedly shouted at the two giant snakes. Hurry, protect me. The two colossal serpents intertwined, coiling around each other to form a shield, enclosing Orochimaru safely in their midst. Boom! The giant fist came crashing down, instantly smashing two unlucky snakes in a pulp. Blood burst out everywhere, and they offered no resistance at all. But at that very moment, countless small black snakes suddenly surged out from beneath Susanoo's massive fist, scattering in every direction as they fled. As it turned out, at the critical moment, Orochimaru had used the formation of 10,000 serpent escape technique to make his getaway. Among this swarm of black snakes, one of them was, in fact, Orochimaru himself. Oomph. You really are a master at slithering away, aren't you? But if I run into you again, I swear I'll kill you myself. Sasuke sneered, making no move to pursue Orochimaru. After all, it was common knowledge in the ninja world that Orochimaru and Uchiha Bito were the two most difficult people to kill. Although they weren't the strongest in direct combat, their escape tactics and survival skills were truly a headache to deal with. To completely finish off either of them was never an easy task. Even for Sasuke at this moment, it would take a fair amount of effort. Besides, Sasuke's main priority right now was to deal with the situation in Konoha. As for settling things with Orochimaru, that would have to wait for another day. From the moment Orochimaru's summoned beast was crushed to his successful escape, it was as if the crowd hadn't seen a thing. Now, everyone stared at the ground littered with experimental bodies, still frozen in shock. No one spoke. A heavy, uneasy silence hung over the scene. Actions speak louder than words. The field strewn with test subjects was undeniable proof that Danzo had been secretly conducting cruel and inhumane human experiments. At this moment, as they looked at Danzo, their eyes held disbelief, but even more, they brimmed with disgust. Who would have thought that the leader of Root, a high elder standing just below the Hokage, would actually commit such vile deeds in the shadows? All this time, they had trusted him, believing he was an elder who had dedicated his life to Konoha. Because of him, they had even misunderstood Sasuke, thinking he was nothing more than a reckless troublemaker. Looking back now, they felt utterly foolish. Turns out, the real fool was me all along. So, what do you have to say for yourselves now, you worthless rabble? Sasuke said calmly. At his words, the Konoha shinobi all hung their heads in shame, unable to meet Sasuke's gaze. You, Danzo, I can't believe you actually did something like this. Violating taboos, conducting human experiments in secret. To think I trusted you so much, Danzo. I must have been blind. Hiruzen Sarutobi pointed a trembling finger at Danzo, his aged face twisted in the agony of betrayal by a lifelong friend. Whether he was truly shocked, or just putting on a show to distance himself, who could say for sure? Sir, it seems I have wrongly accused you. I owe you an apology. All those doubts I had about you. I can only blame myself for trusting Danzo too much. I hope you can understand. After all, he was one of the top leaders of Konoha, and my friend for decades. Who could have imagined he'd turn out to be so utterly deranged? Truly, you can know someone's face, but never their heart. Alas, I am deeply ashamed. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked heartbroken and remorseful, giving Sasuke a respectful bow to show his sincerity. Meanwhile, Danzo stood there ashen-faced, his eyes empty, a hollow, ambiguous chuckle slipping from his throat. It's over. Utterly finished. Now that the human experiments had been laid bare for all to see, any attempt to defend himself was meaningless. Besides, he wasn't even able to speak at this point. From this day forward, Shimura Danzo would be nothing more than a rat scurrying across the street, reviled by all. Even in death, his name would be nailed to the pillar of Konoha's shame, cursed for all eternity. A complete and utter disgrace. That's... Suddenly, someone cried out in shock, their trembling voice brimming with fury. Damn it, that's my brother, Kondo Jun. I thought he died on a mission, but he was taken for those experiments instead. Danzo, you monster. A Konoha ninja had recognized one of the experimental subjects below. His eyes burned with hatred as he glared at Danzo. Spurred on by his outburst, the other ninjas began to look closely at the victims below. In no time at all, boom! It was as if a volcano had erupted in their hearts. A tidal wave of rage and hatred surged toward Danzo. You bastard! That's my father. He was taken for those experiments too. Danzo, you deserve to die. You made me an orphan at the age of 10. Clan Chief, look, that's Hinata Akira. This damned Danzo. He even dared to experiment on our Hyuga clan's ninja. Chief Fugaku, those are our Uchiha. More than one. Damn it, Danzo, that filthy dog. He's been targeting us Uchiha for years. Damn it, Danzo, you truly deserve to die. You even experimented on my Yamanaka clan. Haichi Yamanaka, now properly dressed, stared at his clan members who had been turned into test subjects, his face frozen with icy anger. And my Aburame clan too. The Nara clan hasn't been spared either. My Inazuka clan. Damn it, you even experimented on our dogs. A Kimichi clan. Karama clan. Upon careful counting, everyone was shocked to discover that, except for Sarutobi, Shimura, and 2 other high-ranking members of the Konoha leadership, every other ninja clan, large and small, had lost members to Danzo's treachery. Lord Third, Danzo's crimes are beyond forgiveness. I propose we cut him into 1,000 pieces. Only then can we be given justice. Yamanaka in Noichi glared at Hiruzen Sarutobi, his eyes blazing with fury. The moment he spoke, many others immediately raised their voices in agreement. Yes, I agree. A cancer like Danzo deserves to be cut into 1,000 pieces, skinned, and flayed alive. Seconded. Scum like him must be torn apart. Only then can we begin to quell the rage in our hearts. That's right. Unless we destroy that beast, how can our brothers, who were so cruelly murdered, find peace in the afterlife? One after another, more voices joined in. Among them were those whose clans had suffered from Danzo's poison, those whose closest friends or family had been harmed, and those whose rage was stoked by the sheer scale of Danzo's misdeeds. In short, at this moment, among the 20,000 people present, there was a rare and complete consensus about cutting Danzo into 1,000 pieces. No one voiced a word of opposition. In the end, the cries of the crowd converged into a single, thunderous chant. Cut Danzo down! Cut Danzo down! Cut Danzo down! The shout of 20,000 voices echoed in unison, their furious roars reverberating through all of Konoha. The sound shook the heavens. Their wrath soared to the sky. Listen, Danzo, what a beautiful sound this is. Hearing the chants of Cut Danzo down, coming from every direction, Sasuke felt a deep satisfaction and wore a delighted smile. He was more than pleased with the outcome. This was precisely why he had insisted on unearthing Danzo's crimes so thoroughly, to see him utterly disgraced, to make him the target of everyone's scorn. Sasuke seized Danzo by the head, twisting it so they were face to face, and sneered. I told you, didn't I? I'd make you the rat everyone wants to kill. Make you wish you were dead. Tell me, Danzo, how does it feel now? But Danzo remained silent. Sasuke frowned slightly, then slapped his own forehead as if suddenly remembering something. Oh, look at me. I nearly forgot. I already ruined your mouth. You can't speak anymore. What a pity. I really wanted to hear what you thought right now. This was truly a blow that cut deeper than death. Danzo's eyes, once dim, suddenly burned blood red with hatred. Veins bulged on his forehead, and his face twisted into a demonic grimace. Damn it. Damn it all. If not for this bastard, I wouldn't have fallen so low. Otherwise, I would still be a Konoha elder, respected and feared by all. It's all because of this inexplicable upstart. He's made me the target of everyone's wrath. Even if I become a vengeful ghost, I'll never let you go. At this moment, Danzo was staring intently at Sasuke, his eyes seething with endless hatred. Oh, still daring to glare at me. You really must think you haven't suffered enough. Sasuke gave a cold snort, then extended 2 fingers, aiming them at Danzo's eyes and driving them forward. A sickening squelch followed. Blood erupted from Danzo's face, 2 crimson holes blooming where his eyes had been. Though no scream came, it was clear from the violent shudder of Danzo's body that he was in agony. And you vile creature, it's time you repented for what you've done. Let the innocent people you killed see you kneel and bow your head before them. Sasuke pressed down on Danzo's head, forcing him to kneel before the experimental subjects within the base. Never. I will never kneel. I've done nothing wrong. All I did was for the sake of Konoha. Danzo roared inwardly, his fury unyielding. Even as his legs were forced and bent out of shape, he stubbornly refused to kneel. He was the head of Root, a man of standing. How could he kneel before mere experimental fodder? It was the greatest insult imaginable. Besides, in his heart, he had never believed he'd done anything wrong. Everything he did was for the village, for Konoha. Why should he be made to kneel? Such pointless resistance. Sasuke casually lashed out with 2 swift kicks. There was the sound of bones shattering, and Danzo's knees were crushed in an instant. This time, Danzo could no longer stand. He was forced down to his knees. Then, with a heavy thrust, Sasuke slammed Danzo's head into the ground. Blood spattered, and the impact echoed through the hall. Yes, that's how it should be. The surrounding Konoha shinobi cheered at the sight. Their eyes were filled with warmth and gratitude as they looked at Sasuke. If not for his bold exposure of the truth, they might have spent their entire lives deceived by this treacherous villain, Danzo, respecting him as one of Konoha's elders. The very thought was sickening. Thankfully, the truth had finally come to light. Just this simple act of forcing Danzo to bow before his victims greatly increased the Konoha shinobi's esteem for Sasuke. You spoke earlier about wanting to carve Danzo up. Mind if I do the honors? Sasuke looked down at Danzo, who was now half collapsed on the ground, and spoke in an even tone. No objections. We owe all this to you. The truth about Danzo is out, thanks to your efforts alone. If you wish to finish him, I have no complaints. One of the Konoha shinobi quickly replied. Around them, the others voiced their agreement as well. No one dissented. Hearing this, Sasuke nodded slightly, then turned his gaze to Hiruzen Sarutobi, deliberately asking, You old man, you've always protected Danzo. Tell me, do you agree to his execution now? A long silence followed before Hiruzen let out a weary sigh, his expression full of bitterness and resignation. He nodded slowly. I have no objections. This is the way the wind is blowing. If he dares to voice any objection now, his days as Hokage will be numbered. No matter how eloquent his tongue, no matter how convincing his arguments, it would be pointless. Suddenly, Sasuke drew his kunai, ready to execute Danzo on the spot. But at that exact moment, Stop! You can't do this. Such brutality is simply too much. It was the strained, aged voice of a woman. Following the sound, all eyes turned to one of Konoha's elders, Koharu Uchiha. She stepped out from the crowd, her gaze falling upon Danzo's battered form. Unable to bear the sight, she immediately rebuked Sasuke, her tone harsh and angry. No matter what, Danzo is still one of Konoha's elders. The mistakes he's made should be judged by our village's senior council, not by an outsider like you taking justice into your own hands. And besides, how can you bring yourself to carve up an old man like this, piece by piece? And furthermore, she looked around at the Konoha shinobi gathered there, her voice growing more impassioned. Whatever Danzo has done, he is still a member of Konoha's leadership. He has contributed to the village in the past. Yet you, as Konoha ninja, not only refuse to defend your elder, but side with an outsider against him. How can you? Shut up, you old hag. Before Koharu could finish, her words were cut off by a furious shout. How dare you? I am one of Konoha's elders. How could a mere chunin like you speak to me this way? Koharu stared in disbelief at a plain-looking Konoha ninja. Old hag, I'm talking about you. With your stupidity, how could you call yourself an elder? Let me tell you, my father fought for Konoha his entire life. He was never anything but loyal. And what happened? Danzo, that bastard, took him away for human experiments. You honestly think someone like that doesn't deserve to be torn to pieces? Or is it because you never had a family yourself? The chunin's face was twisted with rage. He showed not the slightest hint of fear, even when facing Konoha's top brass. You're rebelling. Koharu's hand shook as she pointed at him, struggling for words. But in the next instant, a wave of angry shouts rose from all sides, drowning her out without mercy. Damn it, is that old bat blind? After everything Danzo's done, she still dares to defend him. Huh, her Uchiha clan didn't lose anyone, so of course she doesn't care. For all we know, she was in on those human experiments too. To stand up for him so stubbornly, I bet that old hag and Danzo were in cahoots all along. Yeah, that would explain why she's foolish enough to speak up for him now. Listening to the torrent of outrage directed at her, Koharu's face turned ashen with fury. Especially when she heard someone accuse her of having an affair with Danzo, she was so furious she nearly coughed up blood. What's going on? What has this world come to? All she did was speak a fair word to defend the honor of Konoha, and yet she was mercilessly attacked by everyone. The third Hokage saw all this, and could only shake his head helplessly. As Hokage, even he didn't dare to oppose at this moment. Yet this old woman still had the nerve to stand up and object. Sigh. How utterly foolish. Could it really be that she and Danzo were secretly involved? Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at Koharu Utatane in the distance, her face dark and troubled, suspicion flickering in his eyes. What an idiot! Sasuke cursed inwardly, then withdrew his gaze from Koharu and crouched down, fixing his eyes on Danzo's body lying on the ground. In the next instant, a sharp kunai spun dexterously in Sasuke's hand. With every fall of the blade, a chunk of flesh was sliced away, making Danzo's body shudder and fresh blood spatter. Yes, seeing Danzo being flayed piece by piece, everyone present could hardly contain their excitement, cheering loudly. Among them, the Uchiha clan's voices were the loudest. Even Fugaku, usually composed as clan leader, couldn't help but join his clansmen, shouting with such fervor that his face flushed red. Satisfying. Utterly satisfying. Tonight was, in all likelihood, the happiest night of his life. More thrilling than even his wedding night. That scoundrel Danzo was finally getting what he deserved. And so, amidst the crowd's wild cheers, those brutal and bloody scenes continued for a full 10 minutes. 10 minutes later, Danzo had become nothing more than a blood-soaked figure, not a single patch of flesh and scathe. His condition was truly pitiful. Sasuke stood up expressionless, carelessly tossing aside the kunai now stained crimson, feeling a bit underwhelmed. The main reason was that, throughout the entire ordeal, Danzo hadn't uttered a single scream, which took all the fun out of it. If only he hadn't destroyed Danzo's mouth first, Sasuke thought with a tinge of regret. Why not simply put an end to Danzo's life? Why leave him a breath and prolong his suffering? Hiruzen asked, a trace of pity in his voice. Thanks to Sasuke's precise technique, even after thousands of cuts, Danzo was still breathing, not yet dead. That trembling mass of flesh on the ground was proof enough. I never said I'd kill him. Sasuke shot the third Hokage a glance, sneering. For someone as wicked as him, death would be too easy. I want him to live on in this ruined body, to suffer until his final breath, never knowing the relief of death. You're being far too cruel. Danzo may be a Konoha elder, but does he really deserve this torment? Wouldn't it be kinder to give him a quick end? Watching his old friend suffer such a fate, Hiruzen Sarutobi felt a pang of compassion in his heart. Yet he had underestimated just how deeply the Konoha shinobi loathed Danzo. No sooner had he finished speaking than, before Sasuke could even respond, several Konoha ninja loudly objected. Third Hokage, you're being far too merciful. I think this gentleman is absolutely right. Someone as vile as Danzo deserves much worse than an easy death. He should have to live on, enduring this torment. That's right. I support his decision. Third Hokage, you really shouldn't waste any pity on Danzo. I agree as well. Count me in too. In an instant, the entire group of Konoha ninja voiced their agreement with Sasuke. Not a single person raised an objection. Hiruzen was left speechless by their outcry. He hadn't anticipated that the Konoha ninja would all side against him, their Hokage, in this matter. Medical ninja, get over here and tend to this wretch's wounds. Make sure he doesn't die just yet. Sasuke spoke with chilling indifference. As soon as the words left his mouth, several figures darted from the crowd. They stepped across the blood-soaked ground, and as they got a closer look at Danzo's appalling state, each one swallowed hard, a shiver running down their spines. It was truly a miserable sight. Nearly all the skin had been flayed from his body. And yet, even in such a state, Danzo still clung to life. It was a testament to the executor's skill, and in that moment, their hearts couldn't help but feel a grudging respect for Sasuke. The group quickly carried Danzo's mangled, bloody form away for emergency treatment. Throughout the process, no one sought permission from the third Hokage, and Hiruzen felt himself being thoroughly ignored. His face darkened instantly. The authority he held as Hokage had clearly diminished in the eyes of the Konoha ninja. He exhaled slowly, trying to compose himself. Then, fixing his gaze on Sasuke, Hiruzen spoke in a low, grave tone. Is this outcome satisfactory to you? Now that it's over, I must insist you leave Konoha at once. You are not welcome here. A cold, mocking laugh escaped Sasuke. Huh, old man, did you really think it would end here? You're far too naive. Hiruzen's expression changed at once, his voice tight with anger. It's not over? After what you've done to Danzo, what more could you possibly want? Simple, Sasuke replied, as if discussing what to have for breakfast. I intend to wipe out the entire Shimura clan. What? Hiruzen's eyes widened in shock. You want to annihilate the Shimura clan as well? That's going too far. I absolutely will not allow it. There's an old saying, the punishment should not extend to one's family. Danzo acted alone. The rest of the Shimura clan is innocent and should not bear his crimes. The Shimura are one of Konoha's clans, part of our village. I will never permit their extermination. Hiruzen Sarutobi spoke with unyielding determination, and with a swift movement, he positioned himself in front of Sasuke to block his way. Naturally, to avoid being sent flying by another slap, he kept a distance of over 10 meters from Sasuke. Don't get it twisted, old man. I'm just giving you a heads up. This isn't me asking for your permission. Sasuke replied coolly, all the while rubbing his palm in a slow, deliberate motion. The gesture made Hiruzen retreat in alarm, convinced Sasuke was about to strike him again. As he caught the astonished gazes from those around, Hiruzen suddenly realized how he looked, his old face flushed red with embarrassment and fury. He was a Kage-level powerhouse, yet a mere gesture had sent him scrambling backwards in fear. He had lost all face. No, if you truly intend to wipe out the Shimura clan, then even at the cost of my old life, I will stop you. Hiruzen roared, trying to salvage his dignity with a show of fearless resolve. But fearing Sasuke might really make a move, he hastily added. And anyway, even if the Shimura clan has made mistakes, it's up to us in Konoha to deal with them. An outsider like you has no right to meddle in our internal affairs. An outsider? Huh. Since when did I become an outsider? Old man, open your eyes and look closely. Do you know who I am? With a flick, Sasuke shrank back to his original form. It's you, Uchiha Sasuke. Hiruzen was utterly stunned, unable to believe what he was seeing. The one who had suppressed so many of Konoha's elite was nothing more than a 7-year-old kid. It was simply beyond belief. All around, the Konoha shinobi broke out in a commotion. Clan leader, sir, is that really your son, young Master Uchiha Sasuke? An Uchiha ninja asked, his voice trembling with excitement. Yes, that's right. Fugaku crossed his arms, put on a stern face, and nodded solemnly, his composure flawless as he openly admitted it. I told you before, he's my secret ace, trained in the shadows. It's only thanks to the countless resources I invested that Sasuke has become so fearsomely strong. Wow, as expected of our clan leader, raising such an exceptional son. All the Uchihas present were filled with envy and admiration. Fugaku basked in the praise, while inwardly making a mental note to coordinate stories with Sasuke later. No room for slip-ups. Now, I'm going to destroy the Shimura clan. Any objections? Sasuke advanced step by step toward the third Hokage. No, even if you are of the Uchiha clan, even if you are one of Konoha's own, I won't let you lay a hand on the Shimura clan. Hiruzen's resolve was ironclad. He even went so far as to summon Enma, wounded as he was, transforming him into the adamantine staff and gripping it tightly. Oh, is that so? Sasuke let out a low, amused chuckle. In the very next instant, boom, an overwhelming surge of chakra erupted from within him. Crack, crack, crack. The terrifying chakra took on a tangible form. In the blink of an eye, a towering, 200-meter-tall giant with purple wings materialized before everyone's eyes. His Susanoo, in its complete form, had awakened. At this moment, Sasuke stood right at the center of Susanoo's brow. Now then, old man, let me ask you one more time about the massacre of the Shimura clan. Do you have any objections? His voice thundered through the air, rumbling like a storm in the heavens. A dreadful aura swept across the entire scene, engulfing everyone present. Every single onlooker felt their hearts pounding with terror. Clang! The Rui Jingu Bang staff slipped from Hiruzen Sarutobi's grasp and clattered to the ground. Staring up at the colossal giant looming before him, his hands and feet turned ice-cold. His mind went utterly blank, and his lips trembled uncontrollably. And no, I have no objections at all. What is that thing? Is Konoha about to face another disaster? What kind of monster is this? Has an enemy come to attack Konoha? Don't be afraid, children. Lord Third Hokage is the strongest Hokage in our history. He'll protect us. The fully formed Susanoo now stood taller than 200 meters. Even standing motionless, it sent a chill of primal fear through the hearts of all who beheld it, especially under the pitch-black night sky, with the purple radiance pulsing from Susanoo's body. Every single person in Konoha village could see this awe-inspiring giant. And so, the villagers couldn't help but recall the terror of the Nine-Tails attack. They feared that this giant would, just like the Nine-Tails, unleash havoc upon Konoha. Panic spread rapidly, a wave of dread crashing over everyone. Just then, they heard the giant speak. People of the village, do not be afraid. I am a divine spirit of justice. I have appeared tonight to reveal the truth to you, to show you all just how filthy, how despicable Danzo, your esteemed elder and leader of the root, truly is. The voice echoed with overwhelming force and authority, reaching every corner of Konoha, so that all could hear, clear as day. A divine spirit? Revealing the truth about Danzo, the leader of Root? Perplexed, the villagers of Konoha exchanged bewildered glances. They all knew Danzo as one of the village elders. But people of such high status were always distant figures. Ordinary villagers like them had never even come close to meeting him. Had Danzo committed some monstrous crime that would enrage the heavens themselves? For even a so-called god to appear in person. No one knew if this was real or not. But clearly, there was some major drama unfolding, scandal involving the top leaders of Konoha. Without exception, every villager pricked up their ears, eager to hear what would be revealed. Tonight, I, this divine spirit, will personally lay bare every crime this wretched Danzo has committed. His first crime, deliberately sowing discord and causing the rift between the Uchiha clan and the village to deepen. At the same time, he coveted Uchiha Shursue's Mangekyo Sharingan, ambushed Shursue, left him gravely injured, and stole his eye to transplant into his own. The loss of an Uchiha genius only drove the clan further from the village. All of this, every bit of the tragedy, stems from the greed of Danzo Shimura. What? The villagers were stunned. How could a Konoha elder stoop so low as to harm his own people? No wonder the Uchiha treat them with such hostility. So this was the real reason, all because of Danzo Shimura. Faced with the overwhelming presence before them, many instinctively chose to believe. After all, someone so powerful had no reason to lie to ordinary folk like them. His second crime, colluding with the rogue ninja Orochimaru, abducting Konoha civilians and shinobi, and subjecting them to cruel, inhuman experimentation. As the accusation rang out, the Konoha shinobi raised their voices in agreement. It's true. Every word is true. The Lord of Tianshin speaks nothing but the truth. The confirmation from their fellow ninja left the villagers in utter disbelief. Outrage erupted through the crowd. Voices rose in fury, cursing Danzo for his monstrous deeds. How could anyone experiment on his own people? They rained down imprecations on Danzo and all his ancestors. His third crime, during the Nine Tails rampage, Danzo led the entire Root organization to hide underground and refuse to help, leaving Konoha desperately short-handed. As a result, 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze perished in battle. Damn it all. No wonder there were so few Konoha ninja that night. The wretched Danzo was cowering with his men. When the village was in crisis, he ran to hide. How could such garbage ever be worthy of being a Konoha elder? That bastard Danzo. He's as good as murdered the 4th Hokage himself. He deserves to die. At that moment, fury swept through the crowd. If Danzo had just stepped up during the Nine Tails attack, the losses would have been far less. Perhaps even the 4th Hokage, their most respected leader, might have survived. His fourth crime, through vile schemes, he forced Konoha's hero, Tsukumo Hatake, into an impossible dilemma during a mission. Afterwards, he spread vicious rumors, driving Tsukumo to his death. Danzo did all this simply because Tsukumo's fame threatened his own standing. A hero who rendered great service to Konoha was brought to ruin, all for Danzo's selfish ambition. Truly tragic, truly lamentable. So that's why Father chose to take his own life? It was all because of Danzo and his despicable ways. Kakashi murmured, his voice cold as ice. He stared at Danzo, now wrapped in bandages, his eyes blazing with bitter hatred. If Sasuke hadn't insisted that Danzo must live out the rest of his days in suffering. At this moment, Kakashi could barely restrain his urge to strike Danzo down then and there. The rest of the crowd erupted in gasps and murmurs of disbelief. Even the hero of Konoha wasn't spared. How could a great benefactor of the village meet such a tragic end? Shimura Danzo, what a despicable man. Crime 5. Secretly leaking information to the Cloud Shinobi, exposing the weaknesses of the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, and leading to his death in a foreign land, despite his mastery of the Flying Thunder God technique, which allowed him to teleport instantly. The crowd grew even more agitated, stunned that this monster, Danzo, would betray even the second Hokage, his own mentor. Of course, there were doubters among them, people who couldn't believe Danzo would stoop so low. But someone immediately retorted with indignation. Are you blind? What's there to doubt? The second Hokage could use space-time jutsu. No one could stop him if he wanted to escape. And yet he was killed. If there wasn't some underhanded scheme involved, who'd believe it? It has to be Danzo, that scheming rat, who fed information to the Cloud Shinobi. The doubters fell silent at once. It was true. How could a powerful ninja who mastered space-time techniques be slain by a bunch of muscle-bound brutes from the Cloud Village? It had to be Danzo's treachery behind the scenes. Sasuke's voice continued, echoing through the tense air. Crime 6. Deliberately lowering the difficulty of missions, misleading others, and indirectly causing the death of Senjin Iwaki, grandson of the first Hokage. Crime 7. Colluding with Hanzo of the Rain Village to spark the Third Great Ninja War, plunging the ninja world into chaos, leaving countless innocents homeless, and resulting in Konoha being besieged by the 4 great ninja villages, suffering enormous casualties. Crime 8. Harboring malicious intentions, plotting to launch a cruel massacre against the Uchiha clan tonight. Were it not for the intervention of this deity, the Uchiha would have been wiped from the ninja world forever. Crime 9. Resorting to vile tactics to drive away Konoha's 2 strongest warriors, Tsunade and Jiraiya, leaving the village dangerously weakened. Had they remained, the casualties from the Nine Tails rampage would have been much fewer. Moreover, with Tsunade gone, a top medical ninja, Konoha's medical capabilities plummeted, and countless patients who could have been saved instead died tragic, unnecessary deaths. One accusation after another crashed down like boulders, leaving Danzo's remaining body trembling uncontrollably. Damn it, this was an outrage. To take advantage of his inability to defend himself and heap such slander upon his name, to smear him so shamelessly. Among these 9 charges, some were indeed his doing. But some, Sasuke was making up out of thin air, pinning false crimes on him. Danzo felt he might explode with rage. If he weren't already so weak, he'd probably be coughing up blood on the spot. And yet, Sasuke was still far from satisfied. Including both the real and fabricated charges, there were only 9 crimes in total. He didn't manage to round it up to 10, which made Sasuke, with his obsessive tendencies, feel distinctly uncomfortable. No, he had to make it 10, or he wouldn't be able to sleep at night. After thinking for a moment, Sasuke spoke out in a clear, loud voice. The 10th crime. Whenever the night grows deep and the village is silent, Danzo sneaks into Granny Wong's house and commits unspeakable acts with her old sow, causing the poor creature to become infertile and unable to bear piglets for years. His wickedness knows no bounds. As soon as these words were uttered, the crowd fell silent, stunned. What on earth? This was just absurd. Anyone could tell this was a ridiculous fabrication. Who could possibly have such twisted tastes? Just as disbelief swept through the crowd, an elderly voice suddenly rang out. That's right. The heavenly God speaks the truth. Years ago, no matter how I cared for my sow, she just wouldn't give birth. So it was that shameless Danzo's doing all along. A hunched old woman, leaning on her cane, stepped forward and chimed in loudly. She didn't care whether it was true or not. Supporting the heavenly God could never be wrong. After all, it wouldn't do to let the heavenly God lose face, would it? If he became angry and decided to destroy Konoha, who could possibly stop him? With these thoughts in mind, Granny Wong came forth to back up Sasuke's claim. Could Danzo really be that much of a pervert? The crowd was full of doubts. This was clearly made-up nonsense. It's true, absolutely true. I never lie, Granny Wong insisted, thumping her cane emphatically, her face flushed with excitement as she spat out her words in a frenzy. My goodness, Danzo really is worse than a beast. The crowd was utterly shocked. Their worldview was turned upside down. As for Sasuke, he thought to himself, if these people live in the modern world and knew of the heroic exploits of the Indian man and the lizard, they'd realize that Danzo and the old sow were nothing out of the ordinary. On the other side, Danzo listened and his heart raged with humiliation and fury. Damn you, Uchiha Sasuke, how dare you slander my character? I curse you never to die in peace, to be damned for all eternity. May you. Here follows 100,000 words of curses. Of course, at this moment, aside from cursing Sasuke furiously in his mind, there was nothing else he could do. The evil of Danzo is rare in this world. Such a villain, a monster among men, deserves to die. The Shimura clan must be wiped out. They must. Sasuke suddenly roared, his voice booming like thunder, shaking the heavens. The crowd, stunned by the sudden outburst, quickly recovered and responded with an earth-shaking cry. Yes, the Shimura clan must be destroyed. A family that could produce someone like Danzo can't possibly be any good. The Shimura clan, raising a beast like Danzo, is nothing but a cancer upon Konoha. That's right. Wipe out the Shimura clan and rid Konoha of this pest once and for all. Divine Lord, we all support you. Do it now. Wipe out the Shimura clan and restore clarity and justice to Konoha. At that moment, everyone was swept up in a frenzy. Every single person longed for Sasuke to destroy the Shimura clan. They even began urging Sasuke to act quickly. Slander. This is utter slander. Our Shimura clan is just as outraged by Danzo's actions as anyone else. From this day on, That beast Danzo has been stripped of the Shimura name. None of his crimes have anything to do with our clan. That's right, Danzo is no longer one of us. Divine Lord, please don't let Danzo's sins fall upon the rest of the Shimura clan. Hearing that their entire clan now faced annihilation because of Danzo's individual deeds, the Shimura clan members lost all composure. They cried out in protest, desperate to distance themselves and their clan from Danzo. Spare me your pitiful act. Did your clan not enjoy the benefits Danzo gained from his crimes? If you've reaped the rewards, then you must pay the price. Sasuke didn't even need to speak. Someone else shouted back in righteous fury. No, we of the Shimura clan are innocent. Divine Lord, please see the truth. Don't listen to those. A thunderous explosion cut the plea short. Sasuke, commanding the towering Susanoo, stepped directly into the Shimura clan's compound. The Shimura clansmen, seeing this, erupted in panicked shouts. Run. Get out of here. Forget this Divine Lord nonsense. He's just looking for an excuse to wipe us out. Run? Fight him. We won't be bullied any longer. The Shimura clan is no one's puppet. Let's show them who we are. Today, our family faces life or death. Fight. Give it everything you've got. With an elite jonin leading the charge, over a dozen Shimura clansmen, eyes blazing, rushed toward the purple Susanoo. Kunai, shuriken, ninjutsu, all manner of attacks were unleashed. But not a single blow reached even Susanoo's knee. Pointless struggle. From within Susanoo's brow, Sasuke watched the attackers with an expression of icy indifference. In the next instant, a massive sword of crackling purple chakra took shape in Susanoo's hand. With a mighty swing, Susanoo brought the blade crashing down upon the Shimura clan's compound. The earth-shattering impact was like a natural disaster, like the end of the world itself. In a single blinding moment, the Shimura clan's ancestral home was reduced to rubble. Every last member of the Shimura clan was obliterated. None survived, all turned to ash. Only a single, anguished scream lingered, echoing through the night sky. Danzo, it's all your fault. You're the one who brought ruin upon the Shimura clan. You will be remembered as the eternal sinner of our family. I will curse you from the depths of hell. These are the final words of the Shimura clan's mightiest. A seasoned jonin cried out in his last moments. And so, the Shimura clan was wiped out. Well done. It's good that such a cancer was eradicated. Thank you, Divine One. Thank you for ridding Konoha of this great menace. Yes. Wonderful. As the Shimura clan met their end, the crowd erupted in cheers, their voices ringing out in jubilation. Their eyes, as they gazed at the towering purple giant, brimmed with gratitude. On every face, genuine smiles bloomed, radiant with relief and joy. The atmosphere was charged with excitement, reaching a fever pitch. Tonight in Konoha was livelier than any New Year celebration. Even Danzo, deep in his heart, couldn't help but echo, serves them right. These treacherous, heartless people, when danger loomed, they scrambled to distance themselves from him, even calling him the eternal sinner of the Shimura clan. How absurd! Their destruction was no less than they deserved. Yet, despite these thoughts, Danzo's heart was filled with a profound sense of desolation. Tonight was supposed to mark the Uchiha clan's downfall, yet it had become the night of the Shimura clan's extinction. Even he himself was reduced to such a pitiful state. It was truly a tragedy beyond words. Thus concluded the night of annihilation. Danzo left with his limbs broken, jaw and tongue shattered, his eyes blind, the Shimura clan obliterated, and the foundation reduced to little more than a shadow of its former self. The curtain fell, decisively and completely. In a flash, the fully manifested Susanoo faded away, the purple giant slowly dissolving into the night. Sasuke landed before the gathering of the Uchiha. In this moment, every shinobi around cast looks of awe and gratitude upon him. They were thankful he had purged Konoha of a festering blight, grateful for the clear skies and peace he had returned to their home. Of course, not everyone shared such unreserved admiration. For example, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Watching Sasuke bask in the adoration of thousands, Sarutobi's heart grew heavy with apprehension. This was going to be an opponent more formidable than any before. If Sasuke had simply unleashed Susanoo without a word and massacred the Shimura clan in one fell swoop, Sarutobi might not be so concerned. Such brute force, used so recklessly to wipe out a clan, would only make people tremble in fear. But Sasuke had not chosen that path. Instead, he meticulously recited Danzo's sins, turning the entire village against the Shimura, marking them as Konoha's true malignancy. Then, with the tide of public opinion on his side, he wiped them out, naturally, inevitably. In this way, Not only did he avoid sowing fear among the people, he earned their applause and support. He destroyed the Shimura clan, and in doing so, won their hearts. Such deep cunning sent chills down Sarutobi's spine. An enemy who is not only powerful, but shrewd, such a foe is the most dangerous of all. From now on, he would have to be careful in everything he did, making sure not to give Sasuke any leverage over him, lest he end up as miserable as Danzo. Silently, Hiruzen Sarutobi warned himself in his heart. Where's Danzo? I'm taking him back to the Uchiha compound for imprisonment. Sasuke turned to question the people around him. Well, it's not impossible to lock Danzo up in our clan's grounds, but we don't have any cells there. Building a prison just for that dog Danzo feels like a waste. Fugaku spoke up to remind him. You're right. Rebuilding a cell just for that scum really is a waste. How about this? After a brief pause, Sasuke spoke casually. Let's just toss him in a pigsty. As long as he doesn't die, it'll do. Yes, that'll work. For someone as vile as Danzo, even giving him a pigsty is letting him off easy. Fugaku's eyes lit up at the suggestion, instantly feeling that locking Danzo in a pigsty was a brilliant idea. He nodded repeatedly in agreement. Then he turned and ordered one of the Uchiha behind him. Go, search the compound and make sure you find the most luxurious pigsty for that dog Danzo. Don't worry, clan head. I promise I'll find Danzo the finest pigsty there is. A member of the Uchiha clan grinned mischievously and hurried off. Seeing that Danzo was really about to be thrown into a pigsty, Hiruzen Sarutobi could no longer hold back. He spoke up in a grave tone. That's enough, Uchiha Sasuke. Danzo's crimes are indeed severe, but he was once a Konoha elder, a face of the village. There's no need to humiliate him like this. He sighed, gazing earnestly at Sasuke. Just put Danzo in Konoha's prison. I'll assign people to watch him closely. Nothing will go wrong. If you don't trust me, you are welcome to check on the prison at any time. Who knows? You might just use the chance to let Danzo escape. So it's far safer to keep him in our clan's pigsty. Fugaku sneered, making it clear he didn't trust the third Hokage at all. Outrageous. Danzo's crimes are the worst Konoha has ever seen. As Hokage, how could I possibly let him go? I would never do something so foolish. Fugaku, don't you dare question my character. Hiruzen's face turned red with anger. Fugaku opened his mouth, just about to retort. At that moment, with a heavy thud, a bundle tightly wrapped in bandages fell from the sky, landing right between the two sides. Kakashi, with a shock of white hair, stood with one foot firmly planted on Danzo's head. He will be locked up in Konoha's prison. I will guard him myself. Unless I die, nothing will happen to Danzo. Kakashi's Sharingan glowed with an eerie red light, his gaze fixed coldly on the man beneath his foot. His voice was chilling to the bone. Upon learning the true circumstances of his father's death, his hatred for Danzo reached its peak. His request to personally oversee Danzo's imprisonment, at this moment, was motivated by another purpose as well. For instance, as long as he didn't kill Danzo, perhaps he could quietly mete out some private punishment while guarding him. Surely that would be acceptable, wouldn't it? Kakashi. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at Kakashi in astonishment, unable to comprehend how this exemplary inheritor of the will of fire had become so changed. Lord Third, I hope you'll grant my request. Kakashi turned, his gaze fixed intently on Hiruzen. Though he still used the honorific, his tone no longer held its previous respect. Sigh, very well. I'll allow it. From now on, your mission is to guard the criminal, Danzo. With a helpless sigh, Hiruzen ultimately agreed to Kakashi's request. It was still better than locking Danzo away in a pigsty. Thank you for granting my request, Lord Third. Kakashi gave a slight nod, offering a lukewarm word of thanks, before turning his gaze towards Sasuke. Whether the third agreed or not was secondary. What truly mattered was whether Sasuke would allow him to personally guard Danzo. Meeting Kakashi's eyes, burning with hatred, Sasuke seemed to understand his intent. He nodded and said, All right, white hair, I trust you. Just make sure you don't go too far. Don't kill that scum. Ha ha ha. With a hearty laugh, Sasuke turned and strode off, leaving in a carefree manner. Thank you. Kakashi called out his thanks, then hoisted Danzo and hurried in the direction of the Konoha prison. Damn it, that brat Shimo's little bastard actually dared to step on my head. If only I'd wiped him out back then. Finished him off along with his father. Damn it all. Danzo raged inwardly, consumed by fury. Elsewhere, after walking a few steps, Sasuke suddenly seemed to remember something. He turned back, his gaze sweeping across the Konoha shinobi gathered there. In moments, he found his target, raised his hand to point at the man, and looked at Hiruzen with a menacing grin. Oh, I nearly forgot. This guy was the one I strung up at the village gates, but you old man saved him. Now, old man, you're going to hang him at the village gates yourself. The face of Huga Makino, the one Sasuke pointed to, instantly turned ghostly pale. He never imagined that someone of such terrifying strength would also be so petty, still remembering a minor figure like him. Regret flooded his heart. Why had he ever provoked someone so powerful? A man of your strength should have the bearing of a true warrior. Is there really any need to hold a grudge over something so trivial? Hiruzen said, his face darkening. You'd best not make me repeat myself. Sasuke stared at the third Hokage with a cold, expressionless face. The demeanor of the strong? What's that supposed to mean? Can you eat it for breakfast? All he cared about was feeling satisfied in his own heart. Whether he exuded the aura of the strong was the least of his concerns. Makino, I'm afraid you'll have to bear some injustice. Hiruzen Sarutobi gazed at Huga Makino, whose face was deathly pale, guilt written all over his own. Right now, Sasuke's presence was overwhelming, and the third Hokage had no desire to challenge Sasuke head-on over something so trivial. Besides, he had a nagging feeling that if he didn't comply, his old face might have to endure another slap soon. See, Chief. Makino's lips quivered, still trying to put up some resistance. Sigh. Just accept your fate, Makino. The fact that you're still alive, well, that's a blessing in disguise. Hayashi Hyuga shook his head helplessly. The moment Sasuke activated the complete Susanoo, Hayashi knew the Hyuga clan stood absolutely no chance against him. None whatsoever. Makino let out a howl of anguish, furious and bitter. In the end, he still couldn't escape the fate of being hung at the main gate. What a waste. Such a shame. On the way back to the Uchiha compound, Fugaku kept shaking his head, sighing in disappointment. He was truly regretful that he hadn't managed to lock Danzo up in a pigpen. As he walked, he came up alongside Sasuke, lowered his voice, and spoke with a hint of reverence. Well, Senior, just now. Maybe you could have, He drew a finger across his throat, a clear suggestion. It was obvious what he meant. He was asking why Sasuke hadn't simply taken the opportunity to get rid of Hiruzen Sarutobi. Sasuke let out a dry, dismissive chuckle, throwing Fugaku a cold glance as he replied, expressionless. Sure, I could have crushed that old man Hiruzen Sarutobi without breaking a sweat. But then what? Without waiting for Fugaku's response, Sasuke continued, answering his own question. And then, with the Hokage dead, every ninja in the Leaf would rise up to take me down. I wiped them all out just as easily. In the end, there'd be no ninja left in the village except for the Uchiha. The Uchiha would rule the Leaf, right? He paused, then went on. In that case, the civilians of the Leaf would definitely hate the Uchiha. So then, what? Should we just wipe out all the civilians next and destroy the village altogether? Sasuke's cold laughter hung in the air as he shot back his rhetorical question. And no, I'd never even thought of destroying the Leaf. Fugaku shook his head frantically, breaking out in a cold sweat. He had never imagined that simply killing the third Hokage would spiral into something so catastrophic. Talk about complete destruction of the village. As one of the founding clans of the Leaf, the Uchiha held deep feelings for the village. They truly regarded it as their home. They had never even dreamed of destroying the Leaf. Not even the most radical faction within the clan harbored such ideas. Their resentment had always been squarely aimed at the village's ruling elite. Well then, Senior, with your strength, wouldn't it be easy for you to quietly take out Hiruzen Sarutobi from the shadows? Fugaku pondered for a moment before asking hesitantly. Given the terrifying power Sasuke had shown so far, killing Hiruzen Sarutobi in secret would be effortless. No one would ever know who did it. As long as Sasuke was willing to act, Hiruzen's death would be a certainty. Fugaku looked at Sasuke with anticipation, hoping for his agreement. But Sasuke only shot Fugaku a sidelong glance, as if looking at a fool. Do you really think everyone in Konoha is as clueless as you? If Hiruzen Sarutobi died, do you think they wouldn't figure out who was responsible? Oh, well, you have a point, haha. I didn't think it through. Fugaku scratched his head, giving a dry laugh, feeling a bit awkward. He couldn't believe he'd overlooked such an obvious issue at first. Then, are we just going to let Hiruzen Sarutobi off so easily? After a moment's thought, Fugaku's face showed his unwillingness. He was far from ready to let this go. Ever since he'd learned from Itachi that the massacre plan for tonight was orchestrated by both the third Hokage and Danzo, he'd regarded Hiruzen as a sworn enemy. As long as Hiruzen lived, he would never find peace. Hiruzen Sarutobi, as one of the masterminds behind the Uchiha Massacre. You think I just let him go? Not a chance. Sasuke let out a cold laugh, then continued. Not only am I going to take down that old fox Hiruzen, but I'll also make sure he gets the same fate as Danzo, a rat hated by all of Konoha, with his name forever nailed to the village's pillar of shame, even after he's dead. After a pause, Sasuke painted a picture of what was to come. When the time comes, the whole of Konoha will be shouting, "Down with Hiruzen Sarutobi." I imagine the scene will be nothing short of spectacular. At these words, Fugaku's eyes lit up instantly. Yes, that's much better. Just killing that old fox Hiruzen outright would be too easy on him. He deserves to become the next Danzo. He could already see it in his mind's eye. Amidst a chorus of jeers from the crowd, Hiruzen Sarutobi, his limbs crippled, his eyes blinded, his jaw and tongue shattered. A vision so gruesome it sent a thrill through Fugaku. Just picturing it filled him with excitement. But after his excitement faded, Fugaku frowned and said, "As satisfying as it would be to see Hiruzen brought down like Danzo. The problem is Hiruzen isn't like Danzo at all. That old fox is a master at hiding, and he's always so careful. He never leaves any evidence behind. Try and dig up dirt on him that would completely ruin his reputation. That's no simple task." Fugaku's face was full of helplessness. The only reason Danzo became a pariah was because his human experimentation lab was exposed. In contrast, when you look at Hiruzen Sarutobi, there's really nothing you can find to provoke public outrage. Even if there were some shady secrets, Danzo always ended up taking the blame for them. Moreover, the third Hokage always presented himself as a kind, grandfatherly figure, and his will of fire philosophy had reached a level of true mastery. Whether it was the ninjas or the ordinary villagers, everyone held him in deep affection and respect. With a reputation as stellar as Hiruzen Sarutobi's, trying to utterly ruin him to bring him down to Danzo's level of disgrace, it's safe to say, it's hard. Extremely hard. Unbelievably hard. Harder than hard. Don't worry. As long as Hiruzen Sarutobi even thinks about wiping out the Uchiha clan, there's no way he'll just sit still. And when he acts, all we need to do is catch him in the act of plotting against the Uchiha for no valid reason. Then we'll have him completely under our control. Sasuke paused for a moment, then gave Fugaku a stern reminder. That's why, as the clan leader, you need to warn the clan members. Make sure they don't get too arrogant, especially when dealing with the villagers. Under no circumstances should they act as overbearing as they did in the past. Earlier, when listing Danzo's 10 major crimes, Sasuke had taken the opportunity to pin all the blame for the Uchiha's hostile behavior towards others squarely on Danzo. This should help ease tensions between the village and the Uchiha. Of course, that only works if the Uchiha themselves don't go stirring up trouble. Especially the Uchiha police force. They absolutely must not end up like the city inspector from my previous life, universally disliked by everyone. Understood. I'll make sure to keep the clan members in check. I'll definitely get them to stop their bad habits. Fugaku nodded, thought for a moment, and then asked, "But what if that old man, the third Hokage, decides to just keep his head down and hides like a turtle for the rest of his life, never making a move? Wouldn't that leave us with no way to deal with him?" Sasuke, at these words, just waved his hand and let out a cold chuckle. "You're worrying too much. Hiruzen Sarutobi may be known as the enduring hero, and he really can endure. But at the end of the day, he's still human. He's the Hokage, the shadow of the village, and even his patience has limits. I don't believe for a second that he'll tolerate the Uchiha walking all over him forever. Just wait. It won't be long before he gives himself away, shows his true colors." Sasuke said with certainty. "Yeah, that makes sense." Fugaku nodded in strong agreement, but then his face filled with confusion as he asked, "Wait, what do you mean by shows his true colors?" "Oh, that's a figure of speech from a certain big foodie empire. It's part of their intangible cultural heritage." "Ah, I see." Fugaku nodded again, still not quite understanding, but pretending it was something very profound. Then, as if remembering something, he quickly sidled up to Sasuke, rubbing his hands together and flashing a flattering smile. Senior, I have a small matter I'd like to discuss with you." His voice was lowered to barely a whisper, yet after mumbling for quite a while, he still couldn't get a complete sentence out. In truth, he just wanted to coordinate a story with Sasuke before their clansmen, maybe get Sasuke to admit he was his son, so he wouldn't lose face in front of everyone. But he was afraid that if he said it out loud, he'd wind up getting hit, so he just kept stalling and couldn't bring himself to say it. "If you've got something to say, spit it out. Don't stand there dithering like an old woman." Sasuke snapped impatiently. The thing is this, Senior, Enough. Don't waste my time if you have nothing important to say." Before he could finish, Sasuke cut him off harshly, then bluntly ordered, "Go. Find me a spacious room. I need to enter seclusion and train for a few days. During this time, do not let a single soul disturb me." After the fierce battle, Sasuke was acutely aware of his shortcomings. For example, His power had surged so quickly that he couldn't control it with precision. He'd meant only to knock his enemy out, but with just a slip, he'd ended up obliterating them completely. So he needed a quiet place to settle down and refine himself. All right. Fugaku shook his head helplessly. It seemed the matter of coordinating their story would have to wait for a better time. Then, still a bit puzzled, he asked, Senior, if you want to train, why not use the clan's training grounds? They're spacious enough. I won't. Just do as I say and stop with the pointless questions. What I need is an enclosed space for my training. Once again, Sasuke mercilessly cut Fugaku off. Very well. Senior, you can use the clan's conference hall. It's plenty large and absolutely the most secure place in the compound. I'll also warn the clansmen to keep their distance, so no one will disturb you. Fugaku straightened his expression, not daring to utter another unnecessary word. Quietly, he thought to himself that this must be related to the secret behind Sasuke's overwhelming strength, which was why he needed such a secluded space to train. He was tempted to try and uncover Sasuke's secret, but after considering the vast difference in their abilities, he wisely decided against such a reckless move. Good, you're sensible. Sasuke nodded slightly, then vanished from sight in a flash. Ahem ahem. Seeing Sasuke leave, Fugaku cleared his throat and turned to address the gathered clan members, his tone stern. You all saw it. Sasuke may be powerful, but he's far too unruly. He doesn't even show me, his own father, any respect, so don't go provoking him. Especially these next few days, stay far away from the conference hall. If anything happens, don't say, I didn't warn you. The Uchiha clansmen all nodded in unison, showing their understanding. If any of them possessed power like Sasuke's, they'd probably be even wilder than he was. Standing before the tall building, Sasuke felt a wave of emotion wash over him. He had just dealt with the Uchiha radicals here not long ago. He didn't expect to find himself back in this place so soon. He entered the building, closed the door behind him, and switched on the lights. Taking a careful look around, he confirmed that the place was indeed well sealed. Every possible opening in the building was blocked by some kind of barrier. Anyone trying to spy on what was happening inside from the outside would find it nearly impossible. After finding a spot, he sat down casually. The very first thing he did was to draw his lottery rewards. In the recent clan extermination event, Sasuke had completed all the missions issued by the system. He got 2 lottery draws for giving Itachi a good slap, 3 for Danzo, and 4 for Hiruzen Sarutobi. That made a total of 9 draws. However, the 2 chances from Itachi had already been used, so he now had 7 lottery draws left. Without delay, Sasuke spoke to the system. System, let's do the lottery. Use up all my remaining chances, 7 draws in a row. Ding. Lottery successful. You have received. Ignoring the string of notifications from the system, Sasuke skipped straight to check his rewards. From 7 draws, he obtained 2 vials of Super Soldier Serum, 2 vials of Regeneration Potion, 2 Memory Orbs, and a pair of soul-stealing gloves. Faced with such a generous haul, Sasuke couldn't help but exclaim, nice. Not only did he get 3 new items, but, more importantly, there wasn't a single dud this time. Finally, the system was showing some conscience. In his heart, Sasuke gave the system a thumbs up, hoping it would keep up the good work next time. System, tell me about the new items. Understood. Regeneration Potion grants enhanced regenerative abilities, accelerating the healing of your own injuries. Effects can be stacked by taking multiple potions. Memory Orb, used to record visual scenes, similar to a video camera. Each orb can record for up to 1 hour. Soul-Stealing Gloves, when worn, allows you to perceive soul-type enemies. Additionally, can be used to extract a target's soul, provided the target is unable to resist. After reading the descriptions of these 3 items, Sasuke nodded in satisfaction. Of the bunch, the best item was undoubtedly the Soul-Stealing Gloves. The ability to attack soul-type enemies could only be described as overpowered. It was especially effective against the 3rd Hokage's last resort technique, the Reaper Death Seal. In the future, if he had to deal with Hiruzen Sarutobi and the man summoned the Death God, Sasuke could simply put on the Soul-Stealing Gloves and pin the Death God to the ground. He could already imagine the priceless look on the Third's face at that moment. Not only that, the glove's abilities should also be able to counter enemies summoned by the Impure World Reincarnation. After all, the essence of Impure World Reincarnation was summoning souls from the underworld to fight, and the Soul-Stealing Gloves could attack those very souls. Absolutely perfect. Swish. Sasuke couldn't wait any longer. He quickly took the Soul-Stealing Gloves out from his system backpack. They were a pair of gloves, entirely crimson red, with a black skull emblazoned on the back of each hand. Just holding them, he could feel a chilling aura rising from the underworld, eerie and terrifying. Sasuke slipped them on. There was nothing particularly unusual about how they felt. It seemed their true power would only reveal itself when he faced enemies of a spiritual nature. Time to look at the next item, the regeneration potion. How should he put it? To Sasuke, this seemed a bit redundant. After all, the enemies he encountered rarely even managed to scratch his physical defenses. If he wasn't going to get hurt, there was simply no need for a healing potion. Still, it was better than nothing. He decided it might be useful for others, so he'd hang on to it for now, but he had no intention of using it himself. Then there was the memory orb. Sasuke could only marvel at how impressive the system was. It was as if he'd been handed a pillow just as he was about to doze off. A tool like this, one that could preserve evidence, would be invaluable when the time came to expose Hiruzen Sarutobi's true face. He needed to keep it in the most conspicuous spot in his system backpack, so he could grab it instantly when the crucial moment arrived. After he took off the soul-stealing gloves and put them away, Sasuke immediately pulled out 2 vials of super soldier serum. This kind of thing, which could enhance every aspect of his abilities, was something he could never have too much of. Without hesitation, Sasuke downed both vials in one gulp. In an instant, a surge of power erupted from deep within him. His muscles began to swell uncontrollably, his physique shot up, and even his hair grew longer. In the blink of an eye, his height had soared to 4 meters. Sasuke glanced at his new appearance, and the corner of his mouth twitched. While he could clearly feel his strength had increased dramatically, and his physical defenses had reached new heights, he couldn't help but be appalled by how he looked. At 2 meters, he had still appeared powerful and imposing. But at 4 meters, he looked nothing short of monstrous. It felt like he'd traded his looks for pure brute strength. No way. Absolutely not. Sasuke shook his head furiously. He couldn't accept this version of himself. He had to shrink back down. He wanted both strength and good looks. Unless he could return his body to normal, he absolutely refused to show himself outside. A few days later, inside the Hokage's office, the sound of lips smacking together broke the silence. Hiruzen Sarutobi, his face wrapped in bandages, sat with his pipe in hand, taking deep drags now and then, filling the room with swirling smoke. Staring at the mountain of paperwork piling up on his desk, his brows knitted tightly together. It was clear that at this moment, his mood was anything but pleasant. In fact, ever since the fierce battle that night, he hadn't had a single peaceful day. Because of Sasuke Uchiha's exposure of Danzo, both the villagers and the ninja of the village no longer ostracized the Uchiha clan. All the years he had spent marginalizing the Uchiha were now completely wasted. And this wasn't the only thing that left him so exasperated. Not only did he have to tally the casualties after the battle, but he also had to consider rebuilding the destroyed houses and figure out arrangements for the remaining members of the root organization. There was also the matter of reassuring the Huga clan, and on top of that, the people of Konoha had learned of Danzo's crimes and began to lose trust in the village leadership. All sorts of problems came crashing down on his shoulders, weighing heavily on this man in his 60s. At this moment, Hiruzen Sarutobi looked as though he had aged more than 10 years overnight. And the person responsible for all of this was none other than Sasuke Uchiha. Of course, Hiruzen found it hard to believe that a 7-year-old Sasuke Uchiha could possess such overwhelming power. Even if he had started training from the moment he was born, it would still be impossible. So, this must be an imposter. The third Hokage was absolutely convinced of this. He was desperate to discover Sasuke Uchiha's true identity. Why had this person come to help the Uchiha? What was his goal? Because of this, in recent days, he had even gone so far as to risk exposing his informant within the Uchiha clan. He had to investigate this fake Sasuke, no matter the cost. Shinizuke, have Hei return and report immediately. After so many days, he must have learned something. At the very least, he should be able to confirm whether this Sasuke Uchiha is the real one or not. Hiruzen instructed his eldest son. Yes, father. I'll have Hei come back at once. In the shadows, Sarutobi Shinizuke responded promptly. Be careful. Don't let Hei get exposed. He's the only Uchiha we managed to persuade to our side after all this effort. Hiruzen added in a voice filled with concern. I've been a ninja long enough, you know. I'm not going to mess up something this simple. Honestly, the sound of Shinizuke's disgruntled reply echoed quietly from shadows. An hour later, as Hiruzen Sarutobi was grading documents and smoking, a sudden movement caught his attention and he looked up. In the next instant, with a swift motion, a figure cloaked in black and masked in darkness appeared abruptly in the Hokage's office. It was none other than the Uchiha clansman that the third Hokage had persuaded to become his spy, codenamed Hei. As soon as Hei appeared, he began to cough violently, the thick smoke in the room choking his lungs. Still, he knelt on one knee and respectfully addressed Hiruzen Sarutobi. Cough, cough. Lord Third cough. May I ask cough? Why have you summoned me? Cough. You can't even handle this much? And you call yourself a jonin of the Uchiha clan. Hiruzen Sarutobi frowned slightly when he saw me coughing as he spoke. Cough, cough. Hokage-sama, your criticism is well taken, cough, cough. But I'm allergic to tobacco smoke, cough, cough. I hope you can understand, Hokage-sama. Cough. He lowered his head, looking genuinely ashamed, though inwardly he was cursing. Damn old man. You think you're justified in smoking at work. If it weren't for the generous benefits, I'd never agree to be your damn spy. All right, go open all the windows and let in some fresh air. Seeing that B's coughing would go on forever, Hiruzen waved his hand, issuing the order. Following instructions, B opened every window in the Hokage's office, then stood respectfully before Hiruzen. As a shinobi, you must endure what ordinary people cannot. Even if you're allergic to tobacco, you should overcome it rather than run from it. Besides, you chose to become a spy among the Uchiha, to turn your back on the darkness and embrace the light. Leaving the Uchiha was the right choice. This shows you are a true inheritor of the will of fire, so you must. Hiruzen began his usual lecture, instinctively invoking the will of fire philosophy to reinforce his hold on the spy before him. 10 minutes later, he really couldn't take it anymore and finally cut in. Hokage-sama, may I ask what you needed me for today? Don't tell me you called me here just to spout this nonsense. Of course, he only dared think that part. He'd never say it out loud. Ahem, I may have gone on, but every word I've spoken is a maxim to live by. They'll help you greatly in the future. I hope you remember them, and don't let down my expectations. Also, damn it, should I just walk out of here? He was screaming inside. Another 10 minutes passed before Hiruzen nodded in satisfaction, feeling that his indoctrination had finally sunk in deep enough. It was time to get to the point. His expression turned serious as he asked, "What about that Uchiha Sasuke? How is your investigation going? Have you learned his true identity?" Finally, it's over. He let out a deep sigh of relief in his heart. If this had gone on any longer, he might have lost control and given Hiruzen a slap, just like Sasuke. Steadying himself, he replied respectfully, "No, I haven't uncovered the true identity of Uchiha Sasuke." Hiruzen's brow furrowed at this answer, and he pressed further. "So how is the mission progressing? How far have you gotten? Have you gained Sasuke's trust?" Actually, there's been no progress at all. I'm still stuck at the starting line." B admitted, a little embarrassed. "What do you mean, no progress at all?" Hiruzen Sarutobi's voice suddenly rose, sharp with anger as he demanded. "So what exactly have you been doing these past few days? Didn't I instruct you to find an opportunity to get close to Uchiha Sasuke and gain his trust as quickly as possible? You haven't taken any action at all. Seems I gave you all those training resources for nothing." Sensing Hiruzen's rising fury, B approached hurriedly to explain. "Lord Third, you can't blame me for this. I wanted to find a chance to approach Sasuke, but there simply hasn't been any. Ever since that night, he stayed holed up in the clan's council building and hasn't set foot outside. On top of that, Fugaku issued a warning that no one from the clan is to go near the council building. And the building itself is completely locked down. I couldn't even try to spy on what's going on inside. In this situation, there's really nothing I could do. If the mission hasn't made any progress, it genuinely isn't my fault." He protested his innocence. "You're telling me that for these past days, once Uchiha Sasuke entered your clan's council building, he hasn't set foot outside since?" Hiruzen pressed further. "Yes, that's right." B nodded. "Are you sure? Not even at night did he leave?" Hiruzen questioned him again, his tone even more insistent. "I kept a close watch on the council building at night as well, so I'm absolutely certain. Not even late at night has Uchiha Sasuke taken a single step outside." B nodded emphatically, patting his chest in assurance. No one's allowed to disturb him, and it's a sealed-off environment. Hiruzen muttered to himself, then asked, "Do you know why Uchiha Sasuke has locked himself inside the council building?" He said he was going into seclusion to train. That's what Sasuke himself claimed. B replied. Hearing this, Hiruzen fell into thought for a moment. Suddenly, as if something had dawned on him, the old man's face blossomed into a sly, almost triumphant smile. With a cold chuckle, he said, "Seclusion training? Oof. I've never heard of a ninja needing to lock himself away just to train. It's not as if he's conducting some kind of experiment or research. If my guess is correct, this so-called training in seclusion is nothing but a cover. What he's really doing is recovering from his injuries. Of course, it could also be that he's trying to regain his balance after suffering the side effects of using such overwhelming power. Looks like the boy isn't invincible after all. To wield power that strong, there's always a price to pay." Hiruzen burst out laughing, the sound echoing through the room, his expression one of someone who had finally figured everything out. Narrowing his eyes, his voice now carrying a chilling undertone, he continued, Perhaps this is the opportunity we've been waiting for. The perfect chance to eliminate Uchiha Sasuke for good. Father, since that's the case, I'll gather the elite of the Umbu right away, storm the Uchiha compound, and eliminate Sasuke Uchiha for good. Rid Konoha of this menace. Sarutobi Shinosuke leapt through the window into the office, his face ablaze with excitement. Clearly, he had overheard Hiruzen Sarutobi's analysis from outside a moment ago, and instantly felt his father's reasoning was flawless. This was the perfect opportunity to get rid of Sasuke Uchiha. His hatred for the Uchiha was no less than Hiruzen's. After all, as a son, he had to watch helplessly as his own father was humiliated, powerless to intervene. That feeling of suppressed frustration and impotence was truly suffocating. So now, at the first hint of a chance to take Sasuke down, he couldn't help but step forward and volunteer, saying, "Father, let me lead the team myself and bring back Sasuke Uchiha's head." But what if Sasuke Uchiha really is secluded in training right now? Charging in recklessly like that is nothing short of suicide. Under his mask, B's face was tense with worry. He didn't share the nerve of the father and son. He genuinely considered the possibility that Sasuke was simply healing in seclusion. Secluded training? And you actually believe that? There isn't a single shinobi who locks themselves in a room to train. If you're going to train, you do it out in the open, in the training grounds. Sarutobi Shinosuke snorted impatiently, then continued. Besides, someone as arrogant and rebellious as Sasuke Uchiha wouldn't just shut himself away for no reason and go days without eating. He's clearly recovering from his injuries. Even if he's not, this is his moment of weakness. Our chances of taking him down are excellent. B was left speechless. Sasuke's behavior really did go against all common shinobi logic. After all, this was the world of ninjas, not some fantasy realm of secluded cultivation. There was no such thing as locking yourself away to train. At that moment, Sarutobi Shinosuke turned his gaze on B, rebuking him coldly. "And you've been a completely useless undercover agent. What did I do wrong?" B protested indignantly. Sarutobi Shinosuke let out a scornful laugh, berating him without reservation. "With something as major as this happening to Sasuke Uchiha, you should have reported to us at once. Instead, you waited until now to finally bring the news. If I hadn't sought you out, such vital intelligence would have slipped through the cracks. As expected, all the Uchiha are a bunch of fools, good for nothing but mindless fighting and completely useless at gathering intel." The more he spoke, the angrier he became, his frustration at B's slowness boiling over. After all, this guy had nearly cost him the perfect chance to eliminate Sasuke. He had to chew him out. Maybe then he'd finally get the message. Sarutobi Shinosuke pressed on. "If we'd had any other option, Father would never have picked you as an undercover agent. You're just too stew. That's enough. Shinosuke, don't say another word." Before he could finish speaking, he was abruptly cut off by Hiruzen Sarutobi's cold voice. After all the effort he'd put in to win over this undercover agent, he couldn't let his own son scare him away. Turning to B, he tried to reassure him. "B, Shinosuke is just a little too worked up. Please, don't take it to heart." B clenched his fists tightly and ground his teeth, cursing inwardly. Damn it, just because he's the Hokage's son, he thinks he can throw his weight around. I hope karma bites him back sooner or later. Seeing this, Hiruzen immediately turned to his eldest son, his face darkening with anger as he began to scold him. B has chosen to forsake the darkness for the light. He embodies the will of fire and is our comrade. How dare you brat, insult him so recklessly? Apologize to B at once." But Sarutobi Shinosuke had no intention of apologizing. Apologize to a fool like that? Impossible. Instead, he pressed Hiruzen impatiently. "Father, it's been days already. By now, Uchiha Sasuke's wounds are probably almost healed. We need to act immediately. We can't afford any more delay. If we wait until that guy's fully recovered, we'll miss out on the perfect opportunity. There's no need to rush." Hiruzen waved his hand dismissively, always the cautious one. He refused to be as impatient as his son. He pushed aside the thick stack of documents on his desk, then reached underneath to pull out a crystal ball, which he set down in front of him. "Even though it's likely Uchiha Sasuke is still recuperating, just to be safe, I think we should first observe the situation carefully." Hiruzen stroked the crystal ball, a flood of thoughts crossing his mind. In the past, this thing was always used to keep an eye on the health of women in the village. Now, at last, it's being put to proper use. "Father, isn't this a little too cautious? Besides, what if he notices and we end up alerting him?" Shinosuke frowned. "There's no such thing as being too careful. It won't take long to check. As for alerting him, there's no chance of that. You can rest easy. My secret technique is extremely discreet. No one could ever detect it. Hiruzen stroked his beard with confidence. After all, he had years of experience watching over women's bathhouses. B. Give me the exact location. Hiruzen ordered. The Uchiha Meeting Hall. It's right at the center of the Uchiha compound. B replied, leaning in and widening his eyes to peer at the crystal ball on the desk. Hiruzen formed a hand seal and muttered under his breath. Ninja art. Far-seeing mirror. In the next moment, an image appeared within the crystal ball, showing the very heart of the Uchiha compound. The three of them gazed into the crystal ball, taking in the full view of the Uchiha territory. It was as if a surveillance camera had been installed high above the Uchiha compound. With a change of hand signs, Hiruzen Sarutobi manipulated the image within the crystal ball, gradually zooming in on the central building of the Uchiha enclave. Move aside, you're blocking my view. Sarutobi Shinizuke pressed his face closer to the crystal ball, shoving B aside in the process. Damn it, so arrogant. I curse you. May karma catch up to you sooner rather than later. Squeezed out of the way, B fumed silently, cursing in his heart. Meanwhile, the crystal ball's image drew closer and closer, soon passing through the conference hall's walls. The interior scene was laid bare before the three pairs of eyes. And then, all three of them froze, dumbstruck. Their throats worked in unison as they swallowed hard. What kind of monster is that? Is that really the true form of Uchiha Sasuke? Shinizuke's voice trembled as he spoke. What appeared before them was a figure over 4 meters tall, with a thick mane of hair, sitting cross-legged with eyes closed, every inch of his body covered in terrifying muscle. A humanoid being, but something far beyond ordinary. Could this really be Uchiha Sasuke's true form? But this doesn't look injured at all. Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart was shaken to the core. All his careful analysis seemed utterly pointless. He felt that the creature in the crystal ball image could flatten him with a single slap. At that very moment, Sasuke, who was in the midst of shrinking his body, sensed someone spying on him. His eyes flew open in an instant. The eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and the Six-Tomo Rinnegan blazed to life in the blink of an eye. Who's there? His roar thundered out like a crack of lightning. The Rinnegan in his left eye flared with a strange, ominous purple light. A surge of overwhelming mental power instantly surged toward the source of the prying gaze. Bang! Back in the Hokage's office, the crystal ball on the desk exploded without warning, sending a hail of razor-sharp shards flying in every direction. A split second later, the force of the unleashed Rinnegan's mental power rippled outward in a shockwave, blasting from the crystal ball's epicenter to fill the entire room. Crash! 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 The three of them had no time to react. They were hurled through the air and slammed hard against the walls, coughing up blood on impact. The Hokage's desk was blown apart into countless splinters. The papers that had been stacked atop, they were shredded to confetti, fluttering through the air like a snowstorm. The office was left in utter chaos. Shinizuke let out a heart-rending scream. He collapsed to his knees, clutching his eyes in agony, his whole face a mask of blood and torn flesh. He had pressed too close to the crystal ball, so when it exploded, most of the shards had embedded themselves in his face, blinding him instantly. Serves you right. That's karma for you, acting so high and mighty. Seeing Shinizuke in such a pitiful state, B couldn't help but gloat inwardly, feeling utterly vindicated. Although the crystal ball had just exploded and he was injured, with his mask shattered to pieces, exposing a face blackened by burns. Because he had been farther from a blast, his wounds weren't too severe. He had only been struck in the chest by flying shards, blood seeping out in considerable amounts. Compared to the injuries suffered by Sarutobi Shinizuke, his were hardly worth mentioning. On the other side, Hiruzen Sarutobi clutched his bleeding abdomen, his face filled with utter shock. What kind of technique was this? Even from such a distance, that power had traveled through the crystal ball, wounding all three of them. Such a bizarre method. He had never seen anything like it. Clearly, it was time to reassess the threat posed by Uchiha Sasuke. He was so shaken that he barely registered his own son's anguished cries. Just then, a flurry of sharp sounds cut through the air. What's going on, Lord Third? Has someone attacked the Hokage building? Where's the enemy? The commotion and the piercing screams from the Hokage's office sent the shadow guard stationed outside rushing in. Hiruzen coughed, raising a hand to calm them, speaking with practiced composure. There's no enemy. You needn't be alarmed. I was conducting a secret technique experiment, and there was a minor accident. He coughed again, blood flecking his lips, which he hastily wiped away with his sleeve before issuing his next order. That's enough. I don't need you worrying about this. Take Shinizuke to the hospital right away. His injuries are severe and require urgent treatment. With Konoha's level of medical expertise, giving Sarutobi Shinizuke a new pair of eyes would be no challenge at all. So, At this moment, Hiruzen Sarutobi remained perfectly composed, his demeanor calm and unhurried, as if this really was nothing more than a failed experimental mishap. The shadow guards exchanged uneasy glances. There was something incredibly suspicious about this explanation. They took in the wreckage of the Hokage's office, then looked at Sarutobi Shinosuke's face, now horribly disfigured. It was hard to believe such devastation resulted from a mere failed experiment. Besides, why would anyone conduct secret technique experiments in the Hokage's office? Though their heads swirled with questions, they suppressed the urge to demand answers, and instead lifted Shinosuke, preparing to carry him to the hospital. Just as they were about to leave, Hiruzen Sarutobi called out to stop them again. After you brought Shinosuke to the hospital, notify the 2 elders and the head of the Huga clan. Tell them I want a meeting with all 3. Yes, sir. The shadow guards responded and prepared to head to Konoha Hospital. But then, Hiruzen Sarutobi stopped them once more. Wait. He glanced around at the chaotic mess that was the Hokage's office, rubbed his brow in frustration, and said helplessly, Make sure someone comes to clean up this office of mine. Yes, sir. Is there anything else you'd like us to do? Lord Third. That's all. But the members of the Shadow Guard didn't leave right away. Instead, they all looked at the 3rd Hokage in unison. After a brief silence, Hiruzen Sarutobi reminded them, Hurry up and go. Don't waste time. Otherwise, Shinosuke's injuries might get worse. Who's the one wasting time here, really? The Shadow Guard grumbled inwardly, but they promptly turned around and headed out. Just then, wait a moment. When he saw the group glance back at him with a look of resigned complaint, Hiruzen Sarutobi felt a bit awkward and explained, Ahem, I'm getting old. My memory isn't what it used to be. That's perfectly normal. After making an excuse for himself, he finally got to the real point. What happened today? Make sure you don't mention it to anyone. Not a word. Yes, sir. The Shadow Guard answered in unison. This time, Hiruzen didn't call them back again and finally allowed them to carry the unconscious Shinosuke away. After they left, Hiruzen and B looked at each other, eyes wide and silent. The atmosphere was tinged with a hint of awkwardness. Ahem. Hiruzen cleared his throat and was the first to speak, breaking the silence. It seems Uchiha Sasuke really was hiding his true self well, and it threw off all my calculations. Even so, all our efforts today haven't been in vain. At the very least, we now know who he truly is. He's a monster wearing a human face. That knowledge is invaluable to me. The way things unfolded might have been messy, but I don't consider it a loss. Easy for you to say, I got hurt. Your own son is not only disfigured, but blind as well. And you're still insisting it wasn't a loss? Are you kidding me? B screamed internally, but on the outside, he nodded repeatedly, pretending to agree wholeheartedly with Hiruzen Sarutobi. Now that we know who he really is, I have an extremely difficult task for you. Hiruzen fixed B with a stern, serious gaze. What task? A sense of deep foreboding washed over B. He was sure that whatever the 3rd Hokage wanted him to do, it would definitely have something to do with that Uchiha Sasuke. And sure enough, his hunch proved correct. Hiruzen Sarutobi spoke slowly. I want you at the crucial moment to reveal Uchiha Sasuke's true identity. Ideally, you'll expose him during a Uchiha clan assembly, with everyone present. Let the entire Uchiha clan know. This is a monster who has infiltrated their family. This, B's already singed face instantly went pale. He stammered, voice trembling. Lord Third, if you want to send me to my death, just say so. There's no need to beat around the bush. To expose Uchiha Sasuke as the monster that infiltrated their clan, and to do so in front of the entire family. Wasn't that simply a death wish? Lord Third, I must refuse this mission. Bing shook his head repeatedly. He had no intention of courting disaster. Don't be so quick to reject it. On the surface, this mission looks incredibly dangerous. But in reality, it's not as perilous as you imagine. Hiruzen Sarutobi slowly shook his head, his expression calm and confident. With a gentle chuckle, he began to explain. This monster possesses your Uchiha clan Sharingan. I suspect, just like Danzo, it obtained it through transplantation. It went to great lengths to disguise itself as Sasuke, infiltrated your clan, and has done everything to help the Uchihas, all to win your clan's favor. Though I do not know its true purpose, as an Uchiha, if you expose its true identity in front of so many people, it may lash out in anger and injure you severely, but it will not take your life. I don't believe it. If I really did that, I'd die a horrible death. Bing shook his head furiously. Foolish. Didn't I just explain? This monster has its own agenda, and needs your clan's approval to achieve it. With so many Uchihas present, if it still wants to gain favor, it will never go so far as to kill you. Think back. Has this monster ever killed anyone when punishing Uchiha clan members? Apart from causing serious injuries, has there been a single death? Bing thought carefully, then nodded. The third was right. When Sasuke disciplined Uchiha clan members, he never actually killed anyone. At most, he left them disabled. But he certainly didn't want to end up crippled. So he still refused, saying, "No, even if I don't die, I could end up maimed. I don't want to become like that. If I do, I can't even be a ninja anymore. You need not worry about that. I give you my word. As long as you're injured, no matter how grave, Konoha will spare no effort to heal you." Seeing Bing's lingering hesitation, Hiruzen Sarutobi offered a heavy reward. If you can successfully expose the monster's true identity and foil its scheme, you will become the greatest hero in Konoha's history. I will grant you a full day's access to the Scroll of Seals. For that entire day, you may study any forbidden technique within its pages. Lord Third, do you truly mean it? You'll allow an Uchiha to read the Scroll of Seals. Longing shone in Bing's eyes. That was the Scroll of Seals. It held countless forbidden techniques, secret arts, and powerful jutsu. Mastering even one of them would cause his strength to skyrocket. To call the Scroll of Seals Konoha's most precious treasure was no exaggeration. He hadn't expected Hiruzen Sarutobi to be so generous, offering such a high price. "Asugaha, my vort is my bond." Of course, that's only if you can complete the mission smoothly, Hiruzen replied, his expression calm and composed. After a moment of silence, Beat clenched his teeth and nodded sharply. "All right, I accept. As long as Uchiha Sasuke is present at the clan meeting, I'll expose his true nature to everyone. Fortune favors the bold. If he could complete the mission and master the powerful jutsu recorded in the Scroll of Seals, maybe his strength could even reach Kage level." He decided to take the gamble. And after the third's analysis just now, he realized that at worst, he might end up crippled, but there was no risk of death. This was a deal where he stood only to gain. A wise choice. "Now, head back to the Uchiha and look for your opportunity," Hiruzen said with a cheerful smile. "Understood." He gave the third Hokage a respectful bow, his face full of anticipation. Then, with a swift body flicker technique, his figure vanished from the Hokage's office. Hiruzen Sarutobi stared coldly at the spot where B had disappeared. Let an Uchiha clan member read the Scroll of Seals? What a joke. With Sasuke's temperament, if B dared to expose him in public, he'd be dead for sure. Exchanging the life of a worthless spy for the exposure of Uchiha Sasuke's true nature, Hiruzen thought it a fair trade. A few minutes later, creak, the door to the Hokage's office swung open. Hamura Midokado, Kobayudatane, and Hayashi Hyuga entered one after another. Taking in the state of the office, all three froze in surprise. "Hiruzen, what happened here? Did a fight break out in your office?" Hamura couldn't help but ask. "Just a minor hiccup, nothing you need to worry about." Hiruzen waved it off, quickly steering the conversation elsewhere. "I called you all here because there's something important we need to discuss. It concerns the Uchiha. Come, let's move to the next room. I'll explain everything in detail there." Hiruzen brushed past the trio and led them into the adjacent room. This was a small meeting room, one table for chairs, perfect for the four of them to confer. Once they'd all sat down, Hamura was the first to speak up. "Hiruzen, I've got a mountain of affairs waiting for me back in my office. If you've got something to say, let's get to the point." Ahem. Hiruzen cleared his throat and adopted a serious tone. "I'm planning to hold a meeting this afternoon. All the clan heads must attend." "What? Didn't we agree to wait until we'd finished dealing with current matters before calling the meeting? Why move it up all of a sudden?" Koharu frowned, puzzled. "The reason for moving it ahead is that I've received reliable intelligence. If we hold the meeting this afternoon, Uchiha Sasuke absolutely won't be present. In other words, the only one from the Uchiha clan who might show up would be Fugaku. And dealing with Fugaku at the negotiating table, well, that couldn't be easier. Though we may not be able to best the Uchiha in a direct confrontation, when it comes to negotiations, we hold all the power. What can Fugaku possibly use to compete with us?" Hiruzen Sarutobi's expression remained calm. After all, it was at the negotiating table that they had once forced Fugaku to back down, step by step, surrendering their interests. "As long as we take advantage of Sasuke's absence and finalize everything today, the Uchiha clan won't be getting a single benefit from this incident." Hiruzen's voice turned cold. "You're so certain Sasuke won't come to the meeting? Are you sure about this, Hiruzen? And where did you get your information?" Midokado Hamura's face was filled with doubt. "I guarantee it. Sasuke won't show up. As for my sources, that's not something you need to know." Hiruzen's expression was grave. He'd already confirmed through the crystal ball that Sasuke had shut himself away to train and would likely remain in seclusion for the time being. Well, even so, once Sasuke finds out what happened, You know as well as I do that he'll deny everything with that shameless streak of his and demand we redistribute the spoils. And the main purpose of this meeting is to select a new elder to fill the seat left vacant by Danzo's departure. If Sasuke learns afterward that his clan lost out on the position, do you really think he'll just let it go? Hamura frowned, pressing the question. There are rules at the negotiating table. If an agreement is reached, only for one person to come along and overturn it. Then he's the one being unreasonable. A person who disregards all rules. If Sasuke causes trouble over this, every other clan and every shinobi in Konoha will only become more alienated from the Uchiha. The Uchiha will be completely isolated. Before, thanks to Sasuke exposing Danzo's true nature, the other clan's opinion of the Uchiha had actually improved, which wasn't good for us. But if after this meeting, Sasuke kicks up a fuss over the elder's seat, that goodwill will vanish in an instant. Koharu, Uchiha sneered. Koharu's right. My real aim here is to use this opportunity to return the Uchiha to their old, ostracized state. To make everything Sasuke has worked for go entirely to waste. Hiruzen shot Koharu a look of approval, secretly surprised that the old woman had managed to guess his true intentions. I have another question. At that moment, Hayashi Hyuga spoke up. He waited until the other three had focused their attention on him before continuing. Exactly. The exposure of Danzo's crimes this time is entirely thanks to Uchiha Sasuke's efforts. If the Uchiha clan doesn't earn a seat among the elders, those ninja clans that have recently started to warm up to them may not be pleased, don't you think? That's precisely why I called you all here today. Hiruzen Tsurutobi, his aged face breaking into a smile, said, Let's discuss this together. Before the official meeting begins, we need to come up with a reasonable justification for denying the Uchiha clan a seat among the elders. Hamura Midokado, Kobayudatane, and Hayashi Hyuga all nodded in agreement at his words, then began to discuss the matter among themselves. Meanwhile, Tsurutobi stood up, left the meeting room, and summoned a member of the Anbu, giving him a command. Go and inform the heads of each clan to gather in the main conference hall at the Hokage Tower this afternoon. Understood. The anonymous ninja gave a respectful nod, then vanished in a flicker, using the body flicker technique. Tsurutobi returned to the smaller meeting room and resumed his discussion with the other three. A long, slow exhale escaped. In the next instant, Sasuke opened his eyes. His deep black pupils seemed to hold a certain allure, as if they could draw a person in. He glanced down at his body and nodded in satisfaction. By now, he had shed the hulking, 4-meter-tall muscular form and returned to a normal physique. Estimating his height, he figured he stood around 1.70 meters, about the same as his counterpart from the original timeline during the Shippuden era. Yet in terms of appearance, he was quite different from that version of himself. Sasuke's hair now flowed in smooth, long locks, his features more striking and handsome than ever. His fair skin seemed almost luminous, giving off an aura of vitality. A gentle smile lit up his face, making him seem as warm and refreshing as a spring breeze. He no longer gave off the aloof, arrogant vibe that the second son of the original timeline was known for. Instead, his entire presence was reminiscent of a transcendent cultivator, otherworldly and refined, nothing like a typical ninja. With a graceful motion, Sasuke retrieved a white robe from the system's inventory and draped it over himself. The flowing garment accentuated his ethereal, otherworldly aura even more. Though he no longer sported bulging muscles and appeared somewhat less intimidating, the reality was quite the opposite. Sasuke could clearly sense that, in this state, his strength was even more formidable and terrifying than before. His physical defenses had also reached a whole new level. It was true. Sometimes, less is more. Moreover, his control over his own power had grown even more precise. With a snap of his fingers, Sasuke gathered energy at his fingertip and flicked it forward with force. A compressed blast of air shot out in an instant, boring a gaping hole straight through a wooden pillar nearby. He then gathered his strength in his palm and struck forward. A terrifying blast of wind howled out, and the unlucky wooden pillar, already riddled with holes, was instantly shattered into splinters. Seeing this, Sasuke broke into a smile. It seemed that he had now mastered the skill of compressing air. As long as he focused his power on a specific part of his body, he could unleash a shockwave of air. Its force was no less than that of an A-rank wind-release jutsu, perhaps even stronger. Moreover, the attack formed in an instant, making it nearly impossible for enemies to defend against. This will be my exclusive battle mode from now on. Dressed all in white, I think I'll call it the White God form. With that, Sasuke gave this new state of his a bold and imposing name. In the White God form, I'll probably be able to withstand Susanoo with my own body, right? I'll have to find a chance to test it out. With this thought, Sasuke pushed open the door and walked out of the Uchiha clan's council building. The afternoon sunlight bathed his face in warmth, prompting him to take a deep, contented breath. How wonderful it felt to bask in sunshine again after so long. Senior, you finally came out. I almost thought you were going to stay in seclusion all day. Fugaku came running over in a fluster. Is there something you need? Sasuke glanced at him coolly. But Fugaku just stared, momentarily speechless. Sasuke's transformed appearance had clearly stunned him. So handsome. Is this what Sasuke will look like when he grows up? He really does take after me. Fugaku thought to himself. Do you need something from me? Sasuke asked, frowning. Alerted by the stern tone, Fugaku snapped back to attention and hurriedly explained. Here's the thing. 2 hours ago, old man Hiruzen Sarutobi sent someone to inform me. He wanted me to attend a meeting to discuss the matter of the Konoha Elder Council. Oh, and what does that have to do with me? Sasuke looked completely unconcerned. Well, actually, I was hoping you could come with me. Fugaku said, a little embarrassed. What kind of clan leader are you, anyway? You need me to step in for something this trivial? Besides, I'm not exactly the type to enjoy sparring with a bunch of politicians. Sasuke's rebuke was blunt and unreserved. Fugaku wasn't offended, though. There was no one else around, and by now he was rather used to this treatment. He just kept smiling and said, I'm even less suited to negotiations than you are. Every time I talk with Hiruzen and the others, they run rings around me. Sigh. So many of the clan's interests have slipped through my fingers at the negotiating table. I really am an unfit clan leader. If you hadn't stepped in to help, I'm afraid the Uchiha clan would have been wiped out by now. He began by putting himself down, then quickly moved on to praise Sasuke's achievements, before continuing. A powerhouse like you, senior, is an intimidating presence just by showing up at the meeting. Hiruzen, Sarutobi, and the others will definitely rein in their behavior. If you wish, the position of Konoha Elder is yours for the taking. After all, your contributions to Konoha speak for themselves. I believe no one would object. Well, since you're so aware of your own position, I'll go with you this time. As for being a Konoha Elder, I'm not interested in that at all. Sasuke nodded in agreement. He had nothing else pressing to do anyway, so he might as well attend and see for himself how politicians like Hiruzen bicker and argue at these meetings. Thank you so much, senior. Fugaku quickly expressed his gratitude, then added, It seems my vision was too narrow. How could a mere elder seat be worthy of someone like you? Only the Hokage's office could ever be a proper match. Hokage? Heh, I have zero interest in that. Sasuke spoke with disdain, utterly unimpressed by the Hokage's title. To put it bluntly, Hokage is just a glorified village head. Besides, life as Hokage is exhausting. Just look at Naruto, the 7th Hokage in the original timeline. Once he became Hokage, Naruto was basically a poster child for burnout. So Sasuke really couldn't understand why so many people coveted the Hokage's seat. Was the will of fire really just that powerful a form of brainwashing? You don't even care about being Hokage? Senior, you truly are remarkable. Clearly, your ambitions and vision are far beyond what frogs at the bottom of a well like me can even imagine. I'm in awe, truly in awe. Fugaku looked at Sasuke with admiration, piling on the flattery. The Hokage's seat was the Uchiha clan's ultimate dream. Yet Sasuke dismissed it as beneath him. Indeed, ants can never comprehend the minds of giants. One empty show, how tiresome. Let's just get going. Sasuke strode ahead, his face expressionless. Hith. Fugaku forced a dry laugh and hurried to catch up. But after only a couple of steps, a sharp, commanding voice suddenly rang out. Stop! You can't go any further. With a sudden whoosh, Uchiha Itachi appeared before them out of nowhere, blocking their path. Itachi? What do you think you're doing? Don't make trouble. I'm headed to a meeting with Senior here. Move aside at once. Fugaku recognized his eldest son and immediately barked at him. Forgive me, father. I can't obey your orders this time. Itachi gave Fugaku a slight bow, then turned to Sasuke, his tone icy. You saved the Uchiha clan, and for that, I am truly grateful. But that's one thing. This is another. My younger brother, Sasuke Uchiha. Where have you taken him? Did you get him killed? Answer me. Itachi fixed his gaze on Sasuke, his eyes cold as ice. As someone who cared deeply for his younger brother, nothing else mattered to him. Not even the savior of the Uchiha. All he cared about was Sasuke's safety. How dare you? Is that any way to speak to the one who saved our family? Besides, a warrior of this caliber would never stoop so low as to harm a mere child. Once the time is right, he'll explain everything to us himself. Itachi, listen to me. Stop making a scene. Apologize to him right now. If you show sincere remorse, I'm sure he'll forgive your disrespect. He's generous enough for that. Before Sasuke could say a word, Fugaku cut in, scolding Itachi sternly. He was afraid, terrified in fact, that Sasuke might lose his temper and strike down Itachi on the spot. So he demanded that Itachi apologize at once. But clearly, he'd underestimated the stubbornness of an older brother obsessed with his siblings' well-being. Answer me. What have you done to my brother Sasuke? Until I get an answer, I won't let you take a single step forward. Itachi stared coldly at Sasuke, ignoring Fugaku's words entirely. Good grief. My dear son, are you trying to get yourself killed? Seeing this, Fugaku could hardly contain his panic. He'd witnessed Sasuke's ruthless methods at the last clan meeting. Though Sasuke hadn't killed anyone, he'd left his opponents maimed for life. Fugaku had no desire to see his own son end up in such a state. Please don't be angry, sir. My eldest son is just worried about his brother. He's always been a bit too single-minded. Fugaku quickly apologized to Sasuke, then turned to Itachi, his expression darkening. Sir, if you'll just give me a moment, I'll make sure this ungrateful child learns his lesson. With that, Fugaku rolled up his sleeves, his knuckles cracking sharply as he prepared to march toward Itachi. But he'd barely taken a step before Sasuke reached out to block his way. No need for that. I actually admire those who know they're outmatched, but still step up to challenge me. And I especially welcome anyone who seeks out a little punishment on their own. Sasuke smiled warmly at Itachi, not the least bit angry. In fact, he was even a little pleased. This was the perfect chance to test the strength of his current body, to see if he could stand up to Susanoo in a direct fight. When Fugaku saw the gentle smile on Sasuke's face, he turned pale at once and hurriedly said, Sir, there's no need for you to dirty your own hands. Let me handle it. I promise you'll be satisfied with the result. Enough with the chatter. Sasuke, growing impatient, tossed Fugaku behind him with a quick motion, but still took a moment to explain. Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. I won't go overboard. At most, I'll just give him a slight punishment. A slight punishment, he says. Huh. Fugaku could only manage a helpless, bitter smile in his heart. He remembered the last time Sasuke had said something like this. He had electrocuted Uchiha Sajin into a blackened lump, leaving the poor man bedridden for days. Yet Fugaku didn't dare say a word more. If he really angered Sasuke, even he might not escape misfortune. At that moment, Sasuke raised his middle and index fingers toward Itachi, his expression calm and composed as he spoke. I'll defend myself using only these two fingers. Come at me with everything you have. No matter what kind of attack you use, as long as you can touch any part of my body, other than these two fingers, I'll give you the answer you seek. How about it? Isn't this a bit too arrogant? Too boastful? Watching from behind, Fugaku found the scene hard to stomach, grumbling furiously to himself. He knew Sasuke was incredibly strong, almost monstrously so, but his own son, Uchiha Itachi, was no pushover either. After all, Itachi was a Kage-level powerhouse who had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. Trying to subdue his son with just two fingers? Wasn't that looking down on him a bit too much? Bastard, stop underestimating me. Even Itachi, who was usually cool and composed, couldn't bear Sasuke's blatant contempt. To try and pin him down with just two fingers, wasn't that pure, unfiltered disdain? You'll pay for your arrogance. Itachi let out a furious shout, his hands becoming a blur as countless kunai flew from his grasp. The air was pierced by the sharp whistling of blades as a rain of kunai swept towards Sasuke. Don't you ever learn? Why do you keep using these toys against me? Sasuke frowned slightly, clearly unimpressed by Itachi's tactics. With just a few swift flicks of his two fingers, he sent most of the kunai flying aside. Not a single blade managed to touch his body. We're not done yet. Let me show you what true Uchiha throwing technique looks like. Itachi sneered. Even as he spoke, the kunai that had flown past Sasuke collided behind him. Amidst a harsh screech of clashing metal, countless kunai ricocheted, shooting back towards Sasuke from behind. But this time, their target wasn't Sasuke himself. It was the ground at his feet. With a series of sharp thuds, a barrage of kunai embedded themselves into the ground all around Sasuke, each one trailing a length of razor-sharp steel wire. In an instant, these wires crisscrossed and tangled, forming a chaotic web that trapped Sasuke at its center. You really think you can hold me with these toy strings? Sasuke gazed at the wires encircling him, his face emotionless. If I can hold you for even a single second, if I can disrupt you, keep you from moving for just a moment, that's enough. As he spoke, Itachi's form vanished from sight. A heartbeat later, he reappeared directly in front of Sasuke, less than 5 meters between them. Put away that arrogant look. Next, you'll pay the price for your recklessness. Kill. With a furious roar, the chakra that had been building up inside Itachi erupted in an instant. A thunderous surge. Chakra surged around him, condensing into a tangible form. In the blink of an eye, a towering crimson giant took shape. Susanoo, fourth form, activated. With a swift motion, dense chakra gathered in the giant's hand, instantly forming a massive crimson sword. This is what you asked for. Itachi's expression twisted with intensity as he commanded Susanoo, swinging the giant sword down toward Sasuke. Still, he had no intention of taking Sasuke's life, so he aimed for the arm instead of the head. Even so, Fugaku was alarmed and quickly shouted to stop him. "Stop, Itachi! Are you out of your mind?" He hadn't expected his son to abandon all restraint and go straight for his ultimate move. There was no way Sasuke could summon his own Susanoo in such a short time. And if victory was seized through such a shameless sneak attack, wouldn't it just enrage the other party? By then, who in the entire Uchiha clan could withstand Sasuke's wrath? As Fugaku's heart pounded with anxiety, he witnessed a scene he would never forget for the rest of his life. He saw Sasuke slowly raise 2 fingers and with astonishing ease block the descending Susanoo sword. Then, with a slight squeeze of those fingers, crack, 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 a sharp snap resounded, and the Susanoo sword first split with countless fractures, then shattered entirely, bursting into fragments of chakra that scattered and vanished into the air. It was as if the Susanoo sword had never existed at all. A sharp gasp escaped Fugaku. Impossible. That was Susanoo, the most powerful offensive ocular jutsu of the Mangekyo Sharingan. It was said to be able to cleave a mountain in 2 with a single strike. Yet now, Sasuke had crushed the Susanoo sword with nothing but 2 fingers, relying solely on his physical strength. Shattered it, as if it were nothing. What sort of monster was this? Uchiha Fugaku felt his entire worldview collapsing. He was utterly shaken, as if struck by a century's worth of shock all at once. Even Uchiha Madara, the legendary mightiest in Uchiha history, probably couldn't have accomplished this. I told you, all your elaborate schemes to trap me are utterly pointless. Sasuke glanced at his 2 unharmed fingers and gently blew on them, his expression calm as he looked at Itachi. The test was complete. His body was now strong enough to withstand Susanoo head-on. He wondered, though, whether he could take on Susanoo in its fully manifested form. But that would have to wait for a test with Uchiha Madara someday. After all, the highest form Itachi could summon was only the 4th form, hardly enough for a true test. At this moment, Itachi was utterly stunned, frozen like a statue. He simply couldn't believe what had just happened before his eyes. His Susanoo blade shattered just like that, and the other party had done it with only 2 fingers. How was he supposed to fight such a monstrous opponent? His composure was in shambles. Sure enough, their strengths were on completely different levels. There was no comparison at all. How could someone like this even exist in the world of shinobi? In a sudden movement, he dispelled his Susanoo, his face ashen and lifeless, slumping weakly to the ground. Looking up at Sasuke, he spoke bitterly. "I was wrong. The arrogant fool here was me. I actually dare to challenge you. How ridiculously ignorant I was, biting off more than I could chew." A swift whoosh. Sasuke appeared before Itachi in a flash, his voice calm and indifferent. "As long as you understand. Next time, think twice before seeking defeat." With that, he flicked Itachi's forehead with a curled finger. A sharp crack. Itachi was sent flying, smashing trash bins along the way to pieces before crashing heavily onto the roadside, completely losing consciousness. This elder. Witnessing the scene, Fugaku couldn't help but cry out in alarm, hurrying over to Itachi's side. "He's not dead. What are you panicking for?" If I'd been serious, his head would have exploded already. Sasuke replied coolly. Still uneasy, Fugaku lifted Itachi and carefully examined him. Once he was sure there was no serious harm, he let out a long sigh of relief and turned to thank Sasuke. "Thank you, Elder, for your mercy. After this, I doubt Itachi will trouble you again." Then Fugaku called over a member of the Uchiha clan, instructing him to take Itachi for treatment, before cautiously addressing Sasuke. "So, Elder, now that everything's settled, should we head to the meeting now, or would you like to rest first? Whatever you decide, I'll follow your lead." After this incident, Fugaku's attitude became much more respectful than before. After all, this was someone who could take on Susanoo with his bare body. He wouldn't dare show the slightest disrespect. And though he didn't know why such a powerful figure had chosen to take on the appearance of his younger son, Sasuke, wasn't this the perfect opportunity to attach himself to a true powerhouse? He had to seize it. As for his real son, Uchiha Sasuke, Fugaku felt that, honestly, he wasn't all that important. Trading away an unimpressive son for a peerless master, that was a bargain by any calculation. After all, you could always have another son, but a chance to ally with a legend like this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He absolutely had to hold on to it. It might seem a little cold-hearted, but that was truly what Fugaku was thinking at the moment. Soon, The two of them arrived at the Hokage building. The large conference room, reserved for village-wide meetings, wasn't on the first floor but the second. So Sasuke followed Fugaku up the stairs and arrived at the corridor outside the large conference room on the second floor. Clan leader Fugaku, you're finally here. Please, come in. The others have been waiting for you. You're the last to arrive. The guard at the entrance to the conference room quickly stepped aside when he saw the two of them, making way for Fugaku to enter. But just as Sasuke was about to follow, the guard reached out to block his path. Sorry, but only the clan leaders and Konoha's upper ranks can attend this meeting. You're just an ordinary Uchiha clansman. Please wait outside. Again? Sasuke raised an eyebrow as he stared at the arm blocking his way. He was just about to toss the guard aside when Fugaku, noticing what was happening behind him, turned and barked. How dare you try to stop him? Open your eyes and look closely. This is the hero of Konoha who exposed Danzo's crimes. He's no ordinary Uchiha. What? The guard was taken aback and began to scrutinize the handsome young man in front of him. Because Sasuke was still in his white god form at the moment, the guard hadn't recognized him right away. But as he looked more carefully, the contours of this striking face gradually overlapped with the image of the 7-year-old Uchiha Sasuke in his memory. I'm so sorry. I truly apologize. I failed to recognize the great hero standing before me. Please forgive my ignorance. But if I may say, hero, it's your fault for becoming so handsome. It's truly hard to recognize you now. The guard hurriedly stepped aside, flattering Sasuke with a respectful and rather sycophantic tone. As he watched the two figures walk away, the guard wiped the cold sweat from his brow. That was close, far too close. Just now, he'd practically been courting death. How could he have dared to stop someone so dangerous? He'd almost lost his life. Still shivering from the close call, he patted his chest repeatedly to calm himself. Looks like after work, he'd need to visit the pleasure district and find a few charming girls to soothe his frazzled nerves. When did I become a hero of Konoha? Sasuke asked Fugaku, looking utterly exasperated. Oh, I forgot to mention. That's my mistake. Fugaku smacked his forehead, then hurried to explain. These past few days, you've been in seclusion training, so you probably haven't heard. Not only did you expose Danzo's crimes, you also wiped out the cancer that was the Shimura clan. With those 2 feats alone, how could you not be Konoha's hero? A hero? Oof. I have no interest in being anyone's hero. Taking down Danzo and destroying the Shimura clan, I did it simply because I wanted to. There's nothing more to it. And besides, this is probably just Hiruzen Sarutobi's way of killing with kindness. Sasuke replied coolly. Kakashi's father, Tsukumo Hitaki, was once a great hero of Konoha, but in the end, he met a tragic and lonely fate. The same could be said for Minato Namikaze. It seemed that becoming a hero of Konoha almost always led to a tragic end, one so dismal that even a dog wouldn't envy it. Of course, with the strength he now possessed, there was no way he would suffer such a fate. Is this Sarutobi's slime method of killing with kindness? I can't say for sure, but a lot of the ninja in the village do call the seniors by that nickname, Fugaku replied, shaking his head. Let them call me whatever they want. If that old fox Sarutobi thinks he can use this pitiful title to tie me down, then he's far too naive. Sasuke sneered, a cold smile playing on his lips. The heavy doors of the conference hall creaked open, and Fugaku strode in at the head of the group. The room was bright and spacious, illuminated by the ample light pouring in through a massive floor-to-ceiling window, as well as the overhead fixtures. A long table dominated the center of the room, and now, both sides of it were filled with people. At the head of the table sat Hiruzen Sarutobi, the 3rd Hokage. Closest to him were the 2 elders of Konoha. The rest were the heads of all the major clans. Everyone present held a position of great importance. It could be said that the very core of Konoha had gathered here. As the doors opened, all eyes turned in unison toward the entrance. Seeing that Fugaku had arrived late, Hiruzen Sarutobi's face immediately darkened with displeasure. Fugaku, what took you so long? I recall that I sent someone to inform you this morning. You were told exactly when the meeting would begin. But here we are, left waiting for you, sitting idle for over 2 hours. As Sarutobi spoke, his voice grew louder, as if he wanted to stir up the crowd and make an example of Fugaku. Yet inside, he was secretly delighted. He hadn't expected Fugaku to be so reckless, to show up late to such an important meeting by more than 2 hours. Wasn't this the perfect excuse to single him out? He had no intention of letting Fugaku explain himself. Instead, he unleashed a barrage of criticism, his words firing off like a machine gun. Fugaku, your behavior is completely unacceptable. Do you take this crucial meeting for a joke? Or do you think none of us here deserve your respect? Do you think you can come and go as you please? Outrageous! With a resounding thud, Sarutobi slammed his hand on the table, his face full of righteous anger as he barked. Fugaku, I demand an explanation. You owe everyone here an explanation. As soon as Hiruzen finished, Hamura Midokado chimed in with a mocking sneer. TCH, a little success, and he's already swollen with pride. This is the arrogance of the Uchiha. Kohyudatane quickly picked up the thread, her voice laced with cold disdain. Huh, truly worthy of being a Uchiha. That arrogant attitude, just like a dog, can't change its ways. The three of them spoke one after another, as if Fugaku's tardiness were a crime as grave as breaking some heavenly law. In truth, their purpose was simple, to use this incident to stir up resentment against the Uchiha, hoping to push them back into isolation, cut off from any support. What's the matter, Fugaku? Have you nothing to say for yourself? It seems you really don't care about any of us at all. Fine, since you look down on us so much, then the Uchiha don't need to attend this meeting today. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke coldly, his eyes filled with disgust and disdain as he looked at Fugaku. In his heart, he hoped Fugaku would lose his temper and storm out, saving them all a great deal of trouble. Excluding the Uchiha would then become a matter of course. That's right. I agree with Hiruzen's decision. Get out, Fugaku. You no longer have the right to be part of this meeting. Kohyudatane chimed in from the side. Meanwhile, Fugaku stood at the doorway, his face expressionless as he watched the three put on their performance. Then, he turned aside, stepping back to make room, and bowed his head slightly in a respectful gesture. After you, Elder. But just now, I heard someone say that the Uchiha weren't worthy of attending this meeting. Oh, and who dare say the Uchiha aren't fit to be here? As this calm voice fell, Sasuke entered, a young man in white, strikingly handsome, walking in at an unhurried pace. His gaze swept over the room. There was no hint of violence, no oppressive aura, yet everyone felt a chill run down their spines. In that instant, it was as if a ferocious beast had fixed its gaze upon them. Koharu frowned, unsettled by an inexplicable sense of dread. But the feeling was fleeting, and she chalked it up to her imagination. Regaining her composure, she noticed the unfamiliar young man stepping out from behind Fugaku. A handsome youth, someone she didn't recognize. But it hardly mattered. At this moment, she was inwardly delighted. Fugaku was proving himself foolish indeed. Not only had he arrived late, but he'd also brought a stranger to such an important meeting. How could she pass up a chance to make an example of Fugaku's foolishness? Her face turned cold, and she feigned anger as she berated Fugaku sharply. Fugaku, what is the meaning of this? Not only are you late, but you've brought along some greenhorn. High-level meetings like this are no place for a child. He doesn't even have the right to listen in, yet you let him into the meeting room? Fugaku, you've gone too far. Now, take your people and get out of here. Don't force me to have you thrown out. If it comes to that, you'll... But before she could finish, Fugaku cut her off coldly. Shut your mouth, you old hag. Open your eyes and see clearly. This is the hero of Konoha who exposed Danzo's true face. As a key contributor to the incident, are you saying the elder has no right to attend a post-war council meeting? Fugaku's face was full of anger, openly defending Sasuke. Inside, however, he was elated, secretly thinking how foolish Koharu was. To scold the elder so arrogantly, to claim he's unworthy of the meeting. Wasn't she simply handing him the perfect chance to earn favor with the elder? But at this moment, no one cared what Fugaku was thinking. Everyone present was drawn in by Fugaku's words. The hero of Konoha who exposed Danzo's true nature. Wasn't that Uchiha Sasuke? So, their eyes all turned to scrutinize Sasuke, who stood at the entrance. As they looked, the outline of his face began to overlap with their memories. It didn't take long before shock dawned on them. They realized that the one before them was indeed Uchiha Sasuke, the very man who had wiped out the Shimura clan that night. Instantly, Midokado Hamura, Kohyudatane, and Hayashi Hyuga all turned their heads in unison, glaring sharply at Hiruzen Sarutobi, who sat at the head of the table. Their gazes seemed to say, "Didn't you swear up and down that Uchiha Sasuke would never attend his council? Well, now that he's here, everything we plotted out all morning is finished, completely useless." Hiruzen Sarutobi could only look back at them helplessly, his face the picture of innocence, as if to say, he had no idea how things had ended up like this either. Old woman, what else have you got to say now? Fugaku's sudden shout snapped the four elders out of their silent exchange of glances. Koharu looked from the expressionless Sasuke to the smug Fugaku. She hesitated for a moment, tempted to yield, but pride held her back. She simply couldn't swallow this humiliation. After all, she was a venerable elder of Konoha. How could she tolerate Fugaku's triumphant attitude? Gritting her teeth, she retorted sharply. So what if he's Uchiha Sasuke, the hero who revealed Danzo's true face? Rules are rules. This meeting is of the utmost importance. Only the Hokage, The elders and the clan heads of the main ninja families may attend. No matter how great the achievement, others have no right to be here. She turned her gaze from Fugaku to Sasuke, pointing a finger toward the door, her voice icy. So, Uchiha Sasuke, I must ask you to leave. This is not a place for you. Oh, old woman, are you saying I don't have the right to be here? Sasuke looked at Koharu Uchiha, his expression calm as he asked her a question. That's right, that's exactly what I mean. Koharu replied with certainty, showing no sign of backing down. Is that so? Sasuke took a step forward, slowly closing the distance between himself and Koharu. As he walked, he continued, but from where I stand, you old woman are the one least qualified to be at this meeting. You, what do you mean by that? I am an elder of the Leaf Village. How could I possibly be unqualified to attend this meeting? Stop talking such nonsense. As Sasuke drew closer, Koharu began to panic, her voice rising in pitch. I warn you, this is a conference room, a place for reasoned discussion, not a battlefield for violence. Every place has its rules, and just because you're powerful doesn't mean you can use force to get your way. That's absolutely impossible, do you hear me? And you stay back, don't come any closer. Fear flickered across Koharu's face as she retreated, dragging her chair away from Sasuke. The bottom of the chair scraped against the floor with a shrill, grating sound. Sasuke stepped up in front of her, towering over her as he sneered. A conference room is a place for reason. I agree with you completely. But the reason I say you have no right to be here is because you, old woman, were in league with that dog Danzo. You took part in those vile human experiments. Koharu's face changed instantly at his words. She snapped back, her voice sharp. Bastard, don't you dare slander me. I would never collude with Danzo. I had no knowledge whatsoever of those inhuman experiments. Then why, Sasuke pressed, when I executed that dog Danzo, was everyone silent, except for you. You were the only one to object, the only one to stand up in his defense. Koharu protested, her expression full of indignation. I was only moved by the long years of friendship. We were old comrades, and I couldn't bear to see Danzo end up so wretchedly. I simply felt pity, nothing more. You have no right to smear my name. You feel pity for someone who committed such monstrous crimes? You can't even come up with a better excuse. Now I'm more certain than ever. You and Danzo were partners in crime. What do you all think? Sasuke raised his voice, his eyes sweeping over the clan leaders present. Yes, I agree with Uchiha Sasuke. Feeling pity for scum like that is nothing but an excuse. Even if she wasn't colluding with Danzo to defend him so fiercely, I don't believe for a moment that Elder Koharu didn't have some secret dealings with him. If she's tied up with Danzo, then she's part of the Shimura clan, and the Shimura clan is a cancer to the Leaf. They must be purged, wiped out. Among the clan leaders of the ninja families, all except Hayashi Hyuga voiced their agreement with Sasuke's words. From the moment Koharu Uchiha stood up in public and opposed Danzo's execution, they had suspected that there was some secret collusion between the two. Now that Sasuke had pointed it out directly, of course they show their support. You're rebelling. All of you. I am one of Konoha's elders. How dare you slander me like this? Koharu's aged face twisted with outrage, her trembling finger pointing at the assembled clan leaders, her eyes filled with disbelief. She never imagined so many would truly think she and Danzo were in cahoots. What infuriated her most was that some even believed there was an illicit relationship between her and Danzo, a notion so absurd it left her speechless. Facing the clan leaders, she burst into a furious tirade, ranting and raving like a common scold. How dare you slander a village elder like this? You damn fools, you. Her string of curses was cut short when Sasuke suddenly seized her by the head. Enough. The evidence is overwhelming. You old woman, you were indeed conspiring with Danzo. Together with him, you carried out inhumane human experiments. Your crimes are monstrous, unforgivable. You deserve death. As Sasuke's voice rang with murderous intent and the pressure on her head increased, the threat of death closed in on Koharu, filling her with terror. She had never expected that merely voicing her distaste for Fugaku's scheming face would end up bringing about her own death. Desperate, she turned to Hiruzen Sarutobi for help. Hiruzen, help me. Save me. I'm being framed. I never colluded with Danzo, Wait. Hiruzen only managed to utter that word before a sharp crash echoed through the room. The floor-to-ceiling window shattered, leaving a gaping hole as Koharu, chair and all, was hurled out. Sasuke flicked his finger toward the figure in midair. With a piercing crack, an ultra-compressed blast of air tore through the silence and struck its mark. With a heavy thud, Koharu, hit by the air bullet, burst into a spray of blood in midair. Watching the blood rain down in the distance where Koharu had vanished, Hiruzen Sarutobi's eyes widened in shock, his face frozen in disbelief. Rage surged within him, rising higher with every moment. Damn it! Damn all! This was utter lawlessness. To kill a Konoha elder right in front of him, without the slightest regard for his authority as Hokage. The sheer audacity made him want to explode with fury. He was ready to risk everything against Sasuke. But just as his anger threatened to cloud his judgment, Sasuke's calm, emotionless voice washed over him like a bucket of cold water, bringing him back to his senses in an instant. Just now, I could have sworn I heard you say wait. So what is it? Are you defending the old woman? Do you truly believe she wasn't colluding with Danzo? Sasuke turned his head, narrowing his eyes as he looked at Hiruzen Sarutobi. A long, slow exhale escaped Hiruzen as he drew in a deep breath, barely managing to suppress the raging fury threatening to burst from within. Gritting his teeth, he forced out his words. Yes, I did say wait a moment. But what I meant was, don't kill anyone here, or you'll dirty the meeting room. At this point, Koharu Uchiha was already dead. Saying any more was pointless. In fact, saying too much might even invite disaster. Just like Koharu herself, simply for defending Danzo, she met such a tragic end. Truly pitiful. Oh, is that so? Then you can rest easy. I dragged that old hag outside before finishing her off. I made sure not to stain your precious meeting room. Sasuke shrugged, a pleasant smile on his face. Hiruzen, hearing this, had no choice but to take several more deep breaths to calm himself. Well, as expected from the hero of Konoha, so thoughtful and considerate, every single word squeezed through Hiruzen's clenched teeth. Oh, old man Sarutobi, are you breathing so heavily because you're relieved and delighted that I've eliminated another great threat to Konoha? Sasuke asked with a look of innocent curiosity. Everyone witnessing this couldn't help but secretly think that Sasuke was a devil. How could he go to man in his 60s like this? It was as if he truly wished for Hiruzen to snap on the spot. But they had all underestimated Hiruzen Sarutobi's endurance in times of crisis. After several more heavy breaths, his expression quickly returned to calm. He spoke with no hint of emotion. Enough. Since there's nothing else to discuss, let's not waste any more time. Let's get this meeting started. You two shouldn't just stand there either. Take your seats now. Hiruzen raised his hand and pointed toward 2 seats. They were, unmistakably, the last 2 places at the far end of the long meeting table. Seeing those seats at the very end, Fugaku's face immediately darkened, his brow furrowing. Hokage, what's the meaning of this? The Uchiha are the largest clan in Konoha. How can you assign us the lowest seats? Are you deliberately trying to humiliate us? Hiruzen let out a weary sigh, his face filled with resignation as he replied. Fugaku, it's just 2 seats. Such a trivial matter. Is it really worth making a scene? I never intended to disgrace the Uchiha. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself. Who told you to arrive so late? If you come late, naturally you sit at the end. He paused, then gave the armrest of his chair a firm tap, his tone turning serious. If you had arrived first, you'd be sitting in my place right now, and I wouldn't have objected in the slightest. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who are you trying to fool? Do you really think I'll believe a word of that nonsense? Fugaku's face darkened completely. He glanced at the clan heads sitting on either side of the long table, their seats clearly arranged according to the power of their families. There was no way anyone could claim that just arriving early gave them the right to pick their seats first. Hiruzen Sarutobi was obviously using his late arrival as an excuse, playing this game just to put him in a difficult spot. At the very end of the long table sat the minor ninja clans who barely had any presence in the village. To make the proud head of Konoha's strongest clan sit among these lesser families, wasn't the real aim just to humiliate him? A heavy sigh escaped Hiruzen's lips, his tone growing even more weary. It's just a matter of seating order, isn't it? As a clan leader, is it worth making such a fuss over something so trivial? Honestly, making this into a big deal just invites ridicule. So, Fugaku, take an old man's advice. There's no need to escalate this over some meaningless detail. A seat is just a seat. Take yours. Let's get this meeting started and stop wasting everyone's time. Fugaku clenched his teeth in anger. Hiruzen's kindly old man act made it look as if he was the one being unreasonable. But this was clearly a trap set by that sly old man, just to make him look foolish. He was about to retort when suddenly someone tugged at his arm. It was Sasuke, and Fugaku's expression instantly brightened, thinking his junior had come stand up for him. But Sasuke's words caught him completely off guard, making Fugaku's brow furrow deeply. With a calm voice, Sasuke said, "The old man's right. It's just a seat. There's no need to act like a child and argue endlessly over something so petty. Predecessor. Fugaku stared at Sasuke's composed face, utterly baffled. Yes, that's how someone with true strength behaves, never sweating small stuff like you do, Fugaku. Hiruzen gave a slight nod, suddenly feeling that Sasuke was a reasonable person after all, not the type to argue over trivialities. Just as he thought this, Sasuke suddenly appeared beside him. What? Hiruzen's eyes went wide with shock. He instinctively tried to back away, putting distance between himself and Sasuke. But before he could react, a strong hand clamped down firmly on his shoulder. If you say it doesn't matter where you sit, then kindly take yourself to the back row. With that, Sasuke gave a powerful shove, tossing Hiruzen aside as easily as if he were taking out the trash. The room spun wildly. The world flipped upside down as Hiruzen realized, in a flash, that he had actually been thrown from his seat. Fury blazed in his chest. But even as he hurtled through the air, he forced himself to swallow his anger, quickly twisting his body to land smoothly on his feet, making sure not to fall awkwardly and give anyone the satisfaction of seeing him humiliated. Sasuke Uchiha, what's the meaning of this? Why did you attack me, the Hokage, for no reason? Having regained his balance, Hiruzen Sarutobi glared at Sasuke, his face ashen, and demanded in a harsh voice. Didn't I just tell you? Since you said it doesn't matter where you sit, I simply invited you to move to the end yourself. Besides, I didn't attack you. I was merely being polite and asked you to step aside. Look at yourself. You don't have a scratch on you. Isn't that proof enough? With that, Sasuke plopped down in the seat that had previously belonged to Hiruzen. He leaned back against the chair, closed his eyes, and let out a long breath, thoroughly enjoying himself. The seat at the head of the table was truly something else. It was upholstered like a sofa, and much more comfortable than the others. Seeing this, all the clan leaders present kept their expressions blank, eyes lowered, pretending not to notice anything out of the ordinary. After all, they had witnessed such scenes between Sasuke and the third Hokage plenty of times, and had long since grown accustomed to it. Hiruzen, on the other hand, was so angry that he could barely contain himself, his elderly face twisted with frustration. He wanted to make a move, but after considering the gap in power between them, he quickly abandoned the thought. If he really tried to fight, he'd only end up humiliated. There was no way he could reclaim the Hokage's seat by force. But for him, the Hokage, to sit all the way at the end with a bunch of insignificant minor clans, that was out of the question as well. So, Hiruzen walked over to Kuruyudatane and, wearing a grave expression, said, Koharu, I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you to give up your seat. Now that his Hokage's chair had been taken, he had no choice but to take a step back and sit with the Konoha elders. At least this way, he could just barely maintain a shred of dignity as Hokage. Koharu frowned when she heard this, but after a glance at Hiruzen's face, dark as the bottom of a pot, she decided to give her old friend this bit of respect and gave up her seat. Koharu rose and looked to the next seat in line. Imitating Hiruzen's stern manner, she said, Hayashi, I'll have to trouble you to give up your seat. Hearing this, Hayashi Hyuga glanced at the stone-faced Koharu. After considering that they were allies on the same side, he too decided to show some respect and gave up his seat. Hayashi stood, looked to the next seat where Shikaka Nara was sitting, and his expression instantly turned serious as he said in a low voice, Shikaku, I'll have to trouble you. But before he could finish, Sasuke's languid voice cut in. Hey, White Eyes, you're too close to me. Just seeing you irritates me. Get to the back before I lose my patience and make you move. Hayashi's face turned a deep shade of blue. He whipped his head around to glare at Sasuke, teeth clenched, wanting to retort, but in the end, he held his tongue and said nothing. He merely cursed Sasuke in his heart for being so petty. After all this time, he still held a grudge against the Hyuga clan. Truly, he had none of the magnanimity expected of the strong. Aren't you going to leave yet? Seeing that Hayashi remained rooted to the spot, Sasuke frowned. Oomph. The Hyuga clan knows when to yield and when to stand tall. Why would we make a fuss over such a trivial matter? Hayashi snorted coldly, then straightened his back, lifted his chin, and strode confidently to the very end of the long table. Now, only Fugaku remained standing. His gaze turned toward Hiruzen Sarutobi. The third's face was icy. Sasuke's overwhelming strength had forced him from his seat, which he could grudgingly accept. But Fugaku, who stood on equal footing with him as a Kage-level shinobi, dared try the same thing. Let's see if Hiruzen Sarutobi would let that slide. Sigh, what a hassle. It's just a seat. Why make such a fuss over where you sit? At that moment, Shikaka Nara scratched his pineapple-shaped hair, looking helpless as he got up from his seat. Fugaku, take my spot. I'll sit at the back. Thank you. Fugaku replied, taking the seat without protest. At last, after 2 rounds of disturbances, everyone finally settled into their seats. But after the recent commotion, not a single person spoke. The conference room was eerily quiet. Originally, it should have been Hiruzen Tsurutobi, as Hokage, who opened the meeting. But now, he sat there with a sour expression, clearly unwilling to speak to anyone. And understandably so. The whole point of convening this early meeting was to plot against the Uchiha. But now, not only had they failed to ensnare the Uchiha, they'd actually lost a member from their side. Even he himself had been unceremoniously ousted from a head seat. All the careful scheming he'd planned had been ruined the moment Sasuke arrived. How could Hiruzen Tsurutobi possibly be in the mood to speak now? After more than 10 minutes of this oppressive silence, it was finally Fugaku who couldn't hold back and broke the tension. Ahem. Excuse me, may I ask if we can begin the meeting now? He cleared his throat and turned respectfully to Sasuke, awaiting his approval. Sasuke glanced sidelong at Fugaku and replied coolly, "Don't ask me. I'm only here to listen. Whatever you choose to discuss, there's no need to consult me. Please, speak freely. Besides, I have no interest whatsoever in the subject of this meeting. Just pretend I'm not even here." A faint, humorless chuckle resounded in everyone's minds, even as their faces stayed expressionless. You here just to listen? Since when does an observer sit at the head of the table? Fugaku ignored whatever silent complaints the others might have and got straight to the point. The main topic I'd like to discuss at this meeting is the matter of the vacant position among Konoha's elders, correct? After Fugaku finished speaking, no one in the room answered him. He didn't mind and continued. But just now, something unexpected happened. We suddenly discovered that Elder Koharu had colluded with Danzo. The evidence was irrefutable, and Elder Koharu has already been executed on the spot. So now, there are 2 vacant seats among the village elders. At this moment, let us discuss and select 2 suitable candidates to fill the positions of elders. Everyone is welcome to speak freely and suggest whomever they think is appropriate. Having said this, Fugaku's eyes swept around the room, waiting for someone else to speak. Yet the room remained utterly silent. Everyone sat upright, their faces blank, giving no hint of what they were thinking. In short, the atmosphere in the hall was growing increasingly strange. Fugaku cleared his throat, a sharp sound cutting through the tension, then raised his voice and declared, "Since no one has any candidates to propose, I'll recommend 2 people myself." He paused for a moment. Seeing that no one objected, he continued, "For the first elder position, I nominate Uchiha Sasuke. Not only did Sasuke expose Danzo's evil deeds, bringing that scoundrel to justice, but he also wiped out the Shimura clan, ridding Konoha of a major blight. He has made an immense contribution to the village's future, and his achievements are truly outstanding. With such merit, I imagine no one would object to him serving as an elder of Konoha." "I object." No sooner had he finished speaking than a voice rang out in opposition. Fugaku frowned when he heard this, wondering to himself which bold soul dared to object, and immediately looked in the direction of the voice. When he saw who it was, he was taken aback, because the one who objected was none other than Sasuke himself. "I already told you, didn't I? I have absolutely no interest in being a Konoha elder. I'm only here as an observer, so I prefer not to be included in your discussions at all," Sasuke said with a furrowed brow. My apologies, that was my oversight. I got carried away and forgot." Fugaku quickly stood up and bowed to Sasuke in apology. Everyone else looked at Sasuke with complicated expressions. Was he really turning down even the position of village elder? But then again, it made sense. This was someone who could discipline the Hokage at will. Compared to that, the title of elder was hardly worth mentioning. Since Uchiha Sasuke has declined the position, let me put forward 2 new recommendations. Fugaku straightened his robes and announced solemnly, "My first choice is my eldest son, Uchiha Itachi. Itachi has served in the Umbu for many years, where he completed numerous high-level missions, never failing once, and his record is truly remarkable. Such an outstanding Konoha ninja, I believe appointing him as a Konoha elder shouldn't be an issue at all. As for the second candidate, I'll be shameless enough to recommend myself. Back during the Third Great Ninja War, I led the Uchiha clan and successfully repelled the major offensive from the Mist Ninja forces, creating an opportunity for Konoha to defeat the other 3 great ninja villages. That alone counts as a remarkable achievement. Moreover, as the captain of the Konoha police force, I contributed significantly to the village's security, ensuring that all Konoha's citizens could live in peace and prosperity. Therefore, having me, Uchiha Fugaku, serve as one of the elders should pose no problem whatsoever." After this string of remarks, Fugaku paused for a moment, took a breath, and then turned to address everyone. "Well, those are the 2 candidates I recommend. Now, who's in favor and who's opposed?" Hiruzen Sarutobi's face was unreadable. He remained silent. The others also kept their silence. Since no one spoke up, Fugaku took their silence as consent, and without hesitation, made his decision. Very well. It seems none of you have any objections. In that case, the 2 elder positions of Konoha will be filled by myself and my son, Uchiha Itachi. I object. Unable to tolerate it any longer, Midokado Hamura finally voiced his opposition. He turned to face Fugaku, his tone grave. Fugaku, you're being far too greedy. It's acceptable for the Uchiha to have 1 elder's seat, but only 1 member of your clan can serve as an elder. As for the other elder's position, we'll need to consider someone else. At this point, Hamura glanced sideways at Sasuke, noticing that the latter was sitting with his eyes closed, perfectly at ease, showing no intention of joining the conversation. Only then did Hamura continue. Furthermore, if an Uchiha is chosen as a Konoha elder, then the Uchiha must relinquish control of the police force. From now on, the police force will no longer be run by the Uchiha clan. Just then, Sarutobi Hiruzen shot Hamura a frantic look, signaling him to hold his tongue. Any more, and things would surely take a turn for the worse. Hamura saw the signal, but ignored it. Now that he had switched into politician mode, all sorts of rhetorical tactics flashed through his mind. There was no stopping him. Although Uchiha Sasuke did a service by exposing Danzo, the destruction caused by his battles was immense. Countless buildings were reduced to rubble, and the resulting casualties were beyond measure. All these factors combined have brought economic losses to Konoha that are simply incalculable. As he spoke, Hamura kept stealing glances at Sasuke, and seeing that Sasuke still showed no reaction, he only grew more emboldened, his words coming faster and with greater conviction. Originally, the fund from Shimura clan could have been used for post-war reconstruction. But since the entire Shimura clan's territory was razed to the ground, all their assets vanished into thin air. So, the bulk of the reconstruction funds will have to come from your Uchiha clan. It's not much, just 10 billion ryo will suffice. Midokado Hamura slowly raised a finger as he spoke. According to Hamura's terms, if Fugaku Uchiha wished to become an Elder of the Leaf, he would have to trade both the authority of the police force and 10 billion ryo in exchange. Faced with such harsh demands, there was no way Fugaku could agree. He slammed his hand on the table, his voice thundering with anger. Impossible. You want the Uchiha to cough up 10 billion ryo? That's pure fantasy. Oomph. You're the one fantasizing. Unless you hand over the police force's authority and 10 billion ryo, your Uchiha clan can forget about ever holding a seat as a Leaf Elder. Hamura snorted coldly, showing not the slightest intention to back down. On what grounds? Fugaku protested, clearly unconvinced. Because your Uchiha people fought with utter disregard for their surroundings, wreaking havoc on countless buildings. By your Uchiha people, he was referring to Sasuke Uchiha. Still, he hesitated to mention the name outright. Not waiting for Fugaku to retort, Hamura continued. That's enough. I have no interest in wasting more words with you. These are the only 2 conditions. If you accept, we can negotiate. If not, there's nothing left to discuss. You. Fugaku gritted his teeth in fury, about to speak, when from the head seat, Sasuke opened his eyes and spoke calmly. Fine. I have no interest in idle talk either. Root invaded the Uchiha, leading to the destruction of our territory and immeasurable losses. The Leaf should compensate the Uchiha with 10 billion ryo. As for the 2 elder positions, Fugaku and Itachi will take them. Do you have any objections? As these words fell, the 3rd Hokage, seated below, was itching to denounce Sasuke's shamelessness. The devastation of the Uchiha territory was entirely due to Sasuke and Itachi's battle. It had nothing to do with Root whatsoever. But, considering the consequences of objecting, he resolutely chose to hold his tongue. When you're outmatched, you simply have to accept whatever the other side says. Still, the humiliation was almost unbearable. While Hiruzen Sarutobi managed to keep his composure, Hamura was far less restrained. He slammed the table with a resounding bang, loudly retorting. Nonsense. The destruction of the Uchiha territory was your own doing. Don't drag Root into this. At this negotiating table, as a seasoned politician, he considered himself the ultimate authority. He would never allow anyone to be more outrageous than himself in this room. If you think you can make the Leaf pay 10 billion ryo to your Uchiha, you're deluding yourself. With a cold, mocking smile, he sneered. And another thing, didn't you say you were just here to observe? Now you're butting in like you own the place. How shameless. Before he could finish his mocking words, the next instant, crack, Sasuke swung his hand through the air, sending an invisible blast of force that knocked him aside in a heartbeat. Boom! The wall buckled inward, and cracks spread out in all directions like a web. At the same time, Sasuke's calm, languid voice drifted over. You seem so agitated. In that case, the 1 billion Ryo, your Mitokado clan, can pay it. You bastard. I was negotiating with you, and you just up and attack me out of nowhere. Mitokado Homura pointed furiously at Sasuke, his voice sharp with accusation. This was supposed to be a negotiation, not a battle. Who just starts fighting over a disagreement? He was fuming, rage surging up so violently it clouded his mind. In this moment, he'd completely forgotten he was dealing with the same ruthless man who dared to strike the third Hokage. Not happy? Then it's 2 billion. Sasuke's expression didn't change in the slightest. Get lost. I'm not giving you a single coin. Mitokado Homura roared, his voice echoing in the room. 3 billion. Curse you. Keep dreaming, you lunatic. Mitokado Homura lost all composure, swearing openly without restraint. Whoosh. A bullet of compressed air screamed through the room, and with a heavy thud, blasted a gaping hole in the wall just behind Homura's head. Gulp. Staring at the hole, just a hair's breadth from his skull, Homura swallowed hard. Cold sweat poured down his face in an instant. Only now did he come to his senses, and with it, a wave of terror crashed over him. This wasn't some politician across from him. This was a vicious, cold-blooded killer. What in the world had he been thinking? How could he have dared to challenge someone so dangerous? Was he tired of living? 4 billion. Sasuke's voice was calm and unhurried. Homura's face turned ashen at the words. 4 billion. That was the equivalent of 114 Asumas. An astronomical sum. True, as a Konoha elder, he'd amassed plenty of wealth over the years. After all this time, his savings were considerable. But even so, putting every last coin together, he still couldn't come up with that much. Unless he completely gutted the Mitokado clan's entire fortune. Then, maybe, just maybe, it would be enough. This was nothing less than robbing his clan to the bone. Yet under Sasuke's cold, unwavering gaze, Homura wisely kept his mouth shut. One more word, and the price would probably jump to 5 billion. After a long silence, seeing that Homura didn't dare argue, Sasuke nodded slightly, a satisfied smile on his lips. Good. Looks like you agree then. Since that's the case, very well. The 2 vacant elder positions in the Leaf will be filled by Fugaku and Itachi, and the police force will remain under Uchiha control. Additionally, the Mito clan has volunteered to provide 4 billion Ryo to the Uchiha as funds for rebuilding their homes. That concludes all the matters for this meeting. If anyone has objections, feel free to speak your mind. Sasuke straightened up, adopting a magnanimous air as he waited for others to respond. Everyone present couldn't help but sneer inwardly at this. In a situation like this, even if they had objections, none of them dared to voice it, unless they'd grown tired of living. A few minutes passed, and seeing that no one spoke, Sasuke declared, "Since no one has any objections, I'll take that as unanimous agreement. With that, this meeting is adjourned." Sasuke rose to his feet and strode purposefully toward the conference room door. Just as he was about to step out, he suddenly turned back and looked at Mito Minyin, who had also stood up. His tone was calm as he said, "By the way, about that 4 billion, don't let me find out you squeezed it out of the common folk or else." As he finished, he flicked his finger. With a thunderous crash, a 2-meter-high hole blasted open in the wall behind Mito Minyin. Through the gaping breach, one could see directly outside. And remember, make sure to deliver the money soon. Don't make me come to your Mito clan in person to collect it. With this reminder, Sasuke strode out of the conference room. Seeing this, Fugaku hurried to catch up. The remaining clan leaders exchanged bewildered glances. Well then, at this moment, none of them knew what to say. Hiruzen Sarutobi sat motionless in his chair, his face expressionless, as still and silent as a stone statue, not uttering a single word. Witnessing this, all the other clan heads, except Hayashi Hyuga, quietly began to take their leave as well. After all, they were just bystanders in all this, here to watch the drama unfold and maybe gossip about it later. Besides, after this meeting, things had become clear to them. The Uchiha were mainly targeting Konoha's top leadership. As long as their own clans didn't do anything foolish or provoke the Uchiha wouldn't go after them without reason. When gods clash, it's the mortals who suffer. For clans like theirs, it was best to keep their distance from the heart of the storm. Even the Inoshikacho trio, known for their loyalty to the Hokage, decided to remain neutral after witnessing Sasuke's fearsome power. With a sigh, Nara Shikaku, the last to leave the conference room, glanced back at the third Hokage's lonely figure and couldn't help but feel a sense of helpless resignation. With all the other clan heads gone, only Hiruzen Sarutobi, Mito Minyin, and Hayashi Hyuga remained in the vast meeting room. All three of their faces were twisted in utter frustration. They had hoped to use this meeting to scheme against the Uchiha, but not only had their plan failed, they had even lost a member. With a resounding crash, Midokado Hamura slammed his palm down on the conference table. Cracks instantly spidered across the once polished surface. Damn it, this is outrageous, completely lawless. Forcing me to hand over 4 billion to the Uchiha. Over my dead body. The third Hokage interjected, reminding him, Hamura, don't you know exactly what kind of person Uchiha Sasuke is? If you refuse to pay, that bastard will just use it as an excuse to strike against you. If that happens, the Midokado clan could end up just like the Shimura clan. He paused. Then Hiruzen Sarutobi shook his head and tried to reason with him. That's why I advise you to endure this for now. Find a way to hand over the money. No matter how much it is, it's just material wealth. It's not worth risking your life over. Let go when you must. Damn it, am I really supposed to just give in to that bandit? Midokado Hamura ground his teeth in rage, his chest tightening with pain. 4 billion. That wasn't a sum he could just conjure up. Hiruzen, are you, the Hokage, really gonna let village elder be robbed like this? In his agitation, Hamura directly shifted the blame onto the third Hokage, convinced that it was the Hokage's incompetence that led to him being extorted for 4 billion. Hamura, what's that supposed to mean? Are you seriously blaming me for this? Sarutobi's brow furrowed, his tone darkening. I was dropping hint after hint at the time, but you ignored me and insisted on confronting Uchiha Sasuke head-on. How is that my fault? And you, as Hokage, should have spoken up for me instead of just standing by and watching. Hamura protested, pressing his point. Help you? Huh. You'd only be satisfied if I let Uchiha Sasuke extort me too? Is that it? Sarutobi shot back with a mocking laugh. Sensing the argument about to spiral out of control, Huga Hayashi hurriedly stepped in, his voice stern. Enough, both of you. Arguing now is pointless. What we need to focus on is how to deal with Uchiha Sasuke. Are we really just going to let him walk all over us? Uchiha Sasuke is too arrogant for his own good. Sooner or later, he'll get what's coming to him. Sarutobi grumbled with a cold snort. Oh, so you have a way to deal with that bandit, Hiruzen? Hearing this, Hamura's eyes lit up, and he pressed the third Hokage for an answer. There's no need to rush. Give me some time to think. It's only a matter of time before I come up with something. Sarutobi replied. The two of them exchanged looks of exasperation. So basically, you have no plan at all. And yet here you are, making empty promises. Noticing the expressions on the faces of the other two at that moment, Hiruzen Sarutobi let out a disgruntled snort and said disapprovingly, What's with those looks? Do you both really have so little faith in me? Don't be fooled by Uchiha Sasuke's current air of invincibility. Everyone has their weaknesses. To make his point, Hiruzen gave an example. Take Uchiha Madara back in the day. He was the most powerful shinobi in the entire ninja world, yet didn't he end up defeated by the first Hokage? Granted, we don't have anyone as strong as the first Hokage on our side now. But as long as I can find Uchiha Sasuke's weak spot, his days are numbered. And as for the Uchiha clan, they can never truly escape their doomed fate. Brimming with confidence, Hiruzen finished, and then added a reminder. By the way, for the time being, we should focus on exercising patience. Let's avoid provoking that group of Uchiha maniacs as much as possible. Sigh. The other two let out a helpless sigh. If they couldn't afford to offend them, all they could do was keep their distance. At that moment, Midokado Hamura's expression suddenly turned grave. In a low, serious voice, he said, Gentlemen, let's set the matter of Uchiha Sasuke aside for now. I have something even more important to discuss with you. Oh, what could possibly be more important than dealing with Uchiha Sasuke? Seeing how serious he was, both Hiruzen Sarutobi and Hayashi Huga immediately pricked up their ears, listening intently. Midokado Hamura exhaled slowly, then spoke at last. It's the matter of the 4 billion ryo. There's simply no way the Midokado clan can come up with that much money. So why don't the three of our families split the burden evenly? As soon as he finished, Hiruzen's expression changed as if something had just occurred to him. He straightened and said, Sorry, Hamura. I need to get back right away and think of a strategy to balance the Uchiha clan, so I'll have to excuse myself for now. Whoosh. With that, he swiftly formed a hand sign, and in the blink of an eye, vanished from the room using the body flicker jutsu. Seeing this, Hayashi Huga hurriedly said, Oh no, I need to get back and alert my clan. Tell everyone to keep a low profile from now on, and absolutely avoid provoking any of the Uchiha. Time is of the essence, Elder Hamura. Please excuse me. Imitating the third, he also performed the body flicker jutsu and disappeared from the conference room. Watching the two of them slip away like a gust of wind, Midokado Hamura's face darkened with frustration. Damn it! Weren't we supposed to be allies, united on the same front? But the moment I mention needing help, they run off faster than anyone. These so-called allies are as flimsy as plastic, utterly unreliable. Meanwhile, Hiruzen Sarutobi returned home, grabbed a scroll, and hurried out again. Not long after, he arrived at an extremely well-hidden secret base. The base was sparsely staffed, less than 20 people, but every single one of them was someone he could trust implicitly. Although there were few people, every piece of laboratory equipment in the base was the most advanced in the ninja world. This alone showed just how much importance Hiruzen Sarutobi placed on this place. Indeed, this was the secret new department he had established in the shadows, and its purpose was singular, to deal with Uchiha Sasuke. Hiruzen handed the scroll to one of his most trusted aides, his voice grave. These are some materials related to the Cursed Tongue Eradication Seal and the Cage Bird Curse. Combine these two powerful restricting jutsu, and do your best to develop a curse mark that can defend against the Mangekyo Sharingan's Jinjutsu. Any prisoner in the jail, regardless of the severity of their crimes, can be used as experimental material. Use them as you see fit. So don't let me down. The sooner you produce results, the better. Yes, Lord Third, we will not disappoint you. The aide, dressed in a researcher's coat, promised solemnly, but then worry flickered across his face. However, Lord Third, if we want to achieve results quickly, we'll need a lot of experimental material. I'm afraid the prisoners in the jail alone won't be nearly enough. That many experimental subjects, and it's still not enough? Hiruzen frowned. It's not enough. The aide shook his head, his tone firm and resolute. In that case, we'll just have to look elsewhere for experimental subjects. A ruthless glint flashed in Hiruzen's eyes as his face hardened, his voice turning grim. It seems I may have to borrow a page from Danzo's book after all. I believe that any sacrifice is worthwhile if it's to deal with Uchiha Sasuke. Meanwhile, as the Konoha leadership was meeting outside the village on the high branch of a giant tree, suddenly the air began to warp. A figure draped in a black cloak with red clouds and an orange, spiral-patterned mask appeared out of thin air. A single, blood-red Sharingan gazed out from the eyehole of the mask, fixed upon Konoha village. At this moment, much of Konoha lay in ruins, buildings had collapsed, and numerous workers bustled about, laboring energetically to rebuild after the devastation of war. This scene was nothing less than the aftermath of a brutal battle. What on earth happened here? Was Konoha attacked by someone? Did the Uchiha launch their coup ahead of schedule and clash with the village? Obito's face was full of bewilderment as he questioned the empty air beside him. In the next instant, a massive stalk of what looked like a carnivorous plant slowly unfurled, its leaves parting to reveal a bizarre face split evenly between black and white. We've gathered enough information, Obito. A few days ago, Hiruzen Sarutobi launched the plan to wipe out the Uchiha clan. But unfortunately for him, things didn't go as planned. Not only did the Uchiha survive, but Shimura Danzo, the leader of Root, was cut down and left utterly helpless. TSK. Truly an unexpected ending. Baiju wore an expression full of sighs and lamentation. An accident? What accident? Obito was puzzled. He raised an eyebrow and asked, Do you really want to know, Obito? Tell me, what does it feel like to poop? And I'll share this secret with you. Baiju teased, giggling as he laid out his condition. I don't have time to play games with you. Obito's voice turned cold and impatient. It's Uchiha Itachi's younger brother, Uchiha Sasuke. Apparently, he possesses the eternal Mangekyo. That night, he unleashed a perfect Susanoo and wiped out the entire Shimura clan. Black Zetsu answered in a raspy whisper. Sharing the same body, White Zetsu sighed helplessly in his heart. He had been so close to finally learning what it felt like to poop. What a shame. Black Zetsu, that guy is just too boring, always butting in at the worst moment. If my calculations are correct, Uchiha Itachi's brother should only be 7 years old. A 7-year-old awakening the eternal Mangekyo? Are you joking with me? Obito simply couldn't believe it. After all, awakening the Mangekyo at age 7 would already be a miracle, let alone the eternal Mangekyo. As unbelievable as it sounds, this is the information we've gathered, and when we first received it, we were just as shocked as you are. After thorough cross-checking from multiple sources, there's no doubt it's true. That night, a Susanoo towering over 200 meters could be seen by anyone. Black Zetsu explained with a helpless shrug. If that's the case, then this Uchiha Sasuke must be an imposter. Obito came to his own conclusion, then frowned thoughtfully. But when did another pair of eternal Mangekyo eyes appear in the ninja world? What's wrong, Obito? Don't you believe that only the eternal Mangekyo can summon a complete Susanoo? Black Zetsu pressed. Of course I don't believe it. Throughout Uchiha history, only Madara, ever awakened the eternal Mangekyo. Unless I see it with my own eyes, I absolutely won't accept it. Obito snorted, then added, Go test him. I want to see for myself. Has this Uchiha Sasuke really awakened the eternal Mangekyo? Oh, Obito, are you saying you'll go test him personally? That's not like you at all. Black Zetsu looked at Obito in surprise. In his memory, Obito, just like himself, preferred to hide in the shadows and manipulate events from behind the scenes. Why was he suddenly acting so boldly? This mysterious figure, who seems to have the eternal Mangekyo, we must uncover his true nature. Otherwise, our plans could be derailed by this unexpected variable. After a moment's silence, Obito continued. Of course, there's no need for me to make a personal move to test the waters. After all, my existence shouldn't be exposed to too many people too soon. It definitely wasn't because he was afraid of things going wrong, Obito added silently in his heart. If you're not going to act yourself, then are you planning to send someone from the organization? Black Zetsu asked. Of course not. The organization has only just been established, and every core member is an extremely valuable asset. There's no way I'd waste them before making full use of their worth. Obito replied coolly. In his eyes, every member of the Akatsuki, including the leader, Nagato, was nothing more than a tool to help him collect the tailed beasts. Since they were tools, it was only wise to use them properly. As for who should go test the waters, I've just thought of a very suitable candidate. We'll regroup at Konoha Prison. The person I'm looking for is there. With those words, Obito activated Kamui, and his figure vanished into thin air. Konoha Prison, huh? I think I know who this so-called suitable candidate is. Black Zetsu murmured under his breath. Who is it? I can't figure it out at all. White Zetsu scratched the green hair on his head, looking puzzled. Enough with the questions. You'll understand when we get there. Black Zetsu had no patience for explaining things to this simple-minded companion. Without another word, he took control of their shared body, and, as White Zetsu frowned in confusion, they slowly sank into the ground. Deepest depths of Konoha Prison. Here, darkness and dampness reigned, the entire place steeped in an atmosphere of despair. Every prisoner locked away in this place was a villain of the highest order, their crimes immeasurable. There was only one fate awaiting them, to slowly wither away in agony. And the infamous Danzo Shimura, guilty of countless atrocities, was locked in one of these cells. His jaw and tongue had already been destroyed, rendering him unable to eat. To keep him from starving to death, Danzo was now kept alive by a steady infusion of nutrients. With a sharp sound, Kakashi withdrew his short blade from Danzo's mutilated body, flicked the blood from the blade, and sheathed it calmly. Throughout the entire process, Kakashi's face remained expressionless, as cold and emotionless as a machine. Again, Kakashi, do you really hate Danzo that much? I mean, I don't mind you tormenting this bastard, but if you accidentally kill him, it'll be hard for us to explain ourselves. The companion assigned to guard Danzo alongside Kakashi sighed in exasperation. Don't worry, I know exactly how far I can go. Danzo won't die that easily. Kakashi replied evenly. You say that, but it's always me who has to patch Danzo up. It's a real hassle, you know? Despite his complaints, the companion took out some bandages and headed into the cell, preparing to dress Danzo's wounds. But after just a couple of steps, his pupils suddenly contracted, and he shouted a warning. Kakashi, watch out! In truth, he didn't even need the warning. Thanks to years of life-and-death combat, Kakashi's instinct screamed a split second before danger struck. Someone had managed to slip in here without making a sound. Was it those remnants of the Foundation, coming to rescue Danzo? This thought flashed through his mind, and at once Kakashi prepared to twist around and deliver a fierce roundhouse kick to the attacker behind him. But before he could move, a powerful hand clamped onto his shoulder, and immediately a tremendous force began to pull him in. At that moment, even the slightest movement felt nearly impossible. What is this? Kakashi's eyes widened in shock, and in just a heartbeat, he was completely powerless as he was sucked into the Kamui dimension. Kakashi, damn it! A living, breathing man had simply vanished into thin air. His teammate was left both furious and terrified. Hurriedly, he fumbled for explosive tags from his pouch, meaning to set them off. If even Kakashi, a jonin, had been subdued so easily by this mysterious intruder, what chance did he, a special jonin, have? All he could do now was create a commotion to alert those outside that there was an intruder in the prison. A pitiful, futile struggle. Obito's voice came cold and indifferent. He activated Kamui, and in the blink of an eye, a black rod materialized and pierced straight through Kakashi's teammate's skull. Unlit explosive tags fluttered helplessly to the ground. Well, it seems you're still sentimental. Instead of killing Kakashi outright, You pulled him into the Kamui dimension. Zetsu emerged from the ground, glancing at Obito with a teasing tone. That's none of your concern. I have my own reasons for keeping him alive. With that, Obito strode into the cell. He looked at Danzo, whose limbs had been severed, leaving him a mere husk of a man. Even behind his mask, Obito's brows drew together in a deep frown. He had thought Zetsu was exaggerating when he said Danzo had been reduced to a human stump. But the truth was even more gruesome. Look at this mess. He can't even move. What use could he possibly have now? White Zetsu shook his head at Danzo's pitiful state. He truly couldn't fathom what help Danzo could be in such a condition. Why don't we do a good deed for once, and just put him out of his misery? White Zetsu suggested. No, I'm still useful. I don't want to die yet. Danzo screamed in his mind, body trembling in a desperate attempt to show his will to live. Yes, even now, reduced to such a miserable state, Danzo still refused to let go of his desire to survive. Especially after hearing that someone had broken into the prison, apparently looking for him, his desire to live burned even stronger. Moreover, though he seemed utterly wretched at the moment, with the advanced medical techniques of the ninja world, a full recovery was hardly a challenge. If worst came to worst, he could always seek out Orochimaru to have any missing parts replaced with new ones. So, as long as Danzo could be rescued, it wouldn't be long before he was back on his feet, good as new. Then, he could finally take his revenge on the Uchiha clan. At this moment, Danzo's longing for rescue was more intense than ever, desperately hoping this mysterious newcomer would get him out. To that end, he struggled even harder, forcing his battered body to tremble for attention. But in White Zetsu's eyes, this looked like something else entirely. See, I told you. Look how hard he's shaking. He must be begging us to put him out of his misery already. White Zetsu chuckled, convinced he'd guessed Danzo's true thoughts. You fool. That's not what I mean at all. I want you to get me out of here. Where did this idiot come from? Can't he just shut up for a second? Fuming inside, Danzo trembled even more violently. The sight only deepened White Zetsu's misunderstanding. He thought Danzo was urging him to hurry up, so he tried to comfort him. Don't worry. I'll make it quick for you. Hearing this, Danzo was plunged into despair. He couldn't believe it. Was he really about to die at the hands of a fool? How utterly pathetic. Just as White Zetsu was about to act, Toby stepped in and stopped him. I don't think Danzo wants to die, Toby said calmly. Go call Toby over. Have him possess Danzo's body. I want to hear Danzo's own words. A wave of relief washed over Danzo, as if he'd just survived a disaster. He was so grateful he could have wept. Finally, someone understood him. It hadn't been easy. But who was Toby? Was he some kind of medical ninja who could help him speak right away? With these questions in mind, Danzo and the others fell into a quiet wait. About half an hour later, the White Zetsu, known as Toby, slowly emerged from the ground. Lord Madara, what do you need me for? Or did you call me here just to tell me what it feels like to take a dump? Toby was about to address Toby by his real name, but seeing Danzo lying nearby, he quickly changed his words. Possess him, Toby ordered, pointing at Danzo, his tone flat. He didn't bother responding to the bizarre question about using the bathroom. Yes, sir. Though Toby never did get an answer about what it felt like to use the bathroom, he obediently possessed Danzo's body without complaint. This is incredible. I can actually speak again, even my jaw has been restored. And my arms and legs have regrown as well. Unbelievable. Who would have thought there was such technology in the ninja world? Danzo ran his hands over himself, his voice brimming with astonishment. Your body hasn't actually been healed, you know? I'm just letting you borrow mine for a while. If I leave your body now, you'll go right back to how you were before. Toby, who had possessed Danzo's body, explained matter-of-factly. Then, as if seizing the moment, he laid out a condition. So, as the price for borrowing my body, you have to tell me, what does it feel like to poop? Danzo, who could have guessed the guy possessing him was such a simpleton, asking a question so outrageously childish? Should he even dignify this with an answer? Yet for someone as dignified as the head of Root to respond to something so humiliating, it was almost unbearable. But if he refused, Toby might break the possession, and he'd return to his crippled state. He was truly torn. Just as Danzo was caught in this dilemma, a voice cut in, mercifully saving him from the predicament. Hey, Danzo, earlier your body was shaking so much. Were you hoping I'd put you out of your misery? White Zetsu called out. As ever, the self-proclaimed genius was sure his guess was spot on. Danzo turned to look at the half-black, half-white creature, his face darkening instantly. This thing was nearly the death of him. No, that wasn't my intention at all. Danzo's voice was laced with irritation. So I was wrong. What a shame. White Zetsu scratched his head and let out a goofy laugh, showing not the slightest hint of embarrassment. He even looked a bit disappointed, which made Danzo itch with anger. Hey, Danzo, you should answer my question. Tell me what it feels like to poop. If you don't, I just might stop helping you. Possessing Danzo, Toby grew impatient when he saw Danzo turn away to chat with White Zetsu. Damn it, that question again. What is with these people? Every one of them is a weirdo. Danzo cursed silently, trying to think of an excuse to refuse. Just then, Obito's cold voice rang out. Enough. That's enough chit-chat. Let's get to business. Danzo, I want to know, do you still have the ability to test Uchiha Sasuke? Finally, a normal person. Danzo breathed a sigh of relief. If even the man in the swirling mask turned out to be a nutcase, he'd really have to reconsider whether escaping prison with this group was a wise idea. So, you have a grudge against Uchiha Sasuke? In that case, I guess we're friends, aren't we? After all, this wretched state of mind is entirely that fellow's doing. Both I and the entire Uchiha clan share an irreconcilable grudge with him. Danzo spat out bitterly. Enough with the pointless talk. I'm not interested in your past. Just tell me whether you can help probe the true strength of Uchiha Sasuke or not. Seeing that Danzo was about to say more, Obito quickly cut him off, lifting his chin slightly and declaring with cold arrogance. And remember your place. You're not worthy to be called a friend of mine, Uchiha Madara. You're nothing more than a tool I've picked up for convenience. Uchiha Madara, is it? Even someone as powerful as you has moments of fear? And now you need my help to test the waters? Since Obito looked down on him, Danzo shot back with a sneer, not holding back at all. Uchiha Madara was a legend, a superlative force who stood shoulder to shoulder with the first Hokage and dominated an era. How could he possibly be this skulking, secretive figure before him? There was none of that overwhelming presence a true powerhouse would have. Clearly, this was a counterfeit. One more word of nonsense, and I'll kill you right here and now. Obito's voice turned icy, and a suffocating wave of murderous intent filled the air. His identity was not something a cripple like Danzo had any right to question. Understood, Lord Madara. When forced into a corner, there's nothing to do but bow your head. Though humiliation burned within him, Danzo still stooped low, offering a gesture of submission. Rest assured, Lord Madara. Don't be fooled by my current sorry state. The root division I've spent years building is no pushover. There's a secret base, known only to a select few besides myself, a place absolutely impossible to discover. There, I have my secret weapon, a result of years of research. Though the project isn't complete and progress stands at about 30%, it's more than enough to help you test Uchiha Sasuke's strength. If everything goes as planned, destroying the entire Uchiha clan, even all of Konoha, isn't entirely out of the question. Danzo promised with utter confidence. I hope this so-called secret weapon of yours is as powerful as you claim. Obito's voice was utterly flat, betraying neither joy nor sorrow. Don't worry, Lord Madara. You won't be disappointed. If I were to unleash that secret weapon tonight, even with a monster like Uchiha Sasuke among them, the Uchiha clan would still be doomed to annihilation. Danzo vowed solemnly. After that, Danzo revealed the location, and the group set off toward the so-called secret base. Before leaving, under Obito's orders, White Zetsu tidied up the scene and summoned 3 clones. Using a special transformation technique, they disguised themselves as Danzo, Kakashi, and another guard. With White Zetsu's extraordinary powers of mimicry, not even the Byakugan could detect anything amiss. It's all thanks to you, Senior. If you hadn't been there to hold the fort, I would have been completely outmaneuvered by Hiruzen, Sarutobi, and those cunning old foxes at the negotiation table. Even getting just one of those 2 elder seats would have been a real struggle for me. On the way back to the Uchiha compound, Fugaku looked at Sasuke, his face full of gratitude. Power is everything. As long as you're strong enough, you can flip the table whenever you want. Who cares about rules or conventions? Sasuke replied calmly. Yes, Senior, your words are absolutely right. Fugaku nodded eagerly in agreement, his gaze towards Sasuke brimming with envy. How he wished he possessed such strength himself. If he did, would those elders from the 3rd Hokage's faction ever dare to keep targeting the Uchiha? Yet things are looking up now. As long as he clung tightly to this powerful ally before him, the Uchihas standing in Konoha would only continue to rise. After a few moments of silence, Fugaku suddenly asked, Senior, do you think, after suffering such a huge loss today, Hiruzen Sarutobi might snap and find an excuse to move against the Uchiha directly? Sasuke fell into thought at Fugaku's words, recalling how Sarutobi had acted in his previous life. From what I know of that old man, it's highly unlikely he'll lash out recklessly. Most likely, he'll choose to bide his time and endure. He can really swallow his pride like that. Fugaku exclaimed in shock. What Sasuke had done in the conference room was beyond outrageous. He hadn't just gone over the line, he'd completely trampled the dignity of Konoha's leadership. Not only did he kill a village elder on the spot, but he seized the 2 elder seats by force and even extorted a large sum from them. If Sarutobi could stomach all that, Fugaku couldn't help but secretly curse the 3rd Hokage as an old tortoise. What else could he think? Just then, a mechanical chime echoed in Sasuke's mind. Ding! Mission triggered. Disguise yourself as an Uchiha ancestor and convince the Uchiha clan of your identity. Mission success. Gain 1 lottery draw. Seriously? That's one abrupt mission trigger. Not even a hint beforehand. Sasuke grumbled inwardly. And the reward was so meager, just a single lottery draw. Still, a small gain was better than nothing. With nothing pressing going on, and the mission being relatively simple, Sasuke decided he might as well see it through. He stopped walking, and, as if suddenly remembering something, raised an eyebrow and announced, "By the way, I don't think I've told you all my true identity yet, have I?" "That's right, Senior, we still don't know who you really are. Are you about to reveal yourself to us?" Fugaku's eyes lit up, his face full of anticipation. "That's right. Go gather all the ninja in the clan ranked Chunin and above. Have them assemble at the clan's training grounds," Sasuke instructed with a slight nod to Fugaku. "Senior, about your true identity, could I maybe discuss it with you first?" Fugaku sidled up to Sasuke, rubbing his hands together with a sycophantic grin, which made Sasuke's brow furrow deeply. That sly smile. There was no way this could be anything good. Immediately, Sasuke waved him off impatiently. "Go on. Stop wasting time here." Seeing Sasuke seemed a little annoyed, Fugaku ultimately didn't dare voice what was on his mind. Earlier, just to show off in front of the clan, he'd boasted that Sasuke was his real son, secretly trained as his ultimate trump card. But now, seeing the situation, if Sasuke wouldn't play along, he certainly didn't dare push his luck. His lie was about to be exposed. If only he hadn't spun such a wild tale back then, just for the sake of appearances. Fugaku sighed helplessly to himself, shaking his head as he went to gather the clan. At the Uchiha clan's training grounds, Sasuke was the first to arrive. Using the earth release technique, he raised a tall platform. Standing atop it, Sasuke nodded in satisfaction. Now this felt like giving a proper leader's address. A sharp sound pierced the air. Itachi, having heard Sasuke was about to reveal his identity, was the very first to arrive. He stared up at Sasuke on the platform, his face unreadable. This wasn't his little brother. Not really. What he truly cared about was what had become of his real sibling. Soon, with Itachi's arrival, the other Uchiha clansmen began to assemble one after another, each wearing an expression of curiosity as they watched Sasuke on the stage. They all wondered about this mysterious figure, who had appeared out of nowhere, wiped out the Shimura clan, and helped the Uchiha weather a great crisis. Who was he, truly? In a blink, Fugaku appeared beside the platform, stepping up to Sasuke and quietly reporting, "Senior, all clan members of Chunin rank and above have gathered here." "Good." Sasuke acknowledged him with a soft reply, tilting his chin toward the crowd below. He signaled for Fugaku to step down and not interfere with his speech. Once Fugaku had joined the others, Sasuke looked out over the sea of curious Uchiha faces and suddenly spoke out in a clear, commanding voice. "I'm sure all of you are curious about my true identity. Very well, I won't keep up the act. I'll lay my cards on the table. I am, in fact, the ancestor of the Uchiha clan. My name is Otsutsuki Indra." The revelation struck like a thunderclap. The moment Sasuke spoke, the crowd erupted into chaos. This pale-faced young man, standing before them. He was claiming to be their clan's legendary ancestor? It all sounded too far-fetched. The Uchiha forebear, that was someone from thousands of years ago. After all that time, even his bones should have turned to dust. How could anyone from so long ago still be alive? All the Uchiha clansmen stared at Sasuke, faces full of doubt, clearly not convinced. Noticing the looks on everyone's faces, Sasuke wasn't surprised in the least. This was all within his expectations. After all, when someone suddenly appears before you, claiming to be your ancestor or something of the sort, anyone would think he's a fraud. No one would believe it. Sasuke had already prepared for this response. He raised his voice and declared, "I know none of you believe me, and you're right to be skeptical. After all, as the ancestor of the Uchiha clan, I lived thousands of years ago. There's no way I could have survived until now. That's right, the real me died thousands of years ago. The present me is actually a reincarnation, reborn in the body of this young man named Uchiha Sasuke. In other words, I am Uchiha Sasuke, and I am also your ancestor, Otsutsuki Indra." As his words settled, many of the Uchiha clan members glanced toward the front, their eyes landing on Fugaku, some with a hint of scorn. Clan leader, didn't you say this was your son? That you'd poured countless resources into secretly raising him as the family's trump card? Well, now your son's become your ancestor. That's not just a twist. That's the ultimate upgrade. Fugaku stood expressionless, arms folded, wearing the face of a man who believed, if I don't feel awkward, it's you who will. Yet, he chose to believe what Sasuke had said. After all, a powerhouse who stands at the peak of the ninja world has no reason to deceive them. Still, Fugaku was deeply shocked by Sasuke's true identity. Who would have thought that his youngest son was actually the reincarnation of their founding ancestor? No wonder he'd always felt a certain affinity for Sasuke. Noticing the expressions on everyone's faces, Sasuke was hardly surprised. It was all within his expectations. After all, if anyone suddenly found a stranger claiming to be their ancestor appearing before them out of nowhere, they would naturally assume he was a fraud. No one would believe it. Sasuke had already prepared for such a situation in his mind. He immediately raised his voice and declared, I know none of you believe me, and that's only natural. After all, as the ancestor of the Uchiha clan, I lived thousands of years ago. There's no way I could have survived until today. That's right, the real me died thousands of years ago. The one standing here now is my reincarnation, reborn into the body of this young man, called Uchiha Sasuke. In other words, I am Uchiha Sasuke, and I'm also your ancestor, Otsutsuki Indra. As he finished speaking, many of the Uchiha clansmen turned to look at Fugaku at the front, their eyes tinged with a hint of disdain. Clan head, didn't you say this was your son, the ace you cultivated in secret for the clan, pouring countless resources into him? Well, look at that. Now your son has become your ancestor. That's a promotion beyond imagination. Fugaku's face remained expressionless, arms crossed, wearing the kind of look that said, if I'm not embarrassed, then the awkwardness is all yours. Yet, deep down, he chose to believe Sasuke's words. After all, a man with such peerless strength, unmatched in the shinobi world, had no reason to deceive them. Still, he was utterly shocked by Sasuke's true identity at this moment. He never would have guessed that his youngest son was actually the reincarnation of their ancestor. No wonder he always felt so comfortable around Sasuke. Turns out, it was his own ancestor. No wonder, indeed. Though, having a son become his ancestor, the shift in seniority did feel a little strange. Well, no matter. He would simply recognize him as his ancestor. Son? Did anyone really want someone this powerful as their son? That would be tempting fate. Very well. From now on, Uchiha Sasuke would be his forefather. Fugaku quickly adjusted his own mindset, silently warning himself not to treat Sasuke as his son anymore. Otherwise, it might cost him his life. What's going on? There are still people who don't believe it? On stage, Sasuke frowned slightly, not hearing the system announce the task completion. This meant that quite a few Uchiha clansmen below still didn't believe a word he said. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura erupted from Sasuke, filling the air with terrifying force. Under its crushing pressure, the clan members below felt as if an invisible hand was squeezing their hearts, making it difficult to breathe. With my strength, crushing you all would be as effortless as stepping on a colony of ants. So, I have absolutely no reason to deceive you. Sasuke spoke in a calm, indifferent tone. Since there were still those who refused to believe, he could only force them to accept the truth through sheer power. Feeling this terrifying, overwhelming pressure, the remaining skeptical members of the Uchiha clan instantly came to their senses. Of course, someone with power like this has no reason at all to deceive them. Ancestor. We pay our respects to our ancestor. Our ancestor is mighty. The Uchiha clansmen below erupted, shouting fervently in Sasuke's honor. Whether Sasuke was truly their Uchiha ancestor or not. Well, even if he wasn't, having such a formidable powerhouse as their forebear and protector was a tremendous advantage for the Uchiha. There was no downside at all. Seeing his approach had worked, Sasuke nodded in satisfaction. He turned his attention inward, preparing to hear the system announce, mission complete. But just then, from amidst the crowd, a sudden outburst rang out. Fake. He's a fake. Everyone don't be fooled. Ancestor of the Uchiha clan? Nonsense. This is nothing but wild lies. He's a con artist. Uchiha Hokage pointed at Sasuke, his face flushed with agitation as he shouted at the top of his lungs. But when Sasuke's icy gaze swept over him, Hokage instinctively swallowed hard, a chill running down his spine. Yet, seeing so many clansmen present and recalling the third elder's analysis from that morning, that this so-called Sasuke was an imposter infiltrating the Uchiha to win favor for some hidden purpose, he felt emboldened. If I, as a true Uchiha, expose his identity in front of everyone, there's no way my life will be in danger. With this thought, and noticing the clan's eyes now fixed upon him, Uchiha Hakuda's confidence was restored. He pointed squarely at Sasuke and spoke in a firm, unyielding voice. Now, let me reveal this man's true identity to you all. With that, he drew a deep breath, preparing to loudly declare, the real identity of this so-called Uchiha Sasuke is a monster. A deafening crack. From atop the platform, Sasuke struck with his palm, unleashing a burst of invisible force that swept out with a roar. In an instant, Uchiha Hakuda was obliterated, leaving behind nothing but a gruesome smear of blood. Retracting his hand, Sasuke's eternal Mangekyo Sharingan flared open as he said coldly, I've told you, there's no meaning in deceiving you. Before these eyes, I won't tolerate a single word of doubt. As his words fell, an even greater pressure descended, so intense that everyone struggled to breathe. That Sharingan, such overwhelming ocular power. It really is the eternal Mangekyo. This is unbelievable. Fugaku stared at Sasuke's eyes, his voice trembling with awe. With those words, an uproar erupted throughout the gathering once again. Now, no one could doubt Sasuke anymore. Ding! Mission complete. You have gained one additional chance at the lottery. Hearing the system's prompt, Sasuke nodded in satisfaction. He restored his eyes to normal and vanished from where he stood. To think you could keep up with my body flicker technique. Interesting. Sasuke came to a halt on the rooftop of a civilian house, glancing back at Itachi, who had followed him, and asked in a cool tone. So what is it now? Are you here to get beaten again? At Sasuke's words, Itachi slowly shook his head, a trace of bitterness on his face. I'm not here to give you trouble. Honestly, with my abilities, I'm not even qualified to challenge you. At least you're self-aware. Sasuke nodded in agreement, then asked, if you're not here to suffer, then what do you want from me? Itachi took a deep breath, his voice low and serious. Since my brother is your reincarnation, does that mean the real Uchiha Sasuke no longer exists? Or, should I say, because of this so-called reincarnation, you've killed my brother? Sasuke paused for a moment before replying. You could look at it that way, but to say I killed your brother, that's nonsense. The original Uchiha Sasuke was me as well, just without awakened memories or power. That's why he seems so naive. Your brother being my reincarnation should be an honor. With a proud look, Sasuke raised an eyebrow at Itachi. Of course, if you stubbornly believe I killed your brother, you can always choose to seek revenge. But I can't guarantee I won't accidentally kill you in the process. Itachi shook his head, his expression even more bitter. Revenge? Forget it. I'd rather think of my brother Uchiha Sasuke as never having existed. Besides, you saved the Uchiha clan. Both emotionally and rationally, I have no reason to oppose you. Is that really why? Or is it just because you know you can't beat me? Sasuke scoffed. Itachi fell silent for a moment, feeling a twinge of irritation. For some reason, he suddenly wanted to punch the guy in front of him. His old brother really was much cuter. After a brief, awkward pause, Itachi spoke up, hesitantly. Well, honored ancestor, may I ask you for a favor? If you've got something to say, spit it out. Don't ramble on like an old lady. Sasuke replied, a bit impatiently. It's just about my mother. Could I please ask you not to tell her your true identity? If she learned the truth, it would break her heart. Itachi's face was sincere as he pleaded with Sasuke. Who would have thought? You're actually a dutiful son. If I hadn't transmigrated here, you wouldn't have hesitated for a second to do away with your own mother. Sasuke sneered inwardly. Though it may be awkward to ask you, my honored ancestor, to play the role of my own father, I truly don't want my mother to be heartbroken because of this. Please, I beg you, ancestor. Itachi pleaded earnestly. To see such an expression on Itachi's face took Sasuke completely by surprise. All right, enough. There's no need to be so dramatic. Mikoto Uchiha is a wonderful mother. I will come up with an explanation for her. I promise I won't let her be saddened. Sasuke agreed at last. As for what he'd tell Mikoto Uchiha, he decided he would just use the prophetic dream from the Sage of Six Paths story he'd spun before. The gist was that the Sage of Six Paths had entrusted him with a vision in a dream, and then, well, the rest he'd improvise. The main thing was Mikoto Uchiha's cooking was simply too delicious. Sasuke couldn't bear to hurt the feelings of such a top-tier chef. Thank you, ancestor. Itachi's face lit up with gratitude, and his respect for Sasuke soared in that instant. Suddenly, this ancestor didn't seem so ill-tempered after all. In fact, he was surprisingly easy to talk to. At the very least, he wasn't some arrogant, aloof figure who refused to communicate. A few days later, Hamura Mitokado delivered the money, the full 4 billion. Of course, Sasuke didn't have the time to count it himself, so he had Fugaku handle the tallying. Not a penny more, not a penny less. It was actually a bit surprising, considering they managed to scrape together such a huge sum in less than 10 days. Clearly, the Mitokado clan was well off. If he'd known, Sasuke thought with a twinge of regret, he would have demanded even more back then. During this time, Sasuke also made use of that lottery chance he'd earned. The result? He won 3 pounds of beef jerky, a dud of a prize, but the flavor was surprisingly good and savory. As expected, luck always comes and goes in cycles. At this point, Fugaku came to see him, holding a scroll in his hands. He bowed respectfully as he presented it to Sasuke. Honored ancestor, the money has been counted. Here is your 4 billion. I've sealed it all inside this scroll. Keep it for yourself. Use it as the family's reserve fund. Besides, I have no interest in money. With that, Sasuke made a classic dismissive gesture, reminiscent of a certain famous entrepreneur. Thank you, honored ancestor. Fugaku's face was full of gratitude as he hurriedly put the scroll away, then added with flattery. I see now how limited my own perspective was. To you, ancestor, wealth must truly be as worthless as dirt. Sasuke nodded slightly, signifying his agreement. With his current strength, if he wanted money, he could have as much as he desired. He lacked for nothing. After the compliments, Fugaku looked at Sasuke, hesitated for a moment, and finally asked. The thing is, honored ancestor, I've been discussing with the elders in the clan about the position of clan head. I would like to invite you, honored ancestor, to take the post of head of the Uchiha clan. May I ask what your thoughts are? Fugaku looked at Sasuke with anticipation in his eyes, his gaze bright, clearly hoping Sasuke would accept. Moreover, he did not resist giving up the position of clan leader at all. He relinquished it willingly and with a glad heart. After all, in both strength and status, Sasuke far surpassed him. He truly believed that under the guidance of this ancestor, the Uchiha clan would surely flourish. It was only a matter of time before they became the greatest clan in the ninja world. I have no time to deal with the trivial matters of the clan. Don't even think about making me the clan leader. Sasuke refused without hesitation. At this point, he was powerful, and, as the forebear of the Uchiha, his status was unshakable. He had both authority and prestige. He could do as he pleased, living freely and indulging himself without restraint. He certainly didn't want to burden himself with some pointless position. My apologies, I was being presumptuous. A mere Uchiha clan leader is hardly worthy of someone as noble as you, our honored ancestor. Fugaku replied with a look of disappointment, adding a touch of flattery. But in his heart, he was grumbling furiously. No time to manage the clan? That's utter nonsense. All he did every day was eat and drink around the Konoha food market. He hardly did anything else. To think their ancestor turned out to be a glutton. After venting a bit internally, Fugaku calmed himself, his expression turning serious as he brought up the actual matter at hand. Honored ancestor, since Koharu handed over the money, it shows that Hiruzen Sarutobi and those old foxes have chosen to continue enduring for now. As long as things remain this way, both sides will stay safe and sound. If this had happened before, I would have been more than happy to see it. But now, I simply can't accept it. He paused for a moment, then gritted his teeth, and said, especially after learning that old Hiruzen intended to annihilate our Uchiha clan, I've come to see the third Hokage as my sworn enemy. If we don't seize the chance to ruin him and bring him down, I will never be content. Looking at Sasuke, Fugaku pleaded. So, I earnestly beg you, honored ancestor, please find a way to bring down the third Hokage and force him to step down. Stop spending all your time eating and drinking. Can you focus on the real business first? Of course, that last complaint was kept strictly to himself. He would never dare say it out loud, lest he end up beaten to death. Can't you come up with a solution yourselves? Don't rely on me for everything. Sasuke frowned. Honored ancestor, you know our clansmen well. They're hot-tempered and impulsive. They're outstanding on the battlefield, but asking them to devise a strategy is just too much for them. Fugaku wore a look of helplessness as he continued. My own wisdom isn't even a fraction of yours, honored ancestor. I truly can't think of any way to make Hiruzen Sarutobi fall into disgrace and become the target of everyone's scorn, like Danzo before him. That's why I have no choice but to beg for your guidance, honored ancestor. Since that old Sarutobi Hiruzen is so patient, I want to see just how long he can endure. Our next move will be to target the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Sasuke let out a cold chuckle, then revealed the plan that had just come to him. Upon hearing this, Fugaku's eyes lit up with admiration. He looked at Sasuke with deep respect and praised him repeatedly. This is brilliant, absolutely brilliant. The Jinchuriki is the most important weapon in every village. I refuse to believe that old Sarutobi could stay silent after this. And if we seize control of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, The Uchiha clan's strength will reach new heights. You truly are worthy of being our ancestor. This is like killing two birds with one stone. Such a casual strategy, yet so ingenious, so breathtaking, so... Stop with the flattery. You're making my skin crawl. Sasuke cut in sharply. Though his praise had been interrupted, Fugaku didn't seem the least bit embarrassed. He straightened up and said seriously, "All right then, I'll immediately send the clan's elite to capture the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki." "Who told you to do that? If we just snatch the Jinchuriki outright, aren't we the ones acting unreasonably here?" Sasuke scolded him. Then ancestor, what do you mean?" Fugaku scratched his head in confusion. "We don't just want the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. We need to stand on the highest moral ground. We must make everyone recognize that our actions are justified, that what we do is right, and leave old Sarutobi with nothing left to say." Sasuke crossed his arms and sneered. "But how are we supposed to pull that off? That sounds impossible." Fugaku's brow furrowed even deeper, his confusion growing. "You're talking about bringing a nuclear weapon right to your own doorstep and expecting everyone to agree that it's the right thing to do. How could that be possible?" He suspected Sasuke was exaggerating. Unless, like last time, they used brute force to threaten the third Hokage into handing over control of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. But wouldn't that just be plain robbery? How could anyone ever accept that? "There's no need for you to worry about this. I'll handle it myself. All you need to do is wait for me to bring the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki safely back to the Uchiha," Sasuke said calmly, keeping the details of his plan to himself. Though Fugaku was a little disappointed not to hear the specifics, as soon as he learned that Sasuke would personally take action, his excitement flared again. "All right, if you're taking matters into your own hands, ancestor, then I have nothing to worry about. There's no doubt the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki will rightfully and reasonably become ours. Would you like any assistance? If you need it, I can arrange for the clan's elites to support you." "No need," Sasuke replied with a wave of his hand, then vanished from sight in a flash. Walking along the road back within the Uchiha compound, Sasuke pondered to himself. Since the target is Konoha's Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, that means I'm looking for Uzumaki Naruto. Sasuke decided to first visit the Ninja Academy. At this time of day, classes would still be in session, so Naruto was likely to be there. Ever since he crossed over into this world, he hadn't once set foot in a Ninja Academy. Not that he was interested in playing make-believe with a bunch of little kids, anyway. He wondered if the battle a few days ago had affected the school at all. If the academy was gone, he'd have no choice but to visit Naruto's house instead. Come to think of it, where did Naruto even live? As Sasuke was lost in thought, a shadow darted out from a nearby alley, lunging straight for him. Just as Sasuke was about to swat away this reckless fool, suddenly, a young Uchiha dropped to his knees before him. "An ancestor! I finally found you!" the young man exclaimed, his face alight with excitement, his eyes ablaze with fervor. He looked as if he'd just met his idol. His words tumbled out in a rush. Pointing to his own face, he stammered with emotion. "It's me, Uchiha Tekka. Do you remember me, sir?" Sasuke frowned and shook his head. The name didn't ring a bell, and the guy's face was completely forgettable, just another background character. Sasuke had no reason to remember someone like that. Tekka seemed embarrassed by Sasuke's reaction and hurried to explain. "You really are someone important, always forgetting the little people. I was one of the three who tried to go after Miss Izumi, and you stepped in to teach us a lesson, and it was you who destroyed my Sharingan. Now I've got a pair of ordinary eyes." "Oh, it was you. Now I remember a bit. What? Are you here to get revenge?" Sasuke narrowed his eyes, his voice calm as ever. No, I wouldn't dare." Tekka shook his head so fast it was almost comical. "You punished me, and I deserved it. Back then, I was misled by that fool, Uchiha Yatsurai. I actually thought of turning on my own clan. Unforgivable. If you're not here for revenge, then out with it. Don't waste my time," Sasuke said flatly. "Great ancestor, I beg you, please take me as your disciple." Tekka cried, bowing deeply before Sasuke with a heavy thud. Blood welled from his forehead, proof of his sincerity. He lifted his head, his face streaked with blood but his eyes filled with honest yearning. In a trembling voice, he said, "I know my strength and talent are nothing compared to yours, sir, but please believe in my determination. I want to become stronger, and no matter how bitter or exhausting the journey, I'll see it through to the end." "Oh, so you want to get stronger, and then come back to take your revenge?" Sasuke asked coolly. No, of course not." Tekka shook his head frantically. "My purpose in becoming stronger is to atone for my sins. After all, the fact that I once dared to attack my own clan is utterly unforgivable. It's beneath even a beast. I know that right now. The relationship between our clan and the higher-ups of Konoha has become as irreconcilable as fire and water. Sooner or later, there will be all-out war. And I, as a Uchiha who has made mistakes, should redeem myself by charging into battle for the clan, risking life and limb to make amends. But my strength is pitiful. Forget fighting for the clan. Even keeping myself alive will be nearly impossible. I'd just be cannon fodder through and through. Uchiha Tekka's face was filled with helplessness, yet his gaze towards Sasuke burned with unwavering resolve. So, I humbly beg you, honored ancestor, to take me as your disciple. No matter what training methods you use, I will accept them all, as long as I can grow stronger and contribute more to the clan. Bang, bang, bang. With that, Uchiha Tekka knocked his head to the ground 3 times in quick succession, making his plea ring out with determination. As the saying goes, a prodigal son who returns is worth his weight in gold. Since the other party was so sincere, of course Sasuke refused. His true goal was to taste all the delicacies the shinobi world had to offer. He had no time to take on a disciple. It absolutely wasn't because the man's talent was lacking. He was already over 20 and only at Chunin level. What a letdown. Although Sasuke turned him down, he did point him toward a better path. I'm not planning to take any disciples, but since you're so determined to get stronger, you could seek out my guy. He's the one with the bowl-cut hairstyle, always dressed in a green jumpsuit, running dozens or even hundreds of laps around Konoha every day. If you train the way he does, your strength will definitely improve, as long as you're able to endure it. Sasuke spoke calmly, offering him a suitable mentor. With Might Guy's personality, if you ask to train with him, he will never turn you away. In fact, he'd probably be overjoyed. This! Uchiha Tekka shuddered at the thought of himself in a green bodysuit and shook his head frantically. No. That guy could never compare to you, honored ancestor. Besides, he's an outsider. How could he possibly devote himself wholeheartedly to teaching an Uchiha like me? Please, it has to be you, honored ancestor. I already told you. I'm not taking any disciples. Stop pestering me. Sasuke's brow furrowed slightly. He paid no further attention, stepping around Tekka and continuing down the path. But to his surprise, Uchiha Tekka lunged forward, wrapping his arms tightly around Sasuke's legs and pleading incessantly. Please, I beg you, honored ancestor, take me as your disciple. Please accept me. Let go. My patience is running out. Sasuke glanced down, his voice turning cold. No, I absolutely won't let go. Unless you agree, honored ancestor, I will never give up. Uchiha Tekka's expression was resolute, his entire being radiating a fierce determination. He would not rest until his goal was achieved. Yet, in this moment, his actions resembled nothing so much as those of a stubborn scoundrel. Get lost! Sasuke raised his foot and kicked. Instantly, Uchiha Tekka's grip loosened, sending him flying backward. He crashed into a utility pole by the roadside before finally coming to a stop. He wasn't really hurt. Sasuke had controlled his strength. After all, Tekka's intentions weren't ill. He simply wanted to grow stronger for the sake of the clan. It was just his methods that were hard to stomach. Sasuke wasn't about to kill someone over something so trivial. Of course, if Uchiha Tekka kept pestering him like some desperate stray, Sasuke wouldn't be quite so forgiving next time. Shaking off this unexpected interruption, Sasuke continued on his way toward the Ninja Academy. Tekka sat on the ground, his back against the cold metal of the pole. Only after Sasuke had fully disappeared did the feverish excitement fade from Tekka's face, replaced instead by a steely chill. Damn it, does he really think a bit of skill makes him invincible? Arrogant fool. A cold smirk curled Tekka's lips as he muttered under his breath. But perhaps that arrogance has been useful. He's kept me occupied for quite a while. I hope, Inaho, that nothing has gone wrong on your end during all this time. After lingering a few more minutes, Tekka wiped the blood from his forehead and walked away as if nothing had happened. Soon, he left the Uchiha compound and hurried down a secluded alleyway. At the far end of the alley, Tekka cast a wary glance around. Once sure he was alone, he pried open a manhole cover and slipped down into the darkness, pulling the cover shut behind him. Navigating the damp, twisting tunnels of the sewer, he finally reached his destination, a hidden room built beneath the city streets. Inaho, did you get it done? Tekka asked as he opened a concealed door, addressing the shadowy figure inside. Of course, everything went off without a hitch. Uchiha Inaho replied with a smug grin, stepping aside to reveal the unconscious form of Uchiha Izumi behind him. Excellent. Looks like my efforts weren't wasted after all, Tekka said, satisfaction lighting his face. Maybe distracting Uchiha Sasuke was overkill, but it never hurts to be cautious. Better to have every angle covered. Exactly. It's always better to be prepared. If that guy had caught us going after Izumi, we'd be in big trouble. Inaho agreed with a nod. At that moment, Tekka approached the unconscious Izumi. Gazing down at her pale face, he gave a cold, mocking smile. Oomph. I'll show the guy what arrogance gets you. Just because he's powerful, he thinks he can trample over everyone else. We may not be able to take him down, but the weaklings around him, surely we can handle them. As he spoke, his expression twisted with malice. Damn it, last time he dared to blind me. An eye for an eye? I'll make sure this wretched girl loses her sight too. Uchiha Tetsuka reached out, extending 2 fingers, aiming for Izumi's eyes, and lunged forward. Hey, calm down, Tetsuka. Don't forget why we captured this brat. Don't let your personal rage ruin everything we've worked for. At that critical moment, Daika intervened just in time, stopping Tetsuka and saving Izumi from being blinded. Daika looked sternly at Tetsuka and said, We went to so much trouble to bring her here, not for you to vent your anger. Lord Danzo made it clear, bring her back in one piece. Tetsuka let out a long breath, withdrawing his hand and regaining his composure. Sorry, I lost my head. Whenever I see anyone connected to that guy, I just can't hold myself back. No need to rush, Daika reassured him. Once Lord Danzo has everything in place, that'll be the day he pays for what he did. When that time comes, the debt for your blinded eyes and for your broken arms will both be repaid. As he comforted Tetsuka, Daika raised his own hands, staring at his new forearms, still clumsy and uncoordinated, and a fierce hatred flared in his eyes. Afterward, the two of them let their imaginations wander, picturing the moment when their plan would succeed and Sasuke would break down in tears before them. With that satisfying vision, they took the unconscious Izumi and left the hidden little room. Deep within a secret root base, Lord Danzo, the mission you entrusted to us has been accomplished without a hitch. Tetsuka and Daika knelt on one knee before Danzo, heads bowed in respect. You've done exceptionally well. With this girl, our plan for revenge is one step closer to success. Danzo looked down at Izumi lying on the floor and smiled. A smile so twisted it was almost grotesque. You've worked hard. Go and get some rest. There will be more tasks for you later. For once, Danzo made an uncharacteristic show of concern. It was nothing. This is what we should do. Everything is for the sake of avenging ourselves on Uchiha Sasuke. Tetsuka's face was twisted with hatred for Sasuke. That's right. As long as we can get revenge on Uchiha Sasuke, no matter how dangerous the mission, we'll give it everything we've got. Daika gritted his teeth in agreement. Good. We all share the same goal. You may go now. Danzo nodded in satisfaction, waving them away, and the two quietly retreated. Just after the two of them had completely left, Uchiha Obito, his face hidden behind a dung-yellow, swirling mask, slowly emerged from the shadows. He glanced down at Izumi, who lay unconscious on the ground, his brow furrowing slightly beneath the mask as he spoke in a cold voice. Danzo, did you make me wait all this time just for this little brat? That's right. With her, the final preparations are complete. Now I can finally begin to enact my plan. Danzo gave a slight nod, a cold smirk tugging at the corner of his mouth. But if my senses are right, her chakra reserves barely reach the level of a Chunin, and she hasn't even awakened to Sharingan. Someone this weak would be nothing but a background character in the Uchiha clan. I don't see what Yushi is to you. Or are you just toying with me? Obito fixed Danzo with a cold stare, his voice sharp with suspicion and menace, as a murderous aura began to seep from him. After Obito had broken Danzo out of prison, Danzo hadn't led them to the so-called secret weapon facility right away. He claimed he needed to tend to his wounds first, and that there was one last thing he had to prepare. That preparation turned out to be capturing a supposedly important member of the Uchiha clan. Obito had assumed the target would at least be the clan leader or a high-ranking elder. He never imagined Danzo would bring in someone so feeble, barely even at Chunin level. Obito felt certain Danzo was playing games with him, stalling for time to recover from his injuries and plotting to slip out from under his control. If that was truly Danzo's plan, Obito would show him just how narrow his vision really was. Sensing the bloodlust radiating ever stronger from Obito, Danzo hurried to explain. Lord Madara, there's no need to be impatient. The reason I brought this girl isn't for her strength, but for her identity. She may seem insignificant, just a nobody in the Uchiha clan, but this girl is Uchiha Itachi's childhood friend, and she's closely connected to Uchiha Sasuke as well. With these two ties, the possibilities for us to exploit are endless. He then flexed his newly attached limbs, unable to suppress a note of admiration. Orochimaru's skills in research are truly impressive. It's remarkable how quickly these new arms and legs have melded perfectly with my body. With a heavy thud, he struck the ground with his newly acquired cane, then gave a crisp command. Bring the girl. It's time for us to move. From the shadows, a ninja of the Root Division appeared silently, scooped up Izumi, and stood silently behind Danzo. Lord Madara, let's go. It's time you saw my secret weapon for yourself. Danzo turned to Obito, inviting him with a quiet, confident smile. Oomph. After wasting so much of my time, this so-called secret weapon of yours had better not disappoint me. Otherwise, your fate will be even worse. Obito warned coldly. Rest assured, I wouldn't dare risk my own life. Danzo forced a confident smile, looking every bit the sycophant. But inside, he was seething with humiliation. When had he, the great leader of the Foundation, ever been reduced to the point where others could order him around and threaten him at will? If the chance ever presented itself, he would make sure to eliminate both this so-called Uchiha Madara and that Uchiha Sasuke as well. Danzo's eyes flickered with calculation as he silently plotted, leading Obito through a winding path toward the most secretive of the Foundation's bases. After weaving through countless twists and turns for nearly half an hour, they finally arrived at their destination. We're now 2,000 meters beneath Konoha. Absolutely safe, absolutely concealed. This base holds the culmination of all my research and effort. Danzo couldn't help but sigh with pride. Seeing Obito remain silent, he had no choice but to talk to himself. But in order to take revenge on Uchiha Sasuke, I have no choice but to activate the projects inside, even the unfinished ones. I don't have time for your rambling. Just take me to see your secret weapon already. Obito urged impatiently, frowning. Danzo's face turned stone cold, and he wasted no more words. He quickly formed a complex hand sign and slammed his palms heavily onto the massive door of the base. With a deep, rumbling sound, the thick doors slowly slid open, and Danzo strode in first. Inside the base, the lighting was bright, and Foundation researchers in their lab coats bustled about, busy with their tasks. Danzo's arrival took them all by surprise. After all, this place was usually sealed off from the world, a hidden realm cut off on the outside. Apart from the Foundation, shinobi who delivered supplies on schedule, outsiders almost never set foot here. Even Danzo himself, as the leader, had only visited once when the base was first constructed. This was only his second visit, and this time, he brought outsiders with him. The researchers sensed instinctively that something major was about to happen. Soon, the person in charge, Shinraka Tanuki, hurried over. He knelt on one knee before Danzo, greeting him respectfully. Lord Danzo, for you to come here in person, something significant must have happened. Due to the base's extreme isolation, Shinraka Tanuki was still unaware of the events unfolding in the outside world. Danzo gave no explanation. Instead, he issued a direct order. I want to activate the Judo Tenno project. So soon? You wish to use Judo Tenno already? Has something happened, Lord Danzo? Shinraka Tanuki exclaimed in shock, his voice tinged with concern. Follow my orders. Do you really need to trouble yourself with anything else? Danzo fixed his gaze on the subordinate he hadn't seen in a long time and rebuked him coldly. It seems I haven't been here for a while, and you've forgotten the duties of a root ninja. A root ninja only needs to obey orders. Nothing else should concern you. Yes, Lord Danzo. It was my negligence. Shinratani hastily lowered his head in apology, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Please, Lord Danzo, come with me. With Danzo's signal, he stood up and led the others toward a laboratory. This was a massive laboratory. Only a few scattered lights hung from the ceiling. With insufficient illumination, the vast space was shrouded in gloom, save for a pool of light in the center. At the heart of the laboratory stood a colossal incubation apparatus, dominating nearly half the room. Inside, it was filled with a luminous green fluid, and within that emerald solution, a bizarre creature floated in suspension. Its face resembled a monkey, but its body was that of a tanuki, its limbs feline like a tiger's, and it bore a serpent's tail. This monstrous chimera was none other than Danzo's secret weapon, born from his clandestine experiments with the first Hokage cells. It was called Nu, or as some would call it, the Ox-Headed King. So, this is the secret weapon you mentioned? Obito's brow nodded as he stared at the Nu inside the tank, his voice icy. To my senses, its chakra reserves are barely on par with an elite jonin. In fact, it's weaker than a run-of-the-mill summoning beast. Danzo, you mean to tell me this useless thing will help me gauge Uchiha Sasuke's true power? That it could destroy the Uchiha? Or even raise all of Konoha? Obito's gaze grew razor-sharp as he turned it on Danzo, his tone menacing. Danzo, you'd better give me an explanation now. Otherwise, everyone in this base will pay the price for your stupidity. Watch your mouth. Who gave you the right to speak to Lord Danzo like that? A root ninja, standing guard, could no longer hold back at the sight of Danzo being scolded like a child. Eager to prove his loyalty, he drew his ninja blade and lunged at Obito in a flash. Danzo didn't stop him. He stood motionless, quietly observing, choosing to let a subordinate test Obito's strength first. After all, this was his most important stronghold. The root operative station here were not just numerous, but the very best of the best. In the surrounding darkness, a dozen razor-sharp gazes locked onto Obito, ready to strike at any moment. Here, Danzo felt he had the confidence to stand his ground against this mysterious intruder. As the shadow of Konoha, he would not tolerate being manipulated any longer. How dare you show disrespect to Lord Danzo Dai? In less than the span of a single breath, the root ninja flashed forward, blade drawn, closing in on Obito. With a razor-sharp ninja blade in hand, he swung it hard in a diagonal slash aimed straight at Obito's neck. A sharp swish sliced through the air. What? The root ninja stared in shock at the sword gripped in his hand. Just moments ago, both he and the blade had passed right through Obito's body, as if he were made of mist. Ignorant, ant courting death. Obito shifted his body slightly, stretched out an arm, and spread his fingers wide, palm aimed at the root ninja's back. In an instant, dozens of sharp wooden spikes of varying sizes shot out from his palm. Wood-style, cutting sprigs technique. With a wet, tearing sound, the root ninja didn't even have time to react before the wooden spikes pierced through his body. Blood poured onto the ground, and he collapsed, lifeless. That's a space-time jutsu. And wood-style. Who are you really? Danzo's pupils contracted in shock and disbelief. Regret gnawed at him. Someone who wielded both space-time ninjutsu and wood-style? Such power could rival that monster Uchiha Sasuke. To destroy this base would be nothing but child's play for him. Just then, a dozen root ninjas emerged from the shadows, surrounding Danzo on all sides. Weapons drawn, they eyed Obito warily, ready for battle. I told you, I am Uchiha Madara. Obito tilted his head back, and once again declared the name he'd assumed. He turned his cold gaze on Danzo, and spoke with icy indifference. Danzo, it seems you've chosen the path of death. Hith. Lord Madara, you misunderstand. That was my subordinate acting on his own. I gave no such order. He acted entirely on his own initiative. It had nothing to do with me. Now, he's paid the price for his foolishness. He got what he deserved. Danzo gave a dry laugh, eager to distance himself from the incident. Pointing at the creature inside the container, he went on, Lord Madara, I was just about to explain the ability of this secret weapon to you. But who would have thought that my subordinate would act so rashly, striking at you without awaiting my command? Truly, he deserved his fate. Turning to the root ninjas still guarding him, Danzo barked. What are you all doing? This is Uchiha Madara, whose very name shakes the ninja world. He is a most honored guest of Root. Put away your weapons and withdraw now. As the root ninjas melted back into the darkness, Danzo turned to the creature floating in the container, awkwardly shifting the topic. Lord Madara, we have named this creature new. Don't be fooled by its current chakra levels. Barely at the Jonin rank, seemingly weak. Its weakness is only temporary, for it possesses an extremely formidable ability. That is to say, it can absorb chakra endlessly, and as the amount of chakra increases, its body grows larger and its power increases accordingly. As long as it is provided with a steady and ample supply of chakra, the strength of Nu will inevitably reach, and even surpass, the level of a Kage. Danzo paused, noticing that Obito seemed intrigued by his words and showed no intent to make a move. Relieved, Danzo allowed himself a discreet sigh of relief. Then, wearing a smug smile, he continued proudly. Of course, that's not its core ability. Its true destructive power lies in self-destruction. The more chakra it absorbs, the greater the power of its self-detonation. If it absorbs enough chakra, destroying the entire Hidden Leaf Village will be a simple matter. In that case, let's get on with it. Obito raised his eyebrows, urging him in a cool, indifferent tone. Danzo turned and pointed at Izumi, directing his command to Shinramu. Seal Nu inside this brat. Danzo-sama, that might be difficult. Shinramu hesitated, and seeing Danzo's frown, he quickly explained. The research on Nu isn't even halfway complete. Many of its functions are still far from perfected, and the risk of losing control is extremely high. If it goes out of control, all our research will be for nothing. The losses would be immense, and... Enough! Danzo cut him off coldly before he could finish. There's no need to worry so much. Nu is nothing more than a disposable tool. As long as it can wipe out the Uchiha clan, it will have served its purpose. Yes, sir. Shinramu wasted no more words. He took Izumi from the root ninja and began to inscribe the sealing technique. Meanwhile, on the other side, Sasuke found himself facing the ruins of what had once been his childhood dream. His school was gone. It had been reduced to rubble, likely as a result of the aftermath of that recent battle. Now, many construction workers were busy rebuilding the school. Sasuke made some inquiries and learned that classes would not resume until the reconstruction was complete. Thanking the worker uncle, Sasuke decided to head to Naruto's place. According to information from his fellow Uchiha clan members, Naruto lived in an old, shabby apartment building. But when he arrived, he found that Naruto wasn't home. If Naruto wasn't eating lunch at home in the middle of the day, there was only one other place he could be. Sasuke turned and walked off in that direction. From a distance, Sasuke spotted that familiar tuft of blonde hair inside Ichiraku Ramen. As he walked in, he saw Naruto clutching a ramen bowl bigger than his own head, devouring the noodles with wild enthusiasm. "Thanks for the meal, Uncle Ichiraku. I'm stuffed." Naruto put down his empty bowl, patted his belly, and beamed with satisfaction. "Oh good, Naruto, your appetite is as impressive as ever." The still youthful Ichiraku took the empty bowl away, then turned to the doorway, where Sasuke stood, smiling warmly as he greeted him. "Welcome, little customer. Would you like to order something? I'm not exaggerating when I say our ramen is the best in all of Konoha. Ha ha. No need. I'm here to find someone." Sasuke shook his head, expressing his refusal. The day after the Konoha Council ended, Sasuke came here to try the legendary Ichiraku Ramen, the one praised to the skies in his previous life's anime. To his taste, it was just so. Honestly, it didn't even compare to the snail noodles from his past life. Of course, that might just be a matter of personal preference. After all, Sasuke never really cared for noodles. Naruto, who had heard the commotion, shuffled in his seat and turned around. Spotting Sasuke, Naruto was surprised at first, but quickly put on a nonchalant face and said coolly, "Oh, so it's you, arrogant Sasuke. At that ninja match in school the other day, you must have been scared that the great Naruto would flatten you into the ground, so you ran off with your tail between your legs, didn't you? That's gotta be it, ha ha ha." As Naruto spoke, he broke into a wild, boisterous laugh. Sasuke was a little speechless. Trust Naruto, that single-minded fool, to still be hung up on that so-called ninja match. No one else would be. "Huh, flatten me? I'd really like to know where a dead last like you gets that kind of confidence." Sasuke gave a mocking laugh, crossing his arms and shooting Naruto a sidelong, disdainful glance. "Stupid Sasuke, don't look down on me. Let's settle this right now, unless you're scared." Naruto was instantly riled up by Sasuke's arrogance and challenged him to a showdown. "No problem. Beating a dead last, like you won't even take me a minute." Sasuke nodded carelessly, but inside he was thinking the fish has taken the bait. In a little while, he'd find a perfect moment to reveal the truth to Naruto, so Naruto would willingly join the Uchiha. Absolutely flawless. "Damn it, in a minute, you'll be picking your teeth up off the ground after I'm through with you." Naruto sprang up from his stool, rubbing his fists together in anticipation. The two of them left Ichiraku Ramen one after another, ready to find a nearby training ground to settle things. As they walked down the bustling street, Sasuke casually flicked a few air bullets in several directions. Bang, 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 thunk. All the Umbu agents, secretly watching Naruto, swallowed hard and broke out in a cold sweat as they eyed the gaping holes that had suddenly appeared in the walls behind them, right beside their heads. "Captain, what do we do now? Do we keep following them?" One of the Umbu members asked their squad leader. "If you got a death wish, be my guest. I'm going to report this to Lord Third. Let the old man decide how to handle this." With that, the captain used the body flicker technique and vanished, leaving the remaining Umbu members exchanging uneasy glances. Oomph. This feeling of being watched. Looks like that old man, the third Hokage, is using his telescope technique again. Some people never learn. Sasuke let out a cold snort in his heart. In an instant, his Rinnegan flashed open and closed, sending a surge of formidable mental energy rushing straight toward the source of the spying. Crack! Inside the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi stared at the shattered new crystal ball, his face darkening with fury as rage welled up inside him. Damn it! Are they really going to target the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki now? Lord Third, what should we do now? Should we follow and continue to keep watch? The captain of the Umbu squad asked, bowing his head. At those words, Hiruzen Sarutobi calmed down, his tone turning flat and indifferent. No need. Call your people back. If Uchiha Sasuke becomes so brazen as to drag the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki away by force, then I'll make sure the Uchiha clan's reputation is ruined. Yes, sir. The Umbu captain received his orders and left. Grr. A rumbling sound broke the silence, clearly the noise of an empty stomach. Sasuke glanced at the culprit and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, chuckling softly. TCH, are you a bottomless pit? You just scarfed down a huge bowl of ramen, and now you're hungry again. What do you know? It's because I, the great Naruto, was training hard this morning. That's why I get hungry so fast. Naruto glared at Sasuke, equal parts embarrassed and annoyed. You training? Don't make me laugh. The only thing you work hard at is playing pranks or running off to do more mischief. Sasuke didn't bother to sugarcoat it, pointing out bluntly. If you actually put some real effort into training, you wouldn't be the dead last in class. Truth be told, in the original timeline, Naruto's potential was far from mediocre. After all, his dad was Minato Namikaze, a genius who rose to Kage level as a commoner. No way his son could be completely talentless. It was just that Naruto was a mischievous kid, and with the Nine-Tails interference, his abilities as a ninja always seemed to fall short. Only after graduating from the academy and gaining real experience on missions did his true power begin to shine. But things are different now. Since Sasuke had come to this world, he wasn't going to let Naruto's talents go to waste. He had to start training him young, so that, one day, not only would the Uchiha clan gain a powerful ally, but Sasuke himself would have an extra layer of security. After all, his arrival had already thrown the story into chaos. No one could predict what might happen next. Just to be safe, it was definitely worthwhile to recruit the so-called child of the world to his side. Forget it. Since you're about to get a beating anyway, I'll let you fill your stomach before you get pummeled. I'll go get some food. Stay put and don't go wandering off. As if, with my strength, if anyone's getting beaten up, it's going to be you. Naruto shot back, refusing to back down. Oh, do you want something to eat? Sasuke asked offhandedly. I'm not hungry. I don't need anything. Naruto folded his arms across his chest, lifted his chin stubbornly, and replied with bravado. Unfortunately, he had barely spoken when his stomach let out a loud, protesting growl. That's just my stomach making noise. It has nothing to do with me. Naruto insisted, refusing to feel even a hint of embarrassment. No matter what, he couldn't let himself lose face in front of that stuck-up Sasuke. Fine, just wait here and behave yourself. I'll go buy 15 or 20 pounds of food to fill up your bottomless pit before we talk any further. Sasuke couldn't be bothered to argue with Naruto anymore. With a dismissive wave, he turned and walked away. Watching Sasuke's retreating figure, Naruto patted his belly and grumbled. Oh, stomach, why do you have to betray me like this? Now I've lost face in front of that arrogant Sasuke. He grumbled, but the thought of soon having 20 pounds of food to devour made him unconsciously lick his lips, anticipation lighting up his eyes. No way. If I just sit here and wait for Sasuke to bring back food, won't that make me look pathetic? The great Naruto, can't let him look down on me. I have to go buy something to eat too. That way, it'll be fair, and that arrogant Sasuke won't have anything to brag about. With these thoughts whirling in his mind, Naruto, unwilling to be outdone, decided he would buy something to share with Sasuke as well. He pulled out his now-flat frog-shaped wallet. Opening it, he found only a few coins left inside. Sigh. Naruto let out a helpless sigh. With so little money, all he could afford was some fruit. Nothing else was even an option. Well, fruit it is. Better than nothing. As luck would have it, there was a fruit shop just a little way off. Having made up his mind, Naruto headed over at once. But as soon as he reached the entrance, he hesitated. He remembered how the villagers usually treated him, and a wave of uncertainty washed over him. Come on, it's just buying something, nothing hard about that. I can't let Sasuke look down on me. If I behave myself, the shopkeeper should sell me something. Yes, that's it. Just behave myself, and it'll be fine. After a brief struggle, Naruto stepped into the fruit shop. Staring at the colorful array of fruit, he finally decided on apples. He picked up a shiny red apple and, turning to the busy proprietress, flashed her his brightest smile. Ma'am, how much is this apple? Ma'am? Who's he calling ma'am? I'm only 48, not even 50 yet, and he's calling me ma'am? The shopkeeper, busy wiping down the counter, felt a twinge of annoyance. Still, he was a customer asking for the price, so she held her tongue and chose not to make a scene. Quickly setting aside her work, she turned around and forced a warm smile onto her face. Are you looking for apples, sir? These apples come in 2 different prices. The ones over here, fully red, are 78 taels per gene. The ones over there aren't quite as ripe, they're not as good, and go for 50 taels per gene. Which kind would you like? But as she spoke, the shopkeeper's words suddenly trailed off. The warmth in her smile vanished in an instant, for she had just gotten a clear look at her customer's face. Blonde hair, whisker-like marks on his cheeks. Isn't this the demon fox from the village? He actually dared to show up at her shop. What rotten luck. She'd thought she was about to make a sale, but who would have guessed it was a monster instead? Talk about bad fortune. The look she gave Naruto was now filled with open disgust. But Naruto, oblivious as ever, didn't notice the sudden shift in atmosphere. He put down the bright red apple in his hand and reached for the lesser apples, muttering to himself, "These are so much more expensive. I'll just take the other ones, then. Get out." The shopkeeper let out a roar that echoed through the shop, swatting away Naruto's outstretched hand. One hand pointed to the door, the other planted firmly on her hip. She shouted at the top of her lungs, "Get out, you demon fox! Monster! Get out of my shop right now. I don't want your kind here, and I won't sell you a single thing. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. I'm not some demon fox. I'm not a monster either. Why does everyone treat me like this?" Naruto's eyes reddened as he glared at the shopkeeper, his voice rising in protest. He felt hurt and wronged. He couldn't understand it. He hadn't done anything wrong. So why did everyone treat him like a monster? Why did everyone seem to hate him? Out, out, don't let me see you here again. Of all the shops you could have gone to, you just had to come to mine? What a curse. The shopkeeper's face twisted with loathing as she waved Naruto away, shooing him as if he were nothing more than a bothersome fly. "I told you, I'm not a demon fox." Naruto shouted back through clenched teeth. Then, pulling out his wallet, he held it out to her. "I have money. I really just want to buy something. Please, ma'am, just let me buy some apples." His voice was tinged with desperation, but Naruto didn't care about begging. He just didn't want his only friend to think less of him. "Who wants your filthy money? Even if you gave it to me, I wouldn't take a single coin from a demon fox." With that, the shopkeeper slapped his hand away once more, sending his wallet flying and scattering what little money he had left all over the floor. Staring at the coins that had been knocked from his grasp, Naruto froze, stunned. He stood there in a daze, not knowing what to do next. "Fine. Still not leaving? I'll throw you out myself." Seeing Naruto standing there in a daze, the proprietress grabbed a broom, ready to drive him out herself. But as she caught sight of the trembling whiskers on his face, she hesitated, a flicker of fear in her eyes. This was the demon fox, after all. What if he lashed out and hurt her? "Husband, the demon fox has run into our shop. Aren't you going to come out and kick him out?" The proprietress shouted loudly. With a loud bang, the back door swung open, and out strode a burly, muscular man, bare-chested. He immediately spotted Naruto, standing in the shop, and frowned. "You really weren't careful. How could you let that demon fox in? If he stays, bad luck will come to our family. He snuck in while I was busy working. How's that my fault?" The proprietress scowled, then urged him on. "Enough arguing. Just get this brat out of here." "Fine. Leave it to me." The shopkeeper strode up to Naruto, looming over him with a menacing grin. "Get out. Don't make me use force." Naruto kept his head down, as if he hadn't heard a word, only whispering to himself. Why? Damn brat. You just don't know what's good for you." The shopkeeper cursed, then aimed a heavy kick at Naruto's stomach. With a thud, Naruto was sent flying, tumbling across the ground, and skidding right out the door. "Take this. It's your filthy apple. Don't dirty the rest of my fruit." The proprietress snatched up an apple, the one Naruto had touched, and hurled it outside with all her might. The apple struck Naruto squarely on the forehead. Juice ran down his nose. Naruto sat there, stunned, his eyes turning red as a dark, ominous aura began to gather around him. At that moment, the shopkeeper came out wielding a thick wooden club, as wide as a grown man's arm, swinging it menacingly. "Get lost. Don't you dare loiter at my doorstep and ruin my business. Go die somewhere else if you must." By now, the commotion had drawn the attention of nearby shop owners. They all turned to watch. Well, isn't that the demon fox from the village? Looks like he stuck himself at your door. Jinta, talk about bad luck. Hurry up and chase him away. Just seeing that demon fox disgusts me. Don't let him ruin business for the whole street." "That's right. He won't leave. Use that big stick of yours and drive him off." Some bystanders gloated, some offered advice, while others simply watched the spectacle unfold. To them, the demon fox's presence was a curse that would drive customers away. Not a single person spoke up for Naruto. "Damn it, get out of here already." Jinta stormed up to Naruto, brandishing a wooden stick, and swung it down fiercely, aiming straight for Naruto's head. Smack! Suddenly, a hand appeared out of nowhere, catching the stick firmly in midair, preventing it from striking Naruto. "Where did this brat come from? Move aside and make way for me." Jinta barked at the black-haired boy who had suddenly appeared. Sasuke ignored him, turning instead to look at Naruto behind him. He slapped Naruto hard on the shoulder and scolded. "Calm down, Naruto. There's no need to get worked up over trash like this. And didn't I tell you to stay put? Why did you wander off over here?" Sasuke's sudden appearance snapped Naruto out of his rage. "I just wanted to buy something to eat together too. I don't even know how things turn out like this. I didn't do anything wrong, so why does everybody hate me?" Naruto looked aggrieved, fighting hard to hold back his tears. But then he realized it was Sasuke standing in front of him. and his mood instantly shifted to annoyance. And anyway, you stuck up Sasuke. Why should I listen to you? Just because you told me to stay put, I have to listen. Sasuke was at a loss for words. The way Naruto's thoughts bounced around was truly in a league of its own. Only Naruto could be like this. Meanwhile, Jinna yanked hard on the stick, but no matter how much force he used, he couldn't pull it free. Surprised and angry, he glared at Sasuke and shouted, "Kid, don't meddle just because you've got some skills. I'm doing everyone a favor by teaching this demon fox a lesson. Now let go of me." "And how exactly were you planning to do that?" Sasuke asked coolly. "Since this brat refuses to leave, the only way is to break his arms and legs, then toss him out." Jinna sneered maliciously. "Oh, is that so?" Sasuke tightened his grip on the stick and gave it a sharp tug. The sudden force caught Jinna off guard, pulling him stumbling toward Sasuke. In a flash, Sasuke's hand sliced through the air like a blade, striking 4 times in rapid succession. Crack, 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 crack. Jinna's limbs shattered instantly, the bones crushed to dust. He collapsed to the ground like a pile of limp, broken flesh. Ah! His agonized scream tore through the street, echoing down the lane. So noisy. Sasuke rubbed his ears, then reached down, grabbed Jinna's jaw, and squeezed with a slight twist. With a sharp crack, Jinna's jaw was crushed, and suddenly the world fell silent. Teach that? Sasuke. Behind him, Naruto stared in shock, eyes wide, completely dumbfounded. He glanced at Sasuke, then at the shopkeeper writhing on the ground like a heap of mud, utterly speechless. Witnessing with his own eyes a perfectly healthy man become maimed, such a violent scene was more than the young Naruto could bear. Even though he disliked the man as well, he still thought Sasuke had gone too far. Seeing the look on Naruto's face, Sasuke found himself at a loss for words. After all, Naruto had been treated like a monster since childhood, suffering every insult possible. Yet he'd grown up without a trace of hatred. It truly didn't make sense. If Sasuke had been in Naruto's shoes, he would have turned dark long ago. It seemed that, once they got back, he needed to help Naruto change his mindset a bit. A piercing scream suddenly shattered Sasuke's thoughts. The proprietress rushed out of the shop, and when she saw Jinna lying on the ground, her face drained of all color and fright. "Husband! Oh, my husband! What happened to you?" She crouched down to check him, and when she found he was still alive, she let out a sigh of relief. "Was it you, you brat, who did this to my husband?" She looked up, and when she caught sight of the Uchiha clan crest on Sasuke, she immediately snapped. "So, you one of the Uchiha brats. The third Hokage was right. Your clan really is evil. Such cruelty at such a young age." Sasuke didn't reply. He only watched her coldly. But the proprietress was completely unafraid. She stood up, hands on her hips, and barked. "Listen here, brat. Don't think just because you're an Uchiha, born with resources and trained since childhood, that you can do whatever you please. Others may fear you, but I'm not scared. My son is a Chunin, you know, not some little academy brat like you can mess with. If you've got guts, don't you run away. Wait right here. I'll call my son over, and then you'll see what it means to always have someone stronger out there." "Whatever," Sasuke replied flatly. "Fine. Just you wait, brat." With that, the proprietress scooped up Jinna and hurried back inside. "Sasuke, we should use this chance to run. Not that Lord Naruto is scared or anything, but there's no point in fighting an enemy we can't beat." Naruto tugged at Sasuke's sleeve anxiously. Well, so you know to run. Looks like you do have some brains after all." Sasuke looked back at Naruto, raising an eyebrow in surprise. This wasn't quite like the stubborn Naruto from the original story. "Idiot. I'm not stupid. The guy's a Chunin. If we don't run, we're definitely going to get beaten up." Naruto, both indignant and nervous, urged Sasuke to escape. "No need. Come on, you show off. This isn't the time to act cool. You'll regret it when you're getting your head kicked in." No matter what he said, Sasuke stood his ground, making no move to flee, and Naruto was about to lose his mind. Why is it that at the critical moment, Sasuke always turns out to be so unreliable? Of course, Naruto had no intention of running away by himself. After all, Sasuke had only gotten involved because of him. He absolutely couldn't just bolt and leave Sasuke to take the beating alone. If someone was going to get beaten up, they'd take it together. Uzumaki Naruto prided himself on being someone loyal to his friends. Mimicking Sasuke's posture, Naruto folded his arms across his chest and lifted his chin slightly, bracing himself for the punishment that was surely coming. "TSK, these 2 brats aren't running. They got some nerve. Must have no clue how tough a Chunin can be. That kid from the Jinna family passed the Chunin exams. He's the real deal. These 2 brats are about to get beaten until they see stars." After seeing his own father beaten to a pulp, that Jinna boy's bound to come out angry. Someone might not make it out alive. Well, if someone dies, so be it. If that demon fox brat gets beaten to death, I'd be over the moon. The shopkeepers all around watched eagerly, turning into an impromptu audience for the unfolding drama. Hunta, that Uchiha brat, right? There is the one who beat your father to a pulp. With a stormy expression, the shopkeeper's wife marched out, leading a young ninja in his early 20s. Pointing squarely at the calm-faced Sasuke, she barked an order at her son. Go on, Hunta, teach that brat a lesson, and avenge your father. Fine, I want to see just how cocky an Uchiha brat can be, to dare. Hunta rolled his wrists as he spoke, striding out the door. But as soon as he got a good look at Sasuke's face, he froze completely, as if an invisible hand had suddenly clamped around his throat. Words failed him. His complexion turned ghostly pale, and his legs began to tremble uncontrollably. Clearly, he had recognized Sasuke. Seeing her son hesitate, the boss's wife immediately pressed him. Hunta, what are you doing? Hurry up and teach this arrogant brat a lesson he'll never forget. At her words, Hunta's face turned even whiter. Oh, mother dear, do you want your son dead even faster? How could you throw your own child under the bus like this? Give him a lesson he'll never forget. You must have no idea what kind of danger you're inviting. This was the same ruthless figure who could wipe out the entire Shimura clan in a flash. Someone even the third Hokage would think twice about crossing. How could a mere Chunin possibly stand up to him? He couldn't fathom how his ordinary fruit-selling family had managed to provoke such a terrifying figure. Seeing his mother's lips move again, about to say more, Hunta was so frightened his soul nearly left his body. Especially when he caught Sasuke's cold, indifferent gaze, his heart seemed to skip a beat. Mom, please stop talking. I'm begging you. If you say one more word, our whole family's doomed. Hunta pleaded desperately. The proprietress turned to look at her son, frowning as she spoke. You little brat, what are you afraid of? The other side is just some kid who hasn't even graduated from the ninja academy. And you're a Chunin. What's there to be scared of? Don't tell me you're afraid of the Uchiha clan backing that brat. There's no need for that. If those Uchiha maniacs dare to cause trouble for our family, I'll report it straight to Lord Third. He'll make sure justice is done for us. The moment these words left her lips, Hunta, who could bear it no longer, finally made his move. With a sudden sprint, he dashed forward. Under his mother's expectant gaze, he brought his hand down in a karate chop aimed right at her neck. Thud. Maybe he didn't control his strength well, or perhaps he couldn't bear to use too much force on his own mother. Whatever the reason, his chop didn't knock her out. You little punk. You unfilial son, what are you doing? I told you to hit him, not me. The proprietress clutched her neck, roaring furiously at her son. Thud. This time, his response was a sharper, more resolute karate chop. At last, the proprietress slumped over unconscious. Sorry, Mom. I'll explain this to you later. If there is a later. After steadying his mother and gently laying her on the ground, Hunta turned to Sasuke and dropped to his knees with a solid thump. I'm sorry. My mother didn't know who she was offending. If she's wronged you in any way, please punish me instead. Whatever the punishment, I'll accept it. Just spare my mother's life. I beg you. With that, he bowed his head to the ground, 3 times in a row, each bow echoing sharply. This scene left Naruto completely dumbfounded. He'd thought the two of them were in for a beating. Never in his wildest dreams did he expect things to turn out like this. He glanced over at Sasuke, his face full of disbelief. Since when did this stuck-up guy become so formidable? Even a Chunin would drop to his knees and beg for mercy. Did this mean Sasuke's strength had already surpassed the Chunin level, reaching the ranks of a Jonin? Yikes, this was terrifying. Did that mean he'd never be able to beat Sasuke again? Naruto thought, shaken. Forget it. I have no interest in bickering with a shrew. Yes, my mother could be a bit hot-tempered. Please, don't take it to heart, sir. Still kneeling, Hunta quickly agreed. He had no choice. His life was on the line. Sasuke ignored him, turning away and casting a cold glance at the shopkeepers nearby. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, all the stores hurriedly slammed their doors shut. Every owner scurried inside. Terrified Sasuke might come after them next. After all, Hunta dropping to his knees had left them all shaken to the core. A Chunin kneeling in front of a kid who hadn't even graduated from the academy. What did that mean? This shows that this kid's background is anything but ordinary. Even the Chunin don't dare to mess with him. So there's no way ordinary folks like us could ever provoke someone like that. Let's go, Naruto. Stop daydreaming. Sasuke called out to Naruto, who was still standing rooted in place. Snapping back to his senses, Naruto hurried to catch up, his eyes shining with excitement as he looked at Sasuke and asked, Sasuke, tell me, how did you manage to do that? It's all about strength. As long as you're strong enough, All those people who look down on you will have no choice but to shut their mouths. Sasuke replied coolly. Wait, Sasuke, does that mean you're already at Jonin level? Naruto exclaimed in surprise. Sasuke was left speechless. He really couldn't understand how Naruto kept jumping to the conclusion that he was as strong as a Jonin. But since it was pointless to argue with someone as stubborn as Naruto, Sasuke decided to change the subject. Forget it, let's not talk about that right now. Let me ask you, Naruto, do you want to know why everyone dislikes you so much? Yes. Naruto answered without hesitation, his voice urgent as he looked at Sasuke. Sasuke, if you know why everyone hates me, just tell me. I'll treat you to ramen every day. Forget about treating me to ramen. Sasuke slowly shook his head, then looked Naruto straight in the eyes and said seriously, the reason everyone shuns you is because you are the nine-tailed fox. So, Sasuke, you think that about me too? Naruto muttered, his face going pale. A deep sadness welled up in his heart. He had always thought of Sasuke as his only friend. But now, even his only friend believed he was a demon fox. That stung far more than he'd expected. Noticing the crestfallen look on Naruto's face, Sasuke raised an eyebrow and quickly corrected himself. Oh, I might not have explained that very well just now. To be precise, it's that the nine-tailed fox is sealed inside you. You're a person, not the demon fox itself. What? There's really a nine-tailed fox inside me? Naruto stared down at his small frame in disbelief, utterly shocked. He pressed Sasuke for answers. Then, Sasuke, can you help me get the nine-tailed fox out of me? If I took it out, you'd be a goner, you silly kid. Sasuke couldn't help but complain inwardly. After a brief pause, he said, Look, it's way too complicated to explain all this here. I'll take you to meet someone. It's better to let the old man tell you the truth himself. That way, you'll finally understand that everything you've been through all these years was all because of him. The old man? Who's that? Naruto scratched his messy blonde hair, looking utterly confused. It all sounded so complicated, he was getting lost. Who else? The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Sasuke glanced in the direction of the Hokage tower and spoke in a detached tone. Smack, smack. Inside the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi was furiously puffing on his pipe. His eyelids kept twitching. He had a strong feeling that something bad was about to happen. Ever since he learned that Uchiha Sasuke had made contact with a nine-tails Jinchuriki, that ominous feeling had only intensified. Sure enough, in the very next moment, his premonition came true. Bang! Sasuke kicked open the door of the Hokage's office, swaggering in with Naruto at his side, as if he were strolling into his own home, completely at ease. Grandpa Third, Naruto waved enthusiastically when he saw Hiruzen Sarutobi, greeting him with genuine warmth. After all, the third was one of the few people in the village who had treated him kindly, slipping him money every month. At this moment, Naruto truly felt grateful to the third. At the same time, he was curious. Why had Sasuke brought him here? Could it be that Grandpa Third knew how to extract the nine tails from his body? Uchiha Sasuke, what are you doing here? You're not welcome in my office. Hiruzen glared at Sasuke, grinding his teeth in frustration, completely ignoring Naruto. Bringing the nine-tails Jinchuriki here gave the third a terrible sense of foreboding. Old man, cut the nonsense. Tell Naruto the whole truth. Sasuke commanded Hiruzen with a steely voice. What truth? I have no idea what you're talking about. Hiruzen's face darkened as he replied. Heh, still pretending to be clueless. Sasuke gave a derisive snort and sneered. If you won't say it, then I will. You just need to admit it when I'm done. He turned to Naruto and spoke slowly. Naruto, your true identity is the son of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. The year you were born, someone unleashed the nine-tailed fox, setting it loose to wreak havoc on the village. Your father, Minato Namikaze, sealed the nine tails inside you to protect the village, and sacrificed himself to keep you safe. So, you're not a demon fox at all. You are a hero, the hero who protected the Leaf Village. I'm a son of the fourth Hokage. I'm a hero of the Leaf. The truth was so unbelievable that for a moment, Naruto couldn't take it in. That's right. Sasuke nodded confidently, then turned his gaze to the third. He's telling the truth. Your father was indeed the fourth Hokage. Hiruzen gave a resigned nod. Now that the truth was out, there was no point in denying it. He might as well admit it openly and keep up his kindly grandfather act in front of Naruto. With both of them confirming it, Naruto accepted his new identity. A smile spread across his face. He was genuinely happy to finally know who his real father was. But immediately, a new, pressing question surfaced in his mind. If I'm the son of the Hokage, if I'm the hero of Konoha, then why? Why does everyone treat me as the Nine Tails? Why do they see me as a monster? This was the question Naruto most longed to have answered. The reason you're seen as the Nine Tails is entirely because someone deliberately spread rumors about you. As he spoke, Sasuke suddenly raised his hand, pointing straight at Hiruzen Sarutobi, his voice icy. And that person is none other than this sanctimonious old man, right here before you. The third Hokage you've always respected. He's the true culprit who made you into a pariah, the one everyone wants to condemn. Nonsense. It was Danzo who spread those rumors. I had nothing to do with it. Naruto, don't listen to this guy's lies. Hiruzen Sarutobi retorted loudly, hastily shifting the blame onto Danzo. With your reputation as the third Hokage, clearing things up should have been easy. All you had to do was step forward and tell everyone that Naruto isn't the Nine Tails. If you'd done that, no one would have kept treating him like a monster. He wouldn't have grown up under everyone's hateful glares. But you never did it. Why is that? Sasuke stared coldly at the third Hokage, demanding an answer. Yes, Grandpa Third. Why didn't you tell everyone that I wasn't the Nine Tails? Naruto looked up at Hiruzen Sarutobi, eager for the truth. From what he'd seen, the villagers held Grandpa Third in the highest esteem. If Grandpa Third had spoken up himself, surely everyone would have believed him. But the third Hokage never did. Why? Naruto couldn't make sense of it. After all, Grandpa Third had always seemed so kind and gentle. Why not speak the truth? Why force him to grow up under the shadow of everyone's hatred? It's like this, Naruto. Listen to me, At that moment, Hiruzen Sarutobi was racking his brains for an excuse. The kindly grandfather image he'd worked so hard to build in front of Naruto. He couldn't let it crumble so easily. Just then, Sasuke gave a cold, derisive laugh. Why? The answer is simple. It was the perfect way to keep you under control, Naruto. When everyone despises you, rejects you, shuts you out, doesn't it hurt? Doesn't it make you miserable? As he spoke, Naruto nodded furiously. That was exactly how it felt to be shunned by everyone. When you're surrounded by coldness, convinced the whole world has abandoned you. This old man appears, showering you with kindness, warmth you've never known before. And his goal? Silence. You're spouting nothing but nonsense. With a furious roar, Hiruzen Sarutobi cut Sasuke off, his anger barely contained. Then he turned to Naruto, and in a heartbeat his expression changed. He put on the gentle face of an old man and spoke kindly. Naruto, you have to trust me. Everything I've done comes from the bottom of my heart. I truly want to help you. He glared at Sasuke and snapped. And you, don't judge a man of integrity like me with your filthy thoughts. The only response was a familiar slap. Smack. Hiruzen Sarutobi was sent flying and crashed against the wall. Sasuke withdrew his hand, his voice calm and cold. I wasn't even finished. Why are you in such a rush? Ignoring the ashen-faced Hiruzen, Sasuke turned back to Naruto and continued. This old man's goal is simple. He wants you to be grateful to him, to make you believe he's the best person in the world. By doing so, he can bind your thoughts and keep you perfectly under his control. That way, the Nine Tails' immense power inside you becomes his weapon, ready to be wielded at his command. From beginning to end, all this supposed kindness was just a way for him to better control the Nine Tails in you. And you, Uzumaki Naruto, in his eyes, you're nothing but a tool. Sasuke laid bare Hiruzen's filthy schemes right in front of Naruto. A thunderous roar echoed in Naruto's mind as the truth hit him like a bolt from the blue. His head was spinning, and his heart was filled with cold despair. The truth was so cruel. The one person in the village who seemed to care the most was actually the very cause of his suffering. Third Hokage Grandpa. So, the reason everyone hated me, it was all you're doing. Naruto stared at Hiruzen, his eyes empty, his face drained of all color. In that moment, the image of the kind old grandfather shattered completely in Naruto's heart. He felt utterly betrayed, his heart racked with grief. No, Naruto, it's not like that. Listen to me, let me explain. It's not what you think. Hiruzen tried to defend himself, but Sasuke cut him off coldly. That's enough, old man. You still have the nerve to call yourself his grandfather? Don't disgust me anymore. I'm sick just looking at you. Sasuke's gaze toward the third Hokage was filled with nothing but contempt. He turned back to Naruto and went on. And his hypocrisy goes far deeper than this. Naruto, do you remember who you really are? You're the son of the fourth Hokage. As the Hokage, your father must have left behind quite a bit of wealth. But what happened? This old man not only took over everything your father owned, but he only gave you a tiny allowance each month. He used what was rightfully yours to throw you scraps, and then expected you to be grateful to him. Honestly, I've never seen anyone so shameless in my whole life. And look at you. Even at lunch today, you didn't get enough to eat. Once again, Sasuke exposed Hiruzen Sarutobi's hypocrisy to Naruto. At this moment, Naruto's gaze toward Sarutobi changed from sorrow to resentment. This was no kindly old grandfather. He was more like a demon from the depths of hell, determined to devour him, bones, skin, and all, without leaving a trace behind. That's not true. I'm not as shameless as you make me out to be. When Naruto grows up, I will naturally return all of Minato's assets to him. Hiruzen continued to defend himself. But by now, Naruto could no longer listen. Overwhelmed by fury, his consciousness began to spiral into darkness. A seductive voice echoed in the depths of his mind. Naruto, it was this old man who ruined your life. Don't you want to tear him apart? Yes. Consumed by hatred, Naruto agreed without a second thought. In Naruto's inner world, deep within a shadowy underground prison, the Ninetales, locked up within the waterlogged cell, fixed its large fox eyes on Naruto, who had lost all reason. Its voice dripped with temptation. Good. Come here. Just come closer. All you need to do is tear off that ceiling tag and set me free, and I'll help you take that old man down at once. And not just him. I'll wipe out every last person who's ever hated you. Step, step, step. Like a puppet on strings, Naruto walked across the shallow water, slowly approaching the cell door. Meanwhile, in the real world, an icy, chilling chakra suddenly erupted from Naruto's body. This chakra was brimming with violence. Even getting close to it made people intensely uncomfortable. This is bad. It's the Ninetales chakra. Damn it. The Jinchuriki is about to lose control. Hiruzen cried out in alarm, shouting, Ceiling Core. Call for the Ceiling Core's ninja at once. We cannot allow the Ninetales to break free. It's just the Ninetales. What's got you so worked up? Sasuke shot the third Hokage a disdainful glance. What do you know? That's the Ninetales, the most powerful of all nine-tailed beasts. You may be strong, but even you shouldn't take it lightly. If the Ninetales really breaks free and you two start fighting, you'll tear the whole village apart. Hiruzen's face darkened as he spoke. Then just make sure it doesn't get out. Simple as that. Sasuke smacked Naruto on the head, closed his eyes, and let his consciousness sink into Naruto's inner world. What are you doing? I'm warning you, don't mess around. I admit you're strong, but sealing techniques are extremely complex. If you don't know what you're doing, you might end up releasing the Ninetales early. Hiruzen quickly tried to stop him. But at this moment, Sasuke was in no mood to listen. His consciousness had already drifted into Naruto's inner world. No sooner had he arrived than the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Mission triggered. Give a Ninetales a big slap in the face. Number of draws +9. Well, now that's about as random as it gets. But this time, he actually had 9 draws. This was the greatest reward the system had ever given him. Could it be because the Ninetales has 9 tails, so it triggered 9 draws? If he encountered other tailed beasts, would he get a number of draws matching their tails as well? If there's a chance, he'd have to try it out with the other tailed beasts. Sasuke gazed at the massive beast locked inside the watery prison, his mind drifting off with wild thoughts. A thunderous roar exploded through the air. The Ninetales glared at the suddenly appeared Sasuke, its eyes burning with ferocity. Where did this brat come from? How dare you trespass on my territory? Are you looking for trouble? It bellowed, baring its fangs. With its jaws wide open, the Ninetales let out another furious roar aimed right at Sasuke. Its fox face was the very picture of menace, clearly hoping to frighten Sasuke to death with sheer intimidation. Shut your filthy mouth. You're deafening me, Sasuke replied coldly. Oh, interesting. Kid, you're not afraid of me? The Ninetales regarded Sasuke with a spark of curiosity, as if inspecting some novel plaything. It found this little ant quite amusing. How rare to meet someone who didn't cower at first sight. Just as it was about to continue its game, Sasuke interrupted with a calm remark. You're just a beast. What's there to be afraid of? Impudent whelp. You're courting death. I'm a noble-tailed beast, not some mere animal. If you got the guts to come in here, watch as I squash you with a single swipe. But when Sasuke strode in without a hint of hesitation, the Ninetales was utterly dumbfounded. Good grief, it had only been bluffing. Who'd have thought someone would actually be foolish enough to walk right in? This was pure suicide, wasn't it? Outside the cell, it was powerless. But inside, crushing an ant would be child's play. Reckless ant, how dare you call me a mere animal? Now, die. The Ninetales raised its razor-sharp claws. The iron chains rattled as it struck fiercely at Sasuke. In an instant, Sasuke's eyes flashed, activating the 6th Tomo Rinnegan. A powerful surge of spiritual pressure flooded the cell. With a heavy crash, the Ninetales was slammed to the ground, rendered completely immobile. Staring at the Rinnegan in Sasuke's eyes, the fox's own eyes widened in utter shock. That's the Rinnegan. The old man's eyes. How do you have them? Who are you? Who I am doesn't matter, Sasuke replied, flexing his fingers. What matters is, you're in for it now, little fox. With that, Sasuke drew back his hand and delivered a mighty slap to the Ninetales' face. TCH, with such tiny hands, how much strength could you possibly have? Are you trying to tickle me, old fox that I am? The Ninetales eyed Sasuke's incoming slap, his gaze filled with utter disdain. Yet in the very next instant, smack! That small hand landed squarely on his face, exploding with unimaginable force. Arr! The Ninetales let out a miserable howl, half his face contorted from the blow. For the first time in his long, beastly life, he'd actually been hurt by a human's bare hands. Ding! Mission accomplished. Number of lottery draws increased by 9. As the system's chime rang out alongside the Ninetales' pained wail, Sasuke felt an exhilarating satisfaction like never before. Grara, you little brat, I'm going to kill you. If it weren't for this seal, do you really think your pathetic spiritual power could keep me in check? The Ninetales was clearly not convinced. I don't know how you got the Rinnegan, but an ant with the Rinnegan is still an ant. If I weren't sealed up, crushing you would be as easy as flicking a bug. Is that so? Well then, let me help you break this seal first. After that, I'll beat you into submission once and for all. Sasuke clenched his fist and grinned wickedly. Don't talk big. If you can really defeat me without the seal, I'll call you boss right here and now, brat. The Ninetales bared his fangs in defiance, though a sly glint flashed in his eyes. After all, who wouldn't want to have a tailed beast as their underling? Having a fox as a little brother doesn't sound half bad. Sit tight, little fox. Let me get that seal off for you. Sasuke chuckled softly and strolled out of the watery prison. He actually fell for it. He really thinks he can break my seal. What an idiot. The Ninetales sneered inwardly. Sure, the kid had a Rinnegan, but just one, and he wasn't even 10 years old. No way could he actually defeat him. After all, the Ninetales was a wily old fox who had lived for thousands of years. In terms of battle experience and technique, how could a mere child possibly compare? Smack! Sasuke gave Naruto a sharp slap to wake him up. What is that monster? The moment Naruto opened his eyes, he was confronted by the Ninetales. That enormous body, the terrifying pressure radiating from every inch, it was almost too much for a 7-year-old to bear. He nearly fainted from fear. TCH, so this is my host? What a pathetic little thing. Every generation gets worse than the last. The Ninetales sneered, though inwardly he was quite pleased. This was exactly how ordinary people ought to react upon seeing him. This is the Ninetales, the monster sealed inside you. Of course, to me, he's just a little fox. Sasuke explained matter-of-factly. So, this is the real reason everyone calls me the Demon Fox. Realization dawned on Naruto's face. Yes, it was I all along. The true reason everyone despises you. Go on, hate. Resent. Give in to your anger. The Ninetales once again began its habitual attempts at seduction and manipulation. Shut up. Don't you want to get out from here or not? Sasuke snapped back, swatting at the air, as if to smack the beast from a distance. Right? The seal will be undone soon, and you'll be free. Why am I even bothering to tempt him? The Ninetales seemed to realize the absurdity, and immediately resumed its aloof, icy demeanor, refusing to spare even a glance at Naruto. But Naruto, with utter seriousness, replied, No, I don't resent you. You've been locked up in here all this time, just like me. No friends, always alone. It must feel really lonely. And Sasuke told me everything. You only attacked the Leaf Village because you were manipulated. I can't blame you for that. Grr, you little brat. Are you pitying me? I'm the mightiest of all the tailed beasts. I have no need for your pity. The Ninetales' eyes gleamed with fierce light as it let out a furious roar. Yet, deep inside, it couldn't help but wonder, what's with this Jinchuriki? He's unexpectedly decent. I'm not pitying you. I just think we're a lot alike. Naruto gazed at the Ninetales, earnest and unwavering. At this moment, his fear of the beast seemed to fade away. You dare say I'm like you coward? What a joke. The Ninetales snorted, clearly annoyed. All right, enough with the chit-chat. Sasuke turned to Naruto, pointing at the ceiling talisman plaster between the two massive iron doors. Naruto, I know you probably don't fully believe what I said before. If you pull off that seal, you'll meet Minato Namikaze, your father. He'll tell you the truth himself. This was a secret safeguard Minato had left behind. When Naruto could no longer resist the Ninetales' temptation and moved to break the seal, Minato's chakra would be triggered, manifesting as a chakra apparition to stop him. In the original timeline, this was how Naruto first met Minato Namikaze. Oh really? Naruto's eyes shone wide with sudden hope. It all seemed too incredible that he might see his long-dead father. He turned to Sasuke again for reassurance. If I pull off that seal, I'll really get to see my dad? Sasuke nodded. In an instant, joy swept through Naruto, enveloping him from head to toe. He didn't care what consequences might follow. He rushed up to the two giant iron doors, ready to tear off the sealing talisman. But then, a dilemma. The tag was stuck far too high. He couldn't reach it at all. Thankfully, the Nine Tails, eager to escape, quickly lifted Naruto up with a stream of its escaping chakra. With his heart brimming with anticipation, Naruto grasped the corner of the seal, just about to rip it free. Suddenly, a hand shot out of nowhere, grabbing Naruto's wrist. "You can't tear this off, Naruto." Minato Namikaze smiled gently as he spoke. But as he looked at the 7-year-old Naruto before him, he felt utterly confused inside. What's going on? Naruto is still so young, yet he couldn't resist temptation and triggered the trap I left behind. What will happen from now on? Won't Naruto be completely devoured by the Nine Tails in the end? You might dad. Looking at the handsome blonde man who had suddenly appeared before him, Naruto felt an undeniable bond. He just knew this was his father. A deep, guttural roar echoed through the air. The Nine Tails glared at Minato, its eyes blazing with resentment as it bellowed. "Damn you, Minato Namikaze. Even if you've shown yourself, it's pointless. Soon I'll be free, and then I'll kill everyone in the Leaf Village. Every last one, ha ha ha. You're a bit too loud. Let's talk somewhere else." Minato frowned, gave a casual wave of his hand, and disappeared from the spot with Naruto in an instant. "Hey, that annoying Minato is gone. Hurry up and tear off this wretched seal. Set me free. Then we can have our showdown." Seeing Minato leave, the Nine Tails immediately urged Sasuke to open the door. "What's the rush? We'll wait for Naruto to come back before we start." Sasuke crossed his arms and stood his ground. After all, beating up the Nine Tails without an audience would be such a waste. "What's this? Having second thoughts? Afraid I'll accidentally kill you during our little match." The Nine Tails tried to provoke him, but Sasuke simply closed his eyes, ignoring every word. "Relax. Since you're the one letting me out, I'll be merciful enough to leave your body whole." The Nine Tails sneered, its taunts growing ever more brazen. Yet no matter how much it tried to rile him up, Sasuke remained unmoved. Seeing this, the Nine Tails fell silent as well, simply fixing Sasuke with a deadly, predatory glare, its eyes glinting with malice. It was as if it was already deciding which part of Sasuke it would tear into first once it was free. About 10 minutes later, Minato and Naruto returned to the chamber. "Hiruzen, sigh. I never imagined he would turn out like this. He promised to take good care of Naruto, yet this is what he calls looking after him. If Kushina ever found out, she'd probably explode on the spot." Minato let out a long, weary sigh, anger and helplessness mingling in his eyes. He could only blame himself for misjudging the man he once trusted. "Thank you for allowing Naruto to learn the truth." Minato turned to Sasuke, offering his gratitude before urging, "But if you intend to release the Nine Tails, I hope you'll reconsider. After all, it's the strongest of all tailed beasts. Its power is far beyond what you can imagine." "That's not your concern anymore, fourth Hokage." Sasuke slowly opened his eyes, revealing the eternal Mangekyo and the legendary Rinnegan. These are the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and the fabled Sage's Eye. Sensing the fierce energy radiating from Sasuke's eyes, Minato Namikaze was taken aback. He gave a wry smile and said, "With both of those eyes in your possession, subduing the Nine Tails must be no trouble at all. It seems I was worrying for nothing." After a brief pause, Minato turned to Sasuke with a plea. "Senior, I beg of you, please don't harm Naruto. If your goal is the Nine Tails, you can use the reanimation jutsu to bring me back. I have a Nine Tails seal within me as well." This was the last thing Minato could do for Naruto. "Don't worry. Even if I did have ill intentions toward Naruto, you wouldn't be able to stop me. Not as a chakra image, and not even if you were here in person." Sasuke replied coolly. Minato was left speechless. Well, there was nothing to say to that. When you have power, confidence comes naturally. "I'm already dead. I shouldn't be meddling in the affairs of the living anymore." Minato sighed helplessly, and then turned to give Naruto a few words of fatherly advice, mostly telling him to stay strong, not to resent the village, and so on. At last, under Naruto's reluctant gaze, Minato faded away. "All right, brat, it's time to let me out." The Nine Tails growled impatiently. "What? Can't wait to get beaten up already." Sasuke flicked his finger, knocking the sealing tag off the iron gate. At the same time, he created a shadow clone to take Naruto out of the chamber. The moment the seal was released, the Nine Tails roared furiously. It burst free from the chains that bound it and smashed the iron gate open with brute force. It charged forward on all fours, Nine Tails streaming behind it like crimson lightning, closing the distance to Sasuke in the blink of an eye. "You damn brat, I'll crush you into paste." The Nine Tails sneered, raising its massive claw, eyes flashing with murderous intent as it swung down at Sasuke. Sasuke raised his hand and blocked the enormous paw crashing down from above. In the same motion, he countered with a powerful punch. With a thunderous shockwave, the force of the blow knocked even the colossal Ninetales back a dozen meters, unable to resist. You little brat. Where did all that strength come from? The Ninetales stared wide-eyed, disbelief written all over its fox face. How could such a small body unleash such terrifying power? Wasn't this just a tailed beast in human skin? Sasuke flexed his fist. After taking 6 vials of serum, the strength he could now muster was enough to rival a tailed beast. Still, fighting such massive opponents wasn't exactly convenient in this state. If that's the case, then, perfect Susanoo, activate. The power of the eternal Mangekyo flared. In an instant, a 200-meter-tall purple giant with wings sprouting from its back took form, towering and imposing. In comparison, the Ninetales, standing only 70 meters tall, could barely reach the purple giant's knees. This is the complete-body Susanoo. The Ninetales was stunned. The sight of this familiar 200-meter giant instantly brought back memories of the terror it once felt under Madara Uchiha's control. Back then, it was captured and turned into a pet by Madara, who wielded a fully powered Susanoo just like this. Curse you! You're not Madara Uchiha. Why should I be afraid of you? Roar! With a furious bellow to bolster its courage, the Ninetales charged at the purple giant without a trace of fear. It flung open its massive, fanged jaws, lunging to bite down on Susanoo's thigh, while its Ninetales whipped and twisted wildly, attempting to ensnare the other leg. Crash! Sasuke's attack struck first. A powerful punch slammed down on the Ninetales' head. A howl of pain tore from the beast. It felt as if its skull had been smashed out of shape. Stunned and dazed, the Ninetales missed Sasuke, seizing the chance. Susanoo's gigantic hand shot out, clutching the beast's head, and then heaved it down with brutal force. Boom! A massive crater opened in the ground, sending water droplets flying in all directions. Thud! 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 With one hand pinning the Ninetales, Susanoo's other fist hammered relentlessly at its head. Blow after blow rained down like a torrential storm, pounding the Ninetales with merciless fury. The sheer force shook the earth, causing it to tremble violently. Roaring in pain and rage, the Ninetales struggled with all its might, but it was utterly unable to break free. After nearly 100 punches, the Ninetales finally seized an opening. Its 9 agile tails wrapped tightly around Susanoo's descending fist, stopping the onslaught. Its eyes burned scarlet. Opening its jaws wide, the Ninetales aimed straight at Susanoo's head. Yin and Yang chakra surged, converging rapidly within its mouth. In a heartbeat, a small, dark purple sphere took shape. A beast bomb, the signature move of the tailed beasts. Trying to form a beast bomb at such close range? You must have been knocked senseless, Sasuke mocked. Susanoo's wings snapped open with a mighty beat, scattering the Ninetales that had bound its fist. With its hand freed, Sasuke manipulated Susanoo, transforming the fist into an open palm. Spreading his fingers, he seized the half-formed beast bomb, and in the same motion, stuffed it back into the Ninetales' gaping mouth. His hand clamped tightly, holding the jaws shut to prevent it from opening. The Ninetales' eyes flew wide in shock. Scalding heat welled in its mouth, and it realized, with dread, the enormity of its mistake. To dare attempt a beast bomb at such close quarters against Susanoo, it was practically suicide. At that moment, the beast was like someone holding a live bomb between their teeth, seconds from detonation. Desperately, it strained to wrench its mouth open and spit out the bomb before it exploded. Sasuke's hand clamped down on its jaws like a pair of iron tongs, holding them shut so tightly that the beast couldn't so much as open its mouth. A dull thud resounded. Sasuke released his grip, and a thick, dark smoke slowly drifted out from the Ninetales' mouth. The Ninetales' eyes rolled back, its head slumped to the side, and its 9 tails drooped limply behind it. While Sasuke and the Ninetales battled fiercely within Naruto's mind, outside. Lord Third, in this situation, do we still need to use the sealing jutsu? The captain of the sealing team turned to ask Hiruzen Sarutobi. Let's wait a bit longer, but be ready to act with the sealing jutsu at any moment. Even I have never encountered something so strange, Hiruzen replied after a moment's thought, frowning deeply. At this very moment, he too was at a complete loss. The current situation was bizarre, to say the least. Naruto was now entirely cloaked in the crimson chakra of the Ninetales, 6 tails swirling behind him. By all rights, with 6 tails out, Naruto should have lost control long ago. Yet right now, Naruto stood there quietly, as if fast asleep, showing not the slightest sign of going berserk. Hiruzen's gaze settled on Sasuke. He simply couldn't fathom how Sasuke was managing this. Could it really be that just placing his hand on Naruto's shoulder was enough to calm him even in his six-tailed state? It was utterly baffling. Meanwhile, within Naruto's inner world, none of them outside could have guessed. The reason Naruto, already bearing six tails, hadn't rampaged was because the nine tails was being pummeled by Sasuke at that very moment. "Oh, playing dead now, are you?" With a sharp slap to the nine tails' face, Sasuke sneered. "Am I really supposed to believe that the mightiest of all the tailed beasts would die so easily just from detonating a half-formed tailed beast bomb in its mouth?" As he spoke, Sasuke landed two more solid punches to the nine tails' head. A furious roar erupted. The nine tails, its ruse exposed, howled in rage, struggling with all its might. It twisted its head and snapped its jaws at Susanoo's arm. But Sasuke was ready. He slammed the nine tails' head into the ground with a resounding smack. And right on its heels came Susanoo's mighty fist, crashing down with tremendous force. With an earth-shaking crash, a shockwave rippled outward in all directions. The blow was so powerful that the nine tails' entire face was smashed out of shape. Luckily, its essence was chakra. Were it any other summoned beast, it would have been obliterated by a strike like that. Another thunderous punch landed, and Sasuke's voice floated over, calm and taunting. "So, had enough yet? Come on, call me big brother." A defiant roar was the only answer from the nine tails. Again, the fist crashed down. "Submitting yet?" Another roar. Another heavy blow. "Ready to give in?" Yet again, the nine tails answered with a furious, unyielding roar. Watching the fierce clash between these two colossal beings. No, that's not quite right. It was more like the nine tails being utterly overwhelmed. Naruto was dumbfounded as he observed from a distance. Was this really the Sasuke he knew? Not only could Sasuke transform into a 200-meter-tall giant, but he was also pinning down the fearsome nine tails and grinding him into the ground. Naruto recalled how, not long ago, he'd actually thought about challenging Sasuke to a one-on-one fight. In hindsight, how ridiculously overconfident he'd been. At this rate, Sasuke could probably lift him up and beat him with just a finger. Did this mean he'd never be able to surpass Sasuke? The thought brought a tinge of sadness to Naruto's heart. Meanwhile, after withstanding dozens of heavy blows, the nine tails' head was badly misshapen, nearly all its teeth knocked loose, yet its defiant spirit remained unbroken. Every time, Sasuke demanded, "Are you ready to admit defeat?" The reply was always a furious roar, brimming with the fierce determination of a creature that would rather die than yield. "Oh, still got a fight left in you, huh? Well, I'm not stopping until you surrender." Now thoroughly irritated, Sasuke pressed the nine tails down and unleashed another relentless barrage. The nine tails roared again and again, its eyes burning crimson as it glared up at Sasuke atop Susanoo's head, but still, it refused to show any sign of submission. It was as if yielding to Sasuke would be the ultimate humiliation. With a thunderous blow, Sasuke landed his final punch. Seeing that the nine tails still wouldn't back down, he ceased his assault. "Still not giving in? Looks like I'll have to try something different." "Ha! I've just thought of a far more interesting way to make you regret this." After a moment's contemplation, a sly, mischievous grin curled at the edge of Sasuke's lips. A new and rather wicked plan had just popped into his mind. Seeing that malicious smile spread across Sasuke's face, a cold shiver shot down the nine-tailed spine, an ominous feeling flooding its entire being. Some deep instinct told the beast that surrendering right now would be the wisest choice. But just as the idea of yielding began to surface, the nine tails crushed it in an instant. Acknowledge this brat as its superior? Impossible. It was the mightiest of all the tailed beasts, a living relic that had survived for over 1,000 years. How could it ever bow to a mere human? Even when facing Madara Uchiha or Hashirama Senju, it had never once submitted. It had only been captured because it was outmatched, nothing more. So, the nine tails swore to itself. Even if it died, it would never yield to Sasuke. It simply couldn't believe that Sasuke could come up with a fate worse than death. Suddenly, with a sharp sound, Sasuke created two shadow clones. In the blink of an eye, two enormous purple giants rose up beside him, each a Susanoo conjured by his shadow clones. They weren't in their perfect form, though, just a fifth stage. Compared to the complete Susanoo, these were less towering and lacked the twin wings on their backs. But this was more than enough. After all, Sasuke hadn't summoned two shadow clones for the sake of fighting. Trying to force me into submission with sheer numbers, are you? Naive. No matter how many of you there are, this old fox will never bow to a brat like you. The nine tails retorted stubbornly. Yet inwardly, it felt nothing but scorn. So this was Sasuke's so-called ingenious plan? It scoffed. Was that all? It wasn't even afraid of death itself. Why would the attacks of a few more opponents scare it? Sasuke ignored the taunts. He let one shadow clone control Susanoo, who promptly plopped down right on top of the Ninetales' head. With both feet, the clone pinned down the fox's front paws, while his hands pressed its back hard against the ground, locking it firmly in place. The other shadow clone, also wrapped in Susanoo, sat astride the Ninetales' back, planting its feet on the fox's hind legs. In one swift motion, the clone circled its arms around all 9 wildly thrashing tails, hugging them tightly to its chest. Because the Ninetales had already been beaten into a weakened state, the whole act of restraining it was remarkably easy. Meanwhile, Sasuke himself, controlling the fully armored Susanoo, came to stand behind the Ninetales. He shot a look at his shadow clones, a silent signal. One clone nodded in understanding. With a sudden, powerful yank, it pulled the fox's tails upward, lifting its hindquarters high into the air and exposing the area right beneath them to Sasuke's view. It was a little disappointing, really, since the Ninetales was a being of pure chakra. It didn't actually have anything like a real animal's backside. But Sasuke didn't care. He decided, for his purposes, the base of those Ninetales would do just fine. What are you planning? Pinned in this humiliating pose, the Ninetales was overwhelmed with shame. That posture, one in front, one behind, was exactly how animals paired up during mating. See, could it be? A horrifying thought seemed to dawn on the fox. Its eyes went wide with disbelief and terror. You little monster. How could you be so depraved? I'm a tailed beast. I have no gender. Don't you dare try anything funny. The Ninetales shrieked. Where the hell is your mind going? I'm not some kind of pervert who'd do that to a tailed beast. Sasuke's face darkened in exasperation. He hadn't expected the Ninetales to have such a filthy imagination. Hearing this, the Ninetales finally breathed a sigh of relief, but then it saw Susanoo's hands forming a sign. Was it a hand sign for a jutsu? While the fox puzzled over this, it saw Susanoo's 4 massive fingers pressed together, forming what looked, at a distance, like a towering pillar. Then, with lightning speed, Susanoo thrust the pillar straight at the Ninetales' exposed rear. Secret Leaf Village Technique, 1,000 Years of Death. There was a sharp sound, and the strike landed right on target. At the moment of impact, the fox face of the Ninetales, once a fiery orange-red, instantly turned pale, then shifted to a deep purple. Its features twisted into a gruesome, fearsome snarl. The very next instant, a blood-curdling scream, piercing and shrill, erupted through Naruto's entire inner world, echoing with such intensity that it seemed to shake the very air itself. That howl was so intense, so vivid, it was as if one could feel the pain firsthand. Even Naruto, standing at a distance, broke out in goosebumps, so fierce his whole body tensed up, instinctively clenching in discomfort. Sasuke is way too ruthless with this move. For a brief moment, Naruto actually felt a pang of sympathy for the Ninetales. To think it ended up in Sasuke's hands, what a tragic fate. Thank goodness he hadn't dueled Sasuke before. Otherwise, he shuddered to imagine that the Ninetales' suffering might have easily become his own. Relieved, Naruto secretly made a solemn vow to himself. No matter what, he'd never, ever fight Sasuke again. Pop! Sasuke withdrew Susanoo's finger, and the area on the Ninetales that had once been smooth and unharmed now sported a massive, gaping crater. There you go. Now you've got a proper chrysanthemum. You're welcome, Sasuke announced magnanimously. You damn brat, the Ninetales roared, grinding its teeth so hard it seemed like its jaw might shatter with every word. I'll kill you. I swear, I'll tear you apart. A torrent of seething resentment surged through the Ninetales, like endless waves crashing within its being, turning its eyes a blazing, bloody red. Boom! An overwhelming burst of chakra exploded from within the beast, so powerful that it flung the 2 Susanoo manifestations, pinning it down clear off. With a thunderous roar, the Ninetales dropped to all fours and unleashed a deafening bellow at Sasuke. Flooded with fresh chakra, its wounds knit themselves together in an instant. So this is the legendary Rage power-up. No wonder the protagonist always has a cheat like this, Sasuke mused, raising an eyebrow at the Ninetales, now brimming with even more chakra than before. Roar! Now it's your turn to pay, you wretched brat. Get ready to die, the Ninetales bellowed, confidence fully restored. At last, it was his turn to smash this infuriating kid into the ground. 1 minute later, in a deja vu-inducing scene, the Ninetales found itself once again pinned to the ground by Sasuke's Susanoo-controlled shadow clone, its hindquarters raised high in the air. When faced with absolute power, no matter how much you rage, it's still pointless, Sasuke said with a light chuckle, gazing at the thoroughly defeated beast. Then, as the Ninetales' eyes widened in terror, Sasuke once again formed the hand sign for the infamous 1,000 years of death. Wait, hold on. Please stop. I surrender. I give up. The Ninetales cried out desperately. Such humiliation, it couldn't bear to go through it again. Left with no choice, it finally yielded to Sasuke. After all, being forcibly blossomed in such a way, damn, that pain was all too real. Weren't you just acting tough? Weren't you saying you'd rather die than give in? Why are you backing down so quickly now? Come on, show me that stubbornness again. I actually prefer it when you refuse to yield. Sasuke chuckled lightly. Goor, I already said I surrender. Don't push your luck, you annoying brat. The Ninetales growled in anger. Looks like your words say yes, but your heart still says no. With that, Susanoo's finger pointed at the Ninetales' freshly healed backside and once again drove forward with a sudden thrust. Secret art of the hidden leaf. 1,000 years of death. A long, agonized howl echoed. 1,000 years of death. Another anguish cry rang out. All right. I give up, just stop. 1,000 years of death. Stop. Stop it already. I said I surrender. The Ninetales howled in misery. With a blank expression, Sasuke controlled Susanoo, performing the 1,000 years of death over and over again. After the 10th time, the Ninetales wailed. I was wrong. Big bro, I was wrong. Please, just stop already. When the Ninetales finally called him Big Bro, it was clear it had truly submitted. Yes, it was beaten into submission. Sasuke withdrew Susanoo's finger from the Ninetales' blossom, finally stopping his assault. Looking at Susanoo's finger, Sasuke's face twisted in disgust. Even though it wasn't a real, it still felt pretty revolting. Thankfully, he'd used Susanoo for this, and not his own body. If he ever had to use the 1,000 years of death on a human next time, he wouldn't even flinch. He could just use a shadow clone to do the job. Shadow clone, why me? With a swish, Susanoo faded away. As Sasuke stood below, the Ninetales glared down, fighting the urge to swat him into a bloody pulp. But after thinking about the consequences, the Ninetales swiftly snuffed out that reckless impulse. In a flash, Sasuke bent his knees and leapt lightly onto the Ninetales' head. He tapped his foot on the giant fox's skull and ordered, Let's go, little Nine. Take me to Naruto. You bastard. Gritting its teeth, the Ninetales was barely able to hold back its fury, but still couldn't resist cursing. HM? What did you just call me? Sasuke narrowed his eyes. I meant to say Big Bro. Big Bro, you must have misheard me just now. Haunted by the terror of the 1,000 years of death, the Ninetales quickly changed its tune, plastering on a fawning smile. With Sasuke on its head, it hurried off towards Naruto's location. As it walked, the Ninetales shed silent tears of humiliation. It whimpered inwardly. From now on, it really had to recognize this damn kid as its big brother. How infuriating. It, the mightiest of all tailed beasts, had fallen to such a pitiful state. All right, Naruto, the Ninetales is now totally willing to call me Big Bro. Sasuke leapt down from the Ninetales' head and landed in front of Naruto, speaking with a calm, breezy tone. Naruto blinked, momentarily at a loss for what was happening. Besides, looking at the sour expression on the Ninetales' face, it was obvious it wasn't exactly thrilled about this arrangement. From now on, you two are on the same side. Sasuke didn't wait for the still-dazed Naruto to recover and continued. Naruto, from now on, you'll train with Little Nine. He'll be your best teacher. Then, turning to the Ninetales, Sasuke instructed, Little Nine, you must teach Naruto seriously, understood? If Naruto's strength stalls for too long, well, you wouldn't want that to happen. A dangerous gleam flickered in Sasuke's eyes. Oomph. The Ninetales snorted in annoyance. What's that supposed to mean? Are you refusing? Sasuke narrowed his eyes and made a threatening gesture, his fingers forming the infamous 1,000 years of death sign. Fine. I'll teach this brat properly, the Ninetales replied irritably, then added begrudgingly. But if this kid doesn't amount to much, if his talent's just not there, don't go blaming me. Don't worry, Naruto won't let you down. You two are natural partners. With a wave of his hand, Sasuke withdrew his consciousness from Naruto's inner world. Unlike Naruto's legendary powers of persuasion, Sasuke could only force these two together with a more heavy-handed approach. But knowing Naruto, he'd probably hit it off with the Ninetales soon enough. The real reason Sasuke did all this was to give himself a safety net. After all, his own cheat was a lottery system. The prizes you got were completely random and hardly reliable. It was better to lay down a backup plan, add another layer of protection, just to be safe. And it cost him nothing. Natural partners, me, and this brat? As if. Listening to Sasuke's parting words and glancing down at the little squirt at his feet, the Ninetales let out a scornful laugh. Hey, dumb fox. My dad says I've got loads of potential, so don't underestimate me. Naruto, stomped his foot in protest, his face full of indignation. Yeah. The Ninetales ignored him and strode back into the water prison. Huh? Didn't you just accept Sasuke as your boss? And since I'm friends with Sasuke, doesn't that make you my little brother too? Seeing the Ninetales voluntarily return to its cage, Naruto scratched his head, trying to make sense of their relationship, and asked in confusion. Since we're all on the same side now, little Nine, there's no need for you to go back in the cage, right? Roar. You brat, know your place. Try to take advantage of me again, and I'll flatten you with a single swipe. The Ninetales, furious at Naruto's cluelessness, let out a thunderous roar to put him in his place. After delivering its warning, the Ninetales explained, My power isn't something a kid like you can handle. If not for this seal, kid, your body would have exploded long ago. With that, the Ninetales swiped its front paws, slamming the iron gate shut. Then, using the chakra that had leaked out, it actively reactivated the seal of the water prison. Instantly, a strong sense of security returned. With Sasuke around, it really was more comfortable to stay inside the water prison. Now, not even death could make it want to break free from this seal. Without this seal, I would have exploded and died. Naruto stared in astonishment at the Ninetales inside the water prison. Suddenly, he grinned and said, So, little Nine, you lock yourself up just so I wouldn't die? That proves you really are a good fox. Let's be friends from now on, okay? Naruto reached his hand through the iron bars. Get lost. The Ninetales smacked Naruto's hand away with a paw, snarling. Don't flatter yourself, brat. I only did this because we're bound together. If you die, I die too, do you understand? And stop calling me little Nine. Oh, okay. Naruto nodded, only half understanding, then asked again. So, little Nine, does that mean we're friends now? Out. With a roar, the Ninetales blasted Naruto's consciousness out of his inner world. What an infuriating brat. But, come to think of it, he might just be the first human who's ever wanted to be my friend. With that thought, maybe this kid Naruto isn't so bad after all. Naruto, don't you dare let me down with your talent. I'll make sure to teach you well, so that when you grow strong enough. The Ninetales narrowed its eyes, a bloodthirsty grin curling on its lips as a certain punchable face floated into its mind. You can get revenge on that brat, Uchiha Sasuke. Grinding its teeth, the Ninetales vowed to give its all to help Naruto surpass Sasuke in every way. As long as Naruto's talent is up to par, the combination of Tailed Beast and Jinchuriki can create a power greater than the sum of its parts. So it had no fear that Naruto would ever remain weaker than Sasuke. And then, it would pay Sasuke back 10,000 times over with 1,000 years of death. Let Sasuke experience every bit of pain the Ninetales had suffered. In the outside world, as both Sasuke's and Naruto's consciousness returned, the two of them opened their eyes one after another. The six tails behind Naruto, as well as the beastly cloak covering him, instantly faded away. It's over just like that. Hiruzen Sarutobi stared at them in shock. Then, as if remembering something important, he hurriedly waved his hand and called out to the sealing squad. If everything's fine, you're all dismissed. Yes, sir. The group of sealers exchanged helpless glances. So, they'd just been called over to watch someone else seal the Ninetales, huh? It was all rather bewildering. But then again, that was certainly better than having the Ninetales break its seal and go on a rampage. After the sealing team had left, Hiruzen Sarutobi took a deep breath, steadied his emotions, and looked at Naruto with a grave expression. Naruto, what Uchiha Sasuke said earlier is, indeed, true, but it's not the whole truth. Taking advantage of the time, while Sasuke was suppressing the Ninetales, Hiruzen had crafted a flawless explanation in his mind, hoping to salvage his image in Naruto's eyes. Even if Naruto didn't fully believe him, at least he could lessen the resentment Naruto felt toward him. It's like this, Naruto. The reason your grandfather acted as he did was actually all at the request of your father, Minato Namikaze. He entrusted me with this responsibility. With a look of sincere earnestness, Hiruzen began to spin the story he had just woven together. Minato said, having the villagers treat you as the demon fox, looking at you with hate and rejection, was meant to temper your spirit. If you could endure the cold stares and prejudice of everyone around you, you would grow up with an unbreakable will and an inner strength beyond measure. It was all to lay a solid foundation for you to become a truly exceptional ninja in the future. Sasuke watched Hiruzen's performance with great interest, but did not interrupt. And as for your family's assets, it's not that I didn't want to give them to you, but Minato specifically instructed that they were not to be given to you before you came of age. His intention was for you to grow up in hardship, to develop perseverance and endurance from a young age. True strength is never forged on a smooth and easy path. You must understand the depth of Minato's intentions. Naruto. Hiruzen sighed, as if deeply moved. Naruto stared at the third Hokage, his face blank, saying nothing. In Hiruzen's eyes, this silence only meant that Naruto was struggling to accept such a harsh truth. So he tried to console him. Naruto, I know it's hard for you to accept all this at once, but please, don't hold it against your father, Minato Namikaze. Everything he did was for your own good. If you must resent someone, then resent your old grandfather here. After all, Minato only made the plan. It was I who carried it out. Are you finished? Naruto asked quietly. That's the whole truth, Naruto. So please, try not to. I've already met my father, Minato Namikaze. What did you say? Hiruzen's eyes flew open in shock, his aged face frozen in disbelief. He looked at Naruto's expressionless face, thinking he must have misheard, and asked again for confirmation. What did you say? You met your father, Minato Namikaze? Yes, just now, in my inner world I met my father. He told me that entrusting me to you, old man, was the greatest mistake of his life. That he actually believed in you, an old politician. That was his blind spot. Naruto shot Hiruzen Sarutobi a look of utter disgust, then turned on his heel and walked away without another word. Today he had witnessed firsthand just how shameless and dishonorable Hiruzen Sarutobi could be. The old man had even tried to pin the blame on his father, and he had done it with such sincerity that, if Naruto hadn't met Minato Namikaze in person, he might very well have believed this old liar's story. How despicable. What's that saying? You tried to steal a chicken and ended up losing the rice. That's you all over, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Sasuke's laughter rang out, bold and unrestrained, thick with mockery. But hey, thanks for putting on such a good show for me, old man. As a token of gratitude, I'll let you off the hook today. Ha ha ha. It was poetic justice at its finest. Seeing things unfold just as he had predicted, Sasuke was in high spirits. Now, without him having to lift another finger, Naruto's opinion of the third Hokage had plummeted into the negatives. His trip here had been well worth it. Casting one last scornful glance at Hiruzen Sarutobi, Sasuke vanished from the Hokage's office with a flicker, using the body flicker technique. Bang! Hiruzen slammed his fist down on the desk with such force that a crack split the surface, nearly breaking it in two. Crash! He kicked the desk, shattering it completely. Papers went flying in every direction. At this moment, he was livid beyond measure. Minato, if you had a backup plan, why didn't you tell me? His face was ashen, and a bitter resentment welled up inside him. Just like that, the kindly grandfatherly image he had worked so hard to build in Naruto's eyes was utterly destroyed, beyond any hope of repair. Now, Naruto probably saw him as nothing but an enemy. And all of this, every bit of it, was because of that one person, Uchiha Sasuke. Hiruzen ground out the name, his voice trembling with fury. It was all because of Sasuke that his years of effort had come to nothing. This time, Sasuke had taken away the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. What would he come for next? The realization struck Hiruzen like a bolt of lightning. The two most precious things in the Leaf Village. One was the Nine-Tails, and the other was the Scroll of Seals. Swish! Ignoring the wreckage of his office, Hiruzen hurriedly performed the body flicker technique and rushed toward the secret chamber where the Scroll of Seals was kept. He could not, under any circumstances, let that scroll fall into Sasuke's hands. If Sasuke knew what the third Hokage was doing right now, he would have sneered in utter disdain. The Scroll of Seals had crossed his mind before. He had even considered borrowing it for a closer look. But after thinking it over, he decided it simply wasn't worth the trouble. The forbidden techniques recorded in the scroll were certainly powerful, but for someone at his level, they were little more than icing on the cake. Hardly essential. Besides, if he did borrow the scroll, he'd have to spend ages learning all those techniques. Far too much hassle. Naruto, what are your plans for the future? Do you want to join the Uchiha clan? I can promise you, in the Uchiha, no one will treat you like the Nine-Tails, and no one will despise you again. As they walked down the road, Sasuke turned to ask Naruto, who was walking beside him. I don't know. After a long silence, Naruto finally spoke, his head hanging low. If you don't know, then just come to the Uchiha for now. There, you won't find anyone who rejects you. It'll be much more comfortable than staying in Konoha. Sasuke extended the invitation once more. Another long silence settled between them. Suddenly, Naruto took a deep breath, lifted his head, and looked at Sasuke earnestly. Sasuke, do you want me to join the Uchiha because of the Nine-Tails inside me? Hearing this, Sasuke couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Naruto, it seems, had learned to be suspicious. But then again, considering he had just discovered that he'd been deceived all along, it was only natural for him to start doubting things. Still, Sasuke had to admit, after all that had happened, Naruto had grown a lot. TCH. Sasuke scoffed, curling his lip in disdain. If I really cared about that fox inside you, I'd have caught it and kept it as a pet long ago. You'd have been dead and gone by now. There's no way I would have waited until now. Hearing this, Naruto felt as if a weight had been lifted from his shoulders. That's true. He couldn't help but nod in agreement, recalling the scene where Sasuke had pinned the Nine Tails to the ground and given it a beating. So how about it? I'll ask you again. Do you want to join the Uchiha? Sasuke extended his invitation for the third time. See, can I have a few days to think it over? Naruto scratched his head frantically, messing up his blonde hair so much it looked like a bird's nest, his face full of distress. There's just too much I've learned all at once. I want to be alone for a while and clear my head. But don't worry, Sasuke. I'll give you an answer in a few days. All right, suit yourself. Sasuke glanced at Naruto and nodded. He almost forgot. Naruto wasn't like him. He didn't have the mindset of an adult. There was just too much information to process at once. The truth about why everyone hated him, Hiruzen Sarutobi's real nature, the Nine Tails Minato Namikaze as his father, Sasuke's sudden leap in strength. It was simply too much for a 7-year-old brain to handle without short-circuiting. Naruto needed time to sort through all this chaos. Take your time figuring out your life. I'm heading off. Oh, and here, these are the food supplies I sold before. You can have them. Sasuke tossed Naruto a scroll packed with sealed food, then disappeared in a flash, using the body flicker technique. This was Konoha, and with the Nine Tails already subdued by him, Sasuke wasn't worried that anything would happen to Naruto. Just to be safe, once they returned to the Uchiha compound, it would be better to have two Jonin secretly keep an eye on Naruto. The main concern was to prevent that old fox, Hiruzen Sarutobi, from panicking and doing something desperate, like kidnapping Naruto outright, though the chances of that were slim. Meanwhile, Naruto wore a troubled expression as he returned to his home, feeling completely numb inside. Staring up at the ceiling and the mess around his room, the 7-year-old Naruto felt even more lost. What should he do next? He wanted to ask that big fox inside his belly for advice, but he had no idea how to enter his inner world. Hey, Kurama, can you hear me? Naruto lifted his shirt and called out to his stomach a few times, hoping to chat with the Nine Tails, but there was no response. After calling a few more times and still getting nothing, Naruto trudged into the bathroom, pulled down his pants, and sat down heavily on the toilet, hoping that maybe a good bowel movement would help him sort out his feelings. How strange. There isn't even a single watcher around the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Has Konoha really gotten this careless? Well, that makes things much easier for me. A sudden, eerie voice sent a jolt through Naruto, making him spring off the toilet as if it had bounced him up. Who are you? What are you doing in my house? Naruto's voice cracked as he stared at the masked man who walked straight through the bathroom door as if it wasn't even there. At that moment, the bathroom wall began to ripple like the surface of water, and a huge pitcher plant poked its way through. The plant peeled open, revealing a bizarre half-black, half-white face. When the real, full-size Naruto came into view, White Zetsu's eyes shone with excitement, as if he'd just discovered a priceless treasure, and he blurted out, "Quick, kid, tell me, what does it feel like to poop?" Naruto was stunned for a moment, then looked down and instantly realized he was still on the toilet. He hurriedly pulled up his pants, his face turning bright red. Even at 7, being stared at by two total weirdos while using the bathroom was enough to make anyone feel embarrassed. Obito reached out and grabbed Naruto by the neck, lifting him off the ground. "Cough! Let go of me, you jerk!" Naruto struggled with all his might, legs kicking furiously at Obito, but his feet didn't even come close. Something about the man in front of him set off every alarm bell in his body. Nothing good could come from falling into his hands. Kurama, please come out. There's a bad guy trying to catch me." Naruto screamed for the Nine Tails in his heart, but still there was no response. "Ugh, damn it! Let go of me!" Thwack! Seeing that Naruto wouldn't settle down, Obito gave him a sharp chop to the neck, and Naruto slumped unconscious in an instant. He immediately turned his head to glance at Zetsu on the wall and spoke in a calm tone. "You don't need to come with me. I can handle this alone. But this is the Nine Tails Jinchuriki we're talking about. Taking him away without a sound won't be easy. Just to be safe, I decided to follow along." Black Zetsu's voice was a little hoarse. Then he added with suspicion, "I just didn't expect there to be no guards at all around the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. That's really strange. Who knows what those Konoha fools are thinking? Maybe they believe that inside the village, no one would dare make a move on the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Utterly naive." Obito sneered coldly. "Should I leave a clone behind, disguised as Naruto, to trick the Konoha shinobi?" White Zetsu asked. "No need. Once we have the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, our plan can begin right away. there's no reason to do anything extra. With those words, he activated Kamui. Space twisted and warped, and Obito disappeared with Naruto. Zetsu slowly melted back into the wall. This is the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. That was so fast. Back at the root base, Danzo stared in surprise at Naruto in Obito's grasp. They had barely left, hadn't they? It had only been a little while, barely long enough for a bathroom break, and they'd already captured the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. With a heavy thud, Obito tossed Naruto carelessly onto the ground and said coolly, "Are you doubting me?" No, not at all. I'm just honestly surprised. After all, this is the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki we're talking about. Hiruzen takes him extremely seriously, so the kid should have some serious protection around him. At least 5 jonin, plus an elite jonin. Under normal circumstances, taking the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki without alerting anyone would be nearly impossible. Who do you think I am? I'm Uchiha Madara. No matter how many ants there are, they're still just ants. To me, there's no difference at all. Just a single glare from me, and they wouldn't stand a chance. As for warning the others, they're not even close to being capable. Obito snorted, exuding a powerful and overwhelming aura that made him seem as if he looked down on the whole world. His voice was cold and dismissive. To him, the Konoha shinobi were nothing more than insignificant pests. As expected of Lord Madara, I am truly impressed. At this, Danzo hurried to flatter him. That's not it. The only reason we got back so quickly is that there were no guards at all around the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. At that moment, Zetsu emerged from underground, and White Zetsu let out a giggle, revealing the truth. Danzo felt as though the imposing aura around Obito had vanished in an instant, like a deflated balloon. The atmosphere in the room grew a little awkward. Obito gazed quietly at White Zetsu, who was still giggling foolishly. This White Zetsu, maybe it was time to consider replacing him. Being dumb was one thing, but openly exposing him in front of others? Unforgivable, he had to go. Once I get back, I definitely need to switch to a more reliable White Zetsu. At that very moment, White Zetsu suddenly shivered, as if sensing a wave of intense malice directed straight at him. He scratched his head, a look of confusion on his face. What's going on? He hadn't done anything wrong, after all. Who could possibly harbor such strong ill will toward him? How strange. With an impassive face, Obito walked over to Naruto, crouched down, and reached his hand toward Naruto's abdomen. In a calm tone, he said, "I'll go meet with the Nine-Tails first. If that beast is willing to cooperate with us, things will be much simpler." With that, he closed his eyes and sent his consciousness into Naruto's inner world. A foreign presence seeped in, and within the watery prison, the slumbering Nine-Tails abruptly opened its fierce, menacing eyes. "Who goes there?" "It's been a while, Nine-Tails." Obito stood outside the iron bars, looking at the beast within, his voice cool and unhurried. "It's you. You're the one responsible for trapping me inside this brat's body." A furious roar erupted from the Nine-Tails, shaking the iron gate that separated them. Clearly, it recognized the intruder. More precisely, it recognized that single Mangekyo Sharingan of Obito's. Back then, this very Mangekyo Sharingan had controlled the Nine-Tails, unleashing it upon Konoha in a rampage. In the end, Minato Namikaze had sealed it inside Naruto. The memory of being manipulated like a puppet was a humiliation the Nine-Tails could hardly bear. It brought to mind the days when Madara Uchiha had captured it, keeping it as nothing more than a pet. "Calm yourself, Nine-Tails. I'm here today to propose a partnership." Obito offered a casual reassurance, then gazed at the beast and continued. "I'll help break your seal and set you free. All I ask in return is that, at a crucial moment, you lend me your strength to deal with a certain person." A partnership? Why not just control me outright like before? What's the point of teaming up with me? The Nine-Tails shot him a sidelong glance, its tone dripping with sarcasm. "This time, the person I'm up against is extremely troublesome. I can't afford to split my focus by controlling you as well. Once it's over, you'll be free to roam the vast world as you wish. I don't see why you'd refuse." Obito explained with composure, yet his voice brimmed with confidence. He was certain the Nine-Tails would agree. But the Nine-Tails' reply was nothing like he expected. "Get lost. Don't bother me. I'm perfectly comfortable right here. Sleep when I want. No one to disturb me. Why would I ever want to leave?" The Nine-Tails crossed its forepaws, resting its head on them, eyes half closed, the very picture of satisfaction. Inside, however, it was sneering. "Leave? With that lunatic Sasuke Uchiha out there, that would be a death sentence. No way. Not even if you begged. Nine-Tails, I'm not joking. I sincerely want to work with you." Obito's voice turned grave. He was convinced the Ninetales simply didn't trust him. I wasn't joking with you, old man. I said I'm not leaving, and that's final. Now get lost and stop disturbing my sleep. With a huff from its nostrils, the Ninetales began to drive him away. Ninetales, I know you still don't trust me. To prove my sincerity, I'll break this seal for you first. With that, Obito stepped forward, placed his hand on the iron door, and channeled chakra from within, striking at the sealing technique. Huh, why is the seal so weak? It's almost as if it isn't even there. The moment his hand touched the door, this doubt flashed through Obito's mind. Wait. Before the Ninetales could finish, the iron door swung open. See, Ninetales? I've undone the seal for you. This shows I really want to cooperate with you. Obito stood at the entrance of the watery cell, arms wide open, displaying his sincerity to the Ninetales. I told you I'm not leaving. Opening the door makes no difference. The Ninetales shrank its massive body as far into the cell as it could go, pressing itself against the back wall. Its actions made it clear to Obito. It was resolute in its decision. Obito was baffled. What's wrong with this Ninetales? Has it been locked up so long it's lost its mind? It could walk free, reclaim its liberty, and yet it chooses to remain behind bars. Has it grown attached to this watery prison after being here so long? At this moment, Obito was truly at a loss. Ninetales, stop messing around. Or has a donkey kicked you in the head? Why would you stay here when you could leave? Obito's words brimmed with exasperation. You're the Ninetales. Where's that overbearing presence, that scorn for everything around you? Now, with this timid and hesitant demeanor, if he couldn't still sense the fierce aura radiating from the Ninetales, Obito might have suspected he was looking at an imposter. You're the one who's lost your mind. I told you. I'm staying put, and nothing will change that. The Ninetales shook its head furiously and squeezed itself even tighter against the wall, refusing to budge. Seeing this stubborn refusal, Obito felt himself losing patience. Before meeting the Ninetales in person, he'd imagined countless scenarios. The Ninetales might agree readily. It might ignore him. It might fly into a rage and refuse. Or maybe it would pretend to accept, then attack him by surprise. But this was a situation he never anticipated. Ninetales, what the hell are you thinking? Is freedom not good enough? Is the world outside not exciting enough for you? Obito snapped, unable to contain his frustration any longer. The Ninetales' behavior made him want to curse out loud. You have no idea what I've been through. That was a time of pure torment, a painful memory. That's the real reason I won't leave. Haunted by the terror of Sasuke's 1,000 years of death, the Ninetales tilted its head back at a 45-degree angle, gazing mournfully, not at the sky, but at the ceiling of its watery cell. A complex expression appeared on his face, 3 parts sorrow, 3 parts pain, 3 parts anger, and 1 part regret. Oh, Ninetales, just what have you been through to end up like this? Obito raised an eyebrow, his curiosity clearly piqued. From the genuine look on the Ninetales' face, it was obvious he wasn't pretending. Obito was desperate to know the reason why the Ninetales would rather die than leave. Not long ago, someone arrived here, someone with both the Rinnegan and the Eternal Mangekyo. What? What'd you just say? The Rinnegan? How could that be? Are you sure you didn't see it wrong? Obito's pupils contracted sharply as he cried out in shock. It was as if he'd just heard something so outrageous, so impossible, that he couldn't bring himself to believe it. The Rinnegan? How could that be possible? Aside from Nagato, no one in the ninja world was supposed to possess the Rinnegan. How could anyone else have such eyes? Oomph. When the Sage of 6 Paths created me, you were probably nothing but a pile of dung. I've spent countless years with the Sage himself. Do you really think I'd mistake something like that? Those were the Rinnegan. And not just any Rinnegan. Those were the 6 Tomo Rinnegan. The Ninetales spoke with absolute certainty, his tone leaving no room for doubt. The Rinnegan. The 6 Tomo Rinnegan. I never imagined there could really be someone else in this world who possesses those eyes. Obito murmured, trying to process this earth-shattering revelation. For a long moment, he simply drew a deep breath, forcing himself to regain composure. He looked back at the Ninetales, pressing urgently. And then? What did that person with the Rinnegan do to you? And then? The Ninetales drew out those words, his voice slow and heavy. He closed his eyes, as if gathering his emotions. Behind the mask, Obito's face was full of anticipation. He was desperate to know what had happened next. He watched the Ninetales, who had suddenly fallen silent, and though he was tempted to urge him on, he forced himself to wait patiently. And then you could just go die. Suddenly, the Ninetales' eyes snapped open, murder blazing within them. The corners of his mouth curled up in a sly, triumphant grin, ready and waiting. In an instant, his massive form lunged at Obito. His towering figure cast Obito in shadow, a wave of violent, oppressive energy crashing down. With a gleam of deadly intent, his razor-sharp claws shot out, aiming straight for Obito's head with a ferocious swipe. "How dare you try to control me? Now, die." With a roar that shook the very air, the blood-red claws came crashing down. Obito, his attention still caught up in the Nine-Tails' words, had never imagined the beast would launch a sudden attack. Completely unprepared, there was nothing he could do. His body was torn apart in an instant by the Nine-Tails' claws. What a shame it was just a projection of consciousness and not his real body. If only it had been. Watching Obito's figure slowly fade away, the Nine-Tails felt a tinge of regret, but then let out a cold snort. Oomph. At least blasting his consciousness to pieces will make that guy suffer for a while. Outside, a sudden mouthful of blood surged up, but Obito forced himself to swallow it back down. Having his consciousness shattered caused serious mental damage. It felt as if his head was being torn apart like countless blades were slicing through his mind. The pain was excruciating. He wanted to scream out to relieve some of the agony, but he couldn't. He had to hold it in. After all, he was in a Root Base's laboratory, surrounded not only by Danzo, but also by numerous Root members. As Uchiha Madara, there was no way he could afford to lose face. It was like being in an extremely solemn setting, when suddenly your toe slams into something hard, pain shoots through you, and you want nothing more than to clutch your foot and howl, just to let it out. But you can't. You have to endure it all in silence. The discomfort is unbearable. That was exactly how Obito felt at this moment, so he knew he had to get out of there as soon as possible. Just as he was about to activate his Sharingan and slip into the Kamui dimension, Danzo approached, bowing respectfully and asking, "Lord Madara, did everything go smoothly?" Obito took a slow, deep breath, steadying his tone and doing his best to keep his voice composed and calm. "Everything went perfectly. The Nine-Tails has agreed to cooperate with us. As expected of Lord Madara, even the Nine-Tails bows before you." After offering some flattery, Danzo continued with an invitation. "Since you've secured the Nine-Tails, Lord Madara, we can now convene to finalize the last details of our plan. The relevant personnel should already be waiting in the meeting room. Let's head over, shall we?" "No need. You all can handle these matters yourselves." "That won't do. Lord Madara, you're the mastermind behind this plan. Without you present, how could we proceed? Besides, there are still some details that need your approval before we can move forward. I wouldn't dare act on my own. If my rash decisions were to ruin everything, all our efforts would be for nothing. So, your presence at this meeting is absolutely essential." Danzo's face was full of earnestness as he gave a slight bow, gesturing respectfully for Obito to follow. "This way, Lord Madara. The meeting room is just over here." Obito didn't move. Instead, he gazed at Danzo, his eyes deep and unreadable. This old fox, could he have rattled off all that nonsense just because he sensed how much pain I'm in and is deliberately trying to stall me? Damn it. If I don't leave soon, I really might lose it. Obito was screaming inside, but his expression remained calm as he said, "Let's put the meeting on hold for now. Postpone it for an hour. I have something urgent to take care of. I'll be back shortly." As soon as Obito mentioned Naruto, he activated Kamui. The space around him twisted and warped. He was about to slip into the Kamui dimension. Suddenly, smack! A pale hand appeared out of nowhere, grabbing Obito's arm and abruptly halting his movement. "Lord Madara, what could possibly be so urgent? Isn't the most important thing right now to finish the meeting and then deal with Sasuke, Uchiha? Danzo just promised me. Once this plan is carried out perfectly, he'll finally tell me what it feels like to poop. So, Lord Madara, let's hurry up and go to the meeting, shall we? No need to waste any more time." With a mischievous giggle, White Zetsu clung to Obito's arm, urging him forward. Whoosh! Obito whipped his head around, locking eyes with White Zetsu's pale, half-blank face. Through the swirling hole in his mask, a bloodshot Sharingan glared menacingly. Was this some kind of relay race? Were they all in on tormenting him together? Would they not let him leave, deliberately making things difficult for him? These damned fools! Obito cursed them bitterly in his heart, his gaze toward White Zetsu as cold as if he were already looking at a dead man. Meanwhile, White Zetsu remained blissfully unaware of the fate that awaited him. Seeing Obito staring at him in a daze, he hurried him along. Let's go, Lord Madara. I can't wait any longer. I have to know what it feels like to poop." With that, he tried to tug Obito toward the conference room, but Obito shook him off with a forceful jerk. "I said I have urgent matters to attend to. The meeting is postponed for 1 hour. Leaving these cold words behind, Obito instantly activated Kamui and vanished from the spot with Naruto. Danzo furrowed his brow, sensing something odd about Lord Madara just now. He'd seemed restless, almost as if he desperately needed to find a bathroom. So even a top-tier ninja like him can't hold it? Danzo pondered. Inside the Kimui dimension, Obito clutched his head and howled in pain, rolling back and forth on the ground in utter disarray. It wasn't that he couldn't bear the agony. It's just that, ever since awakening his Mangekyo Kimui, except for that one time with Minato Namikaze, he'd barely been wounded at all. But now, after enduring pain for so long, finally being able to howl in misery brought him an unexpected sense of relief. After nearly 10 minutes, Obito collapsed to the ground, drenched in sweat and gasping for breath. Through his mask, he pressed a trembling hand to his face, his eyes flashing with a fierce glint as he stared at Naruto, who lay not far away. How long has it been? You're the first to make me feel such pain, Ninetales. Once again, Obito entered Naruto's inner world. Upon seeing the Ninetales, he wasted no time, immediately controlling it with his Mangekyo Sharingan. A few minutes later, Obito's eyes flew open. Rinnegan, Eternal Mangekyo, Sasuke Uchiha. From the Ninetales, he not only gained information about Sasuke, but also learned why the beast was so reluctant to leave its prison, to use the Susanoo to perform the 1,000 years of death on a tailed beast. Was that even something a human could dream up? Obito found himself speechless, at a loss for words to respond. Still, this only strengthened his resolve to eliminate Uchiha Sasuke, a man who had, inexplicably, gained both the Rinnegan and the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. If left unchecked, he would surely become an unpredictable variable in the Eye of the Moon plan. This time, in joining forces with Danzo, even if they couldn't kill Sasuke outright, they would at least uncover the true powers of that Rinnegan. Ninetales, I hope when the time comes you'll be able to give Uchiha Sasuke a surprise he never saw coming. Obito's eyes flashed with menace. After one last glance at the Naruto he carried in his grip, he left the space of Kamui. Well, Lord Madara, you're back so soon? I thought you said it would take an hour, and not even half an hour's gone by. Or did you just need to take a quick trip to the bathroom? As Obito stepped out from Kimui's realm so quickly, White Zetsu couldn't help his curiosity. Obito ignored the dying man's chatter. Instead, he turned to Danzo and said flatly, Danzo, you can start the meeting now. Uchiha clan compound. Two Uchiha Jonin found Sasuke as he was about to start grilling barbecue. Both dropped to one knee, their voices tense, but still respectful as they reported, Lord Ancestor, it seems the Ninetales Jinchuriki has gone missing. Sasuke spun around, his gaze sharp and surprised as he stared at the speaking clansman. What did you say? Naruto has disappeared. Feeling the pressure of Sasuke's intense stare, the Uchiha swallowed hard, fear flickering in his eyes, but he confirmed firmly. Why yes, sir. Without waiting for Sasuke to ask further, he continued. As per your previous instructions, we want to keep watch over the Ninetales Jinchuriki. But when we arrived at his residence, he was nowhere to be found. We began searching, and called on several other clansmen for help. We combed through every corner of the village, but still couldn't find any trace of him. The Ninetales Jinchuriki has vanished. Sasuke was silent for a moment, then turned his gaze toward the Hokage's office, speaking in a low, measured tone. Old man, I thought you would keep biding your time. I didn't expect you to lose patience so soon and make a move against Naruto. Still, this works in my favor. The perfect excuse just fell into my lap. Without hesitation, Sasuke prepared to head to the Hokage's office for a little heart-to-heart with Hiruzen Sarutobi. A sudden whoosh split the air, a sharp, urgent sound. As Itachi appeared, his face grim. Lord Ancestor, Izumi has disappeared too. Sasuke raised an eyebrow at that news. Izumi's missing as well. Just yesterday, the three of them had agreed to meet here at noon for a barbecue. More than half an hour had passed, but Izumi still hadn't shown up. Izumi was not someone who would break her word. Even if something came up at the last minute, she would have at least sent her mother or someone else to let them know. Now, with no sign of her, and not even a messenger to explain the delay, Itachi began to sense that something was wrong and decided to go to Izumi's house to check on her. When Itachi returned, however, he brought back alarming news. Izumi had disappeared. Could this be your doing too, old man? Sasuke muttered to himself as he gazed toward the distant Hokage tower. He could understand Hiruzen Sarutobi abducting Naruto, but what was the point of taking Uchiha Izumi as well? Did the old man intend to use the girl to threaten him? What a joke. Threatening Itachi might work, but as for Sasuke, he wouldn't be so easily swayed. Itachi noticed Sasuke's unwavering stare at the Hokage tower and hurried over, anxiety in his voice. Ancestor, do you think Izumi was taken by the third Hokage? I can't say for certain, but I'd bet on it, Sasuke replied coolly. Besides him, I can't imagine who else would do something like this. Damn you, Hiruzen Sarutobi. I'm going to demand an explanation right now. Itachi clenched his jaw and immediately prepared to head for the Hokage tower. Just then, a mocking voice rang out. Well, look at that. You're all here. Saves me the trouble of tracking you down. Uchiha Tekka strode over, looking full of confidence. Are you two looking for the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and Uchiha Izumi? Lucky for you, I know exactly where they are. All you need to do is agree to one little condition, and I'll tell you. Tekka pointed first at Sasuke, then at Itachi, his tone smug. Come on, each of you give me a deep bow, and I'll reveal where the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and Izumi are. At this moment, armed with crucial information about both Naruto and Izumi, Tekka finally felt he had the upper hand with Sasuke and Itachi. Ever since he knelt before Sasuke that morning, pleading to be taken as an apprentice and was rejected, a fire had been burning in his chest. Now, he believed he finally held the power to make Sasuke bow down. Since he'd knelt before Sasuke earlier, it was only fair that the tables turned now. Sasuke should kneel to him as well. Refuse to kneel, will you? Then you can forget about ever finding the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki or Uchiha Izumi. Tekka sneered coldly, but with a sudden blur of motion. Before Tekka could even finish his sentence, Itachi was already right in front of him. What? So fast? Tekka barely had time to react before Itachi's hand clamped tightly around his throat. The Mangekyo Sharingan spun open in Itachi's eyes as he fixed Tekka with an icy stare. Where is Izumi? Yet the Mangekyo illusion had no effect on Tekka. He clutched his head with both hands, letting out a piercing, agonized scream. Itachi's brows furrowed at the sight. He was just about to pour more Mangekyo power into his eyes when he immediately sensed something was wrong. He released his grip, hurriedly withdrawing the Mangekyo's influence from Tekko. This is a curse mark I've never seen before. Staring at Tekko, who was still writhing and moaning on the ground, Itachi's frown deepened. So you've noticed? Tekko lifted his head, looking at Itachi with a mocking grin. Did you really think I'd come to you without any preparation? Your Mangekyo illusions are useless on me now. Ha ha ha. After laughing triumphantly, Tekko stood up, glaring at Itachi with a taunting sneer. So, if you want information from me, kneeling before me will be your only option. What's going on? At that moment, Sasuke walked over. Ancestor, this guy has a special curse mark carved into his mind. I've never seen anything like it. If I force any Jinjutsu on him, the curse activates, and there's a high chance his head will just explode. Itachi's expression turned grim as he explained. A special curse mark? His head might explode? I wonder, can my eternal Mangekyo illusion break through that curse? Sasuke raised a brow, turning his gaze to Tekko, whose face was full of smugness. In an instant, Sasuke's eternal Mangekyo activated. Once again, Tekko clutched his head, rolling on the ground in agony, his screams even more intense than before. Seeing this, Sasuke quickly deactivated his eternal eyes, his brows creasing in concern. If he continued forcing Jinjutsu on Tekko, the man's head really would explode. Such a crazed arrangement, like planting a bomb in one's own mind. Even the slightest surge of powerful Jinjutsu would trigger the curse. He truly made himself into a living suicide pawn. I told you, your Mangekyo illusions are useless against me. Of course, you could just kill me outright, but in that case, you might never get any information about those two kids. Ha ha ha. Tekko burst out laughing once more. Itachi's face darkened. To kneel before a traitor of his own clan? Unthinkable. Yet if he refused, Izumi would. For a moment, Itachi was torn, his heart heavy with anguish. He never imagined there would come a day when he was caught in someone else's trap. Of course, if he didn't care about Izumi's fate, he could just strike down this traitor right now. But he couldn't do it. Especially after nearly killing Izumi last time, his guilt toward the girl only deepened. Why did you betray the Uchiha? Why choose to help outsiders, to sell out your own clan? Or is there some hardship you're facing? If that's the case, you can tell me. I, Itachi Uchiha, will definitely help you. There's no need for you to betray the clan. Itachi spoke in a deep, steady voice. He didn't want to kneel before a traitor, but he also wanted to save Izumi. That left him with only one option, to try and persuade Tekkai with words. Tekkai, are you still holding a grudge because I went too far on you that time? If that's it, I can apologize and make it up to you. All I ask is that you don't stray any further down this path. Itachi's tone was sincere. Ha. I never thought I'd see the day when even Itachi Uchiha would look like this. You're clearly furious, but there's nothing you can do to me. Isn't that suffocating, Itachi? Ha. Seeing Itachi in this state, Tekkai laughed even more wildly, his face twisted with arrogance and glee. He felt a wild satisfaction inside. This was exactly why, even knowing how dangerous this mission was and how close to death it could bring him, he had accepted it without a second thought. He wanted nothing more than to see the looks on Sasuke and Itachi's faces. Furious, yet utterly helpless before him. It was exhilarating beyond words. Then, his grin faded, replaced by a cold sneer. Enough with your pointless talk. If you want information, kneel to me. Otherwise, forget it. And most importantly, I want you to kneel before me. Tekkai pointed a finger at Sasuke. You must be out of your mind. Without hesitation, Sasuke aimed a fierce kick straight at Tekkai's chest. With a heavy thud, Tekkai was sent flying, crashing hard against a tree. Clutching his chest, his eyes locked onto Sasuke. The arrogance and pride that had just filled his face vanished, replaced by a mask of pain and fury, twisted and grotesque. It's useless. The moment I took on this mission, I was ready to die. Is that so? Sasuke strode over to Tekkai and stomped down on him. With a sickening crack, he broke Tekkai's entire arm. Tekkai screamed in agony, veins bulging on his forehead, his face contorted with rage and pain as he roared. I told you it's useless. The more you do this, the more you show your own weakness. Sasuke said nothing, simply brought his foot down again. Another sickening crack, and Tekkai's other arm was broken as well. Ha ha ha! Despite both arms shattered, Tekkai suddenly burst out laughing, a wild, unhinged sound filling the air. Go on, kill me. If you do, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and Izumi Uchiha can die with me. Maybe that's not such a bad ending. Ha ha ha! Itachi walked over, glanced at the crazed Tekkai, then at Sasuke, hesitating before offering a word of caution. Ancestor, please don't be reckless. If this man dies, it'll be nearly impossible for us to find Izumi and Naruto. That's right. I'm the only one with the information. If you kill me, you'll be left wandering around like headless chickens. So the best thing you can do is kneel to me and beg. That's your only real option. Throughe lifted his head, revealing a face twisted with ferocity and a hint of smugness, and chimed in agreement. Relax. I won't let a mere ant unsettle me. After explaining himself, Sasuke drew a kunai and looked down at Throughe, who lay sprawled on the ground, remarking coolly, I just wanted to let him taste what Danzo went through. I wonder if he'll still be so tough when the time comes. Watching the kunai twirl deftly between Sasuke's fingers, Throughe couldn't help but swallow hard. Recalling Danzo's miserable state that night, a shiver ran down his spine. The thought of having all his limbs broken and his flesh sliced. He had no desire to experience such torment firsthand. As Sasuke's kunai edged ever closer, Throughe hastily pleaded, Wait, I'll talk. Sasuke sheathed his kunai and sneered dismissively. So you giving this quickly? I haven't even started yet. I thought you'd be tougher than this. Guess I was wrong. Throughe ignored Sasuke's taunts. His real mission was to lure Sasuke to Root's underground base. As for making him kneel, well, that was just a personal touch. Steeling himself, Throughe endured the pain, struggled to his feet, and gritted out. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and Izumi are both being held 2,000 meters underground, in Root's base beneath Konoha. The only question is, do you have the guts to follow me there? Lead the way, Sasuke replied coldly. Itachi wanted to come too, but Sasuke stopped him. You stay with the clan. I'll handle this alone. This could be a diversion to draw us out. If you come too, Father will be the clan's only top fighter left. Just in case, it's best if you stay here. Biting his lip, Itachi reluctantly obeyed. Though he was deeply worried about Izumi, he couldn't put the safety of the clan at risk. And with Sasuke personally handling the rescue, he wasn't worried that Izumi couldn't be saved. Sasuke followed Throughe down to Root's underground base, buried 2,000 meters below. Who would have thought they'd lay foundations, even in a place like this? Root really are a bunch of rats hiding underground, Sasuke muttered, curling his lip at the subterranean lair. At that moment, the base's massive doors creaked open, revealing nothing but pitch blackness within, not a glimmer of light. The two you're looking for are inside. Question is, do you dare go in? Throughe jerked his chin toward the darkness, his expression openly provocative. Without warning, Sasuke's palm shot out. With a thunderous crack, Throughe's head exploded, spraying blood everywhere. Without sparing the headless corpse a second glance, Sasuke strode into the base, his silhouette swallowed by the darkness. He could sense it. The air inside was thick with murderous intent. Though someone was making every effort to conceal it, there was no hiding that killing aura from him. It was clear, an ambush was waiting within. Since there are others involved, iron fire is no longer important. He could be eliminated without hesitation. At the Uchiha clan compound, after Sasuke left, Itachi prepared to find his father, Uchiha Fugaku, and inform him of the situation so they could get ready. There was a strong chance the third Hokage would strike back soon. Suddenly, as he walked down the road, a kunai came hurtling toward him out of nowhere. Itachi tilted his head just in time to dodge, then looked sharply in the direction the attack had come from. Izumi. His eyes widened in shock, his gaze fixed on a rooftop. Gritting his teeth, he shouted, "And you, Danzo, you actually managed to escape, and your wounds have healed. Looks like that old Sarutobi let you go." At that moment, on the rooftop, two rude operatives held Izumi hostage. Danzo stood by, leaning on his cane, his eyes cold as ice as he looked down at Itachi and spoke with chilling indifference. "Itachi Uchiha, if you don't want this girl to die, gouge out your eyes and hand them over to me." A kunai appeared in Danzo's hand, its tip pressed menacingly to Izumi's throat. "You're trying to lure my ancestor away, but your real target is me." Sasuke had only just left, and already this scene was playing out. Itachi quickly pieced everything together. Danzo's aim this time was clearly him. "If I'm your target, why drag Izumi into this?" Itachi narrowed his eyes at Danzo, trying to stall for time as his mind raced for a solution. Jinjutsu wouldn't work, and Danzo was clearly prepared. Any rescue attempt would have almost no chance of success. Given such a short window, the only method he could think of to save her was. But if he acted, Izumi might get caught in the crossfire. At this moment, Izumi remained completely still, unmoving and silent in the grip of the rude operatives. She was clearly unconscious. "My patience is not infinite. Don't waste my time." The kunai pressed forward, its razor-tip piercing skin. Fresh blood welled up from the cut. 3 seconds. If you don't hand over your eyes, say goodbye to this girl." Danzo's voice was cold as steel. As he spoke, he pressed the kunai even closer. 1. "Fine. I'll give you my eyes. Just let Izumi go." Seeing the kunai sink deeper into Izumi's neck, Itachi clenched his teeth and roared, both hands moving to his face as if to gouge out his own eyes. How foolish, sacrificing so much for a woman. Danzo couldn't help but sneer, his eyes fixed eagerly on Itachi's hands. A pair of Mangekyo Sharingan, delivered so easily. If he'd known it would be this simple, he would have tried this method long ago. Still, getting his hands on a pair of Mangekyo now was more than enough. As Danzo looked on, anticipation written all over his face, Itachi's hands slowly moved away from his face. But the scene Danzo expected, the sight of two bloody, empty eye sockets, did not appear. What met Danzo's eyes was a pair of crimson pupils, intricately patterned. "You! How dare you try to trick me?" Furious, Danzo raised his kunai, ready to drive it through Izumi's neck. Suddenly, his arm, the one clutching the kunai, was engulfed in pitch-black flames. Amaterasu. Itachi watched the three of them coldly, his expression as icy as ever. The Mangekyo Sharingan in his eyes surged with power, tears of blood streaming down his cheeks. "What is this?" Danzo's entire body was swallowed by the black flames. It wasn't just him. The two root shinobi and even Izumi, held hostage, were consumed by the dark inferno. With a sudden puff, Danzo dissolved into white smoke, no more than a shadow clone. A blood-curdling scream erupted from the two root ninja as they released their grip. In a blur, Itachi flashed to the rooftop, using the body flicker technique. With one hand, he snatched Izumi from the black flames. With the other, he swept the kunai across the throats of the two root shinobi, dispatching them in an instant. Itachi's gaze fell upon the black flames, still devouring Izumi. The Mangekyo Sharingan spun once more, not to unleash Amaterasu, but to reclaim its fire. As fresh blood tears welled at the corners of his eyes, the black flames on Izumi's body slowly faded away. "Izumi, are you all right?" Itachi cradled her gently, his voice soft and anxious. He examined her closely, and finally let out a relieved sigh. Apart from some scorched patches on her clothing, Izumi was unharmed. After all, Itachi's Amaterasu had been aimed at Danzo and the other two, not at her. Izumi had only been caught at the edges, and Itachi's swift intervention had spared her from the flames. But as he noticed the torn and burned fabric revealing more than intended, Itachi's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. He quickly shrugged off his own cloak to shield her modesty. Just as he finished draping the garment over Izumi, a kunai shot straight for his throat. Itachi raised his hand to block and saw the attacker. It was none other than Uchiha Izumi. He murmured to himself, "Of course, it wouldn't be that simple. So this is your real trump card, Danzo." Izumi's gaze was vacant and glassy, her eyes empty. Clearly, she was under the sway of a genjutsu. Fortunately, Itachi had anticipated something like this, and her surprise attack failed. After all, Danzo's appearance had been too sudden and the rescue too easy. Ever cautious, Itachi had stayed alert. How could he not have suspected a trap? His Mangekyo Sharingan locked onto Izumi's empty eyes as he uttered a low command. "Genjutsu, release." The illusion snapped, But Izumi's eyes did not return to normal. Instead, they turned a deep, feral red. A guttural, beast-like snarl burst from Izumi's throat, her sharp fangs bared and saliva dripping uncontrollably from her mouth. The aura radiating from his body grew violently savage, no longer human, more like a wild beast unleashed. What? Itachi was startled by Izumi's transformation, a blaring alarm ringing in his mind as he instinctively tried to retreat. But the distance between them was far too close, and the shock of Izumi's sudden change left Itachi frozen for a split second, long enough that he failed to pull away in time. By the moment he tried to escape, Izumi had already locked him in a tight embrace. Izumi bared her teeth, revealing 2 sharp fangs, and sank them straight into the side of Itachi's neck. Ugh! A jolt of pain shot through Itachi as he struggled to break free, but Izumi's strength was astonishing, making escape impossible. Concerned that he'd hurt her if he fought back too hard, he hesitated just a moment too long. What's happening? My chakra, why is it draining away? A surge of panic hit him as he realized something was deeply wrong. His chakra was being drawn out in torrents, flowing madly into Izumi. He had no idea what Danzo and his followers had done to her, how they had given Izumi the power to devour another's chakra so suddenly. But now was not the time to wonder. His chakra was vanishing with every heartbeat. If he didn't break free, his life would be forfeit. I'm sorry, Izumi. He whispered an apology, voice low and heavy. Then, with a burst of will, he summoned his chakra, his eyes burning with power. He was preparing to invoke Susanoo. Even if it meant hurting Izumi, he had no other choice. The Danzo that appeared before had only been a shadow clone, which meant the Real Snake was lurking in shadows, watching and waiting. If Itachi didn't break free quickly, both he and Izumi would be in grave danger. A crackling sound, raw, ominous, echoed as crimson chakra surged around him, solidifying into a tangible form. The skeletal structure of Susanoo began to take shape, forged from pure chakra. A wet tearing sound cut through the chaos, sharp as a blade. Itachi's face went shockingly pale, his arms falling limp at his sides. His eyes lost their crimson fire, returning to their normal black and white, and the nearly formed skeletal armor vanished in an instant. With a choked gasp, Itachi coughed up blood, staring in disbelief at the white tail lashing behind Izumi. What is that? In that moment, he saw the truth. The tail had pierced straight through him from behind, leaving a gaping hole in his chest and devastating his body in an instant. His life force was draining away by the second. Now, even the thought of summoning Susanoo was impossible. Just the effort to move was overwhelming. Is this the end? The familiar, yet now strange face before him blurred and faded from view. Once I tried to kill you. Now, to die by your hand, perhaps this is karma. With that single thought lingering in his mind, darkness claimed his consciousness. His face faded to gray, and slowly he closed his eyes. A furious roar broke through the silence as Izumi, having absorbed all of Itachi's chakra, flung his body aside and howled at the sky in primal rage. The sealing technique on her back glowed a fierce crimson, while a surge of powerful, violent energy erupted upward. Her body began to expand and swell, transforming into a monstrous creature with the face of an ape, the body of a tanuki, the limbs of a tiger, and the tail of a serpent. Having perfectly absorbed the chakra of a Kage-level shinobi, the beast's form ballooned to a towering 50 meters. With a thunderous crash, the very instant the new appeared, the houses beneath its feet gave way under its weight and collapsed in an avalanche of rubble. With a single sweep of its tail, the buildings in the vicinity were flattened to the ground. Amid the billowing clouds of dust, the Nu's blood-red eyes blazed as it threw back its head and let out a sky-shaking roar. Screams erupted all around. Help! Somebody help me. Please, someone, save my child. What is that thing? Why has such a monster appeared in our clan grounds? Hurry! We must stop it. We can't let it keep destroying everything. Hold off. How dare it rampage in the Uchiha compound? When our elders arrive, this beast will meet its end. The air was pierced by an uproar of shrieks, furious shouts, and cries of pain all at once. Ordinary members of the Uchiha clan, faces pale with terror, scrambled to escape, fleeing as far as they could from the monstrous invader. The Uchiha shinobi leapt into action without hesitation. Some rushed to help evacuate the civilians, while others charged forward to confront the new head-on. Amid this chaos, atop a distant rooftop, Danzo allowed himself a satisfied grin. The plan has gone smoothly. It seems my efforts have not been in vain. Earlier, he threatened Itachi with Izumi's safety, set a Jinjutsu trap for a surprise attack. All mere smokescreens. His true aim was to get Izumi close to Itachi, so the new could absorb Itachi's chakra. Now, As the beast's form swelled to 50 meters, trampling through the Uchiha compound with wild abandon, Danzo spread his arms wide. A hideous, twisted delight contorted his face as he burst into triumphant laughter. "Ha! Uchiha, your day of reckoning has come." A fierce bellow cut through the turmoil. Where did this monster come from? Cease at once. Fugaku's eyes burned with fury as he instantly activated his Mangekyo Sharingan. With a grinding, cracking sound, his chakra took form. A colossal, black Susanoo erupted from the ground. Wielding a massive chakra blade and clad in the armor of a Tengu, Susanoo had clearly entered its third transformative stage. It's the clan head. The clan head is here. That's Susanoo. Who would have thought the clan head had awakened Mangekyo too? Yes. Now, that monster is doomed. At the sight of Fugaku's awe-inspiring Susanoo, the Uchiha shinobi and civilians erupted in a cheer of hope. The new, spotting the black giant barreling toward it, showed no fear. With a bone-chilling roar, it charged forward on all fours to meet its challenger head-on. A fierce murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Seeing Itachi not far away, his chest torn open with a bloody hole and his face ashen, Fugaku's anger only deepened. Without hesitation, he controlled Susanoo and swung its sword straight at Nu's head. Nu twisted its neck and opened its massive jaws, clamping down on Susanoo's great sword with brute force. Fugaku tried to wrench the sword free, but to his shock, the beast's strength was astounding. He couldn't pull the sword back no matter how hard he tried. "Beast, let go of my sword." With his other hand, Susanoo clenched a massive fist and hurled a powerful punch at Nu's skull. There was a thunderous impact. Nu's head took the full force of the blow, and a rippling shockwave spread out. Stung by pain, it let out a low, guttural growl from its throat, but still refused to release the sword. "I'll smash your head to pieces." Fugaku tried to pull back his fist for another blow, but then he realized Susanoo's entire arm was ensnared by a huge, white tail, making it impossible to withdraw. Their strengths were evenly matched, and neither could break free in the short term. But gradually, Fugaku sensed something was wrong. The chakra required to maintain Susanoo was spiking rapidly, and his energy was being drained at an alarming rate. This monster is draining my chakra." Fugaku's face changed as he grasped what was happening. Only now did he realize why Nu held onto the sword so stubbornly, enduring a punch rather than letting go. It was feeding on his chakra. What shocked him even more was that the monster's tail actually had a mouth lined with fangs at its tip, a sight both bizarre and menacing. At this moment, the tail coiled tighter around Susanoo's arm, and the mouth at its end bit down hard on Susanoo's bicep. His chakra poured out of him in a torrent. In less than 10 seconds, Fugaku was horrified to discover that a third of his chakra had already been drained away. If he didn't break free soon, it wouldn't take much longer, less than a minute, and he'd be completely drained. And as the beast devoured his chakra, its body swelled in size. Where once it had stood eye to eye with Susanoo, it now loomed a full head taller. Damn it! Sensing the crisis closing in, Fugaku made Susanoo struggle desperately. But it was in vain. A wave of frustration washed over him. If only he could awaken Susanoo's fourth form, growing a second pair of legs, he wouldn't be so helpless. On the other side, Nu was growing irritated. This prey was far too unruly. Wouldn't it be simpler to just stay still and let itself be devoured? Why struggle so much? With a guttural roar, its tail, still wrapped around Susanoo's arm, suddenly split into countless smaller tendrils. Like a spider's web, they spread in an instant, enveloping the black Susanoo completely. Each of the little tails sprouted a mouth, biting into Susanoo and beginning to drain its chakra. The chakra within his body was being siphoned away at an alarming rate, leaving Fugaku in utter panic. At this rate, it wouldn't even take half a minute before he'd be completely drained, and he couldn't afford to dispel Susanoo either. Without its protection, his slight frame would surely be crushed to a pulp by this monstrous creature's foot. "Ancestor, where are you? Please, save me." With death looming over him, Fugaku could no longer maintain the dignity of a clan leader. He cried out for Sasuke at the top of his lungs. But Sasuke didn't appear in response to his desperate plea. Instead, the Uchiha ninja, watching the battle below, finally snapped into action. "The clan head is in danger. Hurry, save him." With a thunderous shout from one of the clan's elite jonin, the Uchiha shinobi all launched attacks at the Nu. Shuriken, kunai, ninjutsu, an array of assaults rained down on the creature's massive form. But it was all in vain. Their efforts were no more effective than scratching an itch on a mountain. They didn't make the slightest difference. Nu grew irritated by the pesky ants beneath it, and instantly split off many smaller tails to lash out at the crowd. In the blink of an eye, aside from a handful of the strongest Uchiha, the rest were drained of chakra, collapsing to the ground with ashen faces, looking utterly spent and feeble. Not only had they failed to help, but they'd unwittingly fed the monster a bounty of chakra. Still no sign of Sasuke. Fugaku's despair deepened. Suddenly, a deep, thunderous crack. A jet-black staff hurtled through the air, striking down hard on Anu's head from above. A guttural roar burst from Nu as it whipped its head around, eyes burning with fury, locking onto a new target. Not far away, Hiruzen Tsurutobi stood braced in his black armor, his face grim as he glared at the monstrous beast that had suddenly appeared. At first, he'd had no intention of intervening. But after witnessing Nu swell in size and grow stronger with every bit of consumed chakra, he felt a chilling sense of the creature's true menace. Fugaku's death, the annihilation of the Uchiha. These were scenes Hiruzen had longed to see. But what then? With all of Fugaku's chakra devoured, Nu would only become even more terrifying. After destroying the Uchiha, Hiruzen had no illusions the beast would simply stop there. Its next move would surely be to wreak havoc throughout the Hidden Leaf. Weighing his options, Hiruzen made his choice. Extend Imma. With a mighty roar, Hiruzen thrust his Rui Jingu Bang at Nu. The cudgel pressed against the creature's chest, stretching longer and longer, shoving the monster clear out of the Uchiha compound and beyond the village's borders, reducing every house and building in its path to rubble. A tremendous gust roared in their wake. Fugaku was breathing heavily, his face pale and drenched in cold sweat. After releasing the Susanoo, he landed not far from the third Hokage and questioned him sharply. "Third, was this your doing?" "What a foolish question. If this had been my doing, do you think you'd still be alive?" Hiruzen Tsurutobi replied, his tone full of displeasure. Fugaku let out a cold laugh. "Who knows? Maybe the monster you created got out of hand, and you had no choice but to step in and save yourself from getting caught in the mess." This creature, even if it hadn't been created by the old man, was definitely connected to him in some way. "I swear on my title as Hokage, this monster has nothing to do with me. I've never even seen a beast that can absorb chakra like this before." Seeing that Fugaku was about to retort, Hiruzen cut him off with a thunderous shout. "That's enough. Now is not the time for accusations. What matters most is finding a way to stop this monster." "Oomph." Fugaku gave a cold snort, choosing not to argue further. He turned to look toward the Nu outside the village, and spoke in a grave tone. "This creature can absorb a ninja's chakra. Facing it is extremely tricky. Any ordinary ninja who gets close will have their chakra drained in an instant. As for me," he glanced down at himself, his expression growing even darker. "My Susanoo is nothing but a mass of chakra, exactly the kind of food this monster craves. I suspect the very purpose of its creation was to counter the Uchiha clan's Susanoo. And as for who hates the Uchiha most in this village, well, do I really need to spell it out?" Fugaku let out another cold laugh, shooting a sideways glance at the third Hokage. It was all too obvious. The monster's abilities were a perfect foil for the Uchiha's Susanoo. Hiruzen could only sigh inwardly. Why did the accusation always circle back to him? If he really had made this thing, at least he'd know what to do. But he was just as clueless as anyone else. Whoever had created a monster capable of countering the Susanoo, Hiruzen almost wished he could meet such a genius face to face. Suddenly, the Nu let out a thunderous roar, its blood-red eyes locking fiercely onto Hiruzen. It was this insignificant insect who had let its prey escape. The beast charged forward, its massive limbs pounding the ground as it headed straight for Hiruzen. Daytime tiger. Just as one of the Nu's front paws entered the boundaries of the Hidden Leaf village, a sharp cry rang out. From the direction of the village, a colossal spectral tiger leapt to meet the monster head-on. With a deafening crash, a shock wave tore through the air. The Nu's enormous form was hurled backward, sliding hundreds of meters away. Trees were toppled in its wake, and 4 deep furrows were gouged into the earth. In the 7-gate state, Guy led the charge, followed by a group of elite leaf ninja, launching the first assault on the Nu. Seeing this, Fugaku hastily called out a warning. "Be careful. This monster can absorb chakra. Numbers mean nothing against it. Don't let its tail touch you." "These are the village's finest," came the reply. "There's no need for you to worry so much." After casually tossing out a remark, Hiruzen Tsurutobi abruptly shifted the topic, his brows knitting together. "Where is that Uchiha Sasuke from your clan? Isn't he supposed to be the reincarnation of your Uchiha ancestor? Now that your family is facing a crisis, why hasn't he shown himself? With his monstrous strength, subduing that beast should be a simple matter, shouldn't it?" Before Fugaku could reply, a wild burst of laughter suddenly echoed out. "Ha ha! Naive, Hiruzen. Even you are pinning your hopes on an outsider. It's you, Danzo." Noticing who had spoken, Fugaku's pupil shrank. Instinctively, he put a significant distance between himself and Hiruzen Sarutobi, his expression grim as he spoke. Third Hokage, what do you have to say for yourself now? Hiruzen's face was just as dark as he stared at his old friend from years past. You unleashed this monster on Konoha. What are you trying to do, Danzo? And how did you escape from Konoha's high-security prison? Danzo didn't bother to answer, speaking to himself instead. This creature is called Nu. I poured almost all of Root's resources into its research. It is the ultimate weapon I have created. Gazing off into the distance at the monster overwhelming the Konoha shinobi, his eyes burned with fervor, pride etched across his face, though tinged with a hint of regret. Unfortunately, it's still incomplete. If it were finished, destroying Konoha would be a matter of moments. I've unleashed it now, of course, to wipe out the Uchiha, to destroy Konoha. Ha! His laughter grew more frenzied as he spoke, the sound unhinged like that of a madman. To think, after all our mercy, after choosing to spare your life, this is how you repay us, biting the hand that fed you. Fugaku looked at the increasingly deranged Danzo, his voice low and grave. Mercy? Heh, crippling my limbs, flaying the skin from my body. So that's your idea of mercy. Danzo's gaze fixed on Fugaku. Something in him clearly provoked, his eyes icy with malice. Suddenly, he gave a low, chilling laugh. Huh, soon, I'll let you experience my kind of mercy firsthand. But Fugaku only sneered, unfazed. Don't worry, you won't get that chance. Once our ancestor returns, you'll regret everything you've done. Couldn't you have lived out your days quietly? Why come out here, courting death? Ancestor? You mean Uchiha Sasuke, don't you? Don't worry, he won't be coming. At least, not yet. By the time he arrives, Konoha will already be in ruins. Nu will have absorbed enough chakra to become unstoppable. When Uchiha Sasuke finally shows up, it will be the day of his death. As he spoke, Danzo shook his head, his voice turning cold and venomous. No, I won't let him die so easily. Every torment I've ever endured. He will taste them all, one by one. And the rest of you Uchiha. Every single one. A deafening crash reverberated through the air. Before Danzo could finish his sentence, he exploded into a cloud of white smoke. Hiruzen Sarutobi rested his restored Rui golden staff on his shoulder, furrowing his brow as he spoke. Fugaku, now is not the time to argue with Danzo. Let's deal with this monster first, then settle the rest. Root base. Darkness surrounded everything. Sasuke walked calmly forward, his expression untroubled. Hidden in the shadows, Yamanaka Fu fixed his gaze on Sasuke and slowly formed a hand seal. Ninja art. Mind-body switch technique. A buzzing surge, his consciousness transformed into a stream of pure mental energy and shot straight into Sasuke's mind. Got him. He may have some power, but he's far too careless. Yamanaka Fu's awareness left his body, which slumped forward, only to be swiftly caught by a watchful ally nearby. Inside Sasuke's mental world, Yamanaka Fu's consciousness took in his surroundings. So this is the monster's mindscape? It's really nothing special. Just ordinary, no different from anyone else's. Its strength is actually less than that of a typical jonin. Turns out it's just a guy with a tough body, but a weak mind. A classic case of outward strength masking inner weakness. Nothing to be afraid of here. He really couldn't understand why Yamanaka Haichi was so terrified. Clearly, it must be because he was too weak. Only by joining Lord Danzo's root could someone's power truly grow. A multitude of thoughts flitted across Yamanaka Fu's mind, and a sneer crept onto his face. Then, he prepared to seek out Sasuke's consciousness and seize control of it. After searching for a while, Yamanaka Fu's expression turned puzzled. Huh, why can't I find it? Could it be that his consciousness is so feeble that I can't even sense it? And what is this massive wall of light? Why have I never seen anything like it in anyone else's mindscape? At that very moment, Sasuke appeared towering above like a giant, an amused smile on his lips as he watched Yamanaka Fu wander below like a lost ant, curiously peering around. Sasuke raised a single finger, blocking Yamanaka Fu's path with a resonant thud, just as he used to tease ants as a child. What the? Yamanaka Fu recoiled in shock at the sudden pillar of radiant light that descended from above. What's going on? Nothing like this has ever happened when I entered someone else's mind. Driven by curiosity, he looked up along the immense beam of light. A face as vast as the sky itself slowly came into view. That face, why does it look so familiar? Where have I seen it before? Yamanaka Fu stared, bewildered, at Sasuke's colossal visage. Then, realization struck him all at once. That's the very consciousness of Sasuke he'd been searching for. But how could it be this enormous? Ah, Yamanaka Fu let out a piercing scream and collapsed on the spot, terror etched across his face. But he was only a spiritual projection. Otherwise, his lower body would have been soaked by now. Outside, his root comrades stared in bewilderment as Yamashiro Kaze suddenly lost control of his bladder. Then, realizing what had happened, one of them quickly shoved the unconscious Yamashiro Kaze aside. Ugh, he actually wet himself. Disgusting. You. Yamashiro Kaze's trembling finger pointed at Sasuke's consciousness, his lips quivering, but he couldn't utter a single word. His heart was gripped by terror. He had never witnessed such a formidable consciousness before. It was far more overwhelming than anything he had ever seen. Even Sasuke's 200-meter-tall Susanoo paled in comparison to this manifestation. With such a powerful consciousness, just how immense was this guy's mental strength? Yamashiro Kaze was utterly shaken to his core. Your Yamanaka clan is certainly amusing. To think you dare use your family's secret technique on me. Truly fearless, aren't you? Sasuke stroked his chin, speaking slowly. But at this point, Yamashiro Kaze could no longer make out what Sasuke was saying. There was only one thought echoing in his mind. Get out of here! He had to escape, and the sooner the better. He quickly formed hand seals, attempting to break the jutsu. Though the secret technique had succeeded, he was horrified to find that his consciousness was trapped, unable to leave this place. Why is this happening? Yamashiro Kaze's face was etched with terror and confusion. TCH. Boring. Toying with you isn't even as fun as playing with an ant. Seeing Yamashiro Kaze on the verge of collapse, Sasuke lost all interest. A massive hand came crashing down upon him. Faced with an attack that felt as if the sky itself were falling, Yamashiro Kaze had no means to resist. In his hopeless gaze, he was smashed to dust in a single blow, his consciousness scattering into points of light and vanishing. Yamashiro Kaze's body jolted violently. He snapped his eyes open. How is it? Did you manage to control him? A root comrade beside him asked, anxiety in his voice. Abba, light giant. Drool dribbled from Yamashiro Kaze's mouth, his expression vacant. He had become a complete idiot. Kaze, his comrade stared in disbelief. All it took was a single application of the clan's secret technique on Sasuke, and even from such a distance, he ended up like this? It was terrifying. Kaze, the root will remember you. Your sacrifice was not in vain, even if you only stalled Sasuke for 2 seconds. But those 2 seconds are enough. It's your turn now, Torian. Use your deadly poison and finish him. Boom. As his teammates' words faded, the ground beneath Sasuke's feet split open, and a strange figure with purplish skin burst forth. Well done, Kaze. I won't let your efforts go to waste. Aburame, Torian seized Sasuke's ankle. Ha. I got you. My body is laced with deadly poison. Even giant summoned beasts wouldn't survive it. You're finished, kid. Aburame Torian's face was full of smug satisfaction. Last time, he was injured during a mission and missed participating in the Uchiha clan's extermination. That twist of fate saved his life. Yet, Torian himself felt regret over this. Had he been there, Sasuke, so arrogant and conceited, would have surely let him get close, only to be poisoned to death. Lord Danzo wouldn't have had to endure so much suffering. Why aren't you affected at all? Torian's triumphant laughter faltered as he realized something was wrong. To his shock, Sasuke's skin was perfectly fine. There wasn't the slightest sign of poisoning. How could this be possible? His poison was innate and lethally potent. He had claimed the lives of countless enemies. So why did it have no effect on the person before him? Even Susanoo might not be able to break through my defenses. And you think your poison can do anything to me? That's just laughable. With a single slap, Sasuke smashed Torian's head, ending him on the spot. If attacking from the outside doesn't work, then let's see what happens from the inside. A chilling voice echoed out. Shinrakuri, wearing a gas mask, stepped out slowly, eyeing Sasuke with a cold sneer. Ever since you set foot in here, every breath you've taken has been laced with deadly toxins. There's poison in the air. Sasuke arched an eyebrow. Just noticing now? Too late. Ha. But since I'm feeling generous, I'll let you see your surroundings before you die, so you'll at least understand what's happening to you. Click. Hidden in the shadows, a root ninja pressed a switch. Lights flickered on, illuminating the area. Sasuke could finally see the base's surroundings clearly. The air itself was thick with a purple haze of poison. The concentration was so high, it was visible to the naked eye. Clearly, the root agents had set this up in advance, bypassing Sasuke's external defenses to strike directly at his insides. Sasuke's face twitched uncontrollably, his brows knitting in a deep frown. To Shinrakuri, this was unmistakable proof that the poison was working. A look of delight crossed Shinrakuri's masked face as he laughed heartily. Haha. So your weakness really is inside your body. Just as Lord Danzo predicted, nobody is without a weakness. We developed this poison specifically for you. It's odorless, and from the moment you walked in, every breath you took filled your body with a lethal dose. How does it feel? Unpleasant, isn't it? This toxin will destroy your organs and corrode your blood. But don't worry, it won't kill you. Not yet. Behind the safety of his gas mask, Shinrakuri's eyes gleamed with a ruthless intensity. To dare torment Lord Danzo like this, I can't let you die so easily. Once you're completely helpless, I'll lock you up and torture you to my heart's content. Ha ha ha. At that moment, Sasuke took a deep breath and suddenly let out a powerful sneeze. His expression then returned to calm. Sorry, my nose just felt a little itchy. Now, Sasuke looked composed and unbothered. There was no sign he'd been poisoned at all. It was almost laughable. The super soldier serum didn't just toughen his skin. His organs and every part of his body had been enhanced as well. At this point, it was no exaggeration to say he was immune to all poisons. You. Shinra stared in shock. He had inhaled so much of the toxic gas, yet he was perfectly fine. How could this be possible? With a thunderous rush, Sasuke surged forward, seized Shinra by the throat, and asked coolly, "Where are Naruto and Izumi? Don't underestimate me, you monster. If you think you'll get information out of me, you can keep dreaming." Though he was shaken by Sasuke's monstrous resistance, Shinra put on a show of stubborn defiance. Sasuke couldn't be bothered to argue. He activated his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. If words wouldn't work, he had no intention of wasting more time. He'd use Jinjutsu to extract the truth. With a brutal sound, Shinra head exploded. His mind, too, had been inscribed with one of those special cursed seals. The power of the eternal eye's gaze invaded, and his head simply detonated. Damn it, Plan B has failed too. Hidden in the shadows, the root ninja who witnessed this scene clenched his teeth, face twisting with malice. There's no choice, initiate Plan C. We must keep this monster occupied, no matter what. We cannot let him interfere with Lord Danzo. Let's go all out against the monster. Without hesitation, the sound of slicing air filled the space as Root Ninja, previously concealed, rushed out from every direction. Fearless of death, they charged straight at Sasuke, like moths drawn to a flame. Watching the Root Ninja attack from all sides, Sasuke remained cold and unmoved. With a flick of his fingers, several air bullets shot out with deadly precision. In an instant, several of the charging Root Ninja fell where they stood, dead on the spot. Let's go to hell together, monster! Suddenly, one of the Root Ninja burst up from the ground behind Sasuke, a crimson glow shining on his chest. Sasuke's brows knit together. He could sense a real threat from this one. Without hesitation, he activated his Rinnegan and swapped places with a distant Root Ninja. An instant later, a massive black sphere materialized, swallowing everything nearby, including both Root Ninja, into oblivion. This is the reverse 4 symbols ceiling. Now Sasuke finally understood why he'd felt that sense of danger just moments before. The enemy had been ready to drag him to the grave with them. Although his physical body was currently invincible, it wasn't as if there were no ways to deal with him. And the sealing technique was precisely the means to restrain Sasuke. You remnants of the Foundation, you're truly insane, even going so far as to inscribe the reverse 4 symbols sealing technique on yourselves. Sasuke gazed at the Foundation ninjas. Each of them bore the seal of the reverse 4 symbols technique etched on their chests. But unfortunately for you, it won't work on me. Arg. D. Another Foundation ninja lunged at Sasuke, roaring as he activated the reverse 4 symbols sealing technique. Sasuke glanced at him, utterly unhurried, and calmly used a Manhwaresumen, swapping places with another Foundation ninja in the distance. The ninja who had struggled so hard to get close to Sasuke ended up sealing himself along with his comrade. Damn it! This sight made the other Foundation ninjas grit their teeth in frustration. Though the reverse 4 symbols sealing technique was powerful, capable of forcing a 1-for-1 exchange with an enemy, if they couldn't even touch him, its strength was meaningless. Even knowing it was futile, they still charged at Sasuke without hesitation. After all, their mission was to buy time for Danzo. A series of explosions erupted one after another, then quickly faded away. Sasuke remained composed, deftly using a Manhwaresumen. None of the black spheres could even touch him. A few minutes later, chaos reigned. The ground was littered with craters left by the black spheres. Sasuke seized the last Foundation ninja by the throat. This one he had deliberately left alive. Where are they? The ninja glared at Sasuke, his face twisted with rage as he shouted, "You think I'll tell you? Go to hell." With a sharp crack, Sasuke finished him off, snapping his neck before he could activate the reverse 4-symbol ceiling. With all enemies eliminated, Sasuke decided to press onward. This base was enormous. Who knew where the two he sought might be held? Following the corridor, he passed rooms with locked doors he shattered with a flick of his hand. Inside were mostly experimental equipment and test subjects, both human and animal, but not the people he was searching for. At the end of the corridor, a stairway led downward. Below, the space resembled a prison. But it likely wasn't meant for ordinary prisoners. More probably it was used to hold test subjects. Sasuke made a circuit of the place, but found no sign of Naruto or Izumi. Instead, in one large cell, he discovered a group of children. The oldest looked about 15, the youngest no more than 6 or 7. Sasuke surmised these children were either test subjects or soon-to-be brainwashed Foundation cannon fodder. With a snap, Sasuke bent the iron bars of the cell with his bare hands and stepped inside. Looking at the group of children before him, some with fear in their eyes, others anxious, curious, or simply expressionless, he asked indifferently, "Hey, kids, have any of you seen a blonde boy with whisker-like marks on his face about 7 years old?" Sasuke described Naruto's features roughly, thinking that if Naruto had ever been detained here, these children would remember him. After Sasuke finished asking, silence hung in the air. No one spoke. "If anyone can give me information, I'll take them out of here. You'll be free. And if you want money or anything else, I can give you that too." Sasuke reigned in his own intimidating presence and asked again, this time offering generous terms. I know too." No sooner had Sasuke finished speaking than two boys, both around 14, the oldest in the group, stepped forward. The two boys exchanged a glance, then rushed over to Sasuke, each vying to answer first. "Let me speak. I have the information you want. I know where your blonde kid was taken. Please, get me out of here." Both were desperate, pushing closer to Sasuke, their eyes burning with longing for freedom. Sasuke frowned, then casually pointed to one of them, his voice cold. "You, speak." "Yes, sir." The one Sasuke pointed at lit up with joy, while the other dropped his head, eyes darting wildly, as if waiting for something. "This morning I saw a blonde kid brought in here, and then—" He broke off abruptly. Suddenly, a kunai appeared in his hand, and with a savage glare, he thrust the blade straight at Sasuke's eye. At the same time, his companion lunged as well, kunai in hand, aiming for Sasuke's other eye. Their intent was clear. They meant to destroy Sasuke's eyesight. Fools! Sasuke's expression turned icy. He lashed out with both fists. His attacks landed before the boys could react. With two heavy thuds, they were sent flying, smashing into the wall. Both had gaping wounds in their chests. Not a breath of life remained. So, even children are being used by the remnants of Root. Sasuke gazed coldly at the remaining children. A murderous aura spread through the room, chilling the air. It seemed his earlier assumptions were wrong. These children weren't test subjects at all. They were kids brainwashed by Root's shinobi, destined to one day join Root and become its tools. "Sir, this has nothing to do with us. We weren't planning to attack you." Feeling the murderous intent radiating from Sasuke, fear spread across the children's faces. None dare make a sound. But then, from the crowd, a single child stepped forward. A black-haired boy, pale-faced, no older than 7. He faced Sasuke's intense and intimidating gaze, feeling a bit fearful, but still hurried to explain. "Earlier, Danzo came here. He told us to find a way to stall you, sir. He said when he returned, he'd reward us." "Danzo? That scoundrel was thrown in prison. How could he possibly be here?" Upon hearing this, Sasuke raised his eyebrows in surprise. "It was Danzo. I couldn't have mistaken him. Just a short while ago, he showed up here." The black-haired boy spoke with certainty. "I can't believe that bastard actually managed to break out of prison." Sasuke narrowed his eyes. But on second thought, this might not be such a bad turn of events. If Danzo escaped from Konoha's prison, Hiruzen Sarutobi would have to take some of the blame. This was the perfect opportunity to eliminate that old man from the third Hokage's seat as well. Then, Sasuke carefully recalled everything. Uchiha Tekka's sudden appearance, and all that he'd encountered since entering the Root base. He was sure now, Danzo had deliberately lured him here. What a classic diversion tactic. Sasuke snorted inwardly. Though he realized he'd fallen into a trap, he wasn't too worried. With Itachi and Fugaku guarding the Uchiha compound, 2 Kage-level powerhouses watching over it, nothing major would happen in such a short time. But just in case, it was best to hurry back immediately. With a sharp crack, Sasuke created a shadow clone to take care of the children, while his real body left at once. Outside, Guy, having opened all 7 gates, was facing Nu head-on. Hiruzen Sarutobi and Fugaku were supporting from the sidelines, coordinating with the surrounding Konoha shinobi, but they could only barely keep Nu at bay. Without the ability to use Susanoo, Fugaku's combat power was greatly reduced. On top of that, Nu had already drained a significant portion of his chakra earlier, and now he was struggling to hold on. Hiruzen, what's going on? It's been so long. Why aren't the Sealing Squad's shinobi ready? If this keeps up, I won't last much longer. Fugaku gritted his teeth and roared in frustration. I've been here the whole time, tangled up with this monster. I have no idea what's happening with the Sealing Squad. Hiruzen swung his staff, batting Nu's tail aside as he shouted back. There's no point hoping for the Sealing Squad. I've already taken care of all those guys myself. At that moment, Danzo appeared atop Konoha's walls, a smug look on his face as he sneered coldly. Danzo, you damned traitor. Fugaku turned his head, cursing Danzo in fury. But that single moment of distraction was all it took. A split tail of Nu seized the opportunity and wrapped tightly around Fugaku's legs. What? Fugaku's eyes went wide in shock. Feeling his chakra rapidly draining away, he quickly pulled out a kunai and sliced through the small tail. But before he could catch his breath, whoosh, 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 3 more tails lashed through the air, binding him from head to toe. Fool! How dare you lose focus when fighting an enemy like this? Danzo sneered with scorn. Damn it! Fugaku! Hiruzen Tsurutobi swung his golden staff, desperate to rush over and help. But Nu's massive tail wrapped tightly around him, leaving him completely entangled and unable to break free for the moment. As the chakra in his body drained away, Fugaku's face grew increasingly pale. A thunderous roar erupted. Nu, having just absorbed the chakra of another Kage-level ninja, grew even more powerful. Its body suddenly swelled to twice its former size. From its initial height of 50 meters, it shot straight up to a towering 100 meters. All around, the Konoha shinobi looked on in terror. How could they possibly win against an enemy that only gets stronger the more they fight? If it weren't for Guy holding the front line with the power of the 7th gate, and Hiruzen attacking from the flank, they might have already been wiped out. But that was before. Now, with Nu's strength surging, its speed skyrocketed as well. Its colossal tail sliced through the air with a deafening whip, smashing in a Might Guy before he could dodge. With a thunderous crash, Guy, enveloped in blue energy, was sent hurtling like a blazing comet, thrown tens of kilometers away. Guy coughed up blood furiously in midair. When he crashed back down to Earth, his strength was utterly spent. The 8 gates released, his head lolled to the side, and he lost consciousness on the spot. Guy! Hiruzen's face darkened with dread. Without Guy's raw power on the front line, his own situation became perilous. He wouldn't last much longer. Fugaku, where's Uchiha Sasuke? Get him out here to help now. If this goes on, not only will Konoha be destroyed, but your entire Uchiha clan will be wiped out too. Hiruzen roared in desperation. At that moment, Fugaku was deathly pale, his chakra all but depleted. He could barely even speak. Though having his chakra drained wouldn't kill him outright, he would be left collapsed, utterly powerless and unable to fight. But on a battlefield this fierce, collapsing from exhaustion was as good as dying. Even a stray shockwave from the fight could finish him off. The next instant, Fugaku's last drop of chakra was wrenched away. He had nothing left. Nu immediately released him, but it had no intention of letting Fugaku escape. As Fugaku hit the ground, the beast's enormous foot came crashing down, intent on crushing him into pulp. Helpless beneath the looming shadow, Fugaku's heart pounded with desperation. He cried out silently in his mind, "Ancestor, save me!" A tremendous boom answered his plea. Suddenly, a 200-meter-tall purple giant with wings erupted from the earth. It smashed a massive fist into Nu's skull. A tortured howl tore from Nu's throat as its face twisted grotesquely from the blow, sending the beast hurtling hundreds of meters away. Seeing the familiar figure of the giant purple warrior, even though Fugaku was utterly exhausted, he couldn't help but cry out in excitement. "Ancestor, you've finally arrived. Our ancestor is here. It's really him. That monster is doomed now. Ancestor, this beast has killed so many of our comrades. Please, show no mercy. Finish it once and for all. It's Uchiha Sasuke, the hero of Konoha. He's finally come. That damned beast, daring to run wild in Konoha. Its fate is sealed." The moment Sasuke appeared and sent Nu flying with a single punch, a deafening roar erupted from all around. Whether it was the Uchiha clan members or the Konoha shinobi, every last one of them shouted with hope and exhilaration. Their faces shone with excitement, as if they had just glimpsed their savior. Especially the towering purple giant, reaching 200 meters high, half again as tall as Nu itself, filled everyone with renewed confidence. They believed in Sasuke. It wouldn't take long before he would subdue Nu for good. "Uchiha Sasuke, you managed to get here so quickly." "Umph." Those useless fools. So much for holding you back. They barely slowed you down. Danzo's face darkened as he berated his own subordinates, those who had risked their lives to delay Sasuke. To him, these underlings were nothing but disposable tools. Although things haven't gone exactly as I planned, it's close enough. Uchiha Sasuke, you're too late. Now that Nu has absorbed the chakra of 2 Kage-level powerhouses, it's become unstoppable. All you've done by coming here is sign your own death warrant. Danzo glared furiously at Sasuke, who stood atop the Susanoo's head. Oomph. Danzo, you wretched fool. I spared your life, and instead of being grateful, you dare to stir up trouble again? Seems I've been far too merciful. Sasuke's voice was cold as he noticed Danzo standing atop the wall. Merciful? Fugaku said the same, and now you repeat it. Truly, you Uchiha are demons by nature. All of you belong in hell. Danzo's face twisted with hatred. Their version of mercy was to break his limbs, flay his skin, torment him endlessly in prison, and call it mercy? Listen to yourselves. How could any human say such things? Danzo was so angry his voice turned guttural as he roared. Just wait, Uchiha Sasuke. The pain you've caused me, I'll return 100-fold. No, 1,000-fold. Enough of your noise. Controlling the Susanoo, Sasuke brought its massive palm crashing down toward Danzo. With an earth-shaking crash, the stone walls of Konoha shattered and collapsed in an instant, leaving a gaping hole. But Danzo exploded into a cloud of smoke. It was merely another shadow clone. At that moment, the Nu, hurled away by Sasuke's blow, finally recovered its senses. Its eyes burned crimson, wild and furious. Just now it was this purple giant that sent it flying, and now it's seething with rage. Although it's not as large as the purple giant, in its berserk state, it shows not a hint of fear. With a furious roar, it lunges at Sasuke, charging madly on all fours. The purple Susanoo materializes a massive chakra blade, swinging it in a wide arc, aiming to cleave off the Nu's head. Despite its overwhelming anger, faced with the blade's deadly edge, instinct compels Nu to duck just in time, narrowly dodging the strike. That kind of reflexes. Now that's interesting. The sword's sweeping arc passes by, cutting off only a few tufts of fur from the top of Nu's head. Sasuke is clearly dissatisfied with this result. Without hesitation, he draws back the sword, preparing to strike downward, intent on splitting Nu in two from head to tail. But at that moment, a massive white tail coils around Susanoo's sword-wielding arm. The tip of the tail bites down fiercely, and immediately, Sasuke senses his chakra draining away at an alarming rate. What is this? It's actually absorbing my chakra. Sasuke's brow furrows as he commands Susanoo's other arm to deliver a powerful punch straight at Nu's head. With an ear-splitting roar, Nu doesn't even try to evade. Instead, it opens its enormous, fanged jaws and clamps down on Susanoo's fist. With both its mouth and tail siphoning chakra at once, Sasuke's chakra is vanishing even faster. This beast can absorb chakra. It's extremely troublesome. Using Susanoo to fight it just makes you a bigger target. Hiruzen Sarutobi shouts a warning. As much as he might wish for Sasuke to fall, if Sasuke goes down and Nu absorbs all that chakra, it would spell the end for Konoha. Prompted by Hiruzen's words, Sasuke takes a closer look at the monster before him and quickly realizes what he's dealing with. The image flashes through his mind. Isn't this the Nu that appeared during the Boruto era? In the original timeline, this creature was a terrifying force. Even the 7th Hokage, Naruto Uzumaki, the 6th Hokage, Kakashi Hatake, and a squad of elite ANBU couldn't bring it down together. And at that time, Naruto was in perfect sync with Kurama, a perfect Jinchuriki, and still couldn't match it. That alone speaks volumes about how monstrous the Nu truly is. With that in mind, it's no wonder Fugaku and the 3rd Hokage's group couldn't handle this beast. Fortunately, the Nu before him isn't in its complete form. The fully evolved Nu possesses abilities over time and space, able to teleport at will. Right now, this Nu doesn't have those powers, so it's not quite as formidable. But where's Itachi? Why hasn't he shown up? Could he be slacking off somewhere? That doesn't seem like him. From the moment Sasuke arrived, there's been no sign of Itachi. Of course, now isn't the time to dwell on that. Right now, the most important thing is to suppress the troublesome Nu before us. Swish! Sasuke released his Susanoo. The Susanoo's colossal size, coupled with its chakra-based form, made it look to Nu like a walking feast. Engaging Nu with Susanoo would be a foolish choice. However, there's also a downside to dispelling Susanoo at this moment. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. A barrage of piercing sounds filled the air as dozens, even hundreds, of tails surged towards Sasuke, who hovered midair. Nu's gaze was sharp as a blade. After absorbing chakra just moments ago, it had already determined that this ant before it contained a vast amount of chakra, far more than several of its previous victims combined. There was no way it would let such a prize slip away. One after another, thick tails, each as thick as a rope, rushed at him. Sasuke's eyes turned cold and fierce. Underestimating me, are you? I'm not like Sarutobi, who only knows how to evade. With a swift motion, he caught two of the closest tails, one in each hand, and yanked them hard. The force of his pull sent Sasuke hurtling straight toward Nu. Clenching his fist, he drew back his arm, and, as the distance between them closed, unleashed a thunderous punch right at Nu's forehead. Bang! Graph! A pained howl burst from Nu as its massive form was sent tumbling backward, skidding hundreds of meters away. Nu was stunned. It had thought the ant was flying straight into its jaws, even opening its maw wide in anticipation. It hadn't expected this puny creature to unleash such terrifying strength. One punch had sent it flying. Roar! Nu let out a furious bellow, echoing so loudly that all nearby ninja instinctively covered their ears. Its gaze ferocious, Nu charged at Sasuke, who had just landed on the ground. That punch had been powerful and had certainly hurt Nu, but its massive, thick-skinned body rendered the injury nearly negligible. As Nu lunged, jaws agape, Sasuke had already leapt into the air once more, hammering another punch down onto its forehead. This blow was even stronger, fiercer than the last. Nu was sent flying a full kilometer away. Thud! The sight left everyone present swallowing hard, all at once. Was this really a human? He had just sent a giant beast, one over 100 meters tall, flying a kilometer with nothing but his bare fists. Everyone knew Sasuke possessed monstrous physical strength, but this was beyond belief. As the crowd reeled in shock, a mocking voice suddenly cut through the air. Ha ha! Useless. Without Susanoo, the wounds you inflict on Nu might look impressive, but in reality, you're merely scratching an itch. As if to prove the point, Nu rose in the distance, shook its massive head, and charged at Sasuke once again. Danzo stood atop a giant tree, looking down at Sasuke with a sneer on his lips. See? The Nu is invincible. The longer you drag this out, the more certain your defeat becomes. Uchiha Sasuke. Bang! Sasuke unleashed a blast of compressed air, shattering Danzo's shadow clone, then followed up with a punch that sent the Nu hurtling away. Ha ha! Out of ideas, aren't you? But don't worry, I won't stand by and watch you die. Once you're completely exhausted, I'll step in and save you. If you don't want to taste the agony of being flayed alive, ending yourself now might be the wisest choice. Ha ha ha! Sasuke ignored him. Just another shadow clone. Destroying it was meaningless. He'd wait to get his hands on the real one. Then Danzo would pay. Uchiha Sasuke, we've already tried. It's no use. That creature's regenerative abilities are off the charts. You can't defeat it by brute force alone. From the sidelines, Hiruzen Sarutobi shouted a warning. A monster that just won't die, huh? In that case, we'll just have to seal it away. That's exactly what I was thinking, Hiruzen replied. But every last sealing squad ninja was killed by that bastard Danzo. Hiruzen shot Danzo a withering glare. You got it wrong. I never said I needed the sealing squad. I was talking about sealing it myself. Sasuke turned to the third Hokage and gave his instructions. But the sealing jutsu I'm about to use affects a wide area. Get that beast as far away as possible, and make sure no one goes near. You know sealing jutsu? Hiruzen was stunned. He'd never heard of an Uchiha skilled in the sealing arts. Not only are sealing techniques notoriously difficult to master, but talent is everything. The Uchiha were infamous for their headstrong, battle-crazed nature. How could any of them possibly learn something as complex as sealing jutsu? Enough talk. Just do as I say. Sasuke shot the third Hokage an impatient glare. This old man sure loved to run his mouth. Hiruzen's mouth twitched. Who did this kid think he was, ordering him around? He was the Hokage, for crying out loud. But then again, this was Sasuke, the same guy who'd humiliated him more than once. Maybe he'd let this one slide. Tsk, tsk, tsk. Did I hear that right? A reckless Uchiha claiming to know sealing jutsu? That's the funniest thing I've heard all day. Danzo's face was a picture of scorn. Hiruzen, you can't possibly believe this guy, can you? But Hiruzen ignored Danzo's endless ranting. He leveled the Rui staff at the Nu, which was charging straight at him, and barked an order. Emma, extend. Stretch to the limit. With a thunderous rumble, the Rui staff shoved against the Nu's head, driving it back in a straight line. Trees splintered and exploded into fragments along the way, gouging a deep trench into the earth. Sasuke's form flickered, instantly closing the distance between himself and Nu, who was tens of thousands of meters away. Hiruzen, Sarutobi, and the other ninja remained where they were, watching curiously. Raising his hand toward the empty air, Sasuke clenched his fist. His left eye, the Rinnegan, snapped open as he shouted in a low voice. Chibaku Tensei! A thunderous rumble erupted. The earth split apart. Rocks, trees, streams, and even the enormous Nu were all torn free from gravity's grasp, pulled inexorably toward a single point in the sky. Suspended in midair, Nu flailed helplessly, unable to find any purchase. It bellowed in rage at Sasuke, but could do nothing as it was slowly drawn upward. That's Chibaku Tensei. That eye. Just as the Nine-Tails said, it truly is a Rinnegan. Damn it, where did this monster come from? How could he possibly possess the Rinnegan? Hidden in the shadows, Obito's eyes flew wide in disbelief. Soon, a small sphere of stone floated serenely in the air, with Nu sealed inside its core. Witnessing this, Danzo was utterly dumbfounded. This brute from the Uchiha clan. Could he really use sealing techniques? The ultimate weapon he had painstakingly created was undone, just like that. Danzo's mind nearly unraveled with frustration, unable to accept what had happened. But he quickly regained his composure. Staring coldly at the floating orb in the distance, his eyes gleamed with ruthless intent. Don't get complacent. I still have allies. This fight isn't over yet, Uchiha Sasuke. No sooner had he finished speaking than a jet-black chakra orb whistled through the air. A tailed beast bomb. With a deafening blast, the tailed beast bomb struck the stone sphere midair. The sphere exploded at once, and Nu, which had just been sealed away, broke free in less than a minute. Two earth-shaking roars erupted at once. One from Nu, the other from the Nine-Tails, now awakened in the heart of the Hidden Leaf Village. The Nine-Tails. It's the Nine-Tails. Run for your lives. How can this be? Wasn't the Nine-Tails sealed by the fourth Hokage? How is it loose again? Help, somebody help. Damn it. Don't pull me. Let me get away. Chaos exploded in the Hidden Leaf Village. Countless villagers, haunted by memories of the night the Nine-Tails rampaged, felt their old terror surge back to the surface. Back then, the havoc wreaked by the Nine-Tails left scars that some people would carry for a lifetime. Now, that crimson, monstrous figure appeared before their eyes again, driving them to a panicked stampede. Screams, cries, and shouts blended into a single wave of terror. With two gigantic monsters appearing at once, the pressure on the ninja present was overwhelming. Dealing with just one would be a nightmare. Now the Nine-Tails had appeared as well. That's the Nine-Tails. Watching the crimson figure rampaging wildly through the village, Hiruzen Tsurutobi clenched his teeth in anger. He immediately turned to Sasuke and demanded, "Wasn't the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki supposed to be with you? How did things end up like this? I entrusted the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki to your care because I believed you were reliable, yet you've been so careless. As I thought, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki would be safest if I watched over him myself." Sasuke sent a charging Nu flying with a single punch, then shot Hiruzen a cold glance without saying a word. After all, this turn of events truly was due to his own negligence. He hadn't expected that in just a moment of distraction, Naruto would be abducted by Danzo's men. Of course, he also suspected that the third Hokage and Danzo were colluding, putting on a show even now. "You hold this thing off. I'll go deal with the Nine-Tails." With that curt order to the third Hokage, Sasuke dashed straight toward the Nine-Tails. At this moment, two enormous beasts were wreaking havoc all around. Sasuke decided to leave Nu to the third Hokage and focus on subduing the Nine-Tails himself. That beast had just been thrashed by him inside the seal space. How dare it show its face again? Clearly, it was feeling bull now. But as Sasuke drew closer to the Nine-Tails, he sensed something was wrong. That's the Mangekyo Sharingan. Looks like the Nine-Tails is being controlled. There must be another enemy lurking in the shadows. Seeing the pattern of the Mangekyo swirling in the Nine-Tails' eyes, Sasuke narrowed his own. He already knew who was behind this. Obito Uchiha. It wasn't hard to guess. In the ninja world, the only other person with the Mangekyo was Obito. Nine-Tails. Finish him. Hidden in the shadows, Obito focused all his energy into his Mangekyo Sharingan, pouring his will into the Nine-Tails. With a deafening roar, the Nine-Tails raised its colossal crimson claws and swiped at Sasuke. But Sasuke neither dodged nor flinched. With the Rinnegan and his eternal Mangekyo, both eyes locked onto the beast gaze, his powerful ocular force surged into the Nine-Tails' mind. "Wake up, Nine-Tails!" Sasuke could feel his own chakra entering the Nine-Tails' consciousness, but there was another force resisting him. With just this level of ocular power, you think you can wrest control of the Nine-Tails from me? Don't overestimate yourself. With a cold snort, Sasuke unleashed his power. In an instant, the opposing force crumbled under his assault. In the shadows, Obito suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, his face turning pale with shock and disbelief. How could this be? He had the Mangekyo Sharingan too. How had he been defeated in a single move? The Ninetales shook its head, snapping back to its senses. Realizing what it had just done, a jolt of fear ran through its heart, and its massive body trembled. What was it doing? It had almost attacked that terrifying monster. The Ninetales abruptly withdrew its claws, which had been slashing towards Sasuke, and hurriedly tried to explain. Boss, this has nothing to do with me. It was some guy wearing a dung-yellow mask who controlled me. I wouldn't dare to break the seal and cause any trouble on my own. A fawning smile appeared on the fox's face as it continued. Boss, if you're looking for someone to blame, go after that dung-yellow masked guy. Don't come after me. Everyone was left dumbfounded at the sight of the Ninetales acting like this. Was this really the same fearsome Ninetales? How did it end up like this? Where did all that menace go? Where's your ferocity now? The Ninetales' behavior at this moment completely shattered everyone's preconceptions. The Ninetales seemed to say, if you'd had your dignity violated hundreds of times, you'd be just as deferential as I am. Boss, if there's nothing else, I'll just head back and get some sleep. With a big paw, the Ninetales scratched its head in a silly, sheepish manner, looking ready to make its escape. Since you're already out, don't be in such a hurry to leave. At that moment, Sasuke, who had been silent all along, finally spoke up, stopping the Ninetales just as it was about to slip away. No, boss, seriously, it's not my fault. The Ninetales protested anxiously, quickly edging away from Sasuke. It was convinced Sasuke was about to unleash the 1,000 years of death technique on it again. Out here in front of everyone, it still had its pride after all. Sasuke was at a loss for words. Seeing the Ninetales like this, he could pretty much guess what was running through its mind. Go homie, hold off that thing. Sasuke pointed toward the new outside Konoha village and gave the Ninetales its new orders. All right, no problem. The Ninetales agreed instantly and began tiptoeing its way through the village, moving carefully to avoid accidentally demolishing any houses. Once it was clear of the village, it broke into a full run, charging straight at the new. In a flash, the two colossal beasts were locked in battle. The Ninetales quickly gained the upper hand. After all, as the strongest of all the tail beasts, it was more than enough to handle an opponent that had only absorbed the chakra of 2 Kage-level shinobi. Phew! Released from the heat of battle, Hiruzen Sarutobi gasped for breath, looking at Sasuke with utter shock. The Ninetales, subdued so easily by this young man, and in less than half a day, no less. How in the world did he do it? Boss, something's wrong. My chakra is being sucked away like crazy. Mid-fight, the Ninetales suddenly realized something was off and shouted out in alarm. Don't worry, just buy me a little more time. I'm getting ready to finish this with something big. Sasuke closed his eyes, pressed his hands together, and channeled chakra into his palms with frenzied intensity. Boss, are you done yet? I think this thing's about to reach its limit with all the chakra it's absorbing. It's going to blow. The Ninetales pinned the new firmly to the ground, roaring out in a thunderous voice. What? That monster can self-destruct too? Hearing the Ninetales' words, Hiruzen Sarutobi was utterly shocked, swallowing hard in disbelief. If a creature of that size exploded, the entire village of Konoha might be wiped off the map. He turned his gaze to Sasuke, hoping desperately that Sasuke would have a way to stop this disaster. Everyone else was looking at Sasuke too, their eyes filled with anxiety and tension. All right. Sasuke let out a slow breath, beads of sweat breaking out on his forehead. He opened his palms, and a small black sphere slowly floated up into the air. This was his Chibaku Tensei, formed from a significant amount of his chakra. Its power was on a completely different level from the earlier, casual attack he had unleashed. A deep, rumbling roar shook the air as an even more terrifying suction force erupted. Even from a distance, Hiruzen Sarutobi felt his body being pulled uncontrollably toward it. Hey, brat, what are you doing? Why are you trying to seal me up too? You little punk. The Ninetales, now floating helplessly in the air, shouted angrily at Sasuke. Shut up. If you complain one more time, I just might never let you out of there. Sasuke shot back coldly. At those words, the Ninetales' expression changed in an instant, and he hastily put on a grin, reminding Sasuke. I see, boss. I understand. But you have to remember to let me out later, all right? Sasuke rolled his eyes to the sky, utterly speechless. Kurama, since when did you become so shameless? Very soon, a stone sphere, even larger than before, took form in the sky. From afar, it looked like a small planet, awe-inspiring and overwhelming. The landscape itself had been transformed by this. A gigantic crater now marked the spot. Sasuke, completely spent, his eyes returning to normal, collapsed onto a smooth slab of rock, drenched in sweat, utterly still and gasping for breath. Completely exhausted. Huff, huff, huff. That nearly killed me. I gave it everything I had for this Chibaku Tensei. My chakra is drained dry. There's not a single drop left. Listening to Sasuke's weary murmurs, Obito, hidden in the shadows, frowned slightly. Is he trying to lure me out? Oomph. Who does he think I am? I'm not about to fall for something so obvious. With a cold snort in his mind, Obito twisted space itself, and his figure vanished without a trace. What? I've set up such a perfect opportunity, and Obito still doesn't take the bait? Is he really that cowardly? Sasuke had been lying on the rock for quite some time now, but Obito still hadn't shown himself to launch a sneak attack. Frustrated, Sasuke got up. If the fish wouldn't bite, there was nothing he could do. He dusted himself off, ready to leave. But just as he jumped down from the rock, a hand clamped down on his shoulder from behind. In the next instant, the space around him twisted violently, and an immensely powerful force of suction seized him, threatening to drag him into the Kamui dimension. How can this pull be so strong? This is nothing like the time it takes Obito to activate Kamui in the original story. Sasuke's expression shifted. The force tugging at him was far greater than he'd anticipated, utterly beyond his expectations. A minute to Jikara. Not even a tenth of a second did Sasuke hesitate. His Rinnegan flared open, and just as he was about to be sucked into the Kamui space, he invoked its power and escaped the predicament. What a shame. I was so close to succeeding. Obito sounded disappointed. After entering the Kamui dimension, he paused to consider his next move carefully. Ultimately, he decided to go for a sneak attack. After all, Sasuke had just conjured such an enormous star. Surely his chakra reserves were nearly depleted. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If he didn't eliminate this dangerous threat now, it would haunt his nights for a long time to come. And even if he failed, with Kamui at his disposal, he could always make a safe getaway. Just to be safe, he'd made thorough preparations within the Kamui space before springing his ambush. Wait a minute. Two-man Gekyo Sharingan. Sasuke raised an eyebrow as he took in Obito's appearance. This time, Obito wasn't wearing his usual dung-yellow, single-eye mask. Instead, his face was hidden behind a white mask with two eye holes. Through those twin holes, Sasuke could clearly see both of Obito's Mangekyo Sharingan, radiating the power of Kamui. No wonder the suction was so strong just now. I nearly got caught off guard. Staring into Obito's eyes, Sasuke understood instantly. A double Kamui Obito was an entirely different beast compared to the single Kamui version. With both Mangekyo active, Obito could unleash Kamui from a distance, activate it far more quickly, and even summon Susanoo, abilities that single Kamui Obito simply didn't possess. Youngster, to think you could dodge my attack, not bad. Uchiha Madara, acknowledge your skill, but you claimed your chakra is depleted. That's an obvious lie, and lying's a bad habit. Obito crossed his arms, scolding Sasuke in the stern tone of an elder reprimanding a junior. TCH, you, sneaking up from behind and daring to call yourself Uchiha Madara. Have you no shame? Uchiha Madara would never stoop to such underhanded ambushes. Sasuke shot him a look of disdain, folding his arms as a powerful aura surged from him. He said coolly, "Besides, I am the ancestor of the Uchiha, Otsutsuki Indra himself. Even Madara would have to call me forebear. So what does that make you? Just a shadowy pretender skulking in the dark. If you want to posture, you'll find I can outdo you any day." As he spoke, a powerful aura radiated from Sasuke, who declared coldly, "You brat, since you possess the Mangekyo Sharingan, you must be my descendant. But right now, I announce that you are an unworthy scion, stripped of your family's name. You are no longer an Uchiha, nor do you deserve to call yourself my descendant." Obito's face twisted with anger at Sasuke's outrageous claim and shameless advantage-taking. He didn't believe for a second that Sasuke was some ancestor of the Uchiha clan. He wouldn't buy that even if you paid him by the punctuation mark. "You insolent upstart. You've enraged me. When Uchiha Madara is angered, your death will be a miserable one." Obito's voice was cold as he activated the Mangekyo in his left eye, the one capable of launching a remote Kamui attack, freshly taken from Kakashi. With Hashirama cells coursing through him, he could swap out eyes and wield their power instantly, just like Madara himself. Suddenly, the space at Sasuke's chest began to twist. If he didn't evade, a gaping hole would be torn straight through him by the warping space. Heavenly hand power. In a flash, Sasuke switched places with a chunk of rubble at Obito's feet, then swung his fist straight at Obito's head. Space-time ninjutsu. That's the power of his Rinnegan. What a headache. Obito quickly withdrew his Mangekyo's power. If he didn't, he wouldn't be able to make his body intangible. That was Kamui's weakness. When using it to attack, the user's own body couldn't phase out of existence. Sasuke's fist sailed right through Obito's head, as if the man before him wasn't even real. A strange and eerie sight. Pointless boy, your attacks can't touch me in the slightest. Obito folded his arms, rooted in place, exuding the air of an untouchable master. Oh really? Sasuke remained unfazed. Kamui could shift the part of the body being attacked into another dimension, making it seem invincible, at least to those who didn't understand how it worked. But Sasuke, on the other hand, had more than a few tricks up his sleeve to counter Kamui. Consecutive normal punches. Keeping just a step's distance from Obito, Sasuke unleashed punch after punch, his fists pounding down in a relentless, storm-like barrage, blows so swift and fierce that Obito's form was all but swallowed by the flurry of attacks. No matter how fast you punch, it's all a waste of effort. My advice, don't bother. A real fight takes brains, boy. Obito's tone was calm, his eyes filled with disdain. If Sasuke thought he could break Kamui with brute force, he was dreaming. Sasuke only chuckled softly in response, and kept swinging his fists at Obito. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 8 minutes passed. Sasuke's face remained relaxed, showing no sign of fatigue. Every punch he threw still carried the overwhelming force to shatter anything, each one faster and more ferocious than the last. Obito's expression finally changed. If he dared to release his intangibility now, he'd be struck by hundreds of fists all at once. Just by looking at the overwhelming force, it was obvious how powerful those punches were. A single blow could shatter stone. If he really took 100 of them, he'd be done for. With his double Kamui, he could keep up his intangible state for 10 minutes, but already 8 had passed. Only 2 minutes remained. If he didn't find a way to escape these terrifying flurries of fists soon, things would turn truly grim. The thought made Obito anxious, though he did his best to keep his voice steady as he quickly retorted. Give it up, kid, it's useless. Stop wasting your energy. These pointless attacks only prove that your battle instincts are downright foolish. Just admit defeat already. Don't keep making a fool of yourself. The Uchiha are born fighters. Don't tarnish the name of Uchiha genius. Oh, it sounds like you're reaching your limit. Hearing this, Sasuke only threw his punches faster, his eyes locking onto Obito's behind the mask, a dazzling smile spreading across his face. In that case, let me give you some good news. I can keep this up for a whole day and night. What the? A whole day and night? Are you kidding me? Obito cursed inwardly, cold sweat beading on his brow. Even if he knew that claim was probably exaggerated, Sasuke's calm demeanor made it clear. His stamina was definitely superior. Damn it. Only 1 minute of intangibility left. I can't let this blockhead keep wearing me down. I need to break free now. Abandoning any pretense of his Uchiha Madara persona, Obito pushed off with his toes, retreating rapidly, desperate to get out of Sasuke's striking range. Oh, running away? Weren't you just bragging about being invincible? Sasuke taunted, effortlessly keeping pace, raining blows down so relentlessly that Obito was never free from the shadow of his fists. Damn it, how is this guy so fast? Obito grit his teeth. No matter how he dodged, he simply couldn't outpace Sasuke. Try as he might, he could never escape from that relentless barrage. Thud, 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 boom, boom, boom. Obito's body phased through trees, only for Sasuke to smash them to splinters. Obito slipped through a mountain, and Sasuke blasted straight through, leaving a gaping hole behind. When Obito's form slowly began to sink underground, Sasuke cracked open the earth, following right after. If Obito kept burrowing down, Sasuke looked ready to punch his way straight through to the other side of the planet. In short, no matter what tricks Obito tried, he simply couldn't lose Sasuke. They remained locked in this strange, unmoving dance, always at the same distance, always in the same deadly rhythm. Damn it, this idiot is actually breaking through my invincible Kamui with brute force. How is that even possible? Obito was cursing Sasuke furiously in his heart, calling him a reckless fool. Who would have thought Sasuke would try to break through his Kamui with such relentless, brute force attacks? As the duration of Kamui's intangibility neared the critical 10-minute limit, Obito's anxiety only grew more intense. Sasuke Uchiha, this is far enough. There's no need for us to keep fighting like this. There's no great enmity between us. I admit I was wrong to ambush you before. That was my fault. If you'll stop, I'll even apologize. While fleeing, Obito tried to reason with the relentless Sasuke, who was hot on his heels. He had no choice. If Sasuke didn't let up, he'd soon be pummeled by 100 blows strong enough to shatter stone. With his slight build, he'd be reduced to nothing but a bloody mess in an instant. Granted, Obito's body contained the cells of Hashirama, which gave him remarkable regenerative abilities and defense far beyond that of ordinary shinobi. But even so, there was no way he could withstand such a ferocious onslaught. Misunderstanding? You really have the nerve to say that. You're the one who unleashed the Nine Tails, aren't you? And Danzo, that filthy dog, he was your doing as well, wasn't he? Not to mention you kidnapped Izumi and Naruto. And now you want to call this a misunderstanding? What a joke. Sasuke replied with a cold sneer, swinging his fists with even greater force. Sasuke Uchiha, don't force my hand, or I swear I'll fight you to the bitter end. I am Uchiha Madara. After all, the techniques I possess are beyond your imagination. Did you really think you could defeat me? Obito suddenly roared, his voice hoarse with desperation. Just so you know, I've been keeping track of the time. Your Mangekyo can only last for 10 minutes, isn't that right? It's already been 9 minutes. And 50 seconds. That means there are 10 seconds left. No, actually, now that I've finished speaking, there should only be 7 seconds remaining. Sasuke's reply was cool and measured. Damn it. Fine, I'll risk everything. With a furious roar in his heart, Obito spun around and drove his fist straight at Sasuke's face. He chose to end his intangibility by his own will. After all, with only a few seconds remaining, waiting passively would only leave him more vulnerable. Taking the initiative was his best chance. With a heavy thud, his fist landed squarely on Sasuke's face. And in that very instant, Obito, now fully tangible, was met with a storm of blows. A barrage of terrifying fists crashed down upon him, their force overwhelming, tearing flesh and bone asunder. In a single instant, Obito's body was pulverized into a haze of blood, leaving not a trace behind. Sasuke drew back his fist and let out a quiet breath. Without pause, he summoned the arms of Susanoo, two immense, skeletal purple arms swirling like the blades of a windmill. Thunderous crashes followed as trees, rocks, and anything else that could serve as cover in the area were utterly swept aside and obliterated by Sasuke's assault. He wasn't about to trust that one of the most cunning survivors in the shinobi world would be dispatched so easily. Obito had no doubt used Izanagi in the final second of his intangibility. This is the forbidden jutsu that can reverse death, transforming the end of life into a dream. Of course, while this technique is widely misunderstood, its cost is the permanent blindness of one Sharingan. After several minutes passed, just as Sasuke had predicted, Obito's figure suddenly appeared. Obito clutched his now-blind left eye, surveying the utterly flattened surroundings, his expression dark and grim. Damn it! Did he anticipate this as well? He knew I'd use Izanagi at the last moment, so he cleared away every obstacle, leaving me not a single chance to catch my breath. And the Mangekyo he had just carved out from Kakashi's eye socket, barely used for any time at all, had already gone completely blind. All this had happened because of the man standing not far ahead, watching him with an amused and calculating gaze. Obito glared at Sasuke with bitter hatred, now reduced to just a single eye, his heart seething with fury. But at the same time, regret gnawed at him. If only he hadn't acted so recklessly. He should have withdrawn and waited until he had a solid plan. There would have been time to return and settle things later. If he really wanted to deal with Sasuke, the safest approach would have been to bring Nagato, the wielder of the Rinnegan, instead of launching a rash solo attack. Now, not only had he lost a Mangekyo, but with Sasuke eyeing him like a predator, even escaping seemed nearly impossible. At this moment, Obito was overwhelmed with regret. Well, so this is Uchiha Madara? But you look rather pathetic. Why don't you show me what tricks you still have up your sleeve? Sasuke spoke as he strode toward Obito. Wood style, cutting sprigs technique. Obito wasted no words, launching an attack at Sasuke straight away. His right hand aimed at Sasuke, palm open wide, unleashing a barrage of wooden spikes that shot toward his opponent in an instant. Trying to block my vision with these wooden stakes and slip away in the chaos? It won't work. Sasuke curled his fingers and, with a sharp flick, fired a compressed blast of air, which punched straight through the wooden spikes, shattering them and exposing Obito behind. But Obito didn't even try to escape using Kimui, knowing full well how fast Sasuke was. He'd be caught before he could slip into the alternate dimension. More importantly, Kimui was still on cooldown. Even if he wanted to escape into the other space, there was simply nothing he could do. Of course, during those precious moments won by the wood style, Obito wasn't idle. He gouged out the now-blind Sharingan and quickly replaced it with an ordinary 3-tomo Sharingan. Thanks to the terrifying regenerative power of the Hashirama cells, the new eye fused with his body almost instantly. Switching to an ordinary 3-tomo Sharingan. What's he planning now? Is he going to use Izanagi again and try to stall for time with me? Sasuke watched as Obito's eyes reverted to 2, suspicion flickering across his face. Then, with a mocking laugh, he added, It's nothing but a meaningless struggle in the face of death. All you're doing is delaying the inevitable. Your fate is already sealed, and nothing will change that. Obito let out a long, slow breath and spoke in a low voice. Young one, I admit your strength is impressive. You've even surpassed me. The misunderstanding between us stems from Danzo. He was the one who sent people to seek me out for cooperation. I've already sent my men to look for Danzo for you. It won't be long before they find the real Danzo. Once I hand Danzo over to you, our misunderstanding will be resolved. There's no need for us to keep fighting. Just moments ago, Obito had already sent a covert signal to White Zetsu, instructing him to bring Danzo's true body here. TSK. Danzo again. Why does everyone like to pin everything on him? Obito's words drew a snort of disbelief from Sasuke. The king of scapegoats, Danzo, lives up to his reputation. Everyone wants to dump their blame on him. Danzo's basically been crippled by me already. How could he possibly have sent anyone to seek you out for cooperation? Do you take me for a child? Sasuke gave a cold laugh. In a single, flickering instant, he closed the distance and was suddenly right in front of Obito. With a sharp swish, Obito lashed out with a black iron chain, cracking it through the air at Sasuke. The chain snapped with a metallic crunch, crushed effortlessly by Sasuke's bare hand. What incredible strength! He can break steel with his bare hands. Obito instantly leapt back, hands weaving through a rapid series of signs. Fire style, great fire. Pointless struggle. Before Obito could finish his jutsu, Sasuke's hand clamped around his throat, cutting off the technique and hoisting him into the air. At that moment, Obito's Kamui was still on cooldown. He couldn't phase through attacks yet, so Sasuke was able to seize him. I've already activated Izanaji. Your attacks are useless against me now. Despite being caught, Obito remained calm, without the slightest trace of panic. Right now, all he needed to do was stall for time. Every second counted. As long as Zetsu managed to bring Danzo over, he'd have a shot at escaping. No matter what it took, he had to hold out until then. Tell me, why did you come looking for trouble with me in the first place? Feeling a bit too lucky to be alive? Sasuke asked with real curiosity. He truly couldn't understand why Obito had gone out of his way to target him. He'd never even crossed the Akatsuki before. That eye of yours, is it the Rinnegan? The eye of the legendary sage of 6 paths? I must admit, I'm quite interested. I just wanted to see it for myself, that's all. No harm intended, Obito hurriedly explained. So that's it. Sasuke understood now. It seemed Obito's purpose in rescuing Danzo was simply to test him. By the way, what did you say your name was again? Sasuke suddenly asked, as if struck by a whim. I am Uchiha Madara. Obito replied instinctively, already getting caught up in his roleplay. But then his eyes caught something behind Sasuke, a glass orb about the size of a tennis ball, floating in the air. Frowning, he asked, what is that? It's nothing. Just a device to record what's happening. Actually, an interesting idea for a game has just come to me, Sasuke said, grinning at Obito. Since I'm going to kill you now, and you'll be revived soon after, why not make good use of this time? Cherish it. This will be a memory you'll never forget. Sasuke's smile sent a chill straight through Obito's heart, and an intense sense of foreboding washed over him. What are you planning? I warn you, don't do anything rash. Whatever you do to me now is completely meaningless. No, the next game is going to be very meaningful. Don't worry about a thing, Sasuke replied coolly. With that, Sasuke moved like lightning, breaking all 4 of Obito's limbs in an instant. Are you trying to torture me? It's pointless. While I'm in the Izanaji state, I'm invincible. Any harm you do to me will simply become a dream. Sasuke said nothing. Instead, he formed a seal and summoned 2 shadow clones. The clones, knowing exactly what their original had in mind, looked at each other with clear distaste, backing away from Obito as if to say they wanted nothing to do with this task. But under the oppressive glare of the real Sasuke, the 2 clones reluctantly gave in. One clone propped Obito up, preventing him from collapsing, while the other moved behind him and formed a hand sign. Suddenly, Obito felt an icy chill at his rear and realized what Sasuke was about to do. He tried to resist, to struggle free, but, with his body already disabled, escape was impossible. In desperation, he shouted, "Stop! Please, I'm begging you, don't do this." Begging won't help you. Next time, think twice before messing with me, Sasuke said coldly, then gave a sharp command. At his signal, the shadow clone delivered a precise strike to Obito's backside. Leaf Village Taijutsu secret technique. 1,000 years of death. There was a resounding impact. Obito's face turned crimson, then purple, his mouth opened wide, and a piercing scream echoed into the sky. The recording orb captured this priceless moment for posterity. Obito glared at Sasuke with deep resentment. Ever since he had gained Kimui, he had never suffered such humiliation. Bastard, bastard, revenge, revenge, I must have my revenge. At this moment, Obito's heart was ablaze with hatred, and his will to survive had never been stronger. Huh, still have the nerve to glare at me? Looks like you never learned your lesson. Sasuke let out a cold laugh, signaling his shadow clones to intensify their efforts. Obito's agonized screams echoed one after another, sending chills down anyone's spine. Had he known he would endure such torment, he would have chosen to end his own life right from the start. Damn it! Finally, after suffering hundreds of thousand years of death, the invincibility of Izanagi wore off. Obito's figure shimmered like a mirage and slowly faded away. Sasuke put away the recording orb, thoroughly satisfied. This was truly a priceless scene. Later, he could even edit the footage, first showing Obito announcing himself as Uchiha Madara, and then immediately cutting to Obito's humiliating defeat, his anguished cries echoing one after another. When the real Uchiha Madara saw this, he'd probably be so furious he'd want to finish Obito off himself. A few minutes later, Obito reappeared in a clearing not far from Sasuke. The look he gave Sasuke was as if he were staring at a demon incarnate. Damn it, why did I ever provoke this guy in the first place? Alright, the game is over. It's time to send you on your way, Uchiha Obito. Sasuke twisted his wrist and flashed Obito a menacing grin. Who's Uchiha Obito? I don't know what you're talking about. I'm Uchiha Madara, not Uchiha Obito. Obito was taken aback. Sasuke actually knew his true identity. He had always worn a mask. How could the other possibly know? Though he was deeply shocked inside, he still chose to deny being Uchiha Obito. Still pretending at a time like this, are you? With a sudden burst, Sasuke charged at Obito. But just then, the ground rumbled violently, splitting open as countless branches and vines burst forth. Wood release, nativity of a world of trees. A giant tree surged skyward, its dense branches weaving together to block Sasuke's path. Zetsu appeared beside Obito, hurriedly dragging along the already captured Danzo. Hurry, that guy is far too terrifying. I can't hold him off for long with my sea of trees. Right, Obito responded at once. Damn it, take me with you. I don't want to fall into that maniac's hands. Danzo, thrown to the ground, roared in anger. But Black Zetsu and Obito paid him no mind. They could barely look after themselves. How could they worry about Danzo now? Moreover, the very reason he brought Danzo here was to use him as leverage against Sasuke. They hoped that by handing over Danzo voluntarily, Sasuke might spare them and let them leave safely. Let go, Obito. Too bad I'll never know what it feels like to take a dump. White Zetsu detached from Black Zetsu, glanced regretfully at Danzo, then merged with Obito. In a flash, they burrowed into the ground, disappearing from sight. Trying to escape? No one is getting away. Sasuke emerged from the sea of trees, instantly activating his perfect Susanoo. With a thunderous swing, he brought down a gigantic chakra blade upon the earth. Boom! The ground split open with a deep chasm, exposing Zetsu and Obito just as they tried to vanish below. I've already brought Danzo to you. He's the true culprit. Stop coming after me. Obito pointed furiously at Danzo, shouting in desperation. He desperately hoped Sasuke would let him go. He still had to carry out the Eye of the Moon plan, had to create a world where only Rin existed. He could not die here. But Sasuke's response was a colossal chakra sword, descending from the heavens. Wood style, wood locking wall. Black Zetsu slammed his palm to the ground. Wooden pillars shot up and arched, forming a protective dome around Black Zetsu, White Zetsu, and Obito. Crash! Before the might of Susanoo's chakra blade, the wooden wall crumbled like tofu, turning instantly to ash. Sorry, Rin. I failed you. Obito closed his eyes, surrendering to fate and welcoming death. Though he still had a Sharingan left and could use his Izanagi, there was no point. Facing someone as overwhelming as Sasuke, even Izanagi would only buy him a few extra moments, not enough to matter. Unable to use his intangibility, he was nothing more than a lamb to the slaughter before Sasuke, utterly powerless to resist. Boom! The Susanoo sword came crashing down, and in an instant, all three were reduced to ashes, erased completely from existence. Sasuke dispelled Susanoo and stood there for nearly 10 minutes, waiting to see if Obito would use Izanagi to cheat death. Only when he was certain Obito was truly gone did he leave, dragging Danzo along with him. Looks like I've failed yet again. You really are a monster. Danzo, dangling from Sasuke's grip, let out a bitter laugh. He'd thought that with the 9 tails, Nu, and that self-proclaimed Uchiha Madara working from the shadows, they'd finally be able to take Sasuke down for good. But the outcome was nothing like he'd imagined. Confronted with a Sasuke who seemed utterly undefeatable, Danzo felt completely powerless. You old dog, tell me, did the third Hokage have any part in this? Give me a satisfactory answer, and I'll make it quick. Sasuke's voice was cold and indifferent. Danzo didn't reply. He just stared at Sasuke, a mocking smile on his lips. Sasuke wasted no words. He simply pulled out the memory orb he had just finished recording. As chakra flowed in, a scene appeared before their eyes, vivid and three-dimensional like a hologram. They watched as the masked man known as Uchiha Madara suffered under Sasuke's relentless barrage of the infamous 1,000 years of death, howling in agony with every strike. The harrowing cries, even through this mere projection, sent chills down their spines. It was horrifying, utterly twisted. No wonder, just moments ago, that Uchiha Madara showed such terror when facing Sasuke. He'd clearly endured torment beyond human limits. Gulp. After witnessing the entire ordeal, Danzo swallowed hard, his mouth suddenly dry and parched. Would Sasuke use the same cruel methods on him next? He was over 60 years old. There was no way he could withstand such torture. This excruciating humiliation was even more terrifying than what Sasuke had done to him before. Danzo, are you curious to try out that exhilarating sensation for yourself? Sasuke put away the recording orb and looked at Danzo, smiling with narrowed eyes. No, I absolutely don't. Please don't use such twisted methods on me. Danzo's body trembled violently, and he shook his head with all his might. If you don't want that, then stop wasting my time and tell me everything you know. Sasuke's voice turned icy. Danzo let out a long, weary sigh, his tone resigned. Hiruzen, is it? He may be indecisive, but he has a temper. You provoked him again and again. Do you really think a Hokage could just let that go? Oh, so you're saying the third Hokage was involved in all this too? Sasuke's eyes narrowed dangerously. You could say that. Danzo offered a vague answer. What do you mean, you could say that? Either he was or he wasn't. Sounds to me like you're itching to sample my 1,000 years of death. Sasuke frowned. The new. I'd been researching it for a long time. The Nine Tails was captured by that so-called Uchiha Madara. As for Hiruzen, he provided us with a curse mark he'd just developed. Once exposed to intense genjutsu, the curse mark embedded in the brain would activate, causing the head to explode instantly. It was specifically created as a countermeasure against the Uchiha Mangekyo. But as for the other details of the plan, Hiruzen wasn't involved. He knew nothing about the new or the Nine Tails. Danzo, like a shaken box of beans, spilled everything he knew without reservation. So that kind of curse mark was his invention. I wonder, did you have one of those in your own brain? Sasuke activated his eternal Mangekyo and stared straight into Danzo's eyes. The power of the Mangekyo swept through Danzo's mind, but met no resistance. So he only branded his own subordinates, but not himself. What a selfish old man. Sasuke let out a cold laugh. Since Danzo didn't have any self-destruct curse marks in his mind, Sasuke seized the opportunity to take control of him, altering his memories and planting specific commands. What did you do to me? Danzo snapped back to his senses, staring at Sasuke in terror. You're already on death's door, and you still care so much about what I've done to your mind? Sasuke replied coolly. Well, you're right. Danzo let out a resigned sigh, his spirit utterly broken. For someone who was about to die, it truly was meaningless to dwell on such things. I've already told you everything I know. Now it's your turn to fulfill your promise. Give me a quick death. Danzo demanded. Don't be hasty. I can't let you die before I've wrung every last drop of value from you. Once you're no longer useful, I'll personally see you off. Without another word, Sasuke suddenly picked up his pace, racing swiftly toward Konoha. Meanwhile, back at the battlefield where Toby had fought, across the cratered, scarred ground, countless tiny black specks were slowly crawling, nearly impossible to spot with the naked eye. The black spots multiplied, gathering together and gradually taking on the shape of a human form. At last, a strange figure, entirely shrouded in darkness, rose to its feet. Such an attack, without the power of the Sage of Six Paths, can never kill me. Black Zetsu murmured to itself, casting a glance at the ravaged battlefield. Confirming that Toby was truly dead, its already dark face seemed to grow even darker. I can't believe Toby actually died like this. Now, things are truly complicated. Uchiha Sasuke, where did that monster even come from? Damn it. I've schemed for 1,000 years to resurrect Mother. There's no way I'll abandon my plans just because of you. You'll never stop me from bringing Mother back. A fierce killing intent radiated from Black Zetsu as it slowly sank into the ground, speeding off in the direction of the Hidden Rain Village. Still, Toby, your sacrifice wasn't entirely meaningless. Though Tobi had fallen in this operation, not all was lost. At the very least, Black Zetsu had managed to obtain precious intelligence on Uchiha Sasuke. The Rinnegan possesses the ability to transport objects through space, allowing two objects within a certain range to swap places. As for that Eternal Mangekyo, its powers are similar to Uchiha Itachi's. It can wield Amaterasu and Tsukuyomi, information gleaned from Danzo's own lips. Once these vital secrets are passed on to Nagato, they'll have a much better chance against Uchiha Sasuke. Konoha Village. After instructing the Konoha ninja to clean up the battlefield, Hiruzen Sarutobi turned his attention to comforting the village's civilians. Now, he stood atop the high platform in the village square, facing the gathered crowd of Konoha villagers, wearing an expression of deep sorrow. He even managed to squeeze out a few tears, mourning those who lost their lives in this tragedy. Next, he delivered his speech with a heavy heart, doing his best to maintain the kindly, grandfatherly image of the Hokage. To put it plainly, he was trying to win people's support and ensure that his position as Hokage wouldn't be shaken by this incident. After all, the casualties caused this time were countless, and, as Hokage, he would inevitably have to bear responsibility. But this was the last thing Hiruzen Sarutobi wanted to see, so he shifted the blame onto Danzo and Sasuke, giving a lengthy and impassioned explanation. Everyone, please rest assured. As Hokage, I will see that you receive an explanation. Danzo is the true culprit behind this incident. It was his root organization that secretly created that monster and unleashed the Nine Tails upon us. He paused, letting out a long, weary sigh, his expression tinged with both regret and helplessness. In fact, this disaster could have been avoided. Back then, when I learned of all Danzo's crimes, I decided to have him executed, to make him pay with his life for the evil he had done. Yet that decision was stopped by none other than Sasuke of the Uchiha clan. In the end, Danzo was only imprisoned in the Konoha jail, not dealt with once and for all. Later, Danzo broke out, leading to today's disaster. All of this tragedy happened because Sasuke Uchiha intervened. The crowd erupted, and, as the truth came to light, their hatred for Danzo was matched by the belief that Sasuke was also one of the main culprits. That's right. If only Danzo had been dealt with from the start, none of this would be happening now. Exactly. Someone as heinous as Danzo should have been executed on the spot. That would have been the best choice. I just can't understand Sasuke Uchiha's way of thinking. Why spare such a menace? Doesn't he understand that you must pull out the weeds by the roots? Seeing that everyone's attention was now fixed on Sasuke Uchiha, Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded ever so slightly, satisfied. In this way, he could completely distance himself from the matter and let Sasuke bear the brunt of the villagers' anger. It was a perfect solution. After pondering for a moment, Hiruzen felt it still wasn't enough. He needed to add fuel to the fire, to stir up even greater resentment toward the Uchiha. So he spoke slowly. There's one more thing, the Nine Tails. Up until now, the Nine Tails was always under my watchful eye, and I would never have allowed anyone to seize it and unleash such destruction. But just now, the Nine Tails broke free from its seal and went on a rampage through the village, claiming countless lives. Why did this happen? Hiruzen raised his voice, questioning loudly. Only after he was sure that everyone's eyes were on him did he continue. It was Uchiha Sasuke, yes him. This very morning, relying on his overwhelming strength, he forcibly seized control of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki from me. He even promised me that he would absolutely protect the Jinchuriki, ensuring that nothing would happen to them. But what was the result? The truth is right before your eyes. Within less than half a day after the Jinchuriki was handed over to Uchiha Sasuke, disaster struck. Nine Tails broke loose and rampaged through the village. Once again, an uproar swept through the crowd. This time, everyone's eyes burned with anger, and many now saw Uchiha Sasuke as even more detestable than Danzo. People couldn't help but think, with power like his, how could Sasuke allow something like this to happen? But was it truly an accident? Could it be that this was Sasuke's scheme all along? That he deliberately unleashed the Nine Tails, only to reappear as a savior, winning everyone's gratitude? Such behavior was despicable, utterly hypocritical. Those who thought of this clenched their teeth in hatred. They had once believed Sasuke to be a great hero, the one who exposed Danzo's crimes, never imagining he might be a shameless fraud. Everyone, I, Hiruzen Sarutobi, swear to you here and now, every word I spoke just now is the absolute truth. There is not a shred of falsehood. I am not slandering Uchiha Sasuke out of spite. Everything happened exactly as I have said. When Sasuke returns, even if it costs me my life, I will demand an explanation from him. With a face full of righteous indignation, Hiruzen made this solemn vow. Well said. We believe in Lord Third. This is what a real Hokage should be. a leader who always has our interests at heart. Thank you, Lord Third. Thank you, old man. The crowd erupted in cheers, all eyes shining with fervor as they looked up to the elder on the stage. The third Hokage closed his eyes, basking in the wave of adulation. Now, at last, he had shifted the blame squarely onto Sasuke's shoulders. Uchiha Sasuke, you dare to humiliate me, treating me as nothing? I'll see to it that you are scorned by all. Even if I cannot kill you, ruining your reputation will be all too easy. Sarutobi Hiruzen sneered coldly in his heart, intending to further fan the flames. Suddenly, a thunderous crash. A figure plummeted from the sky. Caught completely off guard, Sarutobi was pinned to the ground, Sasuke's foot pressing firmly against his chest, his back driven hard into the earth. You bastard! Uchiha Sasuke, what are you doing? Get off of me at once. Sarutobi's fury erupted. His eyes blazed with such anger it seemed to burn the air, glaring up at Sasuke. He was the Hokage, the leader of the village, and now, before the eyes of the entire village, he'd been stomped into the ground. Utter humiliation. It was beyond disgraceful. Hiruzen Sarutobi roared in fury, veins bulging on his forehead as he gripped Sasuke's calf with both hands, pouring all his strength into the effort. He tried desperately to break free, but the foot pressing down on his chest, though it appeared perfectly ordinary, felt as heavy as a mountain, pinning him so firmly that he could not move an inch. Realizing escape was impossible, he quickly changed tactics, forming hand seals in preparation to use an earth release technique to sink into the ground and flee. Suddenly, with a sharp burst, Sasuke pressed down ever so slightly with his foot, and Sarutobi spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling as if his chest were caving in. The searing pain shattered his concentration, interrupting his hand seals. Bastard! Let go of Lord Third. The ANBU Black Ops, who had been hidden in the shadows, could no longer bear to watch Sarutobi be so humiliated. They revealed themselves at once, kunai in hand, charging straight at Sasuke. They knew full well they stood no chance, but at the very least, they had to show where their loyalties lay. As expected, none of the ANBU managed to get within 10 meters before being swept away by a casual gust of razor-sharp wind from Sasuke, all of them collapsing and falling unconscious. Below the stage, anger twisted every face in the crowd. This was arrogance beyond belief. No matter how powerful he was, he should not behave like this. After all, that was the ruler of Konoha, their beloved third Hokage. How could anyone step on him like that? They want to shout at Sasuke, to demand he let Sarutobi go. But the ferocity Sasuke displayed made them abandon any thought of such a reckless act. Besides, they had all heard the stories. Sasuke was infamous for his ruthlessness, showing not the slightest mercy, even toward ordinary civilians. All the townsfolk below glared up at Sasuke, their eyes burning with outrage, hoping to exert some kind of mental pressure. A bunch of idiots. Do you really believe this incident is as simple as that old man claims? Sasuke let out a cold laugh, tossing Danzo aside and giving a sharp command. Danzo, tell these fools the truth. No sooner had he spoken than the special Genjutsu Sasuke had planted in Danzo's mind suddenly activated. It's all over, Hiruzen. Admit it. Don't try to cover it up any longer. It's time to take off that hypocritical mask of yours. Danzo's face was expressionless. He realized he had no control over his own mouth. And what came from his lips sent a shock through the third Hokage's heart. That bastard Danzo. Could he be trying to drag me down with him? Sarutobi thought, his voice steady but wary. Danzo, I have no idea what you're talking about. There's no point in pretending, Hiruzen. Stop playing dumb. Danzo spoke in a slow, mechanical monotone. The only reason I was able to escape from prison wasn't because of any special ability or because some mysterious benefactor helped me break out. It was you, Hiruzen Sarutobi. You never locked me up in the Konoha prison at all. The one imprisoned in Konoha was nothing but a decoy. Then, Hiruzen and I hatched today's plan together, all for the sake of annihilating the Uchiha clan. That monster called Nu was actually the ultimate weapon Hiruzen developed a long time ago. I was involved in that, too. As for the Nine Tails, it was Hiruzen who secretly ordered someone to unleash it at the crucial moment. Hiruzen Sarutobi is the true mastermind behind all of this. As Danzo spoke these words, his demeanor was utterly calm, and his gaze was crystal clear. He showed no sign of being manipulated, which made everyone believe him without doubt. Nonsense. Danzo, you treacherous fool. What are you even saying? I had nothing to do with any of this. Stop spreading these lies right here and now. Hiruzen roared in fury. Don't you dare smear my name like this. There's no point in denying it, Hiruzen. Facts are facts. All your excuses are meaningless. Without your support, how could I have accomplished any of this? After all, You already had your men destroy my root organization long ago. Besides, I am nothing but a crippled old man now, my limbs useless. Without your covert assistance, there's no way I could have pulled off such an intricate scheme. With these words, Danzo's accusations became all the more convincing, firmly placing Hiruzen Sarutobi as the shadowy mastermind behind everything. After all, given Danzo's condition at the time, utterly crippled, there was no way he could have recovered without the third Hokage's secret help. Damn you! Don't be deceived. This Danzo must be under a Jinjutsu. This is all Sasuke Uchiha's plot to frame me. You must not believe a word of it. Hiruzen howled, desperate to defend his lifelong reputation for being ruined in an instant. Hiruzen, I am not under anyone's control. Every word I say is the truth. There's no need to deny it any longer. Accept it with dignity. Accept the judgment of the people. Danzo said in a slow, deliberate tone. Unbelievable. So the third Hokage was truly that kind of person? I can't believe I trusted him so much before, only to find out he was the real culprit all along. Third Hokage? He's not worthy of the title. To go to such lengths just to crush the Uchiha. How despicable. Send that old fraud straight to hell. Just looking at him makes my skin crawl. The crowd erupted in fury, their voices rising in condemnation against Hiruzen Sarutobi. All around, the air was thick with curses. Nearly everyone wished for his death. Hiruzen's face twisted in anguish and rage as he snarled. Sasuke Uchiha, you would stoop so low, using such vile tricks to bring me down. Sasuke's expression remained cold and detached, completely unfazed by Hiruzen's insults. A dead man. No matter how much he says, it's not worth your attention. All right, the evidence is undeniable. Time to send you on your way. Hiruzen Sarutobi, I hope you'll be a better man in your next life, and not so hypocritical. With those words, Sasuke pressed down with his foot, stomping the ground with force. A thunderous crash echoed out. Shards of stone flew everywhere, leaving behind a massive crater. Yet Hiruzen Sarutobi had vanished without a trace. So you've burrowed underground, have you? Did you really think you could escape that easily? Sasuke let out a cold laugh, and behind him, a skeletal purple arm materialized. With a sudden motion, he slammed it fiercely against the ground. Another deafening rumble resounded. The earth split and caved in, revealing Hiruzen Sarutobi and Hiruzen Shinnosuke. Just moments earlier, it was Shinnosuke who had slipped underground and managed to rescue Hiruzen Sarutobi from Sasuke's execution. From the palm of the purple skeletal hand, a massive chakra blade took shape, arcing down toward the two of them. A metallic clang rang out. Hiruzen Sarutobi summoned the Rui Jingu Bang, transformed from Enma, the Monkey King, and barely managed to block the strike, but the overwhelming force sent him hurtling backward. Father! With a roar, Hiruzen Shinnosuke slammed both palms against the ground. Earth-style, Earth Dragon Spear. Sharp earthen lances shot up from the ground, all aiming for Sasuke, but not a single one could pierce his flesh. With a swift flick of his fingers, Sasuke launched a compressed blast of air. In an instant, Shinnosuke's head erupted in a shower of blood, his decapitated body collapsing slowly to the ground. Shinnosuke? The gruesome sight drove Hiruzen Sarutobi to the brink of madness. Eyes wild with fury, he swung the Rui Jingu Bang, charging at Sasuke in a desperate assault. Suicidal fool. Sasuke sneered, and the Susanoo's spectral arm crashed down toward the onrushing Hiruzen Sarutobi. A puff of smoke burst forth. It was only Hiruzen's shadow clone. Got you. Uchiha Sasuke, prepare to die. Hiruzen's voice rang out from behind. Forbidden Jutsu. Reaper Death Seal. In that instant, a wave of chilling energy swept through the air, as if hell itself had descended upon the world. An icy dread gripped everyone present, and the crowd scattered in terror. A battle of this magnitude was not for ordinary eyes. Even among ninja, only those of Jonin rank or higher dare to watch. A manic laugh escaped Hiruzen Sarutobi. Let us fall into hell together. Behind him, the spectral visage of the Reaper began to materialize. A ghostly, deathly arm shot out from his body, piercing straight into Sasuke's chest. Seeing this, Hiruzen's eyes gleamed with savage delight. Uchiha Sasuke, did you really think I had no way to deal with you? This is the ultimate sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan, the Reaper Death Seal. Anyone struck by this jutsu will have their soul dragged into the body of the Death God, never to return for all eternity. Even if your physical body is strong, it cannot defend against the hand of the Death God, for this is an attack upon your very soul. Ha ha ha. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression twisted, his face contorted with pain as the Death God's arm phased through his body, causing him immense discomfort. Still, so long as he could take Uchiha Sasuke down with him, It was all worth it. I never intended to use this technique, but you forced my hand. Death God, rip his soul out for me. Sarutobi Hiruzen let out a piercing, furious roar. At that moment, with his soul gripped by the Death God's hand, Sasuke could now see the spectral deity himself. Calmly, Sasuke retrieved the soul-stealing gauntlet from his system space and slipped it onto his hand. He'd had this item for quite some time. Finally, the moment had come to put it to use. And what better test of its power than this so-called Death God? But when Sarutobi Hiruzen saw Sasuke don the blood-red glove, he sneered. Trying to resist? It's useless. That's the Death God, a spirit. You can't even touch him, let alone fight back. Yet the next instant made Sarutobi's eyes widen in shock. Right before him, Sasuke's right hand, now clad in the crimson glove, gripped the extended arm of the Death God. How is this possible? That's a spirit. How can you touch it? Sarutobi stared in disbelief. Could it be your glove? Damn it, since when did the ninja world have tools that can interact with spirits? But so what? The Death God is invincible. He rules the underworld. There's no way a mere mortal like you could stand against him. Surrender your soul. Sarutobi roared in desperation. If you want my soul, you'll have to ask my fist first. Sasuke seized the Death God's arm with both hands and yanked the spectral figure towards him. As the Death God's form drew near, Sasuke's lips curled into a savage grin. He unleashed a relentless barrage of punches straight at the Death God. The Death God's mouth opened, unleashing a shriek of agony. In truth, his combat ability in a direct fight wasn't strong. What made him so fearsome was that almost no one in the ninja world possessed a way to touch the soul. But now, thanks to the soul-stealing gauntlet's unique power, Sasuke could strike the spirit itself, beating the Death God mercilessly. This can't be. Sarutobi's eyes bulged with fury and disbelief, watching the Death God battered helplessly by Sasuke's assault. His worldview shattered before his eyes. This was the Death God, the ruler of the underworld. How could a mere mortal be thrashing him like this? Boom! With Sasuke's final, crushing blow, the God of Death was shattered by his fist, whether destroyed or banished back to the underworld. No one could say. Sasuke stowed away his Soul Reaper's gloves, casting a sinister grin at Hiruzen Sarutobi, who stood frozen, dumbfounded. Old man, it's your turn now. Sasuke closed in, launching a powerful punch. I will never surrender so easily. Hiruzen roared, the sheer force of Sasuke's assault snapping him out of his stupor. With a defiant shout, he swung his golden staff, meeting Sasuke's fist head-on. A thunderous crack resounded. The staff bent and twisted under the impact, and, as it transformed back into Enma, the Monkey King, he had no chance to utter a word before he was instantly banished to the summoning realm. As for Hiruzen, Enma could only hope he'd make peace with his fate. After all, it was his own doing for provoking an enemy as fearsome as Sasuke. Deprived of his trusty staff, Hiruzen scrambled to retreat, trying to put some distance between himself and Sasuke. But there was no way he could outrun Sasuke. In a heartbeat, Sasuke closed the gap and drove his fist toward Hiruzen's chest once more. At the very last second, Hiruzen twisted his body desperately, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow to his heart, but at a terrible cost. His right shoulder was pulverized, his arm crashing to the ground. Blood gushed forth as Hiruzen's face turned deathly pale. Sasuke's fist shifted into a claw. With a merciless grip, he seized Hiruzen by the throat, his voice icy cold. At a time like this, you're still trying to fight back. Do you really want to keep living that badly? I'm no coward, clinging to life at any cost. I just can't accept dying at the hands of a treacherous wretch like you. Hiruzen managed a bitter smile, his gaze brimming with unwillingness as he glared back at Sasuke. What a pity. Anyone who dares cross the Uchiha is doomed to die, Sasuke declared, preparing to snap Hiruzen's neck and end his life once and for all. Stop. Let go of the old man. Heavenly kick of pain. A furious shout rang out. From above, a dark figure plummeted toward them. A pale, powerful leg, radiating sheer strength, crashed down on the arm Sasuke was using to grip Hiruzen's neck. A sharp crack rang out. Tsunade gasped, pulling back her long leg and dropping into a half-crouch, clutching her shin. She stared at Sasuke in utter shock. What's going on with your body? That attack could shatter steel, yet it didn't even faze you. Instead, my own leg's been injured. Are you made of something harder than iron? You dare ambush me? You're courting death. Sasuke shot Tsunade a cold glare, then with lightning speed, lashed out with a kick aimed straight at her chest. He had no intention of showing mercy to anyone who dared attack him. Anyone who made that choice had to be ready to face death. Blood spurted forth. This kick was both swift and fierce. Although Tsunade had been on guard the whole time, she had clearly underestimated the speed Sasuke could unleash. His foot pierced straight through her chest, leaving a gaping bloody hole, with blood gushing out uncontrollably. Staring at the blood pouring from the wound in her chest, Tsunade's face turned deathly pale, her body trembling uncontrollably. The symptoms of her hemophobia had kicked in. No wonder they call you a ninja with the blood of the Senju clan. Your vitality is truly tenacious. I wonder, if I smash your skull, will you still be able to survive? As he spoke, Sasuke's expression remained cold and emotionless. He swung his leg in a brutal whip kick straight at Tsunade's head. A razor-sharp gust of wind sliced through the air, the threat of death looming over her. If she didn't dodge this blow, her head would be obliterated on the spot. In that split second between life and death, Tsunade overcame her fear of blood. Her body bent backward with incredible force, barely dodging the fatal attack. It turns out, there's no psychological barrier that the threat of death cannot overcome. Though Tsunade managed to evade the deadly strike, the extreme movement only worsened her already grave chest wound. Blood gushed out even more furiously, as if unstoppable. Tsunade, hang in there. Witnessing this from afar, Jiraiya's eyes turned bloodshot. He let out a roar filled with anguish and rage, charging forward at lightning speed. He could not let Tsunade die. Ninja art, Wild Lion's main technique. In less than the span of a single breath, Jiraiya completed the hand signs. His white hair grew rapidly, each strand elongating and instantly wrapping around Sasuke, binding him tightly. Amino Tajikara. Sasuke, dragging the barely alive within Sarutobi, swapped places with a nearby chunk of rubble, escaping from the confinement of Jiraiya's hair. Are you alright, Tsunade? Jiraiya hurriedly supported Tsunade, his eyes brimming with concern. This kind of injury is nothing to me. With Jiraiya's help, Tsunade stood up, exhaled deeply, and then formed a series of hand seals, shouting, "In seal, creation rebirth." The diamond-shaped mark on her forehead suddenly dispersed, transforming into black lines that crisscrossed and spread across her fair face. With the In seal released, a massive surge of chakra flooded her entire body. At the same time, her injuries began to heal at a visible rate. The gaping wound in her chest closed up before their very eyes, restoring her body to its original state as if she had never been injured at all. Although her flesh was mended, her torn clothing... It's such a relief you're all right, Tsunade, truly worthy of your reputation. You're big, you're beautiful, and you're incredible. Jiraiya blurted out, his gaze fixed on the generous view Tsunade's torn shirt revealed, swallowing hard in excitement. Bang! What is wrong with you, Jiraiya? Can't you be serious for once? The enemy is right at our doorstep. The old man's life is hanging by a thread, and you still have the mind to think about things like that. Tsunade, both furious and embarrassed, swung her fist at Jiraiya's head. At the same time, she adjusted her clothes, making sure nothing more was accidentally revealed. I just couldn't help myself. Honestly, Tsunade, your charm is just too much to handle. Jiraiya nursed his head, muttering under his breath so only he could hear. He quickly cleared his throat, pulled himself together, and forced himself to banish the distracting images from his mind. His expression turned grave as he looked at Sasuke and spoke in a deep, serious tone. Hey, Uchiha kid, let the old man go. We're all Leaf Shinobi here, comrades from the same village. There's no need for all this fighting. If there's a misunderstanding, we can sit down and talk things through. Sasuke didn't respond. Instead, he looked at the Sarutobi Hiruzen he held in his grip and said coolly, "So, you've called for reinforcements. No wonder you dare to slander me so outrageously on stage just now. I did not slander you. Everything I said was the truth. Let me go." Tsunade and Jiraiya are not only incredibly powerful, but they're also the chosen heirs of the Forest of Bones and Mount Mayaboku, two of the most sacred places in the shinobi world. Think carefully. These two sanctuaries have existed for 1,000 years. They're not someone you can afford to cross. Sarutobi Hiruzen gritted his teeth. He knew that, in all likelihood, neither Jiraiya nor Tsunade could actually defeat Sasuke, so he invoked the names of the two great sanctuaries, hoping their reputations would make Sasuke hesitate and spare his life. Hey brat, are you deaf? Let the old man go now. Tsunade glared at Sasuke. The fact that he had dared to touch her chest earlier made her even angrier. Fine, I'll let him go right now. Sasuke nodded. Relief flashed through Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart. So Sasuke really was intimidated by the names of the two great sanctuaries. Just as the joy of a narrow escape began to rise within him, a sickening crack rang out, and his eyes went wide in shock. With a swift movement, Sasuke squeezed, snapping Sarutobi Hiruzen's neck. Then, without a flicker of emotion, Sasuke tossed the lifeless body at the feet of Jiraiya and Tsunade. His voice was cold and flat. There, I'll let him go. Old man. Tsunade rushed to Hiruzen's corpse, her hands glowing green as she pressed them to his broken neck, trying to heal the fatal injury. But Sarutobi Hiruzen was far beyond saving. No matter how advanced her medical ninjutsu, there was no bringing someone back from the dead. You bastard. How dare you kill the old man? Once she was certain Sarutobi Hiruzen was truly gone, Tsunade exploded with rage. Even though she and Hiruzen had grown apart, her relationship with her master fractured, leading to her leaving the Leaf. But no matter what, Hiruzen Sarutobi was her mentor, the teacher who had guided her since childhood. And now, her teacher had died right before her very eyes. Tsunade's mind clouded with rage. She stomped down with such force that the ground caved in beneath her feet. In a flash, she shot toward Sasuke like a cannonball and hurled a punch full of fury. Monster strength punch. You'll pay for this. Atone for the old man's death. Sasuke grinned, showing his teeth. He neither dodged nor flinched, instead meeting her fist with one of his own. If it's a contest of fists, I've never feared anyone. Boom. Their fists crashed together with a thunderous blast, as if a bomb had detonated right there. A terrifying shockwave swept outward, cracking the ground and sending chunks of debris flying in all directions. Tsunade was sent hurtling backwards, smashing through 3 houses even faster than she had charged in. At the same time, Sasuke was also knocked back a fair distance. Interesting. You're the first person who's ever managed to knock me back head-on. The monster strength punch really lives up to its name. Steadying himself, Sasuke licked his lips as he watched Tsunade return to the battlefield, completely unharmed. Tsunade, this must be your first time losing a test of strength to someone else, isn't it? Jiraiya spoke, his eyes never leaving Sasuke for a moment, not daring to relax in the face of such an opponent. He couldn't afford to drop his guard for even an instant. Phew! Tsunade let out a long breath, her brow tightly furrowed, her voice heavy with concern. Yes, ever since I mastered the monster strength, this is the first time I've lost a contest of power to anyone. This kid, he looks barely 16 or 17, his body seems so ordinary, not even particularly muscular. So how can he possess such terrifying strength inside? Tsunade clutched her slightly numb hand, looking at Sasuke in confusion, unable to fathom how so much raw power could be unleashed from such a slender frame. If his strength is that overwhelming, we'd better avoid close combat. Keep our distance, and be especially careful of that Rinnegan. It's the same eye as Nagato's. I don't know how he acquired it, but we can't take any chances. Jiraiya quickly analyzed the situation. Right? Tsunade nodded. We'll both have to go all out. It's time for you to use Sage Mode. No problem, but activating Sage Mode takes some time. If you're on your own, you'll be under a lot of pressure. Don't worry. My Ein Seal can hold for a full 10 minutes. As long as I don't take a fatal hit, I can rapidly heal any wounds. I'll buy you as much time as you need. As her words fell, Tsunade bent low, then sprang forward like a sleek, agile predator. I won't let you down, Tsunade. Jiraiya bit his finger, smearing fresh blood across his palm. With practiced speed, he formed a series of hand seals, preparing to summon the great toad sages from Mount Myaboku. But before he could complete the summoning technique, a dark blur shot toward him at incredible speed, sending him flying. That blur, unmistakably, was Tsunade herself, hurled away by Sasuke's attack. Tsunade, didn't you say you buy me some time? How come you got sent flying back here in less than 3 seconds? Jiraiya scrambled up from the ground, frowning as he questioned her. There's nothing I can do. I lack any long-range attacks, so I have no choice but to fight him up close. But his physical strength is just overwhelming. Not only is his defense monstrous, his speed and power completely outclass mine. He surpasses me in every way. Tsunade stood up from the distant rubble and made her way to Jiraiya's side, her face troubled. In that case, I'll have to summon the Great Toad Boss to stall him. But with such a massive size, fighting in the heart of Konoha will surely drag innocents into the crossfire. We need to move the battle outside the village first. Jiraiya turned, preparing to head for the outskirts. There's no need to change the battlefield, because this fight will be over soon. Suddenly, the Tsunade at Jiraiya's side transformed into Sasuke. The two had swapped places in an instant. What? Space-time ninjutsu. Jiraiya gasped in shock. It's over, Sasuke said coolly, throwing a plain, unremarkable punch at Jiraiya's head. With a dull thud, Jiraiya's head was struck without resistance, only to dissolve into a puff of smoke and vanish. A shadow clone. When did he cast it? To think he fooled even my eyes. He really is worthy of being called one of the legendary Sannin. Impressive. Sasuke withdrew his fist, a faint smile curling at his lips as he swept his gaze around, searching for Jiraiya's true location. You've fallen into my trap. Summoning technique. Toad mouth bind. Jiraiya's voice echoed from afar, his hands slapping together in a powerful gesture. In the next moment, the ground beneath Sasuke's feet began to tremble ever so slightly, followed by a sticky sensation creeping up from below. Looking down, Sasuke saw that his feet were already tightly ensnared by thick, crimson flesh. And not just his feet. The walls around him were closing in, all made of the same blood-red tissue, forming a living barrier that hemmed him in on all sides. So you've summoned the Toad's stomach here, separately. But if you think this will hold me, you're sorely mistaken. With a scoff of disdain, Sasuke lashed out at the fleshy wall with a powerful punch. But instead of the satisfying impact he expected, his fist sank in as though it were being absorbed by a mass of cotton. In fact, the wall's sticky embrace only held his hand tighter. If that's how you want to play, then it's time for Susanoo. The eternal eyes in Sasuke's sockets glowed with an eerie crimson light as his overwhelming ocular power surged forth in a torrent. In the next instant, violet flames ignited all around him, and an immense amount of chakra became tangible. A towering giant, 200 meters tall, with wings unfurled from its back, materialized in a flash. Perfect Susanoo unleashed. A thunderous explosion erupted. The very moment the purple Susanoo took form, the Toad's stomach was torn open, bursting into countless chunks of flesh that rained down from above. When Sasuke looked around, he saw not buildings or houses, but a lush, verdant forest. He had been transported outside the Hidden Leaf Village. Now's our chance, Gamabunta, do it. At this moment, Jiraiya pressed his hands together in a seal, with a small toad perched on each shoulder and stood firmly atop Gamabunta's head. Damn it, Jiraiya. Didn't you say our opponent was just some puny human? How did a monster like that show up? How am I supposed to ambush something like this? Gamabunta glared resentfully at the towering Susanoo, frustrated that he wasn't even as tall as its waist. Just moments ago, Jiraiya had been plotting with him. Once Sasuke emerged from the Toad's stomach, they'd catch him off guard and launch a surprise attack. But no one expected this colossal behemoth to appear. How was he supposed to sneak up on something like that? Still, this was a rare opportunity. Gamabunta let his doubts go, gripped his massive blade, and swung it fiercely at Susanoo's thigh. A deafening clang resounded. The enormous blade struck Susanoo's armored plating, letting out a tremendous crash, but failed to so much as scratch that formidable defense. Little frog, that blade of yours won't cut it. Try facing this. Susanoo conjured a colossal chakra sword in its hand, and with a sudden, sweeping motion, slashed it toward Gamabunta's head. Seeing this, Gamabunta quickly raised his blade vertically to block the strike. The clash of the chakra sword and the metal blade produced an ear-splitting roar, sending shockwaves that ripped countless trees from their roots. Just one exchange between these titans was enough to reshape the landscape around them. Oomph. So your chakra sword isn't all that impressive, after all. Gamabunta, proud of withstanding Sasuke's attack, puffed on the pipe clenched in his mouth, blowing a smoke ring at Susanoo in a blatant act of provocation. Oh really? Then let's see how you handle this. Controlling Susanoo, Sasuke brandished his gigantic sword, sending another mighty slash forward. Gamabunta snorted disdainfully, unflinching in the face of the attack, and met the blow head-on with his own blade. But just as their weapons collided, a cold smile curled at the corner of Sasuke's lips. Fool! His eternal eyes narrowed, focusing his gaze on the chakra sword as his ocular power seeped into it. Amaterasu. As Sasuke unleashed the power of his Mangekyo, jet-black flames erupted, engulfing Susanoo's chakra sword. This was one of Sasuke's Mangekyo powers. The black flames, an unquenchable fire that would burn eternally. Watch out. Gamabunta, don't take it head-on. Dodge now. Jiraiya, standing atop Gamabunta's head, shouted a warning at his companion with sudden urgency. The moment those pitch-black flames appeared, Jiraiya could sense their deadly danger. If Gamabunta tried to block them directly, there would be no escaping a fatal outcome. It's too late, Jiraiya. With a furious roar, Gamabunta raised his massive blade in front of him, bracing for impact. He, too, could feel the mortal peril radiating from those black flames, but at such close range to Susanoo, there was simply no room to evade. The only option was to meet the attack head-on with his sword. A sharp crack rang out, as Susanoo's enormous blade, wreathed in black fire, collided with Gamabunta's metal sword. The latter snapped in a heartbeat, cleaved straight through the middle. It hadn't even withstood a fraction of a second. The sword was sliced as easily as tofu. Gamabunta was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. He had expected his metal blade to at least hold out for a moment. But with Susanoo's chakra blade wrapped in those black flames, it shattered at the slightest touch. Panic and horror flashed through Gamabunta's mind. He had hoped that his sword could buy him a few precious seconds, just enough time to escape and put some distance between himself and Sasuke Susanoo. But now, his defense was gone, and the chakra broadsword, engulfed in black flames, was coming ever closer to his head. Sasuke's gaze was cold as he controlled Susanoo to swing the massive sword downward in a violent arc. In the next instant, a sickening, tearing sound sliced through the air as flesh was ripped apart. Gamabunta's massive body was split cleanly in two. Blood and viscera spilled everywhere, and the black flames continued to burn relentlessly amidst the carnage. Gamabunta's eyes stared wide, full of fury and disbelief, unable to find peace even in death. He never imagined he'd be killed so swiftly by Sasuke, without even a chance to release the summoning and return to Mount Myaboku. Damn you, Boss Gamabunta! Little Bunta! 3 anguished cries rang out as Gamabunta's bisected form crashed heavily to the ground. With a muffled thud, his body dissolved into a cloud of white smoke and vanished from the battlefield. He had returned to Mount Myaboku, but only as a corpse. Trying to set me up? You're asking for death. Sasuke glared ahead, where 3 pairs of blood-red eyes now fixed him with unblinking hatred. Jiraiya, and the 2 toads perched on his shoulders. Jiraiya's jaw was clenched tight, his eyes ablaze with fury as he stared at Sasuke, burning with venomous anger. He summoned Gamabunta with the intention of catching Sasuke off guard. But unexpectedly, the result was that he ended up putting Gamabunta in danger instead. Jiraiya, stay focused. Hurry and gather natural energy. Only by entering Sage Mode can you defeat that guy and avenge young Gamabunta. Fugaku shouted from Jiraiya's shoulder. He had noticed that something was off about Jiraiya. There was a restless urge in him, a burning desire to rush over and fight Sasuke immediately. Sensing this, Fugaku quickly reminded him. Jiraiya let out a long breath, forcibly suppressing the impulse to charge straight at Sasuke for a desperate battle. Seeing this, Sasuke taunted him, as expected of a student of Hiruzen Sarutobi, the 3rd Hokage and renowned master of endurance. You're just as patient as he was, your comrade just died, yet you still hold back and refuse to attack me. I have to say, I'm impressed. Jiraiya pressed his hands together, closed his eyes, and focused all his attention on gathering natural energy, completely ignoring Sasuke's provocation. Sasuke, in no hurry to attack, let out a cold laugh and said, Do you really think that after you enter Sage Mode, you'll be a match for me? I won't even lift a finger. Go ahead and reach Sage Mode, then I'll show you just how weak you really are. Releasing his Susanoo, Sasuke stood atop a tree branch, gazing at Jiraiya as he concentrated on drawing in natural energy, quietly waiting. He was supremely confident. Even Jiraiya in Sage Mode would be no match for him. At the same time, he was curious to see just how much a ninja's power could increase with the aid of natural energy. In fact, Sasuke was quite intrigued by natural energy. Chakra's origin lies with the 10 Tails, or more precisely, the Divine Tree, an alien force brought to this world by Kaguya Otsutsuki. Therefore, chakra can be considered a foreign energy. Natural energy, on the other hand, is the power inherent to this planet itself. It can greatly enhance one's strength, making it incredibly formidable. If Sasuke had crossed into this world without any special abilities or cheats, natural energy would have undoubtedly been his first goal. After all, in the later stages of the ninja world, chakra-based ninjutsu became almost useless against enemies wielding the power of the 6 paths. But sage arts, on the other hand, could actually contend with those possessing 6 paths power, just as Sasuke and Naruto did in the original story when they fought against 6 paths of Edo. They had to rely on Yugo Sage Jutsu to inflict damage on 6 paths of Edo. So even though Sasuke now had his own set of advantages, his interest in natural energy remained strong. Of course, his main motivation was to see for himself which Sage Mode was superior, his or Jiraiya's. That's right, Sasuke now possessed Sage Mode as well. It was a reward he'd drawn from the lottery during those 9 times he'd smacked the 9 Tails. Out of 9 draws, he not only obtained Sage Mode, but also the 8 Gates technique, along with a number of other powerful jutsu, forbidden arts, and so on. All in all, these 9 draws brought him the greatest haul he'd ever had from any lottery. 10 minutes later, Jiraiya slowly opened his eyes. He had changed dramatically. Strange black markings now covered his face, and his pupils had turned rectangular, resembling the eyes of a toad. His face no longer looked human at all. His limbs had grown thicker and larger, and as he crouched on the ground, he looked even more like a giant toad. Glaring at Sasuke, Jiraiya spoke in an icy voice. Letting me enter Sage Mode smoothly will be the biggest mistake you ever make. Now, you'll pay the price for your arrogance. Sasuke crossed his arms, sneering. Oh really? You seem quite confident in your sage mode, don't you? Be buried with Gamma Bunta, brat. Jiraiya let out a furious roar, his leg muscles bulging as he prepared to launch himself at Sasuke. Just then, a figure in the distance was speeding toward them. Jiraiya, don't let your guard down. Let's take him together. The newcomer, with her striking blonde hair, was none other than Tsunade, now clad in a brand-new battle outfit. Earlier, her chest and clothes had been ripped apart by Sasuke, so while Jiraiya had been transferring the fight, she took the chance to change. Tsunade clenched her fists, her gaze icy as she glared at Sasuke, her voice brimming with both shame and anger. Brat, in a moment, I'll make sure you know what it feels like to have your chest smashed in. Looking down at the two below him, Sasuke scoffed. 2 against 1 again, huh? Come at me. I just hope you both won't be as disappointingly weak as last time. At this moment, Sasuke was facing Jiraiya and Tsunade, both at full strength. Jiraiya in Sage mode. Tsunade with her Ein seal activated. The battle was about to escalate even further. With a thunderous crash, the two forces collided violently, an explosive sound echoing across the battlefield. Invisible shockwaves of energy rippled outward, toppling the towering trees and sending leaves flying in all directions under the onslaught. The two figures were both knocked back several steps. Sasuke's lips curled into a smile. He was completely unharmed. Clearly, Jiraiya hadn't gained any advantage. Jiraiya, on the other hand, flushed red, shock flickering in his eyes. Was this really Sasuke? He could actually fight him to a standstill? That last attack had been his strongest strike in Sage mode, yet Sasuke had withstood it. Kid, I've learned this move. Next time, it'll be your turn to suffer. Jiraiya glared fiercely at Sasuke, refusing to believe he could lose under these circumstances. Ha, the one who'll be suffering is you. Sasuke laughed, his right hand lightly brushing his forehead, the classic Uchiha arrogance written all over his face. The force behind that punch, just now, was tremendous. Although Sasuke took the blow head on, he was completely unharmed. When it came to sheer strength, he had never been afraid of anyone. Still, this gave Sasuke a new understanding of Jiraiya. As expected, in Sage mode, Jiraiya is the most troublesome opponent. Jiraiya let out a cold snort and charged at Sasuke again, determined to defeat him as quickly as possible and claim victory. Sage mode, activate. Sasuke suddenly forced his chakra to surge wildly within him, and a terrifying aura burst forth from his body. The energy radiating from him was even stronger than Tsunade's in the original story. This was the amplification brought by chakra, granting him the full power of Sage mode. Narrowing his eyes, Sasuke spread his arms wide before quickly pressing his palms together. An endless flow of Sage energy surged from his body. Sage art, lightning style, thunder sphere. Sasuke swiftly formed hand signs and spoke in a low, commanding tone. Immediately, white orbs appeared in his palms, each one flickering with a faint purple glow. With a powerful thrust, Sasuke sent the thunder spheres hurtling toward Jiraiya. Sage art, earth style, earth flow wall. Seeing the attack, Jiraiya quickly formed his own hand signs and slammed his palms onto the ground. A towering wall of earth, 100 feet high, erupted from the ground to shield him. The next instant, a series of thunderous explosions ripped through the air, lightning arcing in every direction as dirt and stone were blasted high into the sky. HM? What's this? Jiraiya frowned, gaze fixed on the heart of the explosion, his eyes filled with astonishment. He hadn't expected Sasuke's techniques to be sage arts as well. Utterly astonishing. He had considered ways to counter such attacks, but these jutsu were so strange that even using all his power in Sage mode, it would be difficult to break through them. For now, he could only suppress his urge to analyze the technique. He would have to wait for another opportunity to figure out how to deal with Sasuke. Sage art, lightning style, thunder descends from the heavens. A deep, resonant hum filled the air. A sudden downpour of crackling electricity flickered across the sky, thunder roaring relentlessly as if to tear the land apart. With a deafening crash, lightning struck down upon Sasuke, engulfing him completely. A shimmering blue barrier formed around Sasuke's body, shielding him from the onslaught of lightning. It was a shield, forged from condensed chakra. Jiraiya's Sage mode had greatly enhanced the power of his Sage arts. With his abilities having made a dramatic leap, the strength of his ninjutsu had grown far beyond what it once was, hence such astonishing effects. This was the nature of ninjutsu, the true essence of Sage arts. The power of Jiraiya's Sage jutsu was now on par with most advanced ninjutsu techniques. A tremendous boom resounded. Thunder crashed incessantly against Sasuke, yet his body remained completely unscathed, as if he were utterly impervious to lightning itself. Another bolt of lightning struck Sasuke, only to be repelled in an instant. His body showed not the slightest sign of injury. This was all thanks to his activation of the 8 gates, which allowed him to neutralize the majority of the Sage Jutsu's attacks. A deafening blast. Another, and then another. Bolt after bolt of lightning hammered down on Sasuke, yet none could force him back. Jiraiya's face darkened. How could this be? He had poured all his strength into these attacks, yet Sasuke emerged untouched. It was almost beyond belief. While Sasuke's body was not invincible, it was certainly far from easy to harm. A sense of foreboding crept into Jiraiya's heart. His attack, just now, he feared it had failed to injure Sasuke in the slightest. The Sage Lightning release, cloaking Sasuke, was a unique technique of the Sage mode, and its defensive power was truly fearsome. The Sage Lightning release Jiraiya had just unleashed was amplified by the power of Sage arts, making it every bit as potent as the lightning release techniques of the Hokage. But that was only true for ordinary opponents. Against Sasuke, even if Jiraiya gave everything he had, Sasuke could handle it with ease, or even evade it altogether. Lightning now danced across Sasuke's body in mounting torrents, illuminating the land around him until it seemed the entire earth was shrouded in crackling energy. A thunderous crash split the sky. Yet another massive bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, and Sasuke remained utterly unharmed. This scene left both Tsunade and Jiraiya wide-eyed with shock. Were they witnessing a mere mortal body, effortlessly withstanding Jiraiya's full-force assault? What sort of state was this? Jiraiya was, after all, the student of Hiruzen Sarutobi, the most renowned ninja in the world, hailed as the greatest master of ninjutsu. And yet, a mere boy was standing against him, and scathed? Impossible. It defied all reason. This can't be. How could his body possibly withstand my attacks? I won't accept it. Jiraiya glared at Sasuke, his fists clenching tight. He had no choice but to strike again. Sage art. Lightning release. Thunder Dragon. With a deep, forceful shout, Jiraiya summoned forth a colossal dragon of crackling lightning, its presence radiating overwhelming menace as it surged toward Sasuke. The Thunder Dragon, empowered by the forces of nature itself, was a technique of terrifying magnitude. Its power surpassed almost all other ninjutsu in the shinobi world. The moment the Thunder Dragon appeared, the air around them was whipped into a frenzy, swirling into violent gales that swept dust across the battlefield. Yet Sasuke stood amidst the chaos, untouched. Jiraiya, stunned, could only exclaim, "What kind of monster body is this?" Sasuke's eyes were cold and indifferent as he struck at Jiraiya from a distance with a powerful punch. How can there be such terrifying strength? I can actually feel death looming over me. Jiraiya's pupils contracted slightly. He could sense that the force behind Sasuke's punch had already far surpassed his own power. He refused to believe he could lose. Sage Art Storm. Jiraiya quickly formed hand signs, summoning a giant windmill before him that enveloped his body and transformed into a raging tornado. Within the swirling winds, Jiraiya's figure blurred into a mere afterimage as he launched a rapid, deadly assault towards Sasuke. With a thunderous crash, as Jiraiya moved at lightning speed, Sasuke's air punch struck the tornado head-on, unleashing a cataclysmic roar. In that instant, Jiraiya felt a horrifying power surge through his body, flooding him from within. A deafening rumble split the air as the shockwave hurled Jiraiya backward, his body tracing an arc through the sky before crashing violently to the ground. The earth erupted beneath him. Jiraiya's chest caved in, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, his eyes wide with shock and disbelief. Impossible. Even in Sage mode, he found himself unable to withstand a single remote strike from Sasuke. Sage Art. Earth Style, Earth Dragon Spear. Another rumble shook the battlefield. Jiraiya scrambled to his feet, immediately unleashing another Sage mode technique. This time, the Earth Dragon Spear exploded with immense power, sending a fierce wind billowing outward, scattering leaves in every direction. Branches snapped and cracked, breaking under the force. In Sage mode, Jiraiya's abilities were formidable, and this technique was more destructive than ever, its power truly terrifying. Branches shattered to pieces, but none of it touched Sasuke. His body stood like a fortress of steel, unyielding against Jiraiya's relentless Sage mode assault. Once more, the branches splintered and fell, and at that moment, Jiraiya sensed something was wrong. He jerked his head up and saw Sasuke's eyes suddenly turn crimson, his gaze burning with a fierce, blood-red intensity. A surge of overwhelming energy erupted from within Sasuke. This is... Jiraiya's pupils shrank sharply. He could feel it clearly. All of the earth spears he had unleashed were being utterly absorbed and neutralized. His attacks were having no effect at all. "Who are you, really?" Jiraiya demanded coldly, his voice edged with suspicion. He had already poured every ounce of his energy into the musket, yet it still wasn't enough to overcome Sasuke. Sasuke ignored Jiraiya, his lips parting as if to utter a silent incantation. A deafening crack of thunder split the air. Another, even louder, followed. Then a third, shaking the very ground with its force. Bolts of tremendous lightning crashed down upon Jiraiya. Under their assault, his clothes burst apart in an instant. Jiraiya's powerful chest was now exposed, and across his chest, a web of blood-red fissures began to spread. Even so, Jiraiya stared at Sasuke, his face unflinching, completely without fear. "No matter what, today I must kill you. I'll pay any price it takes." Sage Art. Earth Release, Earth Spear. With a swift motion, Jiraiya's feet pounded the ground. He clenched both fists, and in an instant, they transformed into a thick, yellow-brown stone pillar. With a fierce swing, he hurled it forward. The stone pillar, packed with destructive power, smashed straight into Sasuke's body. But Sasuke only let out a quiet, dismissive chuckle. He didn't move an inch. Jiraiya, on the other hand, spat out a large mouthful of blood. One by one, savage wounds spread across his body. Muscles bulged across Sasuke's frame, each one swelling with explosive strength. He laughed, cold and mocking. "Is that the extent of your sage art? Earth Spear? Pathetic." Suddenly, a golden fireball burst from Sasuke's mouth, hurtling toward Jiraiya, threatening to swallow him whole. Without hesitation, Jiraiya summoned a wall of earth, another earth release technique, hoping to block the oncoming attack. But the earthen wall was obliterated in an instant, though it managed to neutralize the golden flames. Yet behind the flames, a fist formed from condensed air shot out and struck Jiraiya hard. The blow sent Jiraiya stumbling back several steps, his face turning ashen. Sasuke glanced at the torn fabric on his own chest, then smiled. "Impressive sage art, Earth Release. Powerful, yes, but it's useless against me." As he spoke, Sasuke unleashed another punch from afar, sending a shockwave toward Jiraiya. Thunder rolled across the battlefield as, once again, the ground in front of Jiraiya erupted upward, forming an earthen wall to shield him. Sage art, Earth Release, Earth Dragon Wall. But in the next instant, Jiraiya's body was blasted away once more, a gaping wound carved deep into his chest, raw and terrifying. Sage art, Air Cannon. This time, 3 earthen walls sprang up before Jiraiya, stacking themselves as his last line of defense. A thunderous explosion followed, shaking the very air. A sudden, wet gasp. A mouthful of blood burst forth as Jiraiya was sent flying backward once again. With a heavy crash, Jiraiya's back struck the ground. In that instant, Sasuke appeared behind him without warning. Taking a direct hit, Jiraiya was hurled even farther, landing hard on the distant earth. He lay sprawled on the ground, his entire body convulsing. Jiraiya felt as if something inside him had been hollowed out, his chakra reserves nearly depleted. His body trembled slightly, fury and dread flickering in his eyes. This brat, his power was even more terrifying than Jiraiya had imagined. Suddenly, a surge of electricity erupted from Sasuke, crackling and snapping as lightning energy swelled around his body in concentric waves. Thunder rolled and rumbled, the current flooding through him. Blue fur began to sprout gradually across his form. With a thunderous roar, Sasuke's body expanded yet again. His features twisted into a ferocious snarl. "I told you, no matter what you do, it's useless." Sasuke's eyes glinted with a hint of madness. Sage art, Earth Style, Earth Dragon Wall. Jiraiya slammed his right hand onto the ground, conjuring up another wall of earth to shield himself. It had to be said, Jiraiya's defensive jutsu was truly formidable. If it were any other Kaga-level opponent, breaking through Jiraiya's defenses in a single blow would be no easy feat. But for Sasuke, shattering Jiraiya's protection was effortless. Gazing coldly at the blood-soaked Jiraiya sprawled on the ground, Sasuke spoke with chilling indifference. "Enough. I've had my fun. Jiraiya, it's time to end this." Not far away, Tsunade tried to rush over to help, only to be stopped as Sasuke's fist pierced clean through her chest. Just as Sasuke was about to finish them both off, the two suddenly dissolved into clouds of white smoke and vanished from the battlefield. Reverse summoning technique. Sasuke's expression turned glacial. So, Shikatsu Forest and Mount Myaboku had snatched them away right under his nose. One day, he would pay a visit to those sacred lands, and let them see exactly what meddling in his affairs would cost. Sasuke returned to Konoha and undid the seals that had bound the two great beasts. Afterward, Under the watchful eye of the Nine Tails, Konoha's sealing team confined the Nu within Izumi's body. This battle had claimed the lives of Hiruzen Sarutobi, Danzo, and the mastermind Obito. Tsunade and Jiraiya barely escaped, grievously wounded. On the Uchiha side, Itachi was utterly drained of chakra, but fortunately, he survived, truly a small mercy in such misfortune. With the Hokage dead, Fugaku was unanimously elected as the 5th Hokage. Though Fugaku insisted the position should go to Sasuke, his proposal was firmly rejected. And so, at last, Fugaku became the first and only Hokage in the history of the Uchiha clan. At the same time, when the daimyo of the Land of Fire learned everything that had happened in Konoha, he was instantly enraged. His anger only grew when he heard that Uchiha Fugaku had become the 5th Hokage. After all, Fugaku had taken the title of Hokage without even seeking his approval. In the daimyo's eyes, he was the true ruler of the Land of Fire, and Konoha was nothing more than a loyal dog he kept. But now this so-called dog had dared to ignore its master, going so far as to appoint a new Hokage entirely on its own. Without hesitation, he dispatched the strongest samurai he had painstakingly trained, Yujiro, to Konoha, determined to teach this disobedient dog a lesson. As Yujiro was about to arrive at the village, he just so happened to run into Uchiha Sasuke wandering outside. "Uchiha brat, running into me is truly your misfortune." Without another word, Yujiro gave a savage grin, drew his blade, and charged straight at Sasuke. In response, a cold smirk curled at the corner of Sasuke's lips as he met Yujiro's attack head-on with his jet-black kunai. The two weapons clashed with a ringing metallic note, echoing sharply through the air. "Oomph, you overestimate yourself." Seeing Sasuke parry his attacks so easily, Yujiro let out a string of mocking laughs. But in the very next instant, his expression shifted. A dull, wet sound ripped through the air, followed by a spray of crimson blood that spattered and hung for a moment before falling. Feeling a surge of searing pain in his abdomen, Yujiro's brow furrowed as he stared intently at the impassive Sasuke before him. In that brief exchange, it was clear Sasuke had gained the upper hand. Yujiro had even sensed real danger, nearly losing his life. But he quickly regained his composure. No matter what, Sasuke was just a 10-year-old child. He simply refused to believe the boy could truly harm him. With that thought, he focused his will, gathering chakra at his abdomen, ready to break free from Sasuke's grasp. Yet in the next moment, his face fell. Instead of letting go as Yujiro had expected, Sasuke tightened his grip at Yujiro's waist, lifting him bodily off the ground. Then, with a swift motion, Sasuke swung his right leg, slamming Yujiro hard into the earth. A thunderous crash erupted as the ground shook and dust billowed into the air. But it didn't end there. Sasuke planted his left foot in the dirt, using the momentum to leap upward in a spinning arc. With a sharp rush of air, Sasuke soared high, his right knee slicing down toward Yujiro's head like a hammer. The entire scene was breathtaking, charged with lethal intensity. Had that knee landed, Yujiro's skull would have been smashed without question. But in truth, Yujiro's reflexes were razor-sharp. Nearly the moment Sasuke's leg left the ground, Yujiro rolled aside, narrowly dodging the blow and leaving Sasuke's attack to strike empty air. Not only that, but taking advantage of the moment, Yujiro quickly rolled to his feet, putting a safe distance between himself and Sasuke. Yet, he still underestimated Sasuke. In the blink of an eye, Sasuke twisted his body midair, landing with a powerful stomp. In a swift, diving motion, he drove his right fist straight toward Yujiro's chest. With a heavy thud, the punch landed squarely on Yujiro's chest, forcing him several steps back. He clutched his chest, his face turning deathly pale. His expression revealed a shock he could not conceal. He had never imagined Sasuke could push him back with a single blow. After all, he was the captain of the Fire Daimyo's personal guard, a fighter whose strength rivaled even the Kage. Damn it, how can this brat be so strong? Yujiro growled under his breath, no longer daring to take Sasuke lightly. His duty, after all, was to protect the daimyo from any threat or harm. Anything less, and it would mean his death. And based on the strength Sasuke had just displayed, Yujiro knew he was outmatched. Grinding his teeth, he reached for the scroll at his waist. Fire style, Grand Flame Bullet. A searing orb of molten fire roared through the air, hurtling straight towards Sasuke. Child's play. Sasuke sneered, flicking his hand. A stream of black flames burst from his fingertip, racing to meet the incoming fireball. A sharp hiss filled the air as the fireball was instantly swallowed by the black flames, vanishing without a trace. Sasuke didn't pause. He kept directing the black flames forward, driving them relentlessly at Yujiro. Seeing his jutsu so easily countered, Yujiro was filled with fury. He let out a furious roar. Earth-style, flowing stone. Rivers of rock surged forward, flowing like water, following the path of Sasuke's black flames as they rushed toward him. Still, Sasuke appeared utterly unfazed. In the next instant, the black flames and the flowing stones merged, twisting together and transforming into a massive tornado that tore its way toward Yujiro. What? Yujiro's pupils contracted, his face drained of color. The tornado radiated an overwhelming sense of dread. It felt as though even the slightest touch would leave nothing but ashes. This kid, he truly is an Uchiha. He cursed inwardly, wasting no time. In a heartbeat, he used the body flicker technique to escape from the spot. But his movement was just a hair too slow. As he completed the technique, a dark blur flashed before his eyes. In a heartbeat, an elbow crashed down on his shoulder, sending him sprawling to the ground. A sickening crunch echoed as his left arm snapped, his face contorting in agony. I'll take you down with me." With a desperate scream, he snatched a short blade from his belt and, without hesitation, drove it deep into his own belly. Sasuke raised his brows slightly at the scene, surprised at how resolute Yujiro was. But since the other man had made his choice, Sasuke had no intention of holding back. Without hesitation, he reached out and seized Yujiro's right wrist. With a wet, sickening sound, a dagger pierced straight through Yujiro's abdomen, pinning him firmly to the wall. A ragged, bitter laugh escaped Yujiro's lips, interspersed with coughing. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth as his body trembled uncontrollably. Even now, his gaze remained fierce, locking onto Sasuke with a look full of unwillingness and rage. After all, he was a warrior whose strength was said to rival that of the Kage, one of the top fighters in the Land of Fire. And yet, he had been defeated by a mere child. Looking into Sasuke's cold, indifferent eyes, Yujiro knew his end was near. Still, he showed no fear. With a hoarse laugh, he spat out, "Uchiha brat, I'll admit I lost today. But let me tell you, there's a mighty sword master by the daimyo's side. Our illustrious lord will never let you off." His expression twisted with defiance as he roared, "Just you wait." With that, he closed his eyes and fell still, as if death had already claimed him. Sasuke paid no heed to the man's threats. Calmly, he drew his short blade from Yujiro's body and wiped it clean before sheathing it. He might not know Yujiro's true identity, but he did recognize the name the man had mentioned, the daimyo. The daimyo? Just an ordinary mortal, and yet he dared to target the Uchiha clan? How reckless! Meanwhile, not far from the hidden leaf village, three figures hid in the shadows of a dense forest, studying the distant village with wary eyes. "We can't find that brat anywhere. Where could he have gone?" one of them muttered under his breath. But before he could say more, a voice rang out sharply. "Who's skulking around over there? Who's there?" In an instant, a kunai whistled through the darkness and struck the man straight in the throat. He crumpled to the ground without so much as a scream. "Impossible!" gasped the remaining two, terror in their eyes. A slow, mocking clap echoed through the trees as Sasuke stepped into view, a playful smirk on his lips. Seeing Sasuke, the two men blanched and drew their swords, charging at him in desperation. But Sasuke met them with calm precision, parrying their attacks with nothing but a kunai and forcing them back with ease. Every move he made was measured and exact, leaving them with no chance to get close. "Damn him," one of them cursed, their faces tense, a flicker of panic in their eyes. Sasuke's overwhelming power filled them with dread and despair. Even so, they refused to surrender. Gritting their teeth, they unleashed every skill they had, determined to take him on. Suddenly, a series of deafening explosions ripped through the forest. Branches snapped and flew in all directions, dust billowed into the air, and tree trunks splintered and crashed to the ground. Shurikens sliced through the chaos, whistling sharply as they tore through the smoky air. Sasuke swung his weapon skillfully, parrying every strike from his two opponents. With a swift step forward, he closed the distance, slipping behind one of them and landing a powerful kick squarely on a man's back. A muffled grunt escaped as the man crashed through a tree trunk, shattering it, before tumbling away and losing consciousness. The other man seized the moment to flee. Sasuke made no effort to pursue him. Though his physical strength and mastery of hand-to-hand combat bordered on the extraordinary, easily overwhelming weaklings like these, even Sasuke knew he couldn't claim certain victory against truly formidable foes. That's why he chose to take out the weakest first. To Sasuke, these men were nothing more than bait. He lifted his gaze to the sky and murmured to himself, "Orochimaru, is that you?" From his fallen opponent, he had sensed the unmistakable presence of a snake, a stench that turned his stomach. Deep in the dense forest, the final survivor was now running for his life in sheer panic. "Damn it, how can that brat be so fast?" Sasuke's speed was beyond anything he'd expected. No matter how quickly he ran, he simply couldn't shake Sasuke from his tail. Frustration and humiliation welled up inside him, his fists clenching tight. No matter what, I can't let that kid get away with this. Scanning his surroundings, he spotted a massive boulder up ahead. Let's see how that brat fares against real power. With a cold sneer, he drew a kunai and hurled it with all his might. The blade sliced through the air, whistling as it flew, striking the boulder dead on. A thunderous crack echoed as the massive stone was pierced clean through. Suddenly, a figure appeared in its place. At that moment, Sasuke caught up to the bait and finished him with a single decisive blow. Watching the scene unfold, Orochimaru narrowed his eyes. So it's as I thought. In a flash, Sasuke appeared, fixing his gaze on Orochimaru, his eyes full of confusion. He could feel a strange surge of chakra, an unusual, dangerous energy pulsing in the air. Looking around, Sasuke found no sign of Orochimaru. Strange. Where did he go? Sasuke's brow furrowed, a deadly intent rising within him. Suddenly, with an explosive crash, a massive green python lunged from the side. Such a petty trick. Sasuke scoffed, his right hand flickering as the kunai in his grasp flashed with deadly light. He shifted his stance, nimbly dodging the attack, and with a swift counter, drove his blade deep into the serpent's skull. A piercing, guttural hiss echoed through the forest. Green blood surged forth as the giant green serpent let out a wretched cry of pain, but Sasuke once again sliced through its body with a single, decisive stroke. With a tremendous crash, the green serpent collapsed to the ground. Sasuke nonchalantly dismantled the massive creature and tossed its remains aside, then swept his gaze around, still searching for any trace of Orochimaru. There's only one path here, nothing else, he murmured to himself. The place gave him an uncanny feeling, but he couldn't quite put his finger on what was wrong. He carefully recalled the details of his recent battles with Orochimaru. Orochimaru hasn't used any particularly special jutsu, and speed shouldn't be his forte either, Sasuke reasoned silently. If that's the case, then why has he vanished? He fell into a brief contemplation, when suddenly an idea struck him. Could it be, he's luring me into a trap? Damn it, he growled through clenched teeth, seething with frustration. That old fox, Orochimaru. He actually dared to play tricks on him. Without hesitation, Sasuke strode deeper into the forest, following his own deductions. Just as he stepped beneath the forest's shadowy canopy, a sudden chill ran down his spine. In the blink of an eye, an onslaught of deadly attacks came hurtling his way. Sasuke's pupils narrowed. So fast. He dodged instinctively, parrying with the kunai in his hand. A deafening impact rang out, and Sasuke was forced backward, revealing the identity of his assailant. Orochimaru. Sasuke stared in astonishment at the figure before him. Orochimaru was clad in pitch-black robes, his tall, imposing frame exuding a raw intensity. But an even more sinister, otherworldly aura radiated from him, like the chill of the underworld itself. Sasuke's expression turned grave. Looks like you've evolved during this time. Oh, it seems you're quite perceptive for a brat. Orochimaru sneered coldly, then lunged, striking straight for Sasuke's throat. Sasuke's eyes sharpened as chakra surged within him. In a flash, he evaded the attack and countered with his kunai. Steel clashed relentlessly as their blades met again and again, the air alive with the rhythm of battle. The two fought with ferocity, neither yielding an inch, their fierce duel locked in a dead heat. Even as he fought, Sasuke kept a watchful eye on his surroundings. But in a shadowed corner of the battlefield, a dark figure observed in silence. With lips slightly parted, the figure muttered to himself, "This kid's chakra reserves aren't bad, but too slow." At that instant, he leapt with explosive force, shooting towards Sasuke like a cannonball. What the? Sasuke's eyes went wide in surprise, and he instinctively raised his kunai to defend himself. A sharp clang of metal rang out. Sasuke froze, momentarily stunned. He stared in shock at the man before him, a figure completely shrouded in a jet-black robe, his face hidden behind a skeletal mask. Only the faintest outline betrayed that he was male. He couldn't guess the man's age, but there was no doubt that this stranger's strength could rival even Orochimaru's. Sasuke drew in a deep, steadying breath. I didn't expect someone else would be lying in ambush for me here. His expression turned grave. He could tell this newcomer was at least as powerful as Orochimaru, perhaps even stronger. He had to be more cautious than ever. Meanwhile, as Sasuke and Orochimaru clashed, Orochimaru came to a slow halt a great distance away from the fight. This brat's strength is truly terrifying, he murmured. He possesses not only formidable taijutsu and ninjutsu, but also a swordsmanship of remarkable finesse. If not for my mastery of poisons, I wouldn't stand a chance against him. Orochimaru muttered to himself, his eyes wary and calculating. His gaze flickered as he lowered his head and thought, I must return to my peak as soon as possible. A moment later, a vicious grin twisted Orochimaru's face. Heh, that brat really is a monster of the Uchiha clan. Certainly no ordinary person. But when I recover my full strength, that will be the day he meets his end. A low, chilling laugh escaped him. Orochimaru's figure gradually faded until he vanished completely. Elsewhere, Sasuke was desperately evading his opponent's relentless assault. The man chased after him with rabid persistence, refusing to let up for even a moment. They had already exchanged blows several times. With each encounter, Sasuke felt the overwhelming force behind his adversary's attacks. After a brief test of strength, Sasuke confirmed his suspicion. The man was a clone. There was only one in the shadows who possessed such technology, Ishiki Otsutsuki. Clones were trouble enough as it was. Dodging and weaving, Sasuke's mind raced with calculations. In the end, he decided not to confront this foe head-on. With a swift pivot, he retreated rapidly, putting distance between them. Suddenly, Orochimaru reappeared. His eyes flashed, and he lunged forward with blinding speed, his attacks raining down with even greater ferocity. But Sasuke's speed did not falter for a moment. In the blink of an eye, Sasuke came to a halt. Orochimaru paused in surprise. Why did you stop running? Sasuke's eyes were filled with steely determination. Clutched in his left hand was a scroll. It was something he had obtained from the system, a sealing scroll. A deep, resonant hum filled the air as the sealing scroll burst into a dazzling light. A tremendous, oppressive force radiated outward, filling the space. In an instant, Orochimaru seemed to be locked in place, his movements growing sluggish. His expression darkened. A sealing scroll. Sasuke's gaze sharpened, and in the next moment, his hands flashed through a series of signs. Lightning style, Chidori. A thunderous crack split the air. A powerful surge of energy swept through the air, sending Orochimaru flying. A sickening sound followed as Orochimaru's chest and abdomen were blasted open, flesh and blood scattering everywhere. Struggling, he lifted his head, his face pale as he stared at the young man shrouded in a misty haze before him. At this moment, Sasuke's eyes burned with murderous intent. You're not Orochimaru. Why are you coming after me? Orochimaru suddenly threw back his head and let out a wild, unhinged laugh. Because this place was mine to begin with. Yours. Sasuke's expression shifted. Who are you really? Orochimaru's face twisted into a manic grin. You'll find out soon enough. In the next instant, he vanished from sight, only to reappear behind Sasuke. His right fist clenched, he drove it mercilessly towards Sasuke's back. Sasuke's body shuddered violently, nearly sent flying by the blow, his face darkening with fury. Whoever you are, if you dare come after me, you're dead. With a thunderous roar, Orochimaru's aura surged once more as he swung a palm down at the back of Sasuke's head. Sasuke dodged with agility, then slammed his own palm against the back of Orochimaru's head, leaving him momentarily stunned. A flash of excitement crossed Sasuke's eyes. So he really is badly injured, his power has dropped a lot. His gaze grew even colder as he brandished his kunai and struck again. A rapid clatter of sparks erupted. Sasuke's movements became faster and faster. He was already formidable, and the secret techniques and weapons he'd mastered were far from ordinary. Under these circumstances, his attacks grew so swift that Orochimaru could barely defend himself. With a powerful blow, Orochimaru was sent flying, crashing through a wall. Sasuke's eyes were icy. It's time to send you on your way. In a blink, Sasuke launched himself forward like a bullet. With a resounding crash, Sasuke's blade severed half of Orochimaru's arm, blood spraying through the air. Orochimaru gritted his teeth. Damn you. I told you. You'll regret making me angry, Sasuke said coldly. I'll tear you to pieces and make you suffer the cruelest punishments this world can offer. Before he finished speaking, Sasuke prepared to strike again, but a sudden slicing sound tore through the air, and Sasuke's pupils contracted. A dagger shot in from the side, aimed straight for his throat, intent on killing him. Sasuke twisted aside, the blade barely grazing past his shoulder. But in the next instant, the dagger's wielder changed direction, slashing across Sasuke's waist and sending him tumbling to the ground with a heavy thud. In a flash, a figure appeared by Sasuke's side. It was none other than Orochimaru, who had seemed to disappear just moments before. Orochimaru strode over with a wicked grin, his voice cold and taunting. Kid, it's my turn now, isn't it? Sasuke's pupils narrowed with focus. Earth-style, rock concealment jutsu. A layer of earth surged up around Sasuke, transforming into heavy boulders that blocked Orochimaru's advance. Then, with power channeled through his feet and the aid of the rock concealment, Sasuke leapt forcefully into the distance. Orochimaru laughed darkly. Trying to run? Too late. In the next instant, chakra exploded from his body. Hell mode, serpent strangulation. Orochimaru's body twisted grotesquely. Coiling serpent tails spiraled out, snaking around Sasuke and lashing toward him with violent force. Sasuke reacted just as swiftly. He dodged with a well-timed jutsu, but one of Orochimaru's tails still grazed him. There was the tearing sound of fabric. Sasuke's clothes were ripped open, and a fresh wound was scratched into his skin. Gasping for breath, Sasuke's eyes grew ever colder. With a flick of his wrist, 3 cards materialized between his fingers. A cold smile played at his lips as he murmured, "Summoning jutsu." In the next moment, a massive dragon's head surged into being, jaws snapping shut around one of the attacking serpent tails, tearing it clean in two. The dragon let out a thunderous roar, its huge body lashing about and sending the severed tail flying. With a heavy thud, the tail crashed to the ground. Orochimaru's face went deathly pale. Clutching his chest, he stumbled backward, coughing and cursing under his breath. "Damn it, damn you." Sasuke cast a frosty glance at the fallen tail, his tone indifferent. "You're no match for me." His gaze shifted, locking onto Orochimaru. Slowly, he extended his left hand, catching Orochimaru in his grip. "Tell me who you really are, or I won't let you off." Orochimaru let out a twisted chuckle. "My true identity? You'll never guess." His grin turned feral. "Because you're destined to die right here." Orochimaru's muscles bulged, his legs bending low before he launched himself upward, swiping a clawed hand straight for Sasuke's face. There was a sharp crack as Sasuke blocked with his arm, using the momentum to retreat. Orochimaru seized the opening and lunged again. A foul, venomous stench radiated from him as he attacked, striking at Sasuke like a cornered viper. The two figures clashed in a flurry of motion, their battle churning up dust and leaving fissures in the earth. Suddenly, Sasuke's footing slipped. He tumbled backward, crashing to the ground. Danger gleamed in Orochimaru's eyes as he closed in on the fallen Sasuke, slamming his palm down on his Sasuke's forehead. Water-style, waterfall, jutsu. Orochimaru's pupils flared crimson. All around, torrents of water surged, crashing down upon Sasuke. Sasuke was swallowed by the raging water. After a moment's struggle, he finally managed to break free from the flood. Orochimaru's lips curled into a cold smile, his eyes glinting with deadly malice. "You've lost." Sasuke shook his head and said calmly, "You've lost." Orochimaru frowned, a trace of confusion in his voice. "How could I have lost? Clearly I had the upper hand." But before he could finish, his face twisted in utter shock. A faint, cold smile appeared on Sasuke's lips. "I said you've lost." In a sudden burst of speed, Sasuke flashed forward like a phantom, appearing right in front of Orochimaru. Without hesitation, his finger jabbed out. A sharp gust of wind whistled as his fingertips struck hard against Orochimaru's throat. A bone-crunching sound echoed. Orochimaru's eyes bulged, his lips trembled, blood gushed from his mouth, and his eyeballs protruded in agony. The very next instant, Sasuke slammed his palm onto Orochimaru's forehead. From Sasuke's hand, a wisp of black smoke snaked its way into Orochimaru's body. "Remember this well. My name is Otsutsuki Indra," Sasuke said coldly. Orochimaru's vitality and regenerative ability were astonishing. In the blink of an eye, he regained consciousness. Yet his whole body felt weak, as though a scorching chakra was rampaging inside him, burning his organs. Pain so fierce he wished for death. Orochimaru stared at Sasuke in disbelief. "You possess such terrifying restorative power." It was monstrous, almost beyond belief. But Sasuke was unsatisfied. He knew that if not for Orochimaru's freakish healing, the battle would already be over. At that moment, Sasuke fixed his gaze on Orochimaru and asked, "Who are you?" You'll know soon enough." Earth-style, earth flow rampart. Orochimaru's body suddenly liquefied into a pool of sludge. Then, with a rumble, a massive block of yellow earth erupted from the ground, enveloping Sasuke and sealing off his movement. Orochimaru then directed the massive earthen block, pressing it down on Sasuke with crushing force. With a thunderous crash, Sasuke was instantly buried beneath the soil. Orochimaru stood above, his expression dark and brooding. He never imagined he'd be tripped up by a mere child. Slowly, Sasuke's form emerged from the mound of earth. He glanced at Orochimaru, eyes narrowing, a cold, mocking smile curling on his lips. "Orochimaru, in the end, you're still just too immature. What? A cold light flashed in Orochimaru's eyes. He swung his fist, punching Sasuke hard in the stomach. Blood spattered from Sasuke's lips as he grunted in pain. Sasuke scanned his surroundings. The ground rumbled as Orochimaru relentlessly pressed the earthen mass down on him. With a nimble kick, Sasuke flipped away, rolling free. He wiped the blood from his mouth, a teasing glint appearing on his face. He cast a sideways glance at Orochimaru and said, "If that's the best you can do, it wouldn't even tickle." Hearing Sasuke's taunt, the fury in Orochimaru's eyes finally erupted. With a furious roar, his entire body began to swell, expanding like a string of firecrackers exploding in succession. He transformed into a colossal serpent, nearly 100 meters long, its body clad in pitch-black scales and armed with razor-sharp claws. Sasuke watched the monstrous snake, his expression growing grave. He drew a deep breath. "My body cannot die. So even if you become a serpent 100 meters long, I won't fear you." Sasuke's gaze was resolute and unwavering. Locking eyes with Orochimaru's cold, reptilian pupils, a mysterious brilliance flashed within his own. "Which means I can kill you without holding anything back." No sooner had Sasuke's words left his lips than Orochimaru's forked tongue flickered menacingly. In a sudden burst, he lunged at Sasuke with lightning speed, his tail whipping up to strike down with brutal force. Orochimaru's power was formidable, strong enough to rival even Hokage. But Sasuke was no ordinary member of the Umbu. And this time, Sasuke had to see the mission through. "Chidori," Sasuke muttered in a low voice, unleashing his lightning blade. Chidori clashed with Orochimaru's tail, sending a violent shockwave rippling through the air. But in the very next instant, the space beside Sasuke seemed to tear open. A dagger shot out from the rift. With a metallic clang, Sasuke's reflexes kicked in. He twisted his waist, narrowly avoiding the blade, though his shoulder was still grazed and wounded. Orochimaru let out an excited serpentine screech, his eyes wild and bloodthirsty. He opened his mouth wide, spewing a torrent of venom. Sasuke's pupils contracted. In a blink, he vanished from sight. The venom splattered against the wall, instantly eating gaping holes into the surface. Orochimaru paused for a second, the corners of his mouth curling upward. "Invisibility, is it? Interesting. But if you think you can ambush me with a trick like that, you're mistaken." Just then, Sasuke leapt down again, landing at the edge of Orochimaru's massive head. With a swift motion, he thrust his kunai straight toward Orochimaru. But Orochimaru's body twisted abruptly, barely dodging the lethal strike. He flipped through the air, his tail snapping like a whip. With a heavy thud, Sasuke was sent flying. He crashed to the ground, his face tense with determination. He knew he couldn't drag this out. He had to end Orochimaru now. A deep hum filled the air as a thick green mist burst forth from Sasuke. Tendrils of green vines sprouted from his wrists and ankles, coiling tightly around his limbs. Calm and composed, Sasuke pressed his palms together at his chest, murmuring under his breath, "Would release. Cutting Sprig's technique." Countless slender green vines burrowed into Orochimaru's enormous body. Orochimaru's movements stiffened as he roared in rage, but his attacks grew noticeably sluggish. Seizing the moment, Sasuke gripped his kunai and drove it clean through Orochimaru's left arm. Rip! Orochimaru let out an agonized scream as his left arm was sliced clean off by the kunai. His face twisted into a mask of rage and horror. With a furious roar, he grabbed his severed arm with his right hand, desperately trying to wrench the kunai free. But Sasuke clamped his legs together, pinning Orochimaru firmly to the ground. With a swift motion, Sasuke wrenched his kunai back and swung it down toward Orochimaru's neck. A harsh, wet gasp escaped Orochimaru as he clutched at his throat. He forced his mouth open and spat out a mouthful of foul, bloody spit. Hatred blazed even fiercer in his eyes. Suddenly, a blue radiance shimmered across Orochimaru's body. Then his form began to dissolve, gradually melting away. In the end, all that remained was a viscous puddle where Orochimaru had been. Sasuke watched the last traces of Orochimaru vanish and let out a quiet sigh. Truly a slippery one. Orochimaru had escaped. Though Sasuke couldn't guess why Orochimaru had chosen to flee, he made no move to pursue. After all, Orochimaru was a master of escape. Killing him outright would be no easy feat. At that moment, Sasuke turned his gaze toward the direction of the Land of Fire's capital, his expression instantly turning cold. Earlier, the daimyo of the Land of Fire had dared to send people after him. What utter foolishness. Without another word, Sasuke set off straight for the capital. This time, he had only one goal, to eliminate the daimyo. "I've been waiting for you, brat. Time to die." At the gates of the capital, Kenjiro, who had been lying in ambush, suddenly struck, a gleaming dagger flashing straight toward Sasuke. But Sasuke's eyes narrowed, and he shifted his body just enough to avoid the blow. The blade whistled past, slicing only air. Kinjiro felt a chill run down his spine. Sasuke didn't pause. In a blur, he lunged forward. Kinjiro hadn't expected Sasuke's reflexes to be so sharp. He froze for a split second, then his face darkened in shock. His ambush had failed. In the next instant, Sasuke was already upon him. Kinjiro had no time to dodge. He could only raise his arms to shield his chest. But Sasuke's right leg shot out like lightning, crashing into Kinjiro's arm. Bone shattered under the impact, sending blood spraying through the air. Damn it, Kinjiro cursed under his breath, swinging his uninjured hand in a desperate counterattack. Sasuke watched Kinjiro's attack without a trace of panic, his expression as calm as ever. With a powerful push from both legs, Sasuke launched himself upward, leaping high into the air. Flipping gracefully mid-air, he transformed his left hand into a claw and seized Kinjiro by the head, slamming him down with brutal force. Thud! Kinjiro's skull crashed into the ground, sending a cloud of dust billowing up and tearing a scream from his lips. Sasuke landed smoothly, steady, and unshaken. He stood where he was, looking down indifferently at Kinjiro lying sprawled on the ground. His voice was calm and cold as he spoke. "You're too weak. You're not even qualified to be my warm-up." Hearing this, Kinjiro's face flushed with rage. He struggled to his feet, eyes filled with venom as he glared hatefully at Sasuke. What's more, he realized that the wounds he'd just suffered were healing at a startling speed. Sasuke raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise flickering in his gaze as he observed Kinjiro. He had already taken note of Kinjiro, but hadn't expected that Kinjiro would possess a bloodline limit capable of rapid healing. A calculating glint flashed in Sasuke's eyes. If he could acquire such a bloodline limit, his own power would become even more terrifying. But Sasuke knew all too well that this was out of the question. For in Kinjiro's eyes, he saw only seething hatred and resentment. Someone like that would never willingly pass on his bloodline limit. Thinking this, Sasuke shook his head and sighed inwardly at the missed opportunity. "Brat, go to hell." Kinjiro lunged at Sasuke once more, desperate to take him down no matter the cost. But to Sasuke, his attack was nothing more than a pitiful joke. Sasuke's lips curled in a mocking sneer. His figure blurred, effortlessly dodging Kinjiro's assault. In the next instant, Sasuke appeared behind Kinjiro. His hands turned into talon-like claws as he seized Kinjiro's shoulders and yanked back with force. There was a sickening crack as Kinjiro's shoulder bone snapped. He let out a howl of agony. Before Kinjiro could recover, Sasuke vanished again, reappearing directly in front of him. With a sharp smack, Sasuke delivered a resounding slap that twisted Kinjiro's face to the side. Af! Blood sprayed from Kinjiro's mouth as he was sent flying, crashing heavily into a distant stone monument. The stone split with a thunderous sound, fragments scattering, dust billowing everywhere. Sasuke strode over, his expression icy. He looked down at Kinjiro, who was clutching one cheek, sprawled in the dirt. Sasuke's gaze was cold as he spoke slowly. "Don't blame me. You brought this upon yourself." Without warning, Sasuke reached out, grabbed Kinjiro by the collar, and hoisted him up with one hand before hurling him mercilessly to the ground. Kinjiro coughed violently, struggling to lift his head. His eyes burned with hatred as he glared at Sasuke. At that moment, his heart was filled with humiliation and regret. He had never imagined that Sasuke's power would be so overwhelming. In just 2 exchanges, he had already been defeated. But now was no time for regret. What mattered most was survival. He had to escape. Yet how could Sasuke possibly let him go? Sasuke's gaze grew ever colder as he advanced step by step, each footfall pressing down on Kinjiro's very soul. The pressure was suffocating, leaving Kinjiro almost paralyzed, unable to move. In the blink of an eye, Sasuke reached out with his right hand, seized Kinjiro by the throat, and lifted him clean off the ground. At that moment, Sasuke lowered his body slightly, his right knee bent, and with chakra gathering in his right fist, he drove a powerful punch straight into Kinjiro's abdomen. With a thunderous crash, Kinjiro was slammed deep into the ground. Sasuke looked down at Kinjiro, his gaze sharp as a blade. He spoke slowly. "Do you realize? The way you look now is truly revolting, no different from a trash can by the roadside." Hearing these words, fury blazed in Kinjiro's eyes. He glared daggers at Sasuke, his teeth clenched, but he dared not move a muscle. Sasuke had already sealed his chakra points. Suddenly, Sasuke delivered another punch to Kinjiro's stomach, making him nearly lose consciousness. "Scum like you don't even deserve to live. Since that's the case, you'd best accept your fate." Sasuke's voice was calm, almost devoid of emotion. Without another word, he prepared to end Kinjiro's life. In the next instant, Sasuke stomped hard on Kenjiro's right ankle, sending him hurtling through the air to land 10 meters away. Without pause, Sasuke closed the distance again, both hands reaching for Kenjiro's head. With a sickening squelch, black lightning chakra crackled around Sasuke's fingertips as he drove them straight through Kenjiro's throat. Kenjiro's eyes bulged in shock. He stared at Sasuke, unable to believe he was meeting his end at the hands of a mere youth. The injustice of it burned inside him. He wanted to beg for mercy, but the pain in his throat made even speaking impossible. Sasuke withdrew his hands with a cold smirk, his eyes utterly devoid of pity or hesitation. He had seen far too many enemies in recent days. Sasuke's hands were stained with patches of dried blood, the blood of his foes. A pack of fools. You'll never understand what loyalty truly means. Do you really think your actions are righteous? No. All you're doing is marching the daimyo to his death, Sasuke said coldly. With that, Sasuke turned and left, ignoring the corpses behind him. When he reached the gates of the daimyo's residence, a man stood silently, sword in hand. This man was none other than the greatest samurai in the ninja world, Gunmu. Gunmu drew his long blade without a word and charged straight at Sasuke. Watching Gunmu's attack, Sasuke's brow furrowed for a moment, but he quickly regained his composure. He pushed off the ground with his right foot, using the rebound to launch himself backward like an arrow loose from a bow. The moment he vacated his spot, Gunmu's sword cleaved the ground where he had just been, splitting it clean in two. A gasp rippled through the onlookers as they witnessed this thrilling scene. Amazing! Lord Gunmu is so impressive. Hearing the praise from the people around him, a trace of pride flickered across Yuan Wu's face. But soon, he shifted his focus back to Sasuke ahead, because judging from Sasuke's earlier display of movement and speed, his strength was undoubtedly greater than his own. Sasuke, don't let me down. With those words, Yuan Wu gripped his long blade tightly and charged forward once more. His movements were ghost-like, and every strike found the perfect opening in Sasuke's dodges, making it extremely difficult for Sasuke to counter. What's more, Yuan Wu's attacks were strange and unpredictable, sometimes swift and fierce, sometimes soft and elusive, and at other times cunning and bizarre. It was almost impossible to defend against him. But Sasuke was no pushover. He suddenly pushed off with both legs, his body soaring into the air. In an instant, he brought his palms together, channeling tremendous force into a powerful blow. This move, known as Iron Mountain Lean, was Sasuke's trump card, devastatingly effective. Sensing the intense force hurtling toward him, Yuan Wu's pupils shrank, and he leapt backward in haste. Just as he tried to turn and escape, a leg swept out of nowhere, shattering the long blade in his hand. A thunderous crash echoed out, and Yuan Wu was slammed heavily to the ground, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of his mouth. He coughed, struggling to his feet. Wiping away the blood, he looked at Sasuke with a wry smile and said, "Your strength is truly unfathomable, Sasuke. If this keeps up, we'll be fighting until sunrise." At this, Sasuke gave a cold snort. "Good that you understand. You'd better surrender now. Otherwise, if innocent people get hurt, you'll have only yourself to blame." Yuan Wu chuckled softly, shook his head with a sigh, and slowly raised his blade. In a low voice, he said, "If that's how it is, Sasuke, then forgive me for what I have to do." With those words, Yuan Wu charged at Sasuke again, his blade moving even faster than before. In the blink of an eye, he was right in front of Sasuke. The blade flashed with a chilling silver light, as if it could cut through anything in its path. Not only that, but his figure seemed to flicker and shift, his attacks coming from every angle. His assault was sharp and merciless, leaving no room for escape. Yet Sasuke remained calm, handling everything with ease. Clash after clash rang out as they exchanged blows, explosions echoing all around them. Slash. Finally, they collided once more. Yuan Wu let out a furious roar, his blade bursting forth with brilliant silver light as he aimed straight for Sasuke's neck. But to everyone's shock, Sasuke didn't dodge. He took the blow head-on. A shower of sparks erupted, and the sharp clang rang out along the street. "What's going on?" Yuan Wu was stunned, staring at Sasuke in bewilderment. By all rights, Sasuke's collar should have been torn open, but there wasn't a single scratch to be seen. Even with his formidable physical defenses, taking a direct hit from my finishing move, Demon Slash, should have left him at least a little wounded. Yet aside from some damage to his clothes, Sasuke hadn't suffered so much as a scratch. "Thank you for the match, Yuan Wu," Sasuke said calmly. He shot Yuan Wu a cold glance, then vanished in an instant. When he reappeared, he was already behind Yuan Wu. Death thrust. With a low, whistling sound, Sasuke pushed off with his right foot, launching himself forward like a cannonball. "Watch your back." Yuan Wu's expression changed dramatically as he called out a warning. But it was already too late. Sasuke's fist was upon him in the blink of an eye, aimed straight at the middle of Yuanwu's back. Yuanwu's face tightened. He stomped hard on the ground, throwing himself desperately to the side. Just as he dodged away, Sasuke's fist crashed down where Yuanwu had just been, shattering the sturdy bluestone tiles and leaving a deep crater. Witnessing this, Yuanwu grew even more grim. He didn't dare let up, rushing forward to close the distance between them, hoping to find another opportunity. But he hadn't gone more than a few steps before Sasuke was on him again, relentless as a shadow that clings to the bone. Damn it! Yuanwu cursed, forced to defend himself with everything he had. Their blows rang out, flesh against flesh, force against force. With each thunderous impact, Yuanwu was driven further back. After several exchanges, he could no longer keep up. At last, Sasuke landed a solid punch to Yuanwu's shoulder, sending him flying. A mouthful of blood sprayed from Yuanwu's lips as he struggled to his feet. His gaze locked on his Sasuke, eyes full of unwillingness and frustration. "I never thought I'd lose to you," Yuanwu muttered. "You are indeed strong," Sasuke replied coolly. "I can't accept this," Yuanwu gritted out. "Can't accept it, can you?" Sasuke arched an eyebrow, then rested his right hand lightly on Yuanwu's shoulder. Suddenly, a surge of powerful chakra flooded into Yuanwu's body. Yuanwu shuddered, his whole body trembling. Then a strange buzzing filled his mind, as though something was ringing right beside his ear. A moment later, he opened his eyes wide in terror. "What is this?" He tried to speak, but his throat was so dry that no sound came out. Even more shockingly, his aura was soaring at an unbelievable speed. "What would you do to me?" Yuanwu managed to croak. "That's not something you need to know." Sasuke's tone was indifferent. He drew his sword from its scabbard in one smooth motion. Under his control, the blade shot forth like a falling star, streaking directly toward Yuanwu. The sword sliced through the air with a piercing shriek. A moment later, Yuanwu let out a cry of agony, clutching his chest as he collapsed to the ground. A gruesome wound gaped in the left side of his chest, the hole piercing straight through his entire torso. Blood gushed forth in torrents, quickly staining the ground a deep, vivid red. Lord Yuanwu. Seeing Yuanwu collapse, gravely wounded, the warriors cried out in shock and horror, their voices rising as one. In the next instant, they drew the spears at their waists and leveled them at Sasuke, shouting furiously, "How dare you harm our captain?" Just then, Sasuke's figure blurred, splitting into a flurry of afterimages as he darted toward them. He moved so fast that none of them could track his movements. A heartbeat later, Sasuke reappeared in the very center of the group, his right hand clamped tightly around a soldier's throat. His voice was cold and sharp as steel. "If you want to save Yuanwu, come and try me." "You." Confronted with Sasuke's icy stare, the warriors swallowed hard, unconsciously halting their advance. "Don't listen to his nonsense. There's only one of him. If we strike together, we can take him." Bolstered by their comrades' words, a flicker of courage returned to their faces. In unison, they drew their short blades and lunged at Sasuke. A strange, unsettling smile curved Sasuke's lips. In a flash, his form dissolved into a streak of shadow, vanishing from their sight. The next instant, Sasuke materialized behind another warrior. With one swift motion, he seized the man by the collar and hurled him aside. With a heavy thud, two bodies crashed to the ground, blood spurting in wild arcs, splattering across the nearby warriors. "Bastard! Kill him!" The remaining warriors, enraged by the carnage, raised their spears and charged Sasuke with renewed fury. Amid the onslaught of spears, Sasuke remained utterly calm. Instead of retreating, he advanced, meeting their attack head-on. His wrist flicked. With uncanny precision, the keen blade of his katana gleaming with a chilling metallic light, moving as if it were alive in his grasp. Each time Sasuke struck, he knocked aside the attacking weapons with effortless ease. No matter where a spear aimed, a katana would materialize in his hand just in time to deflect it. With a swift, slicing motion, Sasuke cut clean through a warrior's arm. A pale line flashed across the man's abdomen, and a moment later, a long gash split open, crimson blood welling from within. With a heavy, final thump, the warrior fell backward, lifeless. "Damn you!" Seeing this, the other warriors erupted into a frenzy, stabbing their spears at Sasuke in a desperate bid for vengeance. But it was hopeless. Each time Sasuke moved, another body dropped like a felled log. In less than half a minute, not a single enemy remained standing. Every warrior had been cut down, sprawled motionless across the blood-soaked ground. Sasuke narrowed his eyes. Water-style, great waterfall jutsu. Thunder rumbled overhead as massive waves surged through the air, rolling forward to meet the swirling sand and mud. A towering curtain of water soared skyward. Upon witnessing this, Heima gave a cold, dismissive laugh. Is this all you've got? Do you really think you're a prodigy? He finished his words and swiftly formed another hand sign. Wind style, great breakthrough. A violent gust whipped through the battlefield, roaring with force. Sasuke suddenly felt his entire body seized, as if bound by invisible chains, leaving him unable to move at all. Heima's face darkened, his expression turning as grim as a thundercloud. Nothing irked him more than so-called prodigies, especially those who were arrogant and thought the world revolved around them. Heima aimed his finger straight at Sasuke and pressed down with force. Rasengan! A tremendous blast of air erupted, ripping through the entire area. Chunks of shattered stone rained down as Sasuke's voice was swallowed by the chaos. Hey, useless trash. Just as I expected. Utterly disappointing. Heima let out a breath, relieved. But at that very moment, the sound of approaching footsteps echoed through the debris. Heima's eyes went wide with shock. What's going on? I was sure I'd killed him just now. Frantically, Heima looked up, only to see that all too familiar face staring back at him. Pale as a ghost, Heima stammered, Impossible. How are you still alive? A faint smile played at the corner of Sasuke's mouth. He stepped forward lightly with his right leg. You want to know why I'm not dead? As soon as the words left his lips, a surge of razor-sharp chakra shot straight toward Heima's heart. Water style, great waterfall, jutsu. A water column, 100 meters long, erupted from behind Sasuke, smashing directly into Heima's chest. In an instant, Heima's clothes were drenched, and he was sent sprawling by the force. Damn you, I'll kill you. Heima roared in fury, his hands racing through hand signs. Fire style, grand blaze technique. The searing heat made even Sasuke's brows knit in concern. Realizing he couldn't take it lightly, he responded at once. Water style, water dragon bullet. The two jutsus crashed together, exploding in a shower of water droplets that rained down over the battlefield. Damn it, this guy is so persistent. No, I have to finish him off. Heima cursed through gritted teeth, his hands forming signs once more. Stone concealment style, avalanche technique. With the incantation, a massive hill erupted from the earth, barreling towards Sasuke's position. Oomph. Cheap trick. Sasuke scoffed, flicking his wrist. Lightning style, Chidori sharp spear. A streak of black kunai, half a meter long, materialized in Sasuke's hand. With a swift motion, he hurled it, and it sliced cleanly through the towering hill. How was that possible? Heima's eyes widened in disbelief. Even a mountain couldn't stop you. Sasuke gripped the kunai's handle with both hands. You really think something like that could stop me? Break! With a forceful throw, Sasuke's kunai pierced through the massive hill like a bullet, its momentum undiminished as it sped forward, unstoppable. Damn bastard. Heima's face twisted with terror. He tried to dodge, but he was a heartbeat too late. A sharp slash tore from his shoulder down to his waist, and the searing pain made beads of sweat drip from Heima's forehead. You wretched scoundrel, he snarled, his expression contorted with rage. Just then, Sasuke's figure suddenly vanished from sight. Heima's heart lurched, no, and he spun around in alarm, only to find Sasuke standing right in front of him. Earth-style rock spike. Heima reacted instantly, his hands flying through the seals. But before he could finish, a kunai drove through his abdomen with a sickening thud, crimson blood spurting from a wound. Heima's body froze in place, hands still locked in the sign. Captain Heima! Shouted his comrades in the distance, panic rising in their voices. Sasuke burst out laughing, cruel and unrestrained, staring down at Heima. You really thought you could kill me? In your dreams. Heima's face was ashen with fury. Oh, Sasuke frowned. In that case, I'll just send you to meet the king of hell myself. Earth style, earth spear. Heima's fingers moved in a blur. Exploding stone spear technique. A thunderous explosion shook the ground as the earth around Heima turned to solid rock. Instantly, a barrage of hardened mud chunks hurtled at Sasuke from every direction. Sasuke crossed his arms to block, but to his shock, these clods struck with terrifying force, relentlessly driving him backward. Damn it! Sasuke's eyes turned icy cold as his heels dug into the ground, bracing himself against the onslaught. Huh, still not ready to give up. Heima grinned, baring his teeth in a menacing smile. Just then, Sasuke abruptly halted his retreat. With a swift motion, his left hand slammed down, fire style, Grand Fireball Jutsu. A torrent of flames erupted skyward, engulfing Heima in an inferno. Heima grunted, feeling the blistering heat, but he forced himself to rise from the ground. He knew an attack like this couldn't possibly be enough to bring him down. Fire style, Grand Fireball Jutsu. Sasuke summoned another swirling fireball and charged straight at Heima. Damn you! Heima gritted his teeth. He didn't know why Sasuke had suddenly become so powerful, but now wasn't the time to question it. Quickly forming hand seals, Hema shouted, "Earth style, earthquake technique." The ground rumbled violently, sending shockwaves that nearly knocked Sasuke off his feet. What's happening? Sasuke wondered, but brushed the thought aside. No time for this now. His gaze sharpened, fire style, majestic destroyer flame. A massive wave of fire surged from Sasuke's mouth, snuffing out the burning earth. Seizing the moment, Sasuke leapt from the battlefield, escaping Hema's range. "You wretched scoundrel!" Hema seethed with rage and humiliation, but when he glanced at his own ruined limbs, he could only sigh. "Forget it. The shame I suffer today, I will return double in the days to come." He drew a deep breath, mustering all his chakra. Earth style, grand rock wall. The ground surged up swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, a thick, solid wall rose to shield Hema from harm. Sasuke raised an eyebrow. It seemed this guy had more skill than he'd expected. But so what? Once again, Sasuke unleashed a torrent of water, enveloping himself as he gathered the flows together. Lightning style, Chidori's sharp spear. A series of sharp, cracking sounds split the air as the heavy earth began to crumble away, and within the shattered debris stood Hema, drenched in blood. From afar, Dilu, one of the 12 guardians rushing to Hema's aid, turned pale with shock. But Sasuke showed no hesitation. Every move he made was a lethal strike. Sasuke's silhouette drew ever closer. A sickening, wet sound echoed out, the unmistakable slice of blade meeting flesh. Hema looked down, his voice barely above a whisper as he gazed at the kunai lodged in his chest. "I've lost." With those words, his eyes closed, and he slowly collapsed to the ground. "You damn brat. I'll kill you. AR." Dilu roared with fury, his face twisted with rage as he charged at Sasuke, utterly consumed by madness. Sasuke's expression didn't waver in the slightest. With a flick of his wrist, 2 kunai appeared in his hands. Calm and cold, he regarded the man before him, blinded by anger, utterly. Unhinged, Sasuke bent his right knee, coiling his strength, and then exploded in motion like a cannonball, arms crossed before him as he crashed down hard toward Dilu's head. A thunderous impact rang out. Dilu's ears rang with a high-pitched whine, and almost instantly, a metallic tang flooded his nose and mouth as a hot stream trickled downward. He reached up to touch his neck, only to find a clear line of blood. Sasuke, that bastard, had slit his throat. Dilu stared wide-eyed at Sasuke, disbelief etched across his face. Never could he have imagined that after all these years, he'd be defeated so utterly by a boy of just 13. Sasuke sheathed his kunai at his belt, shooting a contemptuous glance at Dilu's crumpled form. A cold, predatory glint flickered in his eyes. "You're no longer worthy to be my opponent. So, let me put an end to you." With that, he raised his fist and drove it mercilessly toward Dilu's head. But just then, Dilu's body vanished from the ground as if it had never been there. In the same instant, a chilling voice slithered through the air. "You're too slow." As the words faded, a pale dagger dropped from above, aiming straight for Sasuke's heart. Dilu stood behind Sasuke, a cruel smile creeping onto his lips. He wanted Sasuke to watch, with his own eyes, as this dagger pierced straight through his heart. But in the very next moment, Dilu froze when he heard a muffled groan right beside him. To his shock, Sasuke, who should have been lying on the ground, suddenly appeared at his side. Sasuke's right hand was clenched in a fist, blocking the incoming dagger. Bright red blood trickled slowly down the blade and dripped onto the floor. Seeing this, Dilu was stunned. He stood rooted to the spot for a long moment before he finally reacted, staring at Sasuke in disbelief and asking in a trembling voice, "What ninjutsu is this?" At that, Sasuke shot him a sideways glance and replied with a mocking smile, "It's not ninjutsu. It's just pure speed." Gritting his teeth, Dilu slashed at Sasuke with the dagger again. But in the next instant, there was a sickening splatter as a spray of blood erupted and splashed across Dilu's face. Clutching his neck, Dilu staggered back a few steps, his eyes wide with terror as he stared at Sasuke. Now, Sasuke had seized the dagger that had pierced his own chest with his left hand, while his other hand gripped Dilu's throat in an iron hold, twisting mercilessly. Sasuke's eyes blazed with fierce fire. He gazed coldly at Dilu, his voice low and hoarse as he declared, "Remember this. The one who killed you is Sasuke." A fit of choking seized Dilu. He gasped and kicked desperately, struggling in vain to escape his fate. Then came the sharp crack of breaking bones. Dilu's eyes widened, fixed on Sasuke in disbelief. He simply couldn't understand it. He'd held the advantage, so how could he lose? But reality spoke for itself. With the last flicker of consciousness, Dilu strained to point a trembling finger at Sasuke before he finally slipped into darkness. Once he was certain Dilu was dead, Sasuke released his grip, casting a cold glance at the body before turning to leave. At that moment, a figure blocked Sasuke's path. "Kid, you're strong. But it's a pity you ran into me," Zabuza sneered, gripping his massive blade as he fixed a steely gaze on Sasuke. "Is that so? Too bad for you. You've run into me as well," Sasuke replied, his lips curling into a faint smirk. His eyes narrowed to slits, revealing that signature gesture of his, confident and brash. "Enough talk, brat. Time to die." Without letting Sasuke waste another word, Zabuza charged straight at him, swinging his executioner's blade in a brutal arc. Yet Sasuke didn't move an inch, as if he hadn't even noticed the attack. "What's going on? Why isn't he dodging?" Zabuza wondered, but his hands never hesitated. With a resounding clang, Sasuke was knocked back several steps by the force of the blow, while Zabuza remained rooted and unmoved. But it wasn't over yet. Seizing the opening, Zabuza continued his onslaught, swinging the great blade once more towards Sasuke. Sasuke noticed the movement and shifted his body slightly, dodging the executioner's blade. At the same time, he raised his left leg and swung it in a powerful whip kick straight at Zabuza's chest. Zabuza hastily brought up the executioner's blade to block, but Sasuke was ready for this. Clenching his right fist, he launched a heavy punch that crashed down onto the blade. A dull thud echoed through the air as the force of the blow sent the executioner's blade flying from Zabuza's grasp. It tumbled several meters away, smashing through two thick trees before finally coming to a halt. Yet Sasuke didn't press the attack. Instead, he quickly retreated, putting distance between them. After all, even though Zabuza had taken the brunt of Sasuke's heavy blow, he seemed largely unfazed. In fact, he used the moment to retrieve his massive sword once again. Gripping the executioner's blade tightly, Zabuza looked at Sasuke and said, "I didn't expect you to damage my blade so easily." Sasuke shook his head at Zabuza's words. "It was just a lucky shot," he replied. But before he could finish, Zabuza cut him off. Zabuza's face twisted with a sinister grin, his eyes filled with murderous intent. "Whether it was luck or skill, it makes no difference. Today, I have to kill you. Otherwise, you'll become my most dangerous enemy." Hearing this, Sasuke's gaze turned icy. "Do you really think I'm afraid of you?" Zabuza sneered. "Kid, do you know what happens when you get too cocky? The harder you boast, the harder you'll fall. I've fought countless battles for the Mizukage, and I've killed more foes than you can imagine. The things I've learned on the battlefield are far more terrifying than anything you know. You're not even worthy to be compared to me." With those words, Zabuza hefted his blade high and charged at Sasuke, each swing radiating a fierce momentum that seemed to ripple through the air itself. Sasuke didn't hesitate. He met Zabuza head-on, their weapons clashing in a shower of sparks. After exchanging more than 10 furious blows, Sasuke started to sense that something was off. His eyelids twitched uncontrollably, and a wave of unease swept through his body. He immediately realized the danger. "No good. He's baiting me into making a mistake." And just as he suspected, Zabuza seized an opening and brought his massive blade down with sudden ferocity. But right before the sword could strike Sasuke's neck, it veered at the last instant, slicing past his ear and shearing off a few strands of his hair. Had Sasuke not reacted in time, he would have been a corpse on the ground. What a cunning opponent, Sasuke cursed under his breath. Shifting his tactics, he switched from offense to defense, guarding himself with full vigilance. Seeing this, Zabuza arched an eyebrow. "So, he's sharper than I thought. You picked up on my feints so quickly. If that's the case, I'll just finish you off now." With that, Zabuza unleashed a relentless barrage, swinging his blade again and again with unyielding ferocity, as if the assault would never end. A rapid succession of metallic clashes rang out, blades colliding in a ceaseless rhythm. The clash of metal rang out densely through the forest, as the two engaged in a fierce battle. Every move they exchanged carried overwhelming force, snapping the towering ancient trees around them one after another. They wrestled for nearly 100 moves, neither gaining the upper hand. Sasuke felt a surge of alarm in his heart. No wonder he was able to defeat Kakashi-sensei, he thought to himself. After a few more moments, Zabuza swept his massive blade in a heavy arc, aiming straight for Sasuke's head. Sasuke hurriedly leaped back, raising his right arm to block. A sharp clang resounded. Sasuke's arm went numb at once, and he staggered backwards uncontrollably. "That hurt," he cursed under his breath, quickly channeling chakra to numb the pain radiating from his arm. Meanwhile, Zabuza was gasping for breath, a triumphant grin spreading across his face. I finally won," he boasted, clearly pleased with himself. "You're celebrating too soon," Sasuke retorted, drawing a deep breath. With a flick of his right arm, a kunai shot forth. Mid-flight, the kunai suddenly arced, heading straight for Zabuza's throat. "Damn it, Zabuza snarled, swinging his executioner's blade to intercept the attack. A tremendous clash echoed as Zabuza staggered, barely keeping his balance. Sasuke, trembling from the strain, coughed up blood and was forced to retreat 3 steps. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Zabuza fixed Sasuke with a cold, menacing stare. "Hey, you're finished, kid. Who told you I was giving up?" Sasuke shot back, eyes flashing with icy determination. He formed a seal with his right hand and shouted with all his might, lightning style, Chidori. A fierce wind whipped up around Sasuke, scattering the dust and blinding Zabuza. A cold, determined smile played at Sasuke's lips. Raikiri. With 2 sharp, electrifying snaps, Sasuke sliced clean through Zabuza's executioner's blade. Before Sasuke could let his guard down, Zabuza exploded into sudden motion, slamming a palm into Sasuke's abdomen. With a heavy, resounding thud, Sasuke's body was hurled through the air. He crashed through the trunk of a thick, ancient tree, finally landing in a tangled mass of undergrowth. A wave of musty, decaying scent invaded his nostrils, making Sasuke cough as he dragged himself out of the dirt. "Bastard," he growled through gritted teeth, glaring at the limping man approaching from ahead. His injuries were grave. The blow had displaced his organs. Not daring to waste another second, Sasuke pulled out a scroll, tore it open, and a pale green mist spilled out, enveloping his entire body. Almost instantly, his wounds began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye, and within the blink of an eye, he was completely restored. Zabuza also caught sight of Sasuke's movements, his pupils contracting sharply. Such rapid recovery, that level of medical ninjutsu. Moreover, he could sense that Sasuke was using an extremely rare healing technique, Sage Mode. "No good. I have to take him out right now." Zabuza's expression darkened. In an instant, he sprang forward, leaping towards Sasuke. At this moment, Sasuke had just activated Sage Mode and was in a period of exhaustion, his strength greatly diminished. Watching Zabuza charge at him, Sasuke's eyes widened in alarm. He quickly retreated. Suddenly, a large stone slab behind him shattered, revealing a narrow passageway. "Haha, kid, let's see where you'll run this time," Zabuza sneered wickedly. With a swift whoosh, Zabuza brandished his massive blade, charging straight at Sasuke. Suddenly, the sharp sound of 3 shuriken slicing through the air interrupted him, hurtling towards Zabuza and forcing him to halt his advance. With a dismissive grunt, Zabuza narrowed his eyes and swung his executioner's blade, sending the shuriken flying. He stopped moving forward, now eyeing a hidden corner ahead with heightened caution. There, Sasuke's figure gradually emerged from the shadows, a kunai clenched in his hand, the very weapon he had just thrown. Zabuza let out a cold laugh. "Kid, don't waste your effort. Did you really think those pitiful little tricks could land a hit on me?" With that, Zabuza lunged forward once more. Sasuke's expression remained cold and unmoved, paying no heed to Zabuza's taunts. Slowly, he clenched his right fist. A thunderous boom erupted as the muscles on Sasuke's back tensed, veins bulging. Suddenly, his fist crackled with electricity, filling the air with a fierce, electric hum. Without a moment's hesitation, Sasuke slammed his electrified fist straight into Zabuza's chest. Zabuza hadn't anticipated this hidden trump card. Caught off guard, he was sent crashing to the ground. Clutching his chest, Zabuza struggled to sit up, his gaze at Sasuke now deadly serious. "I didn't expect you were hiding such power. Looks like I underestimated you, kid." "You didn't underestimate me. You were just foolish," Sasuke replied coolly, his tone dripping with contempt and disdain. "Brat, you're asking for it." Zabuza bellowed in fury, launching another assault on Sasuke, this time faster and even more powerful than before. But Sasuke didn't dodge. He took the blow head-on, then countered with a devastating punch that sent Zabuza flying again, badly injuring him once more. Yet despite his injuries, a wicked smile crept onto Zabuza's face. "Kid, you've fallen right into my trap." "Huh? What?" Sasuke's expression changed instantly as Zabuza's words sank in. Taking advantage of the chaos, Zabuza charged forward, his executioner's blade coming down on Sasuke with ruthless precision. A sharp glint flashed in Sasuke's eyes. In an instant, he drew his kunai and held it out defensively before him. A metallic clang rang out. Zabuza paused in surprise. He had clearly seen that Sasuke was unarmed, so he was certain this strike would split Sasuke's kunai in two, if not worse. What Zabuza hadn't anticipated was Sasuke jamming his kunai into the ground, using the leverage to absorb the force of the blow. With that, Sasuke retreated a few steps, fixing Zabuza with a cold, unwavering stare. The situation had been perilous just now. If it weren't for his intelligence and skills, far surpassing most, Sasuke would have been completely incapacitated even if he survived. Physically, he was at a disadvantage compared to Zabuza, and his previous wounds were by no means minor. If not for the rapid healing provided by Sage Mode, his condition would have been far graver than a few light injuries. You brat, you really don't know when to quit, do you? Zabuza sneered, baring his teeth as he saw Sasuke still standing defiantly. Sasuke's eyes turned icy at the words. Without a moment's hesitation, he cast a Jinjutsu. Jinjutsu, Phantom Killer Technique. In an instant, Sasuke and Zabuza's positions were reversed. Under the grip of Sasuke's illusion, Zabuza's mind went completely blank, leaving him standing motionless and dazed. With a cold snort, Sasuke drew his sword and slashed across Zabuza's neck, ending his life. Sasuke exhaled heavily, breath coming in ragged bursts. That last move had cost him a significant amount of chakra, but at least Zabuza was finally dealt with. He quickly rummaged through Zabuza's belongings, pocketing anything of value. At last, Sasuke picked up the discarded executioner's blade, turning it over in his hands and examining it closely. What a weapon! Impressive, Sasuke remarked with admiration, then added, "It's truly a masterpiece." Just then, a shadow materialized behind him. It was Kita, one of the 12 Guardian Ninja who had been lying in ambush. Now's my chance. Kunai in hand, Kita lunged at Sasuke's exposed neck with lethal intent. Too slow, Sasuke snapped his head around and landed a powerful punch, sending Kita flying. With a heavy thud, Kita tumbled through the air and crashed hard against the wall. Sasuke retrieved his ninja headband from his pocket, fastening it in place as he walked over to Kita, towering over her. "Is that all you've got?" Struggling to her feet, Kita glared daggers at him, her jaw clenched in frustration. "Oomph. Sasuke, I'll make you pay for this today." With a snarl, Kita balled her right hand into a fist and slammed it into the floor. Crack! The solid cement tiles shattered beneath the force, yet the blow left Kita injured, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Undeterred, Kita's bloodshot eyes stayed fixed on Sasuke. Suddenly, black smoke began to billow at her feet, rapidly engulfing the entire room. And when the smoke finally cleared, the room was empty. Both figures had vanished without a trace. Sasuke frowned, scanning his surroundings, but he still couldn't catch sight of Bazy anywhere. "Hee, Sasuke-kun, I'm right behind you now." A sudden voice startled him, sending a chill down his spine. He spun around abruptly, and sure enough, Bazy had somehow appeared behind him without a sound. He immediately drew his sword to counterattack, but Bazy easily dodged out of the way. Sasuke thought to himself, if I accidentally step into one of Bazy's traps, I could be in real danger. "Sasuke-kun, try this on for size," Bazy shouted, flinging a handful of kunai toward him. Sasuke twisted aside, narrowly avoiding the attack, and lashed out with a kick aimed at Bazy's stomach. A heavy thud echoed through the air. Bazy let out a muffled cry and staggered back a few steps, clutching her belly and dropping to one knee. That sweeping kick from Sasuke had been brutally strong. He'd nearly broken her in half. Bazy's face was pale with pain, beads of sweat rolling down her cheeks, making her look pitiful and vulnerable. Yet Sasuke remained on high alert, ready to bolt at any moment if necessary. "Sasuke-kun, don't worry. I won't kill you." Bazy raised her head slowly, her eyes narrowing. "No, I intend to keep you alive, to torment you until you beg for death, yet cannot die. Only then will my anger be sated." At her chilling words, Sasuke's expression turned icy. "Enough talking. If you have any tricks left, now's the time to use them. In that case, don't blame me for being ruthless." Bazy sneered, forming hand seals with her left hand and chanting an incantation under her breath. "Wind style. Great breakthrough." Hearing her words, Sasuke's brow tightened in concern. Before he could react, a fierce gust of wind barreled toward him. He quickly raised his sword to block, but the wind technique seemed almost alive. It twisted past his blade and struck him in the side. With a dull, heavy sound, Sasuke was knocked back several steps. Looking down, Sasuke saw that the front of his shirt had been torn open, exposing a stretch of pale skin. He hurried to cover himself, but Bazy had no intention of letting up. She charged at him again, landing a powerful punch to his stomach. Ugh! The intense pain doubled Sasuke over, his hand clutching his abdomen as cold sweat broke out on his brow. He leaned heavily against the wall for support. Wiping fresh blood from her lips, Bazy glared at Sasuke with a wild, triumphant look in her eyes. Drawing a deep breath, Sasuke calmed the storm of energy raging inside him and slowly lifted his head. "Bazy, you've already lost." "Oh," Bazy sneered. "Have you still got an ace up your sleeve, Sasuke-kun?" A wicked, almost devilish smile curled Sasuke's lips. "That's a secret. You don't need to know." "Well then, I'll be waiting to see what you've got," Bazy shrugged, feigning nonchalance. The very next instant, she felt a cold wind pass by and realized that a razor-sharp blade was now pressed against her throat. "Basie, I advise you to give up resisting," Sasuke said, giving his wrist a slight twist. The sharp blade sliced through Basie's delicate skin, and a drop of crimson blood fell onto the spotless, white floor. "What are you getting at, Sasuke? Are you trying to threaten me?" Basie licked the corner of her mouth. "I'm not afraid of you. Sensible as always, Basie. I know how much you value your life." With that, Sasuke pressed the short blade forward a little more, the razor's edge cutting deeper into her flesh, releasing another bead of blood. "I wouldn't mind adding one more life to my tally." Basie's eyes flashed with anger, but she held herself steady. "Sasuke, aren't you afraid this will spark a war between Konoha and the daimyo?" Sasuke let out a low, sinister laugh. "Did I ever say I was the one doing this? You dare mock me, Sasuke?" Basie snapped, her frustration boiling over. "You think I won't have you arrested right now?" Sasuke snorted. "Go ahead. I'd be thrilled if someone tried to tie me up. But are you sure the higher-ups in Konoha would believe your story?" Basie froze, realization dawning in her eyes. "Damn it, you're trying to get me to talk. You suspected as much from the start, didn't you, Basie?" Sasuke gave a faint smile, sheathed his blade, and walked over to the window. He pulled back the curtains and looked down at the street below. "Feeling desperate now, Basie? I'll never surrender." Gritting her teeth, Basie pulled a kunai from her robes and hurled it fiercely at Sasuke's feet. Sasuke raised an eyebrow and picked up the kunai. "Basie, don't you want to see how I'd turn you into a cripple?" A laugh, brittle yet defiant, burst from Basie's lips, so intense that tears welled in her eyes. "Sasuke, you're not even qualified to insult me." "Oh really?" Sasuke arched an eyebrow, then flicked his finger. With a sharp snap, the kunai split cleanly in two. Basie's eyes flew wide in disbelief as she stared at Sasuke. "Take a good look, Basie. This is what you call monstrous." Sasuke tossed half of the kunai back at her. The weapon whistled through the air and lodged itself into Basie's throat. She gasped, eyes wide with terror, clutching at the wound on her neck. But just as her fingers touched the wound, all movement ceased. A sickening spurt of blood escaped her lips as she slowly lowered her gaze to her chest. There, protruding from her chest, was a dagger, its hilt adorned with a delicate pink bouquet. This can't be," Basie choked out, unwilling to accept her fate, looking up at Sasuke. Sasuke's gaze was cold and unfeeling. "Did you really think a sneak attack like that would work on me?" He yanked the dagger free and tossed it aside. Basie's body wavered, then finally collapsed to the floor, all life drained from her. She stared intensely at Sasuke before her, murmuring under her breath, "How could you? How is this possible?" With those words, the last breath left her body. Just as Sasuke finished dealing with Basie, one of the 12 Guardian Ninja, Nanwu, appeared in front of him. Without a moment's hesitation, Nanwu charged straight at Sasuke. Wind release, great breakthrough. As Nanwu formed his hand seals, countless blades of wind erupted from within him, surging forth like a torrential downpour, sweeping toward Sasuke from every direction. Water release, water prison technique. Sasuke, however, remained unflustered. With a wave of his hand, countless icy pillars shot up from the ground, encircling him in a protective barrier. Nan was frenzied, razor-sharp attacks clashed against the cold, unyielding ice pillars, sending up a shower of sparks with each strike. At last, with a resounding crash, Nanwa's onslaught was brought to a halt by Sasuke's defense. Wind release, Rasengan. Seeing that he had managed to stall Nanwu, a faint smirk appeared at the corner of Sasuke's lips. A glint of icy resolve flashed in his eyes as his hands moved rapidly through a series of seals, condensing a white sphere of energy about 10 centimeters in diameter. With a howl of power, the energy sphere hurtled toward Nanwu. Sensing the immense force radiating from this massive energy ball, Nanwa's expression shifted dramatically. He quickly brought his hands together. Wind release, great breakthrough. With the seals complete, a fierce gale whipped up, meeting Sasuke's Rasengan in midair and holding it at bay. The two forces clashed and twisted around each other in a wild struggle. But it was clear that Nanwu was at a disadvantage. He was forced several steps back before he managed to steady himself. Observing this, Sasuke's smile deepened. His hands blurred through another set of seals as he called out in a low voice, "Earth release, rock wall." At his command, a towering wall shot up from the ground in an instant, cutting off the line of sight between Nanwu and Sasuke. "Damn it," Nanwu cursed under his breath. The sudden change left Nanwu momentarily at a loss. Though Sasuke's defensive technique wasn't particularly high level, the rock wall provided enough cover to obscure his true position, making it difficult for Nanwu to pinpoint him. "Earth release, Earth spear." Nanwu's brow furrowed as he tensed his arms. Instantly, a layer of thick, iron-hard skin coated his body. Without pause, Nanwu raised his leg and delivered a fierce kick to the wall before him. The impact sent a powerful tremor through the rock, causing it to crack and split apart. But, wind release, tornado. As Sasuke's voice rang out, a tornado of howling wind materialized out of thin air before Nanwu, roaring toward him with unstoppable force. Earth release, earth flow wall. Nanwu's face changed dramatically, but without hesitation, he unleashed his earth-style chakra. A stone barrier instantly rose up before him. With a thunderous crash, the two jutsu collided. The tornado collided with the earthen barrier, erupting in a violent explosion that sent debris crashing down all around. Nanwu's gaze grew dark and severe. Damn it, at this rate, there's no way to find Sasuke. If he wanted to deal with Sasuke quickly, he had to force him out into the open as soon as possible. But now, Sasuke was hiding somewhere, and Nanwu couldn't catch a trace of him at all. If you refuse to show yourself, then I'll just drag you out. Rasengan. At that moment, Nanwu's ears twitched as he caught the incantation from Sasuke, and his expression turned even grimmer. Oomph. Do you really think such cheap tricks can fool me? With a cold grunt, Nanwu swiftly formed hand seals with both hands. Earth-style, Great Mud Wall. As the seals were completed, the ground that had been cowering below suddenly surged upward. A barrage of mud pillars shot out one after another, sealing off every swirling vortex Sasuke had just created. Without missing a beat, Nanwu flicked his right hand, and a long rope appeared in his grip. With a sharp snap, it lashed out, binding Sasuke tightly. With everything in place, Nanwu finally let out a breath of relief. This time, I've finally caught you, traitor of the hidden leaf. Nanwu stared at Sasuke, now captive in his grasp, his eyes burning with murderous intent. Is that so? Are you sure you can really keep me locked down? Sasuke shot him a cold, indifferent glance. At those words, a chill ran through Nanwu's heart. A wave of unease washed over him. What? In the next instant, his pupils shrank with terror as his face twisted in fear. Sasuke's hands suddenly flashed with seals, and he shouted, Earth-style mud wall. Immediately, a wall of earth, several times larger than before, erupted from the ground and soared into the sky. A deafening blast followed, and the entire building collapsed in an instant. Cough, cough, how could this happen? From the ruins, Nanwu struggled to stand, blood streaming down his battered body. Towering before him was an earthen wall nearly 30 meters high, trapping him inside. I can't believe you possess this much power. Nanwu's eyes were bloodshot. He refused to believe Sasuke could achieve this with earth style alone, unless he had already trained it to its absolute peak, or even beyond that. You're not worthy of knowing the truth. Earth-style mud wall. Sasuke's voice drifted through the air. Boom! A thick cloud of dust burst from the wall, swallowing Nanwu whole. Damn you! Came Nanwu's furious, gritted shout from within the swirling dust. But in the very next moment, the fierce look on Nanwu's face faded, replaced by a bitter smile. He suddenly realized his chakra had been completely drained away. My chakra, it's all gone. Nanwu muttered to himself. That's right. You should understand by now, you're no match for me. As Nanwu stood there in stunned silence, Sasuke's cold voice rang out again. Who the hell are you? Nanwu's eyes widened in disbelief, locking onto Sasuke with a fierce glare. I told you. My name is Sasuke. Sasuke cast a calm glance at Nanwu, then turned and began to walk away. Sasuke. Nanwu murmured, the name he just heard echoing in his mind. Uchiha. In that instant, some realization seemed to dawn on Nanwu. A look of sheer horror slowly overtook his face. You're Sasuke. A monster. You're a monster. He shuddered as he spoke, but then, snapping back to himself, he hurled a punch at Sasuke. A heavy, thunderous impact resounded. But it was useless. Nanwu's chakra was almost entirely depleted. He couldn't break through Sasuke's defenses. In a flash, Sasuke drove his foot down onto Nanwu's chest, pinning him in place. Have you accepted your fate yet? Sasuke asked coolly. Pa! Nanwu spat out a mouthful of blood, his words laced with venom. You think you've won? Let me tell you, you'll never defeat me. I will never lose to the likes of you. With that, a pitch-black ring appeared in his hand. Remember this. I'll never give up. As he spoke, he crushed the black ring between his fingers. There was a sharp crack as the ring shattered, and in the same moment, Nanwu vanished from the area. Ran away, did he? Sasuke muttered, frowning slightly at the sight. He hadn't expected Nanwu to have a trump card like that for escaping death. Still, Sasuke made no move to pursue. Moments ago, he deliberately unleashed his chakra, hoping to lure out his enemy. Who would have thought Nanwu would sense the danger and flee? But could he really escape from Sasuke's grasp? Water style, water formation wall. Sasuke's hands formed rapid seals, summoning a barrier of water over 20 centimeters thick. In the next instant, he leaped into the watery wall. Water style, great waterfall, jutsu. With a low, commanding shout, torrents of water erupted from the barrier, flooding forth in a mighty deluge. In the blink of an eye, the entire city of fire was engulfed in a pouring rainstorm. The downpour raged for 2 or 3 minutes before it gradually subsided. As the last droplets faded away, Sasuke swept his gaze across the ravaged landscape. The area was a scene of utter devastation, ruined and battered in every direction. Damn it, forcing me out with a trick like that. How despicable. Nanwu emerged, his face dark and thunderous. Oh, seems your luck has truly run out. Suddenly, Sasuke's voice came from behind him. What? Startled, Nanwu spun around in shock. At some point, Sasuke had already appeared behind Nanwu, watching him with an amused glint in his eyes. Damn it, Nanwu cursed under his breath, quickly swinging his arm to strike at Sasuke. Fire style, great fireball, jutsu. A wicked smile curled at the corner of Sasuke's mouth. He pressed his hands together, and an enormous fireball shot straight toward Nanwu. A tremendous explosion rocked the entire street. When the smoke finally cleared, both Sasuke and Nanwu had returned to their original positions. Nanwu's face was deathly pale, his body frail and trembling with exhaustion. In contrast, Sasuke's clothes were a little disheveled, but he showed no signs of serious injury. How is this possible? Staring at Sasuke, Nanwu was struck by a crushing sense of defeat. He could never have imagined losing to a 6-year-old child. No matter what, he was an elite graduate of the Ninja Academy. How could he possibly fall to a brat like this? I'll admit, you're truly remarkable. Too bad you had to face me. Sasuke raised his head, gazing up at the crescent moon hanging in the night sky. Then, forming a hand seal, he muttered incantations under his breath. In an instant, strange runes materialized out of thin air, swirling around Sasuke. Sealing jutsu. With a quiet command, Sasuke sent the runes sweeping toward Nanwu. What? Nanwu recoiled in shock, hastily summoning an earth-style technique to shield himself. But the force of the attack blasted Nanwu straight off his feet. Coughing up blood, Nanwu struggled to rise, his complexion ghostly white. How is this possible? This exchange had made him acutely aware of the overwhelming gap in their strength. It wasn't just power. There was something unfathomable and uncanny about Sasuke's techniques. He had never seen a sealing jutsu like this, not even among the Jinjutsu specialists of the Hidden Leaf Village. Who are you? How can a leaf ninja possess such terrifying power? Clutching his chest, Nanwu's voice trembled as he questioned Sasuke. Sasuke snorted coldly. Why don't you take a guess? He formed another hand seal and declared, Water style, water dragon jutsu. A massive water dragon roared to life, crashing into Nanwu with tremendous force. The impact sent Nanwu flying, tossing him straight into a nearby puddle. A surging wave swept violently across the street. Coughing, Nanwu dragged himself out of the water, his eyes blazing with hatred as he glared at Sasuke. You bastard. One day, with a flick, Sasuke tossed aside the scroll in his hand and strode toward Nanwu, raising a finger to his ear and shaking it dismissively. Sorry, I don't care for other people's pointless chatter, especially from someone like you. What are you going to do? Nanwu's pupils shrank with fear as Sasuke drew closer and closer. Sasuke paid him no mind and instead seized him by the throat in an iron grip. A strangled cough escaped, and an overwhelming sense of suffocating dread made Nanwu's heart pound with terror. You'd better behave yourself. If you make me angry, I'll kill you with my own hands, Sasuke said coldly. A choked gasp left Nanwu's lips. He opened his mouth, struggling for breath, but not a single word came out. Sasuke released his grip, and Nanwu collapsed limply to the ground, utterly drained. To think you managed to get this far. Looks like we all underestimated you, Uchiha brat. At that moment, another figure stepped in to block Sasuke's path. It was none other than Saito, one of the 12 Guardian Ninja. Another one eager to throw his life away, Sasuke muttered, his eyes filled with icy indifference. I'm nothing like those other wastes. Underestimate me, and you'll pay a steep price. In a flash, Saito vanished from where he stood. The next instant, he reappeared behind Sasuke, a gleaming kunai gripped tightly in his hand. Saito roared, driving the kunai straight towards Sasuke's back with deadly force. But in that split second, Sasuke spun around, a faint smile playing at the corner of his lips. His right leg shot out with lightning speed, aiming directly for Saito's sword hand. With a thunderous impact, Saito felt a searing pain shoot through his right hand. He staggered backward, reeling several steps, and the hand that had gripped the kunai was now broken. The weapon itself was sent flying, embedding itself in the distant floor. Impossible. Saito's expression twisted in disbelief. He had put nearly all his strength into that strike, yet the opponent had blocked it with ease and even turned the tables, injuring him in the process. For someone of his skill, there were few among his peers who could withstand such an assault, let alone counter it so decisively. Sasuke snorted coldly, his gaze sharp as ice. Despite his young age, his fighting spirit was unwavering, and he would never allow anyone to trample on his dignity. What's more, Sasuke had now fully recovered. The chakra coursing through him was 3 times greater than before, and thanks to his unique constitution, his recovery was nothing short of astonishing. Damn brat, no wonder you're so arrogant. But today your luck's run out, now that you've run into me. Saito gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with murderous intent as he locked onto Sasuke, determined to cut him down. Wind style, Grand Dragon Bullet. Saito summoned a terrifying vortex of wind from his mouth, shaping it into a massive dragon that roared through the air, hurtling toward Sasuke with the sound of the very sky being torn asunder. All around them, stone pillars shattered in an instant, the floor splintering and cracking under the force of the attack, a display of destructive power that felt like the end of the world itself. Earth style, Rock Prison Wall. Sasuke's expression was solemn. His hands moved rapidly through a series of seals, and in an instant, a wall of earth rose up from the ground, standing firmly in front of him and taking the full force of that terrifying attack. A thunderous explosion rocked the air, so deafening that everyone instinctively covered their ears. But when the smoke finally cleared, the sight before their eyes was nothing short of shocking. The thick earthen wall, nearly 4 meters high, was now covered in a dense web of cracks, as if the slightest touch would shatter it completely. Under the worried gazes of the onlookers, the wall could bear no more. With a series of harsh, splintering sounds, it finally gave way and crumbled apart. Huh, kid, you've lost. Let's see where you can run this time. Shido burst into wild laughter, his face brimming with smug satisfaction. But the very next moment, Sasuke stepped calmly onto the scattered rubble, unscathed, and emerged from the swirling dust. His face remained as cold and indifferent as ever. What? He's completely unharmed. Shido's expression froze, as if he couldn't believe his own eyes. He knew well enough, even though he hadn't used his full strength with that dragon bullet. It was still a technique that would spell certain death for most Chunin if it landed. And yet, this brat before him had walked away without a scratch? You. Shido hesitated for a moment, but recalling the arrogant words he'd boasted earlier, his face twisted with shame and irritation. Damn brat, I don't care what tricks you have up your sleeve. You're dying here today. With that, he charged at Sasuke, once again, the kunai in his hand flashing with dazzling silver light, slicing through the air like a falling meteor. Fire style, Phoenix Flower Jutsu. Sasuke narrowed his eyes. Flames burst forth from the kunai in his grip, burning with fierce intensity. The fiery bursts of the Phoenix Flower Jutsu clashed against Shido's blade, both igniting in a violent blaze. Heck kid, is that all you've got? Pathetic. Shido sneered, and with a sudden surge of strength, swung his blade, which shone with a blinding white light. In a split second, the razor-sharp edge cut through Sasuke's flames, and a streak of blood erupted from Sasuke's left arm. Shido's power was truly formidable. Even a shinobi of Kage rank would struggle to withstand that attack. Sasuke cried out in pain, unable to hold back a guttural scream. Veins bulged on his forehead, his fury boiling over. Meanwhile, the Phoenix Flower Jutsu Sasuke had unleashed was snuffed out halfway by a sudden gust of wind. Oh, not bad at all, Shido grinned, baring his teeth. I'd expect no less from the top ANBU captain of the Leaf Village. But too bad, you're still not my match. He brought his blade down on Sasuke in a brutal arc. Lightning style, Chidori. Sasuke's eyes narrowed, his body gave a slight shudder, but he didn't dodge. Instead, he raised his kunai to meet the attack head-on. The sharp clash of metal tearing through flesh sounded, slicing deep wounds into Sasuke's wrist and arm. Having landed a successful blow, Shido's smile grew even more twisted, and without pausing, he continued to hack at Sasuke with his blade. Another spray of blood burst from Sasuke's chest, instantly staining his clothes a deep crimson. A look of grim determination settled on Sasuke's face. Although his defenses had grown stronger than before, this brat's attacks were even fiercer, and for a moment, he felt as if he might not be able to withstand them. Suddenly, with a thunderous burst, the kunai on Shido's arm exploded, scattering into a cloud of fine powder that drifted down through the air. Not good. Shido's expression changed drastically. He spun around in haste, preparing to flee. 8 trigrams palm, iron block. Sasuke's hands came together in a swift motion, and a barrier, gleaming like steel, manifested out of thin air behind Susanoo. With a heavy, resounding thud, Susanoo's blade struck the iron wall, sending a deep echo through the air. A flicker of delight flashed across Susanoo's face, but it was quickly replaced by a sinister look. Kid, you're still too green. Did you really think a single slab of iron could stop me? That's nothing but wishful thinking. With a wicked grin, Susanoo summoned his chakra and brought his blade down with all his might, aiming to finish Sasuke on the spot. At that moment, a stone sphere the size of a fist suddenly crashed down from above, striking Susanoo's body with a ringing clang, sending a jolt up his arm. Who's there? Susanoo whipped his head around, eyes narrowing as he stared at the stone that landed slowly on the ground. In a flash, the rock shot towards Susanoo with blinding speed. Earth-style, binding coffin. Susanoo's brow furrowed in surprise. He hadn't expected anyone else to intervene now. Without hesitation, he unleashed his signature ninjutsu. A shimmering ripple spread out, enveloping the stone, and under Susanoo's expectant gaze, the rock suddenly froze in place, as if it had lost all momentum. HM? What's going on? Susanoo hesitated, but he recovered instantly and thrust out his hand, sending the stone hurtling back towards Sasuke. Kid, how are you going to handle this? Susanoo sneered, catching a glimpse of Sasuke's eyes slowly closing as if he'd resigned himself to fate, which only made Susanoo's expression even crueler. Just give up and accept your fate, boy. Susanoo shouted in excitement, his kunai crackling with brilliant arcs of electricity. But just then, with a resounding bang, Sasuke's eyes snapped open, a glint of sharp determination flickering within them. And in the very next instant, his entire figure vanished from where he stood. So fast. A look of utter shock flashed across Shido's face. Just moments ago, he'd been planning to press the attack, but he hadn't expected Sasuke to move with such incredible speed. Not even he could keep up? A deafening roar echoed through the street as Sasuke appeared above Shido, his legs straightening before he stomped down with tremendous force. The explosive blast rattled the entire block, and even caused several distant buildings to collapse. Blood spurted from Shido's mouth as he crashed to the ground, his face as pale as a sheet, body convulsing uncontrollably. With great effort, he raised his head, only to see Sasuke standing over him, looking down with icy indifference. There was not a trace of pity on that handsome face. Someone like you doesn't deserve to live, Sasuke said coldly, his voice brimming with contempt. He tightened his grip, and a kunai appeared in his hand. Wait, no, please, I'm begging you, spare me. Shido pleaded desperately when he saw the weapon in Sasuke's grasp, his pupils contracting in terror. He knew, for certain, if Sasuke drove that kunai into his chest, there'd be no coming back. It's too late, Sasuke replied, shaking his head with chilling detachment. Black lightning crackled around the kunai as he drove it mercilessly toward Shido's heart. The blade tore through flesh and bone, and Shido perished instantly. At that moment, one of the 12 guardian ninja, Dongmao, appeared before Sasuke. Kill! Dongmao barked, his tone sharp as steel, charging at Sasuke with a kunai in hand. He radiated a fierce, chilling aura that made anyone's blood run cold. Brat! Dongmao roared, his kunai slicing through the air, striking straight for Sasuke's heart with ruthless precision. Right then, Sasuke's eyes were filled with unwavering resolve. Suddenly, Sasuke dropped to his knees, clutching his chest and gasping for breath, his face turning crimson from strain. He wore an expression of deep agony, as if some long-suppressed torment was finally about to erupt. You worthless fool. You don't deserve to be the Jinchuriki of the 10 Tails. Dongmao sneered, swinging his kunai again, determined to end Sasuke once and for all. By now, Sasuke was drenched in sweat, his face flushed, lips cracked and dry, but his gaze remained unyielding. He looked up, gritting his teeth. I won't lose to you. But before he could finish speaking, a wave of dizziness crashed over him, and he staggered, nearly collapsing. Dongmao's kunai was already at Sasuke's throat, a cruel smile curling on his lips as he prepared to end it all. But in that very instant, Dongmao stared in shock, eyes wide with disbelief, for he saw Sasuke, whom he thought he had struck down with a single blow, still standing tall. Sasuke's fists were clenched tight, and a powerful surge of chakra erupted from his entire being, swelling rapidly with overwhelming force. In that instant, the sky darkened, the winds howled, and the very world seemed to tremble. A lock of hair brushed Sasuke's forehead, while in his jet-black eyes, faint violet lightning flickered, lending him an aura akin to a god of war standing unyielding between heaven and earth. What's happening? Dong Mao was momentarily dazed. He had never encountered anything so strange. A boy who had only just begun to master lightning release, yet emanating such a formidable lightning chakra? Suddenly, Sasuke threw his head back and laughed, a sound that rang out with reckless defiance. The wild black lightning swirling around him grew more intense, gathering into a massive sphere of energy. Lightning release, Chidori. With a powerful leap, Sasuke's body transformed into a streak of blue-white light, shooting forward with breathtaking speed. A deafening roar tore through the air. Wherever Sasuke passed, trees splintered and collapsed, debris scattering in all directions, and a wide chasm was carved deep into the mountainside. This technique alone could rival the ultimate attacks of the most elite Kage-level shinobi. What a terrifying opponent. How can someone possess such overwhelming power? Dong Mao's pupils contracted sharply. In that moment, a deep wariness of Sasuke burrowed into his heart. Who in the world is this guy? Dong Mao's mind raced, but he found no trace of information about Sasuke. He knew Sasuke was a newly promoted elite jonin, but in the shinobi world, there were precious few who could match Dong Mao himself. And yet, Sasuke was clearly just a recent addition to the ranks of elite jonin. How could he possibly possess such monstrous strength? The more Dong Mao pondered, the more bewildered he became. He finally realized that this boy named Sasuke was anything but ordinary. If that's the case, I won't be holding back. Dong Mao's expression turned cold as he spread his arms wide and then clasped his hands together. At once, a faint green membrane of light enveloped his body. Earth release, Earth clone technique. With a low incantation, the greenish membrane on Dong Mao's body quickly condensed, spawning 3 or 4 identical Earth clones beside him. Wood release, Earth dragon bullets. The very next moment, hundreds of massive earthen dragons burst from the ground, surging menacingly towards Sasuke. Fire release, Great Fireball technique. At that, Sasuke slammed his palms onto the earth, sending forth streams of molten lava that erupted in a blaze, coalescing into countless fireballs hurtling toward the wooden dragons. The collision set off a cacophony of crackling and snapping, as flames clashed with wooden spikes, filling the air with a harsh screech and the pungent reek of burning wood. Fire release, Great Fireball technique. Just then, 2 more scorching fireballs streaked in from the flanks, aimed straight at Sasuke's face. Sasuke's expression darkened. He hadn't expected these foes to launch a sneak attack at such a critical moment. Left with no other choice, Sasuke could only defend himself with ninjutsu. He raised his right hand, and a surge of flames burst from his fingertips. Fire style, Grand Fireball technique. In an instant, a blazing sphere of fire materialized before him, colliding head-on with the incoming fireball. A thunderous explosion shook the air, sparks scattering in every direction. Sasuke's brows furrowed slightly. He hadn't expected his opponent to use such a method to stop him from weaving more hand seals. Earth style, Earth spear technique. The next moment, dense earthen spikes erupted from below the ground, transforming into long spears that shot up behind Sasuke, sealing off any chance of retreat. This relentless barrage of attacks nearly forced Sasuke into a deadly corner. Water style, Water prison technique. Suddenly, a thin mist of water appeared before Sasuke, shielding him from the lethal strike. Then, a dazzling light bloomed in his hand. A radiant katana appeared out of thin air. With a crisp command, Sasuke shouted slash. In a flash, the blade gleamed and vanished, leaving Higashi's eyes wide with shock. He quickly raised his kunai to block Sasuke's attack. Unfortunately, he was just a fraction too slow. A bloody gash appeared on his left shoulder. How could your strength have increased so much? Higashi stared at Sasuke in disbelief. He clearly remembered that their abilities used to be on par. How had Sasuke surpassed him so quickly? Sasuke ignored Higashi, forming hand seals once more. Fire style, Grand Fireball technique. A fresh wave of fire surged around Sasuke, then condensed into an even larger fireball than before, roaring straight toward Higashi. Higashi trembled, but mustered his courage and faced it head-on. A protective sheen appeared over his body again, as he braced himself to endure Sasuke's assault. The fireball struck Higashi with a roar, the searing heat consuming his clothes. He grunted deeply, blood spurting from his mouth. Though Higashi managed to activate his defensive ninjutsu in time, Sasuke's attack still inflicted heavy damage. Without that defense, he would have been incinerated by the fire jutsu. This guy. Sasuke glanced at the battered and miserable Higashi, surprise flickering in his eyes. He knew just how troublesome Higashi's defense techniques were. Defeating them required significant effort, even for him. And yet, Higashi had managed to withstand his attack with that very technique. something that truly caught Sasuke's interest. Higashi struggled to his feet, his face twisted in fury. His pride simply wouldn't allow him to admit defeat. Damn you! With a furious roar, Higashi stomped the ground, cracking it beneath him, and shot toward Sasuke like a cannonball. Ninja art. Multiple Shuriken technique. A rapid barrage of projectiles filled the air, accompanied by a series of thunderous impacts. In the very next moment, a spiraling shuriken formed of lightning and wind shot from Dongmao's hand, slicing through the air with a razor-sharp gale and slamming fiercely into the shield in front of Sasuke. A sizzling crack resounded as a small breach appeared on Sasuke's protective barrier, and his eyes narrowed instantly. So, this is the extent of your power? What a nuisance, Sasuke murmured to himself. Then he extended his index finger and tapped the breach lightly. It sealed itself at once, now shimmering with a chill. What? Dongmao's eyes widened in disbelief. He never expected his full-force strike to simply vanish without a trace. Sasuke paid him no mind, continuing to orchestrate his fiery assault. Fire style, Phoenix Flower Jutsu. A massive fireball materialized mid-air, then transformed into a great lotus of flame hurtling toward Dongmao. That trick won't do a thing to me, Dongmao bellowed. His skin took on a bronze hue, a surge of formidable chakra coursing through him, making his muscles turn as hard as steel. Earth-style, earth-drilling spears. In an instant, a multitude of sharp, earthen spears shot up from the ground, intertwining to form a towering wall of stone several meters high, blocking the oncoming fire. Seeing this, a mocking smile played on Sasuke's lips. He swiftly formed a hand seal, and a gigantic boulder materialized in the air. Fire-style, Great Fireball Jutsu. A blazing sphere of fire appeared before Sasuke. With a flick of his finger, he launched the fireball, sending it howling toward Dongmao. Is this guy crazy? Dongmao felt his entire body tense up, turning stiff. At that moment, Sasuke was charging straight toward him, clearly intent on attacking up close. Alarmed, Dongmao darted aside to evade the fireball, cursing his own carelessness. This was all part of Sasuke's scheme. He was baiting Dongmao into his trap. Just as expected, the instant Dongmao vacated his spot, the fireball crashed down where he'd stood. A deafening explosion shook the ground as flames erupted, engulfing everything nearby in a blazing inferno. Dongmao stared in stunned disbelief at where Sasuke stood. He hadn't expected him to dare close the distance like that. But Dongmao didn't panic. Instead, he sneered and retorted, "Did you really think I'm scared of a brat like you?" As his words faded, the earth around Dongmao suddenly split apart. Massive, jagged boulders burst from below, then shot toward Sasuke with tremendous force. Earth-style, total collapse. A series of thunderous explosions ripped through the air as the ground around Sasuke splintered and caved in, leaving a deep crater at his feet. Yet Sasuke's face showed no pain. On the contrary, he grinned, and suddenly, a shadowy figure appeared at his side. Shadow, Clone Jutsu. Bang! The instant Sasuke's true self vanished, his real body darted out from another direction. When did he? Higashi's expression changed dramatically. He hadn't sensed at all that this Sasuke was just a decoy. He even wondered if Sasuke's true body had been lying in wait, ready to ambush him. But in the very next moment, Sasuke's real form materialized right in front of Higashi's eyes. Without hesitation, Sasuke swung his leg in a powerful kick that landed squarely in Higashi's abdomen. Thud! A surge of brute force traveled through Sasuke's leg, sending Higashi's body flying sideways before crashing into the distant woods. Cough, cough. Higashi clutched his stomach, gasping for breath. He had no idea how many of his ribs had just snapped. How is this possible? How could he be so strong? Higashi could hardly believe he'd taken such a devastating blow. Lifting his gaze to the floating figure above, confusion and fear flickered across his face. At that moment, Sasuke hovered in midair, looking down at Higashi with a mocking smile tugging at his lips. With a cold laugh, Sasuke taunted, "Is that really all you've got?" Damn it! Grinding his teeth, Higashi let out a furious growl as he slowly raised his right hand. Earth-style, Earth Flow Wall. With a low chant, a thick stone wall sprang up around him for protection. Crack! Crack! But in barely 3 seconds, the earthen barrier began to crumble under the strain. In Higashi's astonished eyes, the wall shattered with a deafening crash. Earth-style, Earth Dragon Bullet. Without a moment's hesitation, Higashi unleashed his signature technique. Boom! A massive earthen dragon burst forth, erupting midway and filling the air with swirling clouds of dust and stone. Moments later, as the haze gradually settled, Sasuke's silhouette reemerged. His clothes were torn in places, the the collar at his chest blown open to reveal a scorched mark on his skin. Sasuke shot Higashi a frosty glance, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Not bad at all, Higashi. As he spoke, Sasuke opened his mouth, drawing chakra into a swirling mass until a huge fireball took shape. Fire style, Nirvana, fireball, jutsu. Whoosh! The immense fireball shot downward, radiating a heat so fierce it seemed capable of incinerating everything in its path. Higashi's pupils shrank with terror. He dared not take the blast head-on and darted aside with desperate speed. The fireball skimmed past Higashi's brow, leaving a bloody streak across his forehead and sending a chill down his spine. Seeing this, Sasuke's lips curled with wicked amusement. He stamped his foot sharply against the ground. Earth-style, seismic wave fist. The earth trembled and sagged beneath them, a wide chasm cracking open and stretching for hundreds of meters. Caught off guard, Higashi tumbled straight into the newly formed fissure, his body thrown into a dizzying tumble. "What is this?" he gasped in shock. He had never imagined that, beyond what style, this guy had also mastered earth-style, water-style, and even rock-style. A name suddenly flashed through his mind, that Sasuke's student. He recalled hearing that Uchiha Madara had brought a young boy back with him a few years ago. At the time, he found it odd. After all, it was hard to imagine someone like Madara taking an ordinary child as his disciple. "So, it was you all along, Sasuke," Dongmao growled through clenched teeth. Sasuke responded with a faint smile. "It seems you know quite a bit about me, as expected of the fourth Kazekage. No matter how much battle experience you have, you'll die here today." Chakra surged from Dongmao's body once again. But this time, unlike before, his hands wove together an unfamiliar, peculiar seal. Earth release, rock explosion fist. He thrust out his right hand. A massive, earth-colored fist crashed fiercely into Sasuke's chest. With a muffled grunt, Sasuke staggered back several steps. A scorched mark marred his chest, clear evidence of the rock explosion fist's grazing blow. "Is this all you've got?" Sasuke snapped coldly. At once, his right hand clenched into a fist, purple arcs of lightning crackling and dancing around his knuckles. Lightning release, Chidori sharp spear. In a sudden motion, Sasuke swept his left arm forward. A spear of pure lightning shot out, piercing straight toward Dongmao. "Damn it, what kind of jutsu is this?" Dongmao shouted, hurriedly raising an earth-style wall in front of himself. A sharp crackling filled the air as the lightning spear tore through the wall, driving straight through Dongmao's shoulder and left arm. Blood gushed forth in torrents. Dongmao let out a scream of agony. Earth release, earth flow, sword technique. Suddenly, wings of earth burst from his back. He leapt high, kunai in hand, and drove the blade hard into Sasuke's chest. Yet his face was twisted with shock. He swore he had meant to attack this way, but he never imagined Sasuke would be just a fraction faster than him. What speed is this? Dongmao's mind raged. He had just used the body flicker technique, after all. Could it be? The next instant, his pupils shrank in alarm. He realized he was falling. And then the worst happened. His body began to draw in the earth element from all around him. The more he struggled, the more violently it was absorbed. "This is bad." Panic flashed across Dongmao's face. He hastily redirected his chakra, forming a protective membrane around his body. A tremendous force blasted into him, sending Dongmao flying. He crashed through a wall and landed hard on the ground, gasping for breath, battered and disheveled. Coughing violently, Dongmao spat out several mouthfuls of blood. He forced himself up, glaring at Sasuke across from him, his eyes burning with hatred. Sasuke let out a scornful laugh. "What's wrong? Can't handle even this much? You'd better save your strength. I'm telling you, you can't beat me." Dongmao's face darkened with anger. He had never imagined that this young man's combat skills were honed to such a formidable level. Damn it, he cursed inwardly, but deep down, he knew he truly couldn't defeat Sasuke as things stood. "In that case, you could die now," Sasuke said coldly. Earth-style, earth flow wall. Sensing danger, Dongmao quickly conjured a wall of earth to block Sasuke's advance. But Sasuke merely scoffed. His left hand wove through a rapid series of signs. Fire-style, grand fireball jutsu. In an instant, a roaring blaze burst from Sasuke's hands, and with a fierce punch, he smashed it into the earthen wall before him. The wall shattered with a thunderous crash. What shocked Dongmao even more was that Sasuke's fist was already upon him. There was nowhere to run. A deafening impact exploded. Dongmao spat out a mouthful of blood. His whole body hurled backward, sliding several meters before he managed to steady himself. His face filled with shock as he stared at Sasuke. He could never have imagined that the chakra within this young man was so overwhelming, so boundless. Back in the hidden sand village, He had never encountered chakra of such raw intensity. Drawing a deep, shaky breath, Dong Mao forced himself to stand. He looked up at Sasuke and declared, "Good, very good. At last, there's hope to erase the shame that's haunted the land of fire." Though a flicker of dread lingered in his heart, Dong Mao still believed he could bring Sasuke down. Sasuke frowned, scrutinizing Dong Mao. He noticed something odd. His opponent wasn't relying on physical strength alone in this fight. On the surface, Dong Mao's body seemed unscathed, but that was merely an illusion. A jagged scar marred his chest and abdomen. The wound was shallow, almost invisible on the skin, yet had drastically weakened his power. "So that's it. You're drawing strength from ninja tools, aren't you?" Sasuke said with a faint, knowing smile. "Eh." Dong Mao grinned, revealing sharp, menacing teeth. "You've got sharp eyes, I'll give you that. But don't underestimate me. My power far surpasses yours. Those so-called ninja tools are nothing but scrap metal." Sasuke let out a cold laugh. He stomped his right foot, and the ground beneath him instantly fractured. Earth-style, mountain collapse and ground split. Dong Mao's fingers flashed through a string of seals, and a powerful force surged forth. The earth beneath Sasuke's feet crumbled in a heartbeat. Sasuke's body was flung backward, carving a deep trench dozens of meters long across the ground. "That was close," Sasuke muttered, wiping blood from the corner of his mouth. "Looks like I'll have to deal with that technique first, or I'll be fighting an uphill battle." A look of astonishment filled Dong Mao's eyes. He hadn't expected Sasuke to withstand his earth release. Mountain collapse technique with sheer brute force alone. Before he could process what had just happened, Sasuke's gaze sharpened suddenly. Earth-style, earth flow, sword technique. With a sweep of Sasuke's hand, several slender, sharp swords shot up from the ground. A flurry of piercing sounds cut through the air as the swords sped toward Dong Mao. Dong Mao was quick to react, hastily summoning an earth-style armor to shield himself. But Sasuke didn't let the opportunity slip away. Seizing the moment, he dashed to Dong Mao's flank and delivered a spinning kick that sent him sprawling to the ground. Without mercy, Sasuke pressed his foot down on Dong Mao, his expression icy and unyielding. Crushed beneath Sasuke's heel, Dong Mao's eyes flickered with humiliation. He, a proud jonin, was now reduced to such a state. He had utterly disgraced the name of Sunagakure. He clenched his teeth so hard his jaw trembled, sweat dripping from his brow in steady rivulets, while a guttural, choking sound rose from his throat. Dong Mao's body quivered. An eerie chakra pulsed within him, a surging wave of power gathering deep inside. Sasuke sensed the rising danger, and a look of caution flickered across his face. Even so, he did not stop his assault. His foot, infused with earth-style chakra, continued to grind relentlessly into Dong Mao. Dong Mao's eyes regained their focus, but now they shone with a wild, manic light. "Earth-style, Earth Dragon Bullet," he roared. With a guttural bellow, he spat out an enormous, dark yellow boulder, its surface etched with intricate patterns and swirling runes circling its form. The stone seemed almost alive, its tail lashing furiously behind it. In a blink, it hurtled towards Sasuke at breakneck speed. This time, Dong Mao was holding nothing back. Sasuke knew he now had to fight with everything he had. Earth-style, tremor of the land. Their chakras clashed in a violent collision, splitting the ground with deep fissures. Waves of earth churned and surged, swallowing the massive boulder within. Sasuke paused, momentarily taken aback. He could sense that the stone hadn't been destroyed. It was simply dissolving, slowly eroded by the power of his earth jutsu. Sasuke's face darkened. "It seems I'll have to show some real power, or this won't be enough." All around Sasuke, thick vines sprang forth from thin air, writhing and twisting. Clapping his hands together, Sasuke conjured a dazzling sphere of white light between his palms, then hurled it with force. Fire-style, flame release, Chidori. As his hands met, searing flames exploded outward, incinerating the vines to ash and sending a fiery rain cascading down. Sasuke looked coldly at Dong Mao, who still lay on the ground. "It's over." After speaking, he stepped directly on Higashimyo's head. "I don't care what kind of so-called elite shinobi you are. I'll make you pay a terrible price." Higashimyo's eyes widened, his pupils unfocused. Slowly, he closed his eyes and then completely lost consciousness. His awareness faded, his soul returning to the void. A faint smile appeared on Sasuke's face. This battle had drained his chakra considerably. Looking at the unconscious Higashimyo in front of him, Sasuke muttered to himself, "Though this guy's been a real headache, at least now I can finally train in peace." Water-style, wild water wave. With a leap, Sasuke suddenly unleashed a water-style ninjutsu. Before him, a blue-violet vortex rose up, and then a towering wave swept outward in all directions. The waves crashed onto the earth, shattering rocks on the ground, creating a scene of utter devastation. But soon enough, the muddy water was completely evaporated, and the ground returned to a tranquil calm. Sasuke's gaze fell on Higashimio's lifeless body, his expression ice-cold. Oomph. Just another fool rushing to his death. At that moment, the fire-style ninja Izumi Sarutobi appeared before Sasuke. Fire-style, great fireball jutsu. Without a word, Izumi Sarutobi formed hand seals and unleashed a powerful fire-style attack on Sasuke. Facing this, Sasuke showed not a trace of fear. He immediately formed his own hand seals, using earth-style, Stonewall. Two massive rocks burst from the ground, enclosing Sasuke within and forming a thick, impenetrable shield. With a deafening explosion, smoke and debris blasted outward in all directions. Yet Sasuke stood unharmed behind one of the giant stones, calmly watching Izumi Sarutobi. The boulder at his feet had been scorched pitch black, with wisps of white vapor rising off its surface. How is this possible? You're only a third-year kid. How can you use Earth Style? And you even blocked my Fire-Style jutsu? What's going on? Izumi Sarutobi asked in shock. He simply couldn't understand it. He'd pushed his chakra to the limit, and yet still couldn't defeat a third-year student. And the kid was only 10 years old, for heaven's sake. This was beyond belief. Wind Style, Gale Breakthrough. Sasuke ignored his confusion and unleashed a powerful finishing move. A fierce wind swept across the entire battlefield, blowing away every trace of smoke and dust. Then, an enormous fist made of swirling air hurtled toward Izumi Sarutobi. What incredible power! This child is truly extraordinary. Feeling the force contained in that air fist, Izumi Sarutobi's face grew serious. He quickly formed hand seals, exhaling a massive fireball to meet Sasuke's attack head-on. A thunderous crash followed, lightning splitting the air. Two fists collided with a deafening crash, as if thunder rumbled through the air. In the blink of an eye, the fireball shattered into nothingness. Yet Sasuke's fist pressed on with unstoppable force, surging forward, about to land upon Izumi Sarutobi. Izumi hurriedly formed hand signs. Fire Style, Great Fireball Jutsu. This time, the flames Izumi conjured were even denser than before, and he focused his chakra into his right arm. The fiery fist finally dissipated. But relief never came for Izumi, for at that very moment, a thick green vine, over 10 meters long, burst out from the ground, coiling around him and hoisting him up into the branches. Damn you bastard, Izumi snarled in fury. Wood Style, Universal Pull. Sasuke's voice rang out, calm and sharp. Suddenly, a wooden construct appeared in midair, seizing Izumi, then slamming him forcefully into the ground. Deep, bloody claw marks were left across Asuma's stomach, and blood gushed forth. The pain snapped Izumi back to his senses, but there was no escape. Sasuke had summoned more wooden figures, all of them closing in, trapping him from every side. At that moment, Sasuke approached at a leisurely pace, his gaze icy and indifferent. I recall you once said, "No matter who it is," he said. "Now, let me show you the answer. You bastard. Let me go, you piece of trash." Thunder rumbled overhead. Sasuke's lips curled in a faint smirk. He lifted his left leg and pressed it down on Asuma's head. Asuma's face flushed a deep red. Enough talk, old man. Admit defeat right now." Sasuke snapped, delivering a savage kick to the other side of Asuma's face. With a sickening crunch, Izumi spat out several teeth, blood filling his mouth as he lay battered and bruised on the ground. "Wait, hold on." Izumi shouted desperately, afraid that another word might mean his death at Sasuke's hands. "I surrender." With great effort, Izumi raised his hand, then slowly crawled up, kneeling down. "I concede, I surrender. Please, spare me. I beg you." Sasuke glanced at him coldly, then looked away. "Hey, aren't you going to finish it?" Izumi called out, a foreboding sense creeping into his heart at Sasuke's hesitation. "I already gave you a chance. Since you refused, then you can go die." Earth Style, Ultra Great Spiraling Sphere. Sasuke's gaze hardened, and with a sudden movement, he thrust his hand forward, 2 fingers pointed. A massive, spiraling sphere materialized instantly, rolling forward and reducing everything in its path to dust. "What?" Izumi Sarutobi sensed a surge of danger ahead, and sheer terror seized him. He bolted at once, stumbling over himself in fright. But this time, his reactions were noticeably slower. A deafening explosion shook the sky, and a powerful shockwave swept through the entire battleground. Coughing harshly, Izumi staggered back several steps, clutching his bruised chest. He hacked out a few coughs, then glared at Sasuke and shouted through gritted teeth, "I'll fight you to the end." Fire Style, Great Breakthrough. Fire style, great flame burst. Two mighty jutsu collided once again with a thunderous roar. Scorching flames and billowing sand raged through the arena. This time, Asuma emerged even worse for wear, his whole body charred. He lay sprawled on the ground, barely clinging to life. Hey, you bastard. I give up. I surrender. Gasping for breath, Asuma managed to call out to Sasuke. He knew full well that if he didn't yield now, his life would be forfeit. Surrender, huh? Sasuke's lips curled into a faint smile as he slowly walked toward Asuma. Hey, what are you doing? Asuma shouted in panic. Wounded so badly, he couldn't move a muscle. He could only watch Sasuke draw near. Without a word, Sasuke stomped down on his face. You bastard. Asuma glared at him with hatred. As the son of the Hokage, to be defeated here was a humiliation beyond words. Sasuke met his bitter gaze with a scornful smirk, then turned and walked away. You bastard. You absolute bastard. Asuma yelled after him, seething with rage. Suddenly, a chill wind brushed across his neck, sending a shiver down his spine. Ow, that hurts. Asuma reached up to touch his face and found it slick with blood. You bastard. I'll kill you. He slapped the ground in frustration, cursing through his pain. You animal. You mongrel. Even as he howled and cursed, a wave of cold washed over him. He turned his head toward the direction Sasuke had gone. He saw that bastard standing not far away, utterly still. Sasuke's back was turned, and from his shoulders, wisps of white steam were rising, left behind by the flames. Is he dead? Asuma stared in shock for a moment, then suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, that bastard is finally dead. This is incredible. I'm finally rid of that monster. Now I can focus on my training at last. When I reach the level of elite Jonin, I'll have my revenge. I'll tear that bastard to pieces. You bastard. You freak. How dare you injure me so badly? What you've done will bring down heaven's wrath upon you. Just wait, the world will make you pay. Sarutobi Asuma roared in fury, struggling to his feet as he prepared to leave. Oh, by the way, there's still one more thing I need to take care of. Sasuke's cold voice drifted through the air as he watched Asuma's retreating figure. What is it now? You monster, don't you come any closer. At this moment, Sarutobi Asuma had already forgotten his earlier humiliation. Terror filled his eyes as Sasuke advanced. Though Sasuke looked completely unscathed, Asuma knew full well he had already thrown everything he had into the fight. He'd even unleashed his most basic fire techniques, but none of it mattered. Sasuke had utterly overpowered him. He understood the vast gulf between their strengths, yet he still refused to accept defeat. Gritting his teeth, he wanted to make one last effort, hoping for a miracle turnaround. But reality is always merciless. No, stay away from me. Asuma wailed in despair. Without a word, Sasuke shot forward and delivered a brutal kick that sent Asuma flying. The impact slammed Asuma hard against a boulder before he slumped to the ground. Now, Asuma was a pitiful sight, his body broken, scattered, and helpless. He lay there, unable to get up, barely clinging to life. Bastard, are you really going to kill me? Asuma croaked out, his voice weak and trembling. A cold smile flickered across Sasuke's face. Spare you? If I let you become a genin, wouldn't that be even more troublesome? So it's time for you to meet your gods. With that, Sasuke tightened his right fist and brought it down with crushing force on Asuma's skull. A single fatal blow. Asuma's eyes slowly glazed over, disbelief frozen on his face. Turning away, Sasuke glanced at the three unconscious figures, Shikaku and his companions, then pulled a scroll from his pocket. He'd secretly taken it the night before. Fire style, great fireball jutsu. Forming the hand seals, Sasuke unleashed a blazing fireball. Help. Somebody help. I don't want to die. Please no. The fire technique erupted, instantly setting Asuma's clothes ablaze. The flames consumed him, roaring up to engulf his face, transforming him into a living torch. Moments later, the fire died down, leaving behind nothing but a charred corpse. Sarutobi Asuma had fallen. With that, the last of the daimyo's guards from the Land of Fire had been slain by Sasuke. Without hesitation, Sasuke entered the daimyo's mansion. Deprived of his guards, the daimyo of the Land of Fire was nothing more than an ordinary man, one whom Sasuke dispatched with ease. Immediately after, Sasuke set out for his next destination, the Land of Water. This time, his target was the two-tailed beasts residing there, the Six Tails and the Three Tails. A day later, Sasuke arrived in the Land of Water. He hadn't even set foot in Kirigakure when he was intercepted by the village's shinobi. Standing in his way was none other than Juzo Biwa, one of the famed 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. You insolent brat, how dare you stir up trouble in our bloody mist? I'll show you what true cruelty feels like. With those words, Juzo swung his massive blade and charged straight at Sasuke. He was, after all, the most ruthless among the 7 swordsmen, showing no mercy even to ordinary people. To him, the boy standing before him was nothing more than an ant, ready to be crushed at his whim. He'd seen it all before, countless fools who crossed his path, each one left barely clinging to life after being toyed with, before he finally put an end to them. Just as I expected. Sasuke let out a cold, mocking laugh. From those words alone, he could tell, just like in the original story, this man would have cornered him without mercy. But so what? In this world, there were always those desperate for death, and Sasuke had no qualms about granting their wish. Wind style, wind blade, shuriken. Sasuke raised both hands and flicked his wrist sharply. In an instant, several razor-sharp shuriken hurtled toward Juzo. Even without access to chakra for now, such an attack was hardly a challenge for Sasuke. What's more, he had already mastered many advanced jutsu. Pathetic tricks. I am the strongest among the 7 swordsmen. A mere wind blade, shuriken? You think that could harm me? Juzo's face twisted into a sneer, not even bothering to take the whirling shuriken seriously. But before he could finish his thought, a thunderous impact erupted. A deafening roar filled the air, as if the whole space was rocked by an explosion, dust, and debris billowing everywhere. Juzo coughed harshly, scrambling to shield himself from the flying sand. Gradually, the smoke and dust began to settle. When Juzo finally saw what lay before him, he froze in disbelief. What on earth just happened? Before him, Sasuke had transformed into someone nearly the same size as himself, his entire body wrapped in crimson lightning. His jet black hair tumbled down in wild waves, and an eerie light flickered in his eyes. This appearance was nothing like the Uchiha Sasuke he remembered. It was as if he were facing a completely different person. More importantly, he was certain he just defeated Sasuke using taijutsu. By all logic, Sasuke should have lost the ability to fight. So why had he suddenly become this terrifying? Damn it, what's going on? Juzo Biwa muttered darkly, his face clouded with suspicion. At that moment, the corner of Sasuke's mouth curled into a faint, cold smile. He spoke with chilling indifference. What's going on? Didn't you already know? He wasn't trying to act mysterious. In truth, Sasuke himself wasn't sure what state he was in. Yet he could feel an immense power welling up within, a force that surged ceaselessly from his core. It was as if a mountain of treasure lay before him, waiting to be unearthed, yet he had no way to break through. The sensation was strange, almost intoxicating, and Sasuke let himself sink into it. Juzo Biwa's face showed a flicker of surprise at Sasuke's words. But he wasn't easily fooled. He quickly regained his composure. Is this another one of your Uchiha tricks? You live up to your clan's reputation, cunning to the end. But your cheap illusions won't work on me. He raised his blade and charged at Sasuke. If you're so determined to court death, then I'll gladly send you on your way. Fire style, great fireball jutsu. With a furious shout, Juzo spat a stream of scorching fire from his mouth, the flames rushing towards Sasuke in a blazing torrent. Fire style, great fireball jutsu. Without a hint of panic, Sasuke opened his mouth and unleashed his own fierce fireball to meet the attack head-on. A deafening explosion followed as the searing heat ignited the surrounding trees. The two fireballs collided in a violent blast, flames roaring and crackling through the forest. Juzo let out a mocking laugh. I told you, these are nothing but the thrashings of a dying man. But Sasuke said nothing. His gaze remained locked on Juzo, unwavering. He noticed a subtle shift in Juzo's eyes. Was it frustration? Rage? Pain? Sasuke frowned, puzzled by the sudden change in expression. But the truth dawned on him almost instantly. Juzo's eyes were becoming bloodshot, veins filling with red. You bastard, die. Juzo's screams grew harsher, raw with agony, as if he were writhing under some unbearable torment. Without warning, he launched into a wild, frenzied attack. The ground shook with the chaos of his assault. Pipa Juzo launched a frenzied assault, pouring every ounce of strength into each attack. Yet, as Sasuke faced this onslaught, he sensed a strange familiarity in those strikes. Could this be Chidori? In that moment, Sasuke finally understood everything. So that's it. The power I possess now. It's all Chidori, he thought to himself. But after all, he was still just an infant. No matter how intelligent, there was no way he could fully unleash Chidori's true might in such a short time. Even so, in terms of both speed and strength, Sasuke far outclassed Pipa Juzo. A deafening crash. A wet, sickening splatter. A cry of pain. A heavy thud. In the blink of an eye, another wound had been carved onto Pipa Juzo's body during their clash. Weren't you acting all high and mighty just a moment ago? Why aren't you fighting back now? Thought you were strong? Where's that strength now? Pipa Juzo was panting heavily, his clothes in tatters, barely clinging to his battered frame. He glared at Sasuke, teeth clenched, hatred burning in his eyes. I don't need to fight back, Sasuke replied calmly. At these words, Pipa Juzo froze in disbelief, then burst into wild laughter. You don't need to fight back? That's hilarious. You, just a snot-nosed brat, dare to talk like that. He sneered. Do you even realize before you could utter those words, you'd have died hundreds of times over? As you stand here now, you're already a corpse. Is that so? Sasuke glanced sidelong at Pipa Juzo with a cold, mocking smile. Don't forget, you're the one I sent flying with a single kick, and you still have a nerve to yap at me like this. Damn you. It was unbearable, being humiliated by a child still wet behind the ears. Rage boiled over within Pipa Juzo. But just as he prepared to strike again, a sudden jolt of fear shot through his heart. No! His expression changed in an instant, and he stopped dead in his tracks. The next moment, a rocket shot out from behind him. An explosive roar filled the air as a massive tree to Pipa Juzo's right was blasted apart, crashing to the ground between the two of them. The fallen tree now formed a barrier, making him hesitate to advance recklessly. Bastard! Pipa Juzo cursed furiously, spinning around to look behind him. At that moment, Sasuke stood up, meeting his gaze with a sneer. What a disappointment, running into a weakling like you. Honestly, you're not even worth my time. His tone dripped with scorn, as if this entire affair was too trivial to warrant even a second thought. Bastard! A barrage of explosions, one after another, thundered through the clearing. Pipa Juzo roared and brandished his ninja blade, hacking at Sasuke with wild abandon. But Sasuke paid his attacks no mind. He didn't even bother to take a single step back, letting every blow glance harmlessly off him, utterly indifferent to the assault. However, every time Juzo Biwa swung his blade and missed, he would be thrown backward by the force of his own attack. This only made him more anxious, for he knew that if he couldn't defeat this enemy now, he might never get another chance. Finally, in a fleeting moment, he found his opportunity. Juzo Biwa leapt high into the air, his legs driving powerfully towards Sasuke's head. At that instant, Sasuke finally opened his eyes. I've been waiting for this move for quite some time, Sasuke said with a light chuckle, slowly extending his palms forward. In the next moment, under Juzo Biwa's shocked gaze, Sasuke's hands came together suddenly, trapping the blazing red chakra sphere between his palms. What? Impossible! Juzo Biwa's eyes widened in disbelief as he shouted. That's our village's secret jutsu, the wind style, Rasengan. But Sasuke just curled his lips in disdain. A mere wind-based Rasengan? You think something like that could hurt me? Keep dreaming. With a crisp crack, the wind-style Rasengan burst apart and vanished into thin air. Sasuke withdrew his hands, his gaze coldly fixed on Juzo Biwa. At this moment, all the fight seemed to drain from Juzo Biwa's face. His spirit appeared utterly shattered. For a long while, Juzo Biwa spoke in a low voice. So, your body wields the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Is that so surprising? Sasuke lifted his chin with pride. A bitter laugh escaped Juzo Biwa as he shook his head. So, you've already become a true powerhouse. But do you really think that's enough to kill me? As he spoke, Juzo Biwa lifted his head, his eyes flashing cold and sharp. Let me tell you, today, you will not leave here alive. You've not only insulted my honor, but I also have a score to settle with the Uchiha clan. With those words, Juzo Biwa's form vanished where he stood, only to reappear in front of Sasuke, both hands raised high, aiming straight for Sasuke's throat. A sharp rushing sound sliced through the air. Sasuke dodged the sneak attack with swift agility and countered. Then show me. Let's see just how much strength you really have, enough to be worthy of fighting me. I'll never lose to a brat like you. Juzo Biwa roared back. With that, he disappeared from Sasuke's sight once more. The air all around Sasuke filled with the relentless whoosh of attacks slicing through the sky. Sasuke snorted coldly, his body flashing from place to place, narrowly avoiding Juzo Biwa's onslaught. Then, Sasuke's eyes narrowed, and the chakra circling his right hand surged with sudden intensity. Rasengan! Sasuke shouted. In an instant, the chakra in his hand gathered and condensed at his wrist, finally forming a swirling black sphere of energy along his arm. Rasengan! Sasuke hurled a Rasengan directly at Juzo Biwa, striking him squarely. A thunderous boom echoed, and Juzo's body was blasted backward by the force of the attack. Cough, cough. Damn it. How is this possible? He struggled for a moment, then managed to stagger to his feet, glaring at Sasuke. Your chakra, Is this powerful? Were you just testing me earlier? Hearing this, a faint, knowing smile appeared at the corner of Sasuke's lips. Indeed, his chakra reserves far surpassed those of ordinary people, but even he had limits. He could clearly feel that he was now teetering on the brink of exhaustion. If he kept fighting like this, drawing further on his chakra, he would collapse into unconsciousness. Of course, in anyone else's place, no one would dare take such risks. After all, no one could predict what dangers might still be lurking at a moment like this. But there was no one else like Sasuke in this world. He believed that since he had chosen to wield this power, then victory was certain to be his. Sasuke looked his opponent in the eye and said calmly, "Neither of us is at our peak anymore, so let's both unleash our greatest techniques. Let this battle end here." "Ha ha ha, I accept." Juzo burst into hearty laughter, then declared, "Though I'm in agony right now, for the honor of my village, I'll fight you fair and square." "Sasuke." A look of steely resolve began to set in on Juzo's face, and then his whole body radiated with dazzling blue light. Sasuke narrowed his eyes, watching Juzo intently. He noticed that Juzo's chakra seemed to be growing thicker, more immense by the second. Suddenly, Juzo opened his mouth and drew in a deep breath. In an instant, all the surrounding natural energy converged around him, swirling into clouds and mist that surged into his body. Sasuke's eyes widened at the sight. He could sense Juzo's chakra climbing rapidly to incredible heights. "So this is his secret technique?" Sasuke muttered. "With this much chakra amplification, even my Sharingan would struggle to withstand it. But even so, this alone won't be enough to defeat me." His gaze was unwavering. Clenching both fists, he rushed forward with sudden force. At the very moment they were about to clash, a flash of crimson streaked across Sasuke's left eye. Summoning Jutsu. With a fierce howl, a giant wolf materialized before him, letting out a thunderous roar before sinking its fangs into Juzo's shoulder. A scream tore from Juzo's throat as he clutched his shredded shoulder, pain twisting his features while he glared at Sasuke in fury. "What kind of technique is this?" "This is my summoning beast. It can help me bear about 3 times as much chakra," Sasuke declared. Then his gaze sharpened, steely and cold. "You have one last chance left." Hearing this, Juzo Biwa let out a furious roar. He unleashed his secret technique once more. His body swelled in size as he lunged toward Sasuke. But it was already too late. Sasuke's jutsu, prepared in advance, was unleashed in that instant. Summoning technique. A white serpent shot up from the ground, sinking its fangs into Juzo Biwa's waist, and with an unyielding strength, dragged his whole body away. There was a heavy crash as Sasuke seized the opportunity, kicking Juzo Biwa's body away. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Sasuke gazed at his fallen opponent and said, "Now it's your turn. You still have a chance. If you don't want to be defeated by me, you'd better give up now." "Damn it, never!" Juzo Biwa roared, his body swelling again with rage. A series of thunderous rumbles echoed as Sasuke's expression changed. He quickly withdrew several meters, putting distance between them. Sasuke took a few deep, ragged breaths. His eyes never left Juzo Biwa, and his gaze grew dark and foreboding. He could clearly sense that Juzo Biwa had reached his limit. If the fight dragged on, Juzo Biwa's body would explode from within and he would die. But, no way. I will never admit defeat. Juzo Biwa howled. "I will never surrender. Never." In the next instant, a fearsome power suddenly descended upon Juzo Biwa, completely overpowering him. With a tremendous impact, Juzo Biwa was slammed into the ground. In that moment, as he hit the earth, he couldn't muster the slightest strength to resist. "How can this be?" Juzo Biwa's eyes filled with disbelief. He spat out a mouthful of blood, its crimson stark against his pale lips, and stared blankly at Sasuke, who wore a faint smile. His heart was pounding with shock. How could this happen? I'm the greatest genius of the Hidden Leaf Village. How could I be defeated by this mere brat who hasn't even grown up? Unwilling to accept this, he desperately tried to force the remaining chakra in his body to flow. He wanted to risk everything to drag his enemy down with him. But his strength was utterly spent. He couldn't budge Sasuke in the slightest. Sasuke looked down at the fallen Juzo Biwa, slowly extending his right hand and pointing at the man's forehead. "Sage art, Rasengan." A piercing hum filled the air as the Rasengan shot through Juzo Biwa's skull, boring a hole clean through. His eyes widened in shock, his face frozen in disbelief, unable to rest in peace even in death. You killed me. You really killed me." Juzo Biwa managed to force out, his voice trembling, his gaze locked on Sasuke in utter incredulity. "That's right. I killed you." Sasuke spoke with an indifferent expression, his eyes utterly calm and untroubled. He had always believed in eradicating his enemies completely, never leaving any future threat behind. Looking down at the lifeless body of Juzo Biwa before him, Sasuke let out a sigh of relief. The battle was finally over. In the next instant, Raiga Kurisuke suddenly appeared before Sasuke. With a flash, Raiga lunged at Sasuke, blade in hand, striking with lethal intent. Fire style, Grand Fireball Jutsu. Unperturbed by Raiga's attack, Sasuke calmly formed the necessary hand seals and unleashed a powerful fire-style technique. A tremendous roar erupted as the flames collided, mushrooming into a massive cloud that billowed up into the sky. How can this be? You know that jutsu? Raiga stared at Sasuke in utter disbelief, never imagining that Sasuke could wield such a powerful fire-style technique, let alone the Grand Fireball Jutsu itself. A faint smile curled on Sasuke's lips. This time it's my turn. With those words, his figure vanished from sight in a blur. Raiga felt a sudden surge of wind at his back. His face fell, and he dove aside just in time. Fire style, Phoenix Flower Dance. With a fierce shout, Sasuke summoned flames that swirled and gathered, forming a blooming rose of fire around him. Yet this rose held a terrifying power within, and Raiga was so startled his soul seemed to leap from his body. Earth style, Stone Wall. Raiga quickly pressed his palms together, and a solid wall several meters high and thick as a man sprang up out of nowhere, blocking Sasuke's assault. Taking advantage of the momentary reprieve, Raiga turned and fled. Where do you think you're going? A shadow darted forward with lightning speed, cutting off Raiga's escape. Raiga's expression twisted with unease. If he hadn't reacted in time, just now, he'd surely have met his end right here. Oomph. Seeing Raiga come to a halt, Sasuke let out a cold snort. Don't get cocky, kid. Raiga spat the words through gritted teeth. Sasuke might be powerful, but Raiga refused to show fear. Oh really? Sasuke smirked, perfectly aware of what was going through Raiga's mind. After all, there was still an age gap between them. Fire style, Flame Bullet. Sasuke slammed his palms onto the ground, and searing heat erupted from the earth, engulfing Raiga in a torrent of fire. His movements were swift and seamless, leaving Raiga no chance to catch his breath. Damn it! Raiga roared in anger, his body quickly shrouded in a pale green layer of chakra that shielded him from the burning flames. Fire style, Dragon Flame Jutsu. A dragon formed of blue-purple fire soared into the sky, turning the entire heavens a blazing shade of blue and violet. No, I have to get out of here. If I don't, I'll die for sure. Black Hoe Raiga gritted his teeth, seething inwardly. At that very moment, he heard the sound of loud footsteps behind him. Startled to the core, Black Hoe Raiga spun around to face Sasuke. What are you up to? Since I've decided to kill you, I can't possibly let you leave so easily, Sasuke replied with a bloodthirsty grin curling at the corner of his lips. Raiga's face turned ashen, for right beside him, 4 more Sasukes had appeared. Each of the 4 Sasukes radiated a presence much weaker than the original. Damn it! Clenching his teeth, Black Hoe Raiga knew the odds were stacked against him today, but he refused to surrender. After all, his opponent was just a 7-year-old brat. As one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, he had no reason to give up. Earth style, Earth Pillar Spear. With a swift sequence of hand signs, countless sharp stone spears burst from the floor, stabbing toward the 4 Sasukes. But Sasuke stood his ground, unafraid even as the barrage of spears closed in. He lashed out with his right leg, shattering the stone spears with a single powerful kick. Curse you! A new idea flashed through Raiga's mind. He pulled out a scroll and, murmuring an incantation, tore it apart. Water style, Water Prison Technique. As soon as Raiga finished speaking, the ground split open, and countless beads of water shimmered into existence, instantly engulfing all 5 Sasukes in a watery sphere. Oomph. No wonder he's from the Uchiha clan. He's still unharmed. Raiga exclaimed in disbelief. Even after using the water prison technique, he was powerless against the 5 Sasukes. No matter. I'll take them back to the hidden mist village and deal with them there. No matter how terrifying the Uchiha clan's power may be, within the mist, they'll be powerless to act. Raiga let out a cold, sinister laugh and turned to leave. Do you really think you'll make it back to the mist alive? Just then, Sasuke's voice rang out from behind Raiga. The words sent a chill through his entire body. He turned slowly, only to find himself surrounded. Sasuke's shadow clones stood before him, each one radiating the strength of an elite jonin. Damn it, what's going on? How did you discover my whereabouts? Raiga demanded through gritted teeth. It's simple. The scroll you just tore up had something I left on it. I guess you tried to contact your father. So, I was prepared, Sasuke replied calmly. Raiga burst into manic laughter. Not bad. I didn't expect you to anticipate my moves. But now I'm even more certain. You must be a member of the Uchiha clan. His face twisted into a snarl. Whether you admit it or not, the Uchiha clan is doomed to perish here today. Oh really? I'd like to see just what you can do to wipe out the Uchiha clan. Sasuke replied coldly. Oomph. Since you're so eager to die, I'll grant your wish. Black Hole Raiga roared with fury. Water style, wild water wave. In an instant, countless columns of water burst from deep underground, surging straight towards Sasuke and his companions. Sasuke's brows furrowed in concentration. He could feel an overwhelming pressure. These water pillars were absolutely not to be underestimated. Fire style, flame bullet. Forming hand seals, Sasuke exhaled a blazing orb of blue-violet fire, sending it hurtling toward the oncoming water. A thunderous blast erupted, unleashing a violent shockwave that ravaged the surrounding trees, reducing them to splinters. Clouds of dust billowed, choking the air. Well, there's no way you can win now. Black Hole Raiga sneered at Sasuke as the smoke began to clear. Oh, is that so? Sasuke responded with a faint, calm smile. Suddenly, red chakra flared to life around his body. Ew! Black Hole Raiga's pupils shrank in shock. He felt a surge of scorching chakra erupt from Sasuke, its intensity almost unbearable. Fire style, secret art, Inferno Sphere. Sasuke stretched out his left hand, and a scorching sphere of flame began to form in his palm. That energy, could it be? Black Hole Raiga's expression twisted in disbelief. This was power surpassing even the Kage. Had Sasuke broken through to that level? Go! With a flick of Sasuke's fingers, the sphere of fire shot from his palm, flying straight at Black Hole Raiga. With a deafening crash, the fireball slammed into the ground, sending shards of rock flying and filling the air with swirling smoke and dust. Black Hole Raiga coughed harshly, clutching his chest. He tasted blood in his throat and spat it out in 2 crimson spurts. With great effort, he lifted his head, only to meet Sasuke's gaze, one filled with a quiet, almost pitying contempt. Don't you dare look down on me, Black Hole Raiga roared, his entire body flaring with dazzling light. Earth style, Earth Dragon Bullet. The ground shuddered as he formed hand seals, endless yellow sand rising from the earth to whip into a colossal sandstorm. You've left me no choice. Black Hole Raiga thrust his hands forward, the sand pouring from his palms merging together, growing ever stronger. What kind of technique is this? Even Sasuke was taken aback by the move Raiga had unleashed. Sand waterfall technique. With a mighty punch, Black Hole Raiga gathered a swirling storm of sand and wind around his fist, launching it straight at Sasuke. Oomph. Sasuke's nostrils flared, and suddenly a cyclone roared to life. The gale swept the sand aside, forming thick, intertwined twisters that twisted and coiled, finally merging into an immense whirlwind that surged to meet Black Hole Raiga's sand waterfall head-on. A tremendous explosion shook the battlefield, followed by the crack and rumble of colliding powers. The shockwave from their collision shattered the nearby trees, leaving Black Hole Raiga pale-faced and shaken. He felt as though every bone in his body was about to splinter apart. That bastard, Raiga growled through clenched teeth, his voice low and seething. Although the sand waterfall jutsu had been blocked by Naruto Uzumaki's fire style. Great fireball technique. The immense backlash left his entire frame rattled to the core, as if his skeleton might collapse at any moment. If he failed this mission, his life would be forfeit. Even if he managed to survive and return, he would be stripped of all his qualifications. I won't allow that to happen. I am the genius of the Black Hole clan. Wood style, would clone jutsu. With a desperate shout, Raiga watched as the gravel before him instantly transformed into 2 identical copies of himself. My illusion clones have the fighting power of a Kage, Raiga declared, clinging to hope. But his optimism was short-lived. As soon as his 2 illusion clones approached Sasuke, they lasted less than 3 seconds before vanishing without a trace. Impossible. Raiga stared wide-eyed in disbelief. So, it's still not over? Sasuke's voice was icy, his patience clearly worn thin. In the next instant, Sasuke's true form appeared right beside Raiga. With a swift motion, Sasuke drove his foot into Raiga's abdomen, pinning him firmly to the ground. How can this be? Raiga struggled to comprehend it. Sasuke had been so far away, and yet now he was right here. A faint smirk tugged at Sasuke's lips. An illusionary clone, is it? Then your real body must be up in that tree. Sasuke cast a glance at a towering tree nearby, its branches reaching into the sky. Without hesitation, Sasuke drove his right leg forward, sending Raiga hurtling 100 meters away. A sickening crunch echoed as Raiga crashed to the ground. Af! Raiga screamed, blood spurting from his mouth as he sprawled face down in the dirt. Your illusion clones put up quite a fight, Sasuke remarked, his tone light as he approached the grimacing Raiga. What are you going to do? Raiga blurted out in panic, gripped by the sense of imminent danger. He knew he was utterly outmatched by Sasuke. I'll kill you, then be on my way, Sasuke replied coolly. No, don't. I can't accept this, Raiga cried out in desperation. With a thunderous smack, Sasuke pressed his palm against Raiga's head. Raiga was killed with ease, just as Sasuke had expected. Moving forward, Sasuke soon encountered one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of a mist, Kisame Hoshigaki. Well, you actually made it this far, but your luck runs out here, Kisame sneered, his hands flashing through a series of signs. Water style, water, severing wave. A jet of water shot straight toward Sasuke. Sasuke let out a cold snort, driving his right foot into the ground with force, sending cracks spiderwebbing across the earth. He launched himself up, evading the attack in one agile leap, his body suspended for a moment in mid-air. Kid, looks like you're tougher than I thought. But so what? It's time for you to die. Water style, grand waterfall, jutsu. With a cruel expression twisting his face, Hoshigaki Kisame spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, torrents of water surged in from every direction, completely enveloping Sasuke, trapping him so tightly he couldn't even catch his breath. What incredible power. I never expected to face someone like this, Sasuke thought to himself, eyes fixed on the ceiling above, though his heart remained calm and steady. Honestly, dealing with a small fry like you shouldn't require the chakra of my Susanoo. But it seems I have no choice but to use it now. No sooner had he finished speaking than Sasuke, who had been pinned by the water, suddenly vanished. In the blink of an eye, he reappeared behind Hoshigaki Kisame. Water style, Chidori's sharp spear. An overwhelming surge of chakra erupted from within him, transforming into countless needle-thin spears that shot toward Kisame. Damn it! Feeling his body being ripped apart, Kisame spun around, desperately trying to respond. Fire style, Grand Fireball Jutsu. A massive fireball erupted, colliding head-on with Sasuke's surging water. The two forces canceled each other out in a crackling storm of steam and force. But the backlash sent Kisame stumbling backward, skidding more than 10 meters away. Damn it! He cursed, his eyes wild with fury. If that's how you want it, then die. Bringing his hands together, Kisame summoned chakra in a frenzied torrent. A glowing blue sphere began to form before him. Sasuke's expression turned grave. He recognized the technique at once. So, you really are the 5th Raikage son. Your strength surpasses anything I imagined. Water style, Giant Rasengan. Without hesitation, Kisame hurled the giant Rasengan straight at Sasuke. Sasuke's pupils narrowed. Quickly forming hand seals, torrents of water materialized around him. He poured everything he had into the water style, super heavy water prison, trapping the giant Rasengan within its swirling depths. Even so, the shockwave from the Rasengan blasted Sasuke off his feet, slamming him hard into the ground. A cold smile crept onto Kisame's face. Looks like that's the end of your strength. Who told you that? Suddenly, Sasuke let out a chilly chuckle. Slowly his body began to rise, his feet lifting 3 inches off the ground. What? Kisame was stunned. He had never seen anything like this. What was going on? Was this guy even human? Water style, Grand Waterfall Jutsu. Countless torrents of water now surged toward Hoshigaki Kisame. Water style, Defensive Array. Hoshigaki Fugaku unleashed his strongest defense, creating a barrier of water to block the oncoming water prison. At this level, you won't be able to withstand my next attack. Sasuke sneered, his hands forming seals as he bent his knees, then launched himself forcefully from the ground. A surge of violent wind tore through the entire water prison, shredding its solid walls and hurling Hoshigaki Fugaku through the air. With a thunderous crash, Fugaku hit the ground hard, left utterly disheveled. He nearly lost consciousness from the force. Struggling to his feet, he roared, "You bastard! How dare a mutt like you fight me on equal terms?" He refused to acknowledge that Sasuke was stronger than he was. So you still won't admit it? This is destiny at work. Sasuke's eyes flashed, one red and one white, and he reached toward his left chest. With a sharp click, a ring dropped to the ground, and a long sword appeared in Sasuke's hand, radiating a chilling aura of death. This weapon is called the Kusanagi Blade. Sasuke spoke with quiet pride. It was once the strongest treasure of the Hidden Leaf Village. The word sent a shudder through Fugaku. He never imagined Sasuke would wield such a formidable blade. No, I can't lose to him. I am the pride of the Uchiha clan. I won't allow this weakling to step over me. Fugaku clenched his fists, his arms swelling as his muscles bulged with power. Earth style, rock spear technique. His hands flashed through seals, and sharp stone spears erupted from the ground, forming a deadly barrage. Water style, super heavy water prison. Water gathered into a formidable wall, intercepting and blocking the assault. Oof, that won't stop me. With a sweep of his arm, Fugaku sent the stone spears crashing into the water, breaking through and surging forward. Fire style, majestic destroyer flame. Sasuke opened his mouth and unleashed a torrent of fire. Fugaku's pupils shrank in alarm. This is bad. He leaped away just in time to avoid the blaze. A resounding explosion ripped through the water prison, sending water droplets raining down everywhere. Sasuke coughed violently, a look of pain flashing across his face. That last fire attack had completely drained his chakra reserves. He wiped the blood from his lips and lifted his head to glare at Fugaku. I didn't expect such a simple water prison to drain so much of my chakra, but this is far from over. Water style, great waterfall technique. A massive dragon of water surged toward Fugaku, threatening to engulf him. Fugaku's face twisted with fury. You think that's enough to beat me? Earth style, earth dragon bullet technique. The two colossal forces collided with a thunderous crash. In the end, the earth dragon crumbled and collapsed, and a tidal wave surged across the entire arena, submerging both combatants beneath its raging waters. That should be the end of it, right? On the spectators' platform, Lujo murmured quietly to himself. After all, his plan had already failed. There was no reason for him to stay any longer. Lujo stood up, puzzled. Through the churning water, a man in black suddenly surfaced, gasping for air. His clothes were drenched and disheveled, clinging to him in wild patterns. He clenched his fist tightly, then slowly relaxed his grip. Phew, finally dealt with it. Sasuke wiped the sweat from his brow. This was his latest technique, one he had developed recently, and its power was overwhelming. He glanced not far away, where Kisame of the Hidden Mist struggled to lift his arm, pointing shakily in Sasuke's direction. Cough, cough. Kisame's throat burned with a metallic taste as he spat out a mouthful of muddy sludge. Sasuke frowned. You're still alive? Ha ha ha. Kisame threw his head back and roared with laughter. It's just a scratch. You really are a disappointment. Sasuke, you were so close to victory. Why did you stop your attack? He clutched at his chest, where bones had clearly snapped, but he still managed to fight through the pain. You think you've won? Let me tell you, you'll never truly be victorious. Sasuke fell silent for a moment, then said, Very well. In that case, I have no reason to waste any more time. Kisame's eyes narrowed in confusion. What was Sasuke planning? Sasuke produced a Sharingan and fitted it into his own eye socket. Then he closed his eyes for a brief moment. Kisame's pupils dilated in alarm. A surge of unprecedented danger washed over him, as if his life could be snuffed out at any instant. This is bad. Ignoring the pain coursing through his body, Kisame hastily tried to move aside. A faint, slicing sound cut through the air as a jet-black blade of energy swept past, piercing right through his right shoulder. Kisame looked down, only to see the flesh of his right arm was sliced open, exposing raw, bloody muscle beneath. That was close. A chill of fear crept up in Kisame's heart. He had never expected the fight to turn out like this. What is this? He stared at the blackened wound on his shoulder. What's with this guy's Sharingan? I've never heard of the Sharingan being able to launch attacks like that. Kisame fixed his gaze on Sasuke's right eye, his mind racing. He had only ever heard rumors about powers like this. I only use Genjutsu, or so it seemed. Sasuke opened both eyes, and a white-hot blaze ignited within them. But I've already tricked you. Fire style, Phoenix Flower Blaze. Sasuke brought his hands together in a swift seal, then thrust them forward with force. From his palms, a torrent of fireballs erupted, roaring outward in a blazing storm. The fire surged fiercely toward the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Demon. Damn you! I'll grind your bones to dust. The Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Demon swiftly formed hand seals with both hands. Earthquake Technique. A circular chasm spread out beneath his feet, swallowing the flames whole and drawing them underground. Sasuke frowned, surprised at the demon's impressive mastery of Earth-style jutsu. He stepped forward. Lightning-style, Chidori. Intense currents of electricity coiled around his hands, forming a spear of lightning that pierced straight toward the demon's head. This guy. The Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Demon's expression twisted in alarm, and he quickly dodged to the side. Already injured, his condition grew worse under Sasuke's relentless lightning attacks. A strange, cold smile curled at the corner of Sasuke's lips. You won't last much longer, will you? He said coldly. No matter what, I can't let you keep running wild. The demon gritted his teeth. Earth style, Earth Dragon Bullet Technique. A massive Earth Dragon bullet shot towards Sasuke, swelling rapidly until its diameter exceeded 3 meters, crashing down with crushing force. Wind Style Tornado Technique. A violent clash tore through the air. The impact resounded like thunder. Sasuke spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale, yet his hands showed no sign of giving up their jutsu. Earth Style Great Earth Plow. A gigantic plow column erupted from the ground, clearing away the surrounding mud. Then, more columns burst upward, stabbing toward the sky. Damn it! The Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Demon's jaw clenched tight. His body was nearing its limit. At that moment, Sasuke's figure appeared behind him. An earth clone. The demon reacted instantly, slashing backward, but Sasuke blocked the attack. Sasuke's image faded, only to reappear directly in front of him. With a single-handed seal, Sasuke unleashed a torrent of chakra from within. Earth Style Earth Flow Wall. The demon responded with a defensive jutsu, struggling against the crushing force of the earthen barrier. He trembled, teeth gritted, but somehow managed to endure it. Narrowing his eyes, Sasuke remarked, "Iron will indeed. You can endure both physical and mental torment." He shook his head slightly. "But I'm still stronger than you. That's why you've lost." Wood Style Piercing Roots. With a crack, Sasuke's arm transformed into hundreds of slender vines, wrapping the demon in an unbreakable grip. "Get off me!" Furious, the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Demon summoned a long sword in his hand, hacking madly at the vines binding him. Yet, no matter how frantically he slashed, the vines kept snapping and tumbling onto him, fueling his frustration even further. The Pufferfish Demon of Watermelon Mountain kicked off with both legs, spun through the air, and broke free from the vines. With renewed force, he launched a fierce kick straight at Sasuke. But Sasuke remained calm and unfazed. He simply stepped back half a pace, then drove his fist hard into the demon's abdomen. There was a sickening crack. The Pufferfish Demon let out a muffled groan and spat out a mouthful of blood, his body arching in agony. Sasuke's left hand clamped down on the demon's head, pressing it forcefully to the ground. A blood-curdling scream tore from the demon's throat, chilling everyone to the bone. "You bastard, you animal!" The demon spat, cursing viciously. Sasuke slapped him across the face. The sharp, echoing smack rang out for all to hear. Sasuke spoke coldly. "I'll grant you this. You have guts. But in the face of overwhelming power, all your schemes and tricks are nothing but illusions." The demon's eyes burned red, so intense it seemed they might bleed. "The people of Watermelon Mountain will never forgive you," he snarled. A mocking smile curled on Sasuke's lips. "Oh, the people of Watermelon Mountain? Funny, I don't recall ever killing any of your clan." "Huh, no matter what you say, I will avenge the humiliation I've suffered today, no matter the cost." Sasuke let out a cold laugh. "Is that so? Do you really think you'll get another chance after escaping? Your clan is known for being the host of the four-tailed beast, but do you really think I'd leave such a threat alive in this world?" The Pufferfish Demon hesitated, suddenly realizing Sasuke had lured him out on purpose, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. This revelation caught him completely off guard. "Unacceptable!" the demon roared, and with a final act of defiance, he cut off his own heart's pulse and died on the spot. Sasuke placed his hand on the demon's neck, but his expression instantly froze. He stared in shock at the corpse in his grasp. It was a fake. A water clone? Sasuke muttered under his breath. His face grew dark. He was certain he had crushed the demon's heart, yet now it was only a water clone. Where had the real one gone? With a thunderous crash, the ground exploded beneath him, stone spikes driving through Sasuke's ankles and pinning him in place. In the next moment, the true Pufferfish Demon burst up from below, launching a barrage of blades from his body. Chidori. Lightning flashed, forming a crackling orb that deflected the demon's attacks. Chidori, Lightning Prison. Bolts of lightning rained down from the sky, encasing the demon in a cage of thunder. But the sealing marks on his hands glowed with strange power. As the lightning struck the seals, its force gradually faded and died, as if it had lost all its threat. The Watermelon Mountain Blowfish Demon sneered coldly. "Although the sealing symbols on my body haven't been lifted, their very presence renders me immune to all lightning-style jutsu. In other words, your lightning techniques are useless against me." Sasuke's expression grew grave. His Chidori, a lightning-style jutsu, was rendered ineffective. Lightning techniques were his specialty, and they served him well against ordinary foes or in small-scale battles. But against someone like this, someone who could neutralize his most potent area attacks, they were useless. "You really are something special," Sasuke said slowly. His hands moved swiftly through a series of hand signs, and soon, A sphere crackling with lightning appeared in his palm. The blowfish demon looked at him with disdain, blue steam rising around his hulking frame, waves of water swirling to shield him. He jeered, "Are you trying to use the water prison? But do you realize, this is my domain?" The water prison was a high-level water-style technique, one that could trap a person in a confined space, immobilizing them and leaving them at the mercy of the caster's attacks. The blowfish demon had long prepared his own water prison, simply waiting for Sasuke to fall into his trap. But to his astonishment, Sasuke released a water prison as well. And not just any water prison, but a flawless one. This water prison didn't just restrict the blowfish demon's movements. It locked down the very space around them. Panic flashed in the blowfish demon's eyes as he gazed in all directions, for within this water prison, a shimmering golden barrier had emerged. His face changed dramatically. "Ew, you even set up a barrier." Sasuke's gaze was icy. "This water prison will only last for a quarter of an hour, but that's more than enough time to end you." Beyond the water prison, ancient walls of ice rose, the temperature dropping to terrifying lows. Blue steam billowed from the blowfish demon's body as he tried to freeze the ice with his own water techniques. But from deep within the ice, waves of intense heat pulsed outward, searing him with agony and warning him of a deadly threat. Shock overtook his face. You fused fire, lightning, and ice jutsu together. You actually combined all three elements perfectly." He could hardly believe Sasuke had achieved such a feat, one that required talent bordering on the legendary. Now, when he looked at Sasuke, his eyes were filled with dread and awe. Sasuke spoke coolly. "You're strong, a worthy opponent, but you're still not strong enough. I hadn't intended to kill you, but since you've set your sights on my life, I have no choice but to return the favor." As his words faded, Sasuke's right hand shot upward. Wind-style, Raisin Shuriken. A massive shuriken hurtled toward the watermelon pufferfish demon, but instead of injuring him, it was intercepted by yet another water prison technique. Sasuke's gaze remained icy as he stared at the watermelon pufferfish demon trapped within the water sphere. In his hand, a swirling orb of white chakra began to form. The watermelon pufferfish demon's pupils shrank. An inexplicable sense of impending doom flooded his mind. Without a moment's hesitation, he snatched a scroll and tore it open. In an instant, he vanished from where he stood, narrowly evading Sasuke's attack. A thunderous explosion erupted as the white chakra sphere slammed into the ground, sending plumes of smoke and dust billowing through the air. Coughing twice, the watermelon pufferfish demon found his vision dimming as he watched the surrounding trees topple one after another. "What on earth is happening?" he thought, bewildered. Just as he prepared to slip underground once more, a fierce gust of wind forced him to stagger back 2 steps. Suddenly, a blue shadow materialized out of thin air, and a fist struck the watermelon pufferfish demon squarely in the abdomen with crushing force. Blood spurted from his mouth as he doubled over, his face drained of color. Clutching his aching, nearly shattered stomach, he growled, "You dare ambush me like this?" Sasuke flashed a wicked, almost mocking smile. "Weren't you the first to ambush me? You even tried to kill me. You should be grateful that I don't stoop to using sealing techniques on you. Otherwise, you wouldn't even know how you died." Those words only fueled the watermelon pufferfish demon's rage. He glared at Sasuke, seething. "Damn you. I'll take you down no matter what." Blue energy surged in his hands. Water-style, blast bomb. The sheer force of the attack drove Sasuke back 2 steps. He frowned, as expected of one of the 7 ninja swordsmen. "You've mastered such a powerful jutsu." The Great Rasengan was incredibly destructive, but it came with severe side effects. This was Sasuke's first time attempting it. "You actually dodged my blast bomb," the watermelon pufferfish demon shouted in disbelief. The side effects of the Great Rasengan were notorious. Once unleashed, the user had only 5 seconds to end the fight, or they'd be left utterly drained, teetering on the edge of collapse. When the watermelon pufferfish demon unleashed his attack, he was already at his mental limit, about to break down. He'd been sure Sasuke wouldn't escape in time, but to his shock, Sasuke had evaded it. "No matter what, you're going to die today," the watermelon pufferfish demon snarled, his face twisted with fury. Sasuke shook his head and sighed. "I really am too merciful, aren't I?" His cold eyes fixed on his opponent. Sasuke hurled a kunai directly at the watermelon pufferfish demon and swiftly formed a series of hand signs. Wind-style, great breakthrough. Sasuke's kunai transformed into a dragon of wind that surged forward, swallowing Kisame, Hashigaki whole. Yet, suddenly, Kisame's silhouette appeared within the wind dragon. With an icy calm, he declared, "I will not die here." A cold, mocking smile curled at the corner of Kisame's mouth. Fully restored to his prime, he felt no fear of Sasuke at all. I'll take my time torturing you until you beg for mercy. A blue light radiated from his body, his chakra condensed to its very limit. Water style, waterfall palm. A torrent of water crashed against Sasuke's chest, hurling him several meters backward. Kisame sneered. You're still too inexperienced. I already turned the water into a solid shield. Streams of water swirled and solidified before Kisame, forming an impenetrable curtain. Hud, hud, hud. Sasuke's attacks struck the barrier, leaving only faint marks behind. A shadow flickered in Sasuke's eyes. Water defense, is it? Then I'll try something else. With a single hand seal, Sasuke intoned, Fire style, Grand Fireball Jutsu. A blazing fireball roared toward Kisame, exploding in a burst of flames. But the lingering fire was absorbed by Kisame's water shield, inflicting no harm on him at all. Kisame burst out laughing. Is that all you've got? How naive. The most basic tenet for any ninja is to keep honing the power of your jutsu. Every shinobi knows that. Sasuke narrowed his eyes. That's exactly why I won't waste time on you. Time is precious. Kisame scoffed. You really don't know what's good for you. I'm one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, you know. Sasuke raised a hand. I know how formidable you are. That's why I'll face you with utmost caution. A white chakra shroud flared around him, enveloping his entire body. A white aura? What kind of technique is that? Kisame had never encountered such a bizarre move. The man's techniques were almost like a circus performance. If I won't give up, I will find your weakness. Kisame wove hand signs with both hands. Water style, water prison jutsu. A vast surge of water twisted and coiled, forming a watery prison around Sasuke. Your jutsu might work on ordinary ninja, but I'm no average genin. I'm the heir to the Hokage of the Leaf, and I possess a unique sage mode. A confident smile played on Sasuke's lips. Just as the water prison was about to trap him, his body suddenly expanded, wreathed in white flames. Fire style, Great Flame Bullet. Sasuke raised his arm high, and the searing heat melted away the surging waters. A white fireball crashed into the water prison conjured by the Watermelon Mountain Blowfish demon, shattering it completely. Immediately, the flames surged, engulfing the demon in a blazing inferno. He let out a wretched scream as he was consumed by the fire. When the flames finally died down, the Blowfish demon lay sprawled messily on the ground, his entire body charred black, with bits of debris scattered around him. He struggled to his feet, brushing the grime from his body. Phew! He exhaled a thick cloud of white smoke. Damn it! How dare you underestimate me? His eyes gleamed with a furious red light, and a tremendous chill radiated from him. I'll kill you. The cold around his body intensified, unleashing a fierce blast of wind that surged toward Sasuke. With a low shout, he enveloped his palm in a faint layer of white chakra, then lashed out with a powerful kick. The forceful wind pressure sent Sasuke hurtling hundreds of meters away. Sasuke managed to steady himself, rubbing his shoulder. He felt as if his bones had nearly snapped. Though he hadn't suffered a grave injury, it was clear he'd been at a disadvantage just now. The Blowfish demon slowly pushed himself upright, his clothing now completely ruined. Staring at his own battered state, he gnashed his teeth and roared, Sasuke, you've made me angry. I'll kill you. Sasuke's reflection glimmered in the demon's pupils as he raised his right hand. Water Clone Jutsu. 3 copies of the Blowfish demon leapt forth from the ground. These were his shadow clones. At last, Sasuke's cold expression grew serious. He swiftly formed hand seals. Earth style, Earth Flow Wall. In an instant, the sand and mud on the ground surged up, forming a thick wall of earth that blocked the 3 clones. The Blowfish demon kicked at the heavy barricade. Earth style, Earth Flow Sword. One after another, sharp earthen long swords pierced into the wall, then rammed through it. Dance of the Earth Flow Swords. Countless earthen blades joined together, twisting into massive serpents. Sasuke frowned. These earthen constructs were even harder than solid rock. It defied all logic. This is impossible, Sasuke said coldly. I don't believe it. Break for me. With a sudden surge of strength, he slammed his fist into the earthen mass, shattering it at once. Ah, your weakness is showing. I'm not just a one-trick ninja, you know, the Blowfish demon taunted, pressing both palms to the ground. Secret technique, Lightning Spear. Tiny sparks of lightning danced from his fingertips, gathering into a spear about 10 centimeters long, 3 centimeters wide, and 5 centimeters thick. He hurled the crackling spear at Sasuke. Sasuke shifted his body just in time to dodge the attack, but the lightning spear twisted midair, honing in on him. Lightning Spear, Thunder Cannon. The Thunder Cannon fired again at Sasuke, but this time it struck the ground off to the other side. The corners of the watermelon pufferfish demon's mouth twisted into a cruel grin. His body dissolved once more into a stream of water, slipping silently beneath the surface, and with a sudden roll, he reappeared behind Sasuke. You've lost, the watermelon pufferfish demon bellowed, launching a jet of water straight at Sasuke's head. But just as the water jet was about to strike, Sasuke spun around, seized the weapon, and with a swift reversal, drove it backward toward his opponent. Damn it! The watermelon pufferfish demon cursed, leaping away from his original spot. Sharp, stinging slashes appeared one after another across his body. Clutching his wounds, he roared in anger. You bastard! Sasuke's eyes burned crimson, and a violent surge of chakra exploded from within him. A coil of violet lightning crackled around Sasuke, his blood-red gaze fixed coldly on the watermelon pufferfish demon. How dare you challenge my authority? Sasuke's words made the watermelon pufferfish demon freeze. The phrase sounded familiar. He could have sworn Sasuke had said it once before. A snarl contorted the demon's face. If that's how it is, then let's settle this once and for all. The thunder swirling around Sasuke slowly dissipated, but his glare remained icy. Very well. Let's see whose jutsu prevails, your water style or my fire style. Fire style, Grand Fireball Jutsu. Both unleashed their ninjutsu at once. Sasuke's fireball crashed into the torrent conjured by the watermelon pufferfish demon. The resulting blast shook the ground, shattering the water flow and splitting the earth beneath their feet. The shockwave flung the watermelon pufferfish demon backward, leaving a gaping wound in his chest, blood pouring freely. You bastard! I won't let you get away with this, he roared, his voice echoing. You'll learn what it means to cross me. Sasuke dismissed him with a contemptuous glance. Spreading his arms, he summoned a swirling fireball that hovered in the air as his body rose with a sudden leap. The fireball twisted and morphed, shifting through countless shapes. Fire style, Majestic Fire Dragon Jutsu. A blazing inferno, massive and roaring, plummeted from the sky and crashed down hard upon the watermelon pufferfish demon. A thunderous explosion rocked the entire house, reducing it to rubble. Taking advantage of the chaos, Sasuke darted aside to safety, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He hadn't escaped unscathed. He coughed breathless. As I thought, my power is still not enough, Sasuke muttered with a bitter smile. I'll need to grow stronger if I'm stand against foes like these. A crackling sound of breaking bones echoed from within him as his legs buckled, forcing him down to the ground. A fierce wind whipped around Sasuke, pressing down with relentless force. He opened his crimson eyes, and a streak of purple lightning tore across the sky. 8 gates released. A surge of overwhelming force flooded from Sasuke's limbs through his entire body. His muscles swelled, and his figure expanded as if he were an inflating balloon. This feels incredible. So refreshing. Sasuke shouted at the top of his lungs. Inside him, an astonishing transformation was underway. His skin took on a translucent luster, reminiscent of fine jade, and even his eyes turned a pale shade of violet. His skin was now tougher than steel. How is this possible? Your body has reached such a state. Hoshigaki Fugaku stared in disbelief, his eyes brimming with envy. Standing tall, Sasuke spread his arms wide. This is my final form. Now, let me send you on your way. With that, Sasuke slammed his fist into the ground. A streak of purple lightning shot out beneath his feet, his clenched fist tearing through the air with a fierce, whistling sound. Bloodlust flickered in his eyes. A tremendous rumble echoed through the entire forest as Sasuke's fist struck the earth. Cracks spiderwebbed rapidly across the ground. Fugaku's face grew grim. Forming hand signs, he summoned a shimmering barrier of water to shield himself. Sasuke's gaze was icy. His fists swept through the air, every strike powerful enough to knock down thick trees. Damn it, I've really been pushed to the edge. Fugaku cursed. Sasuke's eyes blazed with ferocity. Shaking out his arms, he clasped both hands around the earth, and, with a mighty wrench, tore it apart. The ground shattered with a thunderous roar, and every vine in sight was obliterated in an instant. Is that all your techniques amount to? Sasuke scoffed. Huh, did you think those were my only tricks? Fugaku burst out laughing, a cruel grin splitting his face. I've got plenty more where that came from. He formed another sequence of hand signs. Secret art, water prison chains. Thick chains materialized in his hands, swiftly winding around Sasuke's arms and legs, binding him tight. Sasuke struggled with all his strength, but couldn't break free. Fugaku dragged him down into the basement. What are you trying to do? Sasuke shot Fugaku a wary look. I have many techniques at my disposal, but tonight, I'll start by tormenting you to death. Didn't you say you wanted to witness the unique skills of the land water? I'll grant you that wish. Fugaku approached, brandishing a dagger. Chills ran down Sasuke's spine. His pupils contracted, and he shouted, "Don't do anything reckless. I'm on the 5 Kage of the Hokage. If you dare lay a hand on me, you'll regret it." For now, all Sasuke could do was bluff. He knew Fugaku's temperament well. If he truly provoked him, there was no telling what might happen. Fugaku paused, hesitating. The next opponent to appear before Sasuke was Yuri Ringo. Without wasting a word, she quickly formed hand seals with both hands and launched a ninjutsu attack at Sasuke. Water style, Water Dragon Bullet. A dragon made of water surged from Yuri's mouth, roaring straight toward Sasuke. Confronted with this fierce, charging water dragon, Sasuke remained calm. He too formed hand seals. Earth style, Earth Spear Thrust. From beneath his feet, several thick stone pillars shot upward, blocking Yuri's water dragon. The two jutsus collided with a thunderous crash, the resulting shockwave tearing up the nearby grassland and even toppling the surrounding trees. Both Yuri and Sasuke stepped back at the same time, regaining their balance. "It seems you've already learned Earth style," Yuri said, a faint smile tugging at the corner of her lips. Sasuke replied, his face radiating pride. "If that's all you've got, then you're really not much to worry about." "Oh," Yuri replied with a cold smirk. "Don't you think you're a bit too full of yourself?" She formed hand seals once more. Fire style, Grand Flame Technique. A scorching wave of heat burst from between Yuri's lips, surging toward Sasuke in a searing onslaught. Faced with such a ferocious blaze, Sasuke's eyes flashed as he pushed off with his right leg, rolling to the left to evade the flames. With a resounding impact, a deep scorch mark was left where Sasuke had just been standing, a clear warning that any ordinary person would have been badly burned. Yuri shot Sasuke a contemptuous glance. "What's the matter? Hurts, doesn't it?" Sasuke didn't answer her question. He simply stared at her in silence. Seeing this, Yuri's confidence only grew. She knew her flames posed a real threat to Sasuke, and that for now, he could do nothing but dodge and stay out of harm's way. "Haha, you're just like a stray dog, running for your life," Yuri taunted, her voice dripping with mockery. "Isn't this exactly what you wished for? Why do you keep running and hiding?" "Your skills are impressive. Much more so than I expected," Sasuke replied coolly. "But none of this means anything to me, because I have no need for this kind of fight to achieve victory." Slowly, Sasuke lifted his head, his gaze unwavering and his voice icy. "What I have to accomplish, none of this is even close to enough." "Who are you?" The moment Sasuke spoke those words, Yuri's heart began to race. She couldn't explain why, but a vague sense of danger crept over her. A sly, wicked smile curled at Sasuke's lips as he slowly formed hand seals. Lightning style, Chidori Sharp Spear. Suddenly, an enormous spear materialized behind Sasuke, so vast it seemed to pierce the sky itself. In a flash, it shot straight toward Ringo Yuri. This was Sasuke's signature jutsu, known as Chidori Sharp Spear. Ringo Yuri's pupils shrank into pinpoints. She had never imagined her opponent would use such a technique. Back when she faced Itachi, Sasuke had unleashed a similar attack, but she had barely managed to hold her own then. Now, she found herself completely helpless. A thunderous crash erupted as the spear drove violently into the earth, sending clouds of dust billowing into the air. Ringo Yuri struggled to her feet, but failed to notice a small stone at her feet. The stone toppled to the ground and vanished without a trace. This was all part of Sasuke's plan. He wanted her to lower her guard. Though Ringo Yuri's reflexes were sharp, she still fell for Sasuke's ruse and landed hard on the ground. "Ha ha, you've lost." Sasuke's arrogant laughter echoed all around, triumphant. He had finally won this round. "Is that so?" Ringo Yuri's smile suddenly turned sly. "But I never admitted defeat." Hearing this, a surge of danger welled up in Sasuke's heart. He tried to retreat, but was a beat too late. With a soft snap, Sasuke felt something strike his chest, and the next instant, he was sent flying backward. Seizing the advantage, Ringo Yuri flickered forward, appearing before Sasuke in a heartbeat. She clenched her right fist and drove it down with all her might. Another resounding crash. The back of Sasuke's head slammed into the floor, sending up a thick cloud of dust that obscured everything. Ringo Yuri paused for a moment, feeling as if a heavy mallet had struck her chest, nearly knocking the breath from her lungs. Clutching her chest, she glanced at her right hand and saw bright red blood seeping between her fingers. She lowered her gaze to her right arm, now soaked through with blood. A cough, a rough, familiar sound, reached her ears. It was Sasuke. "Ow, how are you still standing?" Ringo Yuri said, her face awash with disbelief. "Yeah, an attack like that. It's nothing to me." Sasuke crawled from the ashes, wiping the blood from his lips. "You're strong, worth my respect. But He grinned, baring his teeth. I'm no weakling either. With a swift flurry, the wings on Sasuke's back beat fiercely, and his form blurred, a shadow streaking toward Ringo and Yuri in the blink of an eye, both palms striking out. Their fists collided with a resounding impact, the shockwave rippling outward, shattering the buildings all around them. The two opponents were thrown apart by the force. Ringo and Yuri stumbled back a few steps. Sasuke, on the other hand, stood his ground, his expression unchanged. You actually dared to take my attack head-on. I must say, I'm truly surprised. Clutching her aching chest, Yukari Ringo gazed at Sasuke with a dark, brooding glare. You're impressive yourself. You took my blow directly, and yet you're completely unscathed. Sasuke looked back at her, his eyes filled with astonishment. He hadn't expected her to possess such power. However, his voice turned cold. Since you refuse to surrender, I have no choice but to defeat you, or kill you. Oh, is that so? Yukari's voice dripped with disdain, unshaken by his threat. With a swift motion, Sasuke once again unfurled his wings and dove straight at Yukari from above. Narrowing her eyes, Yukari's entire presence surged with power. Around her, clusters of sand, each the size of a cooking pot, began to swirl and gather. The sand fused together, enveloping Yukari in a protective shell. Huh! Sasuke's voice rang out, cold and sharp. A thunderous impact echoed as Sasuke's fist crashed against the sand sphere encasing Yukari, sending shockwaves rippling outward, shattering everything in their path. Sasuke frowned in surprise. This layer of sand had actually managed to block his attack. But, break for me. Gathering a tremendous surge of chakra into his fist, Sasuke smashed through the sand barrier in an instant, reducing it to dust and exposing Yukari's figure once more. A deafening rumble followed, like the roar of a thunderstorm. Sasuke raised his fist high and hurled it down toward Yukari. Faced with such overwhelming force, Yukari showed not a hint of fear. She shut her eyes tight, waiting for the attack to draw near before opening them again. A powerful blow struck her, making Yukari feel as if she'd been hit by a cannonball. Her entire body was sent flying, crashing down into a river some distance away. Struggling, Yukari pushed herself up, spitting out the muddy water from her mouth. She looked up at the sky. Night was falling. Dark clouds had swallowed the moon, casting the world into pitch-black darkness. On the riverbank, Sasuke stood tall and unyielding, a solitary figure in the night. With a detached gaze, Sasuke swept his eyes across the battlefield. He could sense Yukari's aura fading rapidly. It seemed he had finally brought her down. A bitter laugh escaped Yukari's lips. You really are a monster. If my power wasn't just a bit stronger than yours, I'd have been finished by now. But it doesn't matter. Either way, the ending's the same. I'm tired of living anyway. But don't think you'll walk away alive. Even if it costs me everything, I swear I won't let you harm anyone from our village. In that instant, Yukari's entire demeanor transformed. An intense aura radiated from her, sharp and fierce. She was like a drawn blade, aimed straight at Sasuke's heart. Sasuke let out a cold snort, having noticed the change in Ringo and Yuri's demeanor as well. Yet, he felt no fear, for he was certain he could defeat her. With a flick of his wrist, a kunai appeared in his hand, and he hurled it with sudden force. The kunai traced a flash of white light through the air, flying straight toward Ringo and Yuri. A sharp whoosh sliced the air as several more kunai shot toward Ringo, blocking off every possible path of escape. Ringo clenched her teeth, bringing her hands together, and in an instant, a shield materialized before her. Metallic clangs rang out as the kunai struck the shield, but not a single mark marred its surface. Sasuke's expression grew grave. He realized Ringo had completed her transformation, and he knew he would need to give it his all. Art of Flame. Blazing fire ignited in Sasuke's palm as he launched it straight at Ringo and Yuri. Wind pressure. Ringo refused to be outdone, summoning a raging whirlwind to meet his attack. The two forces collided, unleashing violent gusts that swept through the area. Wooden beams shattered, and trees were torn from their roots, a scene of utter devastation. A sharp crack resounded as both Sasuke and Ringo staggered back a few steps, eyes locked with fierce hostility. This time I won't fail again, Sasuke declared, never taking his eyes off her. And I will never let you go. Ringo shot back through gritted teeth. Sasuke's words fueled Ringo's fury. She had no intention of backing down. The two clashed once more, each searching for the other's weakness, looking for the moment to strike a fatal blow. Sasuke panted heavily, his breathing ragged from the intensity of the fight. He swung his neck to shake off the fatigue, casting a glance at Ringo not far away. She looked battered and worn, but she was still standing. This can't go on. I need to finish this quickly. Sasuke muttered under his breath. Once again, Sasuke gathered his chakra, pouring every ounce of strength into his body. He pushed his speed to the very limit, his feet digging shallow pits into the ground as he launched forward. With a swift leap, his ninja blade traced a deadly arc, slashing down toward Ringo and Yuri. Ringo's pupils shrank to pinpoints. Sasuke's attack was so fast, she barely had time to react. Yet, a smile curled at the corner of her lips. Sasuke, did you really think I'd just stand here and wait for death? Her left hand moved to her waist. Seeing this, Sasuke quickly dropped down, narrowly dodging a counterattack. He steadied himself, face cold as steel, flames blazing along his right arm. His target, Ringo's abdomen, the spot he knew was her most vulnerable. A sharp crack split the air as he struck. Ringo's abdomen suddenly burst open, blood spilling out in a crimson tide. Ugh! She let out a guttural moan of agony. How is this possible? You've actually torn open my stomach? This can't be happening. Ringo's eyes were wide with disbelief, her injury growing even more severe. Something like this isn't enough to finish you off. I'm a lot tougher than that. A sly grin curled at the corner of Sasuke's mouth. Bastard! Ringo bellowed in fury. She kicked off the ground with both legs, launching herself into the air. Her legs whipped through the air in a blur, stirring up a fierce wind all around. Her entire body spun rapidly, hurtling toward Sasuke like a whirling top. With every kick, she summoned a mighty blast of wind. A single blow from her legs could easily shatter bones, if not rupture internal organs. But Sasuke was, after all, a shinobi of elite Jonin level. Even as Ringo unleashed her full power, he managed, just barely, to withstand her assault. Sasuke's eyes narrowed with focus. He seized the opening, spreading his arms wide, his body dropping into a half-crouch, both legs bent and brimming with stored energy. Earth-style, Grand Dragon Bullet Jutsu. There was a deep, thunderous sound. A gigantic dragon-shaped projectile surged forth from between Sasuke's legs, roaring straight toward Ringo with overwhelming force.